What if one day you woke up to find yourself becoming a mob character in a world you created? This is exactly what happened to our male lead, a novel author. The world he created in this story is facing an apocalypse. Towers and dungeons appeared out of nowhere, spawning monsters. They attacked humanity and pushed the world toward destruction. Most notably on the Korean peninsula, the area where towers and dungeons appeared ceaselessly. The place was also dubbed Hell because the monsters there were more savage than in any other country. They ruthlessly attacked, taking away thousands of ill-fated lives. Within the darkness, light emerged prominently, born brilliantly. This world, those rays of light are called heroes. Thanks to their power, Korea was able to fight the monsters, thereby gradually controlling the towers and dungeons. Using the industry created around the disaster as a driving force, they recovered from the crisis. Time passed. Korea became a source of power competing for the top spot with the US, becoming a bright spot where heroes from all over the world gathered. This place also became the yardstick preventing the increase of monsters and dungeons. They also established a hero association based on magic arts and magic engineering called Cube. Cube gathers apprentice heroes from around the world who have passed the impossible selection conditions of the association. It is also the place where the hero who will save the world in the novel, along with his sworn enemy, exist together. It is all the basic setup of the story that the author created, and the selection ceremony for the association standing. At the top among the first-year cadets is Kim Soo-ho. He is also the male lead in this novel. The students enrolling in Cube this year are all extremely excellent, but among them, Kim Soo-ho is beyond imagination for a 17-year-old child. Anyway, since he is the main character, being buffed to be overbearing by the author is common. Soo-ho will be the one to lead the chaotic era dominated by heroes and monsters. He possesses the characteristics of a righteous hero holding kindness and justice, while, at the same time, hiding a secret from the eyes of others. There is a male lead, there is also a supporting male. If there is a protagonist, there is also a villain. The one who will confront Soo-ho is the second-ranked among the cadets. His name is Shin Jong-hak, the fourth generation of the Jin-sung conglomerate. He possesses potential that can challenge the protagonist, but in the future, he will become a villain and a loyal believer in elitism. Currently, Jong-hak may just be a cadet, but from the later part of the novel, Jong-hak becomes twisted due to his inferiority complex with Soo-ho. Light and darkness clash and conflict with each other once again. That is about the two main characters, the center of the novel world the author created. But ironically, life mocks the father of this novel. If one transmigrates and doesn't become the main character, one should at least be a supporting role. Who would have thought our guy was short-lived, transmigrating into a mob character? Except for the generic, lame name Kim Chun-dong, nothing is known about his background. Even his face cannot be identified and bears a huge question mark. The author really hit the secret jackpot, being lucky enough to be unlucky to the point of becoming a character never created in his own work. Having no appearance setting along with an outdated name. This presence is smaller than even a grain of sand. A character who is the most ordinary of the ordinary and has absolutely no relationship with the main couple. It seems this guy was created just to fill the headcount quota. A sideline character of the novel could not be any fainter. It all happened on a beautiful day. The author of the novel named Kim Hajin received a strange email. In it, there was a request to remake his novel The Returned Hero to satisfy a personal hobby. But because of writer's block, The Returned Hero had been discontinued by Hajin. Usually, such dropped products would mostly be ignored by everyone. Therefore, this remake request made Hajin a bit confused. He wrote an email replying with a gentle refusal. But he didn't know that it would become the main cause leading to everything as it is now. It has been 2 weeks since Kim Hajin transmigrated into the novel with the identity of Kim Chun-dong. The huge question mark is still stuck on his unrecognizable face. But at least he has gotten used to it. This place is truly not a dream but the very world Hajin wrote. And Kim Chun-dong is one of the countless mob roles in it. During the past 2 weeks, Hajin tried many ways but still couldn't find the reason how he came here. Who left him here and why? Perhaps he will have to stay in this world for a very long time. It could be 1 year, 2 years, or if following the plot correctly, it will be about 10 years. Living 10 years in a novel with a question mark on the face. Just thinking about it, Hajin felt chills, depressed, and his face darkened. Real life out there is so joyful, happy, full of amenities, and beautiful. Hajin really doesn't want to bury his life and live tentatively day by day in this discontinued novel. Thinking about it makes him feel helpless, but currently he has no choice. The only way is to try to cling to the main plot to find a solution to escape this world. If he can reach the middle of the plot, then after that it's just the events after the discontinuation. There is no other way but to try to live according to it. And to be able to do that in this world of the returned hero, the First step Hajin needs to take is to go to school. Cube is actually an artificial island located in the East Sea, home to about 500,000 people, including apprentice heroes. A city gathering talented people in magic and production from everywhere. And Cube, the hero training school, is one of the reasons Korea is called a powerful nation. It is also the core of the city and the main stage of the novel. Cube's admission criteria are very high and strict. Among the hero candidates with special talented abilities only, a small number can become cadets at Cube. Although a mob role, the owner of this body, Kim Chundong, is also a Cube cadet, so he's not mediocre. It's just that Hajin still doesn't clearly know what that ability is. Today he arrived at the classroom of truth. Hajin opened the door and entered the room. This is the center of Cube's chain of events. It is also the place containing the villains and rivals, partners and enemies, and the main characters of this novel. Each character line will soon divide into groups and, because of that, they will face many events. Just thinking about having to live 10 years with these people without even having a decent face makes Hajin feel extremely depressed. That afternoon, returning to the dormitory, Hajin was tired and didn't even know how the day had passed. Suddenly, he discovered a strange package from Cube Deliveries transported and placed on his desk. Hajin curiously peeled the tape to see what the parcel was, and it was a surprise. Inside was the very laptop Hajin was using in his real world. Hajin picked up the laptop, bewildered, not knowing why it was here. Suddenly, the computer screen displayed light and a line of text. Synchronization starting. The light from the screen was so blinding that Hajin let go, dropping the machine. The computer continued to display synchronization with Kim Hajin. Looking at the command tabs and control panels appearing, Hajin couldn't believe his eyes. That is the setup book he wrote. Hajin wondered who sent this to him. Reached out intending to check, but right at this moment the synchronization was nearly done. The computer screen suddenly turned off. A control panel appeared, gaining the privilege to intervene in settings. Hajin felt his body right now as if crumbling into pieces. The light gradually faded away. The system displayed that synchronization was successful. Kim Chundong has converted to Kim Hajin. All data will be synchronized. Kim Hajin slowly opened the laptop. The reflection made him stunned. Isn't this my real face? Kim Hajin looked bewildered at the pile of virtual screens flying around him, thinking, what happened? And what are these things? He muttered dazedly. Don't tell me it's... Before he finished the sentence, the virtual screen suddenly showed a line of text. Synchronization complete. Kim Hajin suspected. An enlightenment? Phenomenon of awakening happens when a person surpasses their limits. In this world, it is called enlightenment. Following enlightenment, they can see talents, skills, abilities, and many other values. They can also become stronger with a much more effective method. Simply put, they can see the status window. At the same time, the system screen also showed the status line. Kim Hajin. Current SP 100. Current points 100. Name changed from Kim Chundong to Kim Hajin. Synchronization complete. Kim Chundong's initial status converted to 10 points. Stats include variable stats. Strength 1.2. Stamina 1.3. Agility 1.5. Talent includes observation and analysis, in which proficiency and setup are both 0 out of 3. Of curiosity, Kim Hajin clicked on the talent section. Talent. Observation and analysis. Observation can observe people appearing in sight. Analysis can analyze the laptop settings panel whenever without going through an intermediary. Efficiency, setup, and stats are all 0 out of 3. Variable stats. Strength 1.2. Stamina 1.3. Agility 1.5. Perception 2. Vitality 1.3. Magic 1. Invariable stats. Intelligence 4.105 out of 10. Perseverance 5.01 out of 10. Luck 6.33 out of 10. Charm 4.135 out of 10. A series of long information made him a bit surprised. Oh. Then Hajin muttered while scrolling through the system board. For now, let's temporarily check them frequently. Looking at the pile of information about the synchronization from Kim Chundong to Kim Hajin being complete. Kim Chundong's initial status converted to 10 points. He thought with great interest. The part attracting my attention most is synchronization and initialization. Kim Hajin thought coldly. I don't know what they are, but surely that is the reason why my face is no longer a question mark and returned to normal. My stats have lowered compared to Kim Chundong's, but in return I received points. Thinking of this, he immediately glanced towards the system board. And the next thing to note is, this moment the system also showed an information board. Intervention setting. Unique authority. You can use SP to write or modify any non-living target. You can use SP to write or modify stats, talents, proficiency, and setup. Limit applied to target Kim Hajin. SP, story points. The more important Kim Hajin is to the world, the more SP you receive. You can convert 1 point into 1000 SP, newbie consideration. You can write a talent by consuming 10,000 SP. Looking at the pile of words, Kim Hajin felt a bit dizzy and muttered, "What the hell is this?" Glancing at the lines at the end, he spoke softly, a bit speechless. "I don't remember ever writing this ability. The more important Kim Hajin is to the world." Speaking of this, Kim Hajin suddenly paused. His eyes widened in surprise. Could it be I have to increase my importance in the novel? Calling the dangers he had to face, Kim Hajin gradually realized the problem. The reason I was given this laptop and strange ability is to intervene in the main plot of the world. He scolded silently in frustration. That unrealistic theory. However, right at this moment, a blinding light suddenly appeared behind his back. It turned out to be the system with the notification line. Information temporarily locked. Will be unlocked when the plot ends. Looking at those words, Kim Hajin was so angry his mouth twitched. So you mean to say, if I want to find hints about how to return to the old world, I need to shut up and intervene. Saying that, he suddenly pulled the chair out and sat down at the table. Kim Hajin typed on the computer while thinking. That's right. There is no guarantee I will be sent back to the original world even if I just sit and wait until the part 1 stopped publishing. The images of the characters in the novel suddenly appeared, making his speculation even more certain. Even if the unlocked information isn't the hint I want, I might accidentally pick up hints about how to escape this world if I am related to the main characters. Kim Hajin told himself seriously. To do so, right at this moment the system screen suddenly popped up. Spend points on stats? Yes. No. He hovered the mouse towards yes without hesitation. I must become strong enough to change the main plot. In my novel, there is no leveling mechanism. Basically, because a person cannot increase stats according to desire. The only way to do so is through points, a universally precious resource. And if I want to gather as many points as possible, I need to invest in luck. Thinking of this, the word luck seemed to be dancing on Kim Hajin's head. He stroked his chin in contemplation. Luck is not only limited to the chance of finding unidentified rewards in dungeons. Luck creates effects, making money, bonus stats, multidimensional relationships, etc. It is a cheat stat applied in every aspect of life. While thinking, his eyes suddenly bumped into the line. Can convert points into 1000 SP. Kim Hajin asked himself coldly. Of course, an invariable stat like luck is set to not be increasable by points, but perhaps it will be feasible if I convert points into SP. Then without thinking much more, he immediately pressed the keyboard. Should try, right? Immediately after, the system popped up a notification. You have converted 10 points into 10,000 SP. Next, a series of stats popped out. Invest 9,000 SP into luck. Invariable stats. Intelligence 4.105 out of 10. Perseverance 5.01 out of 10. Luck 6.33 out of 10 changed to luck 6.33 out of 10. Charm 4.135 out of 10. Seemed like it was over, but at this moment, the system with a dark purple screen suddenly appeared in the middle of the monitor. A mysterious luck has appeared. Kim Hajin was a bit surprised by this sudden notification. Oh. Then, the system popped up another line. A mysterious luck has appeared. Changed luck to 9.1. He was a bit pensive when seeing this notification. Luck even affects itself? Saying that, Kim Hajin immediately fell into a state of contemplation. Main character Kim Suho possesses a magic stat of 9.0, so, a result worth looking forward to. Thinking of this, Kim Hajin typed on the keyboard while calculating. Invest the remaining SP into perseverance then. After all, I need to endure the harsh training course of Cube. And so, the system showed a new congratulatory line. A massive luck has appeared. Perseverance increased from 5.01 to 7.207. Seeing that, he gave a somewhat awkward laugh. Luck is God. However, right at this moment, the screen displaying information suddenly showed an anomaly. Immediately after that, a warning line appeared on the screen. Error detected that may negatively affect the plot. This scene immediately made Kim Hajin startle and scream aloud. After his scream, a notification line full of threat was sent again. From now on, invariable stats cannot be intervened with by SP. Looking at the screen before his eyes, Kim Hajin's mood fell into the abyss. He clenched his fist and scolded dejectedly. Not a fair move at all. After a few minutes of grumbling, Kim Hajin tilted his head back in depression and complained. Ha, looks like cheating also has limits. I thought everything would be smooth, but at least I changed luck and perseverance. Speaking to here, a thought suddenly popped up in his head. Come to think of it, remembering the previous status line, Kim Hajin muttered softly. I still have the whole 10,000 SP from newbie consideration. Finishing his words, He fell into a stunned state and began thinking about life. After a while of hesitation, finally, Kim Hajin could only helplessly sigh and whisper, "Maybe I should think carefully before using it." Next morning, a powerful voice was echoing from the classroom. "You all worked hard in the morning training." Kim Hajin sat dejectedly with his chin on his hand, listening to the introduction of that person. "Now, I will introduce myself." Teacher began to speak briefly about his background information. "My name is Kim Soo-hyuk. I will be your homeroom teacher for the coming year." Soo-hyuk's steady voice continued to ring out. Ranking score, 3,850. World ranking, 9,737. The students below all clamored before this pile of information. Rank 9,000, out of a total of 2 million. He is amazing. I've never seen him before. Ignoring the noise, the teacher continued speaking slowly. As for the comprehensive classification, it is high intermediate, grade 5. After introducing himself briefly, Soo-hyuk scanned around the room once and then spoke up. That is the entire introduction. Now let's start with the immediate issues. The teacher began to lecture. Cube is not a magical place like you expect. You will be arranged entirely by scores. And if you cannot perform decently, you will be held back. In practice, less than half of the cadets graduate without being held back. Down below, Rachel Elizabeth Lewis was still listening seriously. This place is a hero breeding factory. You will be evaluated on precise and harsh standards. Speaking to here, Soo-hyuk suddenly became more agitated than ever. He shouted an order. "Right now, everyone stand up and follow me." And so, the first part of the schedule, selecting the main weapon. A moment later, in a dark room with only faint light from the control console recognizing that hand. After a few seconds, the door in front suddenly opened, making the students and Kim Hajin stunned for a bit. This moment, hitting their eyes, was a large room filled with different types of weapons. From sharp, shiny swords placed neatly in the cabinets, weapons requiring the user's strength like spears. Witnessing the scene, soft exclamations kept ringing out. While marveling at the scale of the weapon room, everyone was startled by the teacher's loud shout. "I never gave you time to be amazed. Quickly choose your weapons." Everyone hurriedly went to choose the type of weapon they were interested in. At the same time, Soo-hyuk was still droning on. "Once you choose a main weapon, you cannot change it for at least 6 months. So consider wisely." While everyone was racking their brains, Kim Soo-ho had quickly picked up the pitch-black sword from before. It seems he is extremely satisfied with this main weapon. Elsewhere in the room, a bow lined with red velvet was also being raised, preparing to aim. Turned out to be Chai Na-yoon. It seems she is very interested in this long-range attack weapon. At the same time, Rachel had also selected her favorite weapon. She was just seen intently admiring the sword in her hand. Around them, the group of students had all selected their favorite weapons. Yuna casually took out a whip. Kim Hajin stood aside observing everything, thinking coldly. The main characters have chosen their weapons smoothly. And then he immediately lowered his face to observe the weapon cabinet under his hand. Now it's my turn. Kim Hajin constantly shifted between countless weapons. He reminded himself inwardly, "I must be careful." Looking at those two sharp weapons, he felt a bit of regret in his heart. "My stats are too low to master weapons used by cadets." Kim Hajin's eyes shifted to another side as he lamented softly. "Even if I increase stats to try using them, the result will still be much lower than the effort put in. So there are a few fixed conditions for my weapon selection." He walked while observing the weapons and thinking, "A weapon I used in the old world. A weapon that consumes little time to get used to." And then Kim Hajin's steps suddenly paused. He rejoiced inwardly. Here it is. At this moment, another student suddenly noticed his action. After a few seconds of surprise, he turned to gossip. "Hey, look at him." Following his gaze, everyone whispered in surprise. "What the hell? Is he joking?" This noise quickly attracted Soo-hyuk's attention. Waiting until the teacher saw that scene with his own eyes, a look of horror immediately appeared in Soo-hyuk's eyes. After a while, he spoke up hesitantly. "Everyone, thanks for watching the video." After finishing choosing weapons, was gathering to have their names called. The instructor, after reading through the sent profiles, suddenly called out loudly, "Cadet Kim Hajin, I remember that you used a sword at the military academy." He held the gun firmly in his hand and replied leisurely, "I have made my decision." The instructor asked again doubtfully. After coming to Cube, he replied firmly, "Yes." Although full of doubt, Teacher Soo-hyuk still had to accept his will. "All right. All decisions at Cube are decided by the cadets." Suddenly he shouted loudly, "Whether the decision is right or not, the cadets will bear full responsibility. Never forget that." Hajin seemed to listen very attentively to everything. Suddenly the noise of other cadets attracted his attention. The crowd started whispering about the weapon he chose. "Is he crazy? Why did he come to Cube if he chose a gun? I don't understand. Should I beat him up in the combat session? Isn't he just a vain guy? Even so, they didn't affect his decision too much. He told himself, a magic gun is still a good weapon in this world. For civilians, those who cannot resist magic. The most frequently used ammunition is magic bullets. Because it is filled with mana, it has relatively large destructive power compared to ordinary metal bullets. Despite having strengths, the reason why magic guns are avoided in this place is because a bullet with terrifying destructive power, once fired, is immediately blocked. Red-haired cadet rushed up like a beast, smashing the bullet that was just fired. Its limitation is very clear. After completing a series of actions, the instructor over there shouted, Cadet Kim Horak passed. He continued to explain the difficulties. The first main reason is that no matter how strong the intellect, the destructive power of the gun is still limited. A second reason is that the gun has a short history. In this world, myths and legends become reality. Mythical and legendary artifacts are used as armaments in reality. And the more illustrious the origin and the deeper the history of the mentioned item, the higher the weapon's rank increases. Because of this, cadets often choose older weapons over modern weapons, not only believing in magic bullets but also in their skills. Even if they reach a limit, they can still use the power of armaments to take another step. After skimming through the summary of guns, Hajin with dead fish eyes felt they were truly troublesome, brushing off all responsibility from himself. Of course, this has nothing to do with me. He strode through the hallway past the line of people while calculating. Acting like I am the main character in a manhwa. I haven't even held a sword before, so how can I compare with other cadets? Looking at the case firmly held in his hand, he couldn't help but have his own thoughts. A gun might not be a bad choice. It is something I can use immediately, and when using it, I can become prominent to receive support. Hajin's face suddenly turned serious, as if preparing to enter a new battle. Hajin thought, since I chose the weapon, now it's time to choose a talent. To explain, talent is an ability that can be seen as special. A sword, thanks to talent, can easily cut a giant rock cleanly. He explained further, each person can only receive one talent, but there are a few characters who are exceptions. There are both passive talents and active talents, like the owner of the sword. Next name was shouted, Kim Suho. A young man, upon hearing his name called, quickly ran forward. The one calling was a girl. Seeing that, he spoke up to ask, Chai Nayun, you are training here too? Responding to him, that girl quickly complained about Suho's question. Then why am I at the training center? That guy is at the head of the class. He also replied naively, there aren't many people after class, so I came here. Chatting for a while, he suddenly remembered something and moved closer to ask Nayun. I remembered something after seeing you. We both have another sharpshooter in our class. Hearing him ask, she tried to recall. Sharpshooter? Hajin or something. Hesitating for a long time, she said again. Right, that guy? Suddenly, Nayun's expression changed unusually. Her eyebrows furrowed uncomfortably. Seeing that, he asked, what's with that reaction? She quickly retorted, that name Hajin or whatever. I cannot accept him. You can't call him a sharpshooter when his shooting range is shorter than 1 kilometer. Suddenly she sighed, speaking as if it was obvious. He probably gave up on becoming a hero. Since he can't quit school, he wants to retire early. He is just trying to hold on longer. Suddenly Suho cut off her words. Him giving up? You can't say it so easily. He spoke attentively. Strange, eccentric creature. Even so, Suho still smiled back at her gaze like a good cat waiting to be patted. Suddenly she shouted angrily right in his face. Don't tell me what I need to do. Kim Suho was yelled at for no reason but still replied awkwardly. Sorry. Nayun's scream echoed throughout the training room. If you're not training, then get out of here. Switching the scene to Hajin, the one who was just gossiped about behind his back. He kept feeling his ears itching. He rubbed his ear thinking, is someone mentioning me? I think I can add talking behind one's back and support too. He leisurely stared at the computer screen in contemplation. In any case, since the protagonist can become the greatest hero with his talent. Talent is that important. And because I received 10,000 SP when I write the first talent, I cannot miss this opportunity. On the computer screen appeared a notification line. Intervention setting authority. Can modify, write skills or items. Can modify, write stats or talents. Using authority consumes SP. When creating the first talent, 10,000 SP will be provided. Immediately after, Hajin started working right away. First, I should write something simple. After editing for a while, the line on the computer changed. Talent Master Sharpshooter, good at using long-range weapons. After he pressed confirm, another notification immediately popped up, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. He exclaimed inwardly, so it gets automatically edited like this. The system board was immediately modified. Master Sharpshooter, low intermediate grade. Dark element. Dexterity evolution 10 points. Dexterity experience 0%. Bullet time. In battle, for every 4 hours, a total of 3 seconds of bullet time will be granted. Master sharpshooter training. You are proficient in all long-range weapon skills. 1,000-mile eyes. You can see distant moments and predict target movements accurately. Looking at the result in front of him, he felt extremely satisfied. All long-range weapon skills. Truly useful. Not just guns. I can also use a bow in the future. Above all, it is a variable talent, which is a bit of a pity. But if I can develop it further, it will be an advantage. Thinking long-term is better. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. Alright, I choose this one. After completing a series of actions, Kim Hajin sat contentedly on the chair and cheered happily. Now I feel more ready. Just thinking about that pile of talents makes him feel exhausted. Now I have to survive with this talent. Until the main storyline ends. Outside the city, the flow of people walking was extremely bustling. Inside the grand auditorium, the instructor was still passionately explaining about dungeons. Small questions like this are usually not given. But you students need to understand examples of tower and dungeon attacks. Below, Kim Hajin listened attentively to the lecture and recorded necessary knowledge. He exclaimed inwardly, "A few lines of description can create a whole book. If the characters knew, they would be jealous to the point of tears. But since I have the talent of observation and search, I can easily pass this class." On the board above, the instructor was still attentively lecturing about the new era. The name of the tower that Saint Opus attacked and the reward they received. The system also updated some knowledge. Saint Opus attacked the flood tower and received the ocean stone. He continued thinking. As the name suggests, observation and search. I can observe all characters in sight. Kim Hajin recalled the words of people around him. Is that guy that good? He just relies on his talent. If I had good talent, end it quickly. Isn't Kim Suho a bit famous? Scene change back to Kim Hajin's place. At this moment, his laptop was displaying necessary information of this world. He calculated silently, and if I want, even without equipment, I can search the timeline settings from the notes on my retina. The instructor's voice rang out. Remember well what you learned today. You know the written exam isn't far off, right? Looking around the classroom, one could see Chai Nayun was also attending this class. Waiting for just that, she dropped all her image and shouted in the middle of the class. Why do I have to study things like this? Don't I just need to show my skills in actual combat? The door was suddenly thrown open, cutting off Chai Nayun's words. Another cadet entered and announced loudly for everyone to pay attention. Veritas class, you are deployed to the plaza in 20 minutes. Hearing this, Chai Nayun's face immediately became extremely excited like a cat seeing its prey. Another corner of the classroom, Shin Jonghak and Yu Yona also noticed the announcement. A voice rang out. This combat training. Unlike the excited expressions of those people, Kim Hajin's face seemed to darken. He thought dejectedly. It's finally here. Out in the square, a clear voice rang out. I hope everyone knows what this lesson is about. Without further delay, I will announce the team formations. The team will have a total of 4 members. The formation will include 2 warriors, 1 sharpshooter, and 1 support. Unless special situations occur, this team will remain until the midterm exam. The distribution will be fair, and both low and high-ranking cadets will be placed in the same team. Remember what I said to avoid confusion. Everyone can go and check their teams. Kim Soo-hyuk stood aside shouting clearly about the rules of this test. Everyone looked up at the division board together. Kim Hajin's pupils suddenly contracted. He was surprised by the team division announcement this time. The announcement board regarding the 2 teams was shown. He screamed inwardly. Impossible. Me. In the same team with that person. Kim Hajin's brows furrowed. He couldn't believe this could happen. The announcement board appeared. Team 5. Kim Hajin. Yu Yona. His eyes looked up at the board, stunned and speechless. Yu Yona is in the same team as me. He recalled. Like all novels, near the main character, there are always people interacting or conflicting with him to accelerate the plot. There are many members in the main cast's team, but among those members, Yu Yona is definitely the most special. She is the main heir of Korea's #1 guild, Essence of the Strait, and the successor of a prosperous clan. At the beginning of the novel, she holds a role opposing Kim Suho, but gradually, she was influenced and became his dependent ally. Kim Hajin still didn't take his eyes off Yu Yona. He thought inwardly, but the connection with Yu Yona is very important, because the more involved I am in the story, the more help I will gain. In today's training session, I will definitely find a way to attract Yu Yona's attention. Scene changed to Yu Yona's side. A voice quickly caught her attention. Hello. 2 people spoke up to greet her. We are in the same team, right? One person is Jin Hozung of Veritas class, and the other is Hazuki of Veritas class. She scrutinized the two of them for a while, evaluating silently. Teammates, right? Don't ignore them. Immediately after identifying the targets, Yuyona changed her expression 180 degrees and smiled brightly to greet them. That's right. Please help me out, Mr. Jin Hozung and Ms. Hazuki. Seeing Yuyona with this fake attitude made the two of them overwhelmed. Hozung thought inwardly, why use honorifics when we are the same age? Looking around for a while and seeing only 3 people, Yuyona spoke up to ask, where is the last person of our team? Hajin approached from somewhere, cutting off her words. It's me. She stared intently at the unkempt man in front of her, asking suspiciously, you are? Facing a person like Yuyona, he was extremely cautious, reminding himself, don't stutter. Yuyona hates unconfident guys the most. Before he could speak, the other two jumped in to get acquainted. You're the one who chose the gun during the weapon selection, right? You are famous among all the first years. While they were busy talking, they didn't notice the silhouette of Instructor Kim Soo-hyuk approaching. Do you guys have time to chat? This sudden appearance of the instructor almost stopped the hearts of all 3 of them. He shouted, urging them, I have sent the location of the monster each team needs to face. Move forward quickly. They quickly responded, not daring to delay. Scene changed to the blue beach. 3 figures flashed by, running fast on the coast. They headed straight to the marked position in the middle of the sea ahead. Yona spoke to the other 3. Seems we will arrive soon. Get ready. Once we get there, we will be able to search for information about the monster. Far behind, Kim Hajin seemed to be lagging. He slowly dragged each step forward. Thinking inwardly, I'm dying. My vitality stats are already lower than a normal person. But I didn't expect that following closely with such difficulty is the best I can do. Watching each person run forward without hesitation, he exclaimed inwardly, this is the norm for cube cadets. Suddenly Yuyona stopped. She said to the people around, we have arrived. At the beach training area number 8, out at sea, a ship was floating. Suddenly a tentacle floated up from under the sea. Following that was a giant sea creature, possessed monster, black tumor octopus. They destroyed that drifting ship. 4 of them watched that terrifying scene without being able to do anything. Yona spoke up, breaking the silence. Start the plan for the mission. Low intermediate monster, black tumor octopus. The attack power of the main body is not very high. But the problem is the tumor on its head. When feeling danger, the black tumor octopus will spawn baby octopuses from that tumor to attack the enemy. Not just spitting out dozens of bloody octopuses at once. Each one is very dangerous, enough to turn a normal person into a dry corpse in a second. Hozung spoke up, interrupting Yuyona. Then when the battle starts, we need to prioritize eliminating those baby octopuses first. Hazuki beside him also added, we need to quickly deal with them so the gunman, Hajin. Not letting her finish her sentence, Yuyona immediately spoke up. No, I will deal with the baby octopuses. The warriors will stay in the rear and conserve magic power. The recovery speed of the black tumor octopus is very fast. So we need to cut off the tumor in one attack. People around gaped at what she just said. Kim Hajin couldn't believe his ears. He was astonished. This, just now. Is she trying to exclude me from the training session? Yuyona stepped forward and ordered the others. Everyone is ready, right? Face turned serious. She shouted, let's start the mission. Looking at this appearance of hers, he looked extremely fed up and thought inwardly, this girl. The ship on the sea was gradually crumbling. Immediately, they broke into pieces due to the impact of the pile of tentacles. A loud noise rang out, attracting its attention. Hozung on the shore was constantly banging his axe against the rocks to attract the octopus's attention. His face gradually became worried. He thought inwardly, first I have to lure it up to the sea surface. The pupils of that monster gradually fluctuated. It dove underwater, creating a loud noise. Columns of water rose up, obscuring the view. It rushed like flying towards him, then suddenly surfaced. It immediately tried to grab Hozung. Team 5 Monster Subjugation Training. Each person has a task. Hozung acts as bait. Hazuki attacks with a sword. Kim Hajin attacks from long range. Yuyona deals the main damage. Start. This black tumor octopus was indeed a tough opponent. It had not been defeated yet and continued to launch the tumors towards them. In just a short moment, a violent explosion rang out right on top of its head, making Hozung from afar also jump. However, instead of fear, he felt a strange excitement rising within him. Did it explode? Hozung immediately retreated to keep distance. His hand was ready to grab the axe on his back. Before long, the black tumor octopus released smaller clones again to attack him. Facing that overwhelming number of octopuses, Hozung was not foolish enough to rush up, but immediately turned and ran away. But when he saw them chasing closely without letting go, his face paled, not a drop of blood left. It seemed Hozung would be destroyed right there, but suddenly a powerful slash from Yuyona saved him from the dangerous situation. One cannot deny, Yuyona is truly superb. Her matrix-like slash opened a path of life for him. Her terrifying destructive power, the baby octopuses exploded like fireworks, leaving nothing behind, not even a speck of dust. After wiping them all out, Yuyona stood proudly, full of arrogance, not flinching at all before that black tumor octopus. For this scene of a beauty saving the hero, Hozung couldn't help but admire her. The power is truly terrible. The image of Yuyona appeared in his eyes, full of strength and bravery. Ranked 7th among the cube cadets, Yuyona. When saved by her from the Reaper's scythe, he was extremely grateful. Thanks. It seemed the black tumor octopus had been defeated, but it was still stubborn, preparing to launch another decisive blow. However, keep dreaming. Yuyona would not give it another chance and immediately whipped forward. Her eyes were sharp, while the monster's body began to stiffen, revealing clear killing intent. Clearly, the black tumor octopus had chosen to fight to the end with Yuyona. Neither side was willing to yield at this moment. The blink of an eye, its flexible tentacles slammed into the ground, coiling rhythmically like snakes, attacking fiercely towards her. In that thrilling moment, Yuyona managed to jump high to dodge its dangerous tentacle branches. Not stopping there, the black tumor octopus also launched a part of its body towards her, intending to use those sharp teeth to attack Yuyona. Hazuki, seeing the danger lurking for her, immediately shouted a warning. Ms. Yuyona, be careful. At this moment, hearing her frantic words, Yuyona was startled and turned around. But it seemed things were too late as it was only a small distance away from her. Unexpectedly, in that moment hanging by a thread, a bullet flew from somewhere, destroying it as fast as lightning. It seemed someone had used a gun to support Yuyona from below. And that person was none other than Hazuki. Although he didn't contribute much, he was always present at critical moments. It was Kim Hajin's quick and timely action that helped everyone hold back the black tumor octopus. Yuyona now also didn't expect the person who just acted to be him, so she couldn't help but gape in astonishment.
Kim Hajin?
After coordinating smoothly with everyone to destroy the monster, he was also extremely satisfied at this moment. SP that can be exchanged for stats points. It will increase whenever Kim Hajin's role in this world becomes more important. Hearing it sounds easy to eat, but the start to achieve that is a whole journey. But that is quite difficult for someone like me, an authentic extra, to have a big role from the start. Which means I only have one choice. Jump into the events that the main character has to go through. And the action just now was also a part of his plan. Like now. Hazuki, seeing Kim Hajin appear here, was also wide-eyed with surprise. Hozung was no exception, looking towards him with eyes full of astonishment.
Kim Hajin?
Yuyona, in particular, felt annoyed by his presence here. I told you to stay away. However, while they were still in disarray and hadn't gotten into formation, the black tumor octopus with a hot temper aggressively advanced forward. It seemed unable to wait any longer, immediately releasing its smaller clones to gang up on them right then and there. Facing their countless numbers, Yuyona also frowned like a monkey eating chili. What the hell? While everyone still didn't know how to solve it, Kim Hajin still sat immobile in one place. The only thing the enemy targeted was a group of teammates. But that was of no benefit. They have low intelligence and obvious trajectories. The only moment I can shine. Realizing this was the time for him to take the stage, Kim Hajin immediately fell into a state of high concentration. It's now. Just in a split second, his eyes snapped open. His gaze was sharp as a knife, killing intent rising thickly along with a glowing blue aura radiating powerfully. Streaks of light cut through the wind. Bullet attacks exploded with terrifying speed and power, making the space seem to warp. Kim Hajin's highlight lies in speed, the talent I wrote called bullet time. When using it, the timeline will flow slowly for 3 seconds. And thanks to this, he can almost gain the upper hand when confronting them directly. Correct, it means that within those 3 seconds I can see their movements easily. Thanks to that, Kim Hajin could defeat them before they could react. The next part is very simple, I just need to shoot bullets at them. At this moment, he almost outplayed them and could master the situation. The remaining 1 second, Kim Hajin quickly gifted each one a bullet, making them log out right then and there. Every movement stopped, and this was the best opportunity for him to solo them all. No room for hesitation, with only 2 seconds left. He immediately used all his speed to fire the remaining bullets at them. No matter how much time was left, Kim Hajin continuously reloaded just as quickly. He aimed precisely forward, because there would not be any chance to correct mistakes. With only 2 meager seconds left, the ones near Yuyona also started to be wiped out by him. And when the 3-second countdown ended, the slow-motion state vanished and returned to real time. Before they could touch a single hair of theirs, they were all blown away by Kim Hajin. Yuyona hadn't even had time to whip them, and now there were none left as they had all exploded. With her quick reflexes, she realized this was the appropriate time to defeat the black tumor octopus. The tumor on its head had not yet recovered from the remaining damage, so it could be said this was its most sensitive moment. Yuyona did not hesitate to miss the chance and immediately swung her whip towards it. Now the tumor on the octopus's head was wrapped by her whip, with no way to escape. While Yuyona was holding the whip, she asked everyone to take the opportunity to rush up and attack. Everyone seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time, and immediately jumped into the air towards it. Ozung smiled with delight as he could finally end this. And following him was Hazuki. She was also preparing to use all her strength to land the final blow, releasing magical power. Once holding weapons in hand, everyone did not hesitate anymore and rushed towards the top of the octopus's head. So they could destroy it quickly and cleanly, Yuyona also tried to restrain it as long as possible. And finally they did it, a sharp slash was swung down. In just a flash, the black tumor octopus was defeated, and sea water gushed out from there. No matter how formidable the black tumor octopus was, with their smooth cooperation, it had to be defeated. The moment it fell, a wave of water gushed out everywhere, making the whole space cool amidst the sweltering heat. Kim Hajin, after a while of using all his skills, also began to feel tired. Did we kill it? Yona was still as cold as ever. She didn't answer him but just sank into silence. Now that everything was settled, he dared to lay his back down to relax. Really difficult. Calculating the result of Team 5, they successfully removed the tumor for the octopus and turned it back to normal. Everyone's final result was extremely worthy of the effort they put in. Team 5's total time was 58 minutes and 58 seconds. Current rank is 16. Cleared the monsters. Kim Hajin lay on the ground and looked up tiredly. But at least today he did it. The notification board updated extremely quickly and immediately showed the result. Total wasted time 58 minutes 58 seconds. Rank 16 out of 100. However, a notable thing was that their rank had skyrocketed impressively. One would think receiving that result would make them satisfied. But Yuyona was extremely disappointed and stood rooted to the spot. This time, the combat scenes were all recorded by drones. I will send it to your smartwatches. Then analyze it yourselves. It seemed her expectations were much higher. So this result made Yuyona unable to accept it, trembling with bitterness. Only ranked 16? I know individual performance will be evaluated separately. The person she was looking at with eyes like daggers full of jealousy was Chai Nayun. She even ranked above me. Above Chai Nayun, Team 2, Chai Nayun and 3 others. Ranked 4 out of 100. She felt very helpless when her efforts became futile. I decided to create a gap between my team and Chai Nayun's team. I tried to win only to receive this. Meanwhile, Shin Jonghak sitting next to her was making eyes at Chai Nayun. Although the two of them were separated by Chai Nayun, he still looked at her very affectionately. Thinking back and forth for a while, Yuyona still felt unsatisfied, and a feeling of discomfort kept rising in her heart. She couldn't stand this anger anymore, and slammed her hand hard on the table. Then, Yuyona with a murderous look walked towards Chai Nayun aggressively. She stopped right behind her. The atmosphere at this moment became so heavy. One would think Yuyona would get physical with Chai Nayun, but she turned around extremely sharply to become friendly with her.
Neya, Aneya.
Both of them then exchanged about each other's training situation. How was training? Did you do well? As you can see, I only ranked 6th. So embarrassing, what about you? Although in Yuyona's heart she wanted to eat her alive, on the outside she still tried to hold back. I ranked 16th. Instead of showing regret, Chai Nayun felt admiration for Yuyona. You ranked 16th with the gunman? So super, if that guy didn't drag you down it would be much better. Suddenly hearing Chai Nayun mention Kim Hajin, she realized. Drag down. That's right. We wasted 50 minutes on a 10-minute route just because of that guy. But on the contrary, his contribution in the fight against the chasing monsters was high. Although he was a bit useless at the beginning, he wasn't bad at the end. Yona naturally couldn't forget that magical moment. Dozens of squids that the monster shot were completely destroyed by his bullets even before they hit the ground. After this joint mission, she also had a different view of Kim Hajin. With just ordinary magic bullets, he could do something like that? A suspicion began to rise in her heart. What is that guy? After that struggle with the black tumor octopus, Kim Hajin also needed to recover quite a lot of strength. After a while of diligent training, he also lay flat on the ground panting. Training area. Suddenly, Kim Hajin remembered a very important thing. I forgot to check the watch because I was too busy training. I wonder how much it has increased. Luck activated thanks to the target being a low-level monster. Accuracy has increased significantly. Attacks successful. Proficiency increased by 20%. Intelligence increased by 0.03. Luck activated. Your eyes and ears seem to become sharper. SP has increased to 27. Everything ultimately went according to the original plan Kim Hajin had mapped out. It seems my luck activated right during today's training as predicted. And SP also increased a bit more. Me hindering Yona was truly worth it. Stats increased from training are also quite significant. Thanks to training, strength, stamina, vitality increased by 0.02%. Surprising. Mana permeating the muscle cells has caused strength, stamina, vitality increased by 0.03%. All thanks to the help of enlightenment and luck. Feeling he had made significant progress today, Kim Hajin let himself rest. Increased this much. Let's stop here for today. However, just a few seconds later he asked himself, should I start again? At night, when the night sky covered every space, light still emitted from Yona's room. Inside her small room, she still hadn't slept because there was something left to do. Yona sat on the chair with arms crossed in an extremely serious posture, eyes staring at the screen. Turns out she was re-watching the video of Kim Hajin's shooting scene. Yona wanted to see carefully how he could shoot all of them in such a short time. Noticing something unusual in his attack method, she immediately pressed pause. It seemed Yona had watched this video many times to be able to notice this detail. From second 2.78 to here, in just a split second he fired 60 times. She immediately raised her hand in a gun shape and pointed forward, calculating a bit. Pulling the trigger 20 times in a second is feasible? Or does that trigger arm have some automatic firing button? Yona decided to find out what enabled him to do so. His agility is truly extraordinary. But his vitality is weak compared to other cadets. And him suddenly changing weapons has too many suspicious points. Suddenly, while she was still pondering, a notification arrived. Why don't I remember meeting him at the military academy? Not knowing the reason, but late at night, Shin Jonghak sent her a message. What are you doing? Reading that message from him, her maiden heart began to flutter. Yona did not hesitate and immediately replied to him. Analyzing my video, she is doing boring things again. Shin Jonghak, standing amidst a pile of ruins, messaged back and forth with her. If I prepare to succeed the guild, I will need to recruit some talents first. Does your team even have talents? All trash. But what about that guy holding the gun? Reading up to here, Yona smiled slightly. Not knowing if it was sincere or fake, she laughed and gave a compliment to Kim Hajin. He acts like he doesn't care. But actually, he cares more than I thought. Sometimes quite cute. Shin Jonghak also evaluated his ability quite highly. I guess he is fine. His skill is just enough to rank 934. Didn't he get lucky to enter this group? After chatting with Shin Jonghak, Yona turned on serious mode again. Got lucky? On a beautiful morning at the guild headquarters, Yoon Sung-a's secretary was reminding her of the schedules. Vice leader, the guild visit is scheduled for Friday, 2 weeks from today. However, at that moment another issue concerned her more. Alright, more importantly, look at this. The image being projected on Yoon Sung-a's large screen was Kim Suho. Isn't Kim Suho amazing? His demeanor and impressive skills made her unable to escape the attraction. Movements elegant as water, and a sword style unlike any modern swordsmanship. Yoon Sung-a was very attracted to Kim Suho's fresh fighting style. It's like he is dancing with his sword. She highly appreciated and acknowledged Suho's artistic movements. Look at his unnatural cutting force. It's like he didn't slash across a monster but just swiped through empty space. Yoon Sung-a just praised him to the skies. The essence of the sea, the desolate moon, the silence of the servant. I can roughly understand why all the big guilds in Seoul are targeting him. After marveling endlessly at Suho's talent, Sung-a was determined to recruit him. No matter what, I must get him on my side. And so, the next cadet is... Her screen displayed more prominent names. After scrolling back and forth for a while, her eyes stopped on a particular person. Wait! The next person who intrigued Sung-a was Hajin, a cadet who uses a gun. Based on what she had gathered, the secretary immediately reported to her. Yes, he's been discussed quite a bit in the guild community too. It seems many watched this video because he was on a team with Yona. Without an automatic rifle, he fired 60 shots in 3 seconds. Of those shots, he hit the target 59 times. Even for someone pulling the trigger with high agility, a gunman shouldn't be able to do that. It seems Hajin's stylish performance has caught many people's attention. I thought he was a name that wouldn't get much notice, but now things are different. With such low stats to put on a performance like that, Kim Hajin's skills could be called irregular within the academy. Furthermore, they rumored he switched from sword to gun after entering Cube. Hearing this, Sung-ah understood somewhat. So he experienced enlightenment. Enlightenment is a phenomenon where people realize their talent, a special ability. Before enlightenment, people don't know the talent they possess. That is why there are some cases, if the weapon they use doesn't match their talent after enlightenment, they might change their main weapon. But because their efforts would be wasted for 3 years or more if this happens, the Military Agent Academy actively suggests cadets use a variety of weapons. Although Sung-ah found Hajin very striking, she didn't rate him very high. Enlightenment at just 17. Quite fast. But it's limited to the scope of guns. Nothing too outstanding. Anyway, we should keep an eye on him. Based on her grasp of the situation, the secretary replied.
No.
Because this batch is very special. Everyone is exploiting their limits to the max. Sung-ah then decided to keep an eye on Hajin a little longer to probe his talent. Let's just leave him be. If he's truly a rough diamond, he will shine sooner or later. Whether irregular is too harsh a nickname or not, it will gradually reveal itself. Sung-ah didn't want to interfere. Instead, she chose to stand aside and silently observe to let things happen naturally. Wednesday finally arrived. Today was an occasion for the cadets to compete and show their best. Pairs would face off against each other to improve physical strength and train their minds. Today is person-to-person combat training. Everyone was serious and using all their might to determine victory against their opponent. The process was organized very methodically. The combat training process was carried out in groups of 2. All used training weapons during the practice. That way, it would be easier to evaluate and reduce the sensation of pain. However, this was a living hell for Hajin. But,
Rank 934, Kim Hajin.
Take some serious luck to be this unlucky. Everyone was paired with a classmate, but he alone was singled out like this. Stand up quickly. Why am I the only one who has to fight a professor? As if reading his deep thoughts, the professor explained immediately. If you are curious, let me explain. Because the training weapons aren't ready yet. And using real weapons for combat training would cause many dangerous accidents. So, as a professor, I will train you personally. However, regarding this special treatment, Hajin was very reluctant. I can't continue anymore. I surrender. But with his martial spirit, how could the professor accept that? In real combat, there are no such words as surrender. Not letting Hajin retort, he swung a punch directly at him. Defend yourself. Hajin, suddenly in a moment hanging by a thread, immediately activated his premium skill. He might look like he's joking, but once serious, he could dodge the professor's punch as easily as eating cake. Even the professor was a bit surprised at this moment. That Hajin could flash step like that. It didn't stop there. He still had to maintain high focus, not daring to slack off for even a second. Because the professor would still exploit Hajin's openings to attack him at any time. He continued to throw earth-shattering punches. But Hajin was able to dodge them all. This moment, the professor realized something very special about him. This kid. His stance may not be perfect. He can follow my speed with his eyes. Hajin's incredible superhuman reaction speed made him more special than the others. And it wasn't natural that he could achieve such godlike speed. It was all thanks to 1,000-mile eyes. You can see far and predict the general movement of the target. With the assistance of that skill, Hajin had become a speed king. Of course, the skill shows everything. All I do is move myself to dodge. While he was training with the professor, the people around also started mocking him. Hey, look at him. That guy is literally jumping around like a monkey. Hearing those whispers about him, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Do those guys think just following the script is enough? SP increased by 40. After a long day of stretching muscles and bones, Hajin rewarded himself with a cold can of Coke. He slumped next to the vending machine and sighed. Depressed. It seemed Hajin was almost exhausted. Then suddenly, with his pale, bloodless face, he glanced forward. Turned out the person Hajin noticed was Yona. She walked past him with an unhappy demeanor. Yona stared at him with eyes full of hostility and contempt. Hajin said nothing to her, only watching Yona's retreating back. Suddenly, encountering her again, Hajin remembered something. I'm probably the only one who hasn't written a letter to her. But her personality is just... Fearing that if he hesitated too long, Yona would leave, Hajin quickly pressed the button. Should I try? While she hadn't gone too far yet, Hajin managed to call her back. Yona. He called her to stop, not for anything important. He just wanted to give her a can of Coke. Although Yona was a bit bewildered and confused, she immediately accepted the can of Coke. Even though Hajin had good intentions, she thought badly of him. Do you want to fight? What are you saying? A moment later, he immediately found a plausible excuse. Last session I got a lot of help. Consider this drink a wish for us to get along. A simple test. If just following along is enough to get 40 SP, then how much will I receive if I talk to one of the main characters? Faced with Hajin's sincerity, Yona maintained her cold CEO look. No need, you should drink it yourself. Also, she's ruthlessly number 2, so no one dared claim number 1. Yona actually threw the Coke can back at him. It turned out one of the issues that annoyed her about him was his manner of address. I haven't given permission, so don't speak informally to me. This is the first warning. After performing a cool display in front of Hajin, Yona flipped her hair and walked away. She clutched her bag and walked forward with immense confidence. However, not long after, Yona felt something was wrong. The feeling in her hand started to change. My bag feels a bit heavier. To clarify, she opened the bag. Let's see what on earth is inside.
But surprise, surprise.
Even though Yona returned it, he still deliberately stuffed it in. This idiot. So annoying. She raised it high, intending to take her anger out on it. However, after a moment of reconsideration, Yona decided to lower her hand. Wasting a drink because of Hajin wouldn't be good, so she put it back inside her bag. Well, Coca-Cola is innocent. Hajin insisted on doing that because he knew she loved sweets. Yona. She likes fast food like soda, ramen, and hamburgers. But for her reputation, she can't buy those foods herself. That is her character setting. Hajin at this moment began to sink into thought. Even if I can push the character settings that only I know, if it's a short conversation I won't get much SP. Of course, I have to force myself into the main storyline. That means the next part of the main plot is about to start. This is it. And the event Hajin is referring to is the Jin attack on the National Weapons Museum. Who are they? Why do those people do that? Jinns, those who contract with devils. Jinns exchanged their souls to receive immense power. They became effective arms working for devils and increasingly multiplied. This incident happens with a motive to assassinate a certain individual at the National Weapons Museum. According to what Hajin remembered, the protagonist unexpectedly coming to the museum to view the exhibition caused the Jin's plan to fail. Main character Kim Suho attracted the attention of several orthodox characters through this episode. However, even so, the situation didn't change too much. Although 2 main characters, Kim Suho and Chai Nayun, appeared, since it was still the early stages, the Jin didn't fall into too dangerous a situation. After thinking it over carefully, he made a decision. Alright, I can integrate into this episode. Now I have to find a way inside the museum. Suddenly, a guard arrived and asked him to leave. Hey cadet, class is over. Why aren't you going back to the dorm instead of staying here? Cadet, report your student ID immediately. To avoid trouble, Hajin didn't linger and left with his laptop. Sorry, I'll report it right away? The laptop screen displayed distorted characters and lines of code interfered with, as if an invisible force was trying to pierce the boundary between the digital world and reality. Then, a digitally glitching envelope icon appeared, implying an electronic message containing a system error or malicious code. In Cube, there are curricular activities. One can view them as small organizations formed by cadets, academics, martial arts, first experiences, hobbies, etc. The preset setting has about 100 clubs of all fields in Cube. Moreover, besides self-improvement, clubs also play the role of a social platform between cadets. It was Kim Hajin's voice. That is what the club I joined today follows. Cube Portal. Another voice suddenly rang out. Ah, hello. Thank you for joining the traveling club today. It was the voice of Oh Han Hyun, president of the traveling club, Healing Rain. He continued, there are many amazing people among the new members this year. Suddenly, Oh Han Hyun became gloomy when receiving the stack of application forms. I doubted whether it was true or not. The students behind, seeing him like that, encouraged him. Senior Han Hyun, take a deep breath. Then he continued, anyway, let me explain a bit about our traveling club, Healing Rain. Oh Han Hyun presented. The main goal of our club is to rest. We will use portals to visit outside Cube once or twice a month. Kim Hajin was also present. He was listening to the announcement. We are planning to visit a nearby location for a group social activity today. We will go to Seoul. Oh Han Hyun was extremely excited when uttering that word. But Kim Hajin looked quite indifferent. He was thinking, a trip to Seoul, where people can freely do whatever they want by splitting into groups of 2. Exactly what I wrote in the novel. Kim Hajin planned for himself. My goal today is the Seoul Weapons Museum, where the first main plot kicks off. I will follow the main characters there and infiltrate the main storyline. Oh Han Hyun's voice was still ringing out. Regarding the grouping, step up and draw lots. everyone. This made Kim Hajin a bit surprised. Drawing lots? Was the club originally set up like this? But whoever I'm paired with, I can just go on my own. While thinking like that, suddenly his name was read from a piece of paper.
Kim Hajin.
It was Yuyona who drew his name. Not only did she freeze, but even Kim Hajin was stiff as a board. At this moment, Yuyona radiated a very intense aura and spoke. Go separate ways. Kim Hajin responded with some indifference. Yeah, fine. Yona turned to walk away. Suddenly she spoke again. Ah, one more thing. Yuyona looked irritable. I told you not to speak curtly to me. This is the second warning. There won't be a third. Facing this situation, Kim Hajin just forced a smile and complied with her wish. Ah, yes, my lady. Cool weather and warm rays of sunshine covered the place. Inside, it was crowded with visitors. This place is the International Weapons Museum. It possesses the largest collection of replica weapons on display in Korea. In that crowd, the figure of Kim Hajin appeared walking alone. Suddenly, he accidentally saw Chai Nayun with bright eyes admiring a displayed bow. Chai Nayun is over there. Kim Hajin immediately understood. Then not far away. Correct. He saw the target he was looking for. He was attentively observing a treasure before his eyes. It was Kim Suho, the main character of this novel. At this moment, Kim Suho saw Kim Hajin approaching him. Kim Hajin walked up and asked, Are you observing Mistletoe? Kim Suho seemed hesitant, just giving a yeah. Then he introduced himself.
I am Kim Hajin.
Hearing that, Kim Suho smiled very warmly. Right, sorry, I forgot. He asked Kim Hajin, You're the one who chose the gun, right? So you also joined the traveling club. Kim Hajin seemed unenthusiastic about Kim Suho's words. He just glanced and commented, He's strong, handsome, and I got enough bricks from readers because the main character was too cliché. Kim Suho continued, I think there are guns displayed over there. Wanna go see? I heard Napoleon's rifle is also there.
Kim Hajin answered coldly. I'm fine.
Thought, I don't think we have time. Now! Suddenly, the whole museum shook violently. The visitors inside were extremely curious, not knowing what was happening. PA system immediately broadcasted an announcement quickly. Warning! A monster has appeared outside the museum. The warning sound continued. People here immediately panicked, their faces turning pale. Sound of the announcement echoed through every corner of the museum. A monster has appeared outside. Everyone was terrified, screaming aloud. Then they ran away in panic. Quick! Where is the exit? The scene of shoving was extremely chaotic. Don't push. Move. I said move. Too many adults jostling each other caused this little girl to almost fall to the ground. At this moment, the sound of a punch against glass, shattering the shards, rang out. It was Chai Nayun who did that action. Many were there, yet all focused their attention on her. Everyone witnessing this scene froze. Astonishment and shock were clearly visible. Kim Suho, who had caught the falling girl earlier, also stood stiff at this situation. Chai Nayun spoke clearly. Calm down. The heroes responsible for the museum will arrive soon. Reaching into the glass to take the bow, she said, If you leave in this situation, you'll just be bait for the monsters. At the same time, the museum system voice rang out. Display case damaged. Artifact thief detected. Lowering anti-theft shutters. Immediately, the entire area was put under lockdown. Iron doors lowered. Warning sounds and blinding red lasers appeared everywhere. Chai Nayun turned irritably to tell Kim Suho, You take one too. We need to stand guard until the heroes arrive. Kim Suho was stunned.
Ah, okay.
Suddenly, footstep sounds that made one shutter appeared. Chai Nayun also quickly realized that a stream of red internal energy appeared in front of her. Chai Nayun immediately reached for the arrows on her back. The footsteps became clearer and clearer. At the same time, Tomer's voice spoke up. One has gotten in.
Kim Hajin stood aside observing.
Very quickly he recognized. Demihuman? Lucius's dog? He is a villain used as a stepping stone to help the protagonist develop. At this moment, Tomer swung his hand with sharp claws. He used his power, ready to rush in to attack Chai Nayun. Just as Tomer was about to unleash his move, Kim Suho suddenly appeared behind with a giant sword. Didn't hesitate at all, preparing to give Tomer a critical hit. This scene was being witnessed by Kim Hajin. Him. He thought secretly, just like in the novel, Suho can easily defeat him, but unlike what Kim Hajin said, Tomer knocked Kim Suho far away with one hand. His power was terrifying, making Suho stick tight to the wall. And Kim Suho slowly slid down right behind Kim Hajin. This made him extremely shocked. Ha! After Tomer's thunderous blow, Kim Suho collapsed on the floor. The wall was dented with a large mark. The laser system was immediately activated, setting traps all over the room. Kim Hajin turned pale in an instant. Eyes wide in shock, he questioned himself. Something is very strange. The story I wrote doesn't develop like this. Initially, they were held back a bit. But after that, it turned into a battle where Kim Suho revealed his power and overwhelmed the opponent. Chai Na-yoon also became bewildered, muttering confusedly.
Hey, Kim Suho.
She shouted loudly.
Kim Suho.
This powerful voice woke him up. Suho startled awake, vomited a pool of blood. Hajin hurriedly went over, asked worriedly, Hey, are you okay? Suho struggled to stand up. His whole body wouldn't stop shaking. He struggled to reply, I'm not. Na-yoon stepped forward a step, thinking pensively. His condition isn't very good. He needs time to recover. But just as she was about to rush forward, she had a bad premonition. Startled looking back, she saw Tomer full of murderous intent rushing over with magic power in hand. She quickly reacted to the situation, drew 2 arrows from her back, tensely observed the opponent. Next, Chai Na-yoon didn't hesitate to launch an attack. All 3 arrows simultaneously flew fast towards the approaching enemy. On the contrary, he didn't dodge at all. Calmly let the countless sharp arrows stick into his body. Smirked with disdain. Na-yoon was shocked by this appearance of his. She had no other choice but to continue shooting arrows at the opponent. Once again, arrows from the opponent stabbed straight into Tomer's body. He still stood there calmly as if in no pain. The smile on his lips became even more arrogant. At this point, Chai Na-yoon was scared pale by him, stunned in shock. Her face couldn't hide the terror and confusion. She gripped the bow tightly, her whole body trembling with anger. Na-yoon didn't give up. She continued taking arrows out to shoot. Her mind was in extreme panic. It's not a special ability or healing. That bastard. This time her arrow just shot was directly snapped in midair, standing against the continuously shot arrows with only a look of disdain. True enough. Tomer easily used his own power to shake off all the arrows stuck in his body, simultaneously nullifying the attacks from the enemy. His face couldn't hide the arrogant delight. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly smiled wickedly again. Hajin instinctively looked back and screamed in panic. No! He used all his strength to shout loudly. Chai Na-yoon, run! But at this moment Tomer was rushing towards Chai Na-yoon with lightning speed. He aimed his devilish claws straight at her. Na-yoon could only watch worriedly as those sharp things approached her face. Right at the critical moment, Kim Hajin rushed in. He jumped into the air, landed a punch on Tomer, pushing him away from his teammate. Then he hurriedly turned to Na-yoon. Panic-stricken, he asked, Na-yoon, are you okay? Na-yoon quickly drew an arrow again, hastily reminded him, Hey, worry about yourself. Before she finished speaking, the enemy powerfully rushed at the 2 of them in a flash. Kim Hajin tried to use his sword to block his large devil arm, trembling, looking extremely struggling. Suddenly from within the black smoke, a large mouth appeared, gaping wide before his sword blade. Its eyes flashed extremely sharply. Under Tomer's control, the beast made of black smoke fiercely bit Hajin's holy sword. Its eyes also flashed with killing intent. Its master bared his teeth, smiling happily. Kim Hajin looked at the spirit beast in front of him in shock. Silently judged. Did his body change? The monster started attacking continuously, making him unable to resist and forced to retreat. Tomer took the momentum to rush in, fiercely knocked Hajin to the floor, swung his hand to deliver a stab. He used the monster to restrain Hajin. When the sharp fang pierced his neck, blood immediately dripped out, and he groaned in pain. Just then, countless arrows imbued with spiritual power pierced Tomer's back, making him grimace in pain, immediately stopping the cruel act. It was Chai Na-yoon, with a face of extreme tension, who had just saved her teammate from danger. Tomer turned his head back, glaring at her, his wounds also quickly healing. The very next second, without hesitation, he launched a giant devil claw to surround Na-yoon, giving her no time to react. Only when it was right in front of her eyes did Na-yoon dazedly realize, crying out in shock. Ah! In a blink of an eye, she was knocked flying into the wall, the sound of impact extremely loud. Kim Hajin worriedly watched Na-yoon repeating the scene like Suho, feeling uneasy inside. Damn it, he thought to himself. At this rate, someone will die. Hajin's face suddenly darkened, panic-stricken shouting to the surroundings. Everyone run! Looking back, Na-yoon was still struggling, resisting fiercely. He himself was having difficulty resisting the pressure from Tomer. Inside he was extremely confused. I definitely wrote this novel. Then why is the content different like this? Hajin tried to calm himself, trembling as he took out his laptop. Calm down now. I need to do what I can first. His whole body couldn't stop shaking, looking extremely tense as he poured some silver bullets from a box. Holding the bullet in his hand, Hajin cursed even more bitterly. Damn it, damn it. Mana bullet, non-elemental, destructive power 2.5 out of 10. Bullets with condensed mana. These bullets can't even scratch that devilish guy. Even if I increase the destructive power, I can't cause fatal damage. But if I'm in my novel world, the general settings surely won't change. If so, thinking of this, Kim Hajin didn't hesitate and started typing frantically on the keyboard. The normal bullet from earlier immediately transformed. System notification. Mana bullet settings are being changed. Mana bullet element has changed. Destructive power has changed to 6. This requires 104 SP. Do you want to change? Hajin immediately took out the gun. Thought happily. It worked. Save. He skillfully loaded the bullet into the magazine. The reason this world needs more and more heroes, Hajin hurriedly rushed forward, is because elements and attributes will overcome differences in power and allow individuals to display greater strength. Before his eyes, Tomer and Kim Suho were fighting fiercely. Hajin raised his gun to aim. He thought to himself, that demon is definitely darkness element. His finger slowly lowered onto the trigger. And the thing that dissipates darkness is light. No doubt about it.
Hajin suddenly shouted, Kim Suho.
He made up his mind. Fired a powerful mana beam with blinding light.
Hajin roared. D.
System display. White light bullet. Light element. Destructive power 6/10. Bullet condensed by light essence. It usually creates a second explosion inside the body. The bullet was quickly fired by Hajin. It landed accurately on Tomer's shoulder while he was still stunned, not understanding what was happening. Boom! The bullet immediately exploded. Light radiated extremely powerfully. One of Tomer's arms was destroyed instantly. The violent shockwave forced everyone around to step back. The explosion from the white light bullet radiated an extremely blinding light, making everyone wary of the shockwave. Tomer was hit. One of his arms was immediately severed to the shock of its owner. Only when he realized the situation did he get angry, screaming in pain. Chai Nayun, pinned by him on the wall, had also fainted at some point. He let down his guard. She slowly fell down. Kim Hajin stood right there, his whole body trembling with fear. Did I drag it out too long? Tomer, critically injured, was trembling, holding one shoulder. Kim Suho took the opportunity to aim with his sword. Hajin slumped to the floor, looking extremely panic-stricken. The gun in his hand also shattered. Breathing heavily. When he recovered his senses a bit, he instinctively looked up. Kim Suho was releasing a violent source of mana. His face extremely determined, eyes flashing with killing intent, staring at the enemy. The very next second, the holy sword was wrapped in his powerful spiritual power, slowly swung out. Tomer only now realized his situation, but he had a look of shock, stunned looking at the magical light glowing. Kim Suho leisurely caressed the sword. Mana radiated stronger and stronger. The sword saint's power can cut through everything. Now it finally ends. Kim Suho decisively slashed Tomer in half with just one move in the blink of an eye. In the final moments, he only managed to moan a few sounds of agony, and was completely drained of vitality, collapsed on the floor. Suho also slowly landed, propped the holy sword strongly on the floor, ending the attack. His sweat fell continuously. His breathing also became heavy and rapid. On this side, Chai Nayun was no better off. She knelt on the ground. Her whole body ceased not to tremble from extreme fear. Kim Suho quickly walked over, reached out intending to comfort her, gently asked, "Are you okay, Nayun?" Immediately, Nayun slapped his hand away coldly. Kim Suho looked blankly at his rejected hand. He was a bit speechless. Just then, Kim Hajin walked over carefree. He spoke calmly, "Just leave her alone. Her brother will definitely come to comfort her soon." He thought to himself, that is what happened in the novel, after all. Hearing no response, Hajin instinctively looked up. Both Kim Suho and Chai Nayun were staring at him wide-eyed with shock and astonishment. She looked at him in bewilderment, her face tense. She asked with a trembling voice, What did you just say?" As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed from exhaustion, causing Suho to shout in panic. Nayun. Outside, the spiny lizards were rushing forward aggressively, spewing firepower from their mouths. Suddenly, a blinding light flashed in mid-air. Very next second, the spiny lizards suffered countless blades piercing their flesh. They fell to the floor in pain. They had all fainted. A pair of legs wearing red shoes calmly walked over. It was Yoon Sung-ah. She held her dual swords and walked to the center of the battlefield, calmly asking, "Is it over already?" An ambulance quickly appeared. The person inside rushed out in a panic, shouting loudly, "Vice Leader! Emergency outside the museum has been resolved." Yoon Sung-ah sighed in relief. "That is fortunate. How is everything inside the museum?" A Jin appeared, but he was dealt with immediately. There were 3 cube hero cadets there at the time. Yoon Sung-ah marveled slightly, asking curiously, "Ah, that is praiseworthy. Who was it?" The subordinate pondered and replied, It was Chai Na-yoon, Kim Soo-ho, and, hearing that name, her eyes lit up. Yoon Sung-ah rushed off eagerly, leaving her subordinate behind, who called out in confusion, "What is it, Vice Leader?" Yoon Sung-ah could not hide the joy on her face, exclaiming inwardly, "Lucky! I never expected to have a chance to contact Kim Soo-ho in a place like this." She quickly ran to the museum gate, still debating in her heart. What should I say first? Suddenly, Kim Hajin entered her field of vision. Yoon Sung-ah felt like she struck gold. Perfect timing. To his surprise, she did not hesitate to walk over. Yoon Sung-ah suddenly appeared right in front of Hajin at a very close distance, speaking excitedly. "Hello." She hurriedly asked him, "You are a cube hero cadet, right? Do you know?" Not letting her finish, Hajin immediately interrupted. He stepped aside, speaking calmly. "Kim Soo-ho is inside there." Yoon Sung-ah also politely left, responding courteously, "Oh, thank you." She happily went inside without thinking about anything. But after walking a short distance, Yoon Sung-ah suddenly realized, calling out suspiciously, "Wait a moment. How did you know I was looking for Kim Soo-ho?" This time, Hajin was sitting wearily on a bench in the plaza outside, sighing mournfully. He opened his laptop, thinking thoughtfully, "Yoon Sung-ah suddenly talking to me scared me to death. Is this situation also related to the change in the story? I want to check." Straight to the point. Foreign character named Kim Hajin has become involved in the story, but his role is still very faint. So far, everything is progressing without issues. So, I am definitely not important enough to affect the plot. Thinking of this, Hajin froze. Did he remember something? He exclaimed blankly, I completely forgot. Does this novel have a co-author? The world is a remake of the novel I wrote. If this world is based on what was written by this remake writer, then it makes sense that things are happening that I did not foresee. If so, it is possible that my predictions based on the novel currently are useless. This hypothesis shocked Kim Hajin. He was completely stunned on the spot. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making his stiff body jump. Hajin looked in confusion at the glowing computer screen. The mailbox has a new notification. He thought to himself, a message? He opened it. It was a system notification. A flaw. The protagonist and the characters around him are never in danger. If this continues, there is a risk that readers will get tired of such boring, repetitive things. TSK. The protagonist will come to the rescue. Therefore, Hajin's finger moved slightly. He looked at the screen. His face darkened. He uttered in shock. What are you saying? An alternative measure from now on. The enemy level will be increased, even if this leads to chaos. When the sky turned red, sunset fell. Kim Soo-hyuk walked over. He waved his hand to call the students.
Kim Soo-ho, Kim Hajin.
Walked close to the two of them, instructing carefully. I heard about what happened. I will ask for details later. Just go back for now. Suddenly Kim Soo-ho spoke up to ask. What about Na-yoon?
Kim Soo-hyuk replied plainly.
She took sick leave and went to her family. You two should return to Cube quickly too. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving the two of them looking blankly at his back. At this moment, Kim Soo-ho suddenly called out, Hajin, making him startle and turn around. Looked at Hajin with suspicion, speaking hesitantly, about what happened earlier. Why did you speak to Na-yoon like that? Hajin put on an innocent face, asking cluelessly, said what? Soo-ho replied frankly, that matter about her brother. Kim Hajin finally remembered, replying seriously, well, it is because her brother is quite strange. But at this moment he remembered the message from earlier.
A critique point.
He shook himself awake, asking Kim Soo-ho in confusion, what is wrong with her brother? He looked at Hajin suspiciously, questioning grumpily, are you pretending not to know? Hajin explained in confusion. What? No, I really... Then, a sharp pain shot through Soo-ho's head, turning his face purple. Finally, he had to let it go. Whatever, let's talk later. Chai Na-yoon, formerly ranked 4th at the Military Agent Academy, currently enrolled in the Cube Hero Training School. Family relations. Chai Shin-hyuk, father, and Chai Jin-yoon, her brother. Kim Hajin sat in front of the screen. Watching it over and over, he still felt confused. Muttering in bewilderment, "It is still exactly my setting." Then what was that reaction? Suddenly he saw something. He cried out instinctively. "Ah!" Striking Hajin's eyes was a large headline. "Hot news! Son of Chai Shin-hyuk. Chai Jin-yoon is in critical condition after a Jin attack." Below were countless articles about this event. The suppression operation was successful. The newly joined hero Chai Jin-yoon has fallen into a coma. Hero Chai Jin-yoon successfully rescued 3 teammates during the Jin attack and has been announced to be in a coma. Jin froze in shock, uttering in astonishment, "What is this? Jin suppression operation?" That was the first victory achieved thanks to the protagonist's assistance. Chai Jin-yoon achieved it. Chai Na-yoon, who was 13 at the time, was extremely proud of her brother who became a hero. Or at least that was what I set up. While he was still confused, the computer screen lit up again. Another new message arrived. Hajin thought to himself, "Those messages again." When he clicked on the chat box, the system immediately displayed a notification. This message will be sent after the target Kim Hajin realizes the setting has been changed for the first time. In the suppression battle, there was someone lying unconscious in a pool of blood. Teammates around were screaming loudly, "Jin-yoon, wake up! Jin-yoon!" His eyes opened slightly but were soon wet with tears. The protagonist was judged to have too many helpers. The setting was immediately changed to the lines below. Change point. 4 years ago, Chai Jin-yoon, after being appointed as a hero, met with an accident on his very first deployment. He received a devil seed and became a Jin. Reading these lines, Kim Hajin was completely stunned. His eyes widened. He uttered in confusion, "What?" News was coming from the hospital room. Around 1 p.m. today, a group of monsters appeared in Central Seoul. The sudden appearance of these monsters injured about 50 civilians and killed about 7 others. At the center of the suppression was Yoon Sung-ah, vice leader of the Essence of the Straight Guild, and others. Suddenly, a hand reached out and turned off the speaker. The hospital room was quite dark. That person sat in the middle of the room, lonely, hugging herself, bringing a gloomy atmosphere. She tightened her grip on her body, burying herself in the blanket, lowering her head in despair. Suddenly, Chai Shin-hyuk rushed in from outside with a doctor, shouting in panic, "Na-yoon!" Chai Na-yoon started and looked up, crying out in surprise. "Father!" She asked her father worriedly, "What is wrong, father? What about your work?" He comforted her gently. "Do you think work is important right now? How are you? You feel better?" "Yes, I am fine." Shin-hyuk could not stop worrying, asking carefully again, "Are you really okay? Should we do a detailed checkup? I can tell the doctor." But Na-yoon quickly dismissed it, speaking cheerfully, "Oh, it is fine. Really nothing at all. Why did you come all the way here?" He replied hesitantly, "It is because I was worried about you, Na-yoon." She felt a bit guilty, sighing and replying, "I am really fine." Suddenly, Chai Na-yoon called out again, "Father." He hugged her knees, curled up pitifully, asking sadly, "Can I go visit my brother before being discharged?" Chai Shin-hyuk was momentarily shocked, looking at his daughter with heartache, speechless. He gently held Na-yoon's hand, immediately agreeing, "Of course you can. Jin, devil, a higher form of Jin, can take over a human by turning them into a Jin host. The person turned into a Jin will enter an incubation period until it sprouts, and hatch into powerful devils." Kim Hajin was deep in thought. "According to my settings, such an incubation period is about 5 to 6 years, so half of it has passed already." On this side, Chai Na-yoon had also changed into casual clothes, standing in front of someone's hospital room door. The sign read clearly, "Room 803, Chai Jin-yoon." There's exactly one way to solve this dilemma. That is as soon as possible, before the devil inside Chai Jin-yoon's body hatches. He must be killed. Hajin fell into panic again. But how? No. Who will do it? Not be assigned to just anyone. No mercenary would accept a request to kill the 4th-generation descendant of a wealthy family. And because there is nothing to measure this sprouting, so no proposal can be made against this either. Kim Soo-ho cannot fight a fully hatched devil yet. Even if all current hero forces are mobilized, it will be unavoidable that some will have to be sacrificed. That is the reason all that cannot be allowed to happen. All those people must become helpers for him in the later parts of the story. At this moment, Chai Na-yoon sat by the hospital bed, calling out, "Brother." Kim Hajin on this side became extremely tense, his whole body trembling. So, in the end, Na-yoon looked at her brother with heartache, saying tearfully, "I am here." Hajin had only one choice. He held his head looking at the computer. "I will have to kill him." On this side, Nayun was telling Jin Yoon a story. This is the first time I saw a Jin. I almost died. You know, I mean, how can a truly normal person fight against that Jin? But that gunman, speaking to there, she suddenly stopped. Nayun stiffened, unable to continue, mumbling softly, "Let's not talk about that." A knock sounded from outside. "Visiting hours are over." Nayun responded instinctively. "Ah, yes." She straightened the blanket for her brother, saying goodbye reluctantly. "I will come back later, brother." Nayun closed the room door, stepping into the corridor. She bowed her head silently in silence, taking a step to walk away. But after a few steps, she suddenly stopped, thinking blankly about something. Memory of that day replayed in her head. Hajin speaking calmly, "Just leave her alone." He looked at her with cold eyes, his words extremely confusing. Her brother will surely come to comfort her soon. Thinking of this, Nayun instinctively bit her lip tight. Her face became gloomy to a frightening degree. A gleam of killing intent flashed in her eyes. She growled softly,
Kim Hajin.
The hero tower. Lights on the floors were still on. In the records archive room, a voice rang out, "Vice leader of the guild." Eileen stood guard anxiously warning. "Accessing the records of a national organization without permission is against the law. What if you get caught?" Yu Sung-ah continued searching and reassured him perfunctorily. "It is fine. I just need to take a peek at the museum attack today for a bit." Jailin began to break down. But that is the problem. Yoon Sung-ah began to analyze. According to this photo on the Jin's body, they found traces of light element mana. That means one of the people who defeated that Jin can use this element. Her whole body burst with passionate flames. Yoon Sung-ah clenched her fists in excitement and continued happily. "Someone who can use the light element is a huge threat to that Jin. No matter what, we must find and recruit that person, Jailin." Hearing this, he thought helplessly. She is going crazy about recruiting talent again. Suddenly Yoon Sung-ah asked, "The Jin was defeated by 3 cadets who happened to be at the exhibition, right? One of them must be..." Jailin affirmed firmly. "Yes, the person who can use the light element." She began listing each name.
Kim Suho.
Chai Nayun. We have already had our eyes on these people. A question appeared in Yoon Sung-ah's mind. She voiced her doubt. "But I have never heard the name of this third person. Rank 934 at Cube."
Kim Hajin.
Another side, Kim Hajin sat typing on his laptop and reflected. "I only realized this recently." He was a bit happy, but it seems others cannot see this computer. Thanks to that, I can comfortably check the settings without fearing the characters will see. Kim Hajin continued thinking. "After realizing this, I installed a few more features on the machine." Suddenly, the referee's voice rang out, cutting off his train of thought. "The winner is Rachel." That is the appearance of a setting change. A notification line appeared. Character Damien's confidence decreased compared to the original setting. He knelt on the ground crying incessantly because the score difference between him and Rachel was too wide. "Someone please change my training partner." Kim Hajin began to introduce. "It is this function. I will receive a notification if there is a change compared to the novel I wrote within a 30-meter radius around me." Kim Hajin was a bit confident. This thing must surely be more effective. Messages from that co-author only arrive when I realize something. This moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared behind him. "Hey." Chai Nayun spoke up with eyes full of killing intent. "Why won't you fight me?" Kim Hajin looked at her silently. A moment later he refused bluntly. "I do not want to." Chai Nayun retorted. "Why? Are you scared?" After talking about someone else's family like that. Other cadets who were training saw the quarrel and were confused. "Are they arguing?" Kim Hajin heard the taunt but did not get angry. He just replied calmly. "Because this is a direct duel, I am forced to be cautious. I do not want to get into trouble for injuring a classmate." Chai Nayun saw him looking down on her and ground her teeth in anger. "You bastard." At this moment, the professor walked over and scolded. "What are you doing?" He spoke up to remind them. "Cadet Hajin cannot duel with other cadets because he has not trained with weapons yet. Return to your position, Cadet Nayun." Hearing that, she turned away in annoyance. Chai Nayun ignored Kim Hajin and walked away. Only then did he glance at her and suddenly realize he seemed not to have apologized yet. But Kim Hajin quickly rejected that thought. "I have a fundamental goal. I am currently working myself to death to become stronger." He aimed for a single goal to be able to kill her brother.
Kim Hajin reflected.
"Even if I improve the relationship between us, in the future, she will only feel more betrayed." At another building, room 305, many people gathered. A voice rang out. "Everyone is here, right?" Yoon Hyun introduced himself. "Welcome to the orientation of the Truth Club. I am the president of the Truth Academic Club." Yoon Hyun. He continued into the main content. Our club's main activity is monster research and attack strategy research. So we will meet every week to discuss. Yoon Hyun continued his speech. If everyone has read the flyers we distributed. Below, both male and female cadets were blushing before him.
Kim Hajin analiz et.
Handsome appearance. Ability to charm listeners. He affirmed firmly. It is all the ability of a devil. Kim Hajin recalled the plot. Cube. An important stage in the first part of the novel. Quite a few incidents like cadet kidnappings and monster intrusions happened. Yoon Hyun is the villain leading those events. He recalled Yoon Hyun's true identity. He is an individual who obtained the charm ability. From the devil Lilith.
Kim Hajin sipeculat et.
That guy's main goal. He was certain of his speculation. That is the reason I joined this academic club. At this time, Yuna was also sitting listening to the orientation. She crossed her arms coldly looking ahead. Yoon Hyun gently turned on the screen. Since today is orientation, shall we make it a bit light? A holographic image of a monster appeared. He introduced immediately. This is an upper mid-grade monster. Mountain Tyrant. Started appearing since the outcall. So it is a monster with a history of nearly 50 years. Yoon Hyun stated a truth. Within and outside Cube, information about high-grade monsters is very valuable. And information related to their weaknesses is worth up to $1 million or more. He posed a question and called out. So what does everyone think the Mountain Tyrant's weakness is? Cadet Yuna. Hearing the question, she replied bluntly. I heard no weakness has been announced yet. Yoon Hyun agreed. That is correct. Discussing such cases is one of the joys of an academic club like this. Then he invited immediately. Who wants to share their opinion? Please join the gathering right after this. At this moment, Kim Hajin called out. Are you going too, Lady Yona? She did not care and walked past him. Seeing himself being ignored, Kim Hajin repeated his words loudly. Is Lady Yona also joining the gathering afterwards? Only then did she answer reluctantly. Yes, because I might gather some useful information. Kim Hajin froze thinking. What use is monster information? He voiced his speculation. Are you planning to share it with your guild's attack team? Yona glared at him for hitting the nail on the head. That is the essence of the Straight Guild. 50 years ago during the outcall, this guild was established. And it took Yona's family as the center. Currently, they are one of the large influential guilds in Korea. Then Kim Hajin said bluntly, but I heard lately the support for the guild's vice leader is very strong. To the point where the legitimate heir is threatened. He exposed Yona's true purpose. That is the reason you came to this gathering in a way completely unlike you. To get information. She did not care and asked straight. So what do you mean to say? Kim Hajin suggested. I will tell you that matter. The weakness of the high-grade monster Mountain Tyrant. Yona somewhat disbelieved her ears. She stammered asking, What did you say? Kim Hajin just said plainly. Now if you want to inherit the guild without problems occurring, you have to make a contribution, right? Then he began to instruct. The small mark on its heel. If you attack there, then you will completely stop the Mountain Tyrant's movement. Kim Hajin posed a question. But I will not give you this information for free. Your guild is organizing an arms exhibition, right? He stated his request. I want you to buy a desert eagle from them. Yona was silent for a long while. She raised a doubt. And what about proof? Do you have proof proving the argument just now? Kim Hajin smirked smugly once. He gave a lame answer. No, I don't. This answer threw both of them into a state of confusion. Yona looked at him helplessly. She ground her teeth and turned away. What a waste of time. Kim Hajin did not stop her but said, I swear if you don't believe me, it will be a big loss. Kim Hajin calmly analyzed the cases. If Yona decides to ignore me, this $1 million information will be wasted. He thought of a better possibility. But if she believes me, I will have a powerful ally. On the other side, Yona was contacting her teammate. Hello, Secretary Jean Ha. Can you pass a message to the Mountain Tyrant attack team? She instructed blushing. When
Kim Hajin instructed.
The blue mark on its heel might be its weakness. So try to attack there. Kim Hajin was certain of one thing. She is an ally who one day will be known as the Queen of Seoul. A notification screen displayed the text. Debt note. Creditor. Cube Bank. Debtor.
Kim Hajin.
Loan amount $300,000. The creditor, Cube Bank, will be referred to as the principal, and the debtor, Kim Hajin, will be referred to as the borrower. Both agree to the following terms. Looking at the screen clearly showing the debt amount before his eyes.
Kim Hajin civitet bullets repeating stutteringly.
3.
3 cents,000 $.
You all do not know, but the maximum loan amount for a cube cadet is $300,000. Kim Hajin speculated in his heart. He used debt. dug up all the money possible and then ran away. He scolded angrily. This bastard Kim Chundong. I don't know what game he is playing. Suddenly Kim Hajin remembered something. He hurriedly opened his electronic watch to check. What about the bank account? The watch screen displayed the number $3,000. Kim Hajin was helpless. No good. If it goes on like this, not only will I be returned to the original world. He thought of the creditor chasing him with the slavery contract in hand. This customer. You cannot pay the debt anymore? Do not worry. Then he thought of a life drifting on the sea doing hard labor to pay off the debt. Kim Hajin deduced the worst situation. It is possible in the end I will have to use my whole life to pay it off. He swore once and told himself. Looks like I will have to do something to earn money.
Kim Hajin analiz et.
Currently, I have two legal methods to earn a lot of money. He thought of two options. One is stocks. Kim Hajin remembered the world setting. In this world, towers and dungeons appear continuously. The guilds discovering and conquering them are just like companies. Guilds are all present on the stock market with their own guild stocks. However, he encountered a big problem. Even though I do know which guild will succeed in going public. But currently I have no investment money at all. So postpone the stock matter for now. Kim Hajin decided to choose the remaining option. Then perhaps I must start going to the fields. The second choice is field hunting. A little introduction. Fields are dangerous areas occupied by monsters. It has many differences. Unlike towers and dungeons, the difficulty here fluctuates greatly. Plus, one can quickly earn money by selling monster corpses. Kim Hajin was a bit apprehensive. But recently I only barely passed the average stat standard of a male. Is this enough to go field hunting? He looked at the indicators on the display screen. Stat values. Strength 1.735. Stamina 1.745. Agility 2.15. Intelligence 2.605. Vitality 1.65.
Mana 1.3.
Kim Hajin thought of a solution. If I use products to enhance this handgun, it would be a waste. There must be another way. Suddenly at this moment, a knock on the door from outside cut off his train of thought. The delivery person called out.
Cadet Kim Hajin.
You have a package from Cadet Yu Yona. Kim Hajin wondered slightly. From Yu Yona? Opened the door and saw a package box placed outside. Kim Hajin used his hand to open the box. Seeing the object inside, he exclaimed in surprise. This is. Scene change at Wanju area, Gangwon province. Field zone. The female staff smiled and said, Thank you for using the portal.
Cadet Kim Hajin.
She wished happily. Have a fun hunt. Hearing that, he was a bit confused. Just because I am a cadet, she is that friendly. Kim Hajin walked out of the gate. This place was very crowded with people passing by. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. Kim Hajin observed the surrounding scenery. There is some information as follows. The Wanju area of Gangwon province has a field with quite low danger. So even foreigners from all over the world come to hunt here. This makes the city known as an international super city. The young man called out loudly. I am looking for a team. He shouted. We are serving a mage wanting to go together to the vicinity of MT Chayak to sell elixir from python blood. Kim Hajin looked around. Citizens were discussing with each other very excitedly. There is a rumor that in this Wanju region, Gangwon province, there is a shirtless madman hunting. The V channel also came specifically to investigate. Looking for a team. No, I'm asking where you are right now. At the moment, Kim Hajin noticed a woman calculating prices. 3 small goblins, right? Total is $600. Seeing that, he suddenly realized. Now that I think about it, I will have to find an agent to sell monster parts later too.
Kim Hajin hesitated.
Should I find a random agent nearby? Suddenly a person walked up behind him. He greeted politely. Excuse me. Kim Hajin turned his head back. Turned out to be Park Soo-hyuk. With messy hair, he approached and asked, Did you come to hunt monsters?
Kim Hajin yandered.
Are you an agent? Park Soo-hyuk stuttered. Yes. My business card is somewhere here. Because he was too clumsy, he dropped papers all over the ground. Then Park Soo-hyuk handed him the business card. Here. This is my business card. Kim Hajin took it and evaluated silently in his heart. This person seems a bit careless. But then he was amazed when he saw the words written on the card. Kim Hajin's head, it repeated. Agent SH Park Soo-hyuk. That is what was written on the business card. He recalled the image of him sitting at the peak. This person is not only the director of the best agency in Korea. He became the representative agent for Kim Soo-ho as well. Kim Hajin was a bit stunned. Who would think I would meet him here? At this moment Park Soo-hyuk said somewhat shyly. You have never heard of me, right? Well, I haven't started for long anyway.
Kim Hajin mumbled aloud.
SH? He reached out his hand and said happily. Seems okay. Doesn't it? I will sign the contract. Park Soo-hyuk saw him agree so quickly and asked back in confusion. Really?
Kim Hajin speculated.
This world is still in the early parts of the novel, so there will be many people who haven't found their true value as written in the novel. Park Soo-hyuk was so happy he shook his hand back and forth. Thank you. I will give you the best service ever. Kim Hajin decided. Building a relationship beforehand isn't bad at all. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, I'm blocking Kim Soo-ho's agent connection. Is that okay? A moment later, a voice rang out. But Kim Hajin asked worriedly, is it okay for you to follow behind like this? Park Soo-hyuk was tired and out of breath but still reassured him. Don't worry. If we meet a dangerous situation, just leave me behind. It's fine. Kim Hajin was a bit skeptical. Most agents without cars usually wait outside the field. Does he want a business connection that desperately? Suddenly Park Soo-hyuk looked at footprints on the ground and said, I see traces of small goblins here. This type has low difficulty and price is about $300 to $400 a head. What do you think?
Kim Hajin answered perfunctoril.
I'm not sure. In his head, he calculated. A magic bullet is $200 apiece. So, if I want profit, finding a monster with a higher price would be better. Then Kim Hajin pointed in a direction and asked, what about that type? Seeing the giant monster below, Park Soo-hyuk answered, that is. He tried to look closely and startled. Isn't that an iron forest boar? Park Soo-hyuk laughed awkwardly, warning Kim Hajin. You can't hunt that type with a gun. Can't pierce its skin. But he just confidently replied, can I pierce its skin or not? And Kim Hajin reassured him. My gun is quite good. You see. Then he recalled in his head. The weapon I received for providing information to Yona about the mountain tyrant. Kim Hajin took out the prepared Desert Eagle. The stats are as follows. High rank Desert Eagle. Iron element.
Amplifie destruction.
Low rank weight reduction magic. High rank recoil reduction technology. At the same time Kim Hajin upgraded it. And I used SP to add a special setting to this thing. Park Soo-hyuk tried to stop him saying, sorry, but you will only provoke it. Mr. Kim Hajin didn't care and just focused on aiming. Park Soo-hyuk still called out in helplessness. Mr. Kim Hajin. He fired a bullet straight at the iron forest boar. The bullet flew and pierced its body immediately. The iron forest boar fell down in pain. Park Soo-hyuk also dropped his jaw in surprise. Kim Hajin sent the iron forest boar back to Mother Earth with just one bullet in a blink of an eye. Park Soo-hyuk also collapsed to the ground in surprise. Turns out the special setting for the Desert Eagle besides other parameters is that every time an enemy is killed in one move, the destruction amplification will be increased. Kim Hajin walked near the edge of the cliff. He looked at his achievement and said proudly, it's a good skill too. Park Soo-hyuk beside him still hadn't escaped from considerable shock. The gun in Kim Hajin's hand had a beautiful black gold color. The destructive power was also very large. Park Soo-hyuk admired it and praised. The gun is great. Your shooting technique is also top-notch. Kim Hajin said humbly, it's nothing. Suddenly he drew attention to another direction. Kim Hajin fired another shot. Park Soo-hyuk covered his ears and cried out in fear. He asked wonderingly, what now?
Kim Hajin applied calmly.
There is a black pelican over there by the cliff. Park Soo-hyuk said admiringly, you can see it from that far away? The cliff.
Kim Hajin affirmed.
Of course. He used his skill and said, 1,000-mile eyes with a thrown stone is nothing. Then Kim Hajin turned to leave and announced, then I will go first. Park Soo-hyuk was surprised. He called out loudly, wait a bit. Wait for me. Scene changed to the image of the black pelican and iron forest boar lying on top of each other. Park Soo-hyuk panted tiredly and said, only two of them, but they are extremely heavy.
Kim Hajin yondered.
Can we bring them back to the field? Park Soo-hyuk mumbled plans. Maybe it's better to call an ambulance and pay. The payment will be sent tomorrow. Let's calculate. If we hire. Kim Hajin saw that and praised in his heart. True to be Park Soo-hyuk, he is really good at his job. He shook his hand agreeing. Yes, let's do that. I also hope to work with you later. Park Soo-hyuk said politely. I should be the one saying that. Asked with some curiosity. You said this is your first hunt, right? Can I ask where you plan to use the profit earned?
Kim Hajin answered nonchalantly.
Stocks. Park Soo-hyuk's heart suddenly shattered. He didn't trust his ears. Huh?
Kim Hajin researched.
The new guild Packhorse Master. Because the guild consists of djinns. It holds a quite important role in the story. He used the laptop and thought, of course, that is not what I care about now, but the dungeon that this guild conquered in the story. Remembered an important piece of information. It's the Suwon Devil's Nest. After that, The stock price of Packhorse Master skyrocketed nearly 1,000%.
Kim Hajin affirmed strongly.
Just buying them is guaranteed to make money. There is no better way to make money. He clicked the buy button on the screen. Screen displayed a green tick proving stocks were bought with $3,000.
Kim Hajin monologued.
That's enough, right? He asked himself aloud. Where else can I find useful information about stocks? There isn't much info on public forums. So if I plan to search for something, I should look on the dark web. Violet Banquet. Suddenly Kim Hajin remembered something. He told himself, speaking of the dark web, reminds me of Chameleon Troop, the main villains until the middle of the story. A criminal organization consisting of members whose real identities nobody knows, except for their fake names. The author, probably the only one who knows about them and their activities. He calculated in his head. The Chameleon Troop are criminals, but they don't like jinns. So if I can somehow get acquainted with the leader of that troop, maybe I can get help to send Chai Jin-yoon to his ancestors. Thinking is doing. Kim Hajin continued to ponder the plot. Let's see. According to the story, right now there will be a vacant position in the Chameleon Troop, meaning they are about to act. Suddenly his laptop screen went black. Kim Hajin didn't understand what was happening. What is this? Why is it black? In his heart he worried. No, this is probably the only way to return to my world. The laptop screen lit up again.
Kim Hajin rejoiced.
It opened again. Screen displayed. A month has passed. The notification line appeared. Laptop functions will be updated. Progress 0.01%. Other side. In a small cafe. Customers were sitting blushing and whispering to each other. Look over there. Oh my god. Is he a celebrity? Turns out it was Shin Jong-hak sitting talking with Yu Yona. He complained annoyedly. It's really annoying. Can we stop these meetings of the nobility? Yu Yona smiled and advised. Just grit your teeth and do it. Being close to the heads of the club doesn't cost anything. Don't you think so? She asked. How are their scores recently? Shin Jong-hak answered briefly. Mediocre. Yu Yona smiled and replied. The Jong-hak I know is only satisfied with the first rank position. He looked down at the 3D screen and said, that's why I said it's mediocre. Yu Yona didn't ask more and said, yeah, alright. Suddenly the cafe door opened. Chai Nayun walked inside. Yona called out. Nayun is here. Shin Jong-hak saw her and happily jumped up calling. Chai Nayun. He hurriedly walked over and asked, why did you come to this meeting? Chai Nayun retorted. What, if I knew you would be here I wouldn't have come. Shin Jong-hak asked. I heard you went to the hospital. Are you okay? Chai Nayun answered perfunctorily. It's nothing. Don't make a big deal. Yona just silently listened to their dialogue. At this moment suddenly Chai Nayun spoke up. Right. I have something to discuss. She asked seriously. Do you two know a guy named Kim Hajin? Yu Yona heard this name and was startled. She hurriedly looked up and asked.
Kim Hajin.
What about him? Chai Nayun slowly recounted. You know the museum Jin incident? At that time, it was me, Kim Suho and that guy, the three of us. She continued to recount her experience. The Jin was stronger than estimated. The battle required full strength to fight. Then Chai Nayun said in horror. But that bastard. Remembering the moment the Jin's arm was shattered. She shivered recalling. Is there any reason? He blew away a Jin's arm with a cadet's weapon again. Looking at Kim Hajin's face at that time, Chai Nayun affirmed. It's very suspicious. Suddenly finishing the story she turned to ask Yu Yona. Come to think of it, isn't he in the same team as you? Yona, what do you think about him? Yona heard her name called and gasped. Me. In the past, a voice rang out grew up in an orphanage. Is a cadet of Cube. Has a debt of about $300,000. Those are the information related to Cadet Kim Hajin. I still don't know how he could find the weakness of the mountain tyrant. Turns out Yu Yona had people investigate Kim Hajin. She answered the investigator. I tried asking him, but he refused to answer me. I have no other way but to continue investigating him. She remembered when Kim Hajin teased her. Won't say. At that time she could only helplessly curse. Bastard. Yu Yona continued. Because I need to confirm if he is someone worth using or not. Back to reality. She answered vaguely. He is just a normal person. In Yu Yona's heart she analyzed. I haven't seen the destructive power that can blow away a Jin's arm from his attacks in the fight with monsters. She picked up the tea cup to drink and speculated in her heart. Could it be he is hiding something? This moment Chai Nayun guessed wildly. Could it be he is a Jin? Hearing her guess, both Yu Yona and Shin Jong-hak froze. Yu Yona sighed helplessly. Nayun, do you really think a Jin would attack another Jin? Chai Nayun was still sure of her thought. Could it be so? This guy is very strange. On this side, Kim Hajin shielded his face from the light from the screen. He wondered, what is this after all? The screen displayed, update, 98%. Suddenly at this moment Kim Hajin's watch glowed. He cried out in pain. Kim Hajin's arm was now full of blood. The chair was pushed over. Kim Hajin panted in front of the laptop screen. Information continuously appeared. It is one of the powers of the creator. The stigma contains magic power. In Kim Hajin's head appeared a line of text. Every time your impact increases in a way that the total SP received exceeds a certain value, a streak of the stigma will be engraved. Kim Hajin covered his hand thinking. Information is pouring into my head like a tsunami. Another side. Shin Jonghak slammed his hand on the table asking, whatever it is. His eyes lit up. Shin Jonghak asked Chai Nayun, you don't like him, right? The two hearing that were silent and didn't say anything. At Kim Hajin's place, he knelt down in pain. Kim Hajin tried to reach up to the table surface. On this side, Chai Nayun silently remembered what Kim Hajin once said. I'm sure her brother will come to comfort her soon. She affirmed without hesitation. Well, roughly so. Currently Kim Hajin was fainting. His hand also showed a stigma. The laptop screen still hadn't turned off. Displayed the text. Update log. Gift. Book of Truth. Added. Gift observation and reading. Gift observation and reading has been enhanced. At the Seoul Association Tower, inside everyone was organizing the Exemplary Citizen Award ceremony. Hajin thought to himself, not long after the museum incident, the fact that Kim Suho, Chai Nayun, and I fought the Jin, became known and received the Exemplary Citizen Award. Silently rubbed his most painful wrist. Hajin lowered his eyes looking at his wrist thinking, the wound I got yesterday still hurts. He still focused on staring at his wrist thinking, I need to find out what kind of ability this is. Just then Nayun walked over and sat down on the chair next to him. Seconds later she crossed her arms, showing an annoyed attitude, turning to complain. Hey, you are too fine. Hajin blanked out saying, I haven't said a word yet. Nayun suddenly became angry, unreasonably affirmed. So what? I say it is so. Hajin asked with some hesitation. You haven't forgotten, right? Nayun with a grumpy face asked back. Forgotten what? He gently repeated. That I saved you. Just hearing that Nayun's face changed color. Lips pursed, speechless, not knowing how to reply. However, immediately she regained her momentum. Went crazy shouting loud. Hey, let's keep things separate. Just then Suho walked over speaking up to stop them. You two stop it. Called Nayun requesting. Nayun, swap seats with me. She immediately refused. I don't want to. However, Suho didn't ask for her opinion. He directly grabbed Nayun's hand, pulling her to the next seat, ignoring her screaming protest. Ah, why? I said I don't want to. Hajin froze, looking at the two, wondering what they were doing. After dealing with Nayun, Suho sat down next to Hajin. He put his hand to his mouth, coughing a few times to clear his throat. Suho actively turned to chat with Hajin. Thank you for that time. Hajin felt ridiculous, exhaling a breath. Eyes rolled back thinking, now what is this? Seeing him silent, Suho also didn't shy away, continuing. If you didn't help us that time, then we couldn't have defeated it. Really, thank you very much. Hajin looked away, replying, who knows, you might have won even without me there. Now in his heart he remembered that moment, speculating. If I wasn't there at that time, maybe he would have awakened to a higher power level. Hajin looked at Suho as if light was shining on him, telling himself, because the protagonist always becomes stronger when facing difficulties and dangers. At the same time, inside the backstage of the ceremony, the female staff panicked to the point of stuttering, shouting the announcement. Sir, he has arrived. Everyone prepare. Very quickly a strong foot stepped on the ground. A man with a cold face, his hands in his pockets, walked in. This person is Yu Si-hyuk. Hero rank, 37. Highest rank hero. Si-hyuk glanced with an annoyed attitude, complaining. Telling me to go here then there. Truly annoying. Walked to the MC, taking the award list. Everyone seeing him was surprised, whispering. Is that the Wolf of Valhalla? The magic wave is so peak. Next the MC's voice rang out clearly. Now we will start the award ceremony. Nayun quickly stood up at the name call. Next was Suho. And finally Hajin. The MC's voice was still loud. Those receiving awards, please step up to the stage. Very quickly the three of them stood straight on the stage, waiting for Si-hyuk to award. The MC's introduction rang out solemnly. The award will be presented by Hero rank 37. Mr. Yu Si-hyuk. The following people defeated a Jin despite dangers and acted as exemplary citizens of society. The first person awarded was Suho. Si-hyuk, while giving the reward to him, asked, You are Kim Suho? Suho politely said yes, confirming. Si-hyuk continued to add, I can understand why all of them want you. Suho at this moment was a bit confused, uttering, yes. The warding action suddenly slowed down. Hyuk took the chance to bring his face close to Suho. Tone dangerous, reminding, never join a guild. Maybe it will be better for you if you join the infinite battlefield and become a hunter there. Being a hero is just piles of responsibilities and absolutely no fun, right? Suho was silent for a few seconds, then smiled, replying, even so, being a hero suits my personality. Hyuk, hearing that, straightened up, used his hand to dig his ear with a bored face, replying, is that so? Then that's good. In his heart he was actually thinking, this night is so bland. Next Hyuk glanced at Nayun, saying, next is, it's been a while. Nayun, knowing it was her turn, stood straight, trying to suppress the tension. She was so nervous she stammered, shouting, Master. It's been a long time. Hyuk, being called master by her, was surprised, asking, why am I your master while you are an archer, huh? He bluntly said, your father asked me to look after you, but I don't intend to do that. The sentence just finished, making Nayun's face immediately droopy. In contrast to her, Hajin, seeing that face, couldn't hide a gloating look. Finished the other two. Finally it was Hajin's turn. Hyuk and him suddenly made eye contact. He saw him as a stranger, asking, who are you? Hajin simply answered,
Cadet kim Hajin?
Hyuk didn't ask anything more, just replied, okay. After that both were silent, making the atmosphere between them awkward. In Hajin's heart a thought popped up. There is a saying that the only thing worse than being hated is pity. And this situation fits that saying perfectly. Under the bright stage lights and the loud voice leading the program of the MC. Cadet Chai Nayun, please express your feelings about receiving the award. A while later at a cafe. Hajin carried the portion of food that he just spent $15 to buy with a satisfied face, thinking, the reward for defeating a djinn is too delicious. He sat down at a table, then took the laptop, speaking to himself. I will use this money to buy more stocks of Packhorse Master and, right now. Hajin, while opening the laptop, asked himself, why don't I check the newly updated functions of my laptop? At this moment on the laptop screen appeared a few lines of text with content, notifying updated functions. Stigma. Activate laptop internet. Low rank gift. Book of Truth. Added gift. Observation and reading. Hajin reached out his hand to look. Indeed, on the wrist appeared a strange mark. First is the stigma. It is the name of the wound engraved on my hand yesterday. He touched it to test. In his heart thinking, but the instruction on how to use it is a bit vague. It can be activated at Kim Hajin's will and as time passes. It says it can be used at my will. But Hajin stared at the wrist wrapped in bandages. Still didn't understand clearly how to use the stigma. Just slowly speculating. My will to activate it. Just thinking of this, the stigma seemed to have awakened. It flew out of his wrist as fast as lightning. However, Hajin was also very quick-handed, using the other hand to press it down, then hid the arm under the table. After that unexpected shock, Hajin gave up the mission to investigate the stigma. Go back to the dorm, then confirm this later. Switch to investigating the next thing. And next is activate laptop internet. So Hajin quickly clicked on the text box. Activate laptop internet. Didn't know what the screen showed. His eyes suddenly opened wide. After a while of thinking he slowly uttered, understood. On the laptop screen appeared a list of websites currently accessible, in which there are 6 options including Law-Abiding Spirit, Violet Banquet, Jeremy's Sword, Messenger, Kubernetes,
Arsenal.
Hajin at this moment realized, saying, the real reward is this. He put his hand on his chin while researching the websites, reflecting. It not only has normal websites, but it also has paid sites to view. But the thing he paid attention to most right now was the website Violet Banquet, because Hajin had deduced, and among them, Violet Banquet is the most important site. As he knew, Violet Banquet is the most famous secret website, because it is a place to exchange information, weapons, bounties, requests, etc. There isn't a hero who doesn't interact with Violet Banquet. Because of that, the government ignored it, even knowing it is a black market. Or at least that's how I established it. Normally, you would have to pay a huge entrance fee to be a member of this site. Right now, I can easily create an account just by paying 200 SP. Simultaneously on the laptop screen also appeared the question. Do you want to create a Violet Banquet account? 200 SP will be used. And Hajin also quickly clicked on the confirm box. He focused on his laptop, in his heart saying silently, alright, why don't I try connecting? Just then someone walked to him uttering, there you are. This person is none other than Yoon Sung-ah. She very naturally pulled out the opposite chair, then actively started a conversation. You know me, right?
Cadet kim Hajin?
While Hajin looked at her blankly, Sung-ah, while groping in her coat pocket, continued. I was shocked because you disappeared too fast after the award ceremony. She said, I have something I want to give you. Then Sung-ah placed a business card with the line, Creator's Sacred Grace. Guild Representative Yoon Sung-ah on the table. Hajin outwardly stared at the business card, saying nothing. In his heart, he was pondering what to do with this action of hers. The fact that Yoon Sung-ah gave me her business card has a quite big meaning. Sung-ah at this moment sat down opposite. She used her hand to support her chin, gently speaking. I am curious about one thing. While Hajin was still immersed in his calculation. Because this is surely. She smiled brightly, continuing. Do you mind if I ask? He silently observed her plan. The first step of recruitment Yoon Sung-ah style. Sung-ah interlaced her hands in front of her face, smiling brightly, asking. I am curious about one thing. Do you mind if I ask? Hajin was silent for a moment. He silently evaluated the woman in front. Yoon Sung-ah has a friendly image with the public, but her real personality is a bit different. She will kick anyone out if they don't reach her standards. Even if she spent a lot of effort to recruit them. A mindset that only cares about strength and only focuses on achieving the best thing. Looking at Sung-ah smiling full of goodwill in front, completely opposite to the information I know. Hajin in his heart affirmed. That is Yoon Sung-ah, the representative of the best guild in this country. If I create a good relationship with Yoon Sung-ah, it will definitely be helpful for me in future events. So, thinking of this, Hajin put a hand on the table. Sung-ah pretended to be very close, closing the distance. I don't know if you have. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Hajin suddenly spoke up, interrupting. No. He bluntly refused to communicate. I have nothing to say to you. The sentence just uttered immediately made the atmosphere become silent. Sung-ah also seemed to be rejected. After a few seconds, she also regained her spirit. Smiled forcefully, explaining. I think we have a little misunderstanding. I am showing interest in you as the representative of the #1 guild in Korea. Hajin, while putting things into his backpack, replied without care. Being interested is great, but only when it is sincere. Looking at Sung-ah's stunned reaction in front, Hajin silently judged. She probably approached me because she saw I used a light element attack. But her interest in me is nothing more than perfunctory curiosity at this time. Thinking is doing. He decisively put on his backpack, then stood up. In his heart, telling himself, I need to refuse a few more times, for her curiosity to develop into real interest. Seconds later, Hajin just left a sentence. Then I'm going. Then quickly left. Leaving Sung-ah with an O-shaped mouth, sitting alone. Couldn't believe she was rejected so easily. While later the screen appeared introducing the summary of the stigma power. Is one of the powers of the creator. Contains magic power. When the SP received accumulates your attention to a certain limit, you will receive a stigma. Magic contained in the stigma can be used at Kim Hajin's will, and gradually replenishes within 24 hours when it is depleted. Hajin's voice rang out. Now try. He, while looking at the stigma printed on his wrist, thought. Change the magic of the stigma into a dagger form to see. Immediately the stigma surfaced, prominently accompanied by glowing light. After that, it gradually turned into a dagger. Hajin held the knife, slashing up and down, testing. I can control it with thoughts. He started to ponder more. Magic power and stats are strongly affected by gifts and education from childhood. Looking at the dagger slowly dissolving, Hajin felt lucky. Normally a person newly fallen into this world like me would no way be able to use magic. Consider it lucky that now I have a way to use it. Finished with the stigma, he decided to test the second thing. The next thing I need to check is. At this moment, the system screen also displayed 2 summary information of observation. Can observe people appearing in your vision. And reading. Can skim through the laptop settings board at any time without a medium. Hajin put his hand on his chin, thinking something. Then he voiced the summon. Book of Truth. Hajin reached his hand up high, preparing to catch it. Very quickly the book appeared in mid-air. He started observing the book and listening to the introduction about it. This book holds all the truth. It will answer any question if your magic allows. Hajin asked back in disbelief. It answers. Any question, huh? Immediately he asked it a question. Book of Truth. How tall am I? The book's voice rang out, answering. You are 174 centimeters tall. After that it notified. Used 1 SP. Hajin seemed to understand how it worked and said, oh, so it is used like that. Suddenly at this moment Hajin's wristwatch rang again. It rang louder and louder, making him also startled. Hajin, confused, asked himself. Emergency alarm, huh? And indeed, looking at the watch screen, it was also displaying 4 words. Emergency alarm. Next second it popped up a group message line with content. We are looking for those who saw Ha-young last at the world class. Hajin looked with a stunned face, unable to speak. A moment later he slowly uttered. So it has started. The it that Hajin mentioned is the second main story. The missing person case at Cube can be guessed from the title. In this episode, a total of 6 cadets went missing. The investigation didn't go anywhere because there wasn't any clue to follow, and the number of missing people kept rising. This volume is actually more important, because the culprit's final target is Yona. Hajin put his hand on his chin, recalling the story development, starting to form a hypothesis. If the co-author forces me to lose another ally of the protagonist like at the museum, it will be very bad. If that is true, then I will find the culprit myself. However, after a while of pondering, he suddenly dropped his arm, refuting his own thought just now. No, if I intervene too early, the story might get all messed up. Finally, Hajin decided. Just continue to watch then. Not long after, at the common training room, Suho tipped the water bottle, drinking deliciously. Suddenly, the class monitor walked over, resting his arm on his shoulder, saying, Hey,
Kim Suho.
look at that guy. Suho also looked in the direction he pointed. Over there, an aggressive foot landed, stepping on a dumbbell. Turns out the orange-haired student pinned his foot on the dumbbell, picking a fight with Hajin. He laughed mockingly, teasing, What do you plan to do, trash? The orange-haired guy lowered his legs and asked disdainfully, You're a cadet, yet you can't even lift this weight? You're a disgrace to Cube. Did you bribe your way in here? Seeing this, Suho was indignant and wanted to rush over. Hey, you guys! Unexpectedly, the class monitor grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Stop, don't get involved. Suho turned his head, still very annoyed, and questioned him. You should be leading them as the class monitor. The class monitor replied nonchalantly, as if it wasn't his business. Just let them be. That guy seems to be angry at Shin Jonghak. If you get involved, it'll be very troublesome. Smiled with interest and said, And who knows? Maybe it's just an act. Suho started and shouted, What? The class monitor clenched his fist, seeming very sure of his thoughts, and said, I told you, he destroyed a Jin's arm. Do you think someone like that would struggle with those idiots? Kim Hajin is hiding his power. Meanwhile, over there, Hajin was straining, trembling to lift the weight onto his shoulders. Seeing him struggle like that, the orange-haired guy also felt suspicious and wondered, Is he faking it? Over here, the class monitor remained firm in his thoughts. If defeating the Jin wasn't just luck. However, Suho didn't bother listening to him anymore and rushed directly forward, shouting, Both of you? Stop it. A conflict broke out between them very quickly. The sound of fighting spread, causing other students to gossip. Huh? Who's fighting? Seems like Kim Suho is fighting. Just then, something flew in. Next second, Instructor Suhyuk appeared, scolding angrily. It's training time. Why is it so noisy? Then the instructor called out to everyone. Everyone gather around. The results of the last written exam are out. I will post the score sheet. Come and check your scores. Hearing about scores, Suho and the orange-haired guy temporarily stopped fighting. They started gathering to check the scores. Did you do well? Damn, I'm about to fail. I failed already. And on the score sheet, the name Kim Hajin was clearly printed, holding the first rank. Hajin also walked over to check his score. Although he was at the top, he remained very calm, thinking to himself, Rank 1. I copied the settings exactly, so it's not surprising. Right at this moment, a sword suddenly fell to the ground, creating a loud noise. Hajin turned back to look and saw Rachel standing in astonishment behind him. He was also a bit surprised to see her and whispered, Rachel. Hajin recognized her at a glance. This was Rachel Elizabeth Louise, the Princess of England who ranked 3rd in the Cube entrance exam. Looking at her astonished face, he recalled more relevant information. Besides that, big or small, she has never missed the first rank in written exams. As he was thinking this, Rachel suddenly shifted her gaze to look at Hajin. When he met her eyes, his face froze, not knowing how to react. He could only stand there stiffly. Small palace, a proud voice rang out. Princess Rachel, congratulations on being accepted into Cube. The butler said encouraging words with a worried look. I hope you won't be anxious when standing among the world's greatest apprentice heroes. The female bodyguard also said with a similar expression. I also heard that all their classes are only in Korea. Contrary to their worries, Rachel was very normal. She replied gently, It's fine. I will try my best to meet everyone's expectations for the honor of the British royal family. Rachel remembered the moment she was looking up at the family portrait hanging on the wall. A twinge of guilt quickly rose in her heart. Rachel, disappointed, held her forehead and whispered, Subjects of the country, I apologize. Very quickly back to the class, the teacher held Hajin's test paper and praised him. Hajin's answers demonstrated a completely different aspect of analysis. I hope other cadets will also follow his example and improve. Rachel put her pen to her mouth, thinking. Phenomenon analysis is an extremely academic field. From now until midterms, it will be very difficult to narrow this gap. In her heart, she silently called his name, Kim Hajin. Then Rachel looked towards Hajin. From behind, he just looked a bit goofy, and his iPad screen was completely black. After observing Hajin, Rachel asked herself a question in her heart. I wonder how he usually studies. As soon as the thought ended, her flame of determination burned brightly. It changed to a laptop screen. It was displaying a line of text. Truth info disclosure. I will answer any question, so please state your problem. Hajin calculated in his head while typing. I should make more use of a convenient ability like the Book of Truth, to earn some pocket money. He put his hand on his chin, associating it with the Book of Truth. The Book of Truth helps me learn any information in the world as long as I have enough SP. My financial resources aren't much. I won't earn much, but as long as the rumors spread, the number of customers will explode. Very quickly, Hajin decided to click on the business registration box. He exclaimed, all right. Watching the laptop screen show a few loading lines, Hajin slowly said, next is, and he just waved his hand to create 3 virtual screens in front of him and said, invest SP, the thing I temporarily put aside. Hajin analyzed silently. The second main plot begins. This means Cube is no longer safe from the jinns. He held the pistol in his hand, thinking seriously. Setting intervention. Sharpshooter. My current ability is not enough to fight against a jinn. Thinking of this, Hajin suddenly smiled with satisfaction. However, thanks to the bullying from Jonghak and his gang, I have plenty of SP to spend. I should invest them to increase my survivability. Then he decided. First of all, I should improve my weapon. Now the virtual screen displayed the text. Desert Eagle. Pistol. Hajin continuously typed to start programming. The system displayed a notification, changing the mechanism of Desert Eagle. Pistol. Sniper rifle. After finishing, he smiled nervously and said, hope I didn't do anything stupid. Saying that, Hajin pressed the enter button to confirm. Immediately, the system notified.
Consumed 250 spółka.
The pistol quickly showed movement. It emitted a blinding light, and gradually changed its shape. In just a moment, the pistol completely transformed into a sniper rifle. The system also displayed new information. Desert Eagle. Sniper rifle. Hajin looked at the gun, chuckled a few times and said with satisfaction, this thing is at least enough to make them afraid. Then the gun transformed back to its old shape. Hajin continued with the next task. Luck. I should try writing proficiency. Started learning about proficiency. Unlike gifts, which use magic to create supernatural phenomena, proficiency is understood as physical techniques or skills that a person masters. He analyzed by himself. For a sniper to escape assassination, the most important ability is positioning. Proficiency is useful for choosing positions. After understanding the basics, Hajin put his hands on the keyboard and started typing. A few minutes later, the screen displayed content about parkour, low rank, mastery 0%, flexible and agile body movement. Instead of being held back by terrain obstacles, you can use them to move. Speed and practicality will vary according to strength and agility stats. The system continued to notify.
Consumed 350 spółka.
Hajin looked at his palm with some expectation and said, I don't feel anything yet. Hope it works. Just then, his wristwatch suddenly glowed. A message in the group chat popped up asking, has anyone seen Sunjian from the world class? I haven't been able to contact her since yesterday. Hajin suddenly felt heavy and said silently in his heart, the second victim. All the cadets kidnapped before Yona were killed by the culprit. Now he began to hesitate about his own decision. Is it okay to stand by and watch consecutive disappearances happen when I know the culprit and the next victims very well? Hajin's heart sank for a moment. Not long after, at the outdoor training area of Cube, Suhyuk asked loudly, everyone is here, right? Today's practical training is very special. And the teacher started introducing the lesson location. The cave behind me is an artificial dungeon, a result of architectural magic science. Inside it are dolls designed based on real monster templates. And today, we will have a dungeon conquest training session by clearing this artificial dungeon. Saying this, Suhyuk suddenly warned strictly, but don't let your guard down just because this is training. He loudly emphasized the important point. Now, inside this endless dungeon, a joint training session between Veritas class and Virtus class will take place. Suhyuk gave requirements to the students. Teams will be formed by small groups from each class. Quickly gather into teams. Very quickly, the students started gathering and chatting to form groups with each other. Hajin also found himself a team which was Team 8. It included Veritas class, Yu Yona, Jin Hozung, Hazuki, Kim Hajin. Against Virtus class, Jaden, Kim Jingyu, Oh Suyong, Lee Jinxia. Thought about the dangers in the dungeon. Inside the artificial dungeon, there are all kinds of traps and deadly encounters. One of the traps was even created by a Jin. Jin held the pistol in his hand as if ready to face it. I did create a few attribute bullets as a precaution, but can I safely get through this training? Suddenly at this moment, he saw the system screen flashing in the air. Seconds later, countless screens appeared consecutively displaying warning text about setting changes. Hajin opened his eyes wide in surprise. The settings have been changed 3 times. He wondered in confusion. Who is it? And how? Now the surrounding space seemed to transform. The voices of students rang out as if dividing into groups. Team 1, gather quickly. Anyone from Team 3 here? Just then, a fierce voice shouted loudly. Hey idiot! Didn't you hear we have to gather quickly? The owner of this voice was Chai Nayun. She stood with hands on hips, looking annoyed and judging. You are Kim Suho. You look quite dumb. Suho, being gentle, only stood there dazed when looked down upon. And the 2 of them were Team 1. Veritas class, Kim Suho. Virtus class, Chai Nayun. System screen displayed information about this person's change. Character Chai Nayun's personality has been changed to be more hot-tempered compared to the original. At same time, not far away, another team was shaking hands and greeting each other. Nice to meet you, Miss Yu Yona. Jaden smiled brightly and said, I hope we will be close like teammates, and even after the training session. To this enthusiasm, Yona just gave a perfunctory reply. They were Team 8. Veritas class, Yu Yona. Virtus class, Jaden. System screen continued to change. Character Jaden's growth potential has increased by 0.5. On the other side, Nayun also met her teammate. She pointed and said, You're also on my team. I met you at the hunting club. Name is... Seeing her stammer, the handsome boy smiled gently and helped out. Sven. Sven introduced himself very gently. My name is Sven. They were Team 3, including Veritas class, Chai Nayun. Virtus class, Sven. System reported on Sven's change information. Character Sven's willpower has decreased. He has a very high possibility of being possessed by the devil Larich. Hajin read the notification and gaped at him. He was shocked to the extreme. What? The changes are too big. Kim Hajin looked anxiously towards the opposite side. Let's try looking closer. There are 2 people I need to pay attention to there. Jaden was talking and laughing happily with Yu Yona. The first one is Jaden of Team 8. He is the standard of those mean bastards who always look down on those weaker than themselves. He is strong enough to be sent by Highgarden for reconnaissance. With a green card, character Jaden's growth potential has increased by 0.5. Why did his growth potential suddenly increase? Jaden introduced himself and then introduced the friends accompanying him. My name is Jaden, and these are my teammates. Kim Vingyu, Oh Suyong. Finally, Lee Jinxia. Yu Yona spoke up, and everyone looked at her. My team members are Jin Hozung, Hazuki, and Kim Hajin. She looked at him with a helpless expression as she pronounced his name wrong as Kim Haji. Kim Hajin looked at everyone. Wow, she seems fine. Sven had a sword on his person, and Nayun behind him had a large bow. The second person is Sven from Team 3, a German cadet who is a candidate for the title of the brightest hero in his country. And his important characteristic is... Sven, with rosy cheeks, smiled shyly and happily at her. He likes Chai Nayun. Sven stood in front of a crowded train station dragging quite large luggage. Like other foreign cadets, Sven specifically came to Cube with the dream of becoming the strongest. Chai Nayun flew in the air in a combat defense stance. Kim Suho was pushed away by Yu Yona using her power. However, life is not like a dream. Sven stood blankly looking in front of him, anxious and afraid of the extraordinary skills of others. He could only become one of the mediocre cadets, so mediocre that he couldn't be more mediocre. Sven covered his eyes with both palms, looking very disappointed, feeling the inferiority and failure for the first time in his life, combined with the instability of puberty. A long sharp sword with a hilt glowing red like fire planted upside down. The light reflecting up made Sven sell his soul to a djinn to receive power. At the same time, a dark blue card appeared on the paper with the text. Character Sven's mental power is getting weaker. High possibility he will become a minion of the devil. This detail is also similar to what I once wrote. But the problem is this dungeon segment. Kim Hajin touched his nose, looking at the blue board appearing before his eyes and thinking, while someone's hand prepared to touch him. His awakening was accelerated beforehand. Hope it won't affect the storyline too much. Hey! A hand touched his shoulder from behind. It was Jaden. He massaged his left shoulder and laughed cheerfully. You're a sharpshooter, right? When entering the dungeon, don't be distracted like just now. Got it. He annoyedly pushed his hand away. What? Get lost. Jaden laughed in response. Damn it. Aren't you a nice guy? There are many good rumors about you, you know? Hajin silently clenched his fist. Currently, everyone's opinion of me is extremely bad. That's because a certain rumor is spreading in the class. Hajin stood still in a very desperate state because behind him were all judgmental eyes uttering unkind words about him. So he wasn't happy in the past. But Hajin used his cadet status at Cube to blackmail and threaten others, and that every week he goes to Seoul to satisfy his lust. 3 boys laughed with satisfied faces while playing with the rumor afterwards. The source of the rumor is already too clear. Thanks to it, I received a lot of SP. Hazuki and Jin Hozung looked at him sighing and mumbling something. But why does no one stand up for me? Are we a team? In a very ancient-looking setting. Let's go in. Starting from Team 1. Aiden turned to you, Yona. As far as I know, you must be the best supporter among all cadets, right? Words from the outside. I also heard a lot of rumors about you too. Jaden, don't know why your team is so lopsided. This is beneficial for us. Words from behind made him angry and annoyed. Well, a team has to be like that. Every time there are 2 super talented people, they have to carry a deadweight. Come on, come on. Teammate, hurry into the dungeon. Slowly the team entered the dungeon with a quite large entrance. Inside the dungeon was quite dark. Everyone walked in with the sound of footsteps. The person leading was Jaden. He saw something and spoke up. Oh! Before his eyes, surrounding the dungeon were mysterious doors. Everyone stood around looking at each dark tunnel inside. So the first obstacle is choosing a path? Yona pondered and asked everyone in the team. Which way should we go? Jaden spoke up. Our Jingyu is a sharpshooter, so. Someone spoke up. Door 6. Hajin spoke clearly, making everyone turn to look at him. Go into door 6. Yona looked at him silently. Jaden turned to look at him with an angry face. Hey, who do you think you are? Hajin didn't understand. Then let's go. Yona looked at him. He looks incompetent, but his eyes are very sharp. Hajin looked at Jaden with some helplessness. He really can't compliment in a better way. In his heart he thought, well, whatever. Thanks to him, I can enter the route Nayun went through. On the screen appeared all information of Nayun with potential 95. Good. If Sven really signs a contract with a Jin today, then Nayun alone won't be able to handle it. If something happens to her, everything will be very troublesome. Everyone slowly entered tunnel number 6 that Chundong had suggested. I can't let her be lost. Jaden whispered annoyedly. Stupid guys really like attention. Hajin looked at him. Pay attention to the monsters ahead. In the gloomy dungeon scene with sharp, jagged rocks. Yeah, what monsters? I don't see anything. Young asked. You can't see it? There's a salamander ahead. They must be the supreme monsters of the dungeon. Jaden turned his head, thinking it was a joke, looking at him silently. Young asked. Should I shoot a light arrow? Yona replied. If you can, just do it. As soon as the sentence ended, he took out the bow and fired. The fire arrow went straight forward, glowing. Yona looked behind at him. The salamander, not understanding what was coming, was happening. But when it looked up, the fire arrow was getting closer. Salamander. Low intermediate rank 6 monster. Jaden and Yona looked surprised and shouted. Really? Everyone get into battle formation. Is there anyone here who can use water attribute to attack? I have to hide it first. TSK. Yona, use your power to fight it. Then we have to fight the usual way. Yona used her power to gain momentum from behind. Then she used force to attack strongly forward. The salamander roared loudly, emitting a golden light in its mouth. However, Yona's power wrapped tightly around its mouth. Then Lee Jinxia and Hazuki flew up and rushed close to it. Both used their powers to attack it. The salamander lay down on the ground, its body emitting blue rays. 1. Yona held a whip in her hand. The dungeon is changing. The whip she held conducted electricity, glowing with purple light. Thunder whip. Yona has reached the verge of enlightenment already? Hajin looked with surprise and admiration. She's really amazing. Hajin went to touch Yona's shoulder. Yeah. Screams rang out. Then both fell to the ground, his hand touching her head.
Hajin sivitet angeously.
Yona, face darkened, slowly stood up. Let's go. He fearfully sat up, backed away and raised both hands. Strange. She went to grab his collar.
I'm sorry.
She was about to raise her hand to hit him when someone called out, "Hey, what is that?" Mark of a Jin. Kim Jingyu and Hazuki went to where she raised her hand. This is, where did it appear from? Also quite similar to what I thought. Kim Hajin looked and remembered something. Just now, when I fell. We reached out to touch Yona. A green card appeared. Poison arrow. Lethality 4 out of 10. Additional effect. Silent ambush. Neurotoxin has been applied to the arrowhead. Slowly there was the sound of footsteps coming with panting. Huff huff. Sven knelt down, falling forward, breathing wearily. Huff. Sven slowly spoke with a weak voice. Sorry. Leave me behind. Chai Nayun shouted at him angrily. Shut up. If you have strength to talk, try to run. While both were fighting, an arrow hit Sven's shoulder, so he collapsed in pain. What is this? Poison arrows certainly can't be used during training. Chai Nayun, with a small figure that looked weak but carried Sven to escape that danger. Above all, why does a monster look like that? The huge monster, its mouth full of fire and very hot lava fluids, ran from behind towards Chai Nayun and Sven, surrounded by the sounds of battle fire, artificial cave. During training, is it done here yet? Kim Jingyu held a large shield to block the fire arrows from the monster, attacking everyone standing behind, shooting arrows and fighting surrounding monsters. Two monsters breathed fire from their mouths. A hand tightly gripped the shield handle. Kim Jingyu defended, holding the shield firmly against the powerful blows of the monsters. Suyong held the bow, aiming at the target, slightly worried and waiting. He released his hand, the arrow flying strongly towards the target he aimed at. Yona used her power to kick strongly at the monster. Kim Hajin held his gun, attacking the monsters surrounding them. Aiden held the sword, using a strong force from above to fight the monster. The area around there also lit up. An arrow fell to the ground. Aiden held the sword on his shoulder, sighed with relief. Is it done here? Everyone gathered together, surrounded by dead monster bodies. Mostly just fire camels and salamanders, so it's too easy. Apart from that poison arrow just now, I don't see any real traps here. I think we can proceed. Everyone was discussing excitedly. However, only Kim Hajin stood behind watching everything. He blankly thought about the arrow and the green card before. The arrow just now. Even cadets with high intuition didn't notice its appearance. With the light ahead, everyone looked towards it. What the hell is that? With flames slowly appearing. His eyes were fiercely green. Behind Suyong was a blinding light with a strangely shaped black shadow. He panicked and turned his head back. A huge animal growled loudly, its mouth full of lava, in a stance ready to attack. He turned back, opening his eyes wide in surprise. Salamander. It's still alive. The huge salamander spewed a very large amount of fire towards everyone standing there. Kim Jingyu turned back. Everyone, hearing Kim Jingyu mention the name salamander, turned back to look in surprise. Person stretched a long slender hand forward while chanting a spell. Transform. Magic power of the Holy Seal. Suddenly, a blue ray of light glowed from one of his fingers. Kim Hajin, when chanting the spell, used a massive power from his finger to become a powerful blue tornado. Water barrier. From the fire the salamander spewed and his power, he protected everyone in the safe zone. No one was injured. However, a loud sound emitted in the dungeon from the monster attacking everyone, and he used his superpower to defend. From the fluids the salamander breathed out and his power, both collided, creating a defense that could be considered perfectly safe for everyone because the salamander's fire from its mouth was gradually weakening, leaving only cracks on the ground. The salamander tried its last strength to breathe out a final breath of fire but failed. Everyone stood behind him looking around at only ashes and a long deep trench that the salamander had spewed. He looked at the opponent in front of him. Jin Hozung and Hazuki saw something. Surprised. What is that? The firepower is terrible. Among them, someone asked and he replied, Isn't it just a puppet? It's real. It didn't touch me but still singed my skin. He turned to the sound of someone calling, Hey sharpshooter. Aiden angrily walked over and grabbed his collar. You bastard. You intentionally ignored me just now when I was looking for someone who could use water attributes. Right? Jaden grabbed Kim Hajin's collar, and he tried to push his hand away. That was just the effect of a magic item I carry. You think I'll believe your nonsense? Yona, seeing the scene, spoke up. Stop it. There's no time to waste. Jinsha asked. It's no longer a puppet but a real monster, right? Why did it appear here? Yona replied. The environment here mimics the dungeon exactly. So maybe that salamander evolved or appeared according to natural laws. We should know what's happening ourselves better. Let's go. Yona turned away, urging everyone as there wasn't much time left. All right, let's go. Face darkened with suspicion. The magic item thing is definitely a lie. Each step accompanied by thoughts. He doesn't have enough ability to pay for such an expensive thing. He can't even afford a desert eagle. But why can a person who isn't Kim Suho or Shin Jonghak like him master their magic attributes so well? Along with more thoughts and analysis. Does he know the salamander's weakness? Can he master his own magic attributes? And the reason for him to hide all that is... Covered her mouth and whispered softly. Could he be? She glanced back at him. A djinn. An area built with ancient designs, the ground full of fire flows. A huge monster appeared, its mouth full of lava, eyes red. Intermediate rank 2 monster. Magma Golem. This must be the dungeon boss, right? Young and Chai Nayun stood from high above looking down at the monster. Ha! Can we kill it? If it's just us, it's very difficult. Other teams will arrive here soon. At that time, let's fight it. For now, just keep hiding here. Suyong and Chai Nayun discussed analysis to defeat it along with teammates also standing there. We also have to treat Sven quickly. Why did that arrow suddenly pop out? Damn it. Seems like this training session has strangely high difficulty. The person moved slightly, clutching the clothes on his body. Sven was sweating profusely, his face a bit worried, seemingly having a nightmare and talking in his sleep. Sorry everyone. Just because I was hit by a poison arrow. In a dark space. Why am I always like this? Since coming to Cube, nothing has gone according to my will. He held back tears. It hurts so much. In a hazy dream there was a call. Little brat. Who is it? He stood still, face pale. Little brat. Don't you want to become stronger? In the darkness with someone's voice, with a face a bit dazed in exhaustion as if just waking up from unconsciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. You feel very painful, right? I will give you power. Above, there was a strange green light bulb, but suddenly a slender hand appeared, hanging down strangely. And ghostly, long, slender fingernails were also quite sharp, along with creepy, enticing words. The price is very cheap. Much cheaper than everything you've ever spent. Sven also woke up at this moment, suddenly sitting up and backing away when he saw the hand reaching out from the strange darkness. He was scared and stammered a few cries. Me. Sven was on the verge of tears, teardrops falling on his cheeks. I want to become stronger. The hand reached out and grabbed Sven's hand. Somehow, he was now very close to the mouth of that green horror monster, its body covered in sharp eyes. Along with the hand just now, its tongue wrapped around Sven, pulling him into its mouth full of sharp teeth. Not the kid. Someone shouted loudly. A moment of silence and planning, everyone was standing near Sven, but he screamed quite loudly, causing everyone to turn and look at Sven. Everyone gathered around to watch and ask him. What's wrong with him? Chai Nayun seemed a bit uneasy and realized something was wrong. So she turned to everyone and shouted, however, before she could finish her sentence. Hey, what are you guys doing? Hurry over here and hold him down. At this moment, the monster heard the noise above, so it poked its head up, revealing a large red eye. Kim Jingyu, holding a sword and standing next to a gap, saw it poke its head up when it heard the noise, its large red bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely. Glowing up, the monster spewed magma from inside its mouth. Run quick! The monster began to attack, reaching its hand forward. It used its hand to start slowly destroying the wall where everyone was standing above. Footsteps rushing away. The monster's huge hand punched straight into the wall. People hurriedly ran away. Chai Nayun carried Sven on her back and hurriedly left. After the monster punched a hole in the wall just the size of its body, it prepared to crawl inside. Some people were thrown up when standing near the wall. Small fragments were also flung out. Although the wall destroyed by the magma golem was quite large, 2 people fell to the ground. Chai Nayun fell, panting heavily. Cough. Huff huff. When she looked up, she saw the huge monster standing in front of her with 2 red bloodshot eyes. She couldn't believe her eyes. Impossible. This thing is... a dummy? Before her eyes was a giant monster, so she seemed to be in a state of despair, seeing no way to escape, so she thought of death. I'm going to die. The magma golem's eyes glowed red, and it opened its mouth. Inside, it shone brightly with the magma fluids. Why here of all places? Shimmering blue ampoule was uncorked from the outside and flew in, with some blue smoke surrounding it. The ampoule appeared in front of the monster, glowing with a blue light. Its eyes narrowed, looking a bit annoyed. After its eyes made contact with that blue light, it suddenly stood still. Chai Nayun looked up. The magma golem had fallen down. A very familiar figure was there. It was Kim Hajin who held a gun and knocked it unconscious. A few minutes ago, when everyone reached a place, the cave entrance was blocked by something unclear. What is this? Shin Jonghak cried out, angry. Hey damn it, I thought you said we'd see the boss's yard after this part. But this place is blocked.
Kim Hajin replied.
This is the right place. Before the cave entrance, it looks like rocks piled up on each other. However, looking closely, it's not. There wasn't this wall here before. But wait, that's not important right now. Shin Jonghak drew his sword. Angry. The monster area must be right behind the wall. Try breaking it. No one has died yet. Why are you commanding like that? Then Jonghak used his sword to thrust forward with great force. He stabbed into the things blocking the cave entrance ahead, but it made a loud noise and those things didn't move at all. He hurt his whole body. Kim Hajin stood behind watching him.
Aha, say.
Of course, this place can't be broken. Can't break it even using magic attacks. Yuyona saw something and pointed forward. Everyone. Kim Hajin looked up. There was a small cave hole high up. Oh, there's a gap over there. Kim Hajin started rolling up his sleeves. Maybe we can get in from there. Jonghak looked at him. Angry. What nonsense are you saying? This wall is at least 10 meters high. How do you plan to climb up? Kim Hajin raised his hand high, preparing to climb. You can't climb? Then I'll go first. His hand had blue streaks around it, and he used all his hand strength to grab and climb up, using will. At this moment, he had climbed up, but down below everyone was watching him, and no one dared to climb up. He looked up at the cave mouth as if planning that the finish line was up there, and tried to climb up. Finally, he climbed up. After he climbed onto the cave mouth, everyone looked up with a bit of admiration. Is he a cat or something? Slowly, there were strange noises. Everyone standing below was uneasy. Then rocks from the top of the cave started falling down, fragments of stone. Jonghak exclaimed, "Damn it!" After reaching the top, he didn't expect a giant magma golem to appear before his eyes. That was the huge back that looked like piled rocks when he climbed up just now. What the hell is happening? Then from behind the monster, a young man held a gun in his hand. The magma golem's head shook a bit as it was slightly dizzy. Why did it recover from dizziness so fast? Kim Jingyu shouted loudly to the other side for Chai Na-yoon to run away. Na-yoon, wake up and move! Before him was a truly huge shadow. Side. Save me too. A loud shout. Get into battle formation. Then all the swords and abilities of everyone fought with all their might against the monster. Sounds and sword lights continuously. The boy jumped up high holding a blade to fight it. Damn it, it won't budge at all. The girl kneeling with a gun rejoiced. Everyone. Someone drew a bow. He held a really big bow and shot powerfully towards the monster, emitting golden rays of light. She shouted, "Buy me some time," while everyone was approaching to fight the monster to buy time for her. Just a little more. Kim Hajin, holding the gun, looked behind. A boy was carrying someone. Just a little more. The sound of the boy's footsteps rushing away. Magma Golem's eyes glowed bright gold as if it had seen the target. It growled angrily and started spewing magma. In an instant.
Sorry.
Sven, he had recovered and landed on the monster, sword in hand in a ready stance, and began to fight. I arrived a bit late. The monster threw him spinning in the air. With her bow, she shot powerfully and quickly towards the monster. In mind, she remembered something. In my dream, his body was full of arrows. Not like back then. There was determination in her eyes. Things will be a bit different now. Then she released her hand, letting the arrow advance to the monster very fast and strong, with golden light surrounding the bow. Arrow pierced through, light shining up, illuminating the whole area. After a fierce, indecisive battle, the scene now was total devastation. Around, everything was ruined and desolate. The magma golem, after struggling with everyone, also had to be defeated by their talent. Everyone took off their hats in admiration of the intensity of this battle. Do you think they get points for this? Meanwhile, Na-yoon and Sven also arrived and reunited with them. Hey, is everyone okay? Hajin just stood from afar watching them without coming to ask. Damn it! How did everyone kill it? You guys are seriously good. Sven did not turn into a djinn. The plot has changed compared to the original intention. It's only a temporary delay. He has signed a contract with a devil, since I won't know when he will go crazy. So things have become dangerous now. Meanwhile, Na-yoon's eyes seemed to be focused on another direction. Turns out the person she was noticing was Hajin sitting alone far away. She seemed to want to approach and chat with him so he wouldn't feel lonely. But she hesitated and didn't dare to come yet. After a moment of reflection, Na-yoon decided to walk towards Hajin. Hey! The atmosphere suddenly became awkward as the two looked into each other's eyes. Neither said a word to the other. He also turned to look at her with an emotionless face. I think I should at least say this sentence. It took a long while for Na-yoon to gather all her courage to stammer each word. Thank you. Just after finishing her words, she immediately turned her face to another direction with embarrassment. Receiving a thank you from the bottom of Nayun's heart, Hajin was a bit surprised. Truly, he was clueless beyond words, yet he asked back, "What?" Hearing that, Nayun couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "I just have to say what needs to be said. Okay?" Because he didn't hear words like this from her mouth often, it was a bit hard to believe. She just said thank you? Nayun said thank you. Jean was astonished that the girl who used to be immersed in darkness could utter a sentence as light as the wind. Nayun's life is a series of tragedies. The first tragedy was on her 6th birthday. She lost her mother to the jinns and was determined to become a hero. Since that fateful day, Nayun has thrown herself into extreme training, not daring to rest even a bit. Although just a child at a growing age, she devoted her heart to becoming a hero. At the age when other children played happily, Nayun forced herself to participate in harsh training. Nayun accepted trading her whole childhood for her hero career and did not have a single close friend. Because speaking one's true feelings to others is no different from exposing one's weakness. Therefore, Nayun's circle of friends only revolved around a few people. Not many people get a thank you from her, and very few can say they are Nayun's close friends. Because in the story, the word sorry appeared much more than thank you, mainly. Because the author is me. A while passed, Hajin still hadn't recovered. His brain seemed stuck in freeze mode due to shock. To break this awkward atmosphere, Nayun asked, "So why? If you were that strong, did you let Jonghak and his gang bully you? I saw you even blocked the golem. If you are that strong, you must be able to take down those bullies in one hit." To her question, Hajin only replied with an even more confusing sentence. "I didn't do anything because if I had to fight, I wouldn't win against them." "What are you saying? I saw that gun attack of yours was also very strong." "Ah, that incident." Hearing that, he immediately raised his pistol in front of her. Bold as brass, Hajin calmly pulled out the gun like pulling out candy. Face unchanging. "This is my personal weapon. You understand now, right?" At this moment, having loaded her brain, Nayun immediately looked left and right with a nervous attitude to see if anyone was around. "You crazy idiot. If discovered that you have this, you'll be suspended for sure. That's why I only used it on important occasions." Difficulty, wisdom arises, so Hajin found a way not to be caught. "Since I learned how to hide the weapon in my stigma, so I surely won't be suspended for possessing a personal weapon." Suddenly, knowing this mind-blowing truth, Nayun raised a suspicion. "But even if it's because of using it, you are too strong. Unless their talent is enhancing firepower types?" She immediately and boldly spoke her guess. But then Hajin only replied with a perfunctory attitude, which made Nayun start to feel bored and leave. "Think whatever you want. So it is because of that. I will overlook you having a personal weapon this time. So don't use it indiscriminately next time. Okay?" She suddenly stopped when she remembered something important. "Ah, one more thing. Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" Before leaving, Nayun still wanted to hear some words from him. However, acting exactly like a cold CEO, he only replied to her with silence. After a while of being mute as a clam, the sentence he uttered made her unable to help being disappointed.
No.
"Is that so? If I apologize now, then surely she will forgive me for mentioning her brother. But I can't do anything, because it's best that my relationship with Nayun only stays at the level of a classmate." Although that is a tragic prospect that Hajin doesn't dare to think about, but he will still have to face it, because I will have to kill Chai Jin-yoon. And hearing another person comment on the relationship between them, Nayun immediately denied it straight. "I didn't know you were close to him like that. No, there's no such thing." Then at this moment just stood next to her looking at her with eyes full of thoughts. Suddenly, during that time, an important announcement was broadcast. "Announcement for all cadets. Stop the advance and quickly leave the dungeon." Repeating, "Stop the attack." No one warned beforehand. The stop announcement suddenly entered the visual field because of some incidents falling from the sky. This dungeon attack drill had quite a few problems. A few security cameras of the dungeon suddenly stopped working when the inspection started. Then a real monster appeared instead of a mana monster. The staff allocation was so poor that the incident happened for a long time before being discovered. Although these are indeed serious problems. But since there were no casualties, Cube stated to the cadets that they would investigate these things themselves, instead of authorizing a third-party organization. Hajin was sitting on the table immersed in his thoughts. Or in other words, the jinns holding executive positions at Cube successfully covered up this matter. He was doodling on paper while calculating what to do next. The investigation of this accident will mostly take place after Volume 2, so for now, just worry about Sven. The side effect of signing a contract with a devil is amplified emotions and obsession. The worst case would be Sven's emotions going out of control, leading to going crazy when he is alone with Nayun. Hajin didn't want anything bad to happen to them, so he had to be careful in every move. To prevent this from happening, I'll need to keep an eye on Sven and Nayun's actions. After finalizing what needed to be done, he clicked on the messenger app. But before reading Nayun's message, Hajin hesitated a bit. But it's true that my conscience hurts a bit checking Nayun's messages. And the message hitting Hajin's eyes first was Sven's. He clicked to read. I heard this week the hunting club is going to Gangwon province.
Vanna bet?
According to what Hajin remembered, this week at the hunting club is the day Sven will go into a frenzy in the original story. To prevent the journey from turning into a disaster, Hajin also had to be a bit careful. Going along would be good, but as a precaution, I have to prepare a few things first. No time for hesitation, so Hajin had to decide quickly. Since I've improved quite a lot, I think it's time to go to the Gary dungeon. Suddenly the black watch on his wrist made a noise. Hajin accepted the call to see what Suho wanted with him. Why is this guy? Just as he picked up, the other replied. Hello. It seems Suho had something important to call Hajin at this time. Hajin, are you free this Friday? Hearing this, he wondered a bit why he asked that. Not unexpectedly, Suho indeed needed him. I have a small favor to ask you. Gary is a famous destination in Gangwon province, where the origin of nature and spiritual power flow and touch each other. Also because of that, from a long time ago, Gary was called a holy land of cultivation by martial artists across the country. However, coming here are not only martial artists, but also people wandering across the country searching for treasures buried deep under the spiritual mountain instead of fighting monsters. When arriving here to explore, Hajin was also offered a bonus guide, Cutie Cheese Stick, People Like Me, Spirit Ginseng Seeker Kim Yoonjun. Contrasting with his extremely enthusiastic introduction, the boy's face had no emotion at all. It seemed Hajin wasn't very interested in this either, so he just answered perfunctorily.
Yeah.
Then the two of them went deep into the forest while exchanging words. Just now I saw you staring at the map, right? But you will never find even a top of a ginseng species that way. I'm not a spirit ginseng seeker. I'm looking for a location. When Yoonjun saw he wasn't interested in spirit ginseng, he changed his tune faster than flipping a pancake. They all say that to me, but remember, jumping into a profession like this to seek wealth is strange. Seeing himself babbling nonstop, he stopped right there. Well, good luck, kid. Yeah, thanks. And then the two split into two different directions because they didn't share a purpose. He's still very green and young, still needs to learn a lot. Just as Yoonjun said, almost immediately Hajin tripped and fell rolling on the ground. I tripped over a tree root. However, when he turned around, the thing that made him faceplant was actually spirit ginseng. The shimmering magical light emitting from it made him unable to take his eyes off it for even a second. I have seen the heart of a god. After discovering the thing one needs luck to see, Hajin didn't hesitate and dug it up immediately. With his bottomless stomach, he ate it passionately. I am now eating a 7-year-old spirit ginseng root. By using setting intervention, increasing variable stats by 2 points for 30 minutes. However, after eating his fill, Hajin felt regretful for letting slip the opportunity to get rich. If I sold it all, I would probably get $700,000. While he was still feeling it was a waste, the ground under his feet started showing signs of falling. Now Hajin was hanging between a cliff at a very dangerous height. This cliff is too high. No wonder it was never discovered. This is the middle part of a cliff in Gary. After crossing a pile of moss and lichen, Hajin tried to grip the cliff as tight as possible to preserve his life until he reached the destination. And finally, after efforts and hardships, he was standing before some damn cave. This is the mysterious undead dungeon. Looking roughly, one knows this place is full of dangers. The boss of this dungeon is an intermediate high rank 1 monster. From night, I might have raised my stats with a lot of spirit ginseng, but it's still nothing compared to it. But it doesn't matter. Since birth, Hajin hasn't been afraid of anyone, so he boldly stepped inside. When stepping in here, he accepted he would have to face creepy things. The undead in white skeletons popped up like mushrooms, determined not to welcome this uninvited guest. Although Hajin was all alone before the brink of death, he didn't hesitate to play until the end with them. He clenched his fists tight with full determination. Today my target is not the boss, but the hidden floor of this dungeon. Hajin just poked his face into the cave and was welcomed by the Council of Dry Bones and Ghosts like a VIP guest. They were hot-tempered like ice cream and couldn't stand it anymore, so they rushed towards him to attack. Although overwhelmed in manpower, Hajin was still very cool. He immediately pointed his personal gun at them and pulled the trigger once, and they vanished into smoke in a split second. The remaining ones truly didn't know their own strength and continued to attack him. To deal with them quickly and cleanly, Hajin used the support of a skill. 1,000-mile eyes. Scanning the route. His eyes quickly scanned over them once. To find the fastest way out of here. The dry bones were only numerous but brainless. Very quickly, Hajin deceived them. To stop playing cat and mouse with the bones, he fired from above. Then, immediately the next second, light flashed instantly. A barrage of bullets like pouring rain was unleashed. After sending them to the afterlife, his gun barrel was still smoking. Seeing the dry bones suffered quite a lot of damage, Hajin also felt a bit relieved. I think that shot cleared quite a few. He didn't dare delay any longer and went deep into the cave. The number of undead is increasing. I must be getting closer to a vandal's base. Which Evandel, she is the boss of the hidden floor in Gary Dungeon. And in the future, she will build the strongest undead fortress in history at an abandoned school in Suwon City. And of course, Hajin isn't free to come play with her. He came to find her with a purpose. That's how it is. But the real reason I'm hunting her today is because of 2 items that can be obtained from Evandel. And the 2 treasures he is eyeing are not ordinary either. Growth-type item Ether and Evandal's Seed. Once those things are in Hajin's hands, nothing can make it difficult for him anymore. It is the equipment that turned Jin Tomer into the Lord of Depravity. Currently, there is nothing better for me except Ether. After walking to a certain depth, Hajin stopped. Space in front of him was now pitch black. Nothing could be seen ahead. Not be ambushed unexpectedly, Hajin used a skill. 1,000-mile eyes. True enough, everything relies on it. Thanks to 1,000-mile eyes, he saw the way to step forward. In the dark cave without a ghost shadow, there existed colorful glowing crystal blocks. In the middle of the spectral forest, where roots glowed with mysterious purple, Evandel sat motionless as if merging with the spiritual vein flowing under the ancient earth. Although in front of Hajin was just a small girl, she hid potential dangers. The adult form of that which is very hard to beat. I will have to kill her while she is in child form, when her body and intelligence haven't developed yet. Meanwhile, Evandel was carefree playing with the yellow liquid in her hand. However, after realizing Hajin's presence, she was startled and looked up at him. It seemed Hajin's compassion made him hesitate to strike. After a while of heavy psychological struggle between reason and heart, he still had to decide. Calm down immediately. This is something I must do and also what Tomer used to do. Afraid he would waver more and miss the chance, he walked quickly towards her. Anyway, I created her. Meanwhile, Evandel still didn't know danger was approaching and sat playing calmly. The next second, he took action. I can't kill that witch with one shot when she is in spirit form. Since it's like that. Release stigma. I will transform the ether element into a spear. Immediately, the whole air was lit up by the weapon he was holding. At this time, Hajin also saw the effect of the spirit ginseng from earlier kicking in. Spirit ginseng is really nutritious. To not let things drag on, he decided to use all his strength to end this. I feel like I've turned into a beast. After Hajin launched a godlike strike deep towards Evandel, an energy explosion dyed the whole space blue. And at this moment, he just stood still waiting for the smoke to clear to see the result. But surprisingly, after that earth-shaking blow of his, she was still alive and kicking. She's still alive? Though Evandal's body was seriously damaged, her will to survive helped her exist. Around Evandel, a stream of purple dark energy immediately appeared, as if a defense mechanism was activated to protect. However, she was still too small to control her power. The next second, a blue light covered the entire space. Evandel at this moment also vanished into the air. Hajin stood frozen for 5 seconds staring ahead. Surely it's just the terminal lucidity before death. Vandal's seed is the vessel for the soul of the witch Evandel, the one who brings despair. When it hatches, this witch will be reborn. Ether is an item with no fixed shape, existing in liquid form, capable of self-linking with the master, becoming a weapon and reinforcing the weaknesses the person has obtained. After a journey harvesting many things at Gary, Hajin returned to his home. That night he checked his information to see the progress. After connecting with Ether, all user stats increased by 0.6. However, the owner setting cannot be changed anymore. Stats after fluctuation include Strength 2.455, Stamina 2.545, Agility 2.85, Intelligence 3.705, Vitality 2.465, and Mana 1.925. After reading through, he was extremely satisfied with its quality. This effect is pretty good. After significant efforts, he could now lift his face up without fear. When this thing develops more, it will probably be even better. Finally, I'm on par with other cube cadets. However, those things were just the opening. The most central thing he only took out now. I also found 47 spirit ginseng roots, and I sold all the remaining spirit ginseng at the Violet Banquet. The biggest harvest is this thing, Evandel's seed. Seed contains the soul of the witch Evandel. When this seed hatches, the witch of despair Evandel will also be born. Hajin believed that Evandel was not a villain but possessed a pure soul. The name Witch of Despair makes her sound like a villain, but if I raise her kindly, she will become a trustworthy ally. Although this is a very precious item, the usage is as easy as eating cake. Raising this Evandel seed is very simple. Just instead of water, give it a little blood. But the tendency and development of that which will depend on the blood donor, so I will need to think carefully. And in his head, he listed a few potential candidates. However, thinking back and forth, Hajin still found asking for someone else's blood a very weird thing. While he knew what he needed to do, he didn't dare to execute it. Temporarily pushed the person aside. Seeing that he had worked too hard, he didn't force himself to stay up late anymore. Today I should go to sleep early, because Hajin needs to save strength for upcoming activities. Tomorrow will be a very tiring day. Finally, the next morning arrived at Baegun Mountain in Gangwon Province during spring. When the early sunbeams shone down brightly, the regular hunting event began. Guides stood on a high platform, enthusiastically announcing the necessary details to them. Everyone sat orderly and neatly, which made me very happy. This is probably the first time everyone has met since the orientation session. Isn't it? Let me explain our club's missions to those who missed the orientation. Our hunting club, Leonidas, frequently organizes gatherings. When hunting harmful wild beasts, we satisfy our hobbies while helping the community. Kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Kim Hajin felt a bit nervous, swallowing hard because he didn't know what was about to happen. I don't know the details of today's events because I only wrote briefly about this in the book. From what Kim Hajin vaguely remembered, the consequence of the Jin losing control was Chai Nayun getting seriously injured, and Sven lost his life as the culprit of this incident. This event was just a detail to push Kim Suho to pay more attention to Chai Nayun, and that was Kim Hajin's goal back then, making everyone think the Jin's target was Chai Nayun. And the search team focused all their attention on Chai Nayun. If Kim Hajin had every detail in hand, there would be nothing to worry about, but now things are different. What worries me here is that the details regarding Sven have changed compared to the original novel. He still hasn't lost control a single time. Everything is starting to deviate from what I created, and though faint, he is using demonic power. And now Kim Hajin is stuck between 2 options, not knowing which is right. If I take him down now, I won't have to worry about him anymore. But if I cause trouble now, I'll be punished immediately. Although he was looking towards Sven, Chai Nayun kept overthinking and looked annoyed at him. He keeps staring at me. Indeed, her delusion of grandeur has reached its peak as she continues to speculate. Why does he keep lingering near me while pretending not to care? Could he be? At this moment, Sven also noticed Chai Nayun looking at Kim Hajin with daggers in her eyes, so he reminded her. Be careful. With whom? With him? There have been many disappearance cases recently. She thought Sven was joking, but he was unbelievably serious. However, Chai Nayun's next words made his face darken. He's not the type to do things like that. Letting everyone wait any longer, the hunt officially commenced. We should get started now too, right? At this time, Sven and Chai Nayun paired up and went deep into the forest to hunt together. Kim Hajin went alone, so he stood silently for a while, watching their retreating backs. In the forest, far away, a deer was leisurely grazing, unaware it was about to be sent off. Suddenly, in the next second, several dark purple tentacles appeared. They stretched out and pierced straight into the deer in front quickly and cleanly. Those tentacles didn't let go but continued to strangle the deer's neck, making it tremble. Sven, standing nearby, quickly became the next target of those tentacles. They slowly approached him. However, he didn't react at all, just standing still with a face cold as ice. Where are you, Sven? In that moment, hanging by a thread, Chai Nayun's voice made the tentacles retreat. After a while of splitting up, she returned with a deer on her back. You're here. See that? I won the hunting bet. What? How did you catch so many? Surprise, old lady? Sven had actually hunted a mountain of deer and piled them up in front of her. Though reluctant, Chai Nayun had to accept defeat right there. It seems I won the bet, so I have to grant a wish of yours, right? Fine, what do you want? Sven hesitated to speak his wish in a shy state. His face started turning red as a tomato as he looked at Chai Nayun with gentle eyes. Do you want to? However, they didn't expect that their every move had been in Kim Hajin's sights all along. He hid behind a bush, waiting for the right moment to show himself. Sven has signed a contract with the devil of lust, Asmodeus. Kim Hajin watched Sven intently without looking away for even a second. because his desires have been magnified compared to when he was human. Word, restraint, is no longer in his dictionary. After a moment of hesitation, Sven finally dared to confess his true feelings. Will you date me? Hearing this, Chai Nayun froze stiff upon suddenly receiving his confession. Seeing her look astonished, Sven asked again. You don't want to? Chai Nayun then politely rejected him with the following reason. Of course not. But if it were you, would you accept a confession from someone you've known for less than a week? After receiving Chai Nayun's answer, Sven didn't make things difficult for her. So that's it. All this time, Kim Hajin was patiently waiting for the moment Sven revealed his true colors. Reveal your true nature now. Reveal the true nature of a Jin. Make the atmosphere less awkward. She shared a bit about her ideal type. I like people who are stronger than me. But Chai Nayun didn't suspect that this very sentence summoned the devil inside Sven. Although it sounded simple, to him this was nothing short of an insult. So sorry. Sven still didn't let Chai Nayun leave, but continued questioning her with a voice hinting of hell. What does that mean? Does it mean if I'm stronger than you, you'll like me? Chai Nayun saw this had gone too far and wanted to end it there. Enough. Finally, the moment of corruption Kim Hajin was waiting for appeared. From Sven's spot, the tentacles from before shot out immediately and attacked her violently. After doing that terrible thing, he just stood motionless in one spot. Sven had turned himself and her into victims because of that dark demonic art. His eyes were now pale white like a soulless person. It seems Sven can no longer control his actions. However, things did not go as he intended. A shield appeared. And isn't Kim Hajin amazing? With lightning-fast reflexes, he timely protected Chai Nayun. He turned ether into a shield. He was extremely worried about her condition, so he urgently asked, Hey Chai Nayun, are you okay? That momentary distraction from Kim Hajin gave Sven the chance to attack him. Chai Nayun wanted to do something to save herself and Kim Hajin, but unfortunately, her bow broke at this moment. Damn it. Sven's long, squirming tentacles tightened around Kim Hajin and lifted him into the air. At this moment, he completely lost control into Sven's hands. Seeing Kim Hajin about to be suffocated, Chai Nayun had to risk gathering mana. Let him go, you bastard. Oh, she knew her weapon couldn't match Sven. She had to try, otherwise this place would definitely become two graves on a hill. Love you. It was the blind love for Chai Nayun that turned Sven into a hideous monster. Love you. I love you, Chai Nayun. Although he was her friend, since he caused these unforgivable things, Chai Nayun would not show mercy. Bastard. Kim Hajin's face was now pale, without a drop of blood. It seemed he couldn't take it much longer. In that desperate situation, suddenly a blue light flashed. He thought it was all over, but it seemed Kim Hajin saw the light of hope. Sometimes characters with high talent in this story world, just because they chose a weapon unsuitable for them, go unnoticed. She is the first person on this list. Thought it would be a hero saving the beauty, but it turned out Chai Nayun awakened herself to save Kim Hajin and herself. In just a split second, a holy sword of enormous size appeared under Chai Nayun's control. Joke's over. She's angry. Her eyes now looked ready to devour Sven alive. Let him go, that scumbag. Kim Hajin couldn't take his eyes off Chai Nayun. He really wanted to see how far the character he created could go. Sven was no different from Kim Hajin, standing rooted to the spot as if overwhelmed by the power of her golden lotus aura. It seems Sven's end has come. Chai Nayun is no longer a victim. She stood up herself to teach him a lesson. That one move from Chai Nayun left a long gouge in the ground. That monster had vanished long ago. Chai Nayun stared blankly at her hand. Kim Hajin, nearby, coughed while asking curiously, what was that just now? A laser sword? She was also bewildered. I don't know. Suddenly she spoke up. Are you okay? Started and replied. Yeah. Chai Nayun then smiled. Is that so? That's a relief. Suddenly her vision blurred and everything sank into darkness.
Kim Hajin panikashuted.
Chai Nayun. The sky had turned dark. Chai Nayun slowly woke up. Noticing his back, she panicked and pushed away. Kim Hajin asked, You're awake? You wouldn't wake up, so I was carrying you. She screamed. What? Put me down right now. Still didn't let go and asked back. You want me to drop you? She insisted firmly. Just put me down first. Kim Hajin helplessly set her down. Fine. Whatever. But she collapsed immediately. Chai Nayun panicked, eyes widening. Huh? She stammered. Why? My legs. What's wrong with my legs? He calmly said. Is this the first time you've experienced mana exhaustion? During that, Chai Nayun froze for a few seconds. He continued explaining. Mana exhaustion is a state when you've used up all the mana in your body. That will reduce your mana recovery speed. She interrupted. I know that. Kim Hajin continued. You won't be able to move properly for about 2 days. So just get on my back. Unless you want to stay here forever. Chai Nayun helplessly obeyed. Both returned in an awkward atmosphere.
Suddenly Kim Hajin spoke.
So, do you plan to continue using a bow? She said scornfully. Why are you suddenly saying such nonsense? He calmly continued. I know you felt it today. Kim Hajin said. Today, even though you didn't intend to, Chai Nayun, you awakened your talent. A power that can amplify your ability immensely, as long as you possess magic power. Dominating sword that can slaughter hundreds of monsters and jinns with a single strike. Someone who cannot be stopped in a large-scale battle. Truly the monarch of the battlefield. To reach that future, you'd better drop the bow right now. She cursed when she heard that. Damn it. Chai Nayun yelled. Don't act like a know-it-all. Sadly accepted. It seems there's still a long way to go. Arriving at the place, Kim Hajin dropped Chai Nayun onto a bench and then bid farewell. The portal is right there. You can walk from here. He was bewildered. What? Where are you going all of a sudden? He ignored her and walked away. I'm past the dorm curfew. See you again. She called out from behind, confused. Hey, wait. She shouted. Wait, take me with you. Late afternoon. The whole building buzzed with noise. Have you heard the news? Kim Hajin strode through the hallway echoing with whispers. Chai Nayun was just attacked by a jinn. Apparently, that jinn was Sven from the Veritas class. Since when was he a jinn? I even talked to that bastard once. Why did the higher-ups at Cube keep silent about all this? Kim Hajin stopped at room 303. As soon as he opened the door, someone spoke up. Kim Suho smiled and turned around. Welcome, Hajin. He observed everyone, thinking to himself. Kim Horak, Shin Jonghak, Yu Yona, and Yonghan. It seems all the key characters have gathered here. He recalled. Just before the accident at the hunting club occurred. A message was sent. Do you have time on Friday? I have a favor to ask. Wondered. A favor? But still asked politely. What is it? The other side continued. Do you know many people have gone missing recently? Cube has assigned us to investigate that case.
Kim Hajin realized.
So that's it. Cube, to avoid bringing in outside forces, assigned a few cadets from each grade an investigation mission. The investigation representatives for the first year are Suho, Jonghak, and Nayun. Kim Suho was busy texting Kim Hajin when Chai Nayun called out to him. Aren't you going? He replied awkwardly. Wait a bit. Kim Suho continued texting him. Of course, Cube itself will organize an investigation. But since the culprit is highly likely a cadet, they said we might lure the culprit out more easily.
Kim Hajin yandered.
I get your point. But why did you call and tell me that? The other side quickly replied. You said you have good eyes. I heard you can even see 1,000 miles away. Moreover, Nayun recommended you. Kim Hajin was startled. Nayun recommended me? Kim Suho continued. That's why. So can you assist us? Returning to the present, Kim Suho was still smiling brightly. Thank you for coming. He thought to himself. I'll receive SP. So this is very beneficial for me. Seeing everyone was present, Kim Suho began. Since everyone is here, I will start. Before we discuss this accident, first I want to share my speculations. I don't think the culprit of this case and the jinn who attacked Nayun are the same person. However, suddenly a foot stomped down hard, piercing the wooden floor. Shin Jonghak sat there with a darkened face, glared and articulated every word. Nayun. Kim Suho helplessly corrected himself. Chai Nayun. Then he continued. Anyway, I think Chai Nayun has a high chance of being the jinn's next target. Jinns obey the orders of devils. So, if the devil who made a contract with Sven targeted Chai Nayun, jinns who contracted with that same devil will also target her. He concluded. That's why I have something to ask. Do you suspect anyone? Someone acting suspiciously recently, for example. Kim Hajin sank into thought. I know the real culprit, because I determined that saying his name would be very dangerous. So I silently waited for the story to unfold. But unlike the original story, in which 6 people went missing over 2 months, 3 people have gone missing within 2 weeks. At this rate, it's possible the number of victims will increase greatly. Thinking of this, he clenched his fist. A memory fragment of Chai Nayun appeared. He silently decided. I don't want to use waiting for the story's progression as an excuse to allow bad things to happen to them anymore. Kim Hajin raised his hand to speak. I suspect someone. He spoke the name that always weighed on his mind. Academic Club President Yoon Hyun. I think that person is suspicious. The whole room immediately fell into silence. A moment later, Kim Suho explained awkwardly. That person has an alibi. We investigated because he had a close relationship with the first victim. Kim Hajin didn't give up and continued. What if the victim went to Yoon Hyun voluntarily? Hearing that, Shin Jong-hak shouted. Are you trying to say he managed to control a cadet with just some hypnosis tricks? He steadfastly explained. Of course, it wouldn't be effective if it was just some ordinary hypnosis. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by someone else. Wait, Yuna spoke coldly. This is a bit strange. You keep insisting on suspecting someone we said has an alibi. Finally, she concluded. But I think the possibility of you being a jinn is even higher than the club president. Kim Hajin was stunned. What? A stream of memories suddenly flashed back to when Kim Hajin was writing. After writing for a while, he decided. I think it's time the protagonist had a new assistant. He muttered to himself while thinking. Someone of high status, born with a silver spoon, to help Kim Suho. Cruel personality, but doesn't hold grudges. Should I add a setting that she really likes commoner food? Finally, he smiled. And her name will be Yuna. Back to the present, Yuna coldly concluded. Compared to the club president who has an alibi, I see clearly that you are the one more likely to be a jinn. Kim Hajin was bewildered. What? Kim Suho then spoke up. Yona, Hajin also has an alibi. When the incident happened, he used the portal. She responded indifferently. I'm just offering my speculation like a certain someone. An alibi like portal records, something that can easily be faked, is clearly much weaker than Senior Yoon Hyun's evidence.
Kim Hajin shouted angrily.
What the hell are you saying? He was interrupted again. Stop. Let's just beat him up a bit to make him less stubborn. Those words came from Kim Horak. He cracked his knuckles while standing up to threaten. Once he gets beaten, either he'll start telling the truth or reveal his true colors. Don't you guys think so? Shin Jong-hak smirked triumphantly. Yong-han also kept smiling silently from the start. Seeing all this, Kim Hajin froze. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Kim Horak, big head but brain the size of a grape, wondered. What's so funny? I'm about to beat you. He stared straight into his eyes and warned. Then come at me, you crazy dog. Watch how I puncture your skull. Kim Suho rushed to intervene. Stop. This isn't the time to fight. Calm down, Hajin. Kim Hajin said with a cold laugh. If you're that curious, ask Chai Nayun. That day, she and I... His words were cut off again by a basketball flying like an arrow. The culprit was Shin Jong-hak. He glared and shouted. Hey, you insect! How dare that filthy mouth of yours utter Nayun's name? He ignored him and continued. We teamed up to defeat the jinn fighting her. Why? Too busy playing childish games with the investigators that you haven't heard? Shin Jong-hak jumped up immediately. You bastard! The person next to him hurriedly intervened. Now, calm down. Having finished speaking, Kim Hajin turned to leave. Anyway, I told you guys who I suspect is the culprit. Behind him were the hungry wolf-like eyes of Kim Horak and the shouting of Shin Jong-hak. Hey, trying to run away? Suddenly grasping the key point. To be sure, she immediately asked again. Evidence. Hurriedly covered it up. Oh my, I misspoke. I meant on what basis did he say that? What made him say I'm a jinn? Yuyona's brows furrowed even tighter. She hid her whip behind her back. Accusing Yoon Hyun? An innocent person doesn't ask for evidence when they are accused. Very quickly after that, a whip strike slashed through the air with precision. Yona took her stance, glaring at the person before her. Who are you? Yoon Hyun laughed softly. He slowly approached her, speaking eerily. What's wrong, Yona? His gaze encompassed the girl before him, like a wolf amusedly observing prey, his mouth threatening eerily. Is that all the strength you have? Pitch black darkness fell at dormitory 52. Cube, Yuna slowly opened her eyes. She started when she realized she was tied up tight. Observing her surroundings, the bustling streetlights shone into the window. An old, antique record player. A moment later, she realized, this is dormitory 52. Suddenly, she noticed the person still standing there smiling. Yoon Hyun. Yona was in a panic. So Yoon Hyun really is the culprit behind the disappearances? A jinn? That guy wasn't just talking nonsense. But the composure of an elite heir did not let her panic for too long. She quickly calmed herself down. Calm down. I must call for help first. Her hands were tied tight. The more she struggled, the tighter it got. Yuna couldn't help but frown. She quick-wittedly pressed blindly on her communication watch, silently praying, Is anyone there? Please. Suddenly, a figure loomed over her without a sound. Yoon Hyun had somehow circled behind Yuna, whispering softly, You don't have to do that, Yona. His eyes flashed with a murderous aura that filled the sky. Right? At the same time, Kim Hajin suddenly received a message. Glancing at his watch, he couldn't help but wonder, who is calling at this hour? Reading the sender's name, he was even more confused, Yona. But when he clicked it, Kim Hajin froze. Huh, What does this mean? The message contains only the number 9. Yoon Hyun reached out and violently snatched the watch from Yona's hand. He walked while admiring the watch in his hand. If you suddenly send a weird text in the middle of the night like this, what will your friend think? Yona tried to struggle. The watch's information screen displayed, Kim Hajin. Is that the sharp-witted guy who discovered I'm a djinn? I should probably kill him quickly. Yona heard this and was extremely agitated, shouting angrily, Do you really think you can escape your crimes after doing all this? The search team must have detected the anomaly and is investigating. Suddenly, Yoon Hyun stomped hard on the watch lying on the floor. What does it matter? After this, I'll be leaving Cube anyway. Hatred was clearly visible on Yona's face, her eyes looking as if they wanted to swallow him whole, her teeth clenched in suppressed anger. Yoon Hyun walked up to her face and said, I really love that expression. He spoke while smiling as if very happy, but the space behind Yoon Hyun seemed covered by a shroud of darkness. However, Lady Lilith wants to see this face filled with fear. On the other side, the screen from a watch displayed a notification. Yona 9. Kim Hajin sat up, staring intently at the notification, thinking to himself, Did she send it by mistake? His mind was full of confusion, thinking endlessly about the number 9 that Yona sent. Suddenly, as if realizing something, Kim Hajin's eyes widened in shock. He immediately sat up and spoke hurriedly. Book of Truth. Where is Yona's current location? Kim Hajin reached out to catch the book that appeared in midair. The book emitted a light so bright it dazzled the space. Kim Hajin looked into it worriedly. What the hell? Back on Yona's side, her head was slumped down, her entire body still tied tight to the chair. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Yona. Yona seemed on the verge of fainting, her body swaying forward. The voice continued. You've endured enough loneliness, haven't you? Yona exhaled heavy breaths in exhaustion. I know that feeling too. The voice belonged to none other than Yoon Hyun. He stood before her, looking with gentle eyes and a strange smile. Suddenly, Yoon Hyun noticed something. Yona was still trying to resist. She hadn't fainted, her eyes glaring with hatred. Seeing her in such a state, Yoon Hyun spoke up again. Your will is truly strong. I can't believe that after so long you still haven't been brainwashed. You just need to relax your mental resistance a little. His hand was restless, reaching up to brush Yona's hair as he spoke. No need to fear anything. Lady Lilith only gave me today. Yoon Hyun brought his face close to hers, speaking again in that whispering voice. She wants you too. Yona gritted her teeth, looking angrily at Yoon Hyun. Suddenly she screamed, her whole body struggling to break free, but to no avail. Yoon Hyun's voice became increasingly eerie. Even if those loosen, it won't be any use. His eyes now turned pitch black, and black claws grew long from his fingers out of nowhere. He smiled as he said, The magical power of Lady Lilith. Before Yoon Hyun could finish his sentence, something zipped past very quickly, and then it pierced straight through his head. Yoon Hyun, defenseless, was hit. Blood splattered everywhere. Yoon Hyun opened his mouth in pain, his head tilting backward. Yona also regained consciousness. She was surprised to see the scene before her. Yoon Hyun lay in pain in a pool of blood, screaming loudly. A voice suddenly rang out from somewhere. Look, after suspecting the person you should have trusted. Look at you now. Yona was slightly surprised to hear that voice. Yoon Hyun lay on the floor in pain but still talked tough. What the hell? Who are you? The voice continued to ring out. Don't try to heal it. That's a special type of bullet. Unless you get surgery to take it out, you won't. Yoon Hyun angrily held his bleeding side and sat up. He was furious, swinging his hand full of sharp claws forward. You bastard! Yoon Hyun moved his hand rapidly in the air, as if wanting to tear apart the space to find the speaker. Where are you? Come out now. The glass pane suddenly shattered to pieces. A large black shadow dashed inside. The shapeless thing zipped past Yona's spot. She shut her eyes tight as shards of glass flew everywhere in the air. Yona fell to the ground, her body still tied firmly to the chair. The mysterious person spoke up again. Stop struggling. It's a waste of energy. Yoon Hyun, half his face covered in blood, shouted loudly. You bastard! Where are you? The mysterious person held a gun, his fingers slowly squeezing the trigger. Right now, I am very, very far away from you. As soon as the words ended, a bullet flew from afar into the center of Yoon Hyun's chest. His face still looked bewildered. When the bullet hit Yoon Hyun, he was in pain, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Then, just like that, Yoon Hyun slowly fell backward. In the distance, something could be seen hiding in the bushes. Looking closer, there was something glowing within those bushes. It was none other than the gun barrel of Kim Hajin. He was currently lying hidden in the bushes, still holding the gun tight. Kim Hajin's gun barrel continued to aim at Yoon Hyun's trembling body. This is exactly why sniping from afar is the best. Kim Hajin said with an extremely eager expression, "Hey Yona, it seems I'll have to use up all the ammo you gave me today." Yona lay motionless and dazed on the ground upon hearing his voice. "If you have any conscience left, you will definitely give me something even better, right?" Yoon Hyun was now trying to drag his bloodied body to run away. He was still terrified, dragging himself while looking back. Damn it! Kim Hajin quickly noticed and immediately went back to aiming. Just like that, the third bullet embedded straight into Yoon Hyun's back. His whole body jerked up in pain, blood spurting ceaselessly. Yoon Hyun's entire body was now trembling in fear. He tried to glance back. Kim Hajin was still focused on observing the situation, his face extremely serious. Realizing it was safe, he finally lowered his head, his eyes slightly thoughtful. He spoke again to Yona. "I think I saw something I shouldn't have seen. Are you okay?" Yona was still staring intently at the trembling Yoon Hyun. "I'm fine." Kim Hajin continued. "Sleep a bit. The search team will arrive soon." Listening to his words, Yona's eyes slowly closed. "All right," she whispered in her mind. "Thank you." Somewhere else, on a ceiling, lights could be seen shining down. Yona, wearing a patient's gown, slowly woke up in a bed. Suddenly, someone spoke beside her. "You're awake." Yona, not fully alert yet, glanced over to look. Beside her was none other than Kim Suho, sitting and peeling an apple. He looked at him in confusion and asked, "What are you doing here?" Kim Suho asked with gentle concern, "You aren't injured anywhere, are you? The doctor also said your body has no issues." Yona seemed so shocked her mouth hung open, and she sat up abruptly. "I'm fine. But wait, I'm asking what you were doing here." Kim Suho finally answered. "We took turns to visit you, of course. Me Nayun Horak." Yona, still with that suspicious look, asked him, "Why?" Kim Suho answered seriously. "Because things turned out like this, we also bear a part of the responsibility." Outside, someone was standing, tapping their foot on the ground. In front of the hospital room door were none other than Kim Horak and Shin Jonghak. Both stood silently outside with somber faces. Kim Suho's voice continued, "As members of the search team, we should have paid more attention, instead of focusing all our attention elsewhere." Back inside the hospital room, the more Kim Suho spoke, the gloomier he became. "Anyway, we are truly sorry." Yona listened in silence. After a moment of silence, she spoke coldly. "There must be many others who also tell you that you are very stiff, right?" Hearing Yona ask such a question, Kim Suho froze slightly in confusion. "Huh?" Yona looked at Kim Suho intently, then thought to herself, "Before, I thought he was just someone slightly skilled, but it seems I misunderstood." Kim Suho held up a slice of apple and asked her, "Want some apple?" Yona recalled what happened before, her face darkening slightly. "Misunderstanding." Suddenly Yona asked, "Did that person come?" He didn't quite understand what she wanted to ask. Looking confused, "That person? Which person?" Yona didn't reply but acted naturally shy, not daring to look straight at Kim Suho. "Never mind. It's nothing." Kim Suho remained in a state of confusion. Morning sunlight shone through the window frame. Yona looked up and out. Outside, the sky was now clear blue with white clouds, the sunlight casting down glittering rays. A few days later, a notification screen appeared. Yona. "Thank you. I promise, I will definitely repay you." Kim Hajin read her message, then unconsciously smiled gently. The system then displayed a notification. SP increased by 457 points. Fortune activated. You will receive an additional 11% of the SP gained. You will always hit your target in every long-range snipe. Proficiency of Master Sharpshooter increased to level 7. Kim Hajin sat at his desk, checking those notifications, then thought to himself. This is the solo action that helped me gain the most SP. Isn't it? It seems the reward for helping one of the main characters is huge. His gaze remained fixed on it, thinking ceaselessly. Compared to my investments in sniping, this return isn't considered large, but saving Yona, that is already more than enough. Suddenly, while he was thinking, someone called out from afar, catching his attention. "Mr. Hajin." That person was none other than Park Soo-hyun. Kim Hajin was slightly surprised and spoke up. "Mr. Park Soo-hyun?" He flashed a bright smile and replied, "You contacting me suddenly like this surprised me a lot. Is something wrong?" Suddenly, Park Soo-hyun fearfully knelt down and clasped his hands in front of him. If you want to cancel the contract, I beg you to reconsider." Kim Hajin looked at that scene with slight helplessness. "No, it's not that." Suddenly, when he looked up, he saw Kim Hajin pull out a suitcase from somewhere. Kim Hajin said with utter calmness, "I want to invest in SH Entertainment." Hearing what he said, Park Soo-hyun froze for a moment. What? An image of a ginseng with a very strange shape, glowing shimmeringly. The spirit ginseng I posted on Violet Banquet has sold for a staggering price of 400 million won. Thought of other brands like SH Entertainment, Packhorse. Money seemed to fall endlessly. I will use 250 million to invest in Packhorse and 150 million to invest in SH Entertainment. Kim Hajin thought further. The development potential of SH Entertainment won't be inferior to Packhorse either. Snapping back to reality, Park Soo-hyun's body seemed to be trembling uncontrollably, his voice stammering, "I." His entire face turned purple as if he were about to die, sweat pouring down endlessly. "I can't accept such a large sum of money." Park Soo-hyun still had that expression as he sat in the chair opposite Kim Hajin. He pushed the suitcase toward him and said, "Take it. I'm giving this to you for mutual benefit. Also, use this to buy me a magic bag and a car. Okay?" Kim Hajin was a bit curious and asked Park Soo-hyun, "By the way, how old are you?" Still trembling, he replied immediately, 29 years old. Kim Hajin calmly continued, "You're much older than me. No need to use honorifics." Park Soo-hyun was a bit flustered, speaking hurriedly, "No way! How can I not use honorifics with such a major investor?" The boy looked blank and said, "Then I won't invest anymore. Okay?" Hearing him say that sentence, Park Soo-hyun finally calmed down. His face was a bit fearful as he hugged the suitcase tight to his chest. "I promise I won't use honorifics anymore, Hajin." Seeing him in such a state, Kim Hajin muttered in his head, "This guy." A while later, after stepping out of the shop, Kim Hajin suddenly remembered something. He said to Park Soo-hyun, "Stop at the convenience store for a bit." Very quickly after that, in front of the convenience store. And inside, Park Soo-hyun was a bit confused, not knowing what Kim Hajin was looking for. "Why are you suddenly buying lottery tickets to scratch?" He replied while focused on scratching, "I'm still a minor, so without a guardian, I can't receive the money." Kim Hajin added, "My luck stat. Can it be used?" Here it is." Park Soo-hyun curiously asked, "Yeah. How much did you get?" Kim Hajin answered very calmly, 2 billion won. Park Soo-hyun heard but hadn't fully comprehended, smiling foolishly along, 2 billion. After realizing all the information the boy said, he looked stoned for a moment, extremely confused. Then Park Soo-hyun's loud voice rang through the entire convenience store, 2 billion. Kim Hajin handed the glittering scratch card to Park Soo-hyun. "I'll invest this amount too. Once done, remake the contract and send it to me. After taxes, it probably won't be 2 billion anymore, right?" Park Soo-hyun, now terrified and still in shock, held out both hands to receive the scratch card. When Kim Hajin looked back in confusion, he saw Park Soo-hyun with a fearful face, hugging the scratch card tight to his chest as if afraid it would fly away. It was now late afternoon. The sunset glow covered the entire space. Kim Hajin found it puzzling and asked, "What's wrong?" Park Soo-hyun replied, his voice still stammering, "Someone might steal it, so I..." The evening sky became increasingly red. The space was extremely quiet. The golden light of the sunset shone into an old factory. A black, amorphous thing was slowly forming. It was gas being sucked up from underground, gradually taking the shape of a human. The gas turned into a not-so-large boy. That boy was Droon. He walked over happily saying, "Master, they have started to act." As he spoke, Droon looked up high, his hands pointing constantly. "Packhorse has also been listed. What do we do next?" Li Xiaofeng sat above and replied to the boy, "Take it. Take that item. Leave everything else behind." She sat on large crates, half her body obscured by shadows. Droon heard this but continued curiously, "Yes, but thinking back, something seems strange. Someone keeps continuously investing money to buy Packhorse stocks. First 3 million, then 10 million, then suddenly investing 250 million. Don't you think investing that much back into a guild that doesn't even have its own website is too much?" Droon said with an extremely curious face, thinking of the sparkling Packhorse badge. Li Xiaofeng didn't care much, coldly saying, "Ignore him. Focus on doing what we need to do." Droon finally fell silent and obeyed. "All right, master." Sunlight from outside continued to shine inside. Droon seemed to have come up with an idea and immediately opened his mouth again. "Is there anything else to report?" At Violet Banquet, a new section just opened. "Want to see?" As he spoke, Droon made electronic screens appear around him. "Holy Artifact Search Team, Dongguk Bosantang Truth Agency. My intuition tells me the Truth Agency is problematic today. They say they can find any truth you want to know. Sounds cool, right? Drune kept talking incessantly. Should I order their service? Maybe they will find him for us. Li Xiaofeng lost patience and immediately shouted loudly, Drune! Drune was startled by the shout and froze for a moment. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Drune, like a guilty child, stayed silent for a moment then said, I was just joking. Drune started asking about tomorrow's mission. By the way, tomorrow they start, right? Cube's midterm exam. Half of Li Xiaofeng's face was covered by shadows. One couldn't tell what she was thinking. Drune added, the hottest topic these days is Rank 1 and Rank 2, Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak. A few members have planned to infiltrate. Do you intend to go? The images of Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak seemed to appear with his words. Drune, Li Xiaofeng suddenly moved. Yes. Drune looked up, slightly confused. She stood on high, her face gradually becoming clear. Her eyes looked down extremely coldly. Xiaofeng spoke as if emphasizing every word. Hopefully, we will get it. Her eyes looked lifeless. Over on Kim Hajin's side, he smiled happily and waved goodbye. Li Xiaofeng's voice still echoed in the space. Someone useful. Sky today was extremely blue, dotted with a few white clouds. Time flew like the wind. An electronic system board appeared in the space. Welcome. Confetti flew across the sky. In front was the massive and magnificent cube building. An electronic board was placed largely on the roof of the building. And the final midterm practice week had finally arrived. Hazuki appeared looking extremely adorable. Her eyes sparkled as she ran and called out, Mom! And, just like that, Hazuki ran and threw herself straight into her mother's arms. Her mother asked with concern, My dear, how have you been lately? Hazuki immediately replied, I missed you so much. The atmosphere was extremely lively. People moved ceaselessly down below. In the air, drones were flying. During this practice week, Cube would open its doors to welcome organizations needing to recruit heroes, such as federations and guilds, and also the families of the cadets. Crowds from all over the world flocked in, bustling like a festival. A man held a microphone to announce, The location we are at right now is Cube, the best hero training academy in the world. Another person standing not far away also adjusted their mic and said, Send invitations to all cadets in the top 100. People around started buzzing with discussion. It's rank 117, Li Junha. Wow, I'm such a fan. The drone from earlier slowly descended into someone's hand, reaching out to grab it. It was none other than Kim Hajin. He stared intently at his drone, still seeing no movement. After checking, Kim Hajin immediately released it to fly again. It seems I'll have to wait a bit longer. The drones were slowly rising high. Kim Hajin recalled Park Soo-hyun's words. Here is a thank you gift. Though not big, it's still my token of gratitude. He thought to himself again. All these drones were given to me by brother Soo-hyun. I've placed them all around Cube, so the chance of catching the intruder has increased somewhat. Suddenly, a woman walked past and abruptly bumped hard into Kim Hajin's back. Kim Hajin, with a worried look, immediately turned his head to apologize. Oh, I'm so sorry, but the woman just kept walking. Bright sunlight made the woman's face unclear. The woman slowly turned her head. It was none other than Li Xiaofeng. She wore a cold expression like every other day, looking at Kim Hajin. Suddenly seeing her, Kim Hajin paused slightly, bowing his head in silence as if thinking. Then suddenly Kim Hajin looked up again, his face extremely panicked. I almost completely forgot. Kim Hajin looked towards Li Xiaofeng again, thinking to himself that even this person would come to observe this practical exam. She was still coldly glancing at him. Seeing Li Xiaofeng keep staring at him with such eyes, Kim Hajin was slightly startled. He was scared and immediately turned his face away. I looked into her eyes for too long. Kim Hajin's manner was extremely urgent. He was terrified to the extreme. Say something to make myself less suspicious. Kim Hajin's mouth tried to say something. Finally, after a moment, Kim Hajin spoke out loud. You're so pretty. After he said that sentence, the space seemed to freeze, becoming even more awkward. Xiaofeng's face became even more unpleasant. Her expression was full of disdain. Kim Hajin looked as if he had been poisoned, his face turning fearfully purple. The space was torn apart when Li Xiaofeng turned and walked away. Kim Hajin was still standing there grimacing in panic. She walked away, her silhouette gradually sinking into the crowd. As she walked, Li Xiaofeng called out, Drune. Drune did not appear, but his voice could still be heard replying, What is it, master? Li Xiaofeng was wearing a necklace with a shining bead. She continued, The person who just bumped into me, he saw through my disguise item. Li Xiaofeng's eyes were fearfully lifeless. She coldly ordered Droon, investigate him. Elsewhere, Kim Hajin was walking. Not only hero groups came to Cube to recruit, but the Jin groups also came to Cube. Image of Shin Jonghak walking, flashing a confident smile. And the image of Kim Suho with a bright smile seemed to appear. Their target was Kim Suho, or Shin Jonghak. Since Kim Suho didn't fit their ideology, he was rejected, and they started paying more attention to Shin Jonghak. That's how the plot goes. Kim Hajin walked while thinking worriedly. If they just infiltrate, it doesn't matter. But if the plot starts to change and they begin attacking the heroes in charge of security during this exam, Kim Hajin thought of the rifts that would appear. Then it won't be simply 1 or 2 people dying. Suddenly, someone's very loud voice rang out, causing those standing around to startle and look. None at all. A man with blue eyes smiled amusedly, looked over and said, I don't see even a single suspicious person. Is that clear? The one beside him said with suspicion, stop complaining and search properly. If someone bypasses Cube's security barrier during this practical training, what will we become? The man walking ahead smiled radiantly and said, then before those guys cause trouble, just killing them is fine, right? He was none other than Oh Jin-hyuk, rank 1737, high rank grade 6 hero. The woman following behind was still focused on observing the surroundings. She was Seo Youngji, rank 2000, high rank grade 7 hero. Seo Youngji said annoyedly, you're only good at bluffing. Oh Jin-hyuk replied indifferently, let's go eat pizza. Both didn't notice that behind them, a strange man stepped out from a dark alley. He smiled amusedly, half his face seemingly obscured. He could see through the disguise ability of the siren's necklace. To think I'd see the master? That man started looking around. Finally, I have some interest. Around here I only see weak chickens. I was about to die of boredom. Passersby saw him like that and glanced at him warily. Another space, Droon sat observing. He looked bored. That brown-haired man is Chiok Jungyong. He continued, what species is he? Let me try finding him. Droon heard him and muttered disdainfully in his head. Truly a muscle brain with no brains. Droon's voice rang out. Chiok Jungyong listened immediately. Stay put, you fool. Even if we do nothing, we'll know if he has potential or not soon enough. Droon's voice kept echoing. It's about to start too. The duels. At the same time at arena number 2. High above, a hot air balloon could be seen carrying a large banner. Cube Midterm Practical Training Arena. Stands were extremely crowded. The announcer's voice rang out. At exactly 9 a.m. today, the first pair is also ready to take the stage. Even intern reporters had to rush over to report on this frantic scene. The first match is a match where even vote tickets have been used. In other corner, Kim Hajin was walking calmly. While he was walking, someone suddenly called out, hey! The person was none other than Yu Yona. She stood leaning against the wall, looking at Kim Hajin curiously. Are you heading to the match? Kim Hajin walked together with Yu Yona. He turned to reply to her. Yeah, I'm right at the start. Yu Yona continued. Is that so? She suddenly closed her eyes and called a name. Brother Sechin. Sechin appeared immediately, holding a suitcase in his hand. When the suitcase was opened, shining bullets arranged neatly in trays were revealed. These are 100 high-grade bullets. As she spoke, Yu Yona took the suitcase and offered it to Kim Hajin. Although you can't use them during the exam, for other situations, use them as you please. If you need more, just tell me. Kim Hajin stared, slightly dazed for a moment. Kim Hajin reached out and slowly took the suitcase. Yu Yona added, let me tell you, something as precious as my life. Even something like this is not equivalent at all. Her manner when speaking was that of a classy person. Yu Yona brushed her hair arrogantly and said, just consider this a gift from me to you. Suddenly remembering something, Yu Yona said immediately, ah, right, they keep asking me to disclose information about that Jin, but I haven't told them you were the one who helped me. Kim Hajin didn't care much about that and said, ah, regarding that, please continue to keep it a secret for me. He walked ahead with a face looking like he was about to fall asleep. In his mind, he thought, if it gets out that I was the one who shot Yoon Hyun, things will probably get much more complicated. Yu Yona walked behind, glancing at Kim Hajin's expression. Those Jins of that hag Lilith are truly nasty. While walking, Yu Yona stopped and spoke up. I understand you have reasons to hide your true strength, but wanting to hide it through this practical exam period will be very difficult. Kim Hajin didn't quite understand her statement. Hide what true strength? Yona added. Don't tell me you don't know who you have to fight against? Kim Hajin's face still didn't change much as he listened. At the cadet waiting room right now, there was a person with bulging muscles lifting a dumbbell. That person's entire body was dripping with sweat from training. Surrounding space seemed to sink down. that person was Kim Horak. He had a grumpy look on his face, hands firmly gripping a dumbbell. I will definitely crush you, Kim Hajin. Elsewhere, Droon was continuing his objective, reaching out to search for data and reports. There isn't much information about him either, Master. Now he synthesized the information just found and listed a summary. He comes from an orphanage. No father, no mother, no relatives. Admitted to the cadet academy at 5 to 6 years old after a special condition was discovered during a periodic orphanage checkup. While at the academy, he didn't do anything noteworthy, just remaining average until entering Cube. Additionally, he currently has a debt of 300,000. That is all. Hearing Droon update the information about Kim Chundong, seeing nothing unusual, Li Xiaofeng stood with arms crossed, falling into silence without responding. At this moment, she recalled the scene from this morning when she met Kim Chundong with a panicked and foolish face, and immediately asked, "So how can a person like that see through my disguise item?" Droon saw her ask that and affirmed, "I really don't know." Suddenly, a man pushed aside the bushes and stepped out, speaking loudly. "Oh, so you are here, Master?" He smiled slyly and greeted, "Long time no see, Master, right?" It turned out his name was Chiak Zhengyang, a member of the Chameleon Troop. Seeing that he had arrived, Li Xiaofeng spoke up, "You're late. Did something distract you on the way here again?" Chiak Zhengyang replied, "You look down on me too much. I was just diligently carrying out the order to hunt for young talents." Then she asked him, "So, give your report." He raised his hand to make an okay sign and replied, "Still nothing to report. Just a bunch of weak chickens. A wave of my hand sends them flying 1,000 miles. On this side, Droon sent a signal through the interspatial communication and spoke up, "That's normal. I'm asking if there are any promising cadets. Haven't seen much yet. I went to check on rank 1 and rank 2, but they weren't very useful either." Droon sighed, "Fine, it's all yours. The first years are currently the most elite batch of this year. Remember to investigate carefully. Ah, by the way, that Kim Hajin guy is about to go on the dueling stage too." Chiak Zhengyang was surprised when he mentioned the name Kim Hajin. But then he remembered, "Ah, is that the person who saw through the concealment item and discovered Master?" Hearing him guess correctly, Li Xiaofeng just remained silent and didn't speak. Turning to the midterm practical exam at Cube, confetti was fired up along with announcement banners tied to balloons released into the sky, and the enthusiastic cheers were indispensable. Right at that moment, Oh Jinhyuk, in a cheerful state, took a big bite of pizza. Sitting next to him, Seo Youngji laughed happily. "Looking at this place feels so nostalgic." She was working on something, and hearing him say that, she asked, "Are you sure it's nostalgia and not trauma? You got beaten so much that you couldn't watch boxing since then." Seo Youngji replied, "I've improved a lot. My son really likes this too." Hearing that he didn't seem to mind much, she said, "Is that so?" Suddenly, Seo Youngji's eyes collided with Chiak Zhengyang, who was sitting with one leg up and resting his chin on his hand opposite them. She wondered, "Who is that person?" Then she pointed forward and said to Oh Jinhyuk beside her, "He keeps looking at us and smiling." Hearing her mention it, he reacted, looked over and replied, "A fan of ours perhaps?" The gaze and smile of Chiak Zhengyang looking at both of them carried a sinister and sly vibe. Now a person ran onto the stage. Oh Jinhyuk immediately recognized, "Oh, the match is about to start." The person who just stepped up looked muscular and imposing, and the judge introduced, Cadet Rank 19, Fighter Kim Horak. Although not on the same level as the top 6, he's not to be trifled with. Both of them reflexively looked to the opposite side of that contestant. Seo Youngji wondered, "And his opponent?" Her words faltered when she saw the opponent. The judge immediately introduced the next contestant, Rank 934, Kim Hajin. Both fighters were standing on the stage. Hajin spoke first. "How did you do on the theory test?" They smiled and asked, "Why so tense?" "Just stay calm, it's fine." The words just uttered immediately provoked Kim Horak, making him grind his teeth in anger, his face darkening. Kim Horak clenched his fists and began to channel his power. Seeing this, Kim Hajin analyzed, Horak's special ability is converting mana into an invisible barrier surrounding his body, called Chi Armor. Let alone using the training rounds to take him down. If he catches me, snapping me in two would be lucky. I can't let him close the distance. At this moment, the organizer spoke up. "The one-on-one duel in the first-year midterm exam, may I ask for it to begin?" Hearing that, Kim Horak and Kim Hajin both got into combat stances and the signal sounded out. "And the first match, please." The MC's voice drew out. Finally, the word "start" was uttered. Immediately, Kim Horak sprang up and rushed towards Kim Hajin. He clenched his magic-filled fist and aimed straight ahead. On Kim Hajin's side, he still made no move, just holding the gun and watching the chi emanating a blinding light preparing to attack him. Suddenly his movement increased to lightning speed. He even used bullet time, making himself like a meteorite rushing fast towards the earth. Kim Hajin also realized, thinking to himself, the duration of bullet time has increased a lot. He was making everything before his eyes become slow, observing the numbers of time existing around him. At this time, a train of thought appeared, closely following Horak's movements in the next minute. At the critical moment, he successfully dodged the opponent's earth-shattering attack. Witnessing the ground shatter after a punch, he was panicked. Is he a monster or what? After that, Horak's eyes filled with killing intent glanced quickly towards him. Instantly, consecutive attacks were aimed at him, so Hajin just ran while dodging. Looking at the back running in front of him, Horak ground his teeth in frustration. Suddenly Kim Hajin pointed the gun out. He fired the gun at the same time Horak launched a strike. The bullet hit Horak's chest but didn't penetrate. Instead, it was blocked and stuck to his body. He smirked, thinking to himself, "Fool, doesn't he know I have chi armor?" That moment, he felt complacent. I can easily deflect a bullet like this. But then, man plans, heaven laughs. With a bang, the bullet exploded, leaving him unable to react in time. Now Kim Horak noticed and observed the chi armor worn on his body, which had a hole punctured by the bullet just now. The whole auditorium was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Youngji shouted, "He shot through the chi armor." Horak stood there touching the spot where he was just shot. Hajin held the gun with both hands, still pointing it at the opponent. He clutched the hole in the chi armor, eyes wide in shock. What the hell is this guy? There's no way a single bullet can shoot through my chi armor. But Kim Hajin stood there, his face unchanging and cold, loading the gun. Seeing that, Horak still hadn't regained his composure when he finally reacted. Then, bang bang, bullets were fired consecutively into his body. Reflexively, he crouched down with arms crossed to shield his body. Each shot was like a slap in the face, leaving him both shocked and in disbelief. Kim Hajin continued to reload, laughing inwardly. "Sorry if you thought this would bounce off. I integrated the power of stigma into the bullet, and made them anti-magic too." Thinking that, he didn't hesitate but quickly fired more, destroying the opponent's chi armor. At this moment, the cheering of everyone rang out. At that time, Kim Horak fell into a struggle trying to withstand those shots. Suddenly he sprang up, screaming in anger, "You!" Then almost all his magic was gathered. He slammed a powerful punch onto the ground, this time even more terrible than before, shattering the ground and spreading out, roaring, "You bastard!" Created a super huge giant hole. Even the place where Hajin stood was shattered, and luckily he dodged it. Suddenly Hajin pulled out something and threw it straight at Horak, then spoke up, "I'm throwing a knife. Be careful." On this side, Horak reacted abruptly, looking up at the blade. Immediately he anxiously dodged in time, speculating, could that knife have something special too? But the truth is always ironic. Hajin held up the gun and fired, smirking, dispelling his doubts. Although that was actually just a feint. This shot aimed straight at the original spot that punctured the chi armor, pushing Horak back. Now Kim Hajin landed on the ground, standing straight and looking at Kim Horak, who was struggling and trembling on the ground. He took step after step, advancing towards Kim Horak's spot. Suddenly the gun was raised once again. This action of his made the whole audience hold their breath, mouths agape. His finger at this time pressed the trigger. But then nothing happened. Kim Hajin still stood there with the gun raised. As for Horak, he remained seated on the ground. Right at that moment, he also looked at him in utter astonishment. The entire audience was also silent, mouths gaping in bewilderment, unable to believe what had just happened. Suddenly Oh Jin-hyuk spoke up asking, "Are they out of bullets?" Seo Youngji beside him replied, "But it seems Kim Horak is also exhausted." Kim Horak suddenly sat up, trembling and panting heavily. He ground his teeth, his face flushed red with anger. While on the other side, Kim Hajin was silent, eyes unblinking, hands still raising the gun as if frozen. Suddenly Kim Hajin cracked a smile. He lowered the gun, raised both hands, and smiled happily. "I surrender." His recent action made Kim Horak turn to stone. Not only him, but Seo Youngji and Oh Jin-hyuk also stood frozen, unable to believe it. Right at this moment, the organizer's voice rang out, "The first match ends," and announced, "The winner is Kim Horak." At this time, he ground his teeth, trembling with rage. Finally, the winner's name was announced, Cadet Kim Horak. As soon as the result was announced, Kim Horak coughed up blood from anger, because clearly he was the loser, but unexpectedly, in the end, Kim Hajin declared surrender. He struggled as two people held him back, then screamed furiously, "Hey, you bastard! Come back here right now!" But he ignored it and left the arena. At this time, Kim Horak had his wounds bandaged. Resting his hands, unable to swallow his anger as the staff next to him tried to soothe him. Seeing this, Oh Jinhyuk spoke up. Was he really shot by real bullets? Even so, he's still normal. Is it because he's a fighter? At this moment, he rested his chin on his hand, smiled, and asked, "So what do you think, Miss Seo Youngji?" Hearing that, she replied, "Kim Hajin did very well. Kim Horak was a bit inferior. He should have slowly overwhelmed Hajin bit by bit. Maintaining chi armor like this is very risky. I guess he wanted to try for a quick victory because he felt ashamed for some reason." Suddenly she became serious. Whatever is said, Kim Hajin is indeed more interesting. Then she remembered the scene of the relentless shooting, then one shot knocking the opponent far away, and analyzed. Amazing shooting speed and flexible vision. Can keep up with martial arts geniuses. But at a certain point when Kim Horak started to slow down, Kim Hajin also slowed down. Could it be that he has a special talent that helps him enhance his physical abilities? Remembering the detail of the bullet being fired and also enveloped by a layer of magic, she added, "With that caliber, that guy, he used mana-fused bullets." Oh Jinhyuk laughed it off and spoke up. "You mean the density of magic compressed into his bullet was strong enough to break the chi armor? Even though he's just a cadet?" Seo Youngji crossed her arms and replied, "We still don't know what Cadet Kim Hajin's talent is." Suddenly an audience member felt disbelief and shouted, "Seriously? He really broke the chi armor with just a gun?" At this time, she guessed further, "There's also a possibility he's a variant." A shout rang out, "Contact the commander! Hurry up!" Someone replied, "Yes, Kim Horak's chi armor. High potential. He will become a legend of all time." Then the two continued to chat. She opened up, "Anyway, Kim Hajin." Oh Jinhyuk interrupted, All right, the next match is starting." Now Chiak Jungyang picked his ear with a bored look and voiced out, "Kim Hajin or whatever, I don't like him." Soon as the first match ended, he had moved to another spot to contact Drun via space communication. Just a kid holding a small gun shooting randomly. Why did the leader send me down to check on a kid like that? Drun heard that and replied, "Haven't you watched the match? He is the one with the demon hunter's power." Chiak Jungyang didn't bother to care and replied, "Whatever, demon hunter or not, does it have anything to do with becoming strong?" At this moment, Drun sat on the other side of space resting his chin and asked, "Jungyang, you don't like him because he's just a trainee, right?" He immediately confirmed, "Ha, of course." Suddenly Chiak Jungyang changed his attitude, his face wicked and sly, smirking sarcastically. Effort to the extreme, killing intent to the point of causing death, stabbing straight into the opponent's heart. That is what's needed for a real fight. Hearing that, Drun was impatient. Yeah, keep watching those deadly powerful cadets. Don't forget why the leader sent you. Have you met Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak yet?" He stroked his chin and replied, "Both of them have quite good bodies." Chiak Jungyang recalled that match and commented, "Shin Jonghak's destructive style aiming at the opponent's weakness immediately is really impressive." Thinking of him, he was happy. "I like the way he causes panic to those cowards who only like to defend." Seeing that, Drun couldn't advise further. "If you like him that much, then I probably shouldn't expect anything from his personality." At this time, Chiak Jungyang switched to the remaining subject. "And Kim Suho, this person is a bit unique." Drun wondered, "Unique?" Then he recounted the match of the person named Kim Suho. As people often say, he uses the sword dance of swordsmanship. The image of Kim Suho holding a sword and knocking away the opponent appeared. Then Chiak Jungyang continued, "Clearly he has been taught and trained in those movements for a long time. But there's still a feeling. The image of Kim Suho having defeated the opponent, holding the sword pointing at the opponent's face who was sitting on the ground in fear. That was none other than our protagonist. He kept his cold, emotionless face from beginning to end. This time, Chiak Jungyang sensed it. He is hiding his true strength." Seeing that, Drun spoke up asking, "Oh ho, so he is different from everyone else?" He immediately replied, "Dunno. Among them, no one has made me want to fight immediately yet." Suddenly Drun teased, "So what about Kim Hajin now?" Hearing this name, Chiak Jungyang couldn't hide his annoyance and shouted, "Why do you bring that kid into this?" Sensing his strong reaction, Drun still affirmed his question. "Of course, the demon hunter's power is what the leader is looking for." Chiak Jungyang shouted in rebuttal, "Hey, I already said I don't like that guy." Suddenly a patrolman shone a flashlight and spoke up, interrupting the conversation of the two. "Who is over there?" This person voiced a warning. "This forest does not allow outsiders in. Get out quickly." At this time, Chiak Jungyong turned his head to glance with disgusted anger. These annoying gnats. The patrolman continued to urge him. Ah, go quickly. He still stood there and growled. So annoying. Just as that person continued to urge, hurry up, a hand lunged in front of his face. And then, without saying much, he forcefully twisted the head off the ill-fated patrolman. The patrolman fell into a pool of blood. The noise created made birds fly and crows caw as they took off. After dealing with the patrolman, Chiak Jungyong stood staring at the scene just created before his eyes. Droon on the other side of space asked in panic, You disposed of him? He gave a deadly smile and confirmed, Yeah. Now Droon warned, Now you're done for with the leader. He replied fearlessly, Keep it a secret. Ah, finally the air is fresh. Sunset gradually fell. The sun was about to set. The sky at this time was a mix of yellow and orange. On the balcony of a building, Li Xiaofeng held onto the iron railing with one hand, watching the sunset. She began to recall a time in the past, on a day of pouring rain. Rain poured down onto a stone stele. She spoke up, her tone bitter, making a resolution. At all costs, I will find those traitors. Li Xiaofeng clenched her fist in the rain before the tombstone, swearing, I will find them. She, with determination mixed with hatred, growled, emphasizing the words, and revenge. Returning to reality, she gripped the railing tightly as soon as she recalled that painful memory. Then Li Xiaofeng opened her mouth to call, Droon. And ordered, check Kim Suho, Shin Jonghak, and Kim Hajin too. Receiving the order, Droon immediately replied, Understood. What is the mission? She replied, The demon hunter's power can break the devil's barrier. Must put Kim Hajin as the top priority. Droon asked back worriedly, All right, but is that okay? We don't have too much information about him. Li Xiaofeng immediately assured, It's fine. Then she spoke up, Tomorrow I will personally go meet him. Now Kim Hajin was changing his outfit. The next morning, the second day of the midterm exam continued to take place. The organizers cleared a first competition area. At this time, Oh Jinhyuk was working when a voice spoke up, Look at that. It's the guild leader. Creator's sacred grace is also present. The audience in the stands was extremely excited. Someone saw and commented, The level of the audience is far different from the first day. The man next to him agreed. Of course, because today's match is... In the sky appeared 3 words, Cube ranking. Pair 1 is rank 1 Kim Suho versus rank 8. Pair 2 is rank 3 Rachel versus rank 4 Chai Nayun. Seeing the ranked matchups appear on the screen, the audience was extremely excited. Matches between cube rankers, so exciting. Another person spoke up asking, That is the match of Chai Nayun and Rachel, right? If so, the archer Chai Nayun is at a disadvantage, isn't she? Day Kim Hajin was in the audience watching the match. He thought to himself, Thanks for the explanation, extras. Looking at the situation before him, he pondered. In today's match, Chai Nayun will be defeated by Rachel, because Rachel cannot be defeated by a Bao with no talent. The organizer's voice rang out. Right now, the first match of the first years. The 8th match. Both contestants stepped into readiness. And finally, the shout went up. Officially begin. Immediately after, Chai Nayun drew her bow, smiling confidently and speaking, Wonder if our rankings will change today? Princess Rachel. Saying that, she pulled the bow. Aiming straight at the sky, she released her hand, and the golden arrow flew away. Immediately after being fired, that arrow split into many branches turning back towards the ground. Rachel stood there looking up at the arrows falling from the sky. She reacted quickly and gracefully, dodging all the attacks of the arrows. Suddenly an arrow rushed straight, appearing right in front of Rachel. But she didn't panic at all, acting quickly to slash that arrow away. Chai Nayun was extremely stunned at the situation before her eyes. The hand pulling the arrow also stopped. Seizing that opportunity, Rachel rushed up to attack. Seeing that, the audience cheered enthusiastically. Suddenly someone walked down the stairs step by step. That person was none other than Li Xiaofeng. She stopped for a moment, directing her gaze towards Kim Hajin's seat. Suddenly Kim Hajin was surprised when someone came to sit next to him. When realizing Li Xiaofeng was the girl he accidentally met yesterday, he was quite surprised. Not only that, she was also someone he had known before. Looking straight at her face, a line of information appeared in his head. A criminal wanted at black level by the Hero Association, leader of the notorious Chameleon Troop. A powerful entity always hiding under many different names and identities. Observing half of her face, Kim Hajin knew clearly that, in this world, only I know her real name. Suddenly a glass of orange juice appeared from somewhere and poured straight onto her head. Witnessing this scene, his eyes widened in shock, unable to speak. At this time, a man ran down in fear and worry, saying loudly, "Oh no, what have I done? Are you okay?" Li Xiaofeng bowed her head with wet hair, while Kim Hajin beside her stood with his heart stopped in silence and panic, not anticipating this situation could happen. Kim Hajin's face at this time was as pale as a banana leaf, not knowing what else to say. The main screen of the arena displayed the result of the match just now. Winner, Rachel. As for Li Xiaofeng at this time, her face was extremely gloomy. She brushed her hair up and then took a handkerchief to wipe away the drops of water that had just been spilled. At this time, her mood sank down completely, perhaps a bit embarrassed, and she spoke. "Thank you for lending me the handkerchief." Kim Hajin replied, "You're welcome." Now she reached into her shirt to take something out and said, "I watched your match with Cadet Kim Horak." She held out a business card and spoke, "I have noticed you. Is the talent you showed in the match your gift?" Looking at the business card reading Moonlight, Rank 3 Hero, Li Xiaofeng, he was stunned realizing and thought, contact information of the leader. Taking the business card, he thought to himself, this is not her real name. Must be a fake identity, right? At this time Kim Hajin spoke up asking, "Which guild are you from? According to the rules, you cannot contact us beforehand." Hearing him say that, she reached out intending to take back the business card, but he held it back. "I didn't say I wouldn't take it." Looking down at the second match taking place, she spoke, "I can't reveal details to you yet, but you won't be at a disadvantage."
Cadet Kim Hajin.
Suddenly she stood up, making him bewildered. "I'm going now. Remember to contact me." Following Li Xiaofeng's departing back, he thought to himself, that's not the real reason the leader noticed me. Kim Hajin wondered, why did she come here? Right at this moment, a sword was knocked into the air. The organizer's announcement rang out. Rank 1 Kim Suho and Rank 8 Yohei. The winner is Cadet Kim Suho. When announced, he smiled radiantly, raising the sword to imply the winner. The match ending was also when evening fell. Everyone gradually left. Following that were the sounds of discussion. Did you see Kim Suho? He was so cool. Chai Nayun lost to Rachel. This is the first time I've seen Korea lose to a foreigner. The drone camera began to stop, preparing to land on the controller's hand. Turned out the person catching it was Kim Hajin, holding it in his hand. He thought, did my surveillance drone find anything? I'll check after returning to the dorm. Suddenly a sound rang out. Kim Hajin suddenly realized and paid attention. Holding the drone and standing there, his face fell realizing Chai Nayun was sitting there sobbing. Seeing her like that, his face turned pale remembering. This event, I remember it. And Kim Hajin recalled the memory. It was Kim Suho comforting Chai Nayun because he saw her crying after being defeated. Starting from this event, Chai Nayun began to have affection for Kim Suho. Looking at her back leaning against the tree, Kim Hajin thought of those comforting words. If you work harder, you will do it. Let's try together. Honestly speaking, comforting words with meaning like this won't save anything for Chai Nayun. Kim Suho was holding his sword heading out of the arena. Then he thought of Kim Suho. Sometimes you need to give up instead of stubbornly trying in vain. But in Kim Suho's dictionary, there is no giving up. He never told anyone to give up, including himself. Then he looked at Chai Nayun wiping away the falling tears, silently assessing. Perhaps thanks to Kim Suho that Chai Nayun didn't give up archery. Suddenly an idea popped up in Kim Hajin's head. Now Chai Nayun's bracelet suddenly glowed. Information screen showed the sender Kim Hajin. I watched your match. Seeing that, she wondered, what is it now? Suddenly Chai Nayun looked at the display screen in confusion. Huh. Kim Hajin's messages arrived consecutively. See, I was right. You suit the sword much more than the bow. It's not too late to become someone like me. Kim Hajin's message continued to arrive. In my opinion, you should change your major. Looking at each line of messages sent, Chai Nayun suddenly froze, shocked and unable to cry further. Now Kim Suho together with a friend ran excitedly calling, Found you? Chai Nayun. Hey, where did you go? At this time, Kim Suho came to her side panting, smiled, and spoke. I've been looking for you. Why did you run out here alone? As soon as the words ended, Chai Nayun immediately turned around with a furious face. Then she screamed, Humph! You bastard! I will kill you! Witnessing her angry mood like that, Kim Suho called out in a small voice, Nayun! Finally, the midterm practical combat exam 1 was completed. On screen appeared two men. The man standing in front looked back and snapped his fingers. One snap immediately caused the head of the person behind to fly off, causing strawberry syrup to gush out from there. The screen was paused at the moment the man performed that cruel finger-snapping action. Hand touching the pause key hesitated slightly. Kim Hajin's eyes were glued to the recorded scene, finding it hard to speak. So brutal. Looking at the man's smile in the frame, he inadvertently felt a bit familiar. Is he also a member of the Chameleon Troop? In his mind, he remembered a person. Killing without blinking an eye like that. Killing just because he wants to kill. Enjoying the killing. In this world, there are people like that. Thanks to science and magic, many things in the world have become much easier to accomplish. Because of that, jinns appeared, hiding in the shadows. People who don't care about laws and regulations. They are also humans but deny the existence of heroes. Also cannot equate them with common lawbreakers. Because they possess supernatural powers just like heroes. People call them none other than villains. Hajin's eyes were determined. I can't just focus on the villains appearing in the original novel anymore. According to that co-author, in this altered novel, it is completely impossible to predict what kind of villains will appear. Some time passed. The midterm practical exam had arrived. At the Monster Exam Center, Jin Junghua spoke up to introduce, sending to all cadets the most solemn greetings. I am Jin Junghua, the magician responsible for supervising you throughout this exam. Before starting, I will explain the mechanism of this exam. Her voice echoed throughout the center. In front of you is where you will participate in a monster battle, fighting monsters summoned by magicians. Before starting the match, Junghua reminded the contestants. This test is much more dangerous than any training you have ever experienced, because the summoned monsters will have damage equivalent to real-life monsters. And even if the magicians stop summoning, they won't disappear immediately. Saying this, she didn't forget to advise further. If because of embarrassment you don't call for help, you could very well lose your lives. So if you feel the test is too difficult, please surrender immediately. These words made the two female students listening break out in cold sweat, looking at each other in worry. He continued to talk about the grading criteria of the test. The test score will be evaluated based on how long you last and how calmly you react. That is all you need to know. Wish you all the best test results. Without further ado, Junghua immediately lowered her voice to invite the first team. All right, for people of Team 1, please step into the exam arena. Lights in the arena turned on. The separating walls also rose up, dividing the 4 people into 4 separate areas. Junghua once again spoke up to introduce Team 1, Hazuki, Kim Juno, Yu Jungjin, Spanner. Prepare. She turned her head to remind the remaining contestants. All the rest must only observe in silence. If it is not your turn yet, then please analyze the battles of other cadets. Those candidates sat staring at the screen in front, while the instructor's voice continued, asking them to evaluate the monster battles, look for improvements, analyze comprehensively, and if they saw a better way to fight, to share their opinions. She stood in front of everyone and said, All right, monster combat. The voice suddenly stopped there. Seeing the candidates around so silent, not paying attention to what she just said, Junghua cleared her throat slightly to attract their attention. Then she reminded them one last time, Everyone, please turn off your smartwatches. And a few candidates confusedly turned off their watches. Junghua explained, You should know that this speech will affect your written exam results, so please write carefully. As if hit in the black heart, Chai Nayun was speechless and gritted her teeth. Finally, Junghua spoke up. So, monster combat, permission to begin. She raised her hand to create a circular beam of light, summoning the monster. The light figure flared up. She introduced, Team 1, Cadet Hazuki, Summon Monster, High-Tier Thyma. And as the voice just ceased, a large, extremely ferocious monster suddenly appeared in the arena. Something quickly flew forward. Hazuki had difficulty blocking a blow from that monster. An explosion rang out, creating a significant shockwave. Yuyona looked in that direction in thought, and the familiar voice rang out again. Next, Team 2 please enter. Snake Spirit flicked its tongue out. Yonghan raised his fist without hesitation, summoning Demon Wind. Immediately flying forward to land a straight punch on the Snake Spirit's body, making it bend in pain. That attack just ended was also when the battle ended. Junghua announced, Cadet Yonghan has completed the test. Light flashed up. That beam of light suddenly released a rain of daggers heading down towards the monsters below. Each dagger stabbed straight into those monsters without missing a single shot, and the announcing voice immediately rang out. Cadet Chai Nayun has completed the test. Yonghan's figure held the weapon to bind the monster, and then powerfully struck down. Another person at the same time excitedly threw their weapon out, slashing the water splashing everywhere. The sound of fighting below continued to ring out violently. Voice spoke out, Next, Team 10 please enter, prepare. Junghua introduced, Cadet Kim Hajin, Summon Monster, Ice Wolf. Hajin knelt beside the rock and began to fire the first shot, aiming straight at the wolf's head. That wolf was wounded and roared in pain. Hajin's eyes were indifferent, leaning against the rock thinking, if it goes on like this, then everything will surely end smoothly. Surrounding lights suddenly turned off. The candidates sitting in the waiting room were panic-stricken. What is it? Kim Hajin looked up. The voices full of panic did not stop. What is happening? The earpiece suddenly vibrated. Oh, Jinhyuk touched the earpiece, his voice full of questions. Did a problem occur at the test arena? In the earpiece suddenly came the voice of blame. Oh, Jinhyuk, focus on your guard duty? He awkwardly replied, oh my god. I apologize, sorry, okay? Theo Youngji standing inside the monitoring room at this time asked, you know that one of the security teams patrolling around Cube was killed yesterday, right? Then she reminded, we are currently in a very urgent situation. You must also focus carefully. Jinhyuk agreed, saying, all right, but more importantly, have we located the epicenter of the earthquake just now? Youngji replied, predicted to be on the continental shelf on your side, but still cannot locate the exact position. Jinhyuk heard that and was temporarily relieved. Hope nothing big happens. A foot stepped out from the bushes. Jinhyuk turned his head back. Sound escaped. Jin Ji-yoon touched his head, smiling, maliciously looking at him. There is someone here. Jinhyuk did not understand and spoke up to remind him. Outsiders are not allowed into this area. Are you lost? He asked back, then why are you here? This question confused Jinhyuk, but he still politely replied, because I am not an outsider. Ji-yoon reached here, rubbing his biceps, impatiently saying, enough. Saying that is enough. His eyes exuded a murderous aura, smiling threateningly. Don't block my way anymore. Get lost, if you don't want to be beaten half to death. Jinhyuk immediately switched to high alert mode and prepared to draw his sword. Suddenly the ground shook. Both were stunned, looking out to sea. Waves began to roll up. Someone stuttered. What the hell is happening? Before their eyes now was a water tornado, swirling violently without stopping. Inside, the building affected shook. A rushed voice spoke out. Warning. The test will be paused due to an incident occurring outside the main building. All cadets must evacuate the main building immediately. A person standing in the waiting room looking into the arena area shouted. Team 10, stop the test and evacuate immediately. Hajin looked at the chaotic scene around, secretly cursing. Damn it. What the hell is happening? A figure stepped out. The ice wolf, thought to be dead from the attack earlier, suddenly sprang up alert as if never harmed. Hajin immediately fell into a precarious state. His face unavoidable worry, thinking, summoning magic isn't disabled? Then his eyes looked towards the waiting room up there, calling, hey, is anyone there? Hajin's hand held the weapon tightly, thinking back. Surely something is wrong here. Among the magicians sent out, is there a Jin? He tried to remember. Not Jin Younghwa, because no warning window of plot change popped up. No, from the beginning to the end, there was absolutely no change with the characters inside this building. Reaching here as if realizing something, Hajin suddenly widened his eyes. He hurriedly turned his head back. So that means the clattering footsteps on the rock. A person wearing a cloak stood looking down from above. The girl standing from afar spoke up, asking, long time no see, right? Princess Rachel. Hajin thought of the scene and nodded, confirming. This is completely possible, because there are many side characters never named even once in the novel, like Kim Hajin. Rachel looked at the person in front, silently speaking up, calling, Sir Lancaster. This is a part of the story that I absolutely did not know. The ceiling shook violently. Over here, Rachel stood below, looking at the opponent, asking, Sir Alex Lancaster, right when the London accident happened 5 years ago, where were you? She hesitated. And that look. Alex's eyes flashed with killing intent, making Rachel pause for a few seconds. You sold your soul. If understanding something, Rachel shouted angrily, her voice full of reproach. Why would a former captain of the Royal Guard like you do that? Alex hurriedly spoke up. It seems you misunderstood something. He explained. I did not sell my soul at all. My new master simply took my soul. The very soul that was betrayed by the nation I once dedicated my whole life to. Go. The hand tightened on the sword. Rachel coldly pointed her sword at the opponent. It seems saying anything more is meaningless. Let me capture you then. The figure immediately darted away. Rachel's figure rushed forward as fast as lightning. Alex did not dodge, so a sword slashed through his body. Rachel suddenly paused. Because his body only emitted smoke, and no wound appeared at all. He explained for her to understand. What a pity. My real body is not here, but in another place. Appearing in front of you like this is just a form of entertainment for me. Alex continued. Outside is currently too chaotic, to the point people can't even pay attention to this place anymore due to the monster invasion, even the Amugi monster. And now this building has almost become a lair of monsters. No one can come to save you. Alex looked down at the ground, his voice deep. Isn't the current situation very different from the usual United Kingdom, always considering royalty the highest priority to protect, to not caring at all when tens of thousands of people out there died without a burial place? Rachel frowned slightly. The scene in the past appeared, the ground filled with bloody gore. Alex was kneeling holding someone in his arms. That person seemed to no longer breathe. He remembered the image of himself crying in misery. That damn place. Returning to reality. Alex prepared to leave saying, I also want to chat more with you, but time is up. Then he bid farewell. Goodbye, Your Highness Princess. Then immediately left amidst Rachel's cry. Wait a moment. Despite the cry echoing from behind, Sir Lancaster. That figure did not turn back. A foot stepped out. A masked man suddenly appeared with a weapon in hand. That man suddenly used his fastest speed to rush forward, not giving Rachel time to prepare. And that man landed an attack on her body, making her struggle to block. Rachel clenched her teeth with difficulty. The attack is too powerful. Rachel could not bear it anymore and was beaten back by that man's weapon. Her arm could not avoid being grazed by a line, making blood splash out. Rachel was pushed into a difficult situation, worriedly calculating. If I fight head-on, I will definitely not win. I will have to find a weakness and risk attacking. Something passed by at the speed of light. The masked man's weapon knocked the sword in Rachel's hand away, creating a flash of light on her hand. The sword flew far away mercilessly. Then that man stood still, using a gloomy face to look down. Rachel's wrist flashed a thread. That thread was tied to the sword lying forlornly out there. A light flashed up. The masked man quickly turned his head back, seeing the sword emitting an aura flying towards him. The light just flashed up. The wall behind was suddenly broken by someone with a boom. Both panicked, looking in that direction. From the crack appeared a human figure. The masked man saw someone appear, then darted away, rushing forward intending to attack that person. The gun was pointed out, Desert Eagle transform mode. The gun immediately transformed into the shotgun mode. Kim Hajin coldly held it, pointing out. Then one shot took down the masked man. The masked man, after being defeated, was nowhere to be seen. Hajin paused, then looked at the gun in his hand. Just one shot and it's done? Well, it is not surprising, after all, it is an attack costing up to 250 SP. Rachel silently looked at the figure in front of her. In her heart she realized, that person, he studies in the same class as me. A footstep approached. Hajin reached his hand out in front of Rachel, wanting to help her up. Are you okay? His eyes glanced at the wound, looking extremely unstable on her arm, and understood. One sound saying, I brought bandages here. Then he knelt down, proceeding to bandage the wound for Rachel. Making her shyly lower her face, not daring to look up. Hajin did not pay much attention, just said, if I arrived even a little later, you would never be able to swing a sword again. After that, he looked at the blood stain on the handkerchief. The Hajin could not help but be amazed, mouth wide open. Because this is an unexpected harvest, a blood sample of a cadet in Cube. Rachel at that time looked towards him saying, thank you. Hajin was stunned, replying, what? It's nothing. The light bulb on the ceiling was suddenly turned on. Min Yoonghwa stood close to the railing, looking down at them, calling, hey, two classmates, are you two injured anywhere? We will go down to save you two right away. A man in a cloak stepped forward, announcing, Chief Mage, there are two cadets in the exam hall right next to here heavily injured. She heard that, turned her head suspiciously. Who would do such a thing? Outside at the sea, a young man was sitting watching the sunset. Theo Youngji, panic-stricken, ran over, calling in this direction. Oh, Jinhyuk. She hurriedly asked, what happened? Did the Emugi appear? Jinhyuk heard that, lightly touched his hair, replying, you came here too late. It was chased away ages ago. Youngji wondered, you chased it away? Jinhyuk immediately denied. No, it was an intruder who chased it. Then he recounted, also don't know who stabbed it, but that Emugi seemed very angry. Yet that man could still use overwhelming power to chase it away. Remembering the punch along with the fierce eyes, Jinhyuk affirmed, he must definitely be very strong. Youngji felt the story was too vague, so said, you think I believe that? Jinhyuk touched his neck, standing up sympathetically, saying, I also can't believe it, but I see a high possibility he is the suspect in the murder case at the police station. Issue a search order for him. He quietly looked forward, saying, not only did an unknown intruder appear, but also a high-tier monster appeared. This midterm exam is truly lively. Then Jinhyuk spoke his thoughts. I see this time the leaders of Cube will find it hard to avoid being reprimanded for this accident. In summary, the monster accident at Cube occurring yesterday became one of the world's hot news, and the midterm exam was postponed. Because a lot of manpower is needed for correcting the incident with the public, and helping with the repair and restoration work. After that, both the test and classes were suspended. And the cadets got to enjoy a 10-day break unprecedented in the school's history. Behind Hajin was a group of cadets cheering happily because of the break news just announced. The professor stood on the podium with veins popping out shouting at that crowd. "You spoiled brats. How can you be so happy when there are injured cadets? You people down there don't pay much attention to these words because they are discussing with each other. What do you plan to do this break? Let's go out, right?" The professor hearing that got even angrier. "Don't think about nonsense. Quietly return to your dorm rooms immediately." The bag placed next to Hajin suddenly vibrated. He took the laptop out of the bag, turned it on, finally saw the plot change notification. That damn co-author. On the screen appeared a name: Alex Lancaster, along with the biography line below. Has very deep affection for his lost family members. His anger is growing. High possibility he will attack Rachel without waiting for reinforcements when seeing a good opportunity. His danger level has increased from 7.5 to 8.5. Hajin recalled the image of that character. Isn't this person named Lancaster one of the characters related to the UK plot that I created? His goal will be to conquer the UK. A quite formidable villain, and he has become stronger than in the original novel, and appeared much earlier too. Thinking to hear Hajin regretted a bit. Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I would have created more good faction characters. He rested his chin on his hand. But like, this isn't too bad. I even got Rachel's blood sample. Suddenly Hajin's head was shoved hard by an elbow. He turned slightly then. Saw Chai Nayun's face full of murderous aura looking down. Then she acted as if nothing happened, sticking her tongue out saying, "What are you looking at?" Just as Hajin prepared to unleash his anger, a message on the computer popped up. "Hey you, leave that girl alone." Young Han, standing a distance away, seeing the two standing together, said, "Arguing again?" The person standing next to him didn't think so. But, don't they look closer than before? Looking at Nayun's solitary figure walking away, Young Han unceremoniously opined to the person next to him, "Are your eyes defective or something?" A while later Nayun opened the door, face smiling, thinking back. Truly a loser. If he can't do anything to me, then why does he deliberately cause trouble? Just entered the room, then the watch on her hand rang. The screen showed a mailbox icon with the line below, "Cube Cadet Evaluation Chai Nayun." She surprisingly said, "Ah, it's the evaluation of the last test." Nayun conveniently sat down on the chair nearby. "Let's see what's written in here." Kim Suho's writing is also in here. She opened it to see a line of text hitting her eyes. An extremely obvious victory. The next line was, "Although she seems to be worrying about many things, to the point there seem to be many causes, both external and internal, that have made her confidence decrease significantly. However, she is still a talented archer and an extremely excellent cadet." Those lines did not spare praise for Nayun. Although the opponent was a Pegasus, she could still kill it very calmly. Thanks to hard practice and outstanding talent, she had an extremely perfect test performance. Then the following words sounded no different from a self-help book. Maybe there will be people feeling she does not have enough aptitude. But that is not true at all. What she is still missing is not talent, but confidence in herself. Just need her to continue developing on the path she is currently taking. I can be sure she will become the most talented hero. The end of the article, it recorded the evaluating cadet as Kim Suho. Nayun read these words sounding like consolation and could not help but be moved, bowing her face down. So embarrassing. Then she lifted her head, eyes tearing up looking at the screen. But he is right. No matter what anyone says, I will definitely choose to be an archer. Nayun continued scrolling down, seeing there was another letter. Next, anonymous? Don't know who it is, but this evaluation is really long. Nayun was a bit excited, clicking on the letter. Let's see what's written in here. Then she started sitting reading. Reading for a while, her body trembled. Nayun's face popped veins. She shouted angrily, making people passing by the room startled and panicked. Nayun's voice echoed throughout the dormitory area. I will not forgive this bastard. In front of Hajin now was an Evandel seed soaked in blood, placed on a white handkerchief. However, a strange thing was that the blood around the handkerchief was slowly being sucked inside it. Hajin at this time sat with arms crossed, staring at every movement of the Evandel seed without taking his eyes off. Oh, did it just suck blood? The Evandel seed I got at Gari Mountain. If I feed it blood, it will create an Evandel witch. He was certain as a nail driven in wood about the quality of blood he obtained. Because this is Rachel's blood with prestigious lineage, no bad person will suddenly appear. Hajin was extremely eager, hoping the process would happen quickly, so he could rely on it. Grow up and help me. The wish just passed not long ago when a cold stream ran down Hajin's spine, making his whole body sweat as if a mutation just crept into his body. Hajin's face immediately changed color. Blood seemed drained from his skin. Impossible. In his palm, a strange mark suddenly lit up, shining with a magical light not belonging to this world. The second stigma is actually in the middle of the quiet dark night. From Hajin's apartment suddenly rang out a scream tearing the whole atmosphere when he shockingly realized that abnormal change. Early next morning, when the morning sunlight crept through every corner of the city, Hajin still lived as usual. However, the place of the mysterious mark yesterday still throbbed. That made him unable to hide his gloomy face. He looked as if carrying an invisible fatigue. Seeing his complexion was not good, Park Soo-hyuk immediately kindly asked, "What's wrong, Hajin?" He then didn't say clearly but just passed by, "Nothing. Today I'm just a bit tired." Conveniently, Hajin also asked about Park Soo-hyuk's current situation. "Seems like right now you are also better off than before?" "Yeah, sales are easier and customers increase too. Much better than when I worked alone." Park Soo-hyuk was extremely grateful to Hajin because thanks to him he could manage part of it. "It's all thanks to you, Hajin." But he did not stand on ceremony, so just wanted to avoid it, changing the subject. While sitting in the car, the crowd gathering as thick as ants outside attracted his attention. Why are there so many people in front of the door? But when looking closely, Hajin also realized, are they people from the guilds? Everyone at this time, when seeing special people passing by them, stood mouth agape in extreme surprise. "Hey look, those people are members of Essence of the Strait. Truly being a celebrity is so cool. Yuna just needs to arrive somewhere, and that place is always crowded with people surrounding her." Although people around were very enthusiastic and chaotic, she still kept the cold CEO face without a single expression. Hajin saw the lively scene outside, so also immediately lowered the car window. "Yuna? She came here with teammates." At that time Yuna also noticed his appearance and turned her eyes to look at him. "Hajin." It seemed she was also extremely curious why he was here, so immediately walked towards his car. Yuna knocked on Hajin's window while asking him, "What are you doing at the field?" For this sudden meeting, he was a bit unprepared for an answer, so just stammered, "Huh? Making money." Hearing this, she became even more curious. "Alone?" "Surprise, old man." Hajin actually dragged Park Soo-hyuk into this matter too. "No, with my manager Park Soo-hyuk." While he was silently chanting Buddha in his heart, Yuna also squinted looking inside the car. Though Hajin was the one creating this. When experiencing it himself, he thought again. Thinking about it, Yuna and Park Soo-hyuk form a really strange combination. If following the original story, Park Soo-hyuk would become Kim Soo-ho's manager. Yuna, after knowing Kim Soo-ho signed a contract with him, invested heavily in SH. The cooperation between the two of them was thought to be incompatible. Yet it was unimaginably compatible. The result was so successful that Yuna, Park Soo-hyuk and everyone involved all walked on a path full of money. Well, that is the original story, but the problem is SH without Kim Soo-ho worth Yuna investing money in? And that is a difficult question in Hajin's heart. Returning to reality, Soo-hyuk was not Yuna's ally, but just a person extremely afraid of her. The atmosphere between them at this moment suddenly became really heavy and tense. The worst situation is I might have blocked Park Soo-hyuk's opportunity. Yuna at this time also didn't ask much more, but just lowered her voice. Understood. As if led by an invisible attraction, she involuntarily reached out to touch the door handle. Without a word of warning, Yuna opened the door and stepped into Hajin's car, sitting calmly without even looking back, leaving him stunned, not understanding what was happening. "If you go hunting, then I will go too. You agree, right?" Although that was a question from Yuna, it was no different from forcing him to accept. Hajin had not recovered from the surprise. Soo-hyuk drove, taking the two of them deep into the forest. The atmosphere in the car at this time was a bit awkward when both sat silently not saying anything. While Hajin was silently wondering, "What is Yuna thinking?" she spoke up, calling him, "Hey, huh." Next second she asked him a question that was miles away. "Have you thought about the future yet?" Hearing this, Hajin froze for 5 seconds. Why ask that all of a sudden? Seems like Yuna is a person who worries far ahead, while you are a go-with-the-flow person. After graduating, what do you plan to do? Still have plenty of time. You have thought about that already? Hajin thought so because he was a relaxed guy, while Yuna was completely the opposite. Thought? Midterms are over and in year 3 we mainly practice, so most of the time we won't come to Cube. Yeah. Year 3 will be busy because we will become real heroes or something. Turns out from earlier until now she mentioned this issue because she wanted to invite him to her team. If you don't have a specific plan, how about joining Essence of the Strait? To make the invitation more attractive, Yuna immediately added about its potential. We are in second place right after Creator's Grace, but when I become the guild master, I will make Essence of the Strait the top guild in Korea. We can support you with many things, from modern weapons to famous managers. Hearing he might be replaced, Soo-hyuk couldn't help but feel stung. After advertising all the delicious benefits, Yuna looked towards Hajin expectantly. Is that offer attractive enough for you? A cadet? However, the only thing Hajin cared about was her carelessness. Contacting a cadet early is violating the law, You will be fined 500 million won. Hearing that, she sharply replied, I have plenty of strength to pay that amount. Anyway, However, Yona couldn't finish the sentence when the car hit a rock. Then she suddenly lurched forward and smashed her face straight into the seat. Don't know if Soo-hyuk did it on purpose or unintentionally, but this turned Yona into a lion. What the hell? Why did you break suddenly? After a long journey, they stopped at a cliff amidst majestic mountain scenery. We arrived, the monster point. She heard that and couldn't help but be confused inside. What are you saying? How can a normal manager like you find a monster point? Soo-hyuk then hesitated a bit and replied, End of April is when monsters in the field begin to complete. Many people flock to the field around this time. There are still quite a few spots, but they are quite famous, so very crowded. This is also the hunting ground chosen after considering Hajin's marksmanship characteristics. It is information I researched carefully, so you just believe it first. Hajin at this time was also very satisfied with his working style. My manager is good, right? After preparing full gear, he informed Soo-hyuk and continued the journey. I will come back after hunting. At this time, only the two of them remained in the car. I miss you, Yona will. Members of my guild will arrive soon. Soo-hyuk saw himself being ignored like a big lump of butter, so didn't know what else to say. Yeah. Suddenly the second before she just jumped down, yet the next second she knocked on his car door. Thought something important happened. However, Yona needed a completely confusing thing. Give me your business card. 10 days after the midterm exam accident, the postponed classes finally continued and the cadets returned to Cube. This time everyone was gathering fully to see their results on the general scoreboard. What rank are you?
I'm doomed.
Not out of prediction, with his infinite IQ, Hajin still sat majestically at the top of the table. And of course I also bagged the first rank in this midterm exam. Everything now started to fall into place, no longer troublesome like before. And after Horak was taught a lesson in the exam, his gang trying to bully me also left me alone. No more things making Hajin worry, so he could yawn leisurely. This must be the most peaceful time for me since entering Cube. However, life is not like a dream. Just thought it was peaceful when at this time he received a warning punch from Nayun. Truly out of the frying pan into the fire, Hajin once again faced her eyes full of murderous intent. You are the one who wrote that evaluation, right? When everyone saw this tense mental conflict between the two of them break out, they curiously gathered around. What is this? Is there a fight? Before Hajin could even reply, her fierce face stopped him. Don't you dare think about denying it. That damn tone is exactly like yours. However, he actually confirmed it with extreme calmness. So what? I wrote it to help you. Faced with his audacity, Nayun couldn't help but get angry. Who asked you? So what? Huh? You're a good marksman, yet you don't know how to observe and sense? Who are you to judge me? You think you're hot stuff because you study well? Want to bet? Let me teach you myself how hard it is to hold a bow. Nayun's shouting had attracted the attentive gazes of everyone. Hajin had nothing to fear and immediately agreed to her request. Fine. A bet it is. Everything has a price. So he also had a condition for Nayun. But if you lose, from now on, you are not allowed to touch a bow and arrow again. She didn't expect Hajin to be so difficult, so she stood there stunned for a long while. Seeing that she was being put in a tough spot, Nayun immediately summoned her monster. This bastard. After arguing back and forth, the two of them finally settled it. I will switch from using a gun to a bow. But can you give me some time for special training? Acting like special training will help you win. Bring it on. While Nayun was stomping away, Hajin was also secretly calculating. My current marksmanship is at grade 7. I just need to raise it to grade 6 during this time. Then I will definitely win this bet. That is not even mentioning my luck stat. Nayun is clearly denying reality. She mistakenly thinks her talent for the bow is as good as for the sword. Praise and encouragement won't help resolve anything. That morning, when the sunlight was shining through every window frame, was also the time everyone gathered together in the large auditorium. Very glad to see everyone again. And the person standing there speaking was none other than Han Hyun. It is truly a relief that we are all safely sitting here together, after overcoming that stormy midterm exam together. Due to the impact caused by the recent exam, there are a few changes. The academic and hunting clubs are suspended. Due to the movements of the jinns, the accidents at Cube followed the original novel. So there is still one accident remaining. That is the reason why. This moment, Han Hyun also briefly introduced their next location. Our destination this time will be France. Although it sounds interesting, the next chapter will open up a bloody event. The assassination of a French tycoon. The chapter begins with an assassination threat from an assassin organization. The letter clearly states that the night bridging Saturday and Sunday will be the day they act. The target they are aiming for is not from the ordinary class. The recipient is the French tycoon, Bertin. One might think he represents a villain, but it is quite the opposite. Bertin is a gentle-natured person, living a simple life in a villa in the suburbs of France. However, life is a trick. That is just a fake mask he is wearing. But this is actually a lie. Bertin's real name is Beret, and he is a born scammer, a bastard among bastards, gained extreme wealth by swindling countless people. Until now, he has always escaped the fate of being caught after every scam. But finally, the Dark Ministry discovered and locked onto him. Since he is on the wanted list, he cannot ask for police help. And he doesn't have enough time to find a bodyguard strong enough to fight them. Bertin was terrified to the extreme. Any ironic situation will have a satisfactory solution. But even in the darkest night, people will find a ray of light. Wisdom comes from difficulty. One day, Bertin thought of a genius plan after meeting a cadet from Cube during a vacation in France. That naive cadet unintentionally caught Bertin's eye. Become the president of the French travel club? Truly excellent. It's nothing much, but thank you. By the way, we are planning to choose Paris as the next destination. But I am having great difficulty finding a good place to house all the cadets. His problem was heard word for word by that man. Realizing this was a golden opportunity to escape the assassin's claws, Beret immediately suggested, "So, would everyone like to come to my villa? You and all your fellow cadets." That is roughly the story. Hajin had grasped all the developments in the palm of his hand. He is planning to use the cadets as guards for his villa. Suddenly, a notification appeared on Hajin's laptop screen. "Hey friend, Truth Seeker. I need your help. It seems you have found your first client." Hajin was a bit confused at this moment because he didn't think things would come so fast. "My first order." The anonymous person immediately gave him their request. "Please find the scammer who swindled my family and ran away. I have attached all the detailed information about the person I want you to find." However, after glancing through the provided information, Hajin immediately realized the target's identity. This person is... Meanwhile, in a dark place without a single ghost, the Chameleon Troop was gathering together. Everyone stood around forming a circle and observed what was happening through a sphere of light. One of them spoke up first. "Oh my, I'm scared. So this is the power of the traitor?" The others also started to join in the fun. "The first-year cadets of Cube this year are truly high quality. This guy seems like he will be very useful. Useful or not, I don't really care." However, Jane could not accept the fact that some rookies would be in the same group as her, so she spoke up. "Since when did our Chameleon Troop turn into a detective agency trying to recruit rookies like that boy?" However, her opinion met with disagreement. "I see he has quite the potential. Not to mention the fact that he has no parents or lovers. What does that have to do with us? People are usually more susceptible to temptations when they have no one by their side. We may not be able to give him fame, but we can give him a lot of wealth." It seems that Hajin, in their eyes, is a bright gem of great value. Our top priority is to find the traitor and eliminate him. If his talent is useful to us, then we should recruit him. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument, Jane didn't waste her breath anymore. "Oh, is that so? Fine, consider him recruited then." However, the next second she changed her mind. "But the only empty seat left is the black seat. You want to give it to a brat like this?" The color designated specifically for the strongest person in the Chameleon Troop. The color of the person who previously betrayed the master? Suddenly, while the two of them were verbally fighting fiercely, Jaeyong stomped forward. "It seems there is no other way. In that case, give me that black seat. Then give my seat to him, that will work." He really made a request without feeling any shame. The others, faced with his excessive confidence, whispered among themselves. "Reject. You are too stupid to have that seat." "Agree. So what do we do now?" While everyone was dividing into factions arguing back and forth, Drun came up with an idea. "Then the answer will be to hold a vote, right, Master?" Xiaofang had been silent as a clam since the beginning, not paying any attention to their quarreling. This moment, she also finalized the voting plan and proceeded immediately while it was hot. "Those who agree to recruit Kim Hajin into the Chameleon Troop, raise your hands." And after a moment of consideration, a few people raised their hands. But there were also some who refused. Regarding Jane and Jaeyong, both of them did not raise their hands in agreement. The final result was extremely clear. The number of supporters was higher than the number of refusers. 8 votes for, 2 votes against. So the decision to recruit Kim Hajin has been passed, right? Jane and Jaeyong did not like Hajin at all. And when they heard this, both of them gritted their teeth in dissatisfaction. But what could be done? They still had to obey. Suddenly, at that moment, Xiaofang had a mission for her. "Jane, take this. This is an invitation letter to a VIP party in Paris." Jane looked extremely excited. "Is this the location of the mission this time?" Jane held the invitation in her hand and smiled a deeply eerie smile. Jane, the holder of the yellow color of the Chameleon Troop. For my sake, perform a simple mission of stealing this ring. After the trip to France was approved, the cadets were present at the airport early in the morning to prepare. Han Hyun, after completing the roll call task, immediately moved to the next task. Alright, confirmation complete. Everyone is present, including Hajin. Before teleporting, we will draw lots for grouping. This was the first time he set foot in Europe, so it felt a bit unfamiliar. In the real world, I have never been to Europe. According to the original novel, Yona and Suho will be in the same group. Anyway, Hajin was stuck at this point, so he just put the paper in the box to see who fate would pair him with. As for the rest, just go with the flow. In just a moment, the poetic Eiffel Tower from romance novels appeared romantically before their eyes. The scenery in Paris was mesmerizing, with countless unique architectural works present everywhere. Right from dawn, people had poured into coffee shops to enjoy food and read newspapers. Truly enemies on a narrow road. Hajin and Nayun were actually grouped together, making her blood boil. What the hell is this? What kind of drawing is this? You clearly drew it, so what are you complaining about? Every time the two of them met, it was no different from cats and dogs. Shut your mouth. The people around also focused their attention on them. Look, those are the cadets from Cube, right? They look really cool. Suddenly, at this moment, he turned his eyes towards Han Hyun. Korean cadets, please go this way. After a long time of separation, Natasha could not hide her happiness upon seeing her darling Han Hyun again. And just like that, everyone was force-fed a mouthful of PDA. How are you, darling? I'm fine, honey, and you? Did he come here just to see his girlfriend? Since this was the first time he publicly announced his lover, Han Hyun immediately introduced her to everyone. This is my girlfriend. She is also a member of the medical team for this trip. Her name is Natasha. She was very warm and delighted to get to know the cadets. Nice to meet you all. Have a fun trip in Paris. Only Hajin wondered how Han Hyun managed to woo Natasha. Let everyone explore every corner of this poetic city. Han Hyun made an announcement. Now you are free to sightsee, but we have a party planned for tonight, so everyone must gather here at 7 p.m. Snayun was stuck in the same group as Hajin. She asked him a question. Hey, where do you plan to go? With her bottomless stomach, he immediately replied, First, let's find something to eat. Are you really going with me? Although she had a grudge against Hajin, she couldn't just split up and leave her teammate alone. We're already grouped up. What do you want me to do? Just throw you away? Not really. It's just that I feel you are very different from someone in the past. Hajin didn't let Nayun choose the destination but immediately turned and walked away, demanding she follow him. Just follow me. Hearing that, she was a bit surprised and glanced east and west. Wait, you know the way around here? As expected of Hajin. You are a careful person, so you must have prepared a map in your head. Is that watch just for show? Of course. I researched everything before coming here. Just follow me. Since Nayun was clueless when it came to France, she had no choice but to listen to tour guide Hajin. Although she didn't know the dining spot, she still put on airs to make things difficult for him. Fine, but I'm a picky eater, you know? I know. How would you know? Indeed, Hajin did not disappoint as he brought Nayun to an extremely luxurious French restaurant. While he got a table, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the expensive atmosphere here and gazed around intently. Even when seated at the dining table, Nayun was still looking around with curiosity. How did you manage to book a reservation at a place like this? Although he used the Book of Truth, he didn't tell her directly. I have my ways. Hajin really was a legendary CEO who had nothing but resources. He pushed the menu toward Nayun and requested, All right, just order whatever you want to eat. Oh, she was a bit slow on the uptake, she still agreed and took it. Ah, all right. In Hajin's thoughts, Nayun was a Chable princess, so surely she would choose a dish that wasn't bad. She definitely knows how to order well. Her family background is quite wealthy, after all. Through the frosted glass, long hair flashed by like a shadow of the past. This caused Hajin's heart to suddenly stop. His eyes widened in astonishment for a brief moment. Before he could utter a word, he stood up abruptly, to Nayun's confusion. What is it? He left a bewildered Nayun sitting at the dining table. He dashed outside, desperate to know what was happening. I'm stepping out for a bit. I'll be right back. Stay right here. What? Where are you going? Hajin rushed forward at breakneck speed, determined to catch up to that girl. Has the story changed again? Or did a character I don't know about intervene? He ran fast on the sidewalk, keeping his eyes on the long hair cutting through the crowd. Why? After running at full speed for a while, Hajin finally caught up to them. Excuse me, miss? When that person turned around, a suspicion rose within him. Why is Yoon Sung-ah in Paris? However, She seemed not to know who he was and looked panicked, glancing left and right. Huh, what is it? Hajin's face immediately switched to serious mode as he questioned her. Sanga, you walk really fast. Miss Sanga, what are you doing here in Paris? Who is it? Who are you? Faced with her question and a face full of unfamiliarity, Hajin froze stiff for a moment. He found it extremely confusing why Sanga was treating him like a stranger. Why are you pretending not to know me? However, just as a noise rang out, she took the opportunity to hide behind the guy accompanying her. At this moment, Hajin suddenly realized something seemed wrong. A notification from the system appeared. Although he really wanted to ask Sanga for an explanation, it seemed today was not possible.
Sorry.
I mistook you for someone else. After that accidental meeting, Hajin took out his laptop and sat in a corner. The system immediately sent a notification to him. A setting change notification. An anonymous informant said that a dark history has been fabricated between Jin and Sanga. Sanga has been brought into the current field. While Nayun was looking at him with curious eyes, Hajin was still busy focusing on this Sanga character. Jin and Sanga? So that's why she came to Paris. This story had to go back to a long time ago. There were two people working together at the Creator's Sacred Grace Guild. Were recruited at the same time, and that was the fate that brought them together. However, their feelings did not stop at being normal colleagues, but developed into an extremely tight bond, and they overcame together countless missions and obstacles. And so, the two of them were always together, sharing blessings and enduring hardships alike. Jin became the only person Yoon Sanga called a friend throughout her unhappy life. No happiness can last forever. However, right at the decisive moment, Jin betrayed Sanga, and their affection came to an end. That day, amidst a desolate scene submerged in blood and fire, Sanga was trembling with resentment under Jin's sharp blade. Why? Why is it me? That woman, at that moment, had not a shred of pity for Sanga. Want to know why? Because Jin then revealed her wolf-in sheep's clothing appearance. She just laughed smugly at her pain. I thought doing this would be fun, you know? Hearing this, Sanga had no words of regret or scolding, but just looked at her with soulless, emotionless eyes. Her true identity was Jane Valerian, Jane, the character holding the yellow color of the Chameleon Troop. She is a villain especially good at stealing and disguising. Returning to reality, on Sanga's side, she was standing silently looking ahead. Meanwhile, Jane approached and handed her a cup of coffee. Vice Guild leader, have some coffee. Thanks, Jane. Looking at Sanga's face, Jane could partly understand her mood. You look troubled. Is that so? However, right now she was looking forward to that moment more than ever. I'm feeling very refreshed, actually. Finally, I can take action to eliminate a traitor. She then asked for her opinion on the matter. Do you really think Jane Valerian will appear at this party? According to that anonymous source. No, I don't believe it 100%. But when it came to Jane, Sanga understood her better than anyone. She really likes parties like this, especially if there's something to steal. For her, it's killing two birds with one stone. And the 1 in 1,000 years treasure that Jane was aiming for was the thing that would appear at the party. The artifact stored in the waiting hall, the Ring of Homer. Sanga understood her like the back of her hand. She knew what calculations Jane had in her head. Tonight, Jane Valerian will definitely take action herself to steal it. Right in the middle of the most luxurious 5-star restaurant, located amidst a bustling and lively street. Nayun, after devouring that sumptuous meal, left extremely satisfied. I'm so full. Seeing her so happy, Hajin thought it was time to say goodbye and made a suggestion. Well, let's split up now. You probably have places you want to go too, right? As he spoke, he secretly calculated the plan for tonight's ball. The ball starts at 5 p.m. I need to scour this place to find a vantage point. Realizing Hajin didn't want to walk anymore, Nayun waved goodbye. All right, whatever. But he suddenly called out to her. Hey! Nayun! Hajin instructed her carefully. Don't get lost. As if seen through, Nayun screamed in annoyance. Do you think I'm an idiot? Finally, the ball arrived. Just as night fell, the entire villa grounds were brilliant under the magnificent lights, surrounded by a fleet of luxury cars. Gentlemen and ladies from prestigious families appeared one by one, donning exquisite formal wear. If the outside was magnificent and grand, the inside was even more overwhelming. Everywhere was covered in expensive crystal and towering towers of champagne. Although the space was suffocatingly gorgeous, the eyes of all guests were simultaneously drawn to one direction. They gasped in admiration. Look over there. Yuho and Yona donned exquisite outfits. Even though both their faces were hidden behind mysterious masks, the aura they radiated was hard to conceal. Their appearance caused the entire hall to whisper and gossip incessantly. Are they celebrities? Even with masks, I can sense their super cool aura. Seeing everyone constantly praising them, Yona said proudly, "Hey, did you hear that? Clothes make the man. Dressing up nicely is truly worth it." But Suho beside her didn't think so. He thought tiredly, "Wearing this is too stifling." Seeing the atmosphere was so lively, she made a suggestion. "Wait, we've come all this way, aren't we going to dance?" Suho replied shyly, "But I've never danced before." The whole hall just immersed itself in the melodious music, dancing under the magnificent crystal lights. But they didn't know that in the building opposite, a black shadow was observing their every move. From a hidden corner on a high floor, Hajin used his power to closely monitor the situation of the ball. 5:30 p.m. Yoon Sung-ah has also arrived. Currently, not much has changed yet. The masquerade ball was held at an ancient castle on the outskirts of Paris. My mission today is to help the story progress smoothly. But through his power, Hajin immediately detected something strange. At a distance, a spatial gate bearing a fiery red color suddenly appeared, swirling violently. He exclaimed in astonishment, "That is a magic gate!" He thought tonight would be peaceful, but its appearance made Hajin extremely worried. "Damn it, I thought everything would be fine. Only jinns can create an artificial gate like that. Moreover, they must have significant support from devils to have enough mana to do this." Having said that, Hajin immediately shifted his gaze into the hall, trying to track down the jinn. That means somewhere in the party today, there is a jinn creating the magic gate. Suddenly, the computer beside him made a noise, cutting off his train of thought. A comment appeared. System suddenly gave a clue to Hajin. Homer's ring, a mythical artifact. It is truly a mistake to assume a mythical item isn't valuable just because it hasn't awakened. Another change was added. The setting has been changed to the Evil Society Jinn group participating in the plot in Paris to hunt for the artifact. After reading the hints, he pondered and deduced. The Evil Society? It can't be. The system immediately answered. The Evil Society, a terrifying group of jinns with a leader named Kim Hakbyo. Robbing artifacts, attacking and rioting to cause war. Those jinns from the Evil Society have participated in countless brutal acts in this world. Hearing it finish, Hajin shouted in anger, "Thanks for letting me meet such dangerous guys." He couldn't waste any more time. He immediately activated his power, acting fast, right now. Just as he finished speaking, a pitch-black mask covered Hajin's face. His whole body radiated a dense aura, ready to go hunting. Having prepared everything, he set off immediately. "All right, time to head out and find that devil." Inside the ball, right in a hidden corner where no one passed by, a man was being strangled to the point of suffocation. After a while of unsuccessful resistance, the man lost too much air and passed away on the spot. The perpetrator disguised himself as a waiter looking just like him, silently taking down people one by one. After knocking them all out, he quickly executed his plan. The waiter bent down and put his eye to the retinal scanner. The system quickly confirmed and approved. The door in front of him gradually opened. Seeing everything go so smoothly, he said smugly, "Easy as pie." The waiter quickly stepped in, his eyes gleaming with excitement when he saw the only object emitting light in the dark room. So this is the mythical artifact. Inside the strictly protected glass case, a sparkling gold ring stood out with a glowing diamond set in the middle, making anyone who looked at it want to possess it. He exclaimed in surprise, "Homer's ring." But just as he was about to touch the ring, a cold voice rang out from behind. The silhouette of a woman stepped inside step by step. "What are you doing?" Jane's face instantly turned pale as the plan was exposed. "Jane." He slowly turned his head, full of fear as his identity was revealed. Trembling, he said, "Vice Guild Leader? What are you doing here?" Contrary to Jane's terrified look, Sung-ah just smiled slightly, replying gently, "I came here to find you. My secretary position can't be left empty after all." She spoke, she stepped closer and closer to Jane. Suddenly, Sung-ah hugged him from behind, making Jane extremely astonished, not understanding what she wanted to do. His face went pale, stunned by Sung-ah's action. Jane was flustered, not knowing what to do in this situation. He was so surprised he couldn't speak properly. "Vice Guild Leader, what are you doing?" Sung-ah remained calm, hugging him tighter, and replied in a bewitching voice, "You know, don't you, Jane?" Suddenly her attitude changed completely. She screamed coldly, "I can't be fooled a second time like that." Before Jane could react, his whole body was lifted into the air. Sung-ah used all her strength to slam him straight down onto the ground behind her. Loud noise boomed like thunder. Bricks and stones shattered, flying everywhere. The hall, which was immersed in music and light, suddenly fell into chaos. Screams rang out everywhere. When the dust settled, the scene before their eyes left everyone stunned. The once luxurious and magnificent building was now just a pile of rubble. The large wall behind had a giant hole gouged into it, cracked open. Everyone panicked and whispered, "What is that? Did an explosion happen?" Suddenly, from within the thick dust, a figure quickly shot out. That person's entire face was distorted like melted wax. Gradually, they reassembled into a shape. Every detail on the face began to become clearer. It turned out to be Jane, the one who had disguised herself as Jiren. As she ran away from Sunga, she said excitedly, "How did you know so well? My disguise talent is perfect, you know?" Sunga didn't bother replying to Jane. In a flash like lightning, she swung her sword straight at her. Even with such terrifying speed, Jane still gently blocked it as if nothing had happened. Sunga screamed angrily, questioning her. "Didn't you switch places with the real Jiren after we arrived in Paris? Did you think I wouldn't notice the change in the gait and speech of my right-hand man?" Hearing her say that, she gave a cunning smile, speaking sarcastically. "I didn't recall you paying attention to such small details. Was my betrayal that painful?" Those words were like a knife cutting into Sunga. The pain from the past came rushing back, causing her to freeze. Suddenly from behind, a whip lashed out, intervening in their battle. The whip came and wrapped tightly around Sunga's hand. The constricting force was so strong that no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't escape. The voice of the whip's owner rang out, attracting the attention of both. "Excuse me." Yona tightened her whip and issued a warning. "I don't know who you people are, but why don't you take your lover home to argue?" Suho beside her also drew his weapon, ready to join the fight. Suddenly having someone dare to intervene in her battle made Sunga extremely annoyed. She spoke up to interrogate, "Who are you people?" Yona introduced herself while holding the whip tight, refusing to let go. "We are cube cadets. If you agree to lower your weapons, no one has to shed blood." Hearing that, a look of disgust appeared clearly on her face. She felt extremely annoyed by this interference. Sunga didn't bother struggling anymore. She immediately activated her ability. A wave of intense heat suddenly radiated from her body. In an instant, the once sturdy whip was burned to ashes by the intense heat, falling down to Yona's astonishment. She was bewildered, unable to understand what had just happened. "My whip!" Just as the obstacle in front was dealt with, another aura immediately attacked Sunga from behind. Jane, taking advantage of her distraction, immediately rushed in like the wind. The blade in her hand thrust straight toward her. But fortunately, with excellent reflexes, Sunga dodged it. Not missing the chance, Sunga immediately counterattacked. She poured all her power into the sword. A blazing hot energy immediately surrounded it. In a flash, she rushed in front of Jane. Both of them rushed to slash at each other like a tornado, neither giving an inch, terrifying Yona. Sound of metal echoed throughout the hall. One attacking, one defending, making the fight increasingly tense. But the battle gradually tilted in Sunga's favor. She put all her strength into the blade, knocking her opponent's body backward, slamming straight into the nearby wall. Jane's blade tried to resist, but it was useless. After that terrifying collision force, the sword began to crack. Piece by piece of iron gradually fell down in front of her. The sword was completely destroyed. Sunga showed no mercy, swinging her sword straight to finish Jane off. But just as her blade was about to touch her, another sword intervened to block it. Suho quickly stepped forward to stop Sunga's action. Seeing her good deed ruined, she shouted angrily, "Who is this kid now? Get lost or I'll cut you both down right now." Although Sunga tried to scold him, Suho still stood there firmly.
No.
"Even though I don't know why you two are fighting, I won't allow anyone to be dragged into your battle. It's better if you stop." But didn't calm her down at all. Sunga gritted her teeth, becoming even more furious. Suddenly, she swung her sword, knocking him away forcefully. Sunga spoke up in annoyance. So annoying. But just as she prepared to continue what she was doing, Jane had quickly run away. By the time Sunga realized, she was already high and dry. Where did that woman go? What the? She immediately chased after her. "Come back here immediately," Jane, full of excitement, teased. "If you were me, would you come back? Well, goodbye, Sunga." But before she could finish her sentence, a magical black mist suddenly appeared from nowhere, enveloping Jane. But it didn't stop there. The black mist continued to spread throughout the hall, covering every corner, making the once luxurious space suddenly become gloomy and suffocating. It spread fast like lightning, sweeping away everything in its path. Even Sunga was made to stagger by the black wave. In an instant, darkness covered the space, drowning everything in gloom. Sunga and Jane looked in panic at the person in front of them, the one who had just seized the ring. she said with delight. Finally found it. The final Jin finally appeared. She looked nothing like a human. Her lower body was long, slimy tentacles, making people disgusted. Silas raised the treasure in her hand, exclaiming excitedly, Homer's ring! Hajin stood outside observing everything that had been happening. Seeing the villain had arrived, he clicked his tongue, feeling this one would be tough. Right at a lavish eatery amidst the street bustling with passers-by. Nayun scratched her head, screaming in frustration. Back here again? After a while of trying to follow the instructions, she was still stuck here. Nayun cursed angrily. I followed the map's instructions correctly. Why do I keep coming back here? What a useless watch. After fumbling around for a while, she finally gave up. What crappy company made this thing? I'm definitely filing a complaint. But after cursing to her heart's content, Nayun suddenly realized, it's my dad's company. Seeing she couldn't find her way to the ball, she decided to call for help. However, after a few attempts to contact him, the person on the other end still didn't bother to pick up. Nayun complained tiredly. He won't pick up, and doesn't even bother reading messages. She cursed angrily. What the hell is he busy with anyway? Nayun had no idea that Yona was facing a terrifying Jin at the ball. Manga was astonished, raising her guard against the appearance of Silas, a Jin. But the fear only lasted for a moment. She quickly regained her confidence, pointing her sword straight at her. Her whole body erupted in fierce flames. A powerful aura radiated out, making the atmosphere extremely tense. Sanga ordered sternly, Hand that over to me. Silas felt the threat was laughable and spoke sarcastically. This isn't something the likes of you can reach. The more she spoke, the more delighted she became, determined not to hand the ring to Sanga. Our evil society will take this ring. Hearing her say that, Hajin felt very uneasy. If I let the evil society get that ring, the chance of us getting it back, even if everyone here works together, is very low. Seeing the unforeseen consequences, he had to take action. No choice. Have to use Plan B. Hajin immediately activated the power hidden within him. In a split second, a golden liquid shimmering like molten metal flowed out, surrounding his arm. Hajin grabbed the liquid, stretching it out like a normal rope. He used force to spin it around to gain momentum to throw it into the hall. All right, this should be enough. That moment, he poured all his strength, muscles tensing up, then threw the whip forward powerfully. While Silas was still rambling about the evil society, the liquid successfully entered inside, rushing straight toward her. If anyone dares to block my path. The liquid pierced through the shattered glass door, aiming straight for her face. But Silas quickly detected it and dodged lightly. She screamed in panic. What is that? Who did it? Although she dodged, this caused Silas to reveal an opening. Seizing that opportunity, Sanga immediately rushed forward, launching an attack. Chaotic battle ensued inside the hall, with no attention paid to the treasure that had been taken away. Hajin, after completing his mission, intended to turn and leave. Nice. Thanks to her, that woman won't chase me anymore. He stood spinning the ring in his hand, calculating silently. If I leave right now. From behind Hajin's back, pure white feathers fluttered in the air. Suddenly, a blade of wind swept past, slicing through them as if signaling something. Hajin immediately sensed a dense aura crashing in. Just as the feather was sliced, a deafening explosion rang out, blowing away everything nearby. The explosion force was so strong that smoke and dust rose blindly, obscuring vision. Rocks and soil were thrown up, scattered everywhere. The explosion was only a few meters from Hajin. He luckily dodged it. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Hey, no, you can't do that. The mastermind finally revealed himself. He calmly approached, warning, Where are you rushing off to with that in hand? Seeing his plan exposed, Hajin spoke up in annoyance. Damn it, there are two Jins? The Jin calmly approached, introducing himself. Nice to meet you. My name is Sidious. With orange hair and an outfit of the same color, he stood out remarkably in the night. Sidious continued, If I say I am also a member of the evil society, would you find it easier to understand? Not letting Hajin answer, he continued rambling about his skills. That technique you used to steal the ring was pretty well done. Silas was completely helpless. Hajin didn't expect him to talk so much, so he just replied helplessly, It wasn't that big of a deal. In an instant, Sidious's attitude changed completely. He radiated a dense aura, uttering a threat. And you're quite sharp, aren't you? Hajin felt a bit of fear, so he quickly hid the ring inside his coat, replying firmly, But I can't do that. Seeing him so stubborn made him furious, cursing torrentially. Just as I said, there are always people like this. You people want to hinder our perfect plan. Sidious saw that using words had no effect, So he had to pull out his weapon, growling, "No choice then." The sword hilt in his hand suddenly emitted small sparks. In a flash, a dazzling blade was formed. Sidious saw everything was ready and loudly declared war. If words don't work, then force it is. Having said that, a terrible pressure immediately crashed down. Sidious swung the sword in his hand powerfully. A beam of red-black electricity shot out, rushing straight toward Hajin. That energy carried a violent killing intent, sweeping away everything in its path. A deep crimson fire flared up violently, covering the entire rooftop. Hajin immediately dodged to the side, but the pressure from the attack was so terrible it made him tumble to the ground. Luckily he dodged. With that terrifying destructive power, it could have taken Hajin's life. He panted, looking in horror at the ruins it left behind. Seeing Hajin's appearance, Sidious teased, "Do you feel scared at all?" He was full of excitement, lightly spinning the glowing sword in his hand, boasting, "This is a demonic sword worth at least a few $100 million. As long as the user can still provide mana for it, its power can even surpass a low-grade holy artifact. You'd better give that ring to me, before you turn into a messy pile of flesh and blood." Hajin heard that and silently exclaimed, "One of the benefits djinns get from the contract is mana increasing exponentially. That sword is arguably the best sword a djinn could have." He pondered, trying to think of a way to deal with it. If only I could do something about that sword. But Sidious wouldn't let Hajin get his wish easily. He immediately launched the next attack. The sword was raised high and then slammed down with full power. Dark energy surged out again, sweeping away everything in its path. But he reacted in time, quickly dodging the blow. Though he dodged, its blast force was strong enough to almost knock Hajin off the rooftop. Seeing his power was too terrifying, he made a suggestion. "Hey, how about we talk for a bit? If you agree, I'll give it to you." But Sidious flatly refused. "Why should I do that? I'll just kill you and take it." Hajin still didn't give up, speaking up to catch him out. "Didn't you just try to negotiate with me?" Sidious remained determined not to change, grumbling back, "You're really annoying with your rambling. No matter how much you stall for time, you can't defeat me." He observed him for a while, then spoke disdainfully. "I knew it at a glance. You are much weaker than those fighting in there, aren't you?" Sidious grew more aggressive as he spoke, emitting a thick killing intent to finish him off. "Your only weapon is a gun. Your stamina is only enough to dodge my attacks. Where do you get the confidence to stand before a djinn?" Feeling enough time had been wasted, he activated his sword, preparing to unleash the next strike. "That's enough now." Sidious poured all his strength into this finishing blow, roaring triumphantly, "Farewell!" He thought he could destroy Hajin with this final strike, but the moment he swung his sword, nothing happened. Only an awkward silence filled the air, caused both of them to freeze in place, unable to understand what had just happened. Sidious's blade suddenly disappeared. He panicked and tried to reactivate it. "What's going on? What's wrong with it?" Hajin said nothing, simply watching him struggle in silence. After a moment, as if realizing something, he said, "I'm afraid that sword can't be used today." Sidious stared blankly, not understanding the implication. "What?" Hajin replied slowly, "Because I am a lucky person." He opened his status window for him to see. "Your immense luck has been activated and has weakened the effectiveness of the demonic sword." Sidious refused to believe it, scoffing sarcastically. "Look at you starting to bluff. Occasional equipment malfunction is normal. However, even without a weapon, I can still easily kill you." Seeing he still didn't believe him, Hajin didn't bother arguing. "Is that so?" He silently tightened his grip on the gun, calculating a counterplan. "I will use the full power of the stigma." Hajin spoke while converting his energy. In an instant, the gun transformed into a higher-grade weapon, converting it into ether power. Sidious seemed to detect something and immediately rushed towards Hajin. He lowered his center of gravity, putting all power into his legs, aiming straight for Hajin's head. "What are you planning to do?" But just as Sidious was about to touch him, Hajin quickly dodged backward and drew his gun. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, tearing through the space. A blinding light erupted in the dark night. After that terrifying explosion, everything returned to a silent atmosphere. Elsewhere, a place far from the chaos. On the game screen, zombies were being eliminated one by one. The player was none other than Nayun, who had completely given up on finding the party venue after getting lost. But the sirens from the police cars outside caught her attention. "These police cars have been noisy around here for a while now. Where exactly are they going?" Nayun looked down at her watch again, speaking sadly. "And no one from that party has contacted me at all." She just stared at it, waiting for someone to remember her. After a while of seeing nothing, Nayun thought angrily to herself, "Why do I feel so disappointed?" She Pondered her attitude but didn't notice the figure that had just appeared beside her. I must have eaten something weird. Hajin, exhausted from the battle, slumped down onto the bench. Only then did Nayun realize. She screamed in panic. Kim Hajin? What is this? Why are you here? His face had a few scratches, his hair was a mess. He said wearily, so tired. She heard him mumble and asked in confusion. Huh? What did you say? Before he could reply, Hajin suddenly collapsed, startling Nayun. What the hell? Seeing him lying motionless, she frantically didn't know what to do. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? But no matter how much Nayun shouted, Hajin did not respond.
Kim Hajin.
Hey! In that daze, a light bulb kept appearing before him. But when Hajin gradually regained consciousness, he saw a crowd of people passing by. Where am I? After observing for a moment, he gradually realized. I just completed the CSAT exam here. Suddenly from afar, someone was calling his name. Hajin. Hearing that beloved voice, he started and turned around. Hajin's family was standing there, cheerfully congratulating him on finishing the exam. He gasped in surprise. Mom! Hajin's father reminded them with worry. Why did you two come all the way here? It's very cold today. As if speaking halfway, tears suddenly blurred his vision. Hajin sobbed. I ruined it all. Tears streamed down his face. Hajin said in disappointment, My test. Saying this, he burst into emotions, crying louder. His mother quickly approached to comfort him. Son, there's nothing to cry about over something like that. His mother hugged Hajin tightly. His father stood there too. Both gently reassured him. It's okay, Hajin. It's okay. But no matter how beautiful the dream, it had to end. Hajin woke up with a start, but tears were still rolling down his face. He lay alone in a large room. Hajin observed for a moment and wondered, where am I? Suho, Nayun, and Natasha had appeared outside the door at some point. Nayun walked in to ask about Hajin's condition. Ah, you're awake? Seeing the three of them appear, Hajin was surprised. Everyone. Nayun put her hands on her hips and scolded Hajin. Do you know how hard it was to carry you here? Take care of yourself a bit. Nayun saw Hajin's red face and teased him. What? Did you cry? Are you that sick? Hearing her say that, Hajin embarrassedly wiped his tears. No, this is... Suho turned to reproach Nayun. Nayun, you could stay outside. She heard that and angrily questioned him back. What? Did I say something wrong? Ignoring the two arguing loudly, Natasha brought a tray of food to Hajin and asked about his condition. Do you feel better? Ah, yes. Natasha didn't forget to remind him. You are gradually becoming exhausted. Don't overdo it anymore. Rest more. Yeah. Night fell upon the mansion. In that mansion, only one room was lit. Hajin wondered where he was. Natasha explained as she brought the food tray to him. We are at the mansion. This room is yours and Kim Suho's. So we're home. The clock just struck 10:30. It's already 10:30? Do you want to eat something? No, I'm not hungry yet. Hajin remembered the note someone had left earlier. By the end of this week, we will take your life. So the assassination arc is starting. Glad I woke up before that scene started. Tasha smiled and reminded him before leaving the room. Then please rest well. I'll go with Nayun. Ah. As Natasha led Nayun out of the room, she seemed annoyed. What? Why is everyone targeting me? Well, it's late at night. Suho waved goodbye to them. See you two tomorrow. Suho was leisurely peeling an apple in his hand. Peeling the apple, he didn't forget to ask about Hajin's health. Are you really okay? Are you sure you can walk? Hajin touched his watch and turned to answer. I'm really fine. Hajin seemed to be operating something on the screen. That's good. System notification. Incident with the appearance of a djinn near Paris. Showing the progress of solving the case. Thanks to the help of Cube cadets. Around 7 p.m. on the 20th, a djinn appeared at a palace, and the Cube cadets there resolved it. According to witnesses, the djinn attacked the palace's ballroom. Luckily, no one was seriously injured or killed. Some participants in the dance were scratched but had no dangerous wounds or deaths. Meanwhile, authorities have not yet caught the mastermind behind the scandal. Currently, the case is still being jointly investigated by the Paris police and those present at the scene. Through the information just now, Hajin seemed to have guessed that through this event, the djinn had escaped. It seems they have nothing else but this. The djinn must have escaped safely. Suho. About this. Hajin wanted to ask something but stopped. That. Suho handed a piece of apple to Hajin, then explained. I can't go into details, but nothing too terrible happened. The villain escaped before the heroes were deployed. Oh, that's good then. Eat this apple. Thanks. Hajin put the apple piece in his mouth and ate slowly. Beside him, Suho continued to sit and peel apples for him. Suho's fingers were almost all injured, yet he still sat peeling apples leisurely. Hajin also advised him, "You have to take care of yourself too." Hearing Hajin say that, Suho looked up at him in surprise. Huh. Hajin added that since he was the protagonist, he couldn't let himself get hurt. Hajin recalled the struggle between Suho and Sanga this morning. Today, he had fearlessly rushed at Yoon Sanga. Yoon Sanga's killing intent was real, and if the villain had appeared a bit later, he would have been more seriously injured. Of course, I understand he has his own principles. Suho was standing before a great light, because Kim Suho is the only male lead walking the path of righteousness. However, Hajin also worried for Suho. Can male leads who only want to do good things and act righteously overcome the difficult circumstances caused by an unidentified creature? Hajin lowered his head, his eyes unfocused. And Hajin also remembered the scene of reuniting with his family earlier. Can he really take me home? This moment, Hajin stared at Suho with an emotionless face. Protagonist my ass. There's no such thing in this world. He gave a gentle smile, teasing Hajin. If I were a protagonist, then you would be a protagonist too. Hajin widened his eyes, seemingly surprised by what Suho said. No, everyone in this world is the protagonist of their own life. Upon hearing Suho's words, Hajin just sat silently and replied softly, "Is that so?" He reached out to take a piece of apple. "Hajin, what's wrong?" Just as Hajin put the apple in his mouth, he heard news from Suho. "The report you wrote about Nayun. I read it." Suho thought it was a bit too much for Nayun. "It's a bit too harsh." "I'm not being harsh. Nayun is truly not a natural archer." Now Suho knew why Hajin made a bet with Nayun. "Is that why you are betting with Nayun?" "That's right. And if I win, she will have to give up being an archer." But Suho thought, but that is the path she chose. I don't think encouraging others to give up is good. Hajin put down the arm holding the fork and questioned Suho back. "So you want me to encourage her to the end of the road even though it's a dead end? Bow broken in half and thousands of arrows broken along with it. Just saying nice things like you doesn't mean it's a good way for every situation. No matter how hard she tries, only failure and disappointment await her. When that time comes, will you be the one to take responsibility?" That question from Hajin made him ponder for a long time. Suho still firmly believed that Nayun's archery was her natural talent. Then how can you be sure that Nayun has no talent in archery? Will you take responsibility for saying things like that? Many documents were compiled by Hajin to talk about Nayun. "I have thought a lot about this, more than you guys, and I have observed Nayun for a very, very long time." Hajin also affirmed to Suho. "So I understand her much better than you do." Hearing Hajin say he understood Nayun, Suho couldn't believe it either. "What?" There seemed to be a sound coming from behind Suho's back. He turned around and saw nothing, wondering, what was that noise? Hajin used his skill to find out what it was. "TSK, one of the archer skills I have. Stealth." It turned out to be Nayun using stealth, standing outside the door eavesdropping on their conversation the whole time. When discovered, she immediately ran away. "I guess I didn't learn it for meaningless things like this." Nayun opened the door. The sound of the opening was so loud that Yona, who was sleeping, was also startled. Nayun was trembling all over, her face fearful, not expecting Hajin to do that to her. "He's crazy. Definitely crazy. What is that jerk babbling about?" Yona sat up with a sleepy face and called her name, causing Nayun to panic. "Nayun?" Yona didn't understand what was happening and wondered, "What's wrong? Why are you so noisy?" Nayun reached up to scratch her head, looking embarrassed. "Ah, it's nothing." Light in the room went off again. Yona continued to fall asleep. "If there's nothing, go to sleep quickly. I'm very tired." Yeah, good night." Nayun climbed into bed and pulled the blanket over her face. She couldn't sleep, still anxious about what she just heard. She reassured herself, "Calm down, Chai Nayun. If you just ignore what you heard like usual." Nayun recalled the words Hajin had said just now. "And I have observed Nayun for a very, very long time." She curled up, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Nayun was silently blaming Hajin. What the hell is he thinking? Speak. Before she could finish her sentence, suddenly a piercing scream rang out from outside. Kya! A hand was trying to touch Nayun, and she felt it too. What is this? Nayun looked behind her back and immediately got goosebumps because Yona, with a gloomy face, was very angry at her scream just now. Chai Nayun, you really, I told you to be quiet. No, this wasn't me. Yona calmed down and wondered. Then what was it? Nayun said nothing, just pointing outside. Both of them slowly looked out there. Is that someone's scream? On this side, A maid had discovered something terrible. She trembled and covered her mouth with her hand. Oh! Maid had discovered Burton murdered right in his bed. Master! The door slowly opened. Everyone, upon hearing that frantic scream just now, opened their doors to see who it was. Also wondering, did you hear that? Was it a scream? They realized the scream originated from below. Looks like it's the floor below. Suho rushed out like a lightning bolt. He grabbed the railing, intending to jump down, to everyone's surprise. Nayun called his name loudly, Kim Suho. Hajin stepped out with a gun in hand. Witnessing that act, he was also astonished. Is he a monster or what? This is the third floor. Mansion at this moment sank into a dead silent darkness. Suho walked up and threw the door wide open. His eyes widened as he stood frozen there. The scene of Burton murdered on the bed, along with the maid crying on the floor, struck his eyes. When the maid saw Suho, tears flowed ceaselessly as she cried for help. Help! The master has been murdered. Burton lay on the bed, his blood soaking the pillows and blankets. Lord Burton, how could this happen? Natasha quickly went to her father's side. She was extremely heartbroken to witness this. She lowered her face and delivered the final conclusion. The wound in his abdomen caused too much blood loss. Unfortunately, he has. The maid who witnessed the scene earlier buried herself in the butler's arms, sobbing. Hoo-hoo. Butler of this house with a tear-streaked face was certain. I am sure it was caused by someone jealous of him. No one could do this to a person as kind as him. Everyone was very surprised to know Burton died. Suho closed his eyes and called out, Lord Burton. Everyone fell silent upon witnessing this event. Natasha finally spoke up, cutting through the atmosphere. All right, go out and wait for the police and ambulance to arrive. All cadets, return to your rooms. Suddenly, a hand approached the breaker and flipped it on. It was Hajin who turned on the lights. Light engulfed the dark room. When Natasha saw Hajin turn on the light, she immediately turned to stare at him. She questioned him, Kim Hajin, why did you turn on the light? Everyone's eyes now turned towards Hajin. He slowly approached where Burton lay. Seeing this, Natasha immediately shouted, Hey, don't touch the crime scene. She reached out, wanting to push Hajin away from there. Get away. Hajin pointed the gun barrel at her face. Suho and Nayun both dropped their jaws seeing Hajin do that. Nayun was also very angry and shouted at Hajin, Hey, are you crazy? Hajin pointed the gun at Natasha. She was frightened and immediately backed away. Natasha, you are lying. Hajin placed his hand on Burton's body. Sensing he wasn't dead, he said, Burton isn't dead. Hajin also explained further, the villain Burton, after escaping his predicament by faking death, he became the most talented strategist upon joining the Jinns. Hajin still hadn't lowered his gun, thinking to himself, since he's a new villain, I don't know what will happen next. If possible, I should take him down right now. Both the maid and the butler gasped in astonishment upon hearing that news. Everyone witnessing this also stood stunned. Hajin, with pensive eyes, told himself, It's very hard to convince them. I don't know how my interference will disrupt the plotline. But I am not the protagonist. That won't happen. If I were a protagonist, then you would be too. Hajin recalled the word Suho had just said. Hajin smiled, a truly pure smile, because obviously, some idiot will easily overcome those disruptions. Hajin still pointed the gun at Natasha and concluded, Lord Burton isn't dead. He is just faking death to deceive everyone. Natasha screamed, rebutting what he just said. What are you saying? I am a doctor and I checked. Hajin calmly pointed out the oddity here. First is that wound. It is too shallow for a direct stab. Blood had flowed down to the floor right at Hajin's feet. He pointed out this difference too. Next is the amount of bleeding. The only fatal blow was to the heart, but his blood soaked the whole bed. It even flowed onto the floor. He tapped on his watch. And the most important thing is, Nayun and Yona were both astounded by the scene before them. Hajin projected Burton's wanted image for everyone to see. Burton the scammer, on the global wanted list. Looks quite like Lord Burton here, doesn't he? When Natasha heard the evidence Hajin presented, she immediately felt guilty. She signaled the butler with her eyes. Butler, you called the police and ambulance, right? Huh. Yes. Natasha returned to her usual face, smiling as she explained. Then let's just wait for them to arrive and ask, instead of arguing like this. An expert's opinion must be more reliable than a cadet's. She waved her hand, signaling. Just wait for the police to arrive first. Gun was raised again, a finger placed on the trigger. Hajin now pointed the gun at the lying Burton. Natasha turned back worriedly, unable to hide her surprise. You! Hajin's gun barrel was brought right to Burton's head. Everyone panicked and called Hajin's name.
Hey, Kim Hajin.
Cadet Hajin, what are you doing? Hajin turned to look at everyone, his expression unchanging as he made a decision. I'll count to 3, then I shoot. He's dead anyway, right? Shooting a corpse doesn't matter, does it? Then he started counting. 1. Hearing him count, Natasha began to fear intensely. She turned her head and shouted to everyone, begging for help. Someone stop him. Why do that to a corpse? Hajin began to slowly move the gun towards Burton's temple and continued counting. 2. Natasha turned around, screaming, hoping Hajin would stop this. We called the police. What more do you want? Put the gun down immediately. Those words still didn't sway Hajin, and he reached the final number. 3. Natasha, with a face full of tears and extreme fear, screamed loudly, "Ah!" She lifted her feet and stepped forward. Natasha rushed in, using her body to shield Burton, begging Hajin, "No, don't shoot, don't shoot." Unable to hold back tears, she spoke the truth. "He is my father, don't shoot." Everyone was extremely surprised to hear that he was Natasha's father. Natasha. The butler also wobbled upon hearing that truth. A bullet flew towards the butler. He screamed in fear. Kaya. The butler cowered on the ground in fear. Hajin still hadn't lowered his gun and told the butler, "Don't call the police. Call the heroes." He ordered sternly, "Tell them we have caught a wanted criminal." As the sun just peeked out at the mansion, the bright sunlight of a new day began again. Someone's hands were handcuffed by the police. Natasha was handcuffed and escorted out by the police, while Burton was taken away by the ambulance team. Finally, the truth was unveiled. This murder case was actually just a play self-directed and acted by Burton and Natasha. The person wanted across Europe for his criminal record, Burton, had devised this plot to escape the tightening police encirclement. The dumbest thing was that his daughter, Natasha, accidentally dragged in a cube cadet, making his plan even more convenient. This plan was named Resurrection After Clinical Death. Although the herbs needed to induce this state of suspended animation were extremely expensive, a doctor at Cube like Natasha could easily obtain them. Next steps were very simple. After Burton was put into a state of suspended animation with the help of an illegal mage, Natasha created a fake wound on Burton. Then just splashing some blood around the scene was enough. She held a blood bag and splashed it on the pillows and the floor to create a fake scene. The emergency staff appearing at the scene wouldn't be able to detect he was faking death. And all the police in the Paris area had been bribed by Burton. Thanks to that, a corpse of similar appearance was prepared to be swapped with him on the way. They would find a way to swap Burton with another dead person to fool everyone. Natasha took advantage of the cube cadets to complete her plan. Next, that foolish cube cadet would give testimony. And the words of a cube cadet are, of course, 100% reliable. Thus, on paper, Burton would officially be dead. But in reality, he would live again under a new name. However, the story was different now, because Hajin had detected their plan, and he immediately exposed it on the computer, simultaneously displaying a website. Truth Information Center. I will answer any of your questions. Please enter your question. Someone's hands were quickly typing their question into it, and that website quickly responded, Burton, whom you requested information about, has been arrested by heroes of the French guilds, and is currently being transferred. You are the chosen one. You are the first member today to ask a question. Therefore, you will not have to pay any fee for this answer. Jean, with a happy face, hummed a melody, unable to help exclaiming in his heart. Who would have thought the first question asked would be about Burton? But it's also great that thanks to that, my credibility is increasing. Yona appeared at some point, leaning against Hajin's door frame, teasing him. Are you Sherlock Holmes or something? Yona couldn't help but exclaim about his deduction skills. That small accident with Jonghyuk, and even today's case, I feel like you could open a private detective office. As a marksman, you must have a sharp eye, of course. Jean turned and glanced at Yona because of her question. But how did you know that criminal's face? He replied guiltily, This is a family secret. Why are you suddenly speaking so stiffly? Hajin suddenly fell silent when she just mentioned the two words, family affairs. The figure of a man gazing intently at a fish tank. Now that I think about it, what is Kim Chuindong's family history like? Silas placed her hand on her chest, reporting to the person in front. There is an unknown masked man blocking our way. He is extremely excellent at stealing things. And even Sidious became a defeated general at his hands. When that man heard Silas report that Sidious also lost to that person, he just fell silent. Questioned her back. He doesn't look like a djinn at all? Yes, sir. He doesn't look like a hero either. The man ordered Silas. Then pay attention to investigating the heroes and mercenaries. If you find information about him, don't think about catching him alone. Report to me first. Yes, sir. The man turned his face away, saying nothing more. The man's voice rang out again, full of indignation. By the way, why do you keep going around advertising yourself as a djinn like that? Excuse me? Silas raised her head. That face of yours. He was now very furious. The power he emitted was huge, using a current of rage to question. I am asking you, why do you act like a hooligan where I am a djinn like that? He took a step forward. Silas also embarrassedly apologized. I apologize, sir. He instructed her. Remember to try to find him as fast as possible. The man continued to question Silas. By the way, did you retrieve that demonic sword? The Sidious sword used. Hearing him ask about the Sidious sword, she immediately trembled in fear. About that, the Sidious sword is now in the hands of another person. Hajin held the Sidious sword up to the sky, wanting to find a way to use it. How can I use this thing? Actually, this weapon is basically useless to me, because I cannot control well any magic power that does not carry holy power. I feel like if I sell this, I'd get a decent amount, but doing so feels like something is wrong. I'll just leave it there for now. Hajin placed the Sidious sword on the table and continued working. There was another ring on the table. Next is this item. Ring of Homer. Divine artifact. Unidentified. The ring Homer once wore. This power has been concealed. The ring emitted a mysterious energy. Ring of Homer. According to the original story, to verify its power, one must first infuse a certain amount of magic power into it. But for me, it's not that troublesome. Hajin intended to modify a few words to get the ring. I just need to spend a bit of SP to modify a few words. Ring of Homer. Change settings. Unidentified dash. Identified. You will have to spend 49 SP. And Hajin clicked on the confirmation box to complete it. From the cracks of the ring, a source of energy emitted. Ring of Homer. Ancient artifact. Identified. Increase intelligence. The wearer's intelligence will increase by 0.001 points every 24 hours. Can increase up to a maximum of 0.365 points. Increase magic power. High grade. The ring Homer once wore. System notified. It can resonate with the natural environment, and thanks to that, it provides the wearer with a clean energy source. Additionally, the wearer will also receive a part of Homer's wisdom. Hajin put that ring on his hand. An artifact that permanently increases both magic power and intelligence. And it's not an owner-bound item, so I can still transfer it to someone else later. A large sword created by someone. Hajin also felt his magic power was still weak. Compared to someone with barely enough magic power like me, Kim Suho or Chai Nayun would clearly use it much better. Especially Chai Nayun, who possesses more magic power. Admiring the ring on his hand, Hajin also became curious. Alright, I wonder how much my stats will increase. System of stats appeared. Stats. Variable stats. Strength 2.56. Stamina 2.575. Agility 3.250. Intelligence 4.215. Vitality 2.665. Magic power 1.925. Master Sharpshooter. Intermediate.
Permanent.
Type. Continuous growth. Proficiency level 6. EXP for proficiency. 0%. Effect of Master Sharpshooter proficiency. You can use all ranged weapons more proficiently. Hajin was a bit disappointed when viewing the stat board. Except for agility and intelligence, the others didn't increase much. Magic power didn't increase a bit either, but luckily, the number of gifts has increased. An arrow shot out, shattering the wooden plank. I'm starting to feel like I'm hitting a wall, breaking the limit. Huh. Kim Hajin slowly closed his laptop, sighing and thinking, with my current level, I can probably beat Chai Nayun. Calmly realized, alright, I still need to find out about Kim Chundong. Hajin went online and accessed the Violet Banquet app to research Chundong. There's no way that co-author could have touched his past. After searching, Hajin still couldn't find Chuindong's face. Kim Chundong joined Cube. In the novel, he was just an extra. In the real world, he's very obscure. High chance his parents aren't ordinary either. He continued searching on the computer. Information on Chundong here is really scarce. Finding info on him will be hard. Troubleshooter Yu Jinhyuk. Expert in finding people. Address. Activity. Assets. Criminal record. Q&A. Contact. A talented man in searching. Troubleshooter Yu Jinhyuk. Famous for being the best at finding absolutely any information on someone. But his fees are extremely expensive. Kim Hajin happily accepted spending money to hire him. Because he is extremely good at investigating this type of person. I will hire him. But suddenly he froze, realizing something. Kim Hajin had poured money into investments and now didn't have a penny left. Alright, I invested all my money, didn't I? Come on. Haha. He put his hand on his forehead and sighed. I totally forgot about this. A glowing egg was wiggling on the table. Hajin noticed its movement. Is it time to eat already? It's really energetic. Okay. The evening light began to appear in the sunset sky. It dyed the sky a beautiful orange. Yuna was operating something on her watch. Then suddenly Eugene called her. Uncle Eugene. Yuna stared at the incoming call for a while without picking up. Scene changed to another space. This place is covered by cold snow and ice. But extremely beautiful, it is Norway. Kim Hajin was gazing contemplatively at the scenery. He looked ahead, his heart full of thoughts. Why are we in Norway all of a sudden? It's a long story. While chilling, suddenly Hajin was hit right in the face by a snowball from somewhere. It stopped his train of thought immediately, or cut it short. His two friends were playing snowball fight. Chai Nayun intentionally threw it to annoy Hajin. Haha, hey wait, hit Kim Hajin. I aimed for him on purpose. Hajin spoke about the reason they were here. Club activities delayed after the Sven incident had resumed. The hunting club borrowed a cabin on the hill to hold an event. The manager stood up front and reminded everyone. All right, stop playing. Now I will explain the event. She began announcing the rules. She pointed to a flag and said, the seniors have hidden flags with numbers like this in many places in the forest. Each number corresponds to a different gift. Everyone was attracted by the incentives, VR equipment, vouchers, and many other gifts. So I hope you all search with your best effort. Finally, a crucial piece of news before the game. Everyone will draw lots to form teams. Chai Nayun held a small piece of paper in her hand. She squeezed it tight, looking resigned. She was quite annoyed because she was paired with Hajin. She questioned him. Did you do this on purpose, or what? Chai Nayun walked away angrily first. She warned Hajin. Don't get in my way. Hajin didn't mind her. He spoke up to remind her. Worry about yourself. Don't forget there are traps underfoot. Just as he finished speaking, Chai Nayun immediately tripped on a trap. Hajin couldn't help but burst out laughing. The two walked on together. Chai Nayun saw Hajin wearing a thin shirt. She asked with concern, You're only wearing that shirt. Aren't you cold? Do you want to freeze to death? Hajin just replied briefly, This shirt is very multifunctional. He seemed very pleased with this shirt, and perhaps it was perfect for him. This coat is great. Royal black coat. Part of a holy artifact. High-grade temperature control. Intermediate defense.
Audio skill.
Adjustable length. Made by the royal tailor. A part of a holy artifact was added. Moreover, this was a very meaningful gift that Hajin received. He recalled Rachel gave this to him when he was struggling and couldn't buy it. She said it was a thank you gift for midterms or something. Hajin felt extremely touched and grateful to Rachel. She's really kind. I should have created 100 characters like Rachel. Suddenly Chai Nayun pointed towards the mountain peak where there was a flag. She turned to say to him, Hey, look, is that a flag? Hajin also confirmed, Yeah, number 1 over there. Chai Nayun was excited. Oh, great. But Hajin realized something was wrong. He said, But why is it all the way up there? What idiot would climb up there? The funny thing was that idiot was Chai Nayun. She acted very hastily and urged him, What are you mumbling about? Hurry up. He rummaged in his pocket intending to take something out. Hajin took out a dagger from his pocket. Chai Nayun was very confused by his action. She asked strangely, What are you doing? Do you think that dagger with a string will do anything? But Hajin appeared very confident. He replied, Of course, not just any string will do. This string has a bit of my mana. He immediately threw the dagger straight up to the towering peak. Indeed, the dagger followed the exact trajectory Hajin controlled. Wherever it flies, if I control the mana in the dagger began to take effect. It emitted a stream of power. It hit the target and successfully retrieved flag number 1. Witnessing this scene, Chai Nayun had to admire. Wow, it really worked. Flag number 1 fell right in front of them. Hajin picked up the flag. Chai Nayun ran after him excitedly. She asked urgently, What's the reward? Hajin replied, There's a paper here. In the paper was a phone number and the following content. Number 1, your reward is my phone number. Yoon Sung-a. You know who I am, right? If you need help, you can call me once. I will try my best to help you. Chai Nayun seemed very interested in this gift. Wow, great. But in contrast, Hajin didn't seem to like it much. He gave the piece of paper to her and said, You take it. Chai Nayun couldn't believe it. She asked again, You're giving it to me? But this is the number of the vice leader of the number 1 guild. Hajin still placed the paper in Chai Nayun's hand. He replied very nonchalantly, I don't need it. I already know her number. Holding the paper in her hand, Chai Nayun was a bit confused. After thinking for a while, she decided to return it. Forget it. You're the one who got it. Why give it to me? Hajin was also surprised. Huh? If you don't need it, then fine. Found number 1. Let's go back to the cabin. Okay. Scene changed to another place. There are very modern skyscrapers. Yona was working, but she couldn't focus on writing. Because she was thinking about the incident with Hajin earlier. Pondering the words he said. How did you recognize the criminal's face? That is a family matter. Yona rested her chin on her hand, clearly looking troubled in thought. She wrote on paper and tried to find similarities with Hajin. Wanted criminal Burbot committed most crimes in Europe. That guy shouldn't have any relation to Kim Hajin. Then the only possibility is he memorized the faces of all international wanted criminals. But Yona was very doubtful about this. She thought to herself, but why would he do that? Thinking it over again, she still found it the most fitting. This is the only logical hypothesis. Yona could only guess. No one knows who the culprit is who did the terrible thing to Kim Hajin in the past. That's why he memorized all the internationally wanted criminals to find him. Unconsciously, she wrote a word on the paper, murdered, and speculated, Kim Hajin is an orphan too. This hypothesis makes even more sense. Perhaps his parents were murdered. Yona became more certain her speculation was correct. That's why he remembers the faces of criminals and hides his power, to be able to find the culprit and kill him when he's off guard. Because of indescribable emotions, the paper got scribbled on more messily. She told herself, but this is just a hypothesis. Kim Hajin's past might not actually be like that. Hajin's image appeared in her mind as an opportunity opening up. If Kim Hajin really has such a past and I find out, this will be an opportunity. A plan formed in her head. To let me take the upper hand when recruiting him into the guild later. She suddenly froze for a few seconds. Then she sighed wearily, lamenting, cool, but I don't want to contact him. Scene change at a large company. Sound of a phone ringing loudly came from an office. Jinhyuk walked in and scolded the secretary. Why aren't you picking up? Since the secretary didn't answer, he had to pick up personally. Still complaining. Then what is a secretary for? She just eats up salary for nothing. He immediately recited his slogan when meeting a client. Objects, people, information. Whatever you want, I can find. This is Jinhyuk's office. But he recognized a familiar voice.
Ah, hello, uncle.
Jinhyuk immediately showed a happy attitude. He asked, who is this? Is this my niece Yona? It's rare for you to call me. Yona went straight to the point. Actually, I want to hire you to investigate someone. She immediately provided information about the target and requested. His name is Kim Hajin, 17 years old, Cube Cadet. I want to know everything from his past to the places he has been. With your ability to see the past, this is easy, right? Everyone became astonished seeing Hajin bring back flags number 1 and 4. What? You are the one ranked first? So jealous. I wish I was faster back then would have been good. But he didn't like the special prize much. He said, but I actually find the rank 4 reward better than rank 1. After a day of playing games, everyone gathered for a barbecue party. Everyone did very well. Let's have a meal together. The pieces of grilled meat looked very delicious laid out on the table. Hajin offered to take on the grilling. He said, let me grill the meat and the other side dishes. You guys go rest. What? Ah, okay. The young man who was helped also had a more favorable view of him. He really is different from the rumors. Hajin indeed had a talent for grilling meat, so he was very proud. Should I open a Korean barbecue restaurant? I am absolutely confident in my barbecue grilling skills. Suddenly the manager mentioned something. Ah, thinking back, I just remembered. It seems your final exams are coming up soon, right? She also reminded them of an important thing. You guys must be careful. Absolutely do not trust anyone while the exam is taking place. One of them was surprised and said, that terrible? He immediately used an example to warn about the seriousness. That's right, not like normal times. I've witnessed many friendships break during this exam. Anyway, it directly affects the cube results, so everyone is very sensitive. Then she gave them warnings, which made Hajin pay attention too. Also, you guys surely know about the repeat classes, right? Those classes are very dangerous. Must be wary of them. Hearing this, he also suddenly remembered a few things about this class. Repeat class, just as the name implies. This is a class for cadets whose scores weren't enough to move up. Each class like this has about 200 cadets. Among them, about 20% of cadets have either contracted with devils or are in the high-risk group. And the source of problems with the final exam comes from them. While cutting meat, Hajin was still focused on thinking. Especially now that the co-author has started to interfere, the probability of danger is even greater. This is proof of how rotten Cube is currently. She actively invited him. Kim Hajin, you grill very well. Rest a bit and come eat. But Hajin refused. No need. I'm eating while grilling. Is that so? Okay then. Everyone tried the grilled meat and found it very delicious. They exclaimed, really very tasty. Hajin also felt happy inside. He thought, just because I grill meat well, their attitudes have become very friendly. Do I grill that well? After eating and drinking their fill, everyone made a decision. Since everyone had a great dinner and is full, let's stay at the house. No need to go out hunting tonight. They chatted and played games together very happily. When playing the game, Chai Nayun was accused by everyone. Her face looked extremely funny. She was extremely angry knowing the mastermind was Kim Hajin, but he just looked at her smiling teasingly. The evening scenery was beautiful with a bright round moon in the aurora sky. Hajin felt very relaxed watching the night scene. It's been a long time since I was this happy. Suddenly a new message on the laptop caught his attention. The message content was as follows. I heard there is a scammer named Jerome Miller. He was working as an asset manager then suddenly ran off with the money. Can you tell me where he is? I attached his photo and info below. Hajin was a bit suspicious. The name sounds very German. This order must have been referred by a previous client. He had to use the convenient book on his wristwatch to search for information. Book of Truth. The book opened and began searching for information. Since yesterday, Jerome Miller has been wandering the streets. After disguising himself completely, he left the hotel, went to a government agency, disguised again, then went to the city center area. Currently, he is at searching each piece of info on him. Hajin felt extremely headache and tired from the tons of work. He lamented, so dizzy. Earning money is truly very happy, but I really hate the feeling every time I use the ability. Information appeared on the machine. Jerome Miller is at a cafe in the suburbs of Berlin. Immediately the account notified, you have received 500,000 points. He was overjoyed. Nice. Payment is fast too. Hajin closed the laptop after finishing the work. He used the remaining time to admire the beautiful Norwegian night scene. Ah, the scenery is so beautiful. His hand unconsciously moved to his mouth out of old habit as if smoking. Hajin immediately realized. I quit smoking. His fingers continued to wiggle as if enjoying a real cigarette. I think 5 years ago I used to smoke at least half a pack a day. Yet since coming to this world, I completely forgot about smoking. Chai Nayun had seen all his actions. She immediately questioned, so you used to smoke, right? Fresh footprints were printed on the ground. Hajin asked in surprise, you scared me. When did you come out here? She replied, I've been standing here for a long time. Idiot. I don't know why Chai Nayun angrily blamed him. You used to smoke, right? Truly a delinquent. Surely you have tattoos too, right? These questions made him freeze. Not seeing an answer, Chai Nayun asked rapidly, what? Real tattoos? Hajin denied, I do not. Chai Nayun fell silent and looked at him with judging eyes. Hajin gave up on her. Delinquent your head. Suddenly she posed a question to him. But you? Are you confident you can win against me? Hajin also posed a question back to Chai Nayun, making her stunned. Are you confident you can give up archery if you happen to lose? This sentence made her fall into contemplation. But Chai Nayun had to act unafraid. She said confidently, the word lose isn't even in my dictionary, so no need to think about what to do if I lose. Hajin intentionally teased about the game. If you lose, will you cry? Today you almost burst into tears too. Chai Nayun angrily replied. That was, why do you guys always pick on me? Chai Nayun immediately showed a new article and said, forget that. Did you know today a French newspaper published an article about you? Hajin was surprised. News article? Chai Nayun recounted. Yu Yinha showed me. It says you are a Korean Sherlock who exposed a notorious scammer and stuff. In the article is the info. Korean cadet catches notorious scammer Burbot. Burbot was recently caught at a mansion in the suburbs of Paris. He is a notorious scammer who has carried out thousands of scams over the past 20 years. Although Burbot tried to fake his death and bury everything under his identity, a Korean cube cadet with excellent observation and deduction skills discovered and caught him. Hajin read it and was embarrassed. Can't believe they dared to write all that. Chai Nayun couldn't believe this. She mocked. I find it unbelievable that they call the delinquent who fights with me all day and smokes Sherlock. Hajin was speechless too. Are you kidding? Just go to sleep, please. Chai Nayun ran off. She didn't forget to raise her middle finger to mock him. Don't need you to tell me. Leaving Hajin resigned. So childish. Naeun turned back instead of leaving completely. She turned back to ask Hajin with curiosity. By the way, how does smoking feel? Suddenly curious. Scene changed to another space. At a church in the middle of winter with falling snow. Jinhyuk finally arrived here. Seemed to be waiting for something. In the end, how much longer do I have to wait? Reaching my limit soon. While waiting, he lamented. Just a short while more and my mana will run out. A woman walked near the church door, making him look curiously. She was holding a baby still lying in a blanket in her arms, and placed it quietly at the church door. Jinhyuk was extremely surprised. Just a kid. Suddenly a stream of black pressure flowed up, making him stand stunned in place. Damn it, the pressure is too huge. He immediately became terrified, backing away and asking himself, who the hell is that? Change at an agency that looked quite old. The dark floor tiles increased the ancient look. Jinhyuk walked quickly towards the office. On his shoes were fresh snow marks, as if he had just gone somewhere and returned. The assistant was checking data on the system. He turned to look when he saw the boss return. Oh. Jinhyuk took off his hat, revealing some snow that hadn't melted yet clinging to his clothes. The assistant greeted, welcome back, boss. He replied, hey. The assistant seriously asked about the scouting trip. How did the target behave this time? A bit strange. But before recounting the situation in detail, Jinhyuk hurriedly ran to the toilet. Before we discuss this carefully, I have to go to the toilet first. Jinhyuk recounted thoroughly. Currently 17 years old, lived in an orphanage. I even investigated the day the target stepped into the orphanage to find more info. But I couldn't find any info on the victim's parents. Instead, a child came and placed the target there, then ran away. The assistant looked incredulous. A child? Jinhyuk recalled the back view at that time and replied, yeah, that's right. He stroked his chin, deducing like a detective. I couldn't dig deeper, and the target's past is like being covered by fog. Looks like I'll have to use all my strength to find the truth. Jinhyuk had just experienced the comfortable feeling of using the toilet. He sighed. Anyway, it will take a long time. Even if my niece requested me to do it, this case is too hard to do for free. The assistant opened the door and held his nose. He said, you have to do this case anyway. Jinhyuk didn't understand, so his face went blank. The assistant held out a piece of paper and explained, just had one more person request a background check on Kim Hajin. Immediately Jinhyuk looked incredulous. What? He continued, worse, this request comes from a top-level member of the Violet Banquet. Ruby rank client. Jinhyuk was surprised. Same rank as me? He picked up the paper and started examining it carefully. Oh. Jinhyuk evaluated. The person who wrote this letter is very polite. The payment is rare too. The letter wrote, request to find info on the past of a person. Agreeing gets 100 million points upfront. Completion gets another 500 million points. If the target discovers or there is trouble, this deal is cancelled. Jinhyuk quickly guessed right away. I'm certain this request comes from Jane. His eyes clearly revealed desire and greed. Looking at Hajin's photo, he couldn't help but speculate. Kim Hajin. He really has something suspicious, doesn't he? Scene changed to Friday morning. Instructor announced to all his students. 4 weeks left until final exams. So he also gave a few notes and reminded of exam regulations. The practical part will be harder than midterms. You will be tested on what you have learned in this exam. So prepare carefully. Hajin listened attentively to every reminder from the instructor. Midterms were more entertaining. Finals won't have any stands or arenas. This final exam will be organized at a remote island somewhere in Korea. An illustration of an island appeared for the candidates to easily visualize. A survival exam will take place on an island full of monsters and beasts. Jean had a headache with this info. He thought, but if my assistant co-author participates in writing, there will be many other changes. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. In his mind, there was also some doubt. And there are many people other than that assistant, so I must be very alert. Finally, to end the lecture, the instructor concluded, I cannot tell you more details about the exam, but the mid and high-rank professors will try their best to ensure safety for this exam location. You just need to focus. And he didn't forget to wish his students luck. All right, you are dismissed. Have a happy weekend. Hajin also prepared to pack his bag and return home. Suddenly Chai Nayun called him from behind. Hey! She reminded Hajin. You haven't forgotten our bet, have you? Hajin retorted sharply, making Chai Nayun red-eyed with anger. You also haven't forgotten you have to stop archery if you lose the bet, right? When you lose, don't cry from shame.
Chai Nayun spoke strongly. Fine.
Let's go. Scene change at the archery center in Cube. Two of them seemed ready and had prepared their bows carefully to compete. Chai Nayun spoke up first. Ready? Yeah, ready. But hey. Behind them was a whole cheering squad cheering. Making Hajin wonder, why are they here? Yonghan came and put his arms around the two of them, laughing brightly. Hello, you two planning to sneak off to play? Something like this needs a crowd to be fun. Hajin looked at him with daggers in his eyes. Is Yonghan not even ashamed of last time? But Yonghan still acted very natural. You aren't still mad at me, are you? We are still good friends, right? Immediately he gave Hajin a noogie as if heaven crashed onto his head. Seemed Yonghan was intentionally warning Hajin. He grabbed his hair and spoke implicitly. You told Chai Nayun to quit archery if she loses, right? If you lose, then what? Quit Cube. Okay? But Chai Nayun came and separated them. She scolded. Damn it. Don't you guys interfere. We are about to compete. Chai Nayun came out to compete at a distance of 50 meters. She said, the criterion this time is hitting the target. She explained in detail. See that target launcher? The target will fly out from there. She began stating the rules. We will start shooting at a distance of 100 meters. Each time we successfully shoot down a target, we will move back another 50 meters and continue like that. Chai Nayun looked very confident and provoked Hajin. There. That's it. Are you scared because it looks a bit hard to do? He didn't flinch at all and replied, no, because it's simpler than I thought. Chai Nayun looked annoyed. Let me see how long you can remain confident. Both began to raise their bows at the signal. All right, let's start. Chai Nayun with murderous eyes shouted, fire! 2 arrows rushed quickly to the target. Target machine also fired. 2 plates. Chai Nayun's arrow was extremely accurate. The arrow hit the bullseye. The plate shattered into many pieces. Looking at her perfect result, she was extremely delighted and laughed. Hee. Chai Nayun turned to Hajin and flexed to him. 100 meters is still too easy. Hey, crazy guy. But he seemed very calm. Oh, sorry. Because I was too surprised I forgot to shoot. Let me try again. Watching Hajin show off made Chai Nayun wide-eyed with astonishment. Everyone in the stands also couldn't hide their surprise. And they were stunned. Someone even lost their soul. It was because they couldn't help laughing like crazy seeing Hajin's performance go down the drain. Haha. Hey, drag that idiot away. Chai Nayun also froze stiff. She mocked Hajin. Even your standing stance is all over the place. No matter how many times you try. Laughter still didn't cease in the stands. A student had to remind, stop laughing already. Hajin began to get into stance and raised his bow. His eyes were full of determination. Even if Chai Nayun has a good stance, things like that don't affect me. His arrow glowed with a brilliant aura. He was extremely confident. It's not natural that someone can rise to the top just because they stand in the right stance. That is just a basic requirement to become a leader. In this world, the power named talent is what decides who stands at the top. Hajin with determined eyes shouted, fire! The target machine also fired a target. Hajin was extremely proud that, with his talent, released the arrow in his hand. The arrow shot out like tearing the sky, and pierced straight into the bullseye. Precisely it made the target shatter. System reported, sharpshooter talent assisted target to destination. This time everyone was taken by surprise. Chai Nayun was also astonished and speechless. Hajin spoke as if trying for the first time. I get the hang of it. He looked interested and suggested, again, back to the past. At a dojo, students were jostling to watch someone. Whoa, hey, don't push me. Couldn't curb their curiosity and discussed noisily. Look, is it her? That apprentice hero. The whole group swarmed around the small door crack watching Chai Nayun, and told each other, little prodigy Chai Nayun. But what is going on? Because at this moment in the room, Hayek was looking helplessly at the student sitting seriously before his sword. He really couldn't understand and asked, are you serious? About switching weapons to bow? However, her eyes always looked determinedly at her master. At the moment, he suddenly remembered a problem, so he asked Nayun if it was due to her mother. But before he could finish, she startled and interrupted, saying there was no reason at all. Then Chai Nayun scratched her head shyly, smiled brightly, and answered honestly, I just felt like changing. A genius like me, even if I switch to using a bow, I'll surely become the best archer. Hearing that, he pointed with difficulty at the sword in front and said, but I even gave you a sword, making her not know what to do, only able to say, I'm sorry, master. However, upon hearing that title, Hayek shouted in extreme anger, who is your master? I don't have a disciple who changes their life's direction like a pinwheel like you. But in the blink of an eye, he calmed down and sighed in resignation. Finally, Yu Si-hyuk regretfully accepted. If your mind is made up, I won't stop you anymore. However, he looked at the small student and advised, are you sure this is what you really want? Think carefully. Don't do something that will make you regret it later. Back to reality. Chai Naeun was staring in a daze at the arrows piercing the bullseye, shattering the target, along with the voice saying, fire! She watched the fragments quickly falling down. And Kim Hajin next to her was still excitedly drawing the bow and shouting the signal fire, while she frowned, not knowing what to do. Once again, the arrow hit the bullseye, and the target shattered into 100 pieces, causing the classmates on the stands to cheer along. The two archer classmates from Class Veritas looked on in amazement and told each other, Kim Hajin turns out to be chasing the top class much better than I thought. The boy sitting next to him also spoke up heartbrokenly. Right? That's a distance of 400 meters. My personal record is only 450 meters. Suddenly, a boy sitting behind couldn't stand it and argued back. Is he just chasing? He must have shot immediately after Chai Naeun hit her target for quite a while now. He pointed at the two people competing below and said with admiration, if it were 1 or 2 shots, it would be understandable. But under continuous pressure in a match, normal people would suffer psychological pressure. Yet facing this psychological battle, Kim Hajin looks extremely gentle and calm. After analyzing for a while, he suddenly came up with a speculation. Don't tell me, Kim Hajin will actually win this bet. Just hearing this, Shin Jonghak sitting in front of them was so angry his eyes turned red. Moreover, he muttered a curse to Sky, making the whole group pale with fear and fall silent. Then he quickly focused on watching the battle. Seeing her draw the bow once again, he couldn't help but worry and silently called out, Chai Naeun. However, in this shot, her arrow could only shatter the target stand but did not hit the bullseye. Finally, Chai Naeun couldn't maintain her calm appearance and cursed, damn it. Inside, she felt regretful. I missed the bullseye. At this moment, Kim Hajin beside her spoke up, attracting her attention. I told you so, right? You don't suit the bow. Hearing that, she became even more annoyed and argued stubbornly. What? Scared now? Why do you have to use such cheap provocation tactics? Just shut up and shoot. He looked at her angry expression and thought to himself, Chai Naeun's temperament isn't calm. Even the smallest provocation easily shakes her or makes her angry. So naturally, she isn't suitable for the path of an archer. Her arrow missing the bullseye just now proved this. Even so, he still didn't understand. Why did she still choose the archer class? Suddenly, he thought of a problem and spoke directly. Is it just because you're too scared? Too scared to hold a sword and rush into battle, making her freeze while drawing the bow, her eyes beginning to change. Chai Naeun silently loosened the bowstring. Next, she looked at him with fiery eyes and a deadly face, demanding, you better watch your mouth. Kim Hajin didn't stop and continued, isn't it? That's the reason you try to find excuses for it. Isn't it? These words made her recall scenes from the past. Then she subconsciously replied, my talent with the bow is equal to the sword. I'm good at archery. I can become a top hero using a bow too, you know. Even so, he continued saying, well, for someone who switched to the bow halfway, you are quite good. At this point, Chai Naeun was extremely annoyed and repeated, I told you to shut up, but she didn't notice her hand holding the bow was trembling violently. Moreover, he provoked her further. But with this level, you'll never even kill a djinn, let alone take revenge for your family or whatever. And it completely poked at Chai Naeun's pain. In a second of daze, she carelessly fired the arrow, and she just watched it rush towards the target. However, when it was about to touch the target, it unexpectedly grazed past and flew straight out. This scene made everyone on the stand stunned, unable to believe it. Even Shin Jonghak widened his eyes in surprise at this. But the most surprised person was Chai Naeun. Her eyes at this moment had completely lost focus. Kim Hajin calmly watched her slowly slump down. And so, in the brilliant sunset of that day, everyone had to admit, Chai Naeun lost. Scene changed to a while later. In a quiet, less frequented place of the academy, Yuyona was slowly looking around, searching. Finally, she noticed Chai Naeun listlessly burying her head while sitting on a stone bench. She sighed in relief and quickly approached, asking, Naeun, what are you doing here? Everyone is pouring out to look for you. Even so, she didn't look up but answered weakly, you know it too, right? That bastard even dared to mention my family. At this moment, Yuyona also noticed her trembling voice. Because at this moment, that face was soaked in tears of grievance, pouring out all her feelings. Why does he keep behaving like that? He even helped me before. Even though we aren't very close, I still feel he clearly isn't a jerk like in those rumors. But in the end, why does he have to behave this way? These words made her confused, silently asking, what would Kim Hajin gain by saying things like that? However, she immediately reanalyzed everything. Wait a minute. An unexpected deduction diagram appeared in her mind. Do I need the talents of both Chai Nayun and Kim Hajin? Yes. If the relationship between them worsens, will my plan to recruit them be affected? Yes. If I leave it like this, I'll definitely be in a bind. Just thinking of this, her face turned pale. She darkened her face and lamented silently. Why do I always have to do this kind of stuff? However, Yona still said calmly, he doesn't have a family either. Seeing Chai Nayun suddenly look up at her, she continued, probably for the same reason as you. She looked at her in disbelief, staring as if to ask, really? Here, Yona also spoke her thoughts. This is just my speculation, but perhaps Kim Hajin saw his own image in you. He hopes you will understand him, even though he did those things to you, and he wishes you to live well. These words were like a brilliant ray of sunlight illuminating her. Yona saw her stunned eyes and astonished face, and knew everything was fine. So she intended to leave but didn't forget to advise. You probably need a lot of time to reflect on this, so I'll go ahead. Don't stay out here too long. Blinking. The surroundings once again fell into silence. But Chai Nayun's thoughts were completely different from before. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the conversation with her brother. That day, he asked, Nayun, why did you suddenly switch to using a bow? And she answered, no reason. I'm just bored of swords. Although very worried about her, he still happily comforted. Ah, I understand. Next, he rubbed her head hard, making Chai Nayun blush and shout, ah! And he encouraged, whatever path you choose, I will support you, because I know you will definitely do well on that path. But here, his voice became serious. However, promise me one thing, okay? Making her excitedly nod, wanting to know what it was. He held up his pinky finger and gently said, later, when you are truly ready, I want you to think really carefully about what you truly want to do. Promise. Finally, they pinky swore. Suddenly recalling this promise, Chai Nayun felt a new breeze blowing through her heart. Her eyes also became more determined. At this moment, Kim Hajin suddenly received a system notification. The attribute magnanimity has taken effect in interpersonal relationships. Your SP increases to 253. Making him read it while wondering in amazement. What's this? While on the other side, Chai Nayun had also found her own path, and once again bravely moved forward. That night, Yona contacted Jinhyuk and recounted everything to him. Then he also admitted to her, that guy Kim Hajin really looks like there's something shady about him. Uncle still has to investigate more, but it seems he has some involvement with a criminal gang. This made him more certain of his thought. Perhaps it's not time for me to talk about the Chameleon Troop. At this time, he suddenly asked, Yona, about this guy. Should Uncle continue investigating him? She spoke without hesitation. Of course, I have decided. I will drive him into the essence of despair. Hearing this, he quickly changed his expression, becoming even more excited. And he didn't forget to tease, oh, look at you. Perhaps Uncle needs to use the secret weapon. And she shyly stopped him. What on earth are you thinking? Early morning a few days later, Kim Hajin took the opportunity to go to the training ground early. Seeing the training ground empty, he finally sighed in relief. He remembered the scene of that person coming to interview him. You? What talent do you have? Is there any reason for you to switch to the bow? Kim Hajin sweated and lamented. There were too many spectators at the archery competition. No wonder the rumors spread so fast. But to have someone come to interview me. Now I'm afraid to go to class. Should I just practice in the morning and skip the rest? Suddenly, a noise in the training ground caught his attention. Kim Hajin curiously hid behind the wall thinking, who hasn't gone to class at this hour? But the scene in front of him made his eyes widen in surprise. Turned out to be Chai Nayun practicing sword alone. Seeming to sense someone watching her, she suddenly turned around. Seeing him, Chai Nayun blushed in embarrassment, screamed, and immediately hid the sword behind her back. Kim Hajin was stunned by her action but still played along, not mentioning it, and asked, seems like you're training? However, she didn't understand his meaning and shouted guiltily, huh? Yeah, so what? Seeing her lying expression, he could only say, I didn't mean that. Suddenly, he examined Chai Nayun and said, by the way, your hair. This made her more annoyed, frowning. What? What about my hair? Kim Hajin innocently pointed at her and asked, you didn't cut it yourself because of the bet, did you? Hearing this, Chai Nayun retorted angrily out of guilt. I cut it because it's hot. Do you think I care about that nonsense? However, He smiled gently and said, "Well, if that's not it, it looks very suitable on you. Very refreshing." His words made Chai Nayun stunned, stopping the argument. Her anger also flew away. Moreover, she blushed and covered up. "Well, at that time." He pointed in a direction and announced, "Well then, I'm going to practice." She subconsciously agreed. "Ah, yeah." Chai Nayun watched him slowly leave and fell into deep thought. "I heard that Kim Hajin started as a swordsman. Seeing the direction he's going is the archery training room." She looked at the sword in her hand, wondering, to give up something you've pursued for a long time and choose another weapon. I wonder how he feels. Suddenly, she touched her forehead to the sword blade. Then unexpectedly, a blue energy wrapped around it. Then the energy exploded more and more, shooting straight up. Seeing this scene, Chai Nayun immediately escaped her thoughts and cheered excitedly. "Yes, nice. Now I can reach the ceiling." Even so, she still remembered his words. "But will you continue to use the bow? Surely today you felt it." Making her look thoughtfully at the blue sky through the window, she truly muttered to herself, asking, "Did he know from the beginning?" At night, Kim Hajin was browsing the store wanting to buy some items for camping. After choosing a few items, he said boredly, I think this much is enough," and pressed the buy button. In a blink, his bracelet showed a notification. "Your cart has been completed. Delivery day is..." He read the notification and guessed, "They will check my items before we start the exam. But that's to throw away self-defense weapons and such. But surely it will be fine if I say this is for emergencies." At this moment, the Evandel seed screamed in protest. Seeing it angry like a puppy demanding food, he was speechless. He replied, all right, I'm preparing food for you." While watching it eat, Kim Hajin examined it and suddenly said, "Little guy, you've become so big now. Are you about to hatch?" Imagining a cute Evandel like a lowly clinging to him, he comforted himself. "A newly born Evandel will look like a toddler. Maybe it will be fine if I raise her in the dorm. As long as I maintain the little witch power, like raising a dog or cat." Then he reassuredly petted the seed. It also felt it and moved excitedly, making him laugh out loud. "Ha ha!" And the two kept playing like that. He looked at it and hoped, "That's right, hatch quickly." Scene changed to a room at the Collection Hotel in Seoul. Jane was asking in disbelief, "Is the leader serious? You intend to dress like that and sneak into the final exam?" Li Xiaofeng didn't care, looking at the city lights through the window, answering, "Yes, that's why I need you, Jane." She asked in confusion, "Do you really have to go to this extent? Oh, are you involved in something strange again?" The boss answered coldly, "There is a guy I want to check myself, and a thing I need to get there." Hearing that, she helplessly sighed and deployed her power. She also said, "Fine then, if you want it, who can stop you?" In a blink, her power like a puddle of mud wrapped around the boss. Before she left, Jane didn't forget to remind, "I will give you information about the person you will disguise as. Write down her habits, personality, and way of speaking. You will need to memorize it." Even though she said so much, the boss only replied neatly, "Okay," making Jane darken her face, frowning suspiciously. "Ah, I have a bad feeling about this." Xiaofeng heard that and laughed coldly in mockery. "You're worrying for nothing, Jane. This is basically nothing." On a new day at the academy, the female students were continuously screaming, "Li Jean! Ah!" As time, two girls were linking arms with her, excitedly asking, "You still don't have a boyfriend, right? You didn't reply to my message yesterday. I'm so lonely." "You still don't have a boyfriend, do you?" A friend even fed her a piece of food and said, "Eat a little." While she proudly thought, "These are the friends mentioned in Jane's information. I understand." At this moment, her eyes became gloomy as she reassured herself, "There's nothing difficult about this. I'm just impersonating a naval cadet." Blink, she changed her expression to become friendly with the friends. Not only that, she winked and used a pampering voice to answer them. "Oh my God, which boyfriend are you talking about?" Without noticing Kim Hajin slowly entering the classroom. Seeing her use that sugary voice to answer friends, the air around him seemed to freeze. He stood frozen in fear, watching everything with a dark face. And she also quickly discovered him, wondering, did he see it? But when seeing his expression, she could be certain. He saw it. Kim Hajin also hoped to survive, so he silently stepped back. Then, without a sound, he quickly ran away to the back. His action was so fast the female classmates couldn't see it. They turned around in confusion, asking her, "What is it? Are you looking at someone?" When seated stably in a rather far position, he stuttered, asking himself, "What the hell is that?" He frowned, sweating, not understanding. How is it possible? He stared at her back as she chatted happily with classmates, wondering, is the boss here? A few days later, when the written exam ended and the final semester began, all cadets were gathered on a state-of-the-art ship, cutting through the wind and waves on the ocean. At this time, Li Xiaofeng was still in disguise, laughing and joking happily with classmates. Kim Hajin really didn't know what to do. He watched her being comfortable in another body and thought, boss is still at Cube under the identity COG gene. At the same time, he recalled their previous conversation and fell silent. I didn't think I'd meet her after the midterm. She just keeps reappearing. A bit different from the original novel. I don't know the reason, but perhaps I should monitor her for a while. But seeing a classmate poke Li Xiaofeng's cheek and her not getting angry at all, he darkened his face wondering, will I be okay? However, to receive some SP, I tried to strike up a conversation with her when I had the chance. He remembered carefully meeting her privately at the vending machine. And at that time, a can of Coke fell out. Then she smiled gently and gave it to him. Finally, the only thing I got back was a can of soda. I kept it in the fridge. Here, Kim Hajin couldn't help but suspect. She's here to check Suho and Jonghak. While he was immersed in thoughts, suddenly, Instructor Sihyuk loudly announced, everyone listen clearly. The rules for the final exam are very simple. The cadets quickly gathered around the instructor and listened silently. Next, the instructor pointed to a nearby island and declared, survive on the island for 5 days, and earn points. Points can be obtained through hunting monsters or stealing from others. Similarly, they can be used for trading. Then the instructor sternly pointed at his name tag and reminded, for cadets who want high scores, you can earn up to 200 points if you defeat an invigilator. This made Kim Hajin speechless, exclaiming, as if anyone wants to fight an active hero. Finally, the instructor shouted, I will drop you at the designated points. Follow me. Although unwilling, the cadets clearly replied, yes. Till the sun tilted towards the west, everyone stepped onto the island. While classmates quickly found teammates and went together, Kim Hajin finally found the person and silently shouted, there she is. Immediately called out, Rachel, making her turn around in surprise. Then he quickly approached asking, do you want to pair up with me for the exam? This surprised her quite a bit, but his thoughts were completely the opposite. I didn't seek out Rachel instead of other main characters randomly. I have researched many situations that could be changed by the co-author. With the appearance of villains holding a grudge against Rachel, she is the one most likely to be in danger during the exam. After a moment of thought, she finally spoke up, I prefer to be alone. Facing her gentle rejection, although he felt a bit defeated, this was still predictable. I knew she would say that. High-ranking people often prefer to be alone. However, at this moment, her bracelet suddenly rang with a notification. He also quickly pointed to his bracelet explaining, well then, I will share my location with you. He secretly determined, I won't let the co-author do whatever they want. Although surprised, she still opened the map display, and didn't forget to say, all right, thank you. In a blink, the island sank into darkness. The ground was also full of footprints left by cadets. At this time in the forest, someone was groping along hunting alone. Turned out to be Chai Nayun. She was also highly focused, alert to her surroundings. Suddenly, a monkey rushed out of the forest attacking her. Not only that, it howled to call its companions. She didn't flinch, exploding power around her sword, then used a few quick strikes to finish them all. Next, she checked if anything remained around, then leisurely sheathed her sword. However, she suddenly laughed. Hee hee. Finally looked up at the sky, pouring out her resentment. Where the hell am I? Chai Nayun lowered her head in grievance, muttering, I've been killing monsters non-stop since I landed. Where is the place to eat and rest? If this keeps up, I'll be the first one eliminated. But at this moment, a light unexpectedly appeared. When sure she wasn't mistaken, her heart immediately cheered, light. Her eyes brightened as she rushed towards it. Meanwhile, she smelled a scent and couldn't help thinking, and something smells really good. Someone found food. Wonderful. My lifesaver is here. Waiting for her was Kim Hajin leisurely grilling meat. Seeing it was her, he was equally surprised. When Chai Nayun shouted angrily, Hajin! He was faster to remind her. 12 hours left until fighting is allowed. She pointed unconvinced at the meat on the grill, asking, what is this? Where did you get it? Kim Hajin didn't hide it, answering honestly, I bought them just in case. The exam is quite long. Although angry, she had to admit, right, I forgot this guy has a lot of gray matter. When Chai Nayun was about to praise, you're still smart, Her stomach betrayed her by growling loudly, making her close her eyes, blushing in embarrassment, unable to say anything more. He played along and asked, "How many points do you have?" Although not quite understanding, she answered, 25. Kim Hajin quickly made an offer. "I will give you food, for the price of half your points." At this, she frowned in annoyance, repeating, "You want half?" Even so, she still thought carefully. Finally, she could only agree and sat down answering, "Fine deal." Seeing that, Kim Hajin asked, "Can you eat the belly part?" At this point, Chai Nayun dared not demand, replying, "I'll eat it. Beggars can't be choosers." Then she quickly enjoyed the food with delight. So good. As for him, he felt a bit regretful, thinking, "In the end, I met Nayun instead of Rachel. So be it." Even so, he didn't give up and nimbly performed some actions on his laptop. Infiltrating the drone server. Logging into the server. In a blink, everyone's actions appeared on his screen. At this time, a camera finally captured the image he desired. It was Rachel slowly approaching a group of people gathering to grill meat, and this image didn't change too much compared to the original story. On the other side, Rachel was also slowly evaluating this group. Suddenly, someone in the group spoke up asking, "You want to buy food?" Another person disagreed, retorting, "No need for that. You can eat. Trading between cadets is unnecessary." Even looked confidently at her, asking for an opinion. "Don't you think so?" The sky outside the tent was still dim. Kim Hajin sat up and yawned. "It's morning." He glanced outside the tent window thoughtfully. Seeing the sky outside was still quite dark, Kim Hajin wondered, "Is today a white night?" A moment later, he looked at the quiet sleeping bag next to him, thinking, Nayun is still sleeping. The small seed on the table suddenly lit up, making Kim Hajin chuckle. "Oh my!" He reached out his finger to stroke it. "Good. Good. You're hungry, aren't you?" Cherishing it in his palm, he smiled with eyes crinkled. "Why are you so cute?" Saying that, he stuffed the seed into his pocket. "Just stay in the pocket when I go out. Okay?" Fully awake, Kim Hajin called out, "Hey Nayun. I'm packing the tent." Seeing Nayun not reacting for a long time, he still packed the tent away, thinking, "Anyway, I don't care. I just need to pack the tent." While packing the tent neatly, Kim Hajin thought, "Finally, the cadets are allowed to confront each other. If possible, I should start defeating the dangerous people first. But I shouldn't hurt anyone." In his mind, the silhouette of a person appeared. Because the cadet I suspect is a jinn is essentially not a jinn yet. Because Kim Hajin knows there is a difference between a contracted jinn, and a jinn contracted with a devil. The former are seen as sacrificial pawns, even test subjects. But because they are supplied with magic power by the contracted jinn, they might not go crazy. And the contract is fragile too. And the white pawns, like the rest, are seen as core members. But not many people can overcome the side effects. In this place, only one cadet can survive the side effects, which is Junyaun. Hajin shouldered his bag, looking in a direction. "I should start heading to higher ground." He remembered that big glowing tree canopy. The target is the world tree in the center of the island. Having determined it, Kim Hajin quickly jumped away, leaving the remaining sleeping bag alone in the forest. "I should hurry up." As for Nayun, she still lay motionless as if asleep. In another place, a nearby rocky cliff. Small light flashed on the high tree canopy. A sharp arrow was knocked along with a female voice behind the leaves. "Yona." The target below was none other than Kim Hajin. She spoke up, "I found someone." Suddenly she was stopped by Yona. "No, stop." Her face became serious. "You shouldn't attack him." Rose couldn't help wondering, "Why not? He's only rank 934. Below, Kim Hajin still walked calmly, as if not detecting someone aiming at him.
Yeona Said. No.
"You can't win against him, Rose." Below, Kim Hajin lowered his center of gravity to gather momentum. Rose frowned in disbelief, thinking, "He's preparing to jump? Is he planning to climb the world tree?" Kim Hajin exhaled slightly. Energy concentrated around his body. His body shot away as fast as light. He continuously stepped on tree trunks to gain momentum and rush forward, leaving not even a shadow behind. Yona watched and said to Rose, who was gaping beside her, "See!" She lowered the bow, stuttering. "How?" Just in the blink of an eye. Eyes looked towards another lush canopy. Yona explained, "Rank is just a number to him. Now you know." Rose was speechless, not knowing what more to say. A moment later, she received an added instruction. A final piece of advice is to keep secret how strong he is. She started asking in confusion, "Why?" Yona looked straight ahead with a determined gaze. He will become a member of our group one day. Rose was slightly startled but replied immediately, "Yes, I swear to take this secret to the grave." Suddenly, a call appeared on the watch on Yona's wrist. She calmly answered it. "I have a call from Hajin. Let's go back." On Kim Hajin's side, he was stopping at a certain tree branch. His eyes sparkled with the emerald light of the 1,000-mile eyes. He scanned through the other people down below one by one. There were boys and girls standing in groups of 2 or 3. And he even found the silhouette of that person. Kim Hajin looked back and forth for a long while. A moment later, he said to himself, "Found her." A small branch next to Kim Hajin was snapped off. His face was full of interest. Time to claim the reward. He thought to himself while carving some information on it. I need to prepare a branch with a message and coordinates. That's all I need. Once done, he immediately threw it in a direction like a dart, but at an imperceptible speed. A sharp tree branch rushed forward, tearing through the wind. It headed straight toward a silhouette down below, gathering mana into a mark. That person seemed to sense something approaching them as well. But before he even needed to dodge, the sharp branch had already pierced the ground near him. Seeing it, he was astonished and didn't know what to say. He just pulled the branch up afterward. After reading the lines on it, he slightly turned his head to look in the direction the branch flew from. But the direction he looked at only had a large, dense tree with no one on it. Kim Hajin had already hidden in another tree fork. His eyes shone brightly. Now I just need to wait. Chai Nayun's lonely sleeping bag still lay quietly in the middle of the forest. Inside, she bit her lip tightly as if suppressing something. Finally, she suddenly shuddered and sat up, screaming with a flushed, panicked face. Chai Nayun placed a hand on her chest, recalling the sentence she heard earlier. "Why?" Her face was full of shock mixed with embarrassment. "Why are you so cute?" "I don't know." Chai Nayun's mind was reeling. "I've heard many comments about my looks since I was small. But him? What's wrong with him? Saying that when someone is sleeping?" Her mind imagined Kim Hajin petting some puppies. Then she convinced herself. No. Maybe a stray dog or cat came by. She guessed that maybe he was narcissistic. So Kim Hajin held a mirror to himself and said, "Why are you so cute?" "I don't know." Chai Nayun clutched the blanket in her hand. "If that's not it, then..." She touched her burning face. "He said me, what should I do?" On Kim Hajin's side, he sensed something. He dug his ear as if he misheard, then told himself, "Is someone bad-mouthing me?" At the same time, in another place within the dim forest, a group of 5 people walked in a line through the woods. Everyone looked leisurely. Only Rachel seemed to be worried about something. She recalled the day she sought them out. "Starting from that night, I went with Yonghan and his group from the class. While eating, she couldn't help but feel anxious. They refused the points I offered, shared food, and took care of me, asking if I was uncomfortable." Rachel's lips pressed together tightly. "But there is something." She observed the team members and saw that while other cadets sought every way to get good results, they didn't bother taking action to earn points. Looking at their relaxed laughing and walking, she concluded, "They seem unconcerned with the points other cadets collect." Rachel's gaze darkened. "If so, She felt as if she stood amidst 3 or 4 pairs of eyes. Their target is me, instead of points. Her footsteps gradually slowed. "It's really suspicious. I think I shouldn't be here anymore. I should regroup with Hajin." Suddenly, a voice rang out from a tree branch behind, making Rachel startle. "Rachel." Yonghan smiled slyly. "I saw a grizzly bear worth 10 points. Do you want to catch it with me? I don't think I can do it alone." Oh, slightly hesitant, Rachel still agreed. "All right." Inside, she silently calculated, "I will leave right after helping them." She left under the watch of the remaining members. Yonghan leisurely said, "I'll lead the way. Follow me." Rachel looked at the canopy above, thinking, "Hope I can slip away." A moment later, both of their footsteps stopped. Yonghan pointed straight ahead. "There is a large bear over there." The head was clearly the silhouette of a stranger. Seeing him completely hooded, Rachel couldn't help but wonder. Who is that? Doesn't look like an instructor." Seeming to sense something, Rachel jumped in shock. She shouted loudly and pushed him away.
Yi Yeongkan.
The demi-human's hand was a set of sharp claws, with every nail like a pointed knife. When he attacked them again, Rachel didn't hesitate to use her whole body to push him away. "Watch out." When they temporarily escaped danger, she turned back to look vigilantly. The demi-human was advancing straight toward them. She tried to rack her brain. "I didn't think a demi-human would chase me all the way here." In her head, she immediately decided, "I need to retreat first." Then Rachel turned to ask Yonghan, "Are you okay?" He clutched his right arm scratched by the demi-human's claws, stammering, It's bleeding. It hurts. Rachel's head was full of question marks. What? You hurt a lot? It doesn't look like it. Suddenly, he screamed, "Oh no! It's a demi-human." Then his figure disappeared, leaving only a voice echoing in her ears. I should run right now. Rachel stood speechless looking after him, then sighed. Terrible acting. No longer burdened, her sword tip pointed straight at the demi-human. I thought something was unusual. Her eyes were filled with determination. But I never thought a mixed-blood cadet would be prey for a demi-human. That was my mistake. That person said nothing. Seeing her engage, he rushed up, swinging his claws to attack. Shockwave from his energy slashed straight across the ground. Energy conflict caused the spot where she stood to explode. Rachel had to jump in another direction. Suddenly, the demi-human dashed back to close in, startling her. Rachel immediately raised her sword to block his claws. Blocking the direct hit forced her to use all her strength. Too strong. Rachel's hands holding the sword trembled slightly. Energy light began to gather on Rachel's sword. She swung it with all her might. But I can do this. Both fought equally. He didn't miss receiving any of her sword strikes. A moment later, Rachel quickly changed the sword path, thrusting straight forward. An opening. Suddenly, her sword tip missed the target. Rachel froze for a second as if seeing something wrong. Beneath her feet, it felt like something was pulling her back. The demi-human had retreated behind her with a triumphant smile. My leg. Rachel's face was filled with fear. Before and behind, two demi-human figures appeared, terrifying her. From both sides, the energy flow pounced as if to end Rachel's life. She realized one thing. No, I can't dodge it. Suddenly, above the demi-human's head, blue energy appeared like starlight. Struck straight down on his neck, giving him no time to react. Rachel was preparing to accept the end when she saw him fall. She was stunned to the point of freezing. He seemed determined to fight back and rushed up again. His claws quickly delivered an energy strike toward her. It seemed to carry something strange along with it. Her legs were restrained. Even if she wanted to dodge, Rachel couldn't. Another person appeared, drawing a sword from its sheath. Kim Suho's sword path appeared in front of Rachel, slashing apart those sharp claws along with the thing restraining her legs. He shouted, Na-yun! The demi-human startled and looked in another direction. Chai Na-yun's arrow had been aimed straight at him for some time. After she released her hand, it rushed toward him. It flew with wind-tearing speed, created a blast of energy that knocked him off the cliff. Familiar figures appeared behind Rachel. She was slightly surprised to see them. You guys! Chai Na-yun ran closer to ask. They aren't instructors, right? Are you okay? Rachel hesitated a moment.
I'm okay.
Thank you guys. But Kim Suho, observing below the cliff, interrupted her. I think he jumped down the cliff before the arrow hit. Then he turned to advise Rachel. You won't know when you'll be ambushed again. We should team up until we get out of here. Chai Na-yun looked on, annoyed. Why is he speaking so politely? Rachel hesitated for a moment, then also spoke up to reply. All right. She followed Kim Suho's group. Suddenly looking down at the road, a sparkling object caught Rachel's eye. She approached it, wondering, what is this? A lone bullet casing lay on the ground. Over there, Chai Na-yun was hurrying Rachel, while she was observing the object in her hand. A bullet casing? Looking at the high canopy above, Rachel thought to herself, could it be? She noticed the massive scope inside the thick leaves, but she vaguely guessed. The first shot, it wasn't Na-yun's. The person was still aiming at Yonghan, who had abandoned Rachel and run for his life earlier. Hajin, hiding on the tree fork, did not hesitate to pull the trigger, just as he had helped Rachel escape danger. In the night with little light, a voice from the group rang out. Have you ever intended to try using a sword? Chai Na-yun felt as if her dark secret was hit. She sat there saying nothing. After hearing the question clearly, she shouted out of embarrassment. This is just for decoration, okay? I think it would be very hard to just hold onto a bow during the exam. Kim Suho just laughed. Haha. All right. Beside them, Rachel was still pondering over the casing in her hand. He is the only one I know who uses a gun, but I've never seen him use a sniper rifle. The bullet head in her hand was as tangled as the questions in Rachel's mind. How did he know I was in danger? And why did he save me? And why didn't he appear after saving me? Suddenly, a call made Rachel jump and clench her fist. Rachel! She turned to ask Chai Na-yun. What? Chai Na-yun immediately casually invited. Let's go together, like a secret cooperative group, you know? What do you think? Besides, Kim Suho and I are also going. Before she finished, Rachel hurriedly replied. That. She hesitated, then stood up to refuse.
I'm sorry.
I need to move forward on my own. Kim Suho was slightly surprised. He reached out to stop her. Why? It's still very dangerous. Stay a little longer. Rachel looked seriously at Kim Suho. I can't. I have someone I need to meet. Elsewhere, Kim Hajin looked at his 22 points and calculated. I got 12 points from Chai Nayun, and now I got another 10 points thanks to hunting those beasts. He sat gloomily under the canopy. If I want to be safe, I still need to collect another 50 points. Calculation done, he propped up his knees to stand up again. Really? To do that, I need to catch more. Just as he stood up, Kim Hajin was astonished to see the person arriving. The words on his lips continued to finish. A few more monsters. Seo Jin stood silently in front of him. Looking at her emotionless face, Kim Hajin couldn't help but think, Boss? Why is she here? Did she come here to fight me? He started sweating bullets. No way I can win against her. Should I run now? But that wasn't feasible either. Kim Hajin had to reassure himself. Come on. Must stay calm. Surely she just came here to observe. After thinking, he hesitantly asked Seo Jin, Do you need something? Inside his head, he was still telling himself, no way she actually intends to fight. Then, on that side, Seo Jin drew her sword. Seeing that, on the outside Kim Hajin smiled a silent, awkward smile. Inside his head, he could only cry rivers. She concisely ordered, Pick up your weapon. Kim Hajin's fingers twitched from tension. What do you mean? He silently calculated in his heart. Wait, the chance of me winning against boss is approximately 0. However, Kim Hajin tried to stall for time, asking a silly question. But, beside his hand, he had silently released something wiggling. Weapon? What do you mean? Kim Hajin naturally knew very well. In a battle between two cadets, the key to victory is that golden wire had lowered near the grass at his feet. Seo Jin on the other side didn't say much more. You understand my meaning? While he continued to stall. No, I really don't understand. Just as I got to play here. Your meaning. She quickly cut him off. If you don't pick up your weapon, then I'm afraid I will have no other choice. The wire by Kim Hajin's hand had slithered away. He urgently replied, I just want to hear an explanation. Though not understanding, Seo Jin paused her hand to ask, completely unaware that Kim Hajin's golden wire had approached her. Are you trying to stall for time by spouting those meaningless words? While the watch on her hand was stolen by that golden wire, she kept talking. Then I also hope you won't complain when I start attacking. Seeing the goal achieved, Kim Hajin smiled in relief. Good. The golden wire quickly wiggled, bringing the watch back to Kim Hajin. Seo Jin narrowed her eyes looking at him in silence. Seeing him hold the wire up to look at her, she mocked, Are you intending to surrender? But Kim Hajin smugly asked back, Does this look like my item? Seo Jin seemed petrified, stunned for a moment. Then she slowly looked back at her hand. Hearing Seo Jin gasp loudly, Kim Hajin triumphantly held out her watch. In a confrontation between two cadets, whoever snatches the opponent's watch first is the winner. You know that clearly, right? Once I press this, you will be immediately eliminated. The watch has fingerprint recognition, you know. Seo Jin gritted her teeth and shouted, You, what are you doing? Kim Hajin found it funny. Don't tell me you plan to attack me without knowing the rules clearly? Kim Hajin smugly threw it back towards Seo Jin. Watching her hurriedly catch it, he asked, Now do you know fear? Kim Hajin acted as if granting mercy. You, this time I will let you off. Seo Jin looked at him in confusion. You are letting me off? Seeing she still hadn't recovered, Kim Hajin took the chance to turn and run. So now I'll take my leave. Seo Jin immediately shouted to stop him. Hey, where are you planning to go? Left alone, Seo Jin stayed silent for a long, while then asked, Jin, did you see that? A voice replied to her. Huh? What? Sorry. I was a bit busy with something else earlier. Gran, you rascal. Hearing him say that, she had to let it go. It's nothing. Seo Jin's head, she calculated again. Even if Jin's ability erodes half of my senses, I still can't believe a naval cadet has such agility and high precision. Seo Jin looked at the watch in her hand and the symbol on her wrist.
QI renforcement technique?
Perhaps I should leave one behind. A pot of broth was boiling bubblingly. Kim Hajin sat dazedly massaging his shoulder. Damn, that really scared me. If I stayed longer, I probably would have lost my life there. I guess I should feel glad she is still in disguise. Looking at the handgun in his hand, he consoled himself. Well then, I found a pretty decent place to set up a tent, so at least I'll be safe now. Let's just eat first then recount my points. Kim Hajin opened the panel again to calculate. The points I received this time are... Suddenly, a rustling sound rang out from the forest edge, drawing his attention. Kim Hajin unexpectedly called out, "Rachel?" She was also surprised to see him. "Ah, so you were here? Cadet Hajin?" Kim Hajin stood up and walked toward her. "Oh, were you looking for me?" Rachel was indeed looking for him, so she just stammered. "The problem is..." Just as she opened her mouth, her stomach rumbled loudly. Kim Hajin paused for a moment, then invited, "Do you want some?" Rachel shyly stuttered. Is that okay? I will give you some of my points." A while later, the two sat before the campfire but didn't say a word. Sensing the silent atmosphere, Rachel had to speak up first. "Being alone like this, what have you been doing?" Kim Hajin comfortably recounted. "Ah well, I just wandered around here and they're trying to earn points." Hearing the obvious answer, Rachel didn't know what else to say. Seeing her hesitation, Kim Hajin deduced, "Seems like she has something to ask me. I am the one who saved you? No, that's a bit too blunt, isn't it?" Observing for a while, he suddenly saw a wound on Rachel's neck. "She is injured?" "Ah, she had to fight the jinns, so being like that isn't strange." Outwardly, Kim Hajin hurriedly offered, "Now let's just eat something." Seeing the food, Rachel couldn't help but gasp in awe. Suddenly, the nut in Kim Hajin's pocket poked up. He cried out in shock, "Hey you! Why stand up all of a sudden? Sit still for a moment, will you?" But before Kim Hajin could grab his pocket, the nut jumped out, rushed straight toward Rachel, while she was happily asking, "How did you prepare all of this?" Kim Hajin panicked, jaw-dropping, reaching out for it. Seeing something just burrow into her, Rachel froze, knocking over the cup of water. Tears welled up, her face showing both fear and horror. A second later, Rachel's scream rang out piercingly in the forest. When she got that fruit out, it was still vibrating as if very happy. Kim Hajin turned away, still covering his embarrassed face.
I'm sorry.
"That's just an almond seed I'm growing, that's all." Rachel blushed crimson. "An almond seed?" Kim Hajin hurriedly corrected his explanation. "No, I mean, it's a type of pet seed." "That is." Rachel gloomily cut him off. "Wouldn't it be better to plant it in the ground?" Kim Hajin reached out to take back the almond seed.
I'm sorry.
"Let me do that. Give it to me." After the awkwardness faded a bit, Kim Hajin warmly invited, "Let's eat." However, Rachel was still a bit shy. "Okay." While Kim Hajin was opening the pot lid, he heard her call out, "Hey, Mr. Hajin." He cast a confused glance over. "What?" Rachel nervously stroked her braid. "It's a bit late, but do you want to form a group with me?" She was clumsy with worry. Like a secret cooperative group, you know?" Kim Hajin raised an eyebrow. "You speak exactly like Chai Nayun." Rachel jumped. "What? Cadet Nayun invited you to cooperate like that too?" Inside, Kim Hajin thought, "I am the author." But outwardly he calmly agreed.
No.
"Ah well, I don't mind." Rachel asked again in joy. "Really? Ah right, but I am still in another group." Kim Hajin's head was full of question marks. "What do you mean?" Then he asked her back, "Do you know Yonghan?" But Rachel didn't answer and only let out an ah. After that, Kim Hajin continued, "Don't pay attention to what he does." Rachel was slightly surprised and asked, "Why?" She heard him calmly say, "You don't need to worry about him. Just form a team with me." On a messy battlefield full of corpses, a blurry, mysterious figure full of mystique appeared. Yonghan clearly showed panic and alarm when seeing this massacre battlefield. He immediately exclaimed, "What is this? What the hell?" He thought to himself, "Is Shin Jonghak here?" Just then, that mysterious person smiled and spoke up. "That guy over there." A sword he threw rushed as fast as a blur toward Yonghan, making him extremely astonished. Before he could understand what was happening, he just let out a sound by reflex. "Ah!" Yonghan noticed a line of text on the sword. "If you think you can win, come find me." Yonghan panicked and spoke up. "I didn't send that. You're mistaken. It wasn't me. It was someone else." Shin Jonghak smiled, replying indifferently to Yonghan's excuse. "I don't care." Hearing that, Yonghan felt a chill down his spine. "What?" Shin Jonghak activated the staff in his hand and approached Yonghan. "It's just, I don't like scumbags like you guys." No, Yonghan was so scared he couldn't speak as he was choked by Shin Jonghak. And Shin Jonghak even fed Yonghan some words. "You people are no different from a bunch of venomous snakes." His eyes became even more furious. "And you don't even know your place." Scene changed to the northwest observation tower at the edge of the island. Yoon Sung-ah was strolling around, admiring the sky and earth. A voice rang out behind her.
Yoon Sung-ah.
A long-haired man walked up to Yoon Sung-ah. Turning to look at her, "Who are you thinking about?" She frankly replied to him, "Kim Hajin." The long-haired man felt confused and wondered, "Who is that? Aren't you wholeheartedly in love with Kim Suho?" Yoon Sung-ah calmly replied to him, "Of course, Kim Suho is my favorite cadet. But I just learned some quite interesting information. 2 days ago, I received a top-secret report. A report from Yu Yona. In that report, Yu Yona evaluated that Kim Hajin is even more excellent than Kim Suho. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it is false information. But we already know that Kim Suho is a special case, right? He can use light mana." Sung-ah thought to herself, "A cadet like him is allowed to deceive us once." Long-haired man asked her, "Is there any way to verify that information?" Sung-ah would try to find a way when she was free. He felt quite curious. "How do you plan to do it? Challenge him to a solo duel?" Then she pointed to the badge on her shirt and said, "I have this." She seemed confident, assuming that the 200 points in it were enough to lure him. Scene changed to the forest at night. Rachel was sitting beside a tent and warming herself by the fire. She held up the bullet casing to examine. The person protecting me back then was probably Hajin. More importantly, why? Why did he refuse to admit he is Hajin? Besides, how did he know I was in danger? Hajin's voice and image appeared in her mind. "No matter what happens, your servant will protect you, princess." The ambush today was definitely also due to that guy. Rachel focused on thinking. At that time, I should have dragged them to die with me, right? Right? It was now midnight in the deep forest. Wild beasts had begun to rampage. A wolf appeared with a fierce howl. Kim Hajin paused for a moment and told himself, the hunt today wasn't anything too difficult. Suddenly he recalled the scene with Rachel this morning. The image of the two enjoying delicious meat in the deep forest together. He thought, although Rachel's mood this morning didn't seem very good, it seems she quickly regained her spirit after I gave her meat. Suddenly his eyes lit up. A blurry mist? Hajin looked down at the vast water surface before him and exclaimed, "There is a lake in this place too?" Hajin took out his gun, intending to move forward. "There must be some monsters down there for me to farm points. Is it an alligator monster?" He took out a spirit sphere. He assumed, luring it out will be quite easy if I shine this light sphere all over the lake. Suddenly Hajin heard a strange noise. He shouted vigilantly, "Who is that?" He thought, I don't know who they are, but they are quite good at tailing. However, I have detected them. They won't be able to escape my sight. Chai Nayun suddenly appeared unexpectedly from nowhere. Hajin saw someone acting mysterious, so he pointed his gun at her. Chai Nayun. Chai Nayun panicked when Hajin was about to fire. Immediately, Chai Nayun managed to speak up before Hajin fired.
"Hey, Kim Hajin."
He felt astonished seeing her. "Oh!" Hajin wonderingly asked Chai Nayun, "Why are you stalking me?" She immediately covered his mouth with her hand and shouted angrily, "I am not stalking you." Hajin wondered. "Then why?" Your face changed, becoming more shy. "Well then." Hajin took the opportunity to tease her. "See? Hit the mark so you don't know how to answer." Chai Nayun immediately shouted in annoyance. "No, not at all. More importantly, what did you just do to me?" Hajin stepped up to question Chai Nayun. "Humph. Answer me first. Why did you stalk me?" Chai Nayun blushed in embarrassment, raising her hand to signal and retorted, "I told you, I didn't stalk you. I am chasing after Yoon Sung-ah." Hajin felt curious hearing this sentence from her.
Yoon Sung-ah?
"The Yoon Sung-ah I know." Chai Nayun postured to ask him back. "Right? But why are you speaking intimately to me?" Hajin turned around to take a package out of his bag. Chai Nayun misunderstood and exclaimed, "What is it? We're talking normally, why kneel suddenly? Are you sick or something?" Hajin was still focused on searching. "Wait, just a moment." Hajin thought to himself, I know Yoon Sung-ah's whereabouts in the novel. On the first and second day, she monitored Kim Suho. By the third and fourth day, she would definitely monitor the remaining elite cadets. The fact she is pursuing me means he had observed the image and actions of Yoon Sung-ah through the camera. Hajin assumed, I am on Yoon Sung-ah's list of elite cadets. Over here, Chai Nayun felt puzzled, so she continuously asked Hajin, "Hey, just now, how did you do that? The thing you just created, that was your gift, right?" Hajin was checking his computer but still replied to her, "Right, you're correct, but don't try to dig for more information." Chai Nayun looked at Hajin before her and imagined a scene where Hajin was standing in a romantic flower garden saying to her, "If you understand, then keep your mouth shut." Chai Nayun felt extremely bewildered. What the hell are you saying? Are you crazy? I don't even have the slightest interest. Who would bother asking? Hajin also felt shocked at Chai Nayun's words. He told himself, she was the one who asked me first. Jin spoke up. Since I was the one who came here first, you go find another place. Chai Nayun also agreed. Fine. As you wish. Afterward, Hajin looked confused. He thought, I look a bit too arrogant with her. But I can't tell her the truth. If I tell her about the stigmas mana, then I also need to tell the truth that this world is contained within a novel. Now the space covering the scenery in the deep forest became even darker. Jin checked the watch on his hand. He thought, it's been 2 hours since Chai Nayun and I separated. Because I diligently collected low and mid-tier monsters, I quickly earned 15 points. But problem is, suddenly, someone ran over and their voice interrupted Hajin's thoughts. Hello. It turned out to be Yoon Sung-ah with a bright smile. This is the first time we've met since I was rejected, right? Jin stared blankly at her. I guess so. Her smile became increasingly attractive. Oh my, did I appear too abruptly? Relax. Actually, I am here to manage some events, to help test the cadets' abilities. Hajin was a bit puzzled by the event Sung-ah mentioned, saying the rules were very simple. I will stand still and only use my left hand. You can attack me however you want. She held out one finger to illustrate, and if a single attack manages to damage any part of my body, except my left hand, or makes me move a single step, Sung-ah pointed to her name tag. I will give you this name tag. She looked at Hajin. Simple, isn't it? Hajin thought to himself, the name tag of a supervisor worth 200 points. I'll immediately take first place if I get it. That's really a tempting offer. Hajin focused on her name tag. However, the opponent is an elite.
Hero Yoon Sung-ah.
Can I do it? Sung-ah spoke up. How will you decide? Do you want to give up? Or will you accept the challenge? Hajin heard that and laughed loudly. This is really... He crouched down slightly and took a gun, aiming it straight at Sung-ah. A surprise event. Sung-ah still maintained her calm demeanor. Heightening her vigilance, she thought, let's see how strong you are. Unexpectedly, Sung-ah shattered the encirclement of that bullet. Then a sphere appeared between the two of them. Sung-ah channeled her internal energy while thinking. He has the ability to create light spheres, and possesses such great power with just a pistol. It seems the reports weren't baseless.
Suddenly, Sung-ah smiled brightly.
That hurt a bit. Oh, here, Hajin also exclaimed about Sung-ah. He thought. She deflected the reinforced mana bullet so easily without even using mana. It seems a frontal attack is useless. Then Hajin prepared 2 knives behind his back, waiting for the command to act, and suddenly raided Sung-ah with those 2 knife points fiercely. Sung-ah nimbly dodged the knife points heading towards her. She thought, he was a swordsman before becoming a marksman, right? Using sword and gun at the same time is the right decision. Oh, here, Hajin prepared to raid continuously with the gun after those 2 knives. Sung-ah used her left arm to avoid the bullet. She reckoned the firepower was much stronger than a pistol used in training. Sung-ah kept a constant smile on her lips. I guess you are quite talented in using pistols, huh? Suddenly, Hajin attacked her again with another knife. Her sharpness helped her quickly realize it. Hajin smiled watching the knife and thought, the distance is too far for her left hand to reach. It's over. Now surrounding Sung-ah was a giant barrier of firepower. It bent the knives that wanted to attack Sung-ah. Hajin was stunned witnessing this scene. Exclaimed, damn, if it's like this then I give up. Sung-ah said to him, that was great. You changed the trajectory of the knife with mana. Didn't you? She revealed excitement while talking to Hajin, accompanied by body language. What technique is that? You really are like an onion. No matter how much I know about you, new aspects of you keep appearing endlessly. Do you have any other talents? But Hajin on this side put the gun into his pocket, making Sung-ah exclaim endlessly. Now this again? Next, Hajin turned his head and walked away decisively. I'm leaving first. Sung-ah looked at his back, bewildered. Felt she was seeing one surprise after another about Hajin. Sung-ah called out, hey, Hajin, where are you going? Things just started getting interesting. Just waiting for this chance, Hajin turned his head back. You moved? Making Sung-ah extremely astonished. What? Hajin continued. You said you'd only use your left hand, but now you've used your feet too. Sung-ah froze for 5 seconds, then spoke up. Are you thinking my proposal is a joke? Hajin turned around and said to Sung-ah, I was just trying my luck. Since the gap in our stats is too large, this is just a waste of time. Then he turned back and waved goodbye to her. I'll give up here. But Sung-ah intended to keep him. She exclaimed, Hajin. Hearing Sung-ah's footsteps, Hajin pondered, honestly, just now I intended to insist that she lost. But she was too scary, so I didn't dare say anything more. Damn it. Now Sung-ah was chasing him and saying, Kim Hajin, you will regret this, Hajin. Over here, a pink-haired girl was connecting with someone via earpiece. On the other side, a voice spoke up, Captain, the infiltration was successful, right? She replied, yes. The person on the other end continued, but I don't think acting alone is a good choice, because that girl's friends will think you are acting suspiciously. The pink-haired girl thought, going with them is the bad choice. Standing on a tree branch, she realized something unusual. The person on the other side saw her silence and got curious. What's wrong? Did something happen? She began to activate her vigilance. She sensed a heartbeat. The butterfly seedling is about to awaken. The butterfly seedling, it is a type of psychic monster. It sucks energy from trees like a parasite. It appeared on the last day of the exam, and was destroyed by the main characters together. During that process, Kim Soo-ho received the seedling's pollen, and Rachel obtained a sign of enlightenment. The original story would happen like that. However, currently, she teamed up with me. To help her get enlightenment, I will need to lead her into the battle against the butterfly seedling. But the problem is... Suddenly a voice spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Yeah, Hajin. Chai Nayun appeared behind him. She spoke up. Why have you been wandering around this place all this time? Hajin was still pondering. I don't even know the time and place that monster appears. I never wrote it in too much detail. Yeah. Hajin looked at the pile of monsters he just destroyed and said, with this pile, we'll take first place, right? The three people, Kim Soo-ho, Kim Hajin, and Yona were all gathered here. Hajin exclaimed, only 20 hours left until the exam ends. Huh? Yona was tired and out of breath, her voice straining. I'm going to drink some water first. Meanwhile, Soo-ho over here was gazing at something very attentively when he heard someone call him.
Hey, Kim Soo-ho.
Making him exclaim, The pink-haired girl asked him, what do you think about Kim Hajin? The two discussed Hajin. Hajin? Why do you suddenly ask about that? It's just, he seems like he is hiding a lot of things. Don't you think? He was very suspicious in the museum incident and the Paris incident too. And even more suspicious since he looks very weak, but is a high ranker and very strong too. So I guess that is the truth. Soo-ho recalled Hajin's words. So, I know more than you. Suddenly Soo-ho smiled unconsciously, making the pink-haired girl freeze. What is with that expression? Soo-ho laughed loudly and replied to the girl. What? I'm just saying he seems like he is hiding a lot of things. The pink-haired girl stood in front of Soo-ho and claimed, you know something, right? Tell me now. Soo-ho still wore that innocent smile. You should find out yourself. Why ask me? Suddenly a stream of power appeared, making the two extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, what is that? The roots are moving. The giant roots from the butterfly seedling reached out like giant traps, making the three, Soo-ho, Hajin, and Yona, have to defend. Suddenly Rachel appeared. Looking at the scene in front of her, she thought, what is happening? Hajin saw her here and called out. Rachel. Hajin said to her, now we will go to the source of the tremors just now and destroy that monster. You must protect me when we get close to the monster. Though Rachel had some questions, she still murmured agreement. All right. Hajin pulled out his gun and said to Rachel, the cadets who felt the tremors just now are probably rushing straight to the butterfly seedling. I won't let them take the initiative. Having said that, he took his gun and set off. Let's go. Switching scenes to the butterfly seedling transforming. A voice rang out. Butterfly seedling? A monster appeared unexpectedly. Huh? Should we stop the exam? Sung-ah stood there observing the butterfly seedling. Well, maybe it will be fine. The current cadet's abilities are probably enough to defeat it without trouble. She claimed. Sung-ah, your methods are too harsh. Sung-ah closed her eyes and thought for a moment. Do you really think so? Sorry, don't underestimate them too much. The cadets are the seeds of heroes. And heroes always mature in hardship. Sung-ah imagined the heroic images of the cadets. A small blonde girl boldly attacked those demonic roots. Then, smiled cheerfully. How is it? Yona and Soo-ho over here were both amazed. That's amazing. Soo-ho smiled and said, but the power of the slash will be enhanced even more if you circulate the sword chi closer to the sword. The pink-haired girl saw Soo-ho smiling foolishly like that and shouted, shut up. Talk about that stuff later. Yona, facing these demonic roots, claimed, No matter how many we defeat, why do they keep appearing endlessly? Suho observed the butterfly seedling attentively and spoke up. If defeating the roots has no effect, then we need to destroy that main body first. Adet gaped and cried out, "Hey, look, that tree is so strange. Something is moving inside that branch. The center of it seems to be expanding." He exclaimed in surprise. "What? A giant butterfly is hatching?" From the trunk of the butterfly seedling grew large butterfly wings. Pink-haired girl felt uncomfortable inside. She gritted her teeth. "What is this? I am gradually losing strength because of this pollen. I can't stand anymore." That change caused her to faint and fall backward. Then Suho caught the pink-haired girl and Yona leaning against a tree. He thought, they are just sleeping, right? Doesn't look much like being poisoned. He turned back to look at the magical butterfly in front, thinking, I can't keep moving while holding my breath. Can I defeat that thing before I pass out? Suho panicked when seeing the silhouette. Someone in the sky. He exclaimed with a look of surprise. Hajin and Rachel? Sound of footsteps rustling quickly. Rachel turned her head back. Everyone has fainted from exhaustion. Those people fainted. Did Kim Hajin predict this and prepare everything? At this moment, Hajin called her. Rachel. She started and spoke up. Yes. He pointed to the sky, pointed at the flying purple butterfly. See that butterfly monster over there? I will handle it. But I need you to protect me from those roots. Rachel understood. Understood. Hajin put on a mask, raised his gun and aimed at the target. A shot exploded right at the large insect. Cried out in pain. Tentacles rose from the ground, rushing straight at the two of them. A blinding ray of light flashed past. Rachel only needed one sword move, could cut through it all. She glanced to the side. One of her legs sank deep into the ground. Below, the roots rose one by one. It intended to ambush. Rachel quickly pushed Hajin away, reminding him, be careful. A very strong force came from the roots. Unfortunately, Rachel was hit. Hajin stared blankly at the scene in front of him. When he turned, the roots had approached, pressing close to him. A terrifyingly large explosion occurred. His legs could no longer stand. Instead, Suho intervened in time, saving him a life.
Kim Suho.
What are you doing here? Hajin was currently holding his breath, his face pale. Will it be okay if I breathe a little? Suho reminded. Hey, stay there. He turned to his teammate. She had been lying flat, unconscious for a long time. Rachel fainted? What should I do? She can't fight anymore. Suddenly the sprout inside him came out. Jumped out like a child. Hajin's astonishment. He looked at it with eyes popping out. Where the hell are you going? Rachel fainted, unconscious, knowing nothing. Hajin was so angry his face wanted to turn black. That seed. Suho behind was wiping his face and asked, You are here to defeat that butterfly, right? I will help you, although I don't think I can move for too long. Hajin simply thought, I can only create 3 more fire bullets. Attribute from Stigma's mana. I need to end this as soon as possible. Turned to Suho, crouched a bit. All right, help me with this. That purple butterfly keeps flying around. You saw how it dodged my bullets just now, right? This butterfly moves very fast. Unlike normal spirit monsters. Hajin strategized with him. If we want to kill it, I will have to aim from the closest distance possible. I want you to distract it until I get close enough. He gripped his sword tightly. Agreed. All right. The two of them were ready to fight. The sword flashed with light in hand. Hajin turned to look at the shining sword. The sword's mana, it seems it has become stronger than that time at the museum. Huh. Suho looked at him and smiled warmly. That's amazing. Hajin seemed to not quite understand yet. What? The two of them looked at each other affectionately like friends. In Hajin's eyes, the image of Suho appeared beautiful. No matter what secret weapon I bring out, you aren't surprised at all. You are also the one who found Nayun's talent, aren't you? Suho expressed his feelings. Hajin, sometimes when I look at you, smiling a smile as bright as the morning sun, I feel like I'm looking at someone who knows everything about this world. Wind in Hajin's eyes paused for a moment. Immediately, he asserted, Then I will leave the rest to you. At this moment, the roots went crazy again. Suho soloed with it, creating decisive sword paths. Hajin was in the mindset of watching the male lead Suho perform. He was silent for a few dramatic minutes. Hajin bowed his head slightly. He ran briskly into the deep forest. How do I know that? Hajin revealed, Simply because I am the one who created this world. Myself, the author. He grabbed the vines, trying to climb up the massive ancient branches. And because of some arising issues, Hajin gently lifted his body up the tree trunk. Moonlight softly illuminated part of his face. The novel world I once wrote. Hajin gazed at the magnificent dreamlike scenery ahead. Is now existing right before my eyes. I feel like I'm looking at someone who knows everything about this world. At that moment, I realized. He made many friends. That I, regardless of male or female, have become, or even the beautiful Rachel, a character I have never written about before. Hajin raised the gun from high above, aiming at the target. I am a character outside the novel. The bullet fired, piercing through multiple layers of air. A shot hit the giant insect, caught fire and flew down from the sky. A fire attribute attack. Suho from high above knew who it was. It's from Hajin. That must be enough, right? And the insect burned fiercely. Its falling speed became faster and faster. Hajin gritted his teeth looking at it. He shook the gun in his hand. Still lacking a bit of firepower? One more shot. The hand just needed to flick once. The insect was flattened, crushed to pieces, fell flat on the ground. Hajin panicked. What? Footsteps slowly approached. Hajin perhaps realized. That person is. The gravity-less insect fell. Is she chasing the butterfly pollen? A force flashed from the sword. Kim Suho's speed was as fast as a cut, flashing through the insect's body. Lay flat on the ground, causing a tremor. Kim Suho's eyes became blurry, smiling. His whole body had no strength left and fell down. Is destroyed. A person walked towards the insect corpse. She stood there for a long time. When she prepared to reach down intending to take something from the insect's body, Jean suddenly wanted to stop her, demanded, hand it over. Seo Yongjin turned her face back. Hajin emphasized once more. You cannot take this item away. He thought. She doesn't fully know the function of the butterfly pollen. She takes it only because an item dropped from a spirit will be very valuable. Hajin was determined to get that thing. To be able to fight the spirits that will appear in the future, Kim Suho must have the butterfly pollen. Seo Yongjin said nothing, looking at him with cold eyes. Kim Suho was unconscious. All teammates slept like the dead by the ancient tree. And Hajin was facing Seo Yongjin. Even though the butterfly is dead and the sleep-inducing effect is no longer strong, I didn't expect there was still a cadet who could stand. She narrowed her eyes. Kim Hajin is really strange. I need to continue observing him. Just then, his face suddenly turned pale, as if something was stuck in his throat. I reached my endurance limit? Use Ether's host defense function. I'm starting to have trouble breathing. He hurriedly put on the mask. I need to use the mask. Just then, Seo Yongjin used an extremely strong force, making Hajin unable to open his eyes. A pitch-black spatial circle opened up. Hajin suddenly became silent. You? Xiao Peng suddenly asked. You know me, right? Hajin opened his eyes wide, hesitating. You are. He raised his hand pointing, guessing.
Li Xiaopeng.
Right? Brain had to load for a while. Who is Li Xiaopeng? Now she realized. Remembered. The fake identity I used to approach Kim Hajin in the past. And Xiaopeng admitted. Correct. Why do you think I came here? Hajin asked cheerfully. Aren't you a supervisor? But her attitude wasn't very friendly. How long have you known I am Li Xiaopeng? He answered very enthusiastically. But before finishing the sentence, a spiritual energy flashed across his face. Of course I knew. Because... Xiaopeng glared, using a scary face to threaten. If you dare to lie, I will kill. Meaning beat him to a pulp. Her blazing aura made Hajin shrink back. Since you stole the watch. He calmed down and said, when I looked more carefully, I saw you were a bit different. Xiaopeng was skeptical. When you looked at me? Hajin pointed to his eyes. I have very good eyes. Her face was grim. Have good eyes. Xiaopeng pondered silently. Jane's talent cannot be seen, just with the naked eye. However, Kim Hajin not only saw Jane's talent, but also bypassed the blocking devices. She thought of an impossible thing. Don't tell me his mana is anti-magic? Hajin's eyes radiated power. There is a special case where all mana in his body is anti-magic. So, I can understand why he could penetrate Jane's talent. He just needs to focus mana, and his eyes can do that. And, if this hypothesis is true, then he is a valuable resource. I cannot let him slip away. The stream of dark power also slowly faded away. Hajin noticed she started relaxing her arm muscles. Xiaopeng handed him a thing. This is for you. At the same time set a condition. In exchange. Both suddenly said nothing. Someone nearby reminded. Boss, don't say anything weird. Just follow what I say. He added, don't rush. Take it slow. She made a simple request. Give me your contact number. Hajin breathed a sigh of relief. Wanted to leave his body. I thought I was going to die. Noticed the thing in his hand. But his emotion right now was a bit joyful. I obtained an important item. Hajin gripped it tightly in his hand. How do I give it to Kim Suho? In a natural way? Naturally. Boss intervening makes me have to think of another way. Lightning flashed in Hajin's brain. He remembered someone. Right? Rachel. And the seed. Saw Rachel lying unconscious glowing by the tree. Don't tell me that light is. It flickered in her chest. I didn't think it would happen now. And it shone a blinding halo. It was so bright Hajin had to cover his eyes. In the stupor Rachel vaguely felt. So sleepy. I must defeat that spirit quickly. I need to become number one. And become the pride of the royal family. She slowly opened her eyes and saw something strange. What happened? So bright. A smiling little girl appeared. A child. That child hugged her tightly. Who is she? Rachel felt so warm. My wounds seem to be healing. Pink like rose quartz. Why is she so familiar? Evandel smiled an innocent smile. Right? It's like me when I was young. The little girl seemed to want to tell her something. Rachel opened her eyes wide looking at the girl. What is she saying? Evandel lay in Rachel's breath. I need to ask her about it. She slowly opened her eyes. After fainting. No. I can't do it. Rachel's eyes kept closing. I'm so sleepy. Her voice was a bit trembling. What are you saying? Hajin was a bit stunned at this moment. Dad. Evandel kept calling. Mom fell asleep again. The friends sleeping at the tree finally woke up. Hajin carried Suho, who was unconscious, back. Everyone shouted to get on the boat after completing the exam. The large boat set sail. For days after the exam ended. 9 a.m. the next day. Hajin gazed at the vast ocean. Everyone has recovered after the exam. And Hajin turned to chat about the sword. There was a small disturbance due to the appearance of the butterfly seedling. Therefore, the supervisors did not foresee the incident. However, everyone agreed that the 4 cadets who contributed to destroying the butterfly seedling will share the points. He looked at the watch. The machine reported, you have no new messages. Hajin's heart was a bit gloomy. No contact from the Chameleon Troop. Hajin felt a bit pensive. But why did boss pay attention to me? No clues at all. Suddenly there was a call. Hey! Nayun asked seriously. How did it end? Hajin heard and became a bit confused. What matter? Nayun also just heard and knew. I don't remember what happened after fainting. But according to Kim Suho, you destroyed that thing. Hajin immediately denied it flatly. What? How could I kill it with just a gun? Right? Even I couldn't do it. Suddenly he noticed Nayun's strangeness. By the way, why did you use a sword instead of a bow? She became stiff. Nayun screamed in the middle of the boat. You talk like that. Hajin still kept a calm attitude. I mean, you must have your own opinion. It would be very dangerous if you use an unfamiliar weapon. She was overflowing with rage. What? I'm not so bad that I need your concern. Finally Hajin had to compromise. All right, whatever. I wanted to ask one more question, but hesitated a bit. So, how did you feel after using the sword? Nayun didn't know how to answer. She turned her face away. Then Hajin guessed. Still scared. Just hit the mark. Nayun was sweating all over. What? What are you saying? Who is scared? Idiot. Hajin didn't add another sentence. Chai Nayun really can't lie. That is one of the personalities I wrote. About her. But he also easily understood. I wonder why. I never thought of changing it. Green ocean waves drifted gently. Hajin looked far away. But, if you continue using the sword, your skill will improve. Hajin encouraged her. You are a natural swordsman. Later, Yona analyzed the feelings while eating. From my point of view, it seems he likes you, Nayun. Just as Hajin said, Nayun couldn't lie. She jumped. I don't mean that. To verify, Yona turned to ask, right, Kim Suho? You are also close with Kim Hajin, right? Suho asked back, are we close? Seriously thought back. Well, Kim Hajin is not much different from what you know. In his mind, Hajin's image appeared. I understand him better than you. Then Yona sighed and said, Kim Hajin is always cold and keeps a distance with people who want to approach him. But he shows interest in you, Nayun. Nayun jumped up a few times. Hey Yona, aren't you also very close with Kim Hajin? Yona poked the salad plate, calmly replied. He talks to me only because I have what he wants. But doesn't he talk to you in a different way? She blushed and pulled her shirt, pretending. I said no already. Why is it so hot here? Yona asked again. So what are you going to do? Nayun froze at this moment. What are you talking about? Talking enthusiastically, Yona discovered him standing in a corner over there.
Kim Hajin.
They greeted each other politely. Hello. Eating. Hello Hajin. Hello. Yeah. Hajin silently observed. Then walked away without emotion. Yona teased her. See? He looked at you then left. Nayun already felt embarrassed enough. Don't go. This made Nayun really shy. Hajin returned home after a long tiring day. He called out, I'm home. Are you in the room? Evandel. Evandel. Lovingly ran to Hajin. His face looked really helpless. Come on. Don't run. The little girl happily called him, Dad. Evandel rushed into Hajin's arms. Where did Dad go? I said I went to buy food for you. The little girl asked innocently, Food? Hajin picked her up, finding the way she called Dad not quite right. But Evandel, you can't just keep calling me Dad. Evandel wondered. Why? He explained. Everyone will misunderstand. But, Evandel asked innocently, Why? He made a request in distress. Can you call me Uncle or Hajin? The little girl continuously posed the question. Why? Hajin was distressed. I think that I should teach her a bit. The little girl swayed in his arms. Evandel. Thanks for watching the video. Dad. Mom fell asleep again. Hajin found this way of addressing strange. Dad? You hatched yourself. Evandel insisted. But Dad is my dad. Hajin admitted one thing. It's true I raised you but before finishing, the girl rushed into his arms. Dad. Honestly, Hajin didn't know what to do anymore. Gosh. Just then, a helicopter flew past. Wanting the girl to be safe, he told her, Evandel, can you turn back into a seed for a bit? Evandel wondered. Seed. Hajin described the shape before. Yeah, right. Round and small. Like before. The little girl was still worried about Rachel. What about Mom? Hajin was worried sick. Oh, don't call her Mom. Mom is busy. Evandel was a bit sad, rubbing her eyes. Yes. Then the girl turned back into a tiny seed. Angel grabbed Hajin's shirt running around. That was how I hid her in my memory. Hajin didn't know what to do. I became a parent before I knew it. Eat up. Evangel happily cried out. Food. A super cute serving of rice appeared right in front of the girl. Evangel tasted it and felt it was truly delicious. Hajin reminded Evangel. Sit and eat nicely. He walked elsewhere. Noticed something. All right. The bag of blue powder in front of him sparkled. What should I do with this? Butterfly dust. It clings to a target with magic power and awakens their latent potential. Butterfly dust has quite a strong effect. The description is simple, but it depends on the awakened target. In other words, it can awaken humans or items. He recalled the principles he wrote. In the original story, it was taken by Chai Nayun and Kim Suho. He placed his hand on the table, calculating. I should consider further. Who should I give it to? Meanwhile, Rachel lay dazed on the bed. In her eyes, the image of Evangel still remained. Who was that child I saw? Rachel felt so happy being with the girl. It was like a dream. I could feel her energy. She turned to the side, tossing and turning for a long time. Is she a spirit? I still don't understand spirit power well enough. Or is it just my imagination? Rachel remembered when Evangel smiled at her. But I don't think that was imagination. She smiled unconsciously. Rachel placed her hand on her chest, wondering, why do I keep thinking about her? She was having a good premonition. Felt like she would meet her again. Another place, there was a majestic statue standing tall. Yona seemed to be waiting for someone. Footsteps approached naturally. She opened her mouth. You're here? Yona hadn't teased him yet. I thought you wouldn't come. After that, she added. There's still one person who hasn't arrived. I think they'll be a bit late. Let's go in first. Hajin agreed. All right. But in his head, he wondered. Who else is it? On the way, the two chatted a few sentences. Right. You did very well in the final exam, didn't you? Hajin replied modestly. I only got 67 points. You didn't want to stand out, your score should have been below 20. Yona also told him. Other guilds have started noticing you. But Hajin didn't pay much attention to her words. There it is. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. Yona glanced at him. Welcome. A skyscraper standing tall in the middle of the city. Essence of the strait. Before coming there, Hajin received a message. Guild Experience Guide at 6 p.m. tonight. Each guild will announce a list of cadets for the experience. Cadets on the list will soon be contacted via smartwatch. He read the message he just received, thinking, Guild Experience. a system allowing cadets on leave to track the work progress of active heroes. Activity many look forward to, and domestic guilds have the right to select the cadets they want, starting from the highest-ranked guilds. Hajin seemed to have just finished a shower, drying his hair. I'm quite curious what the heroes are doing. There must be some side missions other than the ones I wrote. But this activity has a very small selection. However, each guild can only select 3 people from the first and second-year cadets. Therefore, first-year cadets ranked below 300 have no chance of being selected. Jean rubbed Evangel's head while pondering. Considering my ranking in the entrance exam, no matter how well I did on the written test, I might not make the top 300. Disappointing. Suddenly, the smartwatch chimed. Hajin froze slightly, looking immediately at the watch. What is this, an incoming call? Who would? He widened his eyes, reading each line. The text appeared before Hajin's eyes. Essence of the Strait. You have been selected for the guild experience. If you do not wish to participate, please contact us privately. Back to the present. Entering Essence of the Strait. People passing by. The person leading Hajin and Yona was introducing. This event is also called the Hero Experience. So as everyone can see, there are many missions in the house. If a mission exceeding a certain difficulty appears, it can only be completed after bringing it back to the analysis headquarters. Jean glanced cautiously behind. He guessed. Perhaps he knew the details. Surely Yona was the one who added my name to the list. She is the guild leader's daughter, so she certainly has the power. But isn't that abusing authority? The 3 of them stopped at a room. All right, and this is... The automatic door opened. Everyone inside was diligently discussing. Working. Analysis room. A voice beside him spoke up. I heard you ranked first in theory, right? Cadet Hajin. Sango pointed inside the room. That's why we wanted to show you this room first. This is Park Sango, an intermediate rank hero. Also the left hand of you Yona. Smiled friendly. He is the instructor in charge of this guild. Sango chatted with Yona happily. He looks like a good person. The 2 of them seem close too. You are quite familiar with this room, aren't you, Ms. Yona? Who knows the dark side of this person? If I wasn't the author of this story, I wouldn't have expected it either. That he is a villain who will stab you Yona in the back later. Can't miss one person. And the kids are here with you, Sango. Gina walked over arrogantly. So you are Cadet Kim Hajin? Let me introduce myself a bit. Gina is also an intermediate rank hero. Hajin had to exclaim. This world is so nice. A person ranked 934 can participate in the Essence of the Strait Guild experience. She looked disdainful. But we all know who you should thank. He felt slightly annoyed by that attitude. Well, there's no reason to force them to feel comfortable about this. Since you Yona and Gina are currently in a state of confrontation. Gina is currently the second hand of you Jinwoong, the vice leader of Essence of the Strait. She has a hostile attitude toward you Yona, the guild leader's daughter and successor. According to the original work, Gina becomes a capable right hand for you Yona later. But that's only later. Gina will work for you Yona, and she herself becomes a vice captain. One could say these are 2 names. Sango tried awkwardly to explain. But Cadet Hajin is top in theory. Gina kept her attitude. Who cares? In the past, I also topped this theory subject. And most importantly, Hajin was so angry he clenched his fist. What's important about a cadet's theory rank? She looked down at him, smiling scornfully. Don't you think so, Mr. Top Theory? Hajin's mood was like he wanted to confront her. Then Gina held a pile of documents and remembered something. That's right. She handed Hajin that pile of papers. You're so confident, why not try solving this? Sango carefully told Gina, hey, how can you give internal information to him like that? She didn't care much. It's fine. It's not that important anyway. The fire in him burned. Flipping through each document to examine. Let's see. What can you come up with, kid? All right. I can't stay calm anyway. He held out his hand toward Gina. Politely told her. I have a few sheets of paper? Gina raised a challenging tone. Even if I give them, I doubt you can solve it. Hajin was shaking with anger. This woman. Seriously. Yona looked at the notification watch. Seems like the last person has arrived at the first floor. 2 of them turned to welcome the guest. Really? Let's go welcome them. Only Hajin remained in that room. In front of him were screens full of data. He looked at the pile of words on the table. This must be data measuring variables that can appear when targeting dungeons. Surely an ordinary cadet wouldn't be able to solve it. Hajin calmly solved each number one by one. As long as I have observation and reading comprehension. Just need to write down the calculations appearing automatically before my eyes. When the documents had the last words left. Done. Just one last line. Then his paper was snatched away. Gina came to his face scolding. as if someone provoked her. You're still doing that? Don't you see everyone has left? Don't waste your brain on useless things and chase after them. Hajin gripped the pen tightly, furious but unable to speak out.
Moments later.
He stood in a corner of the wall guessing. I couldn't finish it. This time just ask me and see. The more he thought, the angrier he got. The elevator arrived. The door opened. Hajin bumped into Nayun. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. What? Nayun went crazy. Turned to Yona to demand an explanation. What the hell? Why is he here? Yona didn't know how to answer. Ah well. He was very amused by her expression. So the last person is Chai Nayun. This gave Hajin a headache and confusion. But why didn't you Yona say so from the beginning? Sunset gradually fell. At another place, Yu Jinhyuk sat alone in a room. Results of spending a whole month digging into his past. Just a few stray papers. On the table was a pile of investigation documents on Kim Hajin. A truly mysterious person, Kim Hajin. He searched continuously but only had a little information. In his past, how many people did he accept as parents? And why did he become an orphan? No matter how much I search, I can't find much information. Yu Jinhyuk leaned back sighing. My niece really threw me a tough case. His eyes flashed with a strange light. But Hajin aroused an intense curiosity in Yu Jinhyuk. The more you hide yourself, the more interested I am. Report on the massacre at Kwango shelter. 96 dead. Exception. A pregnant woman and the child in her womb. Is this newspaper related to Hajin? Sango disseminated today's program. Today's activity is a mission. We need to be ready when the order comes. He turned to ask Miss Chai Nayun. Why are you late? Nayun couldn't hide her emotions, scratching her head. I met my grandfather before coming. Hearing this, Sango became interested in her grandfather. Really? You're talking about the great hero? Lord Chai Juchul. Just then, Yona had business. You guys go ahead. I need to make a call. He went to another room, closed the door. Hello, Yona. Yona was calling Yu Jinhyuk. Yes, uncle. How is the matter I asked you about? Pretended to say, that matter? I've been so busy lately I haven't done it yet. Yona wanted to go crazy. What are you saying? You're joking, right? Yu Jinhyuk kept his calm, replying. Why do you want to investigate his parents? No, from the start. Does he even want to find his parents? Yona suspected Hajin bit by bit. Definitely yes. He remembers every name on the wanted list. So she assumed. I think his parents are related to the case. Yu Jinhyuk glanced aside. The case? Huh? The massacre at Kwango dungeon. Then Yona called uncle. She urged him on the deadline. So when will you do it? Then Yu Jinhyuk made an excuse to hang up. Sorry. I have a guest again. Talk later. Immediately he hung up. Wait. Yu Jinhyuk fell into a state of skepticism.
Kim Hajin.
Don't tell me he is actually related to that disaster. The murder case that year was truly horrific. The massacre at Kwango dungeon 16 years ago, when monsters flooded into the Kwango area. A disaster occurred at Shelter 18. Civilians and 9 heroes protecting that place were massacred. He leaned back, smoking a cigarette, puffing away. I tried investigating this disaster for over 10 years, and everything leads back to the Yu clan, although the government and association concluded the incident was caused by jinns. But it's not that simple. The main culprit of this. There are so many other high-ranking leaders capable of causing the case. It was the South Korean president at the time, Kim Suk-ho, chairman of Daehoon, Chai Juchul, Yona's father's older brother, Yu Jinhong. Jinhyuk clenched his hand. The worst part is they actually hired assassins to cause the disaster. To them, this is nothing to care about. He immediately thought of the most impossible things. But what if someone survived that incident? Are Kim Hajin's parents really victims of the incident 16 years ago? He raised a suspicion about Kim Hajin. And now he is seeking revenge? Things are becoming more and more complicated. Hyuk's hand clenched tight. Chai Juchul. Truly dangerous. This issue won't end easily. If I keep digging deeper into it. He was afraid of facing life-threatening danger. The moment that madman Chai Juchul notices what I'm doing.
Evil D.
I repeat. Hajin was chasing after the group ahead in exhaustion. A large group of stone golems has appeared on 20th Street. Intermediate rank hero Park Sango. I leave it to you there. Sango worriedly asked Nayun. Where is Hajin? She was too used to this. It's fine. He'll catch up soon. Beside them, Yona's attitude darkened slightly. But Yona, why are you making that face? She deepened her voice. Nothing. She was angry about Jinhyuk's matter. Uncle, you are a bastard. Nayun broke into a sweat. Yeah, okay. Then Yona detected movement. The monster appeared. Golems detected. The massive monster in front. Then, It struck a powerful blow downwards. Rope stopped the golem from acting. Sango praised instinctively. Yeah, well done. He threw a spear at that golem. At this moment, Hajin was still running diligently. He panted heavily. Finally, arrived in time. Nayun was aiming an arrow forward at the golem. It was about 2 meters tall. A thought flashed through her mind. I can handle it if I use a sword. Nayun took momentum and jumped up, holding the sword, flying like a moth attacking the golem. Golem's weakness is usually... She noticed the legs below. It's the ankle. The time has come. Nayun launched a sword strike. This is it. But the golem detected it. Gave Nayun a punch right in the stomach. She was counterattacked to the point of spitting blood. Then, Nayun was punched until she rolled on the ground. She struggled to prop herself up with the sword. Unbelievable. What the hell? Why is the golem so fast? Continued to strike at Nayun. Just then, Hajin shouted loudly, "Dodge it! Chai Nayun!" Just happened made Hajin freeze slightly. Both of them had the exact same emotion. When Nayun fell into him. What just happened? Hajin used magic to pull her back to him. Because I wanted to help Chai Nayun. My ability activated automatically. An unwanted action occurred. So I need to say something. He tried to explain for Nayun to understand. If you keep freezing or pausing at the decisive moment, then it's best to keep your distance from it. The next words made her heart flutter. Your sword can attack it from further away, right? She shyly pointed straight at his face to hide her true feelings. That's my business. My business. I only made a mistake because I was careless. Just stand there and watch. She turned to the other side, mouth still saying, but also, thank you. The sword glowed with golden light in her hand. The reason Nayun became a swordsman is because her mana capacity is many times larger than ordinary heroes. Her special ability is excessive mana. Hajin's words just now made her more determined. Her mana capacity is even larger than Kim Suho's. When she uses a sword, the sword will be unleashed limitlessly. They fought for a long time, basically resolved satisfactorily. Finally done. The rescue team will arrive sooner. Let's return. Hajin realized someone was watching him. He turned his eyes back. That person. Ijina was staring at Hajin. Clearly it was her. Nayun called him standing dazed. Kim Hajin, what are you doing there? Let's go. Hajin hurriedly ran after. Didn't forget to look back curiously. Wow. Sorry for hitting you with that skill of mine. Her figure was reeking of killing intent. On the other side, Ijina was stretching her neck. My shoulders are so stiff. A female colleague holding a water cup standing nearby asked, Han, what are you planning? I think telling the administrative people is their specialty. It would be faster to do it then. She pushed up her glasses, confidently showing off. I'm much smarter than those people, don't worry. Besides, I'm almost done. She noticed the pile of papers on the table. So what's with this pile of papers? She thought a bit then answered. I used paper and pen to calculate. These are notes about that bastard. Just mentioning it, Gina picked up the documents. We should organize a bit, right? Intently read each word. What is this? Just as predicted. Gina sent a bunch of messages to Hajin. Hello, Cadet Hajin. I am Gina. We've met already. Can we talk a bit? Reply as soon as you receive the message. Right? You come to the guild tomorrow, right? Then let's talk tomorrow. He said disdainfully. Like I would go. Hajin angrily pressed repeatedly on the smartwatch. I already know how the guild operates. There's no reason for me to go there anymore. Afterwards, he sent a notification message.
Kim Hajin.
Hero Park Sang-ho. I will not participate in the guild tour activity tomorrow. Park Sang-ho at this moment really didn't understand. Wait, why? And he smiled a sinister smile wanting to tease. Should I tease her a bit? He politely texted back.
Kim Hajin.
There is someone who said that. I am the 934th person to receive network support. Instead of receiving special treatment like that, I think it would be better if other cadets also received the chance. I apologize. The two of them dumbfoundedly read the message. Then dumbfoundedly looked at each other. Sang-ho exploded in anger.
Gina.
You. No. She was slightly scared. I didn't know this would happen. Hajin chuckled. This is probably enough. I can't imagine how mad Yona will be. He imagined the scene of Yona pulling her hair out. Why did I bring you there? Hajin yawned a long yawn. Maybe sleepy already. He looked at Evangel sleeping spread eagle soundly. So tired. Must be because I had too many places to go. What did the girl do to sleep so soundly? Besides, tomorrow I still have a few things to do. Hajin picked her up onto the bed. I should be quick while Evangel is still asleep. Intended to grope for something. In his hand he held a small bag. Inside was jade green powder, butterfly seedling dust, no matter how you look at it. Shown beautifully, there's even more than I thought. Hajin thought about how to divide it reasonably. If there's this much then, a little for Kim Suho, and Chai Nayun. Hajin carefully put it into 3 different bags, and I can also use it myself. Split evenly into 3 parts. Hajin always thought of the big picture in his actions. Those 2 are important characters. But I also need to survive. I should use it when I have the chance. Hajin's 2 hands clenched slightly. Strike while the iron is hot. My actions should go hand in hand with thoughts. He wrapped these butterfly dust powders himself. Using it on my body would be a waste, because I only have SP and no latent power. So the thing I should use this powder for is, he created a golden sphere, then sprinkled butterfly dust on it. Hajin watched it blend together, and waited until it was completely absorbed. Suddenly a message was sent. Chai Nayun has sent you a message. A message? Chai Nayun, why so suddenly? He opened that message line. Hey, thanks for today. But Hajin's head was full of question marks. But time passed quickly. 10 minutes later, only a few words like that. One of the ways to drive others crazy in a conversation is stopping mid-sentence. Then came nonsensical messages from the 2 of them. What is it? What do you want from me? She was the one who started this conversation. Just go to sleep. Crazy. Hajin just went through a short period of nonsense. What the hell? Crazy, right? Simply thought. Stupid. Hajin started doubting himself. I can't believe I'm texting like this with Chai Nayun. This feeling is truly very new. He recalled himself in this world. I started as a novel character, completely unrelated to the main plot, and thanks to the power of transmigration. But somehow I made it this far. He confided a bit to the readers. If you look at my current role, it feels like I'm a support character, because nothing is carved in stone. Therefore I have the ability to change anything. Slender Hand was typing on the computer. Yona took a sip of water. Today she had quite a few deadlines. There are many things I have to handle. I need to write a report for the guild, along with a recruitment notice for the guild. He was calculating recruiting more employees. There is a team specializing in information handling at the guild. Essence of despair. But that alone isn't enough. I need more manpower to handle all this information. On the screen was some content. Guild information. Recruitment post for Fallen Blossom. In the new information section of Fallen Blossom Guild. We want agents. The system is operating stably. So now I just need to recruit more manpower. Yona was so annoyed she wanted to crush the cup. I am a bit busy. Instead of waiting for that lazy guy, I'd rather do it myself. Then a call came naturally. Why is she calling me at this hour? Nayun greeted friendly. Hello Yona. Yona didn't care much about this call. Hello Nayun. Is everything okay lately? Why did you call me suddenly? I'm a bit busy with work. Nayun wanted to invite her somewhere. I'm planning to go to a seminar with Kim Suho next Tuesday. Are you coming along? She answered bluntly, no. Nayun used her ultimate move. Shin Jonghak will also be there. Then she changed her mind immediately. I'm going. Yuna returned to the main issue. Is that the reason you called me? She denied, no. Nayun asked shyly. Did you see the footage from the drone replaying yesterday's battle with that golem? Yona replied immediately. I watched it. Because of that, I need to write a report for that incident. She started stuttering. About that, Yona guessed it right away. What? You're talking about the part where Kim Hajin helped you? No. Nayun shyly denied immediately. No, not that. On the screen appeared the scene of Hajin catching Nayun in his arms. It was filmed very clearly. Seems like you fell right into his arms. Huh? Nayun pouted, reminding her. Don't share that everywhere. Yona felt her friend was funny. Why would I do that? But, how did it feel? Nayun still tried to evade. What are you saying? Yona laughed loudly, echoing through the room. I'm busy, so I'll hang up. She found herself hung up on. Seriously? You? The watch notified. Your call has ended. Nayun sat gloomily in the corner of the room, while Yona worked and laughed heartily. Oh God, she isn't honest at all. All right, back to work. And she received another message. Again, a short message. Yes. She was so angry she stood up abruptly. Mr. Kim Hajin is giving up the trip with the guild? Yona was so angry she wanted to bristle. Did Ms. Ijina say that? All right, stop the conversation here. Ijina wanted to make Yona mad.
Yivinwa.
That woman is truly crazy. Messages kept coming extremely rapidly to her device. Are you kidding? You think I called him here to play? Pick up the phone. Yet it was ruined by her hand alone. We barely got him to agree to sign the contract. Oh God, the actions of that person Kim Hajin are truly unpredictable. Over at Hajin's place, the system displayed a notification. SP points increased to 89 points. Extra luck. Activated. 12 bonus SP points have been added. He looked over it and wondered, what is this? I received benefits from somewhere I don't know? Well, I'm happy if I get more SP points like this. Open the computer to check. So should I invest all this SP too? His face had a slight trace of sadness. No matter how hard I try, my physical stats will always be left behind gradually over time. Hajin came up with the most effective way. So the best thing I can do is choose and focus. Because I used the butterfly dust for my ether. Analysis panel appeared. Random enhancement system. Low grade. Mixed attributes. Recognition ability. Specific item has been recognized. Random enhancement. The concept of the specific item is enhanced from 1 to 100%. The selected percentage will be effective for 24 hours. And after every 24 hours, it will be reset randomly. Development. If you invest SP points into talent, you can enhance the random enhancement system. And Hajin made a bold choice. I will put all SP points into a weapon instead of my physique. He was really a bit unlucky. Clearly it is a talent that needs luck. But it's okay because my luck stat is in the top 0.1%. Therefore everything will be fine. Knowing that, whether it succeeds is another issue. Hajin focused on the problem. Alright, let's do it. System asked, will you write your own talent? Hajin's hands typed continuously on the computer. Please succeed. He closed his eyes, daring not to look, and opened one eye again. System notified. Because there are not enough SP points. Quality has decreased. He found it not surprising at all. I knew I didn't have enough. However, a miracle also came to Hajin. Luck has been activated. A part of the loss will be recovered. New panel came to him. Random enhancement system. Lowest grade. Mixed attributes. Recognition ability. At most 5 weapons will be recognized. Random enhancement. The concept of random enhancement of specific items will be enhanced from 1 to 44% selected. Will be effective for 24 hours. And after 24 hours it will be reset randomly. When the recognition of a weapon is removed, after 1 hour, it will return to normal. Development. If you invest SP points into talent, you can enhance the random enhancement system. Hajin finished reading and sighed. He held his head in tired thought. I'm not completely satisfied. But because this is a setting that cannot be controlled at will, therefore I should feel grateful for getting this. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Something urged Hajin to reflect. The preparation is all complete. The reason I accelerated the enhancement preparation process is because a faint blue light flashed. Hajin stared intently at the message on the watch. Hajin clicked to check. Notification. Next Friday at the Travel Club. Destination. United Kingdom. Looking at the notification in the system panel, Kim Hajin remembered the silent dark nights he spent. Last week, Hajin trained alone. Extremely intense physical training. He thought to himself, I spent the whole summer vacation training so harshly, because even though I added all SP to weapons, I cannot neglect physical training. From morning till night, he always trained diligently. In those training sessions, Kim Hajin always tried until he was tired and exhausted. He used his hand to wipe the sweat on his face. Even though I was so diligent, my stats still stood still. But last week, during a training session, the sphere in his hand glowed brightly in the dark night. Kim Hajin was a bit satisfied. But at least ether has fully developed. The system panel displayed a notification. Ether. Unsealed. Mysterious. Formless. Development. Liquid form. No fixed shape and strengthens by attaching to the owner and weapons. A part of potential unlocked by the power of the mysterious soul. Kim Hajin attentively and carefully read each line on the notification panel. In his hand, the sphere was still hovering. Kim Hajin silently calculated for a long while. In short, the body enhancement stat increased by 0.7. And the detailed perfection function for changing color and texture was also added. After that, Kim Hajin wanted to test the current enhancement stats. Just a quick check, right? Then he waved his hand and the orb flew into midair and revealed a sharp dagger. What about the dagger? Oh, it is ready. He thoughtfully looked at the dagger in his hand. Success. Feels no different from a normal dagger. But to test its difference after enhancement, identify. System panel appeared with a notification. Random enhancement system. Identified 5 specific items. Enhancing identified item from 1 to 44%. The dagger was continuously boosted with power. To test the new power, Kim Hajin threw the dagger forward. It zoomed out as if tearing through the air. The dagger tore through the wind, plunging its sharp tip straight into the giant boulder right in front. Kim Hajin thought to himself, but its power is not mediocre at all. Not outside my expectations. Dagger directly pierced straight through the boulder, causing it to split into two halves, accompanied by flying debris. Seeing the result achieved was so high, Kim Hajin smiled with satisfaction. Detail modification and the random enhancement system. These two things. He felt a bit interested. Quite useful, isn't it? Compared to artifacts, it's not as strong, but its appearance is very advantageous. Mediocre shell will make the enemy careless, and this blade will pierce the hearts of those careless people. That is enough. Turning to reality, Kim Hajin's little sister, Evandel, was playing with a new spirit. The spirit had no shape, just floating like a sea foam bubble. Kim Hajin gently reminded the little girl, Evandel, you must stay home obediently while I go to club activities. Okay? Looking at his innocent sister playing happily, Kim Hajin looked at Evandel affectionately. I will bring snacks back for you. Okay. Afterward, Kim Hajin continued to remind the little girl, when making friends with spirits, only make friends with animals. Don't get acquainted with humans. Okay? The reminders kept repeating, making Evandel pout and cover her ears. Brother, don't nag anymore. Evandel's reaction made his jaw drop. After finishing his instructions, Kim Hajin left the house to go to the club. See you later. Evandel also ran hurriedly, waving goodbye to her brother. See you later. On another side, at the palace of Rachel Elizabeth Louise. This place had roses blooming brilliantly. Rachel Elizabeth Louise's servant called her Princess. He announced, from now on, you do not need to worry anymore. In Rachel Elizabeth Louise's room, she was listening to Henry report on what had been assigned. We have successfully negotiated with Cube and assigned a trustworthy manager. Hearing this, she replied, Thank you, Henry. Suddenly, Henry hesitated. Regarding the cadet who saved you, hearing that person mentioned, Rachel Elizabeth Louise was a bit more interested. Henry continued, If you agree, I will contact him privately through the Royal Guild. She replied quite satisfied, Yes, please do that. Rachel Elizabeth Louise remembered Kim Hajin's demeanor. Hajin's expression at that time did not fit his rank of 934 at all. Even the precision in his every action was not of a mediocre rank. Other guilds have surely approached him already. Rachel Elizabeth Louise thought. The people approaching Kim Hajin probably include you, Yona, too. Contacting a cadet beforehand is illegal, so I will observe first. To achieve the best connection efficiency, Rachel Elizabeth Louise calculated every path. Although the reputation of the Royal Guild loses to the Korean Guild's reputation. Speaking of pre-contract benefits, thinking of this, she felt strangely confident. Because anyway, our guild offers much better benefits than other guilds. Back to Kim Hajin's club meeting trip. The president of the Rain Therapy Travel Club, Oh Han Hyun, was very eager to guide everyone. All right, since we are all here, let's set off for England. Meanwhile, Chai Nayun looked like she had just finished a shower. She was exhausted from the burning sun overhead. Chai Nayun's whole body seemed like it wanted to emit smoke. She whispered, too hot. Yona standing next to her was also helpless. Who told you to wear the uniform here? Both hot and being teased, Chai Nayun just pointed toward Kim Hajin, because he was also wearing a thick coat. Kim Hajin, aren't you hot? You're even wearing a coat. Kim Hajin gave a big thumbs up. Yeah, I'm very comfortable. Simply because this coat is quite special. The royal black coat. Super thermal variable coat. Seeing his natural attitude, Chai Nayun was furious, silently cursing. So annoying. Scenery of England appeared with the clock tower, along with the beautiful double solar wheel hanging there. He and the young people from the same guild seemed to have their eyes opened. Oh Han Hyun immediately spoke up to introduce, attracting the attention of Chai Nayun and Yona. What we see over there is our destination today. He pointed toward the island floating in midair and said excitedly, Clancy Islet. To the portal. At this moment, Kim Hajin was silently recalling things about Clancy Islet. Clancy Islet, an artificial floating island owned by the British government. It is a place where everything and everyone related to money converges. Clancy Islet, all things good and bad take place without any restrictions. A series of entertainment activities, auctions, new product announcement events of companies. This is a place that can be considered a gold mine for making money. And this is where the main storyline begins. When arriving at the floating island, the atmosphere here was much more bustling. Chai Nayun said excitedly, Wow, it's been a long time since I came here. Yona observed the surroundings and replied, Me too. Hearing the two of them speak like that, Kim Suho immediately asked, You guys have been here before? Somewhere. Kim Hajin's arm was raised. It's my first time. As for Chai Nayun, she replied loudly and mischievously. Yeah, when I was 11. I went with... Suddenly she froze. Chai Nayun's expression became more unpleasant. She whispered, My brother. The conversation stopped right there. The atmosphere suddenly sank. Kim Hajin noticed Chai Na-yoon's poor state. To break the suffocation, Kim Soo-ho looked at her and smiled. It's my first time going, so please be my tour guide. Chai Na-yoon became excited again. She lifted her spirits, patting her chest confidently. Yeah, of course. Just trust me. After a while of sightseeing, Oh Han-hyun gathered everyone in the club and announced, at 7 p.m. there will be a big event at the islet. I asked for permission to attend and they allowed it. From now until then, everyone can act freely. After announcing everything, he asked, any questions? Immediately Chai Na-yoon's arm shot up high. Oh. Chai Na-yoon asked loudly, can we enter the casino? Oh Han-hyun replied, yes. Cube cadets are considered adults. Hearing this, a few people cheered happily. Great. After asking carefully, Kim Hajin's group was excitedly dragged away to play by Chai Na-yoon. She cheered, making the group 30% helpless, 70% yielding. Casino. Let's go to the casino. A casino is a place where games of chance take place depending on luck and also tricks. The players here are all people with lots of money. Luxurious. In the space where everywhere was money and money, Kim Hajin was a bit surprised. Whoa, grander than I imagined. Chai Na-yoon immediately said, I'm going to exchange money. Kim Hajin walked to the reception. The girl in front smiled and greeted. Hello, may I see your ID first? Kim Hajin carefully took the card from his pocket and gave it to the receptionist. Here. Also, Kim Hajin had realized the receptionist girl in front of him was Jane in disguise. He softly asked to probe, how long have you worked here? Jane smiled and replied, 6 years. Kim Hajin was also open. Whoa, that's a really long time. Good job. He left, hurriedly glancing at her fake smile. Jane, just as I thought. You have infiltrated already. While wandering in the casino, Kim Hajin recalled the events that happened in the game. The event at 7 p.m. Oh Han-hyun said because it is a big event, there is a problem. Criminals all over the world will gather to seek it. Immersing himself in the atmosphere full of money and luxury, his tightly clenched hand couldn't stop trembling. I want to stay calm but I can't help being worried. Because this place, blackjack, poker, siata, gambling and luck made Kim Hajin's face become unsightly. Like this, he had to suppress his craving. Kim Hajin screamed inwardly. It is a place full of temptations of wealth due to my luck attribute active here. After thinking, Kim Hajin smiled slightly. That incident will happen at 7 p.m. I still have plenty of time. Which means, he tossed the coin in his hand and hummed a sound. Kim Hajin's relaxed enjoyment state was turned on. I drained the slot machines. Just as he intended to go to the next spot, his attention was attracted by a scream. Next is, unfair. Smacking right into his eyes was the image of Chai Na-yoon fuming because she lost all her money. The men next to her just laughed boisterously, provoking her. One guy said, what a waste. He thought to himself, Chai Na-yoon. So the person in front of her must be Bert. The Bert that Kim Hajin mentioned was the blonde man with a high ponytail smiling smugly. Chai Na-yoon stood up angrily and clicked her tongue. TSK. I'm folding here. The guy next to her laughed loudly. 3 houses. Suddenly there was Bert's voice calling Chai Na-yoon, wait. He pointed a pile of chips in front of her and said, stealing from kids is very impolite. I will fold next 25% more. These words made the already crazy Chai Na-yoon even crazier. Fire burned furiously on her head. What? In a rage, Chai Na-yoon turned back to the table, slammed her hand down with a bang, and shouted, stealing from kids? If I play properly, winning back my capital will be as easy as eating cake. Understand? Everything happened exactly as in the storyline. Within just 2 hours, Chai Na-yoon would lose all the money she brought and lock herself in the hotel room crying her eyes out. Basically easy to understand when coming to a place full of gambling scams. The people around her all benefit, because those guys are all in the same gang. That guy Bert provoking Chai Na-yoon is even more special. Their leader, Bert, is a quite important character in my novel. After a few more rounds, Chai Na-yoon went crazy and shouted loudly, so annoying. Kim Hajin stood outside watching the tricks. Kim Hajin felt bored thinking, she really is stupid. Suddenly his eyes left her and stared at the bracelet on that Bert guy's hand. I also don't care how much money a rich kid like her loses, but because it is that scammer Bert. Think of this, Kim Hajin proceeded to Chai Na-yoon's card table. Stand up, Chai Na-yoon. Having said that, he directly pulled the chair and sat down, officially joining the game. Kim Hajin smiled confidently. Let me play. Now I am interested. When a new person joined, a person at the gambling table stood up, somewhat hurriedly. I have to take a phone call now, so excuse me for going out a bit, everyone. Kim Hajin pulled the chair and replied, "Then just the 5 of us playing is fine too." Seeing Kim Hajin's appearance made Chai Nayun somewhat surprised. At this moment she urgently said, "Hey, you didn't bring much money either. The minimum bet here is 100,000 won. To make it easy to understand, 100,000 won here is approximately 1.8 billion Vietnamese dong." Kim Hajin confidently reassured, "Don't worry about so many things. Just play." Knowing she couldn't stop Kim Hajin's stubbornness, she could only sigh, "Ha! Alright then, do whatever you like." Setting the game, the dealer spoke up, 7-card stud. "I will bet all in one go." Introducing a bit, 7-card stud is a popular form of betting in casinos. Players receive 3 cards first. Everyone seemed quite contemplative. The dealer declared, "Now I will flip the cards. Has everyone drawn yet?" "Yes, yes." The young man with the crew cut observed the gambling table for a moment then hummed. He looked at the 3 cards on Kim Hajin's table, not yet flipped open even though everyone had picked theirs up. The crew cut guy asked, "Hey, why don't you even bother looking at your cards?" Kim Hajin just sat still in his place and replied, "Yeah, I didn't intend to flip them anyway." Basically, Kim Hajin's skill has the ability of clairvoyance. Even leaving them like this, I can see very clearly. The crew cut guy was somewhat bewildered looking at Kim Hajin counting each card like a stoned guy, saying, "Choose, don't choose, choose, don't." He scolded softly, "You don't even bother looking at the cards? Are you crazy? Do you know the rules?" Kim Hajin paid no attention, just focused on counting the cards on the table. Who in the world would walk in here without knowing the rules? And who are you calling crazy? His hand stopped at a card. It was the 3 of spades. He flipped it up completely and said, "Here, I choose to flip this card." Kim Hajin's loose conversational attitude made the crew cut guy angry. "Hey, brat, why do you speak so bluntly when chatting with adults?" Kim Hajin didn't even bother looking at him and said, "Who was the one being blunt first?" At this point, the crew cut guy's anger was no longer in his belly but surged out of his throat with a shout and a loud table slam. "This brat." His agitation caused the chips to shake. The dealer spoke up to remind, "Dear guest, please calm down." At this moment, Bert began to speak to settle things. "Don't you see the clothes he is wearing? It's the cube uniform. So please, let everyone treat each other with a little respect. Let's continue playing." Kim Hajin observed Bert's attitude then looked at the bracelet on his hand again. He must be very anxious, but on the outside he is very calm. However, Kim Hajin suddenly gave a sinister smile. The atmosphere of the casino now became more bustling. Many people came here and the empty spots at the gambling table were also filled. But somewhere there were still a few strange young men constantly talking into communication devices. "Hello, 1, 2, 3, 4. A separate side has caught a signal." She flashed a fake smile pretending to answer work. Confirmed the identities of 6 people from the evil society. 3 heroes within the organization were also deployed to this area today. One person is a scammer. The other person comes from Illuminum. But I think the one from Illuminum probably came here today purely for sightseeing purposes. Jane glanced slightly toward Kim Hajin playing slots. "Even the kid the boss likes, Kim Hajin, is here too." The young man outside the hall replied, "Just keep standing by there." Jane's voice changed somewhat. She stared intently at Kim Hajin. "Kim Hajin saw me already. I wonder if he recognized me?" The person on the other end of the line replied, "He can focus magic power on his eyes to see through those in disguise. So maybe he won't waste magic power on normal people." Hearing this, she laughed softly. Moreover, it seems he didn't recognize me either. From her position, she could see the whole scene, as well as judge the events happening. And she guessed that Kim Hajin did not have time to probe her, but the main target was Bert. She said to the other end of the line, "Because I can feel that he didn't use magic power on me." The game gradually reached the end when the dealer announced, "Now I am placing the 6th card." Kim Hajin looked at the cards on the table and calculated, the 12th card must be over 60 million won already. He directed his attention to Bert's unchanging face. Bert's card is an ace. Then he looked back at his pile of face-down cards. Combined with 5 more cards, it will be a pair of jacks and 3 aces. At this moment, Bert smiled and said, "Call." Explaining a bit, call is a casino term. It means the player accepts the opponent's bet amount, and bets exactly the same. Even in a situation like this, Bert still had no strange reaction. Kim Hajin silently praised, "This guy has a truly top-tier poker face. Good cards or bad cards, he maintains exactly one expression." Nayun spoke up, "Oh, I'm about to raise." Explaining more about raise. Raise means betting more than the player immediately before oneself. The crew cut guy called. Kim Hajin raised. According to the rules of stud, there are only a few ways to win when the opponent's cards are quite strong. Bert's current cards are entirely aces and jacks. So to win, the lowest set I must have is 4 of a kind. People usually don't choose this set often, because the probability of gathering a 4 of a kind and beating a full house is even lower than the probability of winning the lottery. Here, permit me to explain further. Full house is a 5-card combo including a pair and a triplet. However, suddenly Bert spoke up, cutting off Kim Hajin's thoughts. Speaking of which, didn't you bet everything just now? Student. Kim Hajin looked at him and calculated. I don't have a single coin left to bet. He immediately pointed to the necklace on Kim Hajin's neck. Why don't you use that ring to bet? Kim Hajin pulled the necklace out. On it was a ring. He hesitated. This thing. Bert spoke up. It's a holy artifact, right? I recognized it as soon as I saw it. The ring was threaded onto the necklace, sparkling under the casino lights. Bert asked, does that ring have any special value to you? Without hesitation, Kim Hajin immediately took off the necklace. No, I wear it for decoration only. The cold and heartless words denying the value of the ring made Chai Nayun a bit stunned. Her face flashed with unhappiness. Unable to stand it anymore, Chai Nayun slammed the table and stood up, startling everyone. Hey, let's go home. Kim Hajin was momentarily startled. What's wrong? Just sit down. He frowned and shouted straight into Kim Hajin's face. However much you lose today, when we get back I'll pay out of my own pocket to cover it all. You take that ring with you everywhere you go. That proves it has a huge meaning to. Suddenly, Chai Nayun's arm was pulled and held back by Kim Hajin. He spoke slowly but full of trust. Don't mind it, just sit down. Kim Hajin leaned close to Chai Nayun's face, making the young girl's cheeks flush pink. He whispered, I can't lose, just rest assured. Back to the card game. Kim Hajin put the ring forward as the bet. He also laid out a condition. This ring is very expensive, but I still brought it out to bet. So to be fair, you bet that bracelet too. Bert did not hesitate to take off the bracelet. No problem. Like that, the ring and the bracelet were confirmed as betting items. The dealer spoke up. So now let's flip the cards, shall we? Bert reached for the 3 face-down cards. Let me go first. In front of them, Bert's cards were 3 aces and 2 jacks. This made Chai Nayun freeze, wanting to lose color. She stammered. Full house. With generic good cards, he wins. Bert conveniently gathered all the chips towards himself. Haha, I feel worried for you. Suddenly Kim Hajin spoke up. Slowly. He pointed at his pile of face-down cards, reminding. I haven't flipped my cards yet. Why say that? His gentle words made the muscles on Bert's face stiffen. He pursed his lips and asked back. What? Kim Hajin flipped his cards while saying, on your table are 7 cards. Among them is a 4 of a kind of 2s. Kim Hajin smiled and continued. My luck is also quite good. He looked at the 3 cards just flipped and pretended to be surprised. 4 of a kind over there. That means I won, right? The scene in front made Bert frozen stiff. As for Chai Nayun beside him, she said loudly. 4 of a kind? Oh my god, what the hell? Kim Hajin beside her replied softly. I'm just quite lucky in these betting games. To explain a bit about this match. 4 2s is the lowest set among the 4 of a kind sets. Only 2 full house sets are higher, pair of aces, triple jacks. But if the player in the previous round already used this ace set, then in the next round that ace set cannot be combined with any other set. Hajin won this round with a set having almost the highest value for poker. Bert's pupils contracted. He screamed. How the hell? Not accepting the result of losing, Bert screamed loudly, causing security to have to drag him out. Impossible. That brat definitely cheated. It's that bastard. Not me. Chai Nayun stood out and scolded this guy Bert. Such a loud mouth. Huh? Do you have evidence? Security cameras are dense in this area. Okay? Now the staff is going to check. Hajin sat collecting the chips he had, especially paying attention to Bert's bracelet, while Chai Nayun was still angry at Bert's hysterical attitude. Damn it, right? Already lost and still reneging. The notification panel showed the stats of the obsidian bracelet. Athenian obsidian bracelet. Magic holy artifact. Carved magic. Capable of auto-recharge and absorbing damage. The bracelet is engraved with magic. If the wearer is injured or hit, the patterns carved in the bracelet will automatically convert into magic power. Can self-recharge magic power when exposed to the outside air. However, the recharge speed is a bit slow. According to the storyline, Bert still didn't know the true value of this bracelet. The reason is because although the bracelet can store magic power, its owner cannot directly use that power source, meaning the magic power is stored inside the bracelet. Kim Hajin stared intently at the patterns on the bracelet, thinking in his heart, although just adding one more part of carving magic makes it usable. Bert didn't realize this until a whole year later. I will carve more buff magic for the body onto here then. Suddenly Chai Nayun called loudly. She looked at him with eyes full of sulking. What if you lost earlier? What did you plan to do? Kim Hajin pondered for a moment, then calmly replied, jump in the Han River to escape debt. These words of his made her a little more angry. Don't talk about recovering like that. Looking at the chips and gold and silver collected. 1/3 of this pile was money Chai Nayun paid out of her own pocket. Kim Hajin said, then what else do you want? Want me to pay the money back to you? Chai Nayun immediately scolded. Not like that. You won it, so it's yours. I just asked, that's all. Earlier you looked quite cool. A while after leaving the casino, Yona's group had returned. It seemed she was very angry. The young man next to her waved and called, oh, Hajin is here. Hajin, we agreed to meet over here. In front of them was still Kim Hajin. But it was Kim Hajin, the gold-studded version. Mr. Kim Hajin. If you arrived 1 minute later, we would have considered you absent. Kim Hajin replied, oh, sorry. Yona looked at him boredly and scolded. Why dress so flamboyantly, old man? Kim Hajin didn't bother caring and replied, oh, why am I so handsome, is that it? Chai Nayun standing next to him carried his pile of cumbersome stuff and complained. Oh my god. So heavy. Kim Hajin raised the shopping bags and said calmly, I just stopped by the antique shop for a bit. A bit of his was Gucci shirt, Chanel shoes, charm increasing holy artifact, toothbrush from 300 years ago, etc. Everyone was astonished and asked, where did you dig up so much money? At this moment, Chai Nayun immediately told everyone about the card match in the casino. Hey, he's not kidding everyone. Thanks to games like roulette, blackjack, baccarat. Suddenly from behind someone asked, oh my, look who is here. A white-haired guy flashed a bright smile and greeted. Is it the cutest Chai Nayun in the universe? Chai Nayun jumped. Huh? What the hell? Why are you here? The other young man replied, me? I'm just playing around. Seeing Kim Hajin looking at him, the guy immediately teased Chai Nayun. So who is that guy? Your boyfriend? These words made her blush scarlet and scold. My ass. Just a normal friend. Oh, but I heard he has a lot of money. Just a friend? Yona seemed to have recognized the character in front of her. She pointed towards him and asked, Hunter Kim Junwoo from Aluminum? Kim Junwoo smiled brightly. Correct. Seems like I am still famous. After that, the two immediately exchanged pleasantries. Very nice to meet you. My name is Yona. Oh my, it is a pleasure to meet the young lady. Their group just chatted happily in the small alley. Far away from there, Xiaofang was standing nestled behind the door observing everything. She stared at Kim Hajin, then softly called Jane. From nowhere, a few purple drops appeared and Jane emerged. She smiled and answered the call. Jane is present. Returning to the floating Clancy Islet. Coordinator announced. Currently, our reporter group is at the River Thames harbor leading straight to Clancy Islet. This guy also introduced further. All VIP guests are fully present to participate in the event organized by the International Scale Lotan Corporation. The shocking news that the white crystal will be brought out for display has made this event attract a large amount of attention from media all over the world. Toward the hall where the ceremony takes place. There's a black sedan braking and stopping right in front of the gate. The car door opened. A pair of long slender legs stepped down. The coordinator continued to welcome jubilantly. Everyone is looking forward to the appearance of CEO Jelen. Suddenly he noticed the girl who just stepped down. The mood seemed to become more excited. Oh, I just finished the sentence. Princess Rachel has arrived. Rachel Elizabeth Louise stepped down. She draped on herself a mermaid tail dress. Luxurious but no less elegant. Her face was cold before the media. With the appearance of a caliber figure like Rachel Elizabeth Louise, naturally, the reporters could not miss the opportunity to interview. They asked all sorts of prying questions. Rachel Elizabeth Louise just remained silent and did not reply. Please say a few words sharing your feelings about today's event. There are many rumors saying that, in theory, you have lost your #1 position. May I ask what the princess thinks about that matter? Even when she walked near the hall gate. Or even when the bodyguards blocked the reporters. But they still didn't stop asking loudly. Princess, please say a few words. Everyone step back. You are not allowed to cross this area. The hall door closed. The chaotic sounds outside finally went silent. In front of Rachel Elizabeth Louise at this moment was a strange spatial door. It was shining sparklingly. She sighed softly. Sigh. Finally some peace and quiet. From far away there was a soft voice calling. Your Highness the Princess. A man appeared from who knows where. He had purple hair and an overwhelming luxurious demeanor. However, somewhere there still emanated a few dangerous vibes. This young man was the CEO of Lotan Corporation, Jelen. Jelen smiled and said, Thank you very much for taking the trouble to come here. Rachel Elizabeth Louise saw him and was also a bit guarded. She replied, Mr. Jelen. Just meeting face to face, Rachel Elizabeth Louise already probed Jelin's moves. You have conducted many strong measures to fight against jinns, haven't you? He calmly replied, of course. He also reminded her, you must know that the place where you are standing, this Clancy Islet, is the safest location in all of Europe. We have hired a large number of high-rank heroes to guard today's event, so there is no need to worry about anything. Speaking cheesy self-flattery made Jelin feel more delighted. He gave a distorted smile. As the biggest sponsor of the Royal Guild, we promise to support both your reputation and guild rank. Jelin's behavior as well as words made Rachel Elizabeth Louise somewhat worried. He, on the other hand, gave a smile full of danger. Regarding the event about to take place, he reminded her. Please just place your hope in this event, princess. This moment, Kim Hajin was also seated at a round table at the dinner party. Checked his watch for a moment, then thought to himself. Still 30 minutes until the event opens, but it's already this crowded. Not to mention, his eyes were somewhat wary, scanning all the people present at the party. Kim Hajin thought to himself. In a world full of jinns like now, I couldn't expect that such a dangerous event would be licensed to organize. Kim Hajin remembered the main storyline. What Jelin is doing is like sitting under a guillotine. In the story I wrote, Loten Corporation is one of the most corrupt corporations. Although in their operating system there isn't a single jinn, the things they do are even more inhumane than jinns. Smiles of those jinns are full of distortion. And those people possess a thing called the white crystal. Looking up at the Loten Corporation sign, Kim Hajin thought to himself. This is an item that cannot be let fall into the hands of jinns, as well as the people of Loten Corporation, because the purpose they use this crystal for is exactly the same. In there will be a total of 3 jinn characters appearing in today's event, including a white-haired young man, the Crystal Keeper. So the remaining person is the pink-haired girl, the warrior Jilizan. And the most important character, especially the captain of the relic recovery team of the evil society, Kim Hakbyo. Thinking of this, Kim Hajin leaned his head back in boredom, leaning against the chair. With my current level, certainly, there is no chance to hinder their stealing plan. It's best to just observe if everything happens exactly like the original plot first. Suddenly a long loose hair appeared. Its owner called his name, Kim Hajin. Li Xiaofeng coldly advanced in front of him. You are here too? Seeing her appear, Kim Hajin was a bit surprised. Oh, Xiaobing, you're here too? Li Xiaofeng replied. I am here as a defensive hero. In Li Xiaofeng's earpiece, her teammate teased a bit, making her startle. Oh, boss, finally met your crush. Huh? Congratulations. The teammate was funny. She was tense. What nonsense are you saying? Kim Hajin turned pale. What's wrong? Li Xiaofeng cleared her throat to regain composure. Ahem.
Sure, Sairi.
So embarrassing. My colleague keeps saying weird things through the earpiece. So? Kim Hajin laughed awkwardly too. Haha. Ah, I understand. However, inwardly he thought, yeah, I heard it too. Suddenly, Kim Suho from the group spotted Kim Hajin. He approached and asked, Hajin, who is this? Kim Hajin replied, Ah, an acquaintance of mine. Name's Li Xiaopeng, a high-ranking hero. She's here on a mission today. We just met by chance. Then he introduced them in turn. This is Yu Yona and Kim Suho. They're both cube heroes like me. And over there. Before he could finish, Li Xiaofeng cut him off. I know their faces. They are all famous cadets. Afar, Kim Junwoo appeared. He smiled. Hello. Nice to meet you, miss. I am Kim Junwoo. Suddenly, his eyes became sharp and scrutinizing. However, how do you know Hajin? His gaze swept over Li Xiaofeng. May I ask which guild or organization you belong to? Suddenly, the lights in the hall were turned off. The stage lighting system was turned on. Everyone was surprised. Yu Yona whispered, Oh, perhaps it's about to start. At this, Li Xiaofeng turned to Kim Junwoo. I have to go now. I still have to fulfill my defense duties. Saying that, she left them behind and walked away. Goodbye. Immediately, Kim Junwoo rubbed his chin, staring at Kim Hajin, then scoffed. Kim Hajin turned pale, thinking he didn't misunderstand something. Did he? Afterwards, the group sat at a table. Upstairs, Rachel Elizabeth Louise observed Kim Hajin. She froze, thinking Hajin is sitting over there. Looking towards him, she felt a bit happy. That is the gift I gave him. Rachel Elizabeth Louise's small lips curled up. He is wearing it. From the stands, the spotlight pointed straight at the man standing in the center of the stage. Zealand bowed. Welcome, all ladies and gentlemen present here. I am the CEO of Lothern Corporation, leading the movement to revolutionize the industry. My name is Zealand. He began his presentation with an open question. In your opinion, what is the source of power for the creation of all things? As he asked, he answered himself. Yes, It is mana. At this moment, the light shone on a covered glass case. And because mana accumulates naturally, sometimes it can become a treasure possessing immense power. Among those treasures, the white crystal is the rarest item. Most notably, he painted a beautiful picture of the white crystal. From ancient times until now, the number of crystals discovered has reached 480. But until the present, the method to use the crystals reasonably has not yet been fully unified. Standing next to that glass case, Zealand spoke slowly. However, pulling off the cloth cover, he boldly declared, "From now on, we, the Lothern Corporation, will show you how we utilize the white crystal in the most reasonable and satisfactory way." A beautiful crystal appeared. The light radiating from it was blinding. The guests below all applauded with satisfaction at Zealand's flowery words. Except for Kim Hajin. He had been observing and checking the map around him the whole time. Zealand's speech continued, but Rachel Elizabeth Louise seemed not to pay attention to his words. Understand the origin of this cube extractor, we must trace back gradually. She had observed a few guys with strange behavior. Those black puppets have been walking around the banquet hall for a while now. Rachel Elizabeth Louise tried to focus on a man in black below. At first, I thought they were security guards, but their numbers keep increasing. Clenching her fists in anger, Rachel Elizabeth Louise thought, something is wrong. This is worrying, but I cannot act rashly. Suddenly, she saw Kim Hajin stand up. He left, but his eyes kept looking around. Watching Hajin, she wondered, where is he going in the middle of the party? A few suspicions flashed through Rachel Elizabeth Louise's mind. Don't tell me. Following Kim Hajin's back, the person who was always present whenever an incident occurred. Moreover, he bore a demeanor different from others. Too many suspicious points to ignore anymore. Suddenly, Rachel Elizabeth Louise turned to the two bodyguards. "I'm fine. You go check on the suspicious people present in the hall." They bowed. "Understood, princess." Immediately, the two of them disappeared. Rachel Elizabeth Louise touched her necklace. A stream of light emitted from it. Rachel Elizabeth Louise whispered, "Darkness diffusion." A dark shadow appeared, enveloping Rachel Elizabeth Louise. She took a stance. A split second, she jumped down. Rachel Elizabeth Louise's movements were smooth and agile, moving without leaving a trace. Rachel Elizabeth Louise frowned, thinking, from now on, I will follow Hajin. Below, Zealand continued to manipulate public opinion. There must be something. He smiled slightly. As for Kim Hajin, he still harbored many thoughts. It's about to happen. Right here, in this banquet hall. In the vast room, there is someone who needs special attention. We just reconfirmed the details. In Lothern's internal documents, inside the glass case is a dazzling crystal. The item currently in this Clancy Hall is absolutely authentic. This essence block originates from a relic built from terracotta. We separated it into dust and sand, then used the most advanced mana technology to compress it into the glass cage and revive it. Who would have dared to be sure that Zealand would actually bring the real goods out for display? Truly stupid. This man was the executive of the Villain Society, Kim Hyungpyo. He sat there, secretly despising. Perhaps he was careless because he was too greedy for money. He only focused on proving that the thing on that stage was the genuine article, how valuable it was to boost the profits earned. Kim Hyungpyo remembered an island. The only way to enter or leave this place is through the portal. And naturally, the portal security is managed very strictly. Since this floating island is made of mana, Jinns cannot install created portals there. However, a small airship flew past. Even in their dreams, they wouldn't dare think that we would use an airship, he said. Proceed. Elsewhere, the figure of Hajin appeared. Jin, thanks for watching the video. Rachel pressed herself behind the corner of the stairs, watching Hajin, wondering. How far does he intend to climb? I should stand a bit further away to observe safely. She followed Hajin to a room. Rachel saw Hajin opening the door. He peeked out to see. Does he have business on the rooftop? But the rooftop is a restricted area. Unless there is an investigation order, that place should be locked. Hajin stood in front of the door, thinking about something. Can only be opened with a key. At this moment, Hajin took out a hammer from somewhere. Rachel leaned forward. Huh? Is he going to break the door down? Hajin held the hammer in his hand, looking very happy. This is quality stuff. Rachel still couldn't understand. But Clancy Islet prohibits bringing weapons in and out. In the worst-case scenario, visitors might be allowed to bring accessories like that, but... Seeing Hajin about to hit the door with the hammer, Rachel was extremely skeptical. Does he really intend to use that old, shabby hammer to break a door made of mana steel alloy? How is that possible? The hammerhead gradually touched the door. A loud noise rang out. Dust flew blindly. Rachel fell to her knees, stunned. Seeing him casually smash the door, she couldn't believe it. WH. Asterisk joking? How can a normal hammer without mana break that door? Asterisk. Another noise rang out, startling Rachel. Inside that room there was another explosion. The people there were either lying still or running away. Screams rang out. Help me. Ah! Zealand was gagged and lifted high. Someone picked up the crystal, asking excitedly. So this is the white crystal? I'll be taking this. He hadn't even left yet when he suddenly stopped, sensing someone rushing from behind. Another explosion occurred. The man in the orange suit held his stance, a bit surprised. Oh my! You not only dodged my attack. In front of the orange suit now, there were many people who looked alike. But also have such a troublesome ability, huh? The clones dispersed. The orange suit said bewilderedly, High-ranking hero Kim Sang-chun here will be your opponent. The orange suit shouted angrily, You dare run? You coward! Which one should I chase now? Xiaofang stood in a corner looking at him fuming. Damn it! Stand right there. Scene change. A beast was decapitated. Another girl was leading everyone to escape. Everyone, calm down. Evacuate one by one this way. Nayun asked Suho. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Not only jinns, but even variant jinns are popping out. Another voice rang out. Nayun, where are you? Nayun turned around in surprise. This voice. Yoongu. That boy smiled and said, Oh my god, thank goodness. You're safe. I've been looking for you this whole time. He threw something to Suho. Suho, catch this. Suho quickly caught it. It was a sword. Suho was puzzled. A sword. Yoongu maintained his smile and asked Suho, You'll have to fight, right? Suho nodded in agreement with Yoongu's words. That sword belongs to the jinns who just swarmed the island. But just use it. On the rooftop, a figure was standing there observing. It was Hajin. He stood there looking down. In the original novel, Jane split herself into 8 and escaped. Hajin saw the orange suit chasing Jane. First one ran east. There's also a hero chasing him from behind. Jane turned back and smirked. But that Jane doesn't hold the crystal. On the other side is Jin and Jane. To the south, another Jin disguised as Jane is escaping with him. However, this Jane doesn't have it either. Elsewhere, someone is also chasing Jane. And also, north, Boss Xiaofang's position is chasing Jane. In the original story, that very Jane whom Boss is chasing is the one holding the crystal. When Xiaofang was chasing the enemy, she was ambushed by a group of other people rushing out at the same time. A hand reached out. Xiaofang released a small force of mana into the air. The attacker, Michael, smirked. Ah, that tiny ball of mana won't do a damn thing. Then he was stunned when half of his arm was sucked away by that mana ball. He stared wide-eyed. He screamed, Ah, my body, my body. The others couldn't help but be terrified seeing that. Fearing being sucked by the mana, they hurriedly ran away. But that mana ball did not spare them, sucking each of their bodies in. Jane, seeing this, was also extremely terrified. Motherfucker, what the hell is that? A sharp amount of mana appeared, pierced through Jane's body. Hajin was also a bit scared by this action. Although I was the one who built the character settings for her, her power is truly terrifying. Anyway, true to the original plot, the white crystal is now in the hands of the Chameleon Troop. Was puzzled as Yona still stood there. What's wrong? Xiaofang's face was extremely unpleasant. Is it a clone? The crystal isn't there. Hajin hurriedly opened his laptop. Could the plot have changed? The computer screen was black. Huh? But I haven't received any new notifications yet. That means it's not that the plot changed, but that the variables of the current situation created a change. Hajin was extremely worried. What should I do now? Suddenly realized. Hajin rolled up his sleeve to reveal a tattoo. Although I've never tried this method before, there's no time to think anymore. Using my will, I can activate the mana from the stigma. Hajin grabbed his wrist tightly. Focus mana into the retinas.
No asterisco.
His eyes reflected strange lines. Must focus on the 1,000-mile eyes. And incomprehensible pulsations appeared. Hajin could observe everyone around. I did it. Success. He tried to search using the 1,000-mile eyes. Where is the crystal? Where? Hajin observed a driver. That person is holding the crystal. His vision gradually blurred. Found it. Hajin opened his eyes wide, dizzy. Suddenly stopped. Hajin held his face and stepped back. His head became dizzy. He cursed. Why overload right at this moment? Stepped back. But there's no time to waste anymore. Then, Hajin immediately jumped down from the rooftop. I have to chase him myself. Hajin landed behind a motorcycle. This bike seemed to be waiting for him. Asterisk great. There's a steed right here. Asterisk. Hajin jumped on the bike and sped off. Sorry to the owner. He twisted the throttle. I'll borrow it for a bit and pay you back later. In the hall, everyone was rushing to escape. Nayun shouted loudly to evacuate. Everyone, stay calm. Please evacuate this way. She reminded the guests. Watch your step. Voice rang out. Chai Nayun. Nayun turned back. She asked in surprise. EW, you crazy guy. Where have you been all this time? What is that, Kim Hajin? Hajin threw an object to her. Take this. Nayun caught it and asked curiously. What is it? Hajin replied. A mana sword. You'll surely be able to use it well. Either way, you can't fight Jin's barehanded, right? The sword still only had a hilt.
Mana sword.
It's a special weapon I seized from Sidious. Depending on the owner's mana usage ability, its stats can be worlds apart. With that dormant potential of Chai Nayun, her true strength will be on par. No, maybe even overwhelm the Jins. Asterisk. Chai Nayun held the sword decisively. Nayun was puzzled. What do I hold this for? Hajin just reminded her. Remember to protect yourself well. Don't get hurt. Seeing Hajin twist the throttle, Nayun was even more puzzled. What? Huh? Where are you planning to go? Kim Hajin. Tires rubbed against the ground. The two of them still exchanged words. I have some business to take care of. I leave this place to you. Huh? Where on earth are you going? Hajin didn't say much, immediately speeding away. Nayun shouted. Hey!
Kim Hajin.
Hajin rushed down the road. He focused on using the 1,000-mile eyes. Asterisk southeast. Good. I'll catch up to the target soon. Asterisk. Car was still moving. The crystal holder asked the driver. Are we there yet? The driver replied. Yes. We will depart in about a minute. They reported that the airship had some trouble. So, then Hajin's motorcycle arrived. He maneuvered the bike to fly level with the car, then used the wheel to smash the rear body. A part of the car was crushed and dented. The car, due to the strong impact, rolled several times off the road. Hajin panted, looking down. From inside the car, someone kicked the door open and cursed. Which crazy bastard? The crystal holder stood up and said, You're dead meat, kid. He waved to call another person. Boss, over here. Hajin ignored him and took out his laptop. Asterisk, I don't understand why this guy still dares to act like that. Does he still have some trump card hidden? Asterisk. Hajin looked around the place. Airship number A0937B. He thought, sorry, but I need this ship to depart first. On. The screen displayed. Do you want to send this airship back to the storage?
Szkoły podstawowej plus 100.
Hajin clicked confirm. That guy froze immediately.
Ashu.
Looked in confusion at the airship turning back. Hey, what the hell is this? That guy kept waving and shouting, Be boss. Where are you going, boss? Damn it. Where did the boss go? Hajin got off the bike and said, All right, so now the nuisance has buggered off. Hajin asked him, Shall we start our heart-to-heart talk? Suddenly, there was a strong wind. Hajin turned around in surprise. Asterisk, something is rushing here. What is it? Asterisk. From above, a light struck the ground, causing dust to fly everywhere. Even stone blocks shattered. The stranger appeared, grabbed that guy's head and walked away. He gripped his head tightly. I kept wondering what took you so long. The person was Chiak Jungyang. He dropped the guy down. Hajin looked at the enemy with worry. Asterisk, damn it. Why, of all times, does Chiak Jungyang choose this exact moment to appear? The situation is too tense. Asterisk. Hajin saw something familiar. He recognized the person carried on Chiak Jungyang's shoulder. Asterisk, Rachel? What is she doing in this place? Asterisk. Facing Chiak Jungyang, Hajin cursed inwardly. Motherfucker. A liquid flowed from Hajin's fingertips. He controlled it to take the suitcase containing the crystal. This is a headache. Chiak Jungyang warned Hajin. Put that down while I'm still talking nicely. Hajin pointed his gun at the suitcase, bargaining with him. You put her down first. Chiak Jungyang glanced at Rachel. Oh, this girl. I brought this kid here because she seemed to be tracking the crystal. She must be an important character, right? He continued. However, Chiak Jungyang smirked threateningly. I wonder which will be faster. Me tearing her head off, or you drilling a hole in that suitcase? Hajin didn't back down either. No problem. If you don't put her down, don't dream of getting what you want. Chiak Jungyang's mouth curled up high. Oh ho, wow, you have quite the guts. Fine, I'll take the loss. Saying that, he threw Rachel down. After throwing Rachel, Chiak Jungyang demanded, "There, happy now? Now hand it over." Jin also threw the suitcase back to him. Chiak Jungyang caught the suitcase, not forgetting to say, "Thanks." Hajin looked at Rachel, not daring to act yet. "Anyway, I'm not sure if I can control that thing properly yet." Rachel is still unconscious. Originally, I was going to give it to Rachel and let the English royal family keep custody to prevent the worst case. But now that Chiak Jungyang has come all this way, I have to hand it over as an exchange item. Chiak Jungyang suddenly smiled strangely. After Rachel wakes up, I must ask clearly why she was captured. He quickly rushed in front of Hajin. Froze, unable to react in time. Shit. Chiak Jungyang's fist was approaching. I let my guard down. A large explosion occurred. Chiak Jungyang stood facing Hajin. He exclaimed in surprise, "Ah!" Chiak Jungyang's fist was stopped in front of Hajin. "You're cautious too, huh kid?" Hajin's gaze didn't waver at all, surprising Chiak Jungyang. This guy is bold. He didn't even blink. He became more and more interested. Observing the opponent's actions until the very last moment. Truly the demeanor of a warrior. Chiak Jungyang clenched his fist. "Maybe you're not as pathetic as I thought." Chiak Jungyang immediately turned and walked away. "I like you." Hajin breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately after, he collapsed in panic. Hajin's eyes were full of fear. I really almost lost my life. Hajin recalled the punch just now. By the time I came to my senses, a fist as big as my head was right in front of my eyes, so I didn't even have time to react. Hajin closed his eyes to calm down. If I had acted stupidly, my head probably would have been blown off. Unexpectedly, the overwhelming gap between me and the opponent was useful in that situation. Rachel woke up at this moment. "Ugh." Hajin asked her, "Rachel, are you okay?" He walked over to Rachel. After waking up, Rachel was still confused. "What happened? The enemy?" Hajin replied, "It's fine now. He left." Rachel was puzzled. "Left? What do you mean?" A while later, she understood. "I see. So the crystal fell into their hands." Hajin asked her, "Were you tracking the crystal too?" Rachel shook her head and replied, "No, I was looking for you." She took out a bullet. "This is yours, right?" Hajin was stunned. "This bullet is..." Rachel answered his question. "I found it during the final exam." Hajin also recalled the event back then. Maybe she picked up this bullet and discovered that I had sniped from afar before. Hajin reached out to take it. "Yes, it seems to be mine." Rachel pulled her hand back. She put it in her pocket. "I followed you to prevent a similar situation from happening again." Rachel became gloomy. "Although I was a bit useless because the opponent was too strong." Hajin laughed awkwardly. "Haha." Rachel suddenly asked him, "Hajin, why did you help me back then?" She referred to the previous incident. If it was during the midterm exam, we could consider it a coincidence. The two of them faced each other. But now in the final exam too. Hajin froze, not knowing how to respond. Rachel continued a bit sadly. "I can't stop thinking that you have been watching me every bit." Hajin pursed his lips, not answering. A while later, he spoke up. "The truth is..." Hajin made up a reason. "I am a fan of yours." Rachel was presented with this reason. She couldn't believe it. "Excuse me?" But Hajin brought out proof. Rachel's fan community in Korea, 10,000 members, said excitedly, "It's true. I also joined your fan community here." Rachel tentatively believed him. "Ah, okay." Hajin tried to force a laugh, thinking, is this excuse too forced? But I can't tell her the truth either. She is a main character of a novel, someone who will have to face countless dangers. I can't say that. If she dies or gets hurt, the plot will be turned upside down. Rachel lowered her head, stammering, so you mean? Her cheeks flushed red. You, like me? Hajin didn't expect this. What? Scene changed to another place. Voices rang out. There are a few slightly injured people here. Call more ambulances. Their tips were burnt black. Aside. Phew. Nayun also ran over at this moment and asked. Yona, did you see? Yona didn't understand. See what? Nayun replied vaguely. That. Yona asked again irritably. What is that? Yonggu stood facing the beast. Well. Saw a lot of things. The person who left the deepest impression amidst the chaos. He quickly escaped from the stone block, rushed to another place in the blink of an eye, and destroyed everything with just his bare hands. One punch. Yonggu had defeated the beast.
Origin hunter Kim Vungku.
Slashes that cut rocks in half. With the talent of the sword, which allows the user to cut through everything, Suho could easily use this sword proficiently.
Kim Suho.
The one who cut through all those overwhelming attacks like cutting paper. Nayun held the sword Hajin gave her, and the sword flashed a pillar of light. Nayun swung the sword, slashing the beast in one stroke. Its neck immediately sprayed blood. After hitting the strike, Nayun was extremely happy. Ah, this thing is really great. Nayun clarified the situation to Yona.
Kim Hajin.
He left with a motorcycle. Yona just said oh once. She couldn't understand Nayun's curiosity. Is that all? Yes. Saw it. He seems to drive very well. Where did he say he was going? Nayun was still puzzled about this. Nayun was still wondering about this matter. I don't know either. But more importantly, where did that bike come from? I really want one too. At this moment, someone called the two of them. Hey guys. Suho walked over and asked. I heard Rachel disappeared. Did anyone see her? Nayun was also very surprised. What? Come to think of it, I really haven't seen her. When did she disappear? She was still here until the jinns swarmed in. Bodyguards are also searching for Rachel. There's already a search order for Princess Rachel. Ona hurriedly said. Wait, does that mean their goal was to kidnap her amidst the chaos? That is actually possible. Because if they hold her hostage, the British government will have to accept all their demands. Even if they demand ownership of Clancy Islet. Yona cursed angrily. Those evil bastards. Suho saw something. Oh, look. Rachel was driving the motorcycle back, her face behind the helmet looking extremely terrified. Princess. It's the princess. Are you okay? Yona breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She's still safe. Nayun recognized the bike. But that bike. She continued. That's the bike Kim Hajin drove away. Yona froze. What? Yona watched Rachel return with Hajin's bike and couldn't stop speculating. Asterisk right when everyone was distracted in the chaos. Kim Hajin drove away alone. But Rachel is the one driving that bike back here. Asterisk. She remembered Hajin. Asterisk does that mean Kim Hajin defeated all those jinns alone and rescued her? Asterisk. Yona denied it herself. Impossible. She couldn't believe it. Even Kim Hajin couldn't do such an absurd thing. In front of a high-rise building. Chai Nayun was looking at the screen displayed on her watch. Suddenly a voice rang out, making her look up. Hey Chai Nayun. Kim Hajin walked over and asked, Why are you here alone? Where are the others from the travel club? She answered hastily, They all went to the restaurant. It's because you're too late. Chai Nayun turned away and urged, Let's go quickly. I'll pay for dinner today. Kim Hajin asked in confusion, What day is it that you're treating? She ignored him and remained silent. He raised his hand to scratch his head, thinking, Asterisk something is strange. Is something wrong? Asterisk. Chai Nayun walked silently. Suddenly, her face flushed red and she stopped. Chai Nayun stood in front and spoke up.
Hey, Kim Hajin.
She turned back to face him. Do you think? Chai Nayun's face was deep red as she spoke in a serious tone. That we should at least become friends? The two were silent for a moment at her question. Suddenly a voice rang out, making Chai Nayun's face darken.
No.
Kim Hajin bluntly rejected her question. I don't think we can. Hearing that, Chai Nayun clenched her trembling hands. Ah, really? She turned around, stammering. Then forget it. I wasn't that serious anyway. You're making me so embarrassed. Chai Nayun walked away without looking back. Just pretend I didn't say anything.
Kim Hajin stood motionless, pondering.
Asterisk we cannot become friends. Because I will definitely leave. Asterisk. Image of a couple hugging along with the thought. And one day I will have to kill the person most important to you. Kim Hajin stood for a long time with those thoughts. We can never become friends. Scene shifts to the house named Garam. Kim Hajin stood at the door taking off his shoes. I'm here. Evangel stepped out of the room happily. Hajin. She jumped for joy when she saw the food bag he was holding. Fried chicken. Kim Hajin bent down to give the food bag to Evangel. I bought you 2 pieces. She took the food bag and ran away happily. Thank you so much, Hajin. He sighed with satisfaction. Asterisk I feel so peaceful. Feels like I've really become a father. Asterisk. He sat down with his thoughts. Asterisk Evangel has been very good and quiet lately too. And there are only 3 days left of the vacation. Let's finish the things I haven't done yet. Asterisk. He sat at the desk, placed his laptop on it along with the screen of the watch on his hand. I'll connect the smartwatch first. Asterisk, having to open the laptop every time something happens is quite troublesome. So I've been saving up SP little by little. Asterisk. An image from the past appeared in his mind. The moment the huge man struck at him. Due to luck, you escaped death. Part of the luck set.
A special survival stat.
3 out of 9. Activated. Your SP increased by 193. I finally have enough SP thanks to Chiak Jungyong. A notification appeared waiting for confirmation. Do you want a link? Laptop with the watch. Costs 190 SP. Confirm. Upon touching confirm. Smartwatch started glowing. In a flash, it reached 100%. Linking complete. A large number of screens appeared in front of Kim Hajin. He looked at the things before him in amazement. Oh, so convenient. Can't believe I only linked it now. Thanks. Chiak Jungyong. After the linking was complete, suddenly a call from Park Soo-hyuk came in. One thing done. I still have another important matter. On the other end. Hey Hajin. How is it? Soo-hyuk, did you buy it? Evandel sat to the side eating fried chicken in delight. Soo-hyuk heard Kim Hajin's question and replied. Motorcycle. You mean the Augusta? Yeah. He listed the things he found for him. I tried to find the one with the best specs. But even the one without enough functions costs 150 million won already. Is that okay? Kim Hajin heard that and replied immediately. Then just get me the one with enough functions. Soo-hyuk screamed in panic. Huh? Are you serious? His voice was so loud that Kim Hajin had to cover his ears. Yeah. Just get me the one with enough functions. I'm serious. Hearing that, Soo-hyuk calmed down. Okay. I'll order it under the company name. Remember to come pick it up. Thanks. The call ended. Kim Hajin started exploring everything on the smartwatch. I won 2.2 billion from the casino, so spending 150 million won is nothing. Plus, that day is approaching. A rocky mountain with currents of blue electricity radiating from everywhere. Attack on the den of Jin Sven, subordinate of the masked devil. That means. Kim Hajin looked at the screen and rejoiced inwardly. My stock prices are about to skyrocket. Suddenly his face darkened. Then his smile grew wider. Scene changes to outside the town. Kim Hajin was walking on the street. The 1-month vacation had ended. He walked while looking around. The atmosphere at Cube seems better, so everyone is still fine. His gaze focused on a man chatting in the corner. Did you see the photo I posted online? Yes. Looks very fun. Social media, huh? Kim Hajin ignored the man and tapped his smartwatch. Now that I remember, it's been a while since I checked the original owner's account. I used to go on there all the time. He entered Shin Jonghak's personal page. The first thing that struck his eyes was his naked upper body. And just like that, it was one selfie of Shin Jonghak after another. Jonghak 2. Inner struggle. Jonghak 2. I like the moments of rest after training the most. Till the third photo with over 65,342 likes. Jonghak 2. Enduring today for the sake of tomorrow. Because the last photo was too much to bear. Kim Hajin revealed a look of disgust and raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his face. Shin Jonghak. Crazy. He browsed through everyone's personal pages one by one. Kim Suho and Yu Yona don't use social media often. Rachel's account is managed by the royal family. Chai Nayun. The last post was after the casino incident. Yanji. The emotions are too delayed. Kim Hajin walked to the Veritas classroom. She seemed very shocked. But she will overcome it. He walked into the classroom and sat in his seat. But I'm glad they didn't encounter any major problems. Instructor Soo-hyuk walked in from the door to announce, Cadets, today is the day the second semester begins. The teacher stepped onto the podium. As you all know, the second semester will be very different. The rankings will change. And there will be new cadets transferring in as well. Soo-hyuk's gaze turned towards Kim Hajin. I'm sure some of you watched the transfer ceremony yesterday. Hearing the teacher say that, he immediately analyzed. Transfer ceremony. At this time, magicians who want to become heroes. From magic academies across the country, they will be transferred to Cube. 20 people from each academy. A total of 200. I have memorized the faces of all the important magicians. Soo-hyuk stood on the podium and continued the announcement. And those cadets will study with us starting today. Komein. Just as the call rang out, people from outside the door immediately entered. Everyone sitting in their seats clapped to welcome them. Kim Hajin sat in his seat thinking, let's see. 1, 2. A woman wearing a hood with unknown identity walked in. Looks very familiar. Is it one of the magicians I memorized? Suddenly she turned around, gradually revealing her face. causing Kim Hajin to widen his eyes in shock. She removed her hood, revealing a familiar face. Tomer. He saw her face, he quickly used his smartwatch to confirm. Although her skin color and hair are different, that is definitely Tomer. What is she doing here? A character introduction panel appeared. Tomer. Changed a part of the story. Although she has an important role, her appearance and power are too unpredictable. She is trying to get acquainted with the important characters right from the start. He stared intently at the last sentence. She is trying to get acquainted with the important characters right from the start. His face became so serious he wanted to curse. Another unnecessary trouble. Tomer stood amidst the key characters of the story. Suddenly she flashed a very sinister smile. Changes to an extremely clean room. A brand new room with household appliances that looked like they had never been touched. Kim Hajin brought his luggage into the house. Evandel ran around happily. Holding the cat in her arms, the little girl turned to ask him, Hajin, will we live here from now on? He looked at the cheerful little girl and replied, that's right. It's huge, isn't it? Evandel showed a face full of excitement. That's right. I like it very much. Image of him raising 2 fingers along with the personal ranking board. This situation is because I got moved to a new house due to my rank increase. Housing is assigned based on your rank. He calmly put his luggage down and thought, I didn't just jump up 600 ranks. I'm now in the top ranks. It's good. A bigger house makes it easier for Evandel to live with me. The image of Tomer briefly flashed in his mind. How to deal with Tomer. I have to think about it slowly. He gave a gentle smile and turned to the little girl. Evandel, I'll come back after school. Okay. The little girl smiled brightly and replied, goodbye. Scene changes to outdoors. Suhyuk stood on the podium commanding everyone. Everyone silently focused on the teacher announcing from the platform. After the opening, the first lesson is outdoor training, with the main goal of helping the old and new cadets get used to each other. It is also known by the name. A scroll along with the words, Dangerous Mountain. Suhyuk raised his finger to remind. This mountain. No dangerous creatures, but an image appeared along with guidelines everywhere on the mountain. There are many bear traps located in many places across the mountain. We have simulated the type of traps Jin's use. The teacher's face turned serious, frightening the cadets. If you are careless and get caught in a trap, you will have to go to the hospital. So be on guard at all times. Each group has 12 people, and each group will have a separate entrance, so move there now. Below where the cadets stood, suddenly 2 familiar people appeared in the crowd. Hello Nayun. Suho, are you in group 3 too? On one side was Rachel standing next to her group. The other side was Kim Hajin looking around. Suhyuk saw that everyone had gathered fully and shouted, all right, then, everyone enter. After the teacher's voice, the groups of people immediately moved up the mountain. The sky had turned dark. Kim Suho's group walked vigilantly in the dark night. Along with the wind that cut through their bodies, a person in the group asked worriedly, hey, it's 10:30 at night now, right? The person in front rubbed their arms due to the cold and spoke up. It's too dark and cold. Kim Suho looked back. According to the professor, we don't know where the traps are located. So be careful. As soon as the words fell, the foot of a person in the group touched the roots below. Suddenly the roots moved, grabbing his foot and dragging him into the air. Along with a scream from behind, everyone panicked and turned their heads back. Chai Nayun saw that and immediately drew her katana and took a stance. Just mentioned it and it appears immediately. Everyone didn't have time to react. So 3 people except Chai Nayun and Kim Suho were tied tight by the roots in the air. After a tense battle, the 2 managed to save the 3 people in time and ran away. Next was a man who looked like he was possessed by a demon. His whole body was no different from a zombie crawling on the ground. The 2 just saw him and ran for their lives. Play with me. Morning has come. Along with everyone's panting. That was really scary. I thought my heart stopped beating. Kim Suho sat on a log equally panicked. Really scary. Chai Nayun sat flat on the ground, dissatisfied. Is this a test of courage or what? He stopped panting and turned to praise. But Nayun did well. She was happy. Yeah. You too. Suddenly Chai Nayun dazed off for a moment. She sat leaning against the log and asked, Suho, we are friends, right? He didn't understand but still replied happily. Of course. Why do you ask? She raised her hand to scratch her face, stammering. It's nothing. I guess saying this is normal. The image of her standing before Kim Hajin's answer appeared in her mind. I don't think we can be friends. But Hajin doesn't want to be friends with me. TSK, her cheeks flushed slightly. Could it be? Chai Nayun blushed along with her own deductive thoughts. Does he want to be more than just friends? Suddenly a voice rang out from the bushes, making everyone turn around. Huh? Kim Hajin stepped out from the bushes and asked, "What are you guys doing here?" After a while, Kim Suho's group sat together discussing. "An illusion barrier?" Boy sitting next to the woman replied, "Yeah. Haven't we been walking in circles for an hour?" The girl next to him is number 20 Lee Ji-yoon, and the boy is number 41 Simon Dalek. He pointed towards the person leaning against the tree, but suddenly he told us to get out of the way with a very tired face. At first I didn't know why, but he quickly found the entrance. The person Simon Dalek referred to was Kim Hajin, who was leaning against the tree checking his watch. He put his hand on his chin and asked, "Now that I remember, we will form teams soon, right?" Ji-yoon sitting next to him spoke up. "Oh, that matter? Team training has been part of the second semester for many generations." Simon Dalek looked towards Chai Na-yoon. "Have you guys chosen team members yet?" She replied gently, "Not yet." Kim Suho also took the opportunity. "Me neither." Suddenly Lee Ji-yoon voiced her own desire. "I want to form a team with Hajin." Simon Dalek and Chai Na-yoon shouted in unison. "Hajin." She sat calmly and explained, "Yeah. We have to choose members from different ranks. Isn't he the best cadet with a 3-digit rank? He is also quite smart too." Chai Na-yoon heard that and wanted to object. But Lee Ji-yoon heard that and asked, "What?" I mean, her cheeks flushed slightly as she voiced her opinion. "He is quite cold and annoying, so I think it won't work." "Why did I say that?" Simon Dalek also took the opportunity to lean close to her ear and whisper, "More importantly, don't you know the malicious rumors about him?" An image of him playing around appeared. "He often leaves Cube. I heard during those times he goes to debaucherous places." Chai Na-yoon heard that and froze, eyes wide open. He sat next to her criticizing, unaware of a figure approaching. "People also say he often pays gangsters too." Chai Na-yoon put on a very angry face and cut off Simon Dalek's words. Did you see it with your own eyes?" He replied in fear, "No, not me. It's a rumor." She emitted an aura full of killing intent and said seriously, "I asked if you saw it with your own eyes?" Simon Dalek sweated profusely. "No, I didn't see it, but..." Chai Na-yoon turned away with a look of utter disgust. "And yet you believe such ridiculous rumors?" Kim Suho standing next to them also spoke up. "Na-yoon is right. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, don't spread rumors like that. Hajin is not that kind of person." With Chai Na-yoon angrily stomping the ground behind, Kim Suho calmly announced, "All right, if we've rested enough, let's keep going." Simon Dalek along with Lee Ji-yoon said goodbye. "See you again." Scene changes to Garam Hall. A voice from inside rang out. "Okay, ahem." Image of a girl testing her voice appeared. Yona sat in front of a laptop screen. "All right." Voice changed. She put a towel over her head along with a thought. "The first meeting, so there must be no mistakes. Intelligence Guild Falling Blossom. Completely independent from essence of the straight. Composed of agents who only work for me." Yona greeted without revealing her face at all. "Nice to meet everyone." 3 people on the screen also replied. "Master, it's an honor to meet you." She smiled behind the mask. "Humph, a very good start." Divided Falling Blossom into 3 divisions. Team 1 will gather information and strategies of rival guilds.
Sejak.
Yona sat on the chair seriously discussing the mission of each group. Team 1 includes
Creation Particle.
Hopeless Moon. Finding out the strategies of rival guilds is the highest priority. Team 2 includes an image of a man hiding behind a rock gathering intelligence appeared. Team 2 will focus on notifying me of new dungeons or the appearance of monsters intermediate grade or higher. Watchtower. At your command, Master. She calmly reminded all 3 teams. Finally, Team 3. They will only operate in the shadows and investigate backgrounds.
Surveillance.
Kidnapping and blackmail. If necessary, killing as well. Darkness. A character introduction board appeared before Yona's eyes. Team 3, find out the pasts of the 5 targets above. But absolutely do not be seen by the targets or harm them. The people in the meeting received the order and replied in unison. Yes. Among the 4 introduction sheets, only one glowed in her mind. 4 of the 5 targets are just added to fill the numbers. That's enough for today. I expect the best results from everyone. Only one person is the real target. Yona's eyes seriously read every line on the screen. Kim Hajin, 17 years old, formerly at Seoju Orphanage. At age 9, discovered many traits during a health check and was sent to the military academy. Currently cadet rank 334. Believed to have provided essence of the straight with information worth billions of dollars. Kim Hajin is the real target. Scene changes to a room. The alarm clock shows it is currently 6:30. Hearing the notification sound from the alarm, Kim Hajin woke up and rubbed his eyes. Is it morning already? He opened his eyes and saw Evandel sleeping on top of him, wondering inwardly. Wait, when did she come in here? Got out of bed and laid the little girl down. His face full of satisfaction, he patted Evandal's head. Oh my, so cute. Suddenly a meow rang out outside the door. Kim Hajin walked out the door and saw the cat calling in front. You're awake too? He bent down to scratch the cat's head, making it extremely satisfied. A witch has the ability to create spirits. This cat spirit is not an illusion or a creation with a time limit. It is a living creature created by Evandal's ability. After personal hygiene, he changed into his uniform and walked out the door. It looks cute, but later it will become very strong. I have to go buy food at the canteen. Kim Hajin walked on the street yawning sleepily. Suddenly a voice calling out made him turn around in surprise. Hey, Yona holding a water bottle in her hand walked up and asked, Where are you going? It's still early. Kim Hajin pointed into the distance. I'm going to the canteen. She was doubtful. Yona ran up to walk beside him. I heard you increased your rank quite a lot this time. Kim Hajin replied half-heartedly. Yeah, I guess. He voiced his own projection. But later I will probably still stay around here. Yona was silent for a moment then asked. You already planned your future? He heard that and asked back. Is it too early? She walked behind denying. No. From the 3rd year we will go on hero internships. We won't even have time to come to Cube. There is only 1 year and 3 months left. Yona made an offer. How about joining Essence of the Strait? An image of her presiding over the guild appeared in Kim Hajin's mind. Essence of the Strait. The guild Yona will become the leader of. Actually, if I join, I will definitely succeed. But he put his hand on his neck and voiced his opinion. I prefer being a light hunter. Of course, whether I can get in or not is unknown. That guild system is not fixed because most are mercenaries. Her face darkened. Humph. I will make you change your mind. Kim Hajin heard that and looked over in surprise. Yona looked up and stated her intention. If I give you what you have been looking for all this time, you will change your mind, right? Kim Hajin's face sank. He asked in confusion. What is it? She transformed into a mischievous cat. I won't say. Yona's face brightened as she realized something. Oh right, Lee Jina previously. Asked you. I heard she was punished. Scene changes to the academy. Kim Hajin was currently staring intently at Kim Suho chatting down below. Looking at him, he thought about the future. Almost time for Kim Suho to prepare to clear a dungeon. In the original story, after summer break, Kim Suho climbed Gammak Mountain. A source of energy helped him find a new dungeon, although clearing a dungeon alone is impossible, unless one is very strong. But Kim Suho, our protagonist, defeated the boss alone, and obtained a very important weapon, and that weapon was awakened with the power of the sprout. Kim Hajin clasped his hands, sweating with worry. But the problem here is that I am the one holding that sprout. I'm also worried if he will be okay going there alone. He calmed down and looked at him seriously. For Kim Suho to develop properly, I have to go to the dungeon with him. I designed a world that isn't merciful to him at all. Kim Hajin's hand held a pen tapping on the screen. Who knows? He thought excitedly. What if I also get something? In a flash, it was afternoon. The sunset shone straight into Kim Hajin's house. He sat on the sofa with Evandel lying on his lap. What should I do with Tomer? He thought of a plan while patting the head of the little girl sleeping on his lap. I want to deal with Tomer before having to attack the dungeon. Kim Hajin put his hand on his chin contemplating. But she isn't completely on the Jin's side. If I find her father, I can even pull her to my side. Suddenly the image of Tomer's cold eyes appeared in his mind. But she only aims for one thing. To find her father and kill him with her own hands. Kim Hajin raised his hand to scratch his head. But I don't know where to find him. I tried searching in the Book of Truth, but it seems I don't have enough mana, so the information is very vague. A line of text appeared on the book. After changing his name to Argus Benjamin, he had plastic surgery and lived in seclusion. Since editor Jean Y only works in Korea, asking him if that person is abroad is pointless. I can ask someone else for help. Image of a familiar person appeared in his mind. Chundong, did you stay up very late yesterday? Kim Hajin suddenly realized a trustworthy person. Him, the only relationship Kim Chundong has. A graduate from the intelligence department of the Agent Military Academy. The figure of a chubby boy sitting in front of a computer desk spoke up. Hello, he is Kim Hosiop. He looked at the display panel and greeted. Hosiop, it's me. Kim Hajin here. Hearing his name, Hosiop was surprised. Hajin. He leaned forward to the screen to ask. It's been a long time since we talked. How are you? Hearing that, Kim Hajin replied. Also fine. Taking the opportunity, he spoke about the main issue of the call. You are working at an information processing company, right? I wonder if you can help me find a person? I will pay you. Hosiop looked at the man glaring behind him and stammered a reply. Yeah, sure. Just tell me the name. Hearing that, Kim Hajin rejoiced. Thank you. Then I'm counting on you. Oh, your superior is very strict, isn't he? Hosiop jumped. Huh? How did you know? He replied calmly. Your voice sounds very tense. Hosiop heard him speak as if not believing his ears, bewildered. If you plan to quit, I will recommend you to a guild. With your skills, you will definitely get good treatment. It is an intelligence guild named Falling Blossom. Hearing the content, Hosiop immediately turned to thank him. Okay. Thank you. Then good luck to you. After the voice, the call between the two also quickly ended. You owe me one. Sky has turned dark. In the forest, a sword path appeared. Kim Suho was holding a wooden sword training in the forest. Suddenly he relaxed his hand and spun the sword. A sword path slashed horizontally along with a blue light wrapping around the sword. After that were sharp sword paths slashing around, creating sword paths in the air surrounding Kim Suho. He stopped as if he had finished training. Kim Hajin stepped out from the forest from who knows where and spoke up. You're still training this late? Kim Suho saw him and sheathed the sword at his waist, replying. Oh, Jin, you came out here to train too? He stood to one side and answered. No, I'm just taking a walk. It's the beginning of the semester and you're so diligent. Like you want to go clear a dungeon. Kim Suho heard that and laughed awkwardly. Come on, why would I? Gamak Mountain. Hearing Kim Hajin's words, he was so shocked he froze. Kim Hajin voiced the intention in Kim Suho's mind. Last week you found a dungeon gate there, right? You are planning to attack it alone. His face darkened, silent for a moment. How did you know that? Kim Hajin laughed it off, replying with a playful tone. I happened to see you. I often go out of the academy. Suddenly the atmosphere around him became mysterious, and not to brag. But my eyes. Kim Hajin pointed to his extremely sharp eyes confidently. Are very good. Not stopping there. He continued about his request. Opportunities to go out of cube are rare, so I want to propose this. Kim Hajin said seriously. I will go to the dungeon with you. Hearing that, Kim Suho was so surprised his eyes widened. He gallantly made an extremely attractive offer. The ratio will be 9-1. You find a branch. Then I will only take a few leaves. Kim Hajin stood in front of Kim Suho who was motionless waiting for his answer. How about it? Kim Hajin negotiated with Kim Suho. If you find a branch, I just strip a few leaves from that branch. How about it? Kim Suho was silent for a moment then said. Just as you thought. I found a dungeon on Gamak Mountain last week. He recalled its shape and described. But the size is quite small. Perhaps because it is still new. I thought I could handle it myself. Hajin raised his hand to state his feeling. Even if it's small, it's still a dungeon. Handling it alone is not an easy task. Suho also understood his words. Doing it alone will definitely be very dangerous. But Kim Suho threw his outer jacket down decisively. He spoke straight without hesitation. Whether I can trust you is a completely different question. He warmed up his joints and decided. I have to reconfirm your ability first. Hajin looked at his determined appearance and thought in confusion. Reconfirm my ability. Didn't expect this to happen. Suho saw him like that and asked. A small test won't cost anything, right? Kim Hajin secretly cursed him in injustice. Like hell. Hajin estimated the strength of the two. Even if he gives me a handicap of one hand, I only just have enough strength to win. The gap in power between me and him is too large. I must try to avoid a direct confrontation with him. Thinking so, Kim Hajin waved his hand in confusion, trying to dismiss that intention of his. You're right. But a sharpshooter like me fighting in this terrain is very disadvantaged. And also, my ability depends on many weapons, so I think this is a bit unfair. Kim Suho slowly drew his sword, saying to him quietly, that doesn't matter, because I'm not testing your ability to use weapons. He was resolute and unwavering. You don't need to win. I will stop when I feel satisfied with the result. Kim Hajin also had to give up and accept. If so, then I have nothing more to say. Saying that, he thought again. Seems like he is determined to test me. Think, Hajin. He racked his brain calculating. The moment he channels mana into that wooden sword, my bullets won't be effective anymore. If I confront him head-on, I will not only lose but also look extremely pathetic. Kim Hajin lowered his center of gravity, making a decision. To overcome this, the only hope is to rely on luck. Suddenly Kim Hajin noticed something behind. Suho's impatient voice rang out. Tell me when you are ready, then we will start. Kim Hajin mysteriously entered the information panel behind his back and said, I don't need much preparation. Tapped the screen once. Kim Suho heard his answer and asked, then let's start right away. Kim Hajin's eyes became deep as if he had a plan. He replied without hesitation. All right. After receiving the answer, Kim Suho rushed in immediately with a notification. I'm coming. At that moment, Hajin widened his eyes, activating a skill. He used bullet time. The space before his eyes seemed to freeze. Kim Hajin slowly felt it. I can see it. The next movement of that wooden bar. Just 1 second later, Kim Hajin reacted dizzily fast to dodge that dangerous strike. Kim Suho gripped the sword in his hand tightly. He swung the sword again, rushing in fiercely. Speed this time seemed faster than before. The sword slashed past, hitting Hajin's arm, causing him unexpected pain. Too fast. Kim Hajin saw the situation was not good. I can't defend forever. Thinking that, he drew a pistol. Hajin decisively fired a shot, skimming Suho's head, surprising him. Kim Suho saw the situation change and immediately jumped to another place. Kim Hajin just regained a bit of the situation, but ultimately he was still in a difficult spot. Although I used the move fast as lightning. But he is so fast that I only had time to dodge his attack, not counterattack. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantaged I am. Kim Hajin suddenly thought of a strategy. One step, if I can lure him into stepping there. The thing Hajin mentioned was probably the blinding light under the tree trunk. At this moment, a sound whooshed up from the ground. Kim Suho rushed behind Kim Hajin fast as the wind. He was engrossed in thought, so he didn't notice. By the time he knew, it was almost too late. Damn it. When did he circle behind my back? Kim Hajin muttered in his head. Right now. A golden rope shot out, coiling around a nearby wooden trunk. He grabbed the rope to dodge to another place, leaving Kim Suho unable to react in time to strike him down. Suho looked at him, desperately grasping the rope, with admiration. You can still dodge at this level, huh? But Kim Suho stomped on the ground to gain momentum. Then he rushed forward with unimaginable speed. Kim Hajin was both scared and calculating in his head. Just a little more. Suho lifted his leg, intending to kick him. Kim Hajin kept muttering in his head. A little more. Suho's lifted foot came down, stepping on a white shirt on the ground. That second, a great power surged up from the ground right where Kim Suho stepped. This unexpected attack was beyond Suho's calculation, sending him flying into the air. Kim Hajin smiled, secretly smug inside. I did it. Kim Suho fell to the ground from the force. It looked very painful. The pistol was pointed straight at his head. Kim Hajin stood behind him and asked calmly, Are you satisfied now? A blue notification panel flashed in Hajin's eyes. He recalled his initial operation. This doesn't harm anyone, and it disappears easily as it only lasts 10 minutes. Luckily, I invested SP in this. The thing he was referring to was the shirt Kim Suho stepped on earlier. It is the outer uniform of a cadet. Costume made at Cube, dubbed the Clumsy Trap. The moment someone steps on this shirt, an unknown power activates and pushes the target with immense force. It only lasts for 10 minutes and disappears after one use. This Kim Suho also smiled gently. He turned his head and declared, I lost. Suddenly, he stared blankly at Kim Hajin. Hajin's face still showed tension. After hearing Suho speak, he also relaxed a bit. Alright then. Kim Suho smiled and reached out his hand to him. Let's go together. Hajin took his hand. He spoke firmly. You can trust me. At an abandoned factory in Suwon, sound of shattering glass rang out piercingly. Chiak Jungyong sat next to the pile of broken shards, talking to the person opposite. Hey kid, I destroyed the artifact as you said. Is it okay to destroy something precious like this? This is very expensive. Droon held a transparent box containing a strange crystal. He smiled to reassure Jungyong. Don't worry, I have a way to double its value. That is if we use this in England. Chiak Jungyong didn't quite understand his words. Huh? Droon didn't explain much either. Alright, I'm activating it. No sooner said than done. The crystal inside the box immediately glowed. Light from the crystal shone down on the pile of debris on the table. Those shards gradually moved and connected together. They started to form new shapes. Just a few seconds later, they were surrounded by countless gleaming golden swords. Droon was satisfied with the products he created. How is it? These are made from the fragments. He caught a sword and held it out. No other processes needed. It can create parts of the artifact using just the crystal. He calmly recounted. Based on test results, this weapon possesses an ability superior to other high-rank artifacts. The artifact can only create about 30 swords in a short time. And based on the crystal's mana energy, we can create 6 more swords. Droon calculated the huge numbers. If we sell each sword for at least 700 to 800 million won, then we will earn at least 5 billion won. Chiak Jungyong smiled, looking at the swords profoundly. I get it. So you mean this is a goose that lays golden eggs, right? Suddenly, a sound of clapping rang out, accompanied by a woman's voice. Great. Really great. Runes seemed to have heard their whole story and spoke up. That's good news. But listen, there is something very important. She informed the two below. I think the master of the masked demon has started raiding the lair in Suwon. The master of the masked demon. That is our next target, right? Jane, standing next to her, answered. Correct. She crossed her arms and majestically gave the order. The Chameleon Troop will go and snatch it from them. Kim Suho walked alone on the dark road. He reflected on his battle with Hajin earlier. Hajin's movements. He recalled the times Hajin moved to dodge attacks. Very slow and full of openings. I also avoided his attacks with all my might. Thinking about it, he wondered. And that last attack. What was it? Kim Suho guessed blindly by himself. Was it physical strength? Or an instantaneous mana explosion? Thinking up to here, he suddenly smiled. Kim Suho cheered up again, deciding to give up on investigating this. No matter how I think about it, I can't figure it out. Suho's face became unusually relieved. Light from the street lamp shone down on the thoughts in his heart. If someone is too much stronger than an ordinary person, they will attract unwanted attention. The reason he hides his power must be to protect himself. Kim Suho muttered to himself. And here I thought. I was the only one hiding my strength. Two contrasting figures in every aspect. Turns out there was another person who thought the same way. A chaotic sound suddenly drifted over, attracting Suho's attention. What is that sound? Kim Suho followed the sound to Chai Na-yoon's place. She was still outside training hard. Kim Suho happily approached and asked, "Yoon, what are you doing?" The other party was startled by his sudden appearance and shouted loudly. "What is it?" Suho knew but still tried asking. "You're practicing swordsmanship?" Chai Na-yoon shyly turned her face away and explained. "I'm just training my physical strength." This time it was Chai Na-yoon's turn to ask him back. "So late, what are you doing out here?" Suho pointed at his face and asked. Me?" He suddenly thought of something very good. Kim Suho hesitated a bit then answered. I just met Hajin." Chai Na-yoon heard that and blushed, startled.
Kim Hajin?
"What were you guys doing at this hour?" Suho deliberately teased. "Talking about you." Sure enough, Chai Na-yoon blushed red as soon as she heard it. She turned her shame into anger, speaking loudly to him. "What did you say?" Kim Suho, being scolded by her, had to tell the truth. "Sorry, I was just joking. We sparred a bit. You'll disturb everyone at this hour." Chai Na-yoon suddenly remembered and asked, "But isn't Hajin too weak to fight with you? Is it necessary for you to fight him?" Kim Suho smiled and answered, "That's a secret between the two of us." Chai Na-yoon heard that and felt frustrated. Is that so?" She turned her back in annoyance. "Really, do whatever you want. I'm finishing my training. Who cares?" Kim Suho suddenly spoke up to instruct. "How about you relax your grip on the sword a little?" He drew his sword while pointing. "If hold it too tight." Suho swung his sword strongly into the air as a demonstration. "Then you might not be able to cut things that should be cut." Chai Na-yoon witnessed this strike of his and was extremely interested. She surprisedly demanded, "What was that? Show me again." Suho instructed his friend. "Just relax first." Chai Na-yoon very obediently followed along. Like this? After finishing training, Chai Na-yoon returned to her room and lay sprawled on the bed. She stared blankly at the ceiling, her heart full of thoughts. Chai Na-yoon remembered when Hajin happily suggested, "If you're okay with it, I can help you train." Chai Na-yoon clenched her palm, muttering to herself, "It feels like if I change something just a little, I'll grasp it." Thinking of this, Chai Na-yoon sat up in annoyance. So headache-inducing. She whipped her head around searching. The only way to relieve stress on a night like this is. Chai Na-yoon looked at the electronic device with excitement. "Let's play games." No sooner said than done. She immediately put the device on her head. This is the device many heroes use to train. Sensor system is sensitive, recognizing the player Chai Na-yoon. Logging in. The game she participated in is a world-famous technical game. The game named Gladiator of the Century. The seasonal open tournament is being broadcast. It is so famous that the media is full of news about the winner. Gladiator of the Century. It differs from normal games in that there are no stats or items whatsoever. Chai Na-yoon's character also entered the game with the notification. Player named Messi Mute has logged in. This special feature means you can only win with combat power and body control. Chai Na-yoon smugly boasted. "Look at my results." Above her head appeared amazing stats. Player Messi Mute won 98 times and lost 17 times. Chai Na-yoon rolled her eyes around looking for something. "But today I came in to relieve stress, so I won't care about this. I have to find someone quickly." After scanning for a while, she found one. Found it. Her eyes locked onto the player named Extra 7. Stats of 43 wins. 43 losses. Chai Nayun looked down at that guy's rank. His rank was platinum. Chai Nayun was smug. Easy peasy. Surely a few hits and this guy will lie flat. Chai Nayun decided to choose him. Today you will be my prey. Thinking so, she pressed the challenge button without hesitation. The system immediately notified. Extra 7 has accepted your challenge. Match starts in 3 seconds. Chai Nayun muttered seriously. To fight, one must know oneself and know the enemy. At this moment, the system was counting down with only 2 seconds left. Chai Nayun calmly didn't rush forward. Let's see how you attack. Immediately after, the notification board showed only 1 second left. Extra 7 rushed up like a switch was flipped without a bit of hesitation, causing Chai Nayun to not react in time. Swung out 2 sharp strikes. Chai Nayun struggled to use her sword to parry. What is this? Suddenly he jumped in like that. He reached out abruptly and grabbed her collar, shocking Chai Nayun pale. Swung his leg back to gain momentum. Immediately after, he swung straight at her lower body. But luckily Chai Nayun dodged in time. Before Chai Nayun could recover, a sword tip rushed in again. It didn't hesitate to pierce straight through, causing fresh blood to spurt out. Chai Nayun was beaten to the point of exploding. Her voice trembled with anger. This treacherous guy. Chai Nayun pointed straight at his face and provoked. You can't lose. One more round. The system notified again. Extra 7 has accepted your challenge. The result of this battle wasn't much different from the last. Chai Nayun fell down once again. She was angry and unwilling to accept it.
Impossible.
One more round. The familiar voice rang out again. Extra 7 has accepted the challenge. The result this time, Chai Nayun still lost miserably. She was resentful. One more round. Extra 7 has accepted your challenge. Not outside expectations. Chai Nayun collapsed on the pool of blood again. Chai Nayun was extremely angry. Dead already and now even more dead. Damn it.
Impossible.
She lowered her face in resentment. I can't beat him. Chai Nayun tearfully pleaded. One more round. The other person coldly refused. I have to go to sleep. Bye. She frantically held him back. Wait. Chai Nayun probed. Do you often log in at this time? Extra 7 didn't understand her intention but still answered. Yes. Chai Nayun looked at him with expectant eyes. If so, then every time we meet, can you fight with me? Extra 7 hesitated a bit then also agreed. Okay. The two just said goodbye like that. By then, Hajin breathed a sigh of relief taking off the electronic device. Phew. Who was that? She was really persistent. He was still a bit bewildered. I won 7 times in a row.
Kim Hajin hesitated.
I didn't expect to run into this. I just wanted to test if this thing works in the game. The thing he mentioned was the random consolidation system skill. It helps you recognize up to 5 pieces of equipment. The stats of the recognized equipment will increase from 1 to 44%. That percentage lasts for 24 hours and is then randomized. When the weapon is no longer recognized, it will return to normal after 1 hour. Kim Hajin pensively looked at the helmet in his hand. The function of random consolidation is better than I thought. Although when mana started running low, I was a bit worried too. The concept of this thing has really been consolidated. With this feature, my gaming device has reached a new level compared to others. In the game, I can feel my senses have been enhanced much more.
Kim Hajin mutteret somehat glumily.
It's a pity the consolidation range is only from 1 to 44%. But since my luck stat is quite high, speaking of which, he suddenly discovered there was another person in the room. Hajin helplessly looked at the blonde girl sitting and eating a huge cake and shouted, Evandel. Immediately snatched the unfinished cake. Why did you eat so much in such a short time? Don't eat anymore, or you'll get a stomachache. Evandel panicked, using her short chubby arms to reach for it. Why? I want to eat half of it. Half of it. Hajin looked at the girl, helplessly bargained. Eat again tomorrow, okay? Hajin took the cake box and hid it on a high cupboard. I don't know what to say to this little girl anymore. Now she even whines for sweets. Kim Hajin suddenly picked the girl up to coax her. Tomorrow morning I'll go buy delicious food for you. Okay? Evandel was teary-eyed. Half believing, half doubting, she asked him. Really? Hajin saw she calmed down inside. Of course. Have I ever broken a promise? Now let's go to sleep. Only then did the girl reluctantly agree. Yes. The sky outside was still pitch black. Some places still sparkled with stars. Hajin sat on the bed diligently researching something. He suddenly paused. Hajin was a bit surprised opening the OTT. Kim Suho sent me this message. The content of that message was as follows. Let's meet on the 2nd Friday of August. Kim Hajin smiled, rereading it. The 2nd Friday. Kim Hajin thought smugly. Great. Everything is going according to my prediction. Quickly replied to the message. Okay. Meet at the vacant lot. Done, he calculated again. The remaining task is to clear the dungeon. So, a few days later, I trained and studied every day. The sound of tired panting rang out continuously. Chai Nayun's character in the game was still bleeding. She angrily pointed straight at his face and shouted, "How can you do that continuously?" Kim Hajin, or the character in the game Extra 7, calmly answered. "You just need to be calm when doing it." Chai Nayun heard that and objected fiercely. "Sounds too easy." Huh? She suddenly remembered something and asked, "But why is your win rate only 50%? Kim Hajin, being asked like that, guiltily avoided it. Haha, because I don't like classifying wins and losses by rank. In his head, he thought differently. Actually, I lose because of the random stats. Chai Nayun believed it completely and praised. "You're really cool. If I lost a ranked match, I wouldn't be able to sleep." Kim Hajin didn't want to continue discussing it. TSK. Anyway, let's stop here for today. Chai Nayun didn't intend to hold him back either. Ah, okay. Just as Kim Hajin turned to leave, he heard her voice. "See you tomorrow." Kim Hajin helplessly looked at her, excitedly waving at him, and muttered, "He acts as if I promised to meet again tomorrow." Nayun didn't hear his words, so she was still excitedly waiting. Hajin looked at this expression of hers and smiled involuntarily. In the end, he still said, "Wait, see you tomorrow." Hajin took off the electronic helmet and fixed his messy hair. "It seems this has become a part of my life." He also gradually changed his view of her. Actually, he is quite polite. I kept imagining him as a weirdo who suddenly attacked me first. Kim Hajin was suddenly confused. "I still don't know what his nickname is. I just call him Hey." Closed his eyes and racked his brain to think. Finally concluded a name, Nayun. But then he erased her image in his head. Seems a bit far-fetched. Kim Hajin deduced again. According to his personality, he hastily concluded, he is a boy. At this time, the person assumed to be a boy. Chai Nayun was still diligently training. She excitedly probed her friend. "Hey,
Kim Suho.
do you see me improving a bit?" Kim Suho put his hands on his hips and admitted, "Yes, your movements are more natural now." Nayun excitedly recounted, "I started playing a game, and maybe it helped me a bit."
Kim Suho giysid bilintli.
"Game? You mean Gladiator of the Century?" Nayun happily replied. "Yeah, that's right. You play too?" Suho hurriedly denied. "No, but I heard some people say it's quite useful." Nayun pushed her luck. She quickly recounted, "It's not just a game. In there I also met a very good player. He is not only good but also nice. He fights with me often."
Kim Suho hummet skeptikali.
Chai Nayun clenched her fists, looking extremely passionate. Because they have to try to win in ranked battles. So everyone plays defensively. So the matches are quite bland. But this person is different. She used all her words to describe that person. He always moves forward. Attacks as fast as a storm. Every strike makes the opponent terrified. That made me get used to close combat battles. While speaking, she recalled that majestic figure. Kim Suho seemed quite interested. "Really? So he must be really good. Sounds like he is a hero." She hesitated a bit and replied, "No, I asked already." While the two were talking, a voice cut in. "Suho, there you are." Ayun immediately recognized this voice. She blushed and turned her head to look. Suho called out a response.
Kim Hajin.
Hajin saw her and wondered. "Nayun is here too. What are you two doing?"
Kim Suho replied calmly.
"Ah, Nayun is training with..." He couldn't finish his sentence before being hit painfully by Nayun. She hurriedly corrected him. "I just ran into him while training." Kim Hajin saw her attitude and wondered but didn't ask much. "Is that so?" Kim Suho rubbed the spot where he was hit and looked at her. Only Nayun was still embarrassed. Her head was a tangled mess. Jean called him urgently. "Suho, let's go." Kim Suho smiled and said goodbye to her. "Yeah, see you later, Nayun." Nayun couldn't help but wonder. "Huh? Where are you two going?" Kim Suho waved while replying. "We made an appointment beforehand. Don't train too hard. Good luck." Chai Nayun didn't say much more. "All right, see you later." Kim Hajin also turned his head and looked at her coldly, saying, "Good luck." Nayun, though confused, still replied, Yeah. You too." She put down her waving hand, silently watched the two. They hadn't gone too far, so Nayun still saw the two huddled together talking. Suddenly she wondered, since when were those two so close? Nayun remembered last night. "I thought he was into guys. He said they mentioned me. Could it be?" Idea suddenly popped up in Nayun's head. Is it because of me? She remembered when Hajin said they couldn't be friends. Thinking of this, she erased that thought. No, probably not. How could that be when he doesn't even want to be friends with me? Let them go. Saying that, but her legs still rushed to hide behind a tree to eavesdrop. Really can't let it go. The two were still huddled together chatting happily. Chai Nayun heard vague parts of the conversation. You know, she heard Kim Hajin actively ask Suho about her. How is Chai Nayun lately? After hearing this sentence, she was stunned for a few seconds. Nayun's face suddenly flushed red. What did he just say? Now the sky had turned dark. Both of them stopped at a small eatery by the roadside. In front of the shop there was a sign. Grandma's rice porridge open 24 hours. Kim Suho was eating deliciously when Kim Hajin suddenly spoke up. You said the dungeon is somewhere in Suwon, right? Hearing that, he chewed and replied. Yeah. So we have to be careful. Kim Hajin silently thought on this side. Suwon is the most dangerous place in the metropolitan area. Lightning suddenly struck the road surface. The cold climate made the trees bare. That is because when the outcall was activated, the terrain had to undergo a drastic change, and more than half of that area became extremely dangerous to pass through. And so, ordinary people are forbidden from stepping into the west of Suwon. Remembering the location near the west of Suwon, he rested his chin on his hand in thought. Gamak Mountain is right near that border. Gamak Mountain. When I was the creator of the world, there were many undiscovered fragments. Among those fragments, there were a few I didn't even dare dream of getting myself. But if left alone, then a few of them will fall into the hands of the main villains of this story. Kim Hajin tapped his hand on the table continuously, feeling a bit relieved inside. However, if I go with Kim Suho, who possesses skills superior to intermediate heroes, then that is a completely different story. Looking at Kim Suho's confused face, he thought to himself, I can find those hidden fragments faster than the villains. He smiled broadly, secretly rejoicing inside. Thinking this way, I naturally find him cute. Thinking so, Kim Hajin kindly handed him a napkin. You got food on your face. Hearing that, he took the napkin, obediently replied, Ah, thanks. Just as he was planning. Kim Suho probably isn't rich, so I'll handle the weapons and food. There are more things to prepare than I thought. Another person opened the door and walked in. Seeing that, the owner happily greeted. Komein. This person was covered up tight. Hat and mask covered the face. Kim Hajin turned his head to look. Judging slightly, why does that person look like a criminal? Seeing that person suddenly startle, he was even more confused. This person used the coat flap to cover the face. Yona said to the shop owner. The female owner immediately replied. Ah, okay. Wait a moment. Kim Hajin's eyes were glued to the stranger, until he saw purple hair and a flushed face under the coat flap. He vaguely realized. The corner of his mouth twitched, breaking into a sly smile. Kim Hajin suddenly spoke up at this moment, making Yona startle. Well, who is this? He teased loudly. Is that you, Yona? Realizing both their gazes were focused on her, she broke out in a cold sweat. Yona really likes commoner food. She used her hand to cover her face, faking her voice to reply. Who are you talking about? Hearing that, Kim Suho also realized. He said cheerfully. That voice. Then it's definitely Yona. It's Yona, right? Obviously. Her favorite dish is hamburger. Kim Hajin chuckled on this side. Haha, since you're here, come eat together. Yona was embarrassed. Replied in a small voice. You mistook me for someone else. Kim Suho didn't care much. Agreed and said. Yeah, let's eat together. We just arrived too. You're so strange. Let's eat together, Yona, making her scream helplessly. No, I'm not her. And rice porridge. She was teary-eyed. Her whole body trembled with embarrassment. Yona's mind was hazy, stuttered. Just as the owner brought the food she ordered. Here is the porridge you ordered. She frantically snatched the bag of porridge and dashed off, rushing like the wind out of the shop while shouting. I don't know who that is. Ignoring the owner calling after her. Hey, you haven't paid yet. Kim Hajin and the lady stared blankly at the door. Seeing her stunned face, said apologetically, let me pay for it. After that time, Yona avoided me for 3 days. Every time she saw him, she used her bag to cover her face as he passed. He thought to himself, isn't acting like that even more embarrassing than liking commoner food? And finally Friday came. Kim Hajin was wandering around town as if looking for someone. Must be around here. Just as he saw him, Kim Suho waved his hand and called loudly, Hajin, this way. Seeing that, he slowly walked over and asked, where are we going? He turned around, turned his face back and replied, follow me. Just like that, the two went deep into the gloomy Gamak Mountain, where fog covered everything. Kim Suho led the way, silently climbing up the slope. He looked back, asked worriedly, How long have we been walking? He cast his eyes in another direction to observe. Gamik Mountain is a dangerous place because it's right on the border of the Forbidden Zone. I have to observe the surroundings carefully until reaching the dungeon. Suddenly Kim Suho stopped. Here. He placed his hand near a rock cavity. Said calmly, "Is this place?"
Kim Hajin lanet closer.
He grabbed the vines covering the rock cavity and exclaimed, "This place. Even knowing the location, it's still very hard to find. No wonder no one discovered it." Hearing that, Suho said, "Yes. As you can see, the entrance is quite narrow." He looked straight into his eyes, asked gently, "Once inside it will be very hard to run out and escape. Are you okay with that?" He looked up, looked at him for a long time, then smiled involuntarily. At this, he slowly stood up and said, "Of course." Kim Suho was a bit surprised seeing him pull out a pistol. Kim Hajin raised the pistol, said confidently, "This thing is quite strong. You know? Just in case something happens. I used SP to create some light bullets." Saying so, he thought to himself, "But since the boss is an upper intermediate monster, light bullets can only be used to buy a little time." He looked towards Kim Suho, feeling a bit relieved inside. "TSK. He will handle the rest. So it will be fine." Looked at him and smiled, asked gently, "Shall we go then?" Seeing Kim Hajin extend his hand towards him, he was a bit surprised. He now said calmly, "Take it." Hearing that, Kim Suho froze. Couldn't help but be confused. He asked curiously, "Why do we have to hold hands?" Hajin explained calmly, "It's very dark inside, right? Hold on and follow me. If we use torches recklessly, we might attract spirit monsters." Only then did he understand. "Ah," Suho happily agreed. "All right then." Hajin on this side also nodded and replied, "Let's go." Just like that, both proceeded deep into the cave. Now the two were hand in hand, holding each other tightly. He walked in front, carefully looking at the path. Suho behind him looked around blankly. He looked at the cave structure and exclaimed, "This place is really huge. Unlike the narrow entrance part, it's dark inside so it's hard to see the way." Feeling a cold draft, he trembled and said, "Actually, it's a bit creepy here." Only Hajin replied brutally, "Yeah." As if noticing something. He froze. He used his ocular art to look ahead, tensely saying, Wait here." Observing the glowing pipe in the distance, Kim Hajin couldn't help but feel confused. "What is this? Is there a passage on the other side?" He thought to himself, "I entered from the east, and the opposite side has another passage. That's not how this place was set up." Thinking that, he magnified his vision. "Let's see closer." He was startled to realize two dim figures appearing. Kim Hajin stood frozen on the spot. The scale of magic power then shifted focus to the ground. He held his breath, trying to pinpoint their location, the opposite side. His pupils gradually dilated. Seeing the leg movements of the two of them, Kim Hajin immediately concluded, "Someone is coming." Suho saw him suddenly fall silent and asked, "Hajin, what's wrong?" He raised his hand, whispering, "Wait, be quiet for a moment." Through magic, he could hear the two of them talking. "Where are we?" Probably another secret path of this dungeon. Hajin worriedly thought at this moment, "I don't know who they are." He could clearly feel their aura, but from the energy they emitted. Noticing something, he was startled. Looking at the mailbox symbol on his hand, he thought to himself, just as expected, a message segment. The system suddenly announced, "Checkpoint. The size of the Gamik Mountain dungeon that Kim Suho is trying to clear is too small for the upcoming reward." Solution. Thanks for watching the video. Gamik Mountain dungeon will connect to the nearby Suwon Devil's Nest and become a secret passage. Reading these words, he couldn't help but be astounded. This means the Suwon Devil's Nest, which is a completely separate place, will connect to this place. Gamik Mountain dungeon. Hajin suddenly asked, "Suho, what date is it today?" Hearing that, he confusedly replied, "August 14th. The boy on this side muttered, "The 14th. As if remembering something.
Kim Hajin helplessly said,
Damn it. He stood dead still. Today is the day a guild full of jinns, the Demon Face Guild, raids the Suwon Devil's Nest. Looking at the two figures approaching, he worriedly thought, if that's true, they must be jinns from the Demon Face Guild. It looks like only two of them. Are they here to scout? All day long. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. Seeing that, Suho asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" He tensely said, "There are people over there." Hearing that, he surprisingly said, "What?" Hajin nervously thought. The Demon Face Lord is one of the strongest jinn organizations around here. All the alternate identities they use are at least intermediate rank heroes or higher. He clenched his fists, his mind growing chaotic. Taking them down now won't be easy. Even with Suho, what should I do? Suddenly their voices rang out, making Hajin startle. Wait. The bald guy pointed in another direction, coldly saying, let's return to the main formation first. It wouldn't be good if someone accused us of mixing something up. Hearing that, DM silently thought. A moment later, agreed and turned back. Alright, why return here? The two of them just walked back, returning to the starting point. Watching their backs getting further away, Kim Hajin thought with relief. They're gone. He dug into his arm, gathering all his mana. While they are leaving, I must destroy the boss. I will use the stigma's mana. He poured mana into his eyes, activating his ocular art to the max, entering long-range vision. Kim Hajin's vision was then magnified. Scanned the surroundings. The boss's location is. He weaved through the cave passages, heading towards the light at the end of the dungeon. At this moment, a strange message suddenly appeared. This and that are together. If you look with pure eyes, this and that exist almost simultaneously. Look far away and your eyes can discover it. So what is it? Kim Hajin suddenly mumbled something that surprised Suho. After going straight and turning right twice, we will see the room. He turned his face back, seriously saying, that's where the boss is. Hearing him urge, let's end this quickly, he immediately nodded. On the other hand, at the Suwon Devil's Nest, the Demon Face Guild was gathering here. Everyone was tired, lying on the floor. Only the guild leader was trying to contact the two people on the other side. James Johong, it's me. Ignoring the others, continually complaining. Oh God, my body hurts. So tired. He placed his hand on his earpiece, sternly asked, did you discover anything? This person is Kim Jinkyung, the guild leader of the Demon Face Lord Guild. The other end immediately replied, yes, we discovered a secret passage. I think it's a hidden path. Hearing this, the guild leader unconsciously smiled. Oh, is that so? The other end continued reporting. Alright, let's go in together. We are returning to the main squad now. He suddenly objected, his tone scheming. No, we will come to you. I want you to continue scouting. Saying that, he looked towards the other members, shouting loudly, alright, time to go, brothers. Kim Jinkyung excitedly said. The two new members who went out earlier discovered a hidden passage. Everyone, let's go. Kalen was leaning against the cliff wall. Tilting his head, he asked, what about the scout team? Hearing that, he immediately replied, we will go and join them. Suddenly he smirked. Watching them drag each other out. Kalen interestedly said, there are fewer than two people here, huh? Saying that, he slightly raised his hand to his ear. This scene was accidentally caught by the blonde boy. He wonderingly asked, hey Kalen, what are you loitering out here for? Realizing the magical current, the guild leader immediately turned around. Kalen then took out glasses. Behind was a spatial gate. Seeing that, Kim Jinkyung annoyedly asked, Kalen, what do you intend to do? No one told you to open an artificial gate. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be irritated, furrowing his brows looking at him. Kalen slowly put on the glasses, thinking in his heart, this isn't a teleportation gate. It's a phase-shifting passage connecting to a nearby space. Explaining is a bit troublesome. Seeing him not answer,
Kim Winakyung angrily shouted.
Kalen, did you not hear the order to close that gate? Not only did he not comply, Kalen indifferently took out his earpiece, completely ignoring his command. He was driven mad, veins popping on his face. Kim Jinkyung aggressively advanced towards Kalen, channeling internal energy into his hand and shouting, you bastard, what game are you playing? Kalen slowly raised a finger. Blood splashed onto the cliff wall. Kim Jinkyung suddenly stood frozen before the surprise of the other members. Spear unexpectedly shot out from the spatial gate, piercing straight into the guild leader's head. Not stopping there, following Kalen's hand movement, it pulled down, tearing his body in half right before their eyes. The whole cave fell silent watching Kim Jinkyung's body evaporate. Everyone was terrified by this move of Kalen. He fearfully screamed, what did you just do? What did you just do? Right then, a figure stepped out from the gate. Looking at her, they were even more terrified. They thought to themselves, that person is. Li Xiaofang stepped out with a majestic demeanor, looking at them emotionlessly. Black aura radiated thickly. She slightly closed her eyes. The other members hadn't even recovered from the shock. They inhaled the black aura, falling down in a coma, watching them one by one fall to the ground unconscious. Li Xiaofang walked on without any emotion. For the stock price, she turned her head back, coldly saying, perhaps let them live for now. Hearing that, Kalen agreed. You're right. He looked forward, interestedly asking, shall we go find the hidden stage? Hearing that, she immediately stopped him. Don't. I want you to wait in readiness. Kalen was a bit surprised. Lifting his glasses, he asked, "What do you mean?" He crossed his arms. Wonderingly said, "Did an unexpected variable appear?" She calmly explained, "There are 2 people already in the hidden stage." Clearly she was referring to Kim Suho and Kim Hajin. Furthermore, Li Xiaofeng continued, "They are the candidates." Kalen couldn't hide his excitement. Smiling, he said, "Oh, a test. Let's see if they are qualified to join the troop." Looked towards Li Xiaofeng. She then gradually transformed her body into liquid form. Just like that, she turned into a stream of purple water, winding through the cave walls. Now at the swamp area of the dungeon, the water surface evaporated, heat rising up. Staggering legs walked on the damp ground. Monsters started appearing. They were ghouls, rank 8, intermediate, zombie monsters. A bullet suddenly flew through the ghoul's eye, making it fall hard to the ground. Kim Hajin was behind the gun. He raised the muzzle and blew lightly, then aimed the barrel at them once again. Just like that, he aimed at the ghoul's weak points and finished them off. Seeing the one behind taken down by Hajin again, Suho turned around. He was sweating from exhaustion, silently exclaiming, "Because it's dark, I couldn't see anything." Looking at the ghouls lying scattered around, Suho thought to himself, but he could hit the ghoul's vital spots instantly. Thinking that, he turned and smiled at Hajin. "You're really good." Hearing Suho's praise, he shyly said, "Don't say things like that." Hajin spoke up, "Let's go. We don't have time." Hearing that, Suho agreed. "Okay." The ghouls appeared in greater numbers. They lurked behind the rock crevices. Roars echoed out. Kim Hajin continuously fired bullets at them. He constantly took point, using his gun to knock them down. The bullet pierced through a ghoul. Hajin once again finished off the monster. Collapsed right in front of him. Seeing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. Monsters are lurking in every corner, but they're just low-rank ones. We can pass through this cave easily. He thought tensely, "It's about to appear." Just then, Kim Suho called out loudly from behind, "Hajin." He spoke confusedly, "There's something written here." Hearing that, he wiped the sweat from his chin, secretly rejoicing. "Found it." Suho led him to a glowing rock and said, "Right here." He pointed at the rock with the strange message and said, "There are ancient characters carved on the wall. Says, 'Here and there go together.' To the naked eye, here and there appear at once. But when viewed from afar, the illusion vanishes." "What is here?" He stood there, pondered for a moment, then said, I wonder if the smartwatch can translate it." Hearing that, Hajin quickly opened his system window and said, "Try it." The system on his wrist beeped. Ready to scan. He held his hand out, waiting for the watch to scan the writing on the wall. Immediately, the translation began to appear. "Here and there always go together." He observed, "Here and there appear almost simultaneously. However, when viewed from afar, here is closer than there." "What is here?" Kim Suho rested his chin on his hand, looking at the screen and speculating. "It seems to be a riddle. I heard things like this often appear in dungeons." Looking at Suho, he remembered the original plot where he just stared helplessly at the screen. The watch translated it, but the Kim Suho in the novel couldn't solve this riddle. Seeing him thinking with his hand on his chin, Hajin thought, "However, he asked Yuna for help. Then Yuna asked the Intelligence Guild. Within 5 minutes, they found the answer and told him. But since we don't have time..." Suddenly, he spoke up, "The answer." He looked at the text and replied, "Is lightning." Immediately, the ancient characters began to glow. They turned into particles and floated up, thick enough to illuminate the entire cave. Witnessing this scene, Suho said confusedly, "The letters disappeared." Suddenly, the stone beneath their feet began to tremble. The entire dungeon shook violently. Contrary to Suho's astonished expression, Hajin secretly smiled. Right then, the stone part that held the characters earlier suddenly moved. It slowly opened up. Light from the inside shone out. Both silently watched as the stone slab gradually lowered. Just like that, the stone descended completely, revealing a secret chamber behind it. Dust blew into their faces. Suho coughed and sniffled. He leaned close to Hajin and asked, "Is the answer really lightning?" Hearing that, Hajin brushed off the dust and replied, "That's right." He remembered back when he was in the real world. "Actually, I was the one who made up this riddle after stumbling upon it somewhere." Back then, he typed while exclaiming, "Oh, this is good. Let's add it in." He turned to explain to Suho. In the question, "Here is lightning and there is thunder. Thunder and lightning always go together. However, because the sound of thunder is slower, It appears after the lightning depending on the observer's distance. Meaning, the thunder only appears after the lightning strikes. Kim Suho couldn't help but admire him after hearing that. How did you solve it so fast? You're a genius. How did you come up with that? Hajin avoided his gaze, smiling awkwardly and thinking, that's not it at all. He gripped his gun tightly. He spoke cautiously. I'll tell you another time. He looked forward with determination. Let's clear this dungeon first. Suho placed his hand on his sword hilt, agreeing. Sounds good. Let's go. The two proceeded into the dungeon, unaware of a stalker watching from above. Li Xiaofang stood on a rock ledge, thinking, Kim Hajin. He really is on a different level compared to ordinary cadets. Calling his decisive expression earlier, she exclaimed, good judgment, quick-witted and brave too. Plus, he has unique thinking. She continued, even though this is just a hidden background, he successfully passed it with his own ability in just 10 minutes. Thinking of this, Li Xiaofang couldn't help but smile. She crossed her arms, declaring confidently, that's good enough. I will recruit Kim Hajin into the Chameleon Troop. In Damp Rock Cave, a female voice echoed. I can recruit Kim Hajin into the Chameleon Troop. She pondered with concern. The only thing about Kim Hajin that makes me hesitate is whether he has the ability to kill without hesitation. Suddenly, an image of Kim Hajin appeared. His immature face and fear were what made her hesitate. Suddenly, another voice echoed in the cave, attracting Li Xiaofang's attention. Didn't we just come here? Another guy replied, ah, this must be a maze. They seem to have lost their way in the cave area and ended up here. He looked at them from above, judging silently. They must be jinns from the Devil's Flame. Kim Hajin probably doesn't know they are jinns yet. Besides, they haven't detected my presence yet. A heated argument broke out below. Why is this maze so annoying? Shut up. They went from arguing to preparing to fight right there. Li Xiaofang saw it all. She pondered, planning to get rid of them herself. A thought suddenly struck her. Her face twisted into a cunning, mischievous smile as she spoke teasingly. I'll test him using them. Scene shift to Hajin and Suho's location. In another corner of the cave, droplets of water fell onto long rotted skeletons, creating strange noises. Scattered around were the old bones of those who had passed through here, creating a gruesome scene. Footsteps slowly advanced. The figures of Hajin and Suho gradually emerged from the mist. In front of them, a figure sitting majestically on a throne emitted the aura of a king, making others tremble. Kim Hajin recognized him. He thought deeply, that monster is the boss of this dungeon, the destruction swordsman. The mist gradually cleared, revealing the figure of a king sleeping on the throne, waiting to be awakened. The sound of the two entering successfully caught his attention. His eyes opened slightly, displaying the terrifying pressure of a king preparing to rise. Suddenly, his attention shifted to Suho. Quick as a flash, he left his position. The entity immediately appeared in front of Suho, smiling savagely as if marking Suho as his prey. Interesting human. That speed was hard to catch with the naked eye. Even Hajin was surprised by that terrifying speed. His pupils contracted. I couldn't even see it move. I have to focus and counterattack immediately. Suho was about to draw his sword to fight back. A call from behind pulled him back to reality.
Kim Suho.
Focus. By the time he realized it, everything seemed to be just an illusion. That guy was still sitting still as a statue on the throne. He stared at him, beginning to observe carefully. But surely he was just in front of me. Did he use teleportation? No. This is. His grip on the sword seemed tighter. Anger was clearly visible. A thought popped into his head. Ah. The image of that monster appeared with a savage smile. The look of a strong being mocking those he despised. Suho began to fall into panic. He was trapped in his own thoughts. I can say for sure this is an elite monster. It really is a tough bug to deal with. Compared to the monsters I've fought, it's on a completely different level. His steps gradually halted. He began to show his fear outwardly. Suddenly, a great sword was stabbed straight into the ground, creating a massive tremor, accompanied by a voice full of provocation. Are you afraid? Hajin immediately recognized the direction of the sound. He smiled cunningly, continuing to provoke and strike at the fighting spirit of the two cadets. Don't worry, this will be over soon. However, it didn't seem very effective. The two still intently watched every move of the boss monster. Suho spoke up. That thing. Beside him, Hajin was no less competitive. He smiled confidently in the face of the threat. Inside, he was constantly rushing. Finally, it appeared. Suddenly, he noticed Suho beside him acting strangely, so he called out, Suho, that thing. As for Suho, he seemed very determined. So Hajin's words didn't reach his ears. Hajin saw his friend regaining his spirit and felt happy too. He secretly exclaimed. He regained his confidence as soon as he knew his opponent was a swordsman. Suho, your talent is almost at the level of a sword saint. The one who reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship is him. If your opponent is a swordsman, there's no reason for you to. The moment he drew his sword, his determined eyes, looking only at one goal, made him stronger than ever. Hajin called out loudly, Suho. Only then did he notice the person making the noise. Hajin continued, that swordsman monster, I think its true body is the sword itself. Suho asked back skeptically, itself is a sword? He explained seriously, the sound we hear comes from that sword. I think the body we see is just a husk. That giant figure appeared. Unlike before, the pressure this time actually emanated from the sword he had planted firmly in the ground. The entity smiled arrogantly and cunningly. Suho understood what Hajin was worried about. He replied, I understand. Beside him, Hajin felt somewhat relieved. He smiled secretly. He would have found out eventually after fighting that sword anyway, but I don't have time to wait for him to verify that information himself. Hajin got into position. He signaled Suho, no need to aim for the body. Aim for the sword immediately. I'll cover you. His eyes were overflowing with determination. Seeing Hajin like that, Suho trusted him with the task. Then he smiled brightly and said, all right, I'll trust you. Suddenly, the monster didn't let him finish speaking. Quick as a flash, it circled behind Suho. He was surprised and panicked. He rushed forward to help, shocked and unable to believe his eyes. A preemptive strike? No way. Then he called out loudly. Suho! A loud explosion rang out. Smoke flew everywhere, blinding everything around. Hajin stood in a corner, unable to rush in, witnessing the scene before his eyes, only able to curse helplessly. Damn it! Before him was a messy battlefield. He thought helplessly. The dust is blocking my vision. In the quiet space, the sound of two swords clashing suddenly rang out. Destruction swordsman looked arrogantly at Suho. He also resisted stubbornly. Neither side gave in. From that collision, a large explosion occurred, forcing both of them back. Suho and the monster were thrown a short distance away. Even so, the look in his eyes never ceased. He refused to give up. He continued to rush forward once more. The monster smiled smugly, looking at him with amusement, exclaiming, not bad. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, delivering a straight strike down on the aura user's head. That guy immediately reacted to the attack, responding with a similar strike. Thinking victory was firmly in his grasp, he laughed triumphantly. Suddenly, he realized something and looked around in shock. The spot where Suho should have been lying under his blade was now empty. He shouted in surprise, what? The aura monster looked around, demanding where the human was hiding. He didn't notice Suho landing right behind him. He immediately bounced back, advancing towards the boss monster once again. Ambushed suddenly, the monster was stunned and couldn't react in time. Quick as a flash, he closed in, thrusting his sword straight down. He stared intently at the sword the monster was holding, thinking, I must aim for that sword. The strike descended, stabbing straight into the target ahead. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing the scene before them, leaving both astonished. Suho's sword was embedded straight into the monster's arm, which was trembling because it couldn't withstand the terrible pressure occurring. Seeing this, the monster sneered, provoking his fighting spirit. Then he spoke slowly. You're strong. I will happily take that body of yours. The sword was stabbed straight into that guy's arm. Suho trembled, thinking, I can't pull the sword out. Suddenly, from afar, a bullet flew straight towards the two of them with terrifying power. He realized it with surprise and hurriedly dodged. A loud call rang out, Dodge it, Suho! The bullet immediately hit the sword the monster was holding, then ricocheted away. Immediately, the monster glanced over to where Hajin was standing. He was still standing frozen after that shot. Thanks to that, Suho successfully escaped death in the nick of time. He felt grateful to his teammate. Thanks, Hajin. Unlike his carefree state, Hajin seemed very wary of the boss in the distance, calling him hesitantly, Suho, that thing. He knew from the start that our target was his true body. That's why he intentionally tricked us. His eyes were full of worry. Helpless, he could only curse at the monster. Truly a dirty trickster. Seeing him like that, Suho standing next to him also became worried. He trusted this teammate of his very much. Even so, he had to be stronger to protect his teammate. No matter who the enemy was, Suho wouldn't hesitate to step up and fight. He pointed his sword forward, reassuring him. Then, We just have to fight more carefully against this bastard. The more he saw them resisting stubbornly, the more amused he became, laughing loudly. They both looked at him in confusion. He recalled the image from earlier. Suho attacked him with terrifying power. The monster thought, just thinking about it, if he can use such explosively unimaginable power, then thinking about that made him unable to stop smiling. The more he laughed, the more carried away he got. Laughter echoed throughout the cave. Suddenly, his hoarse voice rang out. It's been a long time since a body worthy for me to take over appeared. His body gradually transformed. His mind seemed on the verge of madness as he screamed. The arm that was cut earlier had now grown a new one, even sturdier than the original. Witnessing this scene, both gaped in astonishment. His hand regenerated. Hajin replied rationally. I told you his main body is the sword. Attacking his human body is useless. Suddenly, Suho interrupted him, adding, that also means he will die if we destroy the sword. If so, it's time for round 2. Saying that, he rushed straight forward without any hesitation. On that side, the aura monster was also ready to engage at any moment. Both rushed in, delivering the most fatal strikes. The sound of two metals colliding rang out crisply, creating a massive wave of power. Standing on the sidelines, Hajin could still clearly feel how terrifying their power was. He exclaimed in surprise, wow, the pressure is terrible. Both continuously rushed at each other, neither giving way. It seemed like an endless battle. Standing aside, Hajin was plotting to help Suho. He can surely manage on his own, but dragging this out won't benefit us. Can't use the shotgun because its scattershot might hit Suho too. Using a sniper rifle at this distance is completely useless. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. I guess a handgun is the most suitable. As for Suho, both were still fighting tirelessly. The strongest sword strikes were dealt, but contrary to the monster's expectations, it seemed the advantage was gradually tilting towards Suho, to the point that the monster's greatsword was crumbling over time, unable to withstand the pressure. Unable to accept such a reality, he was shocked.
Impossible.
How am I being pushed back? Such a mediocre sword should have shattered by now, but it doesn't even have a scratch. Unlike the greatsword that was gradually withering, Suho's sword remained sturdy, standing tall against everything. His eyes remained as determined as ever. They sparkled and held so much faith in victory. Looking deep into that face, the monster gradually became hesitant and fearful. Is it because of this radiating golden aura? The suppressed anger gradually boiled over, but he still gritted his teeth to endure. He shouted straight into Suho's face. Don't get cocky. Suho, being closed in on unexpectedly, reflexively jumped back. He immediately landed a short distance away. The arm holding the sword to confront the monster was now trembling continuously. Even so, Suho absolutely refused to submit. Even if the opponent was incredibly powerful, he secretly showed his determination. The more I fight him, the more certain I am. I will win this battle. Ultimately, both fiercely rushed into a life-or-death clash one last time. The two swords greeted each other once again. In that moment, he thought, I have a trustworthy teammate, don't I? Suddenly, from somewhere, a bullet flew in at exactly the crucial moment to take down the boss monster. From afar, Hajin aimed and fired accurately at the most critical time. His eyes also shone with determination, believing he wouldn't miss. Just as the monster was distracted, Suho seized the opportunity to aim right at the sword he was holding. Hajin recalled every word Suho had said to him. Keeping him still for just a split second is more than enough time. He had completed his mission, and now was the time for Suho to shine. He thought to himself, although that swordsman is stronger than in the original novel, but Suho has the upper hand. The sword flew out of his hand. Battle seemed to have been decided. The sword flew into the air and then crumbled. Then it broke apart into pieces, followed by the disintegration of the boss monster. He roared in hopeless defiance. No!
Impossible.
He truly vanished, leaving only remnants of ashes and regret. The battle was over. Standing aside, Hajin rejoiced at their victory. He did it. We just need to take the reward of this maze now. As for Suho, he was gradually stabilizing after winning the battle of the century. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon an object that made him astounded. Seeing him like that, Hajin quickly ran over to ask, Suho, what's wrong? Looking in the direction he was staring, a dry tree branch appeared. He exclaimed in shock, what? This is it. Hearing his call, Suho also couldn't believe his eyes. He said, impossible. Looking back and forth, he continued, no way. Even so, They had to accept the reality that it was just a dry tree branch. Looking at the object before him, Suho teared up, remembering all his effort. He complained, "Don't tell me the reward for completing this maze is just a stick of firewood." Hajin stood aside, unable to resist teasing. "Is that why you're sad? Don't worry. That branch." He was speaking when suddenly someone else interrupted. "Who's there?" Two thugs walked into the cave where they were standing. Hajin recognized them and looked back. He thought, "That voice, is it those djinns from earlier?" Hajin was surprised and thought, "Didn't they return to the main team? Why are they back already?" They were lost in thought. A voice suddenly pulled them back. "Hey, I just asked you guys." The bald guy next to him chimed in, shouting loudly, "How the hell did you guys get in here?" Beside him, the white-haired guy still acted cool and questioned them. "Our guild, the Devil's Flame, issued a request to clear this dungeon." "Who are you?" Hajin stepped up to answer. He pretended to be innocent. "Oh really? We didn't know. We are cube cadets. We saw a path leading here, so we came in." The blonde guy asked, "What are you doing in here?" "Even so," he replied smartly, "there was a monster here, so we killed it." The two stepped forward, leaving the dry stick obtained after destroying the boss monster lying not far away. Hearing their answer, that guy turned serious and got straight to the point. "What is the reward?" So seemed a bit guilty, but Hajin came up with a clever retort. "As you can see, we didn't get any reward." "Boss." The blonde guy was half doubting. He took a phone from his pocket and called someone. "Boss, it's James. There's a problem here. We found 2 cube cadets." A cold voice rang out from the phone. "Kill them." Hearing that, both froze on the spot. After speaking, the call ended immediately. The blonde guy calmly said to them, "You heard that. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too curious." Saying that, he began to activate his power. Murderous intent radiated around him. The attack hit Suho. Hajin saw that and shouted worriedly, "Suho!" He mustered all his strength to reply, "What's wrong, Hajin?" The voice faded and disappeared. Both were separated by that attack. Hajin looked at everything around him strangely. He made a judgment. "This is a barrier to separate us. I have no way of knowing what's happening outside the barrier. Is Suho okay on his own?" From the darkness, a figure quietly stepped out to block his way. He smiled faintly. My, that guy always leaves me the weaklings." He dropped the sentence in a bored manner, not wanting to waste effort fighting him. Hajin assessed him from top to bottom. He thought, 2 golden axes on his coat. That means he is a hero. He stared in confusion and asked, "An intermediate rank hero? Why do you guys have to go this far just to deal with cadets like us?" His eyes showed hesitation accompanied by fear of facing him alone. He only saw the man suddenly grip the axe in his hand tightly, answering him word by word. "Do I necessarily have to answer you, brat? Since you're going to die here anyway." Finishing the sentence, he swung the axe down powerfully. Standing aside witnessing his formidable power, his fear rose even higher.
Impressive mana.
That gap between me and him is too big. If he wants to take my head, it would be as easy as eating pie. But even so, this situation isn't entirely hopeless. Suddenly, he became gloomily mysterious. The man also looked at him probingly. Hajin rummaged for something in his pocket. It seemed like something very formidable was about to be pulled out. Seeing that, the man also took a defensive stance, ready to engage at any moment. His eyes intently watched every move Hajin made. He took out a shiny stone and held it up in front of his face. The bald guy immediately looked at Hajin in confusion. He laughed out loud, mocking him. "Could it be you can't think of any other way to solve the situation except for that stone?" Even so, he still replied gallantly, "That's right, but this is more than enough to deal with the likes of you." He looked down upon by a snot-nosed brat. He shouted angrily, "You stinking brat! What did you just say?" Although Hajin was also worried because it was his first time facing an enemy alone, he dared not show it. The man examined him from head to toe, looking for the motive behind such arrogance. But the result surprised him even more. This kid's mana is no different from trash. How can he be so confident? He laughed it off, mocking him back. "Seems like you were scared dizzy, huh?" Just as he finished his sentence, the stone flew past his face. From the flight path, a golden thread carrying mana was created, making him look back. The guy exclaimed in surprise, "A thread!" Hajin's hand gripped the thread tightly and yanked it towards himself. Man also reflexively turned around in panic. He only saw Hajin using all his might to pull the thread back. The stone that flew past earlier returned and smashed straight into his head with a numbing blow. After that impact, he seemed to gradually lose all consciousness. Hajin's face also became serious, staring at the bald guy. His body lost gravity, and he tumbled to the ground. His head hit hard, creating a large dent in the ground. Battle had ended, and victory belonged to Hajin. He sighed in relief after winning. Phew! Oh my god! Because he let his guard down, this move succeeded. Turns out I can use ether like this too. Not stopping there, he approached the cold body lying motionless on the floor. Raised his gun, aiming straight at his head, ready to pull the trigger. For a moment he thought, I have to be quick because Jins regenerate very fast. Using the shotgun is best, but I don't have much mana left. Without another word, he pulled the trigger. The shot was aimed straight at the bald guy's head. Suddenly, he was surprised. His pupils contracted, and his face showed fear. The bullet was embedded straight into the bald guy's head, creating a hole. He wasn't dead yet, especially after that shot. His eyes rolled up to look back, making Hajin shudder. Every movement of Hajin became more panicked. He fired wildly at him, thinking, looks like I have to use the shotgun after all. Suddenly, the man screamed, echoing throughout the cave. Hajin also had to stop his action because of that terrifying scream. He couldn't withstand it anymore and was thrown far away, slamming hard into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood after that impact. It seemed his internal organs were significantly damaged. Even so, he still didn't give up, struggling to stand up while cursing a few times. Damn it, it hurts to death, but luckily I can use ether to protect myself. Who would have thought that just his voice alone would be that powerful? He also persistently refused to admit defeat, standing up after taking a bullet to the head, struggling to speak. You damn little brat. Your guts are truly big as the sky. Suddenly his body began to change. Seeing his hands and then his face all gradually turning pitch black, his mind was also becoming unstable. He growled each word, I didn't intend to use this. To deal with a kid like you, it seems you have been driven to a dead end. Facing Hajin now is death. He looked up at him, trying to find a countermeasure. Things have come to this, I should have finished it sooner. The special skill of a Jin. Devil transformation, he completely transformed into the hideous form of a devil radiating terrifying power. In the tense moment, a cold voice rang out, that curiosity will get you killed. The Jin immediately transformed his body into powerful waves charging towards the opposite side. But the attack didn't aim at Kim Suho but slipped past him heading behind. Suho dazedly dodged to the side, crying out in confusion. Before his eyes was dark power surrounding his friend. What does this mean?
Hajin? Kim Hajin?
Words hadn't even finished leaving his mouth when he stood frozen on the spot. Turning his head back, Kim Hajin was no longer standing there. A guy named James had ruthlessly pushed him down the abyss without hesitation. Suho was agitated as if he couldn't believe what was happening, stubbornly calling out loud, Hey Hajin, Kim Hajin. Answering him was a terrifying silence. Kim Suho only now shockingly realized the situation. Thinking in a daze, I can't hear anything, I'm all alone. He looked over at James, who was now alone, slowly walking over. His face cold as he decisively drew his sword. There is no escape, and the enemy is slowly approaching with killing intent. I have no other choice but to fight. Thinking that, Suho also quickly raised his sword in front of his face, asking in confusion, Why are you doing this? Looked at him with an emotionless face, calmly replying, Just consider it you being unlucky. James furrowed his brows, his gaze becoming sharp, quietly observing the front. Looked Kim Suho over once, involuntarily thinking, that face, it looked so familiar. Memories resurfaced in his mind, the image of the boy appearing on the large screen at the arena. James immediately remembered, Kim Suho, the top cadet of Cube. He stared at the opponent with a cold look, exclaiming with a bit of disappointment. Him, if we had recruited him before then perhaps he would be on our side now. Suho on the opposite side was also extremely vigilant, watching every move of the enemy, tense enough to sweat buckets. What a pity. As soon as the words ended, James appeared right in front of Suho, holding the blade close to his neck before he could even blink or react. He showed no mercy, striking ruthlessly, slashing a decisive line towards the opponent. Kim Suho quickly reflexed, leaning back to dodge the sharp sword path, but still got cut on one side of his face, blood immediately splashing out. Following that, he used his hand to slap the ground to gain momentum. The very next second, he spun around, raising his long legs high, aiming straight at the assassin's head to deliver a kick. But at the decisive moment, he used teleportation magic, disappearing right before Kim Suho could kick him. He looked in astonishment at the figure fading before his eyes, thinking in confusion, he disappeared? Thinking that, Suho turned back to a defensive stance, one hand on the ground and one hand firmly holding the sword. Just as he stabilized, James appeared. He gently placed his feet on the ground, intentionally making a noise for the opponent to detect. Suho retreated slightly backwards, staring at him, asking himself in suspicion, when did he get there? Suddenly Kim Suho startled again, his face grimacing in discomfort. Only now did he notice the bleeding wound on his calf, shockingly realizing, I've been hit. Remembering back then, when he raised his leg to kick James, he had taken the opportunity to kick hard into his leg before disappearing. He thought in confusion in that split second, just after one exchange, Kim Suho decisively concluded, he is too strong. His eyes wavered slightly, with a bit of worry and tension, guiltily asking himself, can I keep up with his speed? He stared at the opponent not far away, trying to reassure himself, let's just try, I need to focus, and keep up with his movements. He was still busy thinking. James had already taken a step ahead. He suddenly rushed in a flash with the sharp sword in hand, his face menacing with hostility as if wanting to take a life. The mana-coated sword slashed a decisive line towards the opponent. Luckily Suho reacted in time, raising his sword to block the fatal attack, sparks flying out accordingly. He lost balance and leaned back, feeling a bit rejoiced in his heart. Blocked that attack. However, right after that, James consecutively unleashed a series of powerful attacks straight at him, leaving Suho no time to react. He could only block while retreating, a thought popping up in his head, but I can't counterattack in time if I can lure him closer. Just then, the blade of the enemy's sharp sword suddenly grazed his cheek, fresh blood splashing out. Although Suho was injured, James was not happy. He frowned grumpily, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Suddenly his gaze shifted to the side, clearly showing astonishment. His eyes flashed with killing intent, whipping around to look, an expression of disbelief watching the blade flying fast towards his neck. The decisive moment, just a bit more for Kim Suho to succeed, James quickly used teleportation magic. Leaving in the blink of an eye, he hurriedly landed with a long slide, trying to use his hand to steady himself, but when he looked back he was startled in horror. One thigh had been cut more than halfway through, a long bloodstain spreading and gushing out endlessly. Suho also stood up after the close-up attack of the enemy. Both silently observed each other, temporarily making no moves. He was somewhat surprised by the enemy's action, thinking suspiciously, he's not coming closer? Suho continued to heighten his vigilance, carefully assessing the opponent. He has gotten weaker and seems to have lost focus, but I can't find an opportunity to attack. He unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, asking himself, what would Hajin do in this situation? But now Kim Suho is all alone, fighting alone without Kim Hajin by his side. Immediately correcting his thoughts, no, now is not the time to think about that because this is my battle. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed, how dare I say I can fight him alone when I have this useless skill? So regretful. His hand shifted slightly to the hilt. My talent is swinging the sword to protect the world. As long as the opponent is a swordsman, I always have a way to win. James on the opposite side also detected his action. My only choice is to try my best, to defeat the opponent right in front of me. Kim Suho stood proudly, both hands tightly gripping the hilt, releasing a powerful source of magic power, his bright eyes clearly showing resilience and determination. His mana immediately exploded, quickly spreading through the air, glowing brilliantly, causing the enemy to be stunned as well. James looked at him dazedly, unable to hide the surprise on his face, silently exclaiming, he has such a large amount of magic power. The range of the magic power's influence reached James's feet, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. I thought that even if he's the top of cube he's still just a kid, but it seems I shouldn't drag this fight out any longer. He raised his weapon high, glaring at the prey, decisively thinking I will end this battle in this next move. Kim Suho on the opposite side was also in a ready stance to engage, his face calm, grasping the magic sword firmly in his hand. Suddenly a shuddering sensation rose up, causing him to be startled. Something is attracting, the heartbeat getting stronger and stronger. Suho asked himself, what is this feeling? The vision before his eyes became blurry, not from him. Suddenly he remembered, this is the feeling when I first encountered a dungeon. It's calling me, indeed, just as he guessed. Not far away, a tree branch was emitting a sparkling light, absorbing Suho's magic power. Unexpectedly underwent a powerful transformation, its whole body wrapped in a layer of illusion, ancient characters appearing on the lower part. On this side, Kim Hajin was struggling immensely, bloodstains spreading at the corner of his mouth, his shocked eyes looking upwards. He clutched his stomach in pain, slumping against a rock, helplessly watching the large figure approaching. A cold voice ringing out, you damn bastard. The Jin had completely transformed. He glared at him with strong killing intent, growling, you won't be able to see the sunlight ever again. Hajin looked at him in horror, his face unable to hide the panic, bitterly cursing inwardly, damn. It's over, I can't defeat him. He gritted his teeth in anger, not accepting his miserable situation. Very next second, the Jin raised his sharp claws high, aggressively rushing towards the weak prey, shouting loudly, "Die." Kim Hajin squeezed his eyes shut in fear, not daring to face the moment of life and death, desperately thinking, "It seems this is my end." A loud explosion rang out. Fresh blood started to gush out violently. Surprisingly, Kim Hajin was still alive. He confusedly opened his eyes with a puzzled look, but then again froze speechless when right in front of his face was a sharp dagger dripping blood. Only now did he clearly see the current situation. The Jin at the critical moment had been pierced through the body by a long dagger, dying standing on the spot. The dagger was quickly retracted, pulled out of the devil's body, blood spraying out accordingly, his body immediately collapsing. Hajin bewilderedly watched the figure of that person getting closer and closer to him. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but be astonished. "It's Li Xiaofeng." She walked out from the evil aura. Looking coldly at him, Hajin couldn't help but feel confused inside. "Huh? Why are you here, boss?" Kim Hajin's gaze became blurry, wondering in his head, "Why? Why is boss here?" On the opposite side, Li Xiaofeng was calmly walking over with a composed look. He intended to stand up but collapsed due to the wound on his stomach. The pain transmitted caused Hajin to involuntarily cry out. He held the wound to soothe it. Deep down he was extremely panicked. Not this time. If they attack right now, I'm not sure if I can hold out." The sound of high heels rang out continuously. Every step of hers carried an evil aura. Kim Hajin only now remembered. In the novel there is a scene mentioning that the Chameleon Troop colluded with the Jins. He looked up at the opponent, his expression somewhat worried, suspiciously asking himself, "But why do they keep appearing in front of me?" In the quiet cave, both of their eyes met, attentively observing the other. Suddenly, a hand was indifferently extended. Kim Hajin frowned in thought, a confused look not knowing what the other person intended to do. Li Xiaofeng hesitated for a long, while then used an emotionless face to speak softly. "Nice to meet you." Hajin was stunned on the spot. His eyes widened staring at her in surprise. For a moment he couldn't speak. Only a long while later did he exclaim in shock. "Ah!" He forced a stiff smile, politely responding with apprehension. "Haha, seems we meet quite often, right?" She actively stepped forward again, her fluffy purple hair swaying in the wind, calmly replying, "Of course." Li Xiaofeng stood towering in front of him, arrogantly saying, "Because I am always watching you." Hajin was taken aback by these words, dazedly exclaiming in disbelief. "Me?" questioned her. "What do you mean?" The two of them didn't notice that from behind. There was a large foot slowly approaching. The very next second, the devil suddenly rushed forward, leaping into the air and swinging his sharp claws aiming straight at Li Xiaofeng's neck.
En signe danger.
A shocked look on his face, he hurriedly shouted, "Hey,
Dan.
Jairus." But before he could finish his sentence, the large devil was directly torn into many pieces with just one strike from Li Xiaofeng. She still stood there looking at him, her face calm as if nothing had happened. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Hajin was momentarily dazed. Before his eyes, pieces of the torn body were slowly fading away. Suddenly she spoke up again. "I have something I want to tell you." He stared wide-eyed at the opponent, silently exclaiming, "So strong," confusedly replying, "You have something to say?"
Li Xiaofeng blunli ansuarat.
"Correct."
Kim Hajin.
Then she moved close to his face. With a serious face, she softly whispered something that seemed secret for a long while. Hajin froze after hearing it, frowning in suspicion, bewilderedly murmuring, "That thing." Now he shockingly realized, right, is this part. It also appeared in the novel. The important plotline of the scene in HACA. Did it change because of my actions? If so then, what will happen to the original plotline? Just as he confusedly voiced a reply, "Sorry," Li Xiaofeng immediately turned her face to look the other way, as if she detected something. Indeed, the barrier created by her had begun to lose effect. Numerous holes big and small appeared. Li Xiaofeng said wearily, "Time's up." Her body began to transform into water. Evil aura also spread out accordingly. Before leaving, she didn't forget to smile at Kim Hajin, happily saying, "Then, I hope you think carefully about that matter." Soon as the words ended, her body immediately turned into a pile of water, collapsing onto the ground. To the confusion of Kim Hajin, Li Xiaofeng transformed, slipping through the lava rocks, nimbly moving on the ground. Only now did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief. But the tension hadn't gone away after everything that just happened. Suddenly from behind the rock a call rang out. "Hajin." He suddenly woke up and cried out, "Ah!"
Kim Suho.
Suho hurriedly ran over.
Worriedly asking Han Hajin.
Are you okay? Are you badly hurt? Calmly replied. Nothing much. Did you defeat him? Suho approached him, reaching out a hand to support him, calmly saying, Yeah. Can you stand up? Hajin decisively grasped Suho's hand tightly, struggling a bit. Barely. He was helped up by him, but after walking just one step he cried out in pain. Suho asked in confusion, Are you okay? Hajin hurriedly reassured. Resting a few days will make it better. He looked towards the back, probing Hajin's opinion. What about that person? He also reflexively turned his head back to look. It's the assassin James. He is lying motionless on the ground. Hajin thought to himself, Is that the Jin that Kim Suho fought? Since the body is still here, it seems he was defeated recently. Suddenly Kim Suho made a suggestion. We have to report this to the association, right? Making him completely stunned, looking over with a bewildered face, screaming in his heart. Huh? Hajin awkwardly explained to him. Wait, there is no evidence. Plus we also entered the dungeon without permission, so we will also be punished. Kim Suho nodded after hearing that. I understand. He felt guilty thinking to himself. I poured all my savings into the stocks of the Jin Lord. If they are exposed as Jins, it will be very troublesome. I also didn't think that he wouldn't think of it. Kim Suho was quickly persuaded by his words. Alright, that sounds reasonable too. Then what about the person we fought earlier? Hearing this, he suddenly woke up, the expression on his face turning tense. Hajin wearily rolled his eyes looking elsewhere, a bit speechless, remembering what Li Xiaofeng had done. Only after a while did he hesitantly reply. She ran away. The scene shifted to the outside. Amidst a desolate forest covered in a thin layer of mist, the mysterious night sky dotted with starlight, mist weaving through each branch, the quiet space echoing the sound of wind. Kim Hajin was exhausted by now, slumping against a large tree trunk, sighing tiredly. Kim Suho stood beside, constantly observing the surroundings, guarding against enemies. Hajin silently exclaimed, Using the magic power of the stigma just once caused such great side effects. Just then, Suho crouched down, his hand fumbling for something in his pocket, calling out, Hajin. He took out a small straight tree branch, glowing shimmering, suspiciously saying, I think this is not a normal wooden stick. Hajin looked in admiration at the object in Suho's hand, silently admiring. He didn't forget and brought it along. Suho contemplated. How should I say this? During the fight, I felt like it was calling me, saying that he suddenly forced a smile, shyly asking, Sorry. You probably don't understand what I'm saying, right? Contrary to what he thought, Hajin bluntly replied, No, I understand. Kim Hajin quietly looked at him, a face full of trust, smiling warmly, causing Suho to be surprised. He gave a thumbs up, agreeing with his friend. Just looking at it gave me a hunch that this thing will be a very good item. Suho joyfully cheered. Really? A treasure? Kim Hajin began to analyze for him. If this was a normal item, then it's hard to consider it a reward for a dungeon of such difficulty. This is the most special wooden stick that you can only recognize if you know a lot about lore and stories about it. Hajin excitedly asked Suho, Have you ever heard of the mistletoe? Mistletoe. Thanks for watching the video. In Norse mythology, it is known as a legendary weapon related to the murder of Baldur, the god of light. And it is called the god-slaying branch. Suho's glittering eyes stared intently at the glowing branch in his hand, exclaiming in astonishment, A stick. Then could it be that? Hajin nodded, signaling silent agreement with him, at the same time reminding his friend. But you know, a divine weapon needs to be awakened to transform into its true form. Suho only now dazedly realized, exclaiming in wonder, Awaken. So this is not its complete form. Hajin confirmed. Correct. I knew it. It looks too shabby to be a dungeon reward. You were actually very disappointed, right? But Kim Suho, someone who hasn't even awakened the mistletoe yet, could single-handedly defeat a Jin, because this mistletoe stick is a very strong weapon. While he was lost in thought, Kim Suho was busy exploring the new item. Then I should find a way to awaken it. About that, then, Hajin guided him. Can you place that stick here? Suho also quickly followed. Like this? Then, under his curiosity, Hajin began rummaging through his bag. Sparkling light emitted, causing Kim Suho to also exclaim in admiration. Ah! Looking at the bag of powder emitting mysterious light in Hajin's hand, he eagerly asked, What is that? Hajin then explained. It's an artifact. I think it will help in awakening the mistletoe. Suho asked back in confusion. Artifact? Where did you get that? Just looking at it shows it's very precious. Seeing the expectant expression with glittering eyes of Kim Suho, Hajin thought amusingly. According to the original plotline, the sapling powder belongs to Kim Suho, But I worked very hard to get it. So I should also show it off a bit, right? He rested his chin in thought, hesitating. What should I say to make him a bit more grateful? This thing. A crazy idea flashed in Kim Hajin's head. He bluntly said, "It's my parents' achievement." This sentence of his directly scared Kim Suho pale. An expression of extreme shock. Mouth gaping open, unable to speak. The atmosphere seemed completely frozen. Silent to a terrifying degree. Hajin sighed wearily, helplessly exclaiming, "Can't even make a joke. Achievement of my father and mother." Kim Suho hearing this turned pale, eyes wide open in panic. Shocked to the point of speechlessness. Sweat pouring out profusely. Looking at his tearful appearance about to cry. Kim Hajin hurriedly did damage control, awkwardly saying, "I'm just kidding. I mean, it's very important to me." Deep down he felt a bit guilty. Seemed calling it a holy object was a bit too much. This powder helps your potential reach its peak faster. It applies to both people and objects. Basically, if you sprinkle the powder on the mistletoe, then it will transform. Hajin lowered his hand near the branch.
Probing suos intention.
So now I'll sprinkle a bit, okay? Hearing that he was startled in panic. As soon as Hajin's hand lowered, it was stopped by another hand. Suho hurriedly shouted, "Wait a moment." He looked at his friend worriedly, hesitantly asking, "Is this, okay? This powder is important to you, right?" Hajin hearing this could only sigh helplessly, calmly explaining to Suho, "Because it's important, I have to use it in times like this. Until when will we find a mythical item like this?" However, Kim Suho still couldn't rest assured, hesitantly intending to object. But Kim Hajin immediately corrected him, sternly threatening him, "Quiet. While I'm still willing to give, just take it." Suho was moved to tears, chokingly replying, "Thank you." Afterwards, the divine powder was quickly sprinkled onto the branch. Each grain of sand pouring out shone brilliantly. Indeed, it was effective. The body of the branch began to emit powerful beams of light. Jean was also amazed by this scene, watching intently without taking his eyes off. The mana flow spread from the trunk to the tip of the branch. The size also increased accordingly. The color also changed. Even Kim Suho had to be stunned by this scene, his eyes glued to the mystical light below. The transformation process ended. The skinny, withered branch from earlier had now become lush. The tip of the tree sprouted buds. Two sides grew a few small cute branches and leaves looking extremely attractive. Hajin proudly showed off to his friend. "See? I said it was right, didn't I?" Suho cherished the treasure in his hands. His face still hadn't recovered from the shock. Involuntarily muttering, "You were really right." When he touched it, a leaf gently fell from the tree trunk, swaying in the wind and drifting down. Very good. The first awakening of the mistletoe is successful. Now then, for Kim Suho to be able to develop and defeat our enemies. Of course it will transform into the shape of a sword. Thinking that, Hajin slowly stood up again, at the same time speaking up. "All right, now then." He gently picked up the fallen leaf. "We made a promise to each other, right?" Hajin raised the glowing product in his hand high, looking affectionately at his friend saying, "If you take the stick, then I will take the leaf." A long while later, both of them continued on their way through the forest. Kim Suho went ahead leading the way. Kim Hajin trudged along behind. Suddenly Suho turned back, his face restless and worried, apologetically suggesting to Hajin, "But Hajin, is it okay for you to just take the leaf? It's better if we share this thing." Hajin just calmly reassured him. "I told you so many times already. It's fine." Suho stubbornly refused to accept. But Hajin sighed wearily, indifferently replying, "Hey, it's nothing. I don't want to use that stick and then die during the fight." As he spoke, he tapped lightly on the watch on his hand, telling himself, "For now this is enough for me." Suho could only cry helplessly. But the system displayed information. Leaf of the mistletoe. The leaf fell down after the legendary staff awakened. If you boil and drink it, your body will become stronger. And if you grind it and turn it into a weapon, you will make an extraordinary weapon. Looking at the screen, thinking excitedly, no wonder it is a byproduct of a legendary weapon. This makes me quite happy. I should think about how to use it. That moment of hesitation, Kim Hajin unexpectedly tripped over a tree branch on the ground. The sound of falling rang out extremely loud, scaring even the few crows nearby to fly away out of sight. Hajin knelt on the ground, his mind dazed, bewilderedly murmuring, "So painful. Wait, why is there a tree root here?" Just as he finished speaking, he seemed to wake up, his mind completely clear, immediately realizing the abnormality. Wait, familiar memories resurfaced in his mind. Hasn't something like this happened to me before? Just then, Kim Suho also appeared, hurriedly running over to ask, Hajin, what are you doing? Did something happen? I think I heard a very loud noise. He quickly denied it flatly. Nothing. I'm coming. The whole rest of the way, Kim Hajin skipped while walking, happily humming a few cheerful tunes because the ginseng root earlier had been carefully wrapped and stored in his bag, making him feel joyful inside for having found a treasure. On another side, inside the desolate cold rock cave, there were two figures meeting together under a large rock. Jane sat dangling on a chair, intently watching the battle video, excitedly exclaiming, "Oh, that's good." Even if pouring all magic power in to create such force with a whip is not an easy feat. Watching up to here, her face gradually became serious, silently evaluating. More importantly, what I like is the way he made that cold-blooded decision. On the screen was the scene of Kim Hajin ruthlessly shooting down the Jin. This made Jane become excited. The current Kim Hajin doesn't know that his opponent is a Jin, but didn't hesitate to kill them. She paused the video, happily speaking. This time the boss was right. Jane turned approvingly to look at Li Xiaofeng standing silently behind, in a low voice exclaiming, "This kid has potential." Xiaofeng bluntly left, grumpily saying, "This is enough." "Jane?" she asked the boss back in confusion. "Yeah, you're leaving already? Don't want to watch until the end? I also want to see the devil transformation." Contrary to Jane's eagerness, she coldly said, "I don't want to see that." Jane looked at her suspiciously, curiously asking, "Why?" Li Xiaofeng fell silent for a long while, her face pensive, thinking about something. Only a long while later did she use a disgusted tone to say, "Because it's gross." Scene shifted again to the human city. At the familiar small apartment still lit up even though it was late at night. Kim Hajin was like a walking dry corpse. His whole body weary, entering the house with a soulless appearance. His mind spinning, only knowing to exclaim, "I am so tired." He struggled to walk on his weak legs that were trembling ceaselessly. In pain, he thought every part of his body hurt. He must be dying. Suddenly, Evandel appeared from somewhere looking sleepy, tiredly rubbing her eyes, dreamily calling his name. "Hajin," making him startle, softly crying out, "Oh, you're awake?" Hajin hurriedly walked over to hold the little girl in his arms, gently whispering. He also quickly sank back into sleep within that affectionate embrace. He slowly carried the little girl to the window. Light from outside shone in, making him unconsciously look up. Before his eyes was a beautiful night sky with a round full moon. The stars were twinkling in the deep sky. Hajin suddenly remembered a few minutes ago. At the subway station, a low voice rang out. "You go back to Cube first." Hajin looked at Suho in surprise. "What about you?" He waved his hand to signal. Happily replied, "Since I'm here, I'll visit my family." As he was about to leave, that voice rang out again, making him stop. Hajin, under mysterious moonlight. Kim Suho's eyes were glittering as if glowing, filled with deep affection. Hesitantly spoke. "Today, thank you so much," Kim Suho said while smiling radiantly, shining like summer sunlight. This attractive appearance of his was captured entirely in Hajin's sight. In a moment he suddenly zoned out, not knowing how to react. Finally, Kim Hajin was moved by Suho's sincerity, looking at the other person with a surprised and touched expression. Deep inside he also felt extremely warm. Kim Suho is the protagonist of this world. He does not compromise with anything, and always stands firm. He is simply a hero of justice and steadfastly walks on the righteous path. In the real world, you wouldn't find anyone like him. But I wrote him with the wish that someone like that would exist somewhere. So, means protection. Hajin hugged Evandel tightly in his arms, involuntarily smiled looking outside. The true savior who will protect this world. At that time, he had been silent for a long time, making Suho surprised. Worriedly asked Hajin, "What's wrong?" Hajin smiled slightly, replied in a fond tone, "Nothing, and take care." Watching Kim Suho happily wave and leave, he told himself, "In this world, you are the person I can trust more than anyone." According to information from the original plot, the Hero Association calls the type of Jin leading the Jin world the Devil type. That nickname means the very origin of demons. But the Devil types consider that nickname a compliment and accept it. The Devil Defiance created a top-secret sanctuary by modifying a cave deep in the mountains south of Hamjiang. At Defiance's sanctuary, a male Jin saw Tomer arriving at the office and asked in surprise, "What's wrong with her? Why appear at the office all of a sudden?" The female colleague also felt confused. Yeah, she doesn't have much interest in missions. But Tomer didn't care a bit about their gossip. Seeing her indifferent attitude, the female colleague exclaimed in disbelief, "Truly strange. Is she really a Jin?" Just at this moment, a man walked in. Both people immediately shut their mouths, turned around pretending to be very focused on work. Tomer over there was also typing something on the computer. She seemed dissatisfied, complaining in her tone. Seriously? Then suddenly stood up and shouted. Seriously? Without knowing the man was standing behind. Just as Tomer turned around, she could see a file folder being handed towards her. After a few seconds, the man slowly spoke. I know your skills are outstanding, but you can't complain just because the mission is too small. Tomer reached out to take the document while replying. I know. Her facial muscles were still very grumpy as she asked. So what is the mission this time? The man coldly said. See for yourself. Tomer flipped the first page of the document to look. Mouth said. If you told me the details, it would be much better. After reading the content roughly, she raised her eyes to look at the man as if wanting confirmation. This is. He firmly replied. Correct. He looked straight at Tomer's slightly surprised face and said clearly.
À surveillance mission.
Next, only the back of a girl with light blonde hair appeared. Scene shift to a towering building. Inside the lobby on a high floor, many people were waiting and discussing business. Among them was Hajin. Just a moment later, a voice rang out calling. Mr. Kim Hajin. He turned around and saw Jean asking very politely. You booked an appointment for magic engraving, right? Hajin also politely confirmed. Yes. Hearing the answer, Jean smiled gently, creating a feeling of closeness. He bowed to introduce himself. Nice to meet you. I am a 4-star magician. My name is Jean. Hajin, who was sitting with crossed legs, also smiled brightly and friendly in response. Ah, are you the person in charge of engraving today? Please take care of me. Both people just looked at each other and smiled like that. Looking at the magician in front, Hajin thought with great satisfaction. A 4-star magician specializing in artifacts? That is the highest level a human can reach. I got lucky. But a moment later, he suddenly realized this magician was observing his whole body. Seconds later, Jin's expression suddenly changed 360 degrees. He pointed in the direction with an indifferent face saying, This way. Hajin was a bit confused, wondering inside. Did he just look me up and down to see what I'm wearing today? Put one hand in his pocket. Mouth still kept the smile which had become a bit forced, thinking to himself. Magicians are so pragmatic. Actually, I also dressed up a bit today because I knew they would be like this. Maybe I should have dressed up even more. Entering the room, Jean didn't even bother to look at Hajin's face but just asked, Which type of magic do you want to engrave? Hajin thought for a moment then stated his request. I want a type that increases physical strength or defensive magic. Jean immediately snapped his fingers and exclaimed, Oh, I understand. In just a blink, countless different types of magic appeared behind him. Jean drank tea while reaching back and said, These things will surely satisfy you. Is there any you like? Jean looked at those magic types then put his hand on his chin to ponder. He analyzed silently in his heart. Those who engrave magic usually consume very little mana on artifacts. That's because even if it has a lot of mana, the amount they can use is limited. However, this obsidian bracelet doesn't have those restrictions. So, what I need is a spell that consumes a lot of mana and I can use it within a week. And it also has a wonderful function. Thinking done, Hajin's face became more determined with what he wanted. However, looking at the heartless magician in front, he suddenly felt angry, scolding silently. This man, what's with his attitude? Jean annoyedly assessed this pragmatic guy. He immediately looked down on me. Is my value decided by the clothes I wear? But now a ray of fear rose in his heart. What should I do with him now? If I leave it like this, he might engrave in a half-hearted and superficial way, right? After the internal monologue, Hajin deliberately cleared his throat to get attention. Next he sat up straight and said, I don't like mediocre things like that. Don't you have any items that need more mana to activate? I'm looking for things like strength enhancement, protection, or immediate potential awakening. Jean drank tea while looking at his phone. Completely ignoring him, he replied, Sure. But before he could finish his sentence, Hajin shouted a sound to cut him off. Oh! Next he leaned back on the chair. Tilting his head and smiling, he deliberately asked, Is that a bit difficult for a 4-star magician like you? Jean froze a bit at this strange attitude of his. He took a few seconds before speaking with confusion. Excuse me? Then Hajin stood up without hesitation as if wanting to leave. Never mind. I came here because I was in a rush. Maybe another time. Jean immediately hurriedly stopped him. Wait, it's not like that. He slightly narrowed one eye and asked back. Is it not? The guy named Jean thought he accidentally offended a big fish. He was extremely confused inside. What's wrong with this brat? Is he actually rich? On the outside, he returned to a solicitous look trying to hold him back. It seems we haven't provided enough information for you yet. Jean sweated, speaking politely. Of course we can do it. But I was just a bit worried it would be too expensive. Hearing money mentioned, Hajin put hands on hips asking, "What?" Friendly smile appeared once again. Carrying a bit of flattery, asking tactfully, "How many?" The ones just now were only for normal customers. Do you have an estimated budget in mind? Hajin thought a bit, then leaned over to whisper into Jin's ear. He also cooperated by leaning his ear in to listen. Then Jin raised his head, looking at Hajin with eyes wide open in surprise. Now his eyes brightened up as he exclaimed, "That much?" Then immediately became extremely enthusiastic, introducing products. "Oh, I'll show you other lists too. Since you are in a hurry, I will show you the best items." Then he hurriedly ordered the staff, "Hey, bring the chamomile tea." Looking at Jin's eager service appearance, Hajin sighed silently in fatigue. A moment later, back at school. In class, while the teacher hadn't arrived, some students were taking the chance to chat quite lively. As for Hajin, he was resting his chin on his hand, smiling. His mood seemed very relaxed, just humming softly while thinking, "I conquered that difficult dungeon just now." And Kim Suho also secured the mistletoe safely. Jin happily whispered, "I also finished ordering some spells." He remembered the image of magician Jin bowing and assuring, "Please leave it to us." He felt grateful. "Thank you, Kim Suho. My stocks." While he was immersed in his train of thought, Instructor Soo-hyuk walked in. "I don't want to show off like that, but I didn't have any other choice." He is pragmatic. "Lately, I feel like everything is going very smoothly." Instructor Soo-hyuk entered the class and spoke loudly. "All right, attention." After the students settled down, the teacher began to announce, "Starting today, you 5 will form a group and start working as a team." Hearing that, Hajin knew what was about to happen and whispered, "Ah, here it is. Team combat, or, in other words, teamwork." And this teamwork involves activities like small-scale tower raids, skirmishes, and doing collective bonding activities like traveling together. Instructor Soo-hyuk's voice continued to ring out evenly. "Form a group with people you like and submit the member list here by next Wednesday. Form groups together." Immediately, the surroundings started buzzing with grouping. "Want to join a group?" Only Hajin sat still like a lump, wondering, "What should an outcast like me do now?" Up there, the teacher continued, "If by this Wednesday you don't have a group, I will form one for you." He sighed in boredom. "I don't like that idea either." Amidst the noise around, Hajin slightly turned his head and accidentally saw something. It was a classmate tapping her fingers on the desk. Turned out to be Rachel. While the class atmosphere was very lively, Hajin caught Rachel still sitting alone. Her face looked very sorrowful. Furthermore, she silently sighed. Seeing her appearance exactly like his just now, he deduced, Rachel is also facing the same situation as me?" Seeing her isolated from classmates, Jean silently compared. "The difference between her and me, maybe she just chooses to be alone. Probably because she is also a princess." He put his hand on his chin, remembering the bag of butterfly seedling dust he was keeping, and thought, "Grouping with her is also fine. I also have something I want to give her," because he knew that thing would be effective for Rachel. According to the original plot, she is showing signs of enlightenment. If this drags on any longer, her stats will differ a lot from the original plot. So then, after thinking for a while, Hajin decided to compose a text message with the content, "Rachel, do you want to form a group with me?" Next, he pressed the send button. Finishing the task, Hajin quickly turned back to look at Rachel. Her face at this moment was still very depressed, her sighs becoming longer like her mood. Suddenly, Rachel's smartwatch rang a notification sound, making her snap out of it. Hajin observed while waiting nervously, "She is checking the message." Over there, Rachel was waiting for the message to appear. Just then, a person walked up to her and called, "Rachel." Just seeing this person, Hajin was immediately surprised. Homer extended a hand towards Rachel, politely inviting, "Do you want to join a group with me?" Hajin was extremely confused by this action of hers. He wondered, why does Tomer want to approach her? Tomer and Rachel silently locked eyes. Hajin also sat still observing them. Around them, classmates were very surprised and gossiping. Tomer and Rachel in the same group? What's going on? He tensely wondered, why? Did Tomer start acting now? And why did she ask Rachel? If the devil, a mercenary in the Jin world, has started to make a move, then surely there is someone behind her. Hajin observed Rachel's reaction, along with the fact that she is targeting Rachel. Then I can only think of one person, Thinking of this, his eyes became sharp. In his mind appeared the image of the boy with that cold face. Lancaster. Now Rachel also turned to answer Tomer. There is still time, so I want to think more. Her smile suddenly became stiff, silent without replying. A few seconds later, Tomer spoke up to agree. All right then. After she left, Rachel looked at her watch and suddenly remembered. Thinking back, I think I received a message just now, right? She once again opened the message to look. When reading the message content, Rachel turned her head in surprise to look towards Hajin's seat. Hajin sent me a message? Thus she caught him already looking at her. Rachel hurriedly averted her eyes elsewhere. She tried to act normal, blinking once. After turning away, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Hajin saw Rachel not looking at him anymore and startled, confusedly thinking, She turned away? Will she refuse? However, very quickly his watch transmitted a message notification sound. It was sent by Rachel with the content, Let me think about it. Reading the message, Hajin knew he still had a chance and immediately smiled. He looked towards Rachel to see her reaction, thinking, Guess I have to wait. Rachel up there rested her chin. Smiling secretly, her mood seemed very happy. At the same time, Chai Nayun was drawing a few scribbles in her notebook. Her face was grumpy as if hesitating over something. Looking into the notebook, Chai Nayun had already written down a few names including Chai Nayun at the top, and two other names were Hazuki and Raymond. Chai Nayun was facing a dilemma. That was because she didn't even consider grouping with students outside the top 100. Chai Nayun's mind was messy, scratching her hair thinking, It's true that if adding low-rank students, the group will get extra points. But where do I find low-rank students who have good skills? She slightly glanced in a direction. I can only think of one person. Over there, a female classmate was proactively going to form a group. Hey Hajin, are you doing anything after school? Want to group up? A male student also kindly gave a gift to Hajin. I heard that tomorrow Napoleon's gun will be displayed at the museum. Do you want this ticket? It's useless for me to keep it, since you use guns anyway. Now Hajin had many people surrounding him, also hugging a pile of gifts from friends. They enthusiastically invited. Hey Hajin, do you want? Kim Hajin, do you remember me?
No, Ajin.
Nayun saw and had to exclaim. Wow, he really is popular. Although it's only when grouping is needed that it's like this. She started analyzing again. Because theory class is one of the criteria for grouping. So a high scorer like him is indeed an ideal candidate. She confidently thought. If I take the initiative, recruiting Hajin shouldn't be too hard. Nayun imagined the scene where she just needed to pat Hajin's shoulder and say, We have one spot left in the group. Do you want to join? Then Hajin would be extremely grateful and reply, Really? Thank you, Chai Nayun. However, even so, she still hesitated a bit. Even she didn't know what she was concerned about and asked herself, What's bothering me? Seconds later, a thought suddenly appeared in Nayun's mind. What if he thinks I have feelings for him? Her face immediately flushed red. Her hand couldn't help but squeeze the pen tight, snapping it in half. Nayun even tried to explain to herself that, I really just want him to join my group. While thinking, suddenly a voice asking from behind made her startle. Done thinking yet? Nayun turned around and saw Shin Jonghak sitting with crossed arms in the row above. She fiercely replied, Mind your own business, Shin Jonghak. Shin Jonghak still kindly gave advice. Whoever you choose makes no difference. So why hesitate to decide? Just do like me here. Pick anyone, then encourage them to do their best. But Nayun didn't care. She stuck out her tongue and replied, Ignore you. I have my own plan. Who would have expected Shin Jonghak to lean over and directly snatch Nayun's notebook? Then let me take a look. He opened it freely to see. Even laughing said, Let's see who you picked. Nayun, startled, hurriedly ran back up, running while shouting to stop him. Hey, Shin Jonghak. Very quickly she reached the place, trying to reach out to grab the notebook back. Give it back now. Hey! However, Jonghak used one hand to easily block Nayun. He held the notebook far away and calmly read, Hazuki, Raymond. Seconds later, not knowing what Jonghak saw, his face seemed surprised, uttering a huh sound. Next, he shouted incredibly loud in astonishment.
Kim Hajin?
His shout successfully made Nayun want to become invisible. Everyone in the class also paid attention to them, including Hajin. People started gossiping and asking each other, What was that just now? Seems like someone is also targeting Hajin. Whoa! Nayun. Hearing her name mentioned, Nayun's face immediately turned red, both shy and angry. Shin Jonghak still very calmly questioned. What does this mean? Chai Nayun. Since when did you choose Kim Hajin? Nayun clenched her fist, trembling, trying hard to utter one word. Shut. Next, she used all her strength to give Shin Jonghak a knee strike, accompanied by a scream full of rage. Shut up! Nayun angrily snatched back the notebook and interrogated Shin Jonghak. Why did you look at someone else's notebook without permission? Huh? Shin Jonghak by now had collapsed on the table without moving. Nayun angrily walked away. Only classmates ran over concerned to check the situation. Shin Jonghak is knocked out cold. Is he asleep? However, Nayun walked just a few steps before meeting Hajin's eyes looking at her, making her freeze. Nayun immediately turned her face away to avoid him. Hajin still stared at her, feeling confused inside. Not long after, Instructor Soo Hyuk's voice rang out. Class ends here today. The students left the class one by one. This time, Nayun saw Hajin walking in front and proactively called, Hey, hey! Maybe he didn't hear, so she directly ran over to grab Hajin's wrist.
Hey, Kim Hajin.
Hajin turned back to see Nayun and said with a bit of surprise, Chai Nayun, what's wrong? She took a step forward, hesitatingly said, well, I think you heard it earlier too. Finally, Nayun also tried to voice her wish. Do you want to join the group? She hadn't finished speaking when suddenly Rachel walked over from somewhere to announce. I submitted the list. Hajin. Nayun paused and asked, Huh? What list? Rachel was also a bit surprised, saying oh then replied, Hajin has. She walked to his side and continued, joined the same group as me. Nayun's eyes widened, as if not believing what she just heard, only whispered a huh sound. Then she turned to look at Hajin with a bewildered face as if wanting a confirmation from him, who expected Hajin to frankly speak up. Yeah well, that's how it is. Sentence was like a lightning strike, completely freezing Nayun. Her mind was in a mess. She kept a calm posture crossing her arms, stammering. So, is that so? I was just worried no one wanted to be in a group with you. I was just caring about you since we are in the same club. Nayun even pretended to be happy, patting Hajin's shoulder saying, Guess I worried for nothing. Then good luck to you. Saying done, she bowed her head and left, while Rachel lowered her eyes looking quite sorrowful. Nayun clenched her two hands, walking straight looking very normal. Actually, at this moment in her heart, Rachel's image was appearing. She silently compared. Rachel, she also uses a sword like me. Our physiques are also similar. And besides, except for theory class, my score and hers are equal. Thinking of this, Nayun pursed her lips tight, mood plunging into an abyss wondering. Yet, why? Nayun's face flushed red in an instant, the face still strongly suppressing the heartache. One question remained in her thoughts. Why did you choose her and not me? The hallway, students were still passing by in crowds. Hajin and Rachel were walking on the same path. Seeing him about to walk ahead, Rachel suddenly called out, Hey, Hajin. Hajin immediately turned back asking politely, Yes. Rachel's face clearly showed worry, hesitantly asked, You don't have any intention of joining another group, do you? Hajin heard and knew immediately why she asked that. Probably she asked just because of what happened with Nayun. He smiled firmly replied, Of course not. Just then Hozung waved from afar calling, Here, Hajin. Coincidentally, over there someone also called him, Hey, Hozung. However, Hozung didn't hear. He walked towards Hajin smiling and said, Wow, thanks for letting me join. Hozung sincerely shared, Honestly, I also really wanted to be in the same group as you. It's really good. Hajin just scratched his head replying, It's nothing. Actually he was thinking, I just wanted to get Rachel on the team. Next, Hozung suggested, To increase solidarity, let's go eat together. He pointed to the male friend beside him introducing, He is Bakyu, a member of our team. Bakyu also friendly waved to greet. Nice to meet you. Just then Tomer also happened to walk over. Hajin noticed her and silently worried. I'm still a bit worried because Tomer is here, but it should be fine. Because I'm here too. Then he turned to look at Rachel while making a long sound wanting to see her opinion. Rachel also understood the hint, immediately nodding in agreement. Yeah. Sounds fun. Hozung asked with care. Good. Rachel, do you want to eat anything? Rachel also replied very agreeably. I can eat anything. Hajin silently recalled this character's personality. Rachel is not a picky eater, but if there is something she wants to eat, then it would be. Thinking done, he spoke up to suggest. How about this restaurant? Korean restaurant.
Han Hil-yong.
Rachel heard the restaurant name and her eyes immediately lit up. She replied with a bit of excitement. I like it very much. Hozung also agreed. That place is also quite delicious. At the same time on Nayun's side, she was on a phone call with a friend to finalize the group list. So, our group will have 2 warriors, 1 marksman, 1 support and 1 magician. The person on the other end of the line was Hazuki. She sincerely commented, Nayun, since you are both a warrior and a marksman, so this might be an extremely perfect combination. Nayun heard that and couldn't suppress the feeling of pride, swiping her nose once. Who expected at this moment Hazuki asked a question that made her freeze. But Jean couldn't join our group? Nayun seemed confused replying. If I wanted to group with him, then I would have told him to join already. She pretended to make up an excuse explaining. But if we did that, other groups would be very weak. Besides Rachel, their group had nothing outstanding. Hazuki still persisted with her opinion. Her tone was both gentle and a bit regretful saying, but having Hajin would also be good. Nayun didn't want to discuss this anymore. She changed the subject. Stop thinking about them. I will submit the name list for us first. Okay? Hazuki smiled agreeing. Okay, thank you. After both hung up, Nayun lay back on the bed exhaling a very long breath. Few seconds later she opened her eyes drowsily muttering, I can't sleep. Nayun stared at the ceiling talking to herself. If I knew this would happen, I would have invited him to the team right from the start. I shouldn't have worried about the theory part back then. Saying this, she clenched her fist, feeling regretful inside. I let him fall into Rachel's hands because I kept hesitating. In Nayun's head at this moment, the image of the match between herself and Rachel replayed. She thought, I still remember the loss at the midterm exam. That happened after I switched to using a sword. Here Nayun buried her face in the bed, her whole body uncomfortable, struggling while screaming. So annoying. She hugged the pillow thinking uneasily. Like this, then I will have to lose again. And along with her thoughts. At this moment, Hajin was indeed sitting and eating next to Rachel. Scene shift to icicles hanging down flashing with sparkling light. Hozung exclaimed full of admiration. Wow, this place is truly. Jean's group of 5 appeared here. Although they were fully equipped with clothes, they still had to exclaim. Too cold. Hajin silently recited the basics of this lesson. First lesson about teamwork. Dungeon exploration. According to Hajin's knowledge then, usually when a new dungeon is discovered, the vanguard group will enter the dungeon first to explore. And our goal today will be to fulfill the duty of a vanguard group. Bakyu rubbed his hands together, his whole body trembling crying out. We have walked for 20 minutes already. Hozung was also shivering from cold. Seeing Hajin seeming calm asked, Hajin, you don't feel cold? Hajin smiled looking at him replying, Ido. Just then Rachel discovered something and exclaimed, Look there. In front of them were 5 different turning paths. Everyone in the group started asking each other. There are 5 entrances. Where should we enter from? Summer finally spoke up. She pointed to a cave and said, Thinking won't do any good. Let's go in here. Someone immediately objected. No. Turned out to be Hajin. He stated with absolute certainty. That is not the place. Tomer immediately questioned him. What? Why are you so sure? Hajin sneered inwardly. Asterisk of course I'm sure. Her motive is too obvious. She's luring everyone into a trap. Asterisk after a few seconds of silence, he explained. I have very trustworthy eyes. That is not the way. Tomer frowned and stared at Hajin. Then she turned to Rachel and said, Leader, you decide. Rachel hesitated a bit. I. Very quickly, she made her decision. We will follow Hajin's words. Hajin smiled upon hearing that. Meanwhile, Tomer's face twisted even more. Tomer turned her face away and said sulkily, But I have a feeling that is the correct entrance. Hajin rolled his eyes and muttered, How pitiful. Shortly after, the group of 5 encountered a snowman sleeping soundly. Everyone stopped to observe it. Bakyu exclaimed excitedly, Oh, we found a snowman. Hosung trusted Hajin even more and said, It seems the path Hajin chose was right. According to Hajin's narration, I continued to block Tomer's way. Soon after, they encountered a fork. Tomer pointed to a strange path and suggested, Here, trust me this time. However, Hajin immediately denied it. No, that is not the place. He gave her some mental remarks. Her effort to separate Rachel from the group is praiseworthy. Not long after, Tomer tried to steer the group again. There are traces of an ice path over there. Hajin ignored her again. No. Not there. He secretly resolved, I can't let her get what she wants. Hosung, both happy and curious, asked Hajin, Why are you so good at finding the way? He simply replied, Just luck. Tomer was left behind with an angry look. She clenched her fist secretly and cursed. Damn it. Tomer angrily asked herself, is injuring one person and retreating that difficult? Ahead, Rachel also voiced her recognition. Your observation skills are really good, Hajin. The teammates also agreed. Yeah, let's just rely on Hajin. Tomer found Hajin even more of an eyesore. She filled with hatred and blamed him. It's all Kim Hajin's fault. Now it's turned out like this. A second later, Tomer stepped forward and called out directly, Rachel. She turned her head upon hearing her name. Tomer reached out her hand towards Rachel and demanded, Come with me. Rachel asked back in confusion. What? What do you mean? Tomer clarified her opinion. It would be easier to split into two teams to explore. I think relying on just one person isn't good. Rachel hesitated, not knowing how to refuse. She only managed to utter, but, before an arm blocked her way, was Hajin. He directly refused on Rachel's behalf. We don't have time to waste. After speaking, Hajin grabbed her wrist and walked past Tomer. Let's go, Rachel. Tomer didn't give up, looking in their direction and shouting, Hey!
Kim Hajin?
Why are you so confident? He mentally retorted, Why else? At that moment, Hajin's eyes suddenly changed. Simultaneously, the system displayed a notification. 1000-mile eye skill has been activated. Very quickly, his vision could weave through the winding rocky crevices to see the destination. Hajin stated firmly, pointing, It's this way. And he decisively walked forward. Rachel was also dragged along by him from behind. Soon, they passed the safe section. Oseung shouted epili. Ajin, this path has no obstacles at all. Suddenly, ahead, there was a person standing with arms crossed, waiting. Zooming in, it was none other than Instructor Seowook. Hajin's group exclaimed in surprise, It's the Instructor. Now Rachel spoke up softly, Hajin. He immediately turned around and asked, What? At this moment, Hajin's hand was still holding Rachel's wrist. She gently reminded him, Your hand. Hajin was startled and quickly let go. Sorry. Rachel held her wrist and replied, It's okay. Rachel held her wrist. You guys come up. Hajin represented the group to report. 1 snowman, 1 snow tree, 1 snow golem, 1 snow duck. Judging by the rank of monsters in the dungeon, the boss of this dungeon would be around intermediate grade 3. The teacher listened while looking at the iPad screen and smiled. He nodded in satisfaction. Then he gave a short comment. Good. Perfect. Rachel smiled happily. Ho-sung and Bakyu high-fived and cheered loudly. Group gathered to chat except for Tomer. The teacher said we were perfect? That's great. Ho-sung smiled cheerfully. From now on, we just need to rely on Hajin, right? Only Tomer stood silently in a corner. She gritted her teeth in anger, her eyes revealing clear hatred. Thanks for watching the video. A room, Tomer discussed a mission with a strange man. An observation mission? Yes. The documents she held contained all the personal information of Cadet Rachel Elizabeth Lewis. The mission is to harm and weaken Cadet Rachel. Even the Cube executives. With the infiltration mission, the Jack also promised to support us, so this won't be too difficult. Tomer continued flipping through the pages to check information. Once you eliminate Rachel, making her unable to resist even for a moment, our team will move in and handle the rest. Can I trust you to complete this mission? Tomer closed the file after hearing his request. Well then, Tomer turned around and threw the file over her shoulder. Something like, This is simple. They are just kids anyway. In a room, Tomer was sitting on a sofa looking up at the ceiling and a sound came from her hand. Simple my ass. Beep. The watch on her wrist emitted a sound. Agent. Why is the mission delayed? Did something happen? Tomer angrily brought the watch close to her mouth and shouted. The new mission hasn't even started long. Why are you rushing me so soon? Then she tossed it aside, rested her head on her hand, and buried her face. Sigh. She pondered deeply. Something unexpected? There must be. Kim Hajin appeared with Evandel on his shoulder. He laughed happily with the little girl's sparkling eyes. Every time I plan to make a move, he appears and stops me. He clings to Rachel like chewing gum. Does he want to get close to Rachel? Then he has to step over my corpse first. Ah. Tomer picked up a paper with Kim Hajin's full information. He always clings to her in class and after class. How dare a rank 334 act so arrogantly? But there's nothing noteworthy about him. She dropped the paper about Kim Hajin onto the table and laughed. Don't tell me he's the type who believes in fairy tales like, the brave will win the heart of the beautiful lady? After dropping the paper, she suddenly fell silent. Looking down, The information sheets of Kim Hajin and Rachel Elizabeth Lewis lay on top of each other. Does Kim Hajin have feelings for Rachel? Tomer held the two information sheets of Kim Hajin and Rachel Elizabeth Lewis, looking back and forth. Wait a minute. If that's the case. A mental confetti popped with text inside. He said he likes her. I just need to exaggerate that a bit and spread the rumor that he likes Rachel. In Tomer's imagination, I feel uncomfortable with what others are thinking about the two of us. Rachel, please, don't follow me anymore. The distance between them will inevitably increase. In her imagination, Tomer rejoiced as she had captured Rachel. Then I will be able to easily complete the mission. Right? Tomer rested her chin on her hand, thinking about how to do it. She crossed her legs, holding her chin, looking at the two information sheets of Kim Hajin and Rachel Elizabeth Lewis. She smiled slightly. I need to get close to the whole group first. On a large TV screen displaying data analysis and information, Phenomenon Analysis Theory Class 2, we will summarize the knowledge here. The teacher held a tablet and assigned homework. Each team will choose a small dungeon next week and present the best dungeon clearing strategy they have. Everyone groaned. Oh, class is dismissed. Along with the sound of the bell. Ding dong. Jin Ho-sung lowered his head, having a headache. This homework. He smiled excitedly knowing that above him were Kim Hajin and Rachel Elizabeth Lewis. One person ranked first in the written exam. That is Kim Hajin. And one person ranked second in the written exam. That is Rachel Elizabeth Lewis. Ha! I'm not worried at all. He rested his chin on his hand, looking at Jin Ho-sung. I'm relying entirely on you, Hajin. I'm not that good. Jin Ho-sung looked at him with admiration and clapped. You're too humble. Students. The teacher walked by and reminded them. There is a meeting for team leaders next Wednesday at 7 p.m. Team leaders, please gather. The auditorium. Then everyone packed their bags to leave. Kim Hajin looked at Rachel Elizabeth Lewis and spoke. All right, should we go to a cafe to discuss who takes what role before heading back? Rachel Elizabeth Lewis was answering him, but someone interrupted her. Okay. Tomer appeared, smiling brightly and cutting in. Come on, since we already decided to go for coffee, why don't we eat some cake? Get to know each other better? Kim Hajin turned to look at Tomer in confusion. Ha! Kim Hajin retorted. What do you think you're doing? Tomer made a friendly face. What? I just want us to bond as a team. Your behavior is the strange thing here. Then Tomer went to greet other friends. Kim Hajin watched from afar, finding it a bit strange.
Ayubokyu, Rachel.
She's acting so proactive, isn't she? Then Tomer pushed Rachel Elizabeth Lewis and Jin Ho-sung ahead. Kim Hajin stood behind watching them. Everyone, let's go. Rachel, you too, let's go. We're running out of time. Since when did she call everyone by name? Kim Hajin was a bit worried and contemplative. I feel something shady is going on here, in a cafe with sunny and breezy weather. Kim Hajin turned his head, feeling uneasy. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis called him. Hajin, I scanned the underground area but didn't see any traps. Yet something feels strange. Sitting in a cafe, the table covered with exam papers and homework plans, Kim Hajin held a paper and exclaimed, Ah, right, okay. Kim Hajin put the paper down and pointed for everyone to see the analysis and task assignments. However, among them, some people recorded and noted important information, while others ate the desserts just ordered in the cafe. Ho-sung and Bakyu will search for dungeon information. Ji-no. Sung and Rachel, you two will calculate the mana density. Okay? All right. Kim Hajin took a sip of water. Next, once the information is sent to me, I will compile it and stand up to present. Everyone said in unison, Okay. Then Tomer waved her hand and spoke up. That's enough talk about homework.
Jin Ho-seung laughed.
You have such a bright smile. Bakyu put his hands behind his head. Tomer laughed and talked happily. Yeah. Ha! I feel so lucky that we have Hajin here. I was very worried because this is a group project. Kim Hajin and Rachel Elizabeth Lewis whispered to each other on the side. Getting good results like you must be great. Lately, you've received a lot of attention in matches after switching to become a marksman, right? It's nothing too amazing. Everything for me is just SOSO. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis looked at him and said, No need to be so humble. Late. Ly, you were approached by a famous guild, weren't you? He replied, Yes. She tugged at his sleeve. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis covered her mouth with her hand, and called his name softly. Hajin. He turned to look at her. What? While Tomer and Jin Ho-sung were talking and joking, he and she whispered. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis whispered to Kim Hajin. Did the English Royal Court Guild approach you? Kim Hajin asked. What do you mean? She covered her mouth and whispered. From the English Royal Court Guild. Kim Hajin thought of a hat and a mysterious card in his mind. The English Royal Court Guild? I don't remember having any contact with them. He pressed a button on his wearable device. Oh, could it be this? A blue panel appeared on his wrist with the text. Empire Guild Y to Cadet Cube Kim Hajin. Ah, I did receive an email from them. I didn't realize because I don't check my email daily. She held his hand tightly on the table and whispered. Why would anyone approach someone via email? I'll check it now. In a blue business card. Hello Cadet Kim Hajin. Is the Royal Family Guild trying to recruit me? Oh, they wrote in Korean. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis looked at the blue panel on Kim Hajin's wrist. Fixed annual salary of 100 million and commission fees will be separate. These are quite good conditions considering. They want to recruit me. Can I see it? Of course. After the small screen projected up, she exclaimed. Commission calculated separately? Why would they do something like this? Tomer walked over and looked at them. Just forget it. Don't read it. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis stood up while Tomer looked at her in annoyance. I beg your pardon, I'll be leaving first. What? After seeing Rachel Elizabeth Lewis leave, Tomer cried out. Wait, how can you leave? First? I need you here to laugh and talk with Kim Hajin. Kim Hajin and Jin Ho-sung held their drinks and looked at Tomer as she left the cafe. What's going on? What made her so angry? Tomer turned back, avoiding everyone's gaze, and sighed. Nothing is going according to plan. Bakyu looked at her. Is she okay? Is something wrong?
Kim Hajin akartlı.
Scratched his face. Did I do something wrong in this situation? Maybe. Tomer switched to a different situation.
Bakyu.
Then she asked a question. Do you feel that Hajin likes Rachel? In the gym, the sound of a soda can falling from the vending machine was heard. Kim Hajin sat down to pick up the soda can, his body aching. Resting after. Physical training feels so good. Even though I decided to train, it's not fun at all. Then he used his finger to try to open the soda can. I don't even have enough strength to open this soda can anymore. Suddenly, a hand appeared, opened the soda can for him. Kim Hajin turned around. Hey Hajin. Nayun walked over, looking at him. Let's talk for a bit. Kim Hajin looked up at Nayun. Nayun looked down at Kim Hajin. He held the soda can in his hand. What is it? She hesitated. She awkwardly rubbed her neck. My group's presentation is about the Hongshan Mantis dungeon. I just wanted to ask if you know anything about it. Kim Hajin looked at Nayun, thinking of a mantis with a weird shape. Why did you choose the hardest dungeon among them? She was annoyed by that choice but still resigned. It's not like I wanted that place. In a room with a long study table and everyone sitting there with some homework. That annoying mage kept insisting we choose it. Then the mage shoved the information sheet in front of Nayun's eyes, putting her in a difficult spot. You just rely on me. All right. Kim Hajin drank water while thinking about the mage Nayun just mentioned. Nayun's group's mage is Ojun Sik. A guy pointing at himself asking, do you know who I am? 7-star mage Ojun Sik. From what I remember, he has skills but is also very boastful and rude. Because his family, is quite rich, he doesn't feel inferior even in front of Nayun. Kim Hajin sat down, resting his hands on his knees. I'll tell her the necessary information then. I think you'll get extra points because it's very difficult. Nayun didn't understand. He is doing the presentation, right? Yeah, he insisted on doing it. Why do you ask? In a scene, Kim Hajin with sharp eyes wore a suit. Change the member right now. Nayun knelt trembling before him. His face shows that he is a show-off, but maybe he will freeze when it's time to present. She exclaimed, Oh. Nayun's eyes lit up in surprise, trembling all over. He continued, if you let someone like him present CU, B and society will collapse, and your grades will become a disaster. Nayun immediately stood up. Right? You think so too, right? I was just going to let it slide but... He looked at her with a helpless smile. She angrily complained. I've never seen anyone do whatever they want more than me. So you admit you like doing whatever you want. Huh. Kim Hajin immediately thought of Hazuki. Or just let Hazuki take charge of the presentation. She seems quite good at that. But Nayun also hesitated when Kim Hajin mentioned letting Hazuki present. I also want to do that, but I am not sure Junsik will accept that. Are we close enough? I'm not sure. Nayun looked down and asked Kim Hajin to be able to talk like this. What should be done? For a moment, both looked at each other and fell silent. Nayun and Kim Hajin said the last sentence together, then turned away. Be careful. You train. See you later. Okay. I'll go finish my homework. Today was the presentation day. Everyone in the meeting room, a large screen showing some group data, and a guy standing on the podium, looking confused, presenting stammeringly and trembling. So the conclusion is, he held a tablet in his hand, trembling and stuttering. The dungeon, mana capacity ratio. Kim Hajin rested his chin on his hand looking at him, while people around buzzed about the ill-prepared presentation. No way, what is he doing? All the opinions could only utter one sentence. Looking so pathetic. In that scene, Kim Hajin looked down. A girl had seen it and was boiling with anger. Nayun, her body surrounded by fire as if she wanted to eat that presentation partner alive. In the end, they still couldn't change the presenter. Huh? Junsik scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Hee. Because I was too nervous, sorry, haha. In a scene where Junsik scratched his head smiling awkwardly at his group mates, Nayun and Hazuki froze, looking silently. Kim Hajin looked down, putting his hands on the table, silently watching them. Nayun was furious. Is he serious saying that with a smile? Hazuki calmly rubbed her shoulder to comfort Nayun. Forget it, Nayun. Nayun clenched her fist and slammed it on the table, suppressing her anger. I'll meet him after class. I'll kick his jaw off. She rested, her chin on her hand, looking at him angrily. All right, next group. Yes, sir. Next is the group of Kim Hajin. He walked down steadily and confidently. Nayun looked up in surprise. Her eyes went wide and her mouth formed an O, watching him walk down confidently. Kim Hajin confidently held the tablet on the podium amidst Nayun's astonishment. He adjusted his glasses. I will start the presentation. He started introducing the topic his group chose so everyone would understand clearly before getting into the presentation. Our group chose the topic of the dungeon.
WKP Asin.
It is a dungeon existing at the foot of Sukzak Mountain. Kim Hajin presented steadily, every sentence loud, clear, and easy to understand. He analyzed every detail of the work on the slide with gestures pointing to where he was speaking. Nayun listened and to present to everyone, with the confidence and charisma of Kim Hajin during the presentation, flowing smoothly without stumbling or shaking before a crowd, bringing a group presentation prepared carefully and perfectly. He's so good at this. After finishing the presentation, the teacher raised his hand to ask. I have a question. The teacher sitting aside posed a question to him. How could you estimate the mana backflow with just that amount of information? Kim Hajin smiled at the question the teacher just asked. However, he didn't spend a bit of time to think about the question. He answered immediately, making the students below look at him in awe and exclaim, "Oh, that can be explained by the formula here." The teacher praised him. Kim Hajin presents so well. I knew he was very smart, but to think he's also good at presenting, that was unexpected. Nayun's mind was a bit drifting looking at Kim Hajin. He also looks. Nayun looked at him, blushing red. She put her hand on her chin to hide that shyness. Cool too. Kim Hajin ended his group's presentation session. That is all for our group's presentation. Then Kim Hajin returned to his seat and happily high-fived Rachel Elizabeth Lewis. Jean, you did great. Nayun secretly looked at him in silence. Kim Hajin's group was very happy and praised him, and at this moment, Jin Ho-sung and Bakyu also walked over laughing excitedly. Nayun rested her chin on her hand, clicking her tongue sadly, while exercising. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis had just finished exercising and wiped sweat from her hair. Then she paused to think. With that, today's schedule ends. The presentation ended very well and tomorrow is the weekend. Besides that, in an afternoon, Kim Hajin and Rachel Elizabeth Lewis walked down the stairs preparing to go home. I haven't given him the contract yet. I wonder why Shin Jonghak did that scary presentation. Among them, Jin Ho-sung, Bakyu, and Homer all wanted to hold a celebration party. The three said in unison, "Let's hold a celebration party." Kim Hajin asked her, "You aren't going to the party after the presentation?" Rachel Elizabeth Lewis replied, "That's right. I still have a training schedule." Then he and she waved goodbye to each other. Then I'll leave, goodbye. Rachel Elizabeth. Lewis searched in her bag for something quite important. Oh, right. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis took out a stack of papers for Kim Hajin. Here. She handed it out. Take this. He didn't understand what she wanted to give him. He spoke up and reached out to receive the papers she offered. What is this? Rachel Elizabeth Lewis spoke to his surprise. The draft contract of the Royal Family Guild. She clasped her hands and bowed. Slightly. This has much better terms than what you received before. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis sulked.
Kim Hajin similet akartli.
Actually, I was the one who asked them to approach you first, but it seems they had a misunderstanding about your rank. Ah. He looked at her, hesitating at every sentence she spoke. So. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis looked into Kim Jin's eyes and said seriously, I want you to reconsider our proposal one more time. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis clenched her fist and raised her right hand. I think I did it. Then she returned to the changing room, singing happily. I'll change quickly. Go back to the dorm and sleep. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis was just about to put her hand on the doorknob to push, when suddenly she heard a sound from inside. Have you heard the rumor yet? She lowered her head when hearing a rumor from inside spoken so loud even outside could hear, making her very surprised and disbelieving her ears. The rumor that Kim Hajin likes Princess Rachel. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis, hearing the voice inside related to her, froze and heard the rumor sentences echoing out. Ha, really? No way. Does he really like the princess? I heard he even confessed to her. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis, hearing all these rumors, opened her eyes wide in surprise. This must be a huge shock of a rumor to Princess Rachel Elizabeth Lewis. Hajin likes me? Along with all the sentences about the rumor of Kim Hajin liking Rachel Elizabeth Lewis, did you hear the rumor Kim Hajin likes Rachel? Even heard that he confessed his feelings to her. After hearing these rumor sentences, Rachel Elizabeth Lewis was very surprised hearing the rumor about her and him, and had to exclaim, confessed feelings? What did I just hear? Hajin likes me? More importantly, how do they know that? Inside, two girls continued, talking. Wow, it's really ambiguous. These days he follows Rachel's steps all the time. Outside the door, Rachel Elizabeth Lewis could no longer keep calm and was driven crazy by those sentences. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis held the doorknob. It's because we are in the same team. How dare they spread baseless rumors? Recalling memories. We are a team. Kim Hajin and Rachel Elizabeth Lewis. He always protects her in dangerous moments. She held the doorknob pondering. So naturally he hangs around me. She stood for a while. Actually, I'm a fan of you, Rachel. In the room it still emitted sounds about the rumor of the two. But aren't they too different? Suddenly behind Rachel Elizabeth Lewis, someone tapped her shoulder. Ah. She turned her head to look.
Ah, seriously.
Nayun walked with Yona, asking Rachel Elizabeth Lewis, what are you doing? She stuttered, not knowing how to answer. Doing nothing, pretending nothing happened. Nayun scolded angrily. Doing nothing? You stepped on my foot. It hurts. You know? Rachel Elizabeth Lewis didn't know and stepped back, stepping on Nayun's foot. Ah. She turned back. Sorry. Yona walked behind Nayun looking at her, and Nayun turned away clicking her tongue. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis was a bit nervous thinking. Wait, if they go into the changing room now then? From the changing room came the voices of the girls just now. And Nayun, Yona, did you guys hear the news? Hearing that, she panicked. No. She stood outside the door holding her head, not knowing what to do, her mind exploding. What should I do? If those ridiculous rumors keep spreading like that then? Rachel Elizabeth Lewis immediately walked over and flung the changing room door open. At the same time, they were almost revealing the rumor to Nayun and Yona, but she was in time. Hajin did. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis opened the door. Everyone turned to look at her. The gossiping friends looked at her stiffly. Separately, Nayun and Yona turned to look at her, not knowing what happened. Rachel Elizabeth Lewis looked at them with a bit of anger. Did he hear us talking? I don't know either. The people speaking about the rumor of Kim Hajin and Rachel Elizabeth Lewis earlier also forced a smile, avoiding her face, and started to leave. We'll go first. Nayun didn't understand what was happening. What? You were speaking halfway. Nayun looked at those people leaving, avoiding Rachel Elizabeth Lewis's face. She shouted angrily, what about Hajin? Then the door closed, leaving only 3 people in the room while Nayun was dumbfounded, not understanding what happened when the story was cut short. What is it? Scratching her head, she exclaimed in anger. Ah, what on earth do they mean? Rachel. Elizabeth Louise was about to turn away when she was suddenly called. But Rachel. She turned back. Yuyona asked. You're on the same team as him, right? She paused, bewildered. Him? Who is him that Yuyona mentioned? Chai Nayun spoke up. It's Hajin. Yuyona turned to Chai Nayun, angry and embarrassed. For some reason, she can't say his name directly. Who said that? I'm normal. Can you stop talking nonsense? In the locker room, there were only Rachel, Elizabeth Louise, Yuyona, and Chai Nayun talking. To her. But what about it? What do you mean, what about it? What are you trying to say? She laughed. Oh my. Yuyona looked mysterious. Acting like that, you don't know anything, do you? She was speechless. Hasn't the English royal court contacted him? Everyone knows that. Yuyona sighed, crossed her arms, and looked at her. The preliminary contract last time was only for rank 334. After all, that would be absurd unless the royal court is truly crazy. In the darkness, voices spoke. I think someone might have found out what he is hiding. In a silent room, gazing at her. Chai Nayun didn't understand what was happening in the tense atmosphere between Rachel Elizabeth Louise and Yuyona. She kept looking back and forth. What? What are you two talking about? Rachel Elizabeth Louise evaded. I don't know what you are saying. We only traded with him based on a mutual agreement. Yuyona put her hand to her cheek and laughed loudly, pointing at her. Ha! Oh my, I was just joking, just a little joke. Yuyona stood with her arms crossed, continuing. Question her. Then you'd better use that privilege carefully. Rachel Elizabeth Louise stood, looking at Yuyona. If you make everyone around you hate you, it won't be good. She clenched her fist. She's trying to warn me. In front of her, Yuyona stood with crossed arms, looking at Rachel Elizabeth Louise with amusement. Does she mean she claimed Kim Hajin first and I shouldn't interfere? Her face darkened. If Kim Hajin refuses the contract, I don't need to hold on to him. She raised her hand. Seems she understood my warning. What a coincidence we're in this situation again. Come to my room for dinner. And leave. But I don't know why. Rachel Elizabeth Louise spoke. Yuyona suddenly startled. All right, right now. I really don't want to lose to her. She looked at her. I'd be delighted. In the living room, 3 people sat on the sofa in silence. Yuyona turned her face away. Rachel. Elizabeth Louise said nothing, her head bowed in silence. Chai Nayun, sitting in that cold atmosphere, felt unfamiliar and surprised, not understanding what they had been talking about. What is this atmosphere? They always talk about things only they understand. Yuyona looked at Rachel Elizabeth Louise, who had her eyes closed in thought. The offer just now was just social. Etiquette, yet she agreed. What the hell is she thinking? Yuyona sat with her arms crossed and legs crossed. Have some juice. She replied coldly. No need. Continuing in an atmosphere of silence, Chai Nayun looked back and forth. At the two, Yuyona stood up. Then she walked to the table. She poured orange juice into a glass. I have a question. She stopped, pouring juice and turned back. How? Do you know him? Rachel Elizabeth Louise. What? How? It was just a coincidence. She smiled slightly. Yuyona held the orange juice and approached Rachel Elizabeth Louise. Then you must know why he hides his true self. Her face darkened. That. She swirled the orange juice in her hand. Who knows? That's hard to know. Chai Nayun watched the two talking, still not understanding what was going on. What is he hiding? She whispered. Right, I don't know anything about Hajin's past, nor why he hides his power. But Yuyona extended her hands. Whether I know or not changes nothing. No way, there will be many changes. Whoever has more information is stronger. No, I mean, Rachel Elizabeth Louise said. I believe I still hold the advantage. Now I just need to patiently wait for him to speak. His own. It's best if I don't have to waste effort investigating the reason. Yuyona was surprised. Then Rachel Elizabeth Louise stood up. It's late. I'll take my leave. She walked past her. Thanks for the evening. Rachel Elizabeth Louise left. Yuyona glanced at the door. Chai Nayun looked at Yuyona silently, clenching her fists. She spoke up. Why are you two? Chai Nayun cursed angrily, venting what she hadn't been able to say. During the silent moments with Rachel Elizabeth Louise and Yuyona. What were you talking about that I didn't understand at all? You were clearly speaking Korean. Outside, in a classically designed house, amidst the sounds. of Chai Nayun's cursing, meaning the previous conversation was in Korean. The scene shifted to Cafe Carrot. Suddenly, a voice rang out inside. Hey Tomer, have you heard? Unbeamed. Hajin likes Rachel. Tomer showed a surprised face. Oh my, really? Seeing Tomer's expectant face, she unleashed a torrent of information. Since you're from outside, you probably haven't heard. But recently, Cube has been in an uproar because of that rumor. Hearing that, she replied blankly. Really? I didn't know. Image of Tomer diligently investigating and inviting people appeared in her mind. Asterisk, of course I know, because I'm the one who spread that rumor. Asterisk. The black-haired girl who had been silent spoke up. They've been together a lot lately, but isn't it because they're in the same group? Ijun looked disappointed. Huh. The black-haired girl explained the current situation carefully. Image of Rachel Elizabeth Louise being valued appeared in their minds. And once Rachel graduates, she'll be the captain of the English Royal Court Guild. So maybe she's just building relationships. Yun accepted this. Sounds reasonable. Recently, Hajin's rank rose to 334. So actually, he fits well in the Royal Court, which is ranked 60th in the world. Tomer turned pale after hearing their conversation. Asterisk ugh. Things shouldn't be going this way. Asterisk. The image of her gossiping crumbled. Asterisk my plan was to first get close to some Cube cadets, and then make them spread the rumor further. Asterisk. Asterisk the plan to push Hajin's romance is failing. I can't let the rumor die down so soon. Asterisk. Tomer panicked, biting her nails and calculating. The two were still chatting incessantly. Ah, is that so? TSK, she spoke up, deflecting everything they said before. But doesn't everyone say there's no smoke without fire? The two spoke in unison. Really? Tomer looked at the two, bored and worried. I have to get them interested. Oh right, before I saw Hajin staring at Rachel. His eyes looked very strange. She winked and gave a thumbs up. Full of love, you know?
Asteriska.
This might be going a bit too far. Asterisk. Two heard this and rejoiced as if they won the lottery. Really? Unexpected. Seeing them so happy over false information made Tomer feel a bit guilty. Asterisk they actually believe it? They are at that age where they're interested in others' relationships. Asterisk. Yun asked curiously. I knew it. Anything else? Tomer sweated, calculating. Let's see. As she was about to continue, her smartwatch interrupted. Ah right, back then. When we all went for coffee. Mission in progress. Tomer, in class this Wednesday. Retrieve the item. It will help you complete the mission. In front of a laptop screen, a message had been sent to her. Kim Hajin leaned back in his chair, realizing. I knew she came to Cube for another reason. Scene shifts to the past. Tomer walked up to greet him. Last night I met Tomer at a nearby convenience store. Hey Hajin, didn't expect to see you here. Kim Hajin watched her ramble and thought. I feel like I've been running into her much more often lately. He focused on the watch on Tomer's wrist. Asterisk wait a minute. That watch. There's something strange about it. Asterisk. Back to the present. Kim Hajin looked at the screen and concluded. It really is a fake. It looks very real, but it can't fool my eyes. He clicked on the chat channel. The mission will take place simultaneously in Rachel's classes this Wednesday. Send your report via smartwatch. If you see any special movements or other agents infiltrating when Rachel goes out on holidays, report to superiors. Tomer received the order. Tell me the location of the mission item. I will find it at the stated time. He looked at the chat history and gloated. Seems Tomer is indeed targeting Rachel. Although I had to use ADSP so she wouldn't realize she was hacked, I got some valuable info. Tomer won't imagine she's the one leaking information. Oh, a new message. Kim Hajin looked at the content and calculated. Wednesday's class will be a mock artifact competition. There is a management center on the lowest floor of underground area B8. Next Wednesday? That's tomorrow. Lowest floor of underground area B8? The item is placed there. Starting at 11 a.m. The management center will. TK. A ding from the smartwatch caught his attention. Not much time. I have to act faster. Ding. Kim Hajin opened the notification panel to check. A message with an image? Is this okay? Rachel? Wait, this isn't her. Scene shifts to someone writing on a book. A line appeared on the page. 1. It is important to calculate the mana density in a dungeon. This can be said to be an essential ability for a hero, because based on reality, dungeon mana density can signal trouble. Practice Q1. Suppose in a small dungeon there are 6 goblin kobolds. Before you can kill the goblin kobolds, a grade 9 magic explosion trap is activated. Chai Nayun felt discouraged reading those words. She grabbed her hair in agony, tears streaming down her cheeks as she complained. I don't understand what the book says at all. Chai Nayun was currently in the library. She complained internally. I studied the textbook, but I still can't solve these questions. She rubbed her head, criticizing. This damn phenomenon analysis too keeps mentioning calculations, and I don't understand a word. In front of her was Rachel Elizabeth Louise, who was studying intently. She looked at her smartwatch. After waiting a while, she sighed and gave up. Looking at Rachel Elizabeth Louise's helpless face, Chai Nayun realized she must find it difficult too. Looking at the distorted words on the page, she sighed. Ha! Chai Nayun held her face, remembering someone. For Hajin, this is probably as easy as pie. She was silent for a moment, then stared at her smartwatch. Chai Nayun used her smartwatch, along with pleading messages and her hesitant face. Teach me how to do this problem. Is that too rude? Can you teach me this problem? If you show me, I'll treat you to a meal. That's not great either. If you can teach me, you're a genius. Haha. Sounds like I'm an idiot. After choosing for a while, Chai Nayun decided. Thanks for watching the video. The message was sent. She crossed her arms confidently. I almost solved it. But just to be sure, I'll ask. What if I get it wrong? 20 minutes later, after waiting nearly half an hour, Chai Nayun grew angry. Is he ignoring my message? She annoyedly grabbed her bag to leave. Seriously. Does he think he's the only one I can ask? Suddenly, a ding from the smartwatch made her stop. At the beep, Chai Nayun blushed slightly, looking at the smartwatch. She smiled, slowly put her bag down, and sat back at the table. On this side, Kim Hajin scratched his head anxiously. Writing an explanation for Nayun to understand took a bit long. Then he smiled, looking at the watch. The image of Chai Nayun intently studying in frustration appeared. She puts effort into everything, just like the presentation before. TSK. A thought flashed through Kim Hajin's mind. In the future, she will become a hero even better than her brother. Atmosphere around him suddenly turned dark. I've gotten used to life here, so I forgot. Chai Jin-yoon. The image of him unconscious with a girl sitting beside him appeared in Kim Hajin's mind. Although he has turned into a Jin seed and is currently in a coma. After the incubation period, he will become a devil. Chai Jin-yoon's final form is... He worried. No hero is strong enough to defeat him yet. No one knows how long Chai Jin-yoon will sleep. With that thought, Kim Hajin clenched his fist in determination. So, before that happens, He leaned back in his chair and sighed. The problem is only I know why Chai Jin-yoon is in this state. That means I can't ask anyone for help. I can't get close to him by myself. He realized something. Unless I disguise myself. Kim Hajin took the black card from the cabinet. Right? Back then. The image of a purple-haired girl appeared in his mind.
Kim Hajin.
Li Xiaofeng bowed and offered. Join us. She handed him the black card earlier. Kim Hajin looked at the card in his hand, bewildered. This is... He looked at the content on the card and said, Mercenary Group Geronimo. Back to the present. Kim Hajin looked at the card, hesitating. Mercenary Group Geronimo. One of the top mercenary groups today. But actually, it's just a camouflage for the Chameleon Troop. I don't know why they chose to recruit me instead of Shin Jonghak. But, I don't know how much this will skew the story. He remembered the past and deduced. If I can get help from them, I can probably kill Chai Jin-yoon. The image of 4 key story characters appeared in Kim Hajin's mind. Without making anyone, he sat on the chair thinking, realizing. Suddenly a voice made Kim Hajin jump. Hajin. Evandel walked in rubbing her eyes. Papa, you're not sleeping yet? Seeing the girl, he pushed the chair back and approached. Sorry, Evandel. Was the light too bright and woke you up? Holding the teddy bear buffer, she replied. Yes. He went to pick Evandel up on his shoulder. Let's go back to sleep. Approaching the door, Kim Hajin looked back, calculating the plan. All right. I need to slow down a bit. If the incubation period of the Jin seed is about 5 to 6 years, I still have another year. I'm sure there will be a way to solve this. He walked out the door. Inside was the black card he placed on the laptop. The space inside darkened, revealing a mysterious guild hidden within. The scene shifted inside the academy. A voice lecturing made everyone listen attentively. You all probably know. Today's practical training is... Kim Soo-hyuk stood on the podium shouting, bringing the atmosphere down. A mock artifact war. Everyone below buzzed with discussion. So excited. Yeah, I don't want my rank to drop because of this. Kim Hajin stood aside, thinking silently. Usually with artifacts, whichever country finds them becomes their owner. Asterisk, but in this world, many countries have been destroyed fighting for artifacts. So currently, artifacts found in those lands belong to the discoverer. Asterisk. To obtain those artifacts, guilds or asterisk, even jinns will kill each other. That is the artifact war. Asterisk. Kim Hajin seriously focused on Kim Soo-hyuk standing in front. In other words, this is training for us to experience what a real artifact war is like. The teacher looked at the system panel and announced, the scale of the artifact excavation area is extremely large. The theme will be close combat. Kim Soo-hyuk looked down at everyone instructing. Command hierarchy, communication methods with other members, and the artifact's location are unknown. You must always make the right decisions. A guide panel appeared. Each team will have 5 members. During training, the white team will defend, and the black team will attack. When we judge that you have suffered fatal injuries, or if you shout, "I surrender," you will be eliminated. A snap of fingers from Kim Soo-hyuk. All right. Suddenly, a black shadow from nowhere blocked Kim Hajin's vision. Everyone in the academy couldn't avoid it either. Everyone panicked. What is this? I can't see anything. The teacher quickly explained. Silence. That is my mana. So no need to be surprised. I blinded you to distribute you to different locations. Now let's go. As he finished speaking, everyone moved following Kim Soo-hyuk, along with the noise behind. Asterisk, when mentioning artifact excavation sites, people think of dirt pits. But with the latest technology used, it's more like an underground bunker. Asterisk Kim Jin observed the surroundings and concluded. Asterisk, since people of this world possess many great talents. Underground level 1. 15 cadets distributed here. Asterisk. Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He mentally calculated the remaining people. Asterisk underground level 2. 25 cadets. Asterisk. Underground level 3 has Chai Nayun, Rachel, and 15 other cadets.
Kim Hajin lalketli susuri, imagining.
Those 2 will fight fiercely, just watch. He walked slowly. As for me, TSK, he suddenly stopped. Kim Hajin looked at his shirt color. Asterisk in underground level 4A. I'm on the black team. The color changed. Asterisk. Arriving at his spot, he looked around checking the situation. Asterisk, I wanted to find out where Shin Jong-hak and Kim Soo-ho are, but there's no other way now. Is this a residential area? Asterisk, suddenly he noticed something to the side. Kim Hajin looked at the blurry figure in front of him suspiciously. Asterisk, wait a minute. The person in the next room. Asterisk, suddenly an announcement startled him. Positions distributed for all cadets. Suho stood in the monitoring room announcing to everyone. The artifact is being guarded by an NPC, or it is being moved to another location. The white team must protect the artifact while the black team needs to steal it. Countdown begins. The announcement ended. On the other side, the door opened, revealing a person clad in white. The thud, the door closed. A man and a woman in different colored suits stood waiting for the countdown. Ready. 5, 4. Rachel, Elizabeth, Louise, and Chai Nayun were also waiting for every second. 3, 2, 1. Start. After the announcement, the sound of a gun cocking appeared. Kim Hajin looked at the smartwatch holding a handgun, analyzing. The artifact Tomer needs to get is in area B3 of the lowest floor, right? He looked to the right, worried. Asterisk, the lowest floor is underground level 7. But this is trouble. Asterisk. Looked at the next room. A familiar purple-haired girl caught his eye. Asterisk, Yuyona is in the next room, and she's on the white team. Asterisk. She smiled at the door. The 2 looked at each other without saying a word. To get from here to the hallway, I'll definitely run into her. Suddenly Yuyona spoke. I know someone is in there. I heard everything. She flipped her hair, asking, which team are you on? I'm on the white team. After waiting a while, she lost patience and concluded. No answer? So you're on the black team. Yuyona pressed the button on the door, running into this right from the start. I feel sorry for you. The button pressed, the door automatically opened. She stood confidently holding her weapon. Just consider it your. The door opening suddenly caught her off guard, and meeting an acquaintance on the other side made her eyes widen in shock. Bad luck. In front of Yuyona was Kim Hajin, standing still and waiting.
Kim Hajin.
The 2 were silent for a long time after seeing each other. Seeing her standing motionless, he thought, why did she suddenly stop attacking? His face showed worry. Asterisk, I don't know why. She looks a bit tense. Asterisk. On the other side, Yona was under mental pressure, gripping her weapon tightly. She was wary of the figure in front of her. Asterisk, this is bad. I didn't expect him to be my first opponent. Asterisk. Suddenly Kim Hajin raised his hand. Seeing him move, Yona panicked, eyes wide. She stammered a warning in fear. Don't try anything stupid. Seeing her so tense, Kim Hajin was also surprised and shouted. Ha! He didn't understand the situation and thought. Asterisk, I just felt itchy and wanted to scratch. Asterisk, Yona gritted her teeth in worry. He slowly analyzed based on his previous match. Asterisk, his weapon is a standard cadet handgun. But, asterisk, he can create attacks strong enough to pierce protective energy armor. What should I do? Fight him? Or, asterisk. Yona turned her head back to look at something. Behind her was an empty space with nothing else. Asterisk, I'm done for. The hallway outside is very narrow and one way. No matter how far I run, I'm still in his shooting range. Asterisk. Yona regained her composure and gripped her weapon. Asterisk, I must calm down. This could be my chance. Asterisk. She remembered the time she spent watching Kim Hajin. Asterisk, until now, I've only estimated his power through observation. This is an opportunity to personally. Asterisk. Kim Hajin's calmness and Yona's tension. The two were about to engage in battle. She, with her self-satisfied thoughts, had to discover how strong he was. Yona and Kim Hajin stood facing each other. She thought to herself, this is my chance to personally discover how strong he is. Yona's expression was now extremely determined. Her hand on the whip tightened unconsciously. Kim Hajin was still bewildered. Yona! He didn't notice her whip lashing strongly towards him. Yona whipped very fast, straight at Kim Hajin's hand, causing the gun in his hand to fall. Kim Hajin still didn't quite understand the situation. As the gun flew up, Kim Hajin cried out. Yona's whip continued to move, intending to wrap around Kim Hajin's gun. Just like that, Kim Hajin's gun landed in her hand. Yona held the gun, her face still bewildered. She looked at the gun in her hand and smiled happily. Asterisk, I got the gun. I didn't expect to get it. Asterisk. Yona looked at Kim Hajin again. He stood there stunned like a statue. He's really not so strong that I can't beat him. Yona was very confident. She closed her eyes, hands on hips, and said, without a weapon, even you can't do. Suddenly, the gun seemed to teleport in midair. But before she could finish, the gun in her hand vanished. Yona looked down at her palm in confusion. Anything. Yona panicked seeing Kim Hajin had taken the gun back some time ago. When did you take it back?
Kim Hajin replied calmly.
Just now. Yona heard this and was shocked, disbelieving. But I didn't see you move. Did you use mana?
Kim Hajin, un joncernet, replied vaguely.
Let's say so. Yona was incredibly confused. Around Kim Hajin's hand was an orange string. That string was connected to the gun. Because strictly speaking, this isn't mana. Kim Hajin thought to himself. I used ether to prepare for situations like this. Kim Hajin, with that innocent face, raised the gun and pointed it straight at Yona. Yona looked visibly worried. She gripped her whip tight. She focused. Asterisk, the space here is too small, so I'll be in his range no matter where I run. If I get shot, it'll hurt a lot, right? If I die, I'll be the first one eliminated. Asterisk. Kim Hajin's finger slowly squeezed the trigger. Yona closed her eyes in fear, unable to do anything but wait for the bullet. A moment later, unknown to her, Kim Hajin stepped forward. He groaned in pain. The hand Yona whipped earlier had turned dark red. Kim Hajin walked and said, if that hit hadn't missed, I would have broken a bone. Yona is really strong. Kim Hajin had now reached a very spacious area. He put his hands on his hips and looked around. I didn't expect such a large place to be empty. Then Kim Hajin raised his hand to the info panel projected from the watch. Did they move to another area? Kim Hajin suddenly grew quiet, his face darkening. Thinking of something. Asterisk, all participants in the artifact war are equipped with life gauge displays. Asterisk. Asterisk, my info and others are clearly displayed on the system panel by cards. Kim Hajin's card says abnormal. Others say abnormal, weak. It determines the user's remaining HP and shows it to others. It's a device that indicates if a cadet can continue or not. Asterisk, in another office room. Little Evandel was happily playing on the floor with cute teddy bears. Nice to meet you. That's an alligator. Kim Hajin's thoughts continued. So, if I use my laptop to collect GPS data from that device, I can use my smartwatch to check GPS data directly. Kim Hajin thought of a map. On it, an orange dot was glowing. Asterisk, that dot is Tomer. And 99. Next 89. For example, she is in the restroom on underground level 7. Asterisk. Hajin focused on the display screen. Seems she isn't moving. She must be looking for the item nearby. The place where Kim Hajin stood was very empty. He continued doing something. Let's check the others first. The info screen displayed the map again. There were countless glowing dots. It also showed names. Chai Nayun NKS 014N6. Another dot had info, Rachel Elizabeth Louise 9FS 37. Asterisk Rachel and Nayun are on underground level 3. They are fighting. Asterisk on the other side of the map, 2 glowing dots faced each other. Kim Suho NKR 00T09 and Shin Jonghak NKR AB 51. Asterisk underground level 5. Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak. Asterisk. Kim Hajin was very interested seeing them fight. Asterisk this is a big match. Is there any CCTV nearby? Asterisk. Then Kim Hajin found it. Found it. The screen displayed Kim Suho. Opposite him was none other than Shin Jonghak. He smiled confidently. Kim Hajin felt like he was watching a movie. You even put on glasses to watch while drinking water. Shin Jonghak spoke first. Suho, I knew this day would come soon.
Kim Suho replied.
Me too. He continued. Come on. I will show you the difference in our strength. Then, not knowing what happened, only a very loud noise was heard. Kim Hajin was startled, his face showing a bit of panic. Kim Hajin had not fully recovered his wits yet. Looking up, he saw the door on the opposite side had opened. Startling him. Why is it so noisy? Kim Hajin raised his watch again to check the time. I completely forgot. I have to go to Tomer's place. It is now. After checking, Kim Hajin immediately walked away briskly. Good, let's go. In other space, there was a black-haired boy sitting slumped on the ground, looking extremely panicked. I surrender. I surrender. Opposite him was someone holding a sword. Just as he finished saying those sentences, a piece of tape immediately appeared on his face, sealing around his eyes. That person was none other than Chai Nayun. She let out a sigh of relief, wiped her face with her hand, and said, This is the third person already. Pretty easy. Not far from Chai Nayun, 2 people lay on the ground, tightly bound. Chai Nayun raised her sword, looking at it with eyes full of pride. I did not expect to master the sword to this level in less than 3 months. Maybe I am quite talented in swordsmanship. Suddenly someone called her. Chai Nayun. That person was none other than Lee Jiun. She rushed over with a face full of joy. Great, I am saved. Chai Nayun was a bit surprised to see her. Yivion, where have you been? Hearing Chai Nayun ask, Lee Jiun's mood began to turn gloomy as she recounted. I was hiding and got found by the black team. I almost could not escape. I even ran out of arrows while fleeing. Hearing this, Chai Nayun smiled and said, You must be very tired. It is good that we met here. Lee Jiun's face was full of pride. She was even glowing a bit at this moment. While a support like Lee Jiun is very weak in direct attacks, to take down a person by using debuff effects on them, she will be useful in combat with her support skills. Chai Nayun suddenly swung her sword in the air and happily walked forward. Then let's go earn some points. Lee Jiun was a bit surprised and immediately turned to where Chai Nayun was walking. Alright, Chai Nayun, she said. Rachel, she is on this level. Chai Nayun heard this and was a bit stunned. Chai Nayun muttered in her mouth. Rachel is here? Suddenly, a noise rang out, and she immediately turned her head. Lee Jiun, still unaware, continued speaking. Yeah. I was also very surprised. When I saw her, I paused for a moment, not letting Lee Jiun finish her sentence. Chai Nayun put her hand behind her back, signaling her to be quiet. Wait, that staircase over there is emitting strange, unclear sounds. Chai Nayun stared intently at that spot. Chai Nayun quickly raised her sword into a combat stance, not forgetting to warn Lee Jiun behind her. Hide behind my back. Yeah. But when the person making that noise appeared in front of her, Chai Nayun was a bit surprised. Chai Nayun was no longer wary but instead confused. What? Lee Jiun next to her was clearly happy. Both of them spoke in unison. Yuyona. Yuyona looked extremely exhausted. She bent down, breathing heavy breaths. Chai Nayun. Chai Nayun was bewildered and immediately ran over. Why are you sweating so much? Did you meet someone? Yuyona was still panting heavily. Hearing Chai Nayun ask, Yuyona slightly averted her eyes, looking elsewhere. That person. Chai Nayun looked at her expression and immediately guessed. Hajin. Yuyun stepped up at this moment and said, Hajin, did you take him down? Since your rank is much higher than his. Hearing such a question, Yuyona flinched as if hit in the bullseye. Yuyona did not answer. her eyes looking a bit helpless, not knowing what to say, recalling just now, when she was closing her eyes waiting for the bullet to fly at her. That sound rang out. He tapped lightly on Yuyona's shoulder. Kim Hajin just walked out of the duel room like that. This is just the beginning. Just take it slow. Yuyona was a bit stunned. She was bewildered and immediately turned her head back. Kim Hajin still coldly walked forward. Back to the present. Yuyona crossed her arms and looked elsewhere. No, not yet, she thought to herself. I was the one who was almost defeated. Nayun still had some questions, so she asked Yuyona. Huh? What is he doing? Yuyona immediately replied. I am not sure either. Scouting, I think. Ijiyun suddenly spoke up, smiling with interest. Could it be that he is looking for Rachel? Nayun wondered. Huh? Why would he do that? Ijiyun innocently said it out loud. Because he likes Rachel. Yuyona was a bit surprised. What did you say? But the person most concerned was Nayun. She seemed to petrify right on the spot. The news Ijiyun brought. It struck Nayun's head like lightning. She was so shocked her mouth hung open, unable to believe the truth. What? Ijiyun innocently continued. Because he likes Rachel. Nayun's hands began to tremble uncontrollably at this moment. Her mouth kept stammering something. She was visibly astounded, thinking of the scene where Kim Hajin shyly paid attention to Rachel. What? Nayun's expression was extremely strange, asking Ijiyun back with a bit of haste. What are you saying?
Yivion calmly replied.
You didn't know? Rumors like that have spread all over Cube lately. Yona had a very cold expression. Crossing her arms, she spoke up. But those rumors are truly nonsensical. Nayun also chimed in. Really? Yuyona thought to herself at this moment. This mock battle accounts for a large part of our total score. So now we do not have time to care about such nonsensical rumors. After thinking, she immediately asked Ijiyun. More importantly, have you found the location of the artifact yet? Ijiyun, seemingly out of nowhere, placed a small box in the palm of her hand. Looking at it, she replied. Yeah, I found one. I found an NPC on the way here. Nayun was still standing there like a soulless body. In her head, it just looped.
Kim Hajin.
Likes Rachel? Yuyona was extremely delighted to hear the information from Ijiyun. That is good then. Let's move this to the first floor. Ijiyun also happily replied. Alright. As for Nayun, her soul seemed to have flown away, staring blankly into the void. Her brain could not think of anything anymore. After what seemed like a long time, Nayun unconsciously spoke up. Hey.
Yivion.
Ijiyun heard her call and turned around bewilderedly. Yuyona also intently turned to see what Nayun wanted to say. Nayun stammered a bit and said, Yuyona already said it. That matter is surely not the truth. Rumors popping up like that are highly likely because they are on the same team. Ijiyun did not care much but still enthusiastically replied. Ah, right, maybe so. But everyone is talking about this matter, making me suspect that there is some truth to it. Nayun heard this and tried even harder to refute. It is not like that. I think so. Yona stood aside, covering her mouth, laughing as if realizing something. Suddenly she looked up. A purple light flashed straight into Yona's face. There was a bit of surprise in her eyes. Several glowing things were rushing towards them. The speed was very fast. Ijiyun turned around in bewilderment. Someone shouted loudly.
Yivion.
Luckily Yuyona was agile. She used her whip to strike down the sharp arrows flying towards Ijiyun. Ijiyun was a bit surprised and panicked. The sharp arrows were broken in half just like that, falling scattered on the ground. Nayun worriedly turned to ask. Yona. Ijiyun also chimed in. Yona, are you okay? Yuyona held her whip firmly and replied. Things like this cannot take me down. Besides that, not letting Yuyona finish her sentence, Nayun angrily took out her sword and shouted loudly. Which bastard is it? Come out here. All three of them looked up towards where the arrows came from. Everyone was on guard. Indeed, someone was standing right there. That was none other than Rachel's gang. She and her teammates were staring coldly at Yuyona's group. Nayun could not contain her anger and shouted loudly. Rachel, you. Ambushing is truly despicable. Rachel unexpectedly pointed her sword straight forward. Not answering any of Nayun's words, just coldly giving orders. Everyone attack. Hearing Rachel's order, her teammates immediately rushed towards Yuyona's group. Everyone held their own weapons in hand. Yuyona turned back to remind Ijiyun.
Yivion.
Hurry and hide. Ijiyun panicked upon hearing that and replied. Alright. Suddenly, someone standing from high above shot an arrow down, blocking right in front of Ijiyun. She was surprised and immediately screamed loudly. Nayun, holding her sword in combat, heard the scream and turned around.
Yivion.
She angrily used all her strength to swing her sword, knocking both of those people away a fair distance. But they used their feet to grind against the ground to stop from sliding. Kim Byung-go looked at Chai Na-yoon and smiled with interest, thinking to himself, with the two of us here, even Chai Na-yoon cannot win. Right? Contrary to that face of his, the female teammate following him was panting and wary. Chai Na-yoon coldly uttered one word. Scram. Kim Byung-go and his female teammate looked with confused eyes, not understanding what Chai Na-yoon meant. Chai Na-yoon became angrier and angrier. She swung her sharp sword, slashing towards the two of them, creating a streak of light in the space. I am busy, so get lost. On another side, Yuyona's whip was striking against the opponent's sword. She retracted her whip. Her breathing was very heavy, but her eyes were still focused straight ahead. The person facing her was a white-haired boy. He was extremely wary, thinking to himself, she is preventing us from reaching Ijun. Does Yona always make sacrificial choices like this? Or perhaps it is because, as if just realizing something, he immediately turned back and spoke loudly to his teammates. Hey, I think Ijun has an artifact on her. Yona was extremely surprised when she heard him say that. An order was given. Find her. Chai Na-yoon panicked, not believing her ears. Ijun, hiding in a corner, was also panicked but could only cover her mouth with her hands, while Yuna gritted her teeth in anger. Very quickly after that, the white-haired man found where Ijun was hiding. She is right here. Ijun panicked and could only scream in fear. He told Ijun, hand over the artifact. He did not notice that Chai Na-yoon was rushing over like a rocket from afar. Don't you dare touch her. Suddenly something made the ground beneath Chai Na-yoon's feet feel as if it was cut in half. She was a bit stunned and shrank back. The ground is... Small rock fragments flew everywhere. Chai Na-yoon stared in astonishment at the large crack in the ground below. An attack powerful enough to reach this level? Only person possessing a technique that could be this powerful can only be... While thinking, Chai Na-yoon turned her head and immediately saw Rachel holding a sharp sword rushing towards her. Her sword tip slashed a horizontal line through the air just like that. Luckily, Chai Na-yoon was quick-witted enough to step back and dodge that slash. In Rachel's eyes, there was a bit of surprise seeing Chai Na-yoon could dodge like that. But very quickly after that, Rachel moved very fast, continuously attacking Chai Na-yoon. Chai Na-yoon could only slowly retreat and use her sword to block the attacks. Chai Na-yoon frowned. Rachel's attacks came crashing down like a storm. Even the sword she was used to using to win battles quickly was being pushed back in this clash of strength. She is truly very strong. Chai Na-yoon looked over at Rachel again. She still had that cold face, using the sword proficiently to strike as fast as lightning. Chai Na-yoon thought further. She knew my swordsmanship still had flaws, so she is trying to push me into a corner even more. Damn it, just blocking is hard enough. Chai Na-yoon gritted her teeth in anger. Her whole face was darkening. Damn it. She unconsciously cursed it out loud. Even if that is the case, Chai Na-yoon told herself, I really do not want to lose. Rachel had now retreated a few steps back. Chai Na-yoon's sword was now glowing as if power was enveloping it. She held her sword upright. A blue flame burned fiercely, enveloping the sword. In front of Rachel, Chai Na-yoon's eyes were extremely determined, no longer showing any fear. Just like that, Chai Na-yoon used her sword to slash down with great force. The power of the sword was so great it startled Rachel, making her fall backward. Dust flew blindly in the space. Rachel quickly got into stance. Her energy suddenly changed. Watching the source of power that Chai Na-yoon's sword was slashing continuously towards her, Rachel could only quickly retreat. Her mana is indeed respectable, but still too clumsy when using it. Rachel thought to herself while moving, instead of countering her attacks, I just need to dodge and wait for an opportunity. But things did not go as she wanted. While dodging, Rachel's foot suddenly slipped to the side. Rachel was visibly panicked. Looking down, Chai Na-yoon also paused for a moment. As if seizing the prey, Chai Na-yoon immediately took action. An opportunity. She jumped up. Firmly holding the sword enveloped in her power, she rushed straight towards Rachel. Princess, your focus is gone. Just like that, Chai Na-yoon slashed straight down with force. The power was so great it made the ground look like it wanted to shatter for a second time. Luckily, Rachel managed to dodge backward in time. There was still panic on her face. A little more and, I will close the distance again and then, while thinking, she looked down. Where Rachel was placing her hand, the ground began to crack and crumble. And just like that, Rachel seemed to be suspended in midair. What? Chai Na-yoon, not far away, was extremely surprised to see Rachel falling straight down. Yuna and Rachel's teammates, who were fighting, were also equally surprised seeing that scene. Where Rachel stood, the ground broke into large pieces and just fell into the air like that. She was no exception. Rachel's face now was only full of astonishment and surprise. She just fell straight down into the infinite void like that. Rachel, someone called out loud. Everyone around could now only stand dazed, looking at the deep black hole in the middle of the room. Rachel had landed down below. She looked up with a bit of panic remaining. Just now, did the floor collapse? Rachel recalled Chai Nayun's slash just now. That source of power was extremely large, like an exploding bomb. Just one strike? Up above, everyone started discussing something very noisily. The floor collapsed. Rachel stared at the big hole in the ceiling. All right, no time for this now. I should quickly rejoin the team. Suddenly someone appeared. Rachel sensed it and immediately turned to look. The person who appeared was none other than Kim Suho. Rachel thought to herself.
Kim Suho.
He smiled and slowly walked out. His hand was drawing his sword. Rachel breathed heavy breaths tiredly and slowly stood up. Does it really have to be right now? Then suddenly Kim Suho sprang up and rushed very fast towards Rachel. His sword flashed a line just like that. Luckily Rachel managed to dodge. Not knowing what happened, only seeing something crash into the wall causing the wall to explode. Meanwhile, on underground floor 6, a camera was operating. Hajin glanced back, where the camera was pointing straight at him. He whispered in his head, "There are surveillance cameras everywhere I go. I should be careful not to attract suspicion." Somewhere else, through the cameras, a frame containing Kim Hajin appeared. He was muttering something in his mouth. Back to Kim Hajin. He feigned a face looking elsewhere, and intentionally spoke loudly. "I think I will go search some artifacts in the restroom. Should I search inside?" When stepping into the restroom, Kim Hajin could see someone curling up inside there. He was momentarily startled. Huh? Kim Hajin, with eyes looking like they were programming, slowly opened the restroom door. Inside, a man was sitting curled up in fear. Sweat beaded relentlessly. In his hand, he held an artifact box. Kim Hajin was quite surprised. "Oh my, is there really an artifact here?" Without saying another word, Kim Hajin snatched the artifact box straight from that man's hand. That person was too scared and immediately ran away sobbing for his life. "Bear me." Kim Hajin was still standing there stunned. He still stared intently in the direction the man ran. His image gradually faded away. That hologram looked too real, felt a bit creepy. Saying that, Kim Hajin sat down heavily on the toilet, raising his hand to check the time. "But I accidentally found an artifact. I should quickly decide how to eliminate Tomer." Kim Hajin just sat still in there like that. Currently, Tomer is right below here. She is waiting in the restroom of underground floor 7. In another restroom, Tomer was also sitting seriously on a toilet. Kim Hajin stared at the watch's display screen. There is a management center in zone B3 of the lowest floor. The item is being stored there, starting from 11 a.m. until noon. The management center will be completely empty, so come get it at that time. Kim Hajin finished reading and said to himself, 15 minutes left until the designated time. How should I do this? Click. Kim Hajin realized something. His eyes flashed with surprise. He looked up at the air vent in the restroom. Right, the air vent. Kim Hajin thought. Surely the air vent will be connected to the 7th floor. Kim Hajin thought while slowly pulling down his sleeve, revealing the tattoo on his arm. Then with the magic power of the stigma. For the tattoo on Kim Hajin's arm, a tremendous source of power suddenly appeared. Become smoke with the power to put Tomer to sleep. Then after that power source vanished. From the tattoo, a stream of smoke slowly rose up. Kim Hajin watched the smoke fly away and smiled joyfully. That is done. If I let it fly through the air vent. A while later, in the restroom where Tomer was sitting, that smoke began to flood in. Tomer annoyedly used her hand to wave the smoke away from her. Damn it, what is this? Because this magic smoke moves according to my will. So even if she tries to disperse it, it is useless. Just like that, Tomer also accidentally inhaled a large amount of that smoke into her body. After inhaling that smoke, Tomer paused slightly. Before her eyes, a dim light seemed to appear. What is this? Tomer's whole head felt like it was spinning. She wobbled, unable to stand firm. Why do I suddenly feel sleepy? Tomer's eyes gradually closed. Her will gradually became blurred. Cannot sleep. Tomer. Tomer fell forward while her mouth still tried to speak. Here. Just like that, Tomer very quickly lay unconscious on the floor. The watch on Tomer's hand displayed 10:35. Excellent. Success. A while later, someone was slowly opening the door to the observation room. Inside was terrifyingly quiet. Kim Hajin poked his head in to observe. Is there no one here? Saying that, Kim Hajin stepped inside and noticed a screen glowing. Is it that box? He immediately opened that box. When Kim Hajin completely removed the box, A blinding light shone out from inside the box. Kim Hajin looked inside and was dumbfounded. System board displayed information about the item lying inside that box. Debilitating X. High-grade enchantment. Poison attribute. An axe that weakens the opponent injured by it. High-grade magic effect imbued with an enchantment. Debilitation. Lying inside the box right now was a glittering axe. Kim Hajin looked intently, unable to take his eyes off it. In his head, he kept asking himself, what is this axe? It has an enchantment. High-grade. Wow. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, unable to believe his thoughts. This object itself is not an artifact, but its value must be at least several hundred million. Thinking of the value of that axe, Kim Hajin was happy all over his face, walking while singing, and now it is mine. A while later, Kim Hajin was happily walking on the stairs. I even deleted the surveillance footage. Now there should be no more problems. Suddenly he noticed something. The hallway right now, Rachel was standing leaning her face against the wall. Kim Hajin saw this and could not help but wonder. Huh? Rachel is on the 6th floor? There were many scratches on Rachel's body. She was breathing extremely heavily. But why does she look like that? Kim Hajin asked silently in his head. Kim Hajin stood behind and spoke up. Rachel. Hearing the call suddenly, she was immediately scared and jumped. Her mouth kept saying strange words. Kim Hajin looked at her worriedly and continued. It is me. It is okay. I am also on the black team. Rachel turned around with a pale face. She looked like she was about to cry. Hajin. Kim Hajin worriedly asked further. Did something happen? Why is your face like that? Rachel raised her hand to touch her other arm. Silent for a moment before replying. I wanted to try ambushing others. Kim Hajin heard the answer and felt helpless. Ah. Rachel continued recounting, her face drooping, losing all vitality. And then I ran into Kim Suho. I barely managed to run away. But then I was chased by Chai Nayun and Yu Yona. And when I escaped, I got hit by a magician's magic. Kim Hajin heard this and felt helpless for her. You have suffered. Rachel weakly continued. How many people did you get, Hajin? Kim Hajin replied immediately. Not a single person. How about you, Rachel? Rachel said somewhat timidly. Only one. Rachel sadly lowered her face, breathing heavily. Kim Hajin stood aside and saw it all. Her appearance right now was extremely pitiful, looking ragged and extremely weak. At this rate, Rachel's score in the competition will be very low. Making up for a low artifact achievement is easy. I just need to keep an average rank. But with Rachel, it is different. Rachel's hand was trying to reach the final goal, which is, because the criteria set for her are very high. Kim Hajin spoke while taking out an artifact box and handing it to Rachel. It is not too late yet. Rachel held the artifact box he gave her and confusedly said, This is an artifact. Did you find it? Hajin. Kim Hajin immediately replied, You take it to the upper floor. You are faster than me. Rachel. Rachel heard this and was startled, panicking, saying, What? Why are you telling me to? Not letting her finish her sentence, Kim Hajin cut in. Please accept it. His face at this moment was extremely serious. I just want to help you. Rachel was still staring intently at the artifact box. Kim Hajin's eyes were extremely sincere. Rachel looked until she was dumbfounded. Kim Hajin continued speaking. And at the end of the corridor on my right, there is an emergency staircase. There aren't many people on that side. Rachel still looked down at the artifact box in her hand with some worry. But will it be okay? Suddenly from behind, a loud voice rang out. Found her. Rachel was startled and glanced back. It was none other than Chai Nayun's group aggressively rushing over. This time I will definitely kill you. Rachel saw them and was startled in fear. Kim Hajin beside her was also a bit afraid. 6 people from the white team. Chai Nayun was rushing over like a rocket and immediately recognized the person standing with Rachel.
Kim Hajin.
Chai Nayun's group noticed the artifact box in Rachel's hand. Is she holding an artifact? Chai Nayun, while rushing towards Rachel, said fiercely. She got it from someone already. Kim Hajin immediately turned and said to Rachel, Go quickly. She stepped back a few steps but was still hesitant, wanting to say something. But he urgently said, Hurry up. Kim Hajin glanced back. I will hold them off as long as possible. Rachel looked at Kim Hajin petrified. She did not know what else to say. Rachel gripped the artifact box tightly in her hand, shyly running away while saying, Thank you. At this time Kim Hajin shouted loudly, signaling Rachel Elizabeth Lewis to leave. Go quickly. Hearing that, she hesitated a bit. But not letting her delay any further, he urged. Hurry up. Kim Hajin cast a glance back with determined eyes. I will hold them off as long as possible. These words just spoken made Rachel Elizabeth Lewis stunned. In her heart, she felt a strangely warm feeling, gripping the box tightly in her hand. Then she turned around, looking back with reluctant eyes mixed with a bit of being moved, and replied, "Thank you." Realizing she was running away, Burmarin just realized and shouted, "Ah, who said you could go?" Saying that, he drew his bow and aimed that arrow at Rachel Elizabeth Lewis's back. The arrow was released, rushing straight towards Rachel, who was trying hard to escape. Suddenly a booming explosion rang out right after the arrow flew close to Rachel. This scene successfully made Burmarin panicked, unable to foresee it. The smoke after the explosion faded, revealing the arrow stuck straight into the ground. Looking at Kim Hajin with the gun still bearing traces of just firing a bullet, he angrily cursed, "You pest." At this time, he signaled to Junyoung beside him, "Let me and Junyoung chase after Rachel," but was immediately stopped. No. At this moment, Yuna reached out her hand to block, her face looking like she was calculating something, and spoke, "Just stay here. He is very strong." Now the whole group of Yuna and Kim Hajin silently confronted each other face to face. Then Chai Nayun could not hold back and spoke up to advise, "Hajin, do you want to fight 6 against 1 by yourself? Are you crazy?" Hearing that, Kim Hajin put on an indifferent, calm face and replied, "Let's see, that might be true." After that, he looked up at the ceiling, secretly calculating. "Luckily, there are many structures here that I can cling to. Like this, I can use parkour to escape." At this time, Kim Hajin faced the opponent directly, cocked his gun, and raised his voice to challenge. "Just try and you will know." And he also thought, "Anyway, my main mission is to buy time for Rachel." Seeing him not seeming worried at all and even uttering challenging words, Kim Byung-go could not help but ask annoyedly, "Why do you guys all act so scared? It is just a kid with a gun." Immediately after that, the hand holding the axe handle of Kim Byung-go bulged with veins emitting mana energy as he spoke up, "If no one goes up." He immediately enthusiastically spun the axe in his hand, rushing forward quickly with extreme excitement, saying loudly, "Then let me handle it." On the side, Kim Hajin also raised his hand holding the gun, aiming precisely at the target, shooting consecutively at Kim Byung-go, making him, who was in an active stance, suddenly switch to defense, quickly retreating backward to dodge each bullet. Suddenly something purple flew up, flashing past Kim Byung-go's face. Turns out both Yuna and Chai Nayun launched attacks from behind towards Kim Hajin, making Kim Byung-go, who was dodging with all his might, shocked. 2 attacks flew over and intertwined with each other, rushing straight to where Kim Hajin was holding the gun. Right at the critical moment, Kim Hajin used his special ability to slow down time, aiming straight at the target. "It is time. Fire." Then he lifted his foot, then tilted his body, dodging Yuna's attack. The gun in his hand was immediately fired. The bullet shot out, rushing towards Chai Nayun's arrow. Finally, both the bullet and the arrow collided, deflecting the attack towards Kim Byung-go. This situation left him unable to react, freezing as he watched the arrow attack his forehead. With a bang, the attack struck Kim Byung-go's forehead, causing him to fall backward. It seemed that, after that blow, he gradually lost consciousness. Seeing the result differ from his prediction, Kim Hajin was also stunned. This case was truly unexpected. But not just him. Chai Nayun and Yonghan also gaped, staring wide-eyed at the scene that just happened in a flash. With just one move, Kim Byung-go was officially defeated. He lay motionless on the ground from the pain of the collision, causing the atmosphere to fall into silence. Chai stepped forward and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Suddenly, Kim Byung-go sat up grimacing, tears welling up in pain from the impact spot, and shouted, "What the hell?" Then, not expecting Kim Hajin to not hold back at all, he shouted in frustration, "You even hit your own teammate like that?" Right then, something appeared like a glass pane blocking Kim Byung-go's vision. Angry and frustrated, now blinded and gagged, he struggled in annoyance like a child who lost their candy in Kim Hajin's eyes. Cadet Kim Byung-go, HP depleted, eliminated. He couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. It seems his remaining HP was quite low, how coincidental. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, cutting off Kim Hajin's train of thought. "I knew it. Now Yuna spoke up. I can't underestimate you." Then Yuna, her face darkening with a hint of annoyance, held a whip in her hand and questioned, "You even calculated the ricochet angle of the bullet?" Hearing her say that, Hajin broke into a cold sweat, standing frozen and thinking to himself, I didn't?" Switching scenes, Rachel was currently moving quickly up each step of the stairs, her whole body soaked in sweat, exerting all her strength to run forward. A thought appeared in her mind. "I don't want to believe that's the truth." While running, she suddenly remembered a rumor. There's a rumor that Hajin likes Rachel. Rachel began to recall the times friends whispered behind her back. Then she reassured herself. There's no way that's true. It must just be a baseless rumor. Then she suddenly thought of every moment beside Kim Hajin and pondered anxiously. But, perhaps I'm the only one who thinks that. The image of Kim Hajin holding the artifact and handing it to Rachel appeared, and she told herself, I know everything clearly. The more she ran, the more she thought about her emotions, and the more confused Rachel became. I know clearly. Now Rachel had also arrived at the destination. Her teammates recognized her and called out in surprise, Rachel! The pink-eyed, dark-skinned friend cheerfully said, You're still alive. The pink-eyed, dark-skinned friend asked, What are you holding? At this moment, Rachel, having just run for her life, panted and replied, This. Then he seemed to realize, Immediately after, he waved his hand excitedly and shouted loudly, Rachel got the artifact. Everyone heard this and was surprised mixed with joy. Really? That's great. After that, she looked at the artifact in her hand and felt regretful, thinking, I shouldn't have taken it. Rachel's current mood was chaotic. She lowered her face, pursed her lips tight, and told herself, Currently, I must not have feelings for anyone. Suddenly Rachel remembered the image of her parents, reinforcing that thought even more. For the survival of the country, my parents, and the Royal Guild, I decided to sacrifice everything. Her face tried to appear strong, but how well she held back her tears clearly made her feel sorrowful as she wouldn't let them flow. I don't want to give up what I am protecting. Thinking it through, she felt. But then, Rachel gripped the artifact tightly in her hand. Rachel realized the problem, but at this rate, suddenly she called out, Everyone, I'm afraid if I keep hesitating like this, I will develop feelings for him. At this moment Rachel spoke up, There is someone who needs our help down on the 6th floor. Hearing her say that, everyone went down to the 6th floor together, but the moment they saw the scene before their eyes, everyone was astonished. Legs are wiggling while tied up. The whole group was shocked by that scene and shouted, What is this? Before their eyes were the teammates who had just fought Kim Hajin. All were defeated, gagged, bound, and struggling on the ground. Seeing this, Rachel immediately felt 1,000 questions appear in her head. What happened? Do we still need to help? Suddenly the pink-eyed, dark-skinned friend spoke up and asked, Rachel, who do we have to help? Suddenly asked, she stammered, I don't think he needs our help anymore. At this moment, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, unable to believe her eyes. Surprising indeed, I knew Hajin was strong, but I didn't expect him to defeat 6 people all by himself. Suddenly, the pink-eyed, dark-skinned friend discovered a stranger standing there. Without thinking much, he walked over to greet him. Oh, hello. Rachel saw him and thought it was him, calling out happily, Hajin! This thought was extinguished immediately when a voice rang out. Where did he go? Leaving her stunned. A man appeared with a sly smile. He had golden eyes, white hair, cold pale skin, wearing a tight black shirt revealing every toned line of his body, resting a spear on his shoulder. Rachel immediately recognized him. Jonghak. Not long before that, level 5 underground. Kim Suho, NKR00T09, versus Shin Jonghak, NKRAB51. Cameras were also installed there. Kim Suho stood there keeping the sword at his waist. Opposite was Shin Jonghak with a spear resting on his shoulder, smiling wickedly. Both stood looking at each other for a while. Then Shin Jonghak spoke first. Kim Suho, I've waited for this day for a long time. Shin Jonghak looked at him, smiling excitedly as if victory was already in his hand. Are you racking your brain for a way to escape? Kim Suho showed no worry or fear. On the contrary, he smiled brightly, slowly drew the sword from his waist, and replied decisively, Not a chance. At this, he didn't want to hesitate any longer, pointed his spear at Kim Suho, and spoke, I am very anxious to know how long you can keep up that tough act. Come on. I will show you the difference between the two of us. Hearing those provocative words Shin Jonghak just uttered, Kim Suho smiled inwardly with calculating eyes. Immediately after, Kim Suho leaped up from the ground, replying to his taunts. Then I will accept your offer. He immediately rushed forward, swinging his sword to clash with his spear. Seeing that Shin Jonghak was also quite an interesting opponent, he smiled and remarked, I won't go easy on you. Shin Jonghak smiled sarcastically. Don't let me see your pathetic side. A fierce duel between the two quickly took place. Suddenly Shin Jonghak shifted his foot to the side, immediately thrusting the spear towards Kim Suho, but he quickly dodged it. But that attack tore a corner of Kim Suho's shirt. See that? He noticed it. Opportunity smiled with a triumphant look as he swung the spear up. Without thinking much, he immediately stabbed down. But Kim Suho wasn't that easy to beat. With quick reactions, he gently dodged that attack. Seeing that he still hadn't done anything to Kim Suho, he thought bitterly. He dodges well like a rat. The next strike, I will definitely defeat him. Suddenly, while intense, the spear from the earlier attack that pierced the ground was now stuck and couldn't be pulled up. He began to try again, using strength to pull it, surprised and confused. Wait, why can't I move it? At this moment, Shin Jonghak encountered an unnecessary trouble. He gritted his teeth thinking, damn it, I can't believe I made such a mistake right at the start. Taking the opportunity that Shin Jonghak lost the chance to counterattack and revealed an opening. Without many words, Kim Suho rushed forward and kicked him hard. Because of that, he also instinctively raised his hand to block. It was thought he would attack right when the opponent lost his weapon. But Kim Suho didn't do that. The kick just now turned out to help Shin Jonghak regain his weapon, as the spear was no longer stuck there due to his impact. At the same time, Kim Suho pointed his sword at Shin Jonghak, making him angry but unable to do anything. Kim Suho looked at him sitting on the ground and reminded him, I told you I wouldn't go easy on you, didn't I? Shin Jonghak, with eyes wanting to take down the opponent, placed his hand on the side. It suddenly glowed as he replied, Who says everything is over? This answer surprised Kim Suho. What? Suddenly, a light appeared at that hand spot. Kim Suho instinctively raised his hand to shield his face while looking at it. He couldn't help but ask, What are you saying? Suddenly realizing the ground had shattered, revealing a large hole. At the same time, fragments of debris flew everywhere. Kim Suho covered his face with his hand and dodged away. Dust rose thickly. He coughed, his hand still covering his eyes to prevent dust from entering. Now Kim Suho slowly opened his eyes to observe the situation. Unexpectedly, Shin Jonghak had taken advantage of that to escape and disappeared without a trace. Kim Suho also realized he disappeared. At the nearby stairs, Shin Jonghak was stepping down each step, but he was still as arrogant as ever, even saying words to elevate his own value. Just now I only let my guard down for a moment. Next time I will pay you back. Returning to the scene on Rachel's side, right when she heard the voice, Hey, come here quickly. Where are you? She turned her head to look. Suddenly realizing the arrival was Shin Jonghak, she instinctively called his name, Jonghak. He held the spear in his hand and smiled in reply, I just went to do some private business. At this moment, Jonghak and Rachel made eye contact. But she only nodded slightly in greeting with a somewhat disappointed look. Seeing that, Shin Jonghak also looked confused and nodded back. The pink-eyed, dark-skinned friend pointed at the people Kim Hajin had just defeated and asked, Hey, Jonghak, what is this? Did you do this? Shin Jonghak immediately confirmed, yeah. Words just uttered immediately made Rachel realize his answer was false, because the person who stayed behind to hold them off for her to run was Kim Hajin, while the pink-eyed, dark-skinned friend cheerfully said, was it you? Seems like we came here for nothing. Time for a break. Shin Jonghak had unfortunately lost to Kim Suho in a battle, but this is just a tactical retreat. Then accidentally while running, he found Yuna and Chai Nayun in trouble with a person possessing quite fast speed. After that, he attacked them unexpectedly by throwing his spear and eliminated 2 cadets. At this moment, Shin Jonghak recalled that scene and thought to himself, although it feels like I just stole the credit, but I really was the one who defeated those 2. Rachel stood there clenching her fists in silence, angry at Shin Jonghak's lie, and he, thinking no one knew about it, acted as if nothing happened and spoke. Now I can command the black team, right? Pink-eyed, dark-skinned friend happily replied, Of course, that's even better. Rachel, you're coming with us too, right? Not just him, but the others were also happy. Jonghak is in our team? Nice. As soon as she was asked, Rachel strode away, her eyes looking at Shin Jonghak with a gaze that couldn't tolerate a speck of dust, replying, I'm not going. Seeing this, the pink-eyed, dark-skinned friend wondered, Huh? Why is that? Come with us. She was decisive with her intention. From now on, I will go alone. The friend still wanted to persuade. Even so, going together is still better. She refused the invitation and reassured, It's okay. I'm fine. Then Rachel turned and walked away briskly. As she left, her eyes lowered, feeling an unacceptable sensation upon discovering that what they did was not the truth. Yet they claimed it as their own. I don't want to go with someone who stole someone else's credit. Watching Rachel's back as she left, Jonghak stood in silent contemplation. Feeling annoyed inside, he thought, Why do I feel somehow wrong? Suddenly someone urged, Jonghak, let's go. He immediately replied, Yeah. After that, the simulated artifact battle proceeded quickly. Shin Jonghak held the artifact high and laughed triumphantly. Ha! Really easy. Losers. Everyone around watched helplessly. Shin Jonghak had gathered the remaining members of the black team and snatched 2 artifacts. Rachel also achieved good results using her guerrilla skills. The opponent screamed in fear. "Ah, I surrender." Both of them achieved personal achievements outside the team's overall victory. Kim Soo-ho stood out with leadership talent and combatability. As usual, combined with the artifact Lee Ji-eun had, they safely transported 5 artifacts. As for me, I miraculously survived the attack from Yoo Yona and Chai Na-yoon. Now Kim Hajin stood hiding against the wall, quietly observing Jonghak grabbing Kim Byung-go's collar and wondering, why did he faint? In the restroom area, a sign was placed in front saying, "Cleaning," to prevent others from entering. Now Kim Hajin sat inside, turning on the screen to observe, "I survived the battle by myself." Sitting looking at the screen smiling happily, Kim Hajin suddenly seemed to remember something. "Seems like I forgot something. TSK. If it's important, I'll remember it eventually." At another corner of the restroom, Ji-eun held her face wearily. She sat in a stall of the restroom, rubbing her forehead and realizing, "Ah, damn it, I overslept." At this moment, she looked at the watch on her hand, her mind in a mess. "I have to find." Suddenly realizing, the item. The watch displayed 15:02. She panicked. 3 p.m. already? Then Ji-eun sighed, reaching out to find something, exclaiming to herself, "What's wrong with this watch? The time is all wrong. I can't believe they asked me to use this while on a mission." At this time, Ji-eun compared the REP watch on her hand and the cadet watch she was wearing, then froze. "They gave me." She still didn't believe it was true, feeling a bit annoyed. "What's wrong with the time?" Suddenly the watch notification sounded. "You have an unread message. The artifact battle has ended. Survivors, black team 12 people. White team 11 people. Artifacts, black team 3 artifacts. White team 5 artifacts. White team MVP, Kim Soo-ho, Chai Na-yoon. Black team MVP, Shin Jonghak, Rachel. White team wins." Now Ji-eun was surprised. Artifact battle. It's over. Immediately after, Ji-eun ran quickly out of the restroom shouting, "It's over." The hallway was now empty without a soul. Everywhere she looked was pitch black. The lights were off. Ji-eun broke into a cold sweat, panicked and unable to believe her eyes. She screamed, "What the hell?" At this moment, a line of text appeared. Mission progress 0%. Outside at this time, everyone was happily chatting and resting after a battle. "Want some water? Thanks." Then suddenly there was a call. Ji-eun. Ji-eun hasn't come back yet. Looking at the happy couple in front, a person wearing gold glasses holding a notice board, who was Instructor Kim Soo-hyuk, couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is she doing? Then the instructor spoke up. "I will announce the results and the outstanding individuals right now. Black team, 12 surviving members. Found 3 artifacts. The best performers are Shin Jonghak and Rachel. The best performers of the white team are Kim Soo-ho and Na-yoon. 11 surviving members. Found 5 artifacts. Therefore, the winning team is white team." Immediately, everyone cheered happily for the victory. Amidst that joy, there was someone sitting plucking grass in anger. "Damn it." Turned out to be Chai Na-yoon. Her face darkened as she mumbled, "So what if my team won?" This moment she felt inferior, her face gloomy as she thought, "I didn't even get to fight alongside Rachel, and didn't defeat Kim Hajin even though 6 people attacked him at the same time." Although Shin Jonghak intervened halfway. Then suddenly she remembered everyone's gossip. And Kim Hajin likes Rachel. Suddenly Yoo Yona appeared, speaking up to cut off her train of thought. "Are you sad because of what Ji-eun said earlier?" Hearing Yoo Yona ask that, Chai Na-yoon immediately got agitated. "Who said I'm sad? I don't even remember what she said." Yoo Yona nodded beside her and asked back, "Is that so?" Yoo Yona's subsequent words made her even more agitated. What if he really gets stolen away? Na-yoon panicked and jumped, replying, "Stolen." Immediately after, she bristled like a hedgehog and retorted, "There's nothing to steal here. Stop talking nonsense." Seeing her reaction, Yoo Yona burst out laughing, "Haha." At this moment, Na-yoon shyly turned away and spoke, "Fighting over Kim Hajin isn't anything fun." Yona beside her placed her hand on her chin and thought, "Although I don't really believe those rumors." Then Yona stated her own judgment. "But he might join her team because you keep pushing him away." The words hit the mark, causing Na-yoon's face to clearly show sadness. Then looking to another corner seeing Kim Hajin happily chatting with Rachel, she replied, "If he changes that easily, then I don't like him." These words just spoken made Yoo Yona cover her mouth and giggle. Then she turned and asked, "Hey Na-yoon, who do you like more, Soo-ho or Hajin?" This teasing question poked at the anger inside Na-yoon. Immediately after, she shouted in frustration, I told you it's not like that. While arguing fiercely, Shin Jonghak appeared from nowhere like a puppy wagging its tail, smiling and fishing for gossip. What's wrong? Why did you shout like that? Angry but hearing that question, she was both shy and gritted her teeth. Suddenly Yu Yona's eyes lit up calling his name. Jonghak. Nayun saw this and mocked. Ah, hey, Jonghak, your team lost. How do you feel? Thought these words would make him angry, but that didn't happen at all. On the contrary, he confidently brushed his hair handsomely and replied calmly. Just a bit unlucky. But since I was the best in the team, that's enough. Couldn't be avoided. I tried my best. At this moment Jonghak turned and asked, Nayun, anyway, you are in the white team. Hearing this, the cowlick on her head wiggled like a caterpillar. This moment Nayun regained her joy and pride, her eyes lighting up, rubbing her nose with the look of a winner. Ahem. TSK. That's right. Looking at her expression, Yu Yona beside her also felt helpless and exclaimed inwardly, She's really simple. Instructor Suhyuk, having just announced the results, was angrily criticizing Lee Ji-yoon's actions. Instructor Suhyuk was furious like an erupting volcano, looking down at Lee Ji-yoon and asking word by word, You just stayed in one place all day. Explain yourself. Hearing this, Lee Ji-yoon looked like her vitality had been drained, shriveled, her face pale, silent and not daring to speak. Seeing Lee Ji-yoon remain silent and not answering made him even more impatient and angry, shouting, Explain! Yivyeon, do you think this class is a joke? Following that was a barrage of scolding from the teacher descending. Seeing such a scene, Nayun's group, curious, looked over, and Jonghak spoke first. What's going on? The other two replied, Who knows? Suddenly at this moment, Shin Jonghak waved goodbye and left. If there's nothing else, I'll go first. See you later.
Yyo Yona Apili replied. Ah.
Bye, Jonghak. But he added, Talk later, Nayun. Hearing that, Chai Nayun immediately asked in surprise, Talk to me. Seeing herself ignored, Yu Yona felt self-pity and fell silent. At this moment she turned and called, Nayun. Hearing Yu Yona call, Nayun continued, What is it now? Now Yu Yona spoke slowly and timidly. If you don't like Hajin or Suho, then do you like Jonghak? As soon as the words were out, Nayun's face turned dark, looking at her with annoyance like a ghost, emphasizing each word. Are you crazy? Seeing her reaction, Yu Yona also evaluated in her head. She probably doesn't like Jonghak. But Yona still felt self-pity. I'm really jealous of you. Suddenly hearing her friend say such strange sentences, Nayun asked back, What are you saying? Then Yona said nothing, silently thinking. You have 3 people to choose from, while I have no one. So the training session for the midterm exam ended. The moment began to be captured. Kim Suho smiling with Jin Ho-sung. The artifact war. At this moment, Rachel's hair was blown by a strong wind covering her entire face. Kim Hajin sitting next to her was confused, not knowing what to do. Kim Hajin looked up at the sky thinking, It's finished. After a long day, Kim Hajin dragged his tired, trembling body to the door handle thinking, I didn't write details about the artifact war, so I hid and waited for it to end to ensure everything went as I wished. Although in the end, nothing happened. Opening the door, he punched his shoulder wearily thinking, I should have just let myself be eliminated in the middle of the exam. So tired. Right at that moment, Evandel, happy and cheerful looking like a little son, ran over, her sweet voice speaking up, Hajin! Hajin! Welcome back. Seeing her, he also regained his spirit, as if energized. Kim Hajin immediately picked the little girl up, smiling brightly and replying, I'm back. Did you have fun playing? Inside the house now was a series of animals like giraffes, birds, sheep, ducks, dogs, cats, snakes. He immediately felt a headache. The little girl replied, Yes. He forced a smile and replied, Seems fun. And Kim Hajin asked the little girl, You haven't forgotten what I told you, right? Spirit beasts. The little girl radiantly continued, Must not let them go outside. He immediately praised, Very good. Suddenly the little girl looked around constantly as if searching for something, then spoke in a childish voice. She asked, Where is the food? As soon as the words were spoken, the smile on his face extinguished, worried as he just remembered. I was so tired I completely forgot. Lying in his arms, those glistening eyes filled with tears, her voice sounding like crying, Brother, no food. Right then, Kim Hajin put the little girl down to reassure her. I ordered it on the way. They will deliver it soon. Having just said that, he immediately flew off like the wind instructing, I have to go to the restroom. Then Kim Hajin frantically pressed buttons to choose dishes, urging himself. I have to order right now. Banh mi, beef pho. Finally pressed the button. Order. Done with the task, Kim Hajin wiped his sweat, breathing a sigh of relief. Suddenly a notification appeared, and he suddenly realized. Content of the notification was a new guild. The Jin Guild successfully eliminated Su Gun's Demon Den. The information arrived just in time to reduce his anxiety. I was worried because I heard no news about it. Finally, it's on the news. At this moment, looking at the screen, Hajin pondered, what about my stocks? Remembering the money he had invested, Kim Hajin carefully tapped the screen. 1.5 billion I invested. As soon as he pressed the button, a bright red arrow flew out, piercing the restroom wall. That turned out to be the increase in the stock market. Kim Hajin covered his mouth as if bursting with joy. Surroundings flooded with blooming flowers, he rejoiced. 1.5 billion became 13 billion already. He couldn't stop smiling, calculating. The price will still increase, right? No. Maybe I should sell now just in case. Now he couldn't hide his excitement, shedding tears of happiness. No matter what, now I'm rich enough to play for a lifetime without having to work. At this moment Kim Hajin adjusted his emotions and sighed. Then he fell into a quiet void again. Even so, Kim Hajin's eyes became sad. This money will disappear when I return to the real world. Switching scenes to a panoramic view of the city at night, truly prosperous with sparkling electric lights. At the Geronimo mercenary office, a person was sitting in front of a computer screen observing. At that time, she picked up a cup of coffee to drink, and a spirit behind her did the same action. Then she spoke. Things we can assign to apprentice mercenaries. Then she clicked the mouse, remembering. A request attached to the admission mission. Thinking of the photo given for work, thoughts began to rise. The target must be someone who has killed a number of people. A villain unworthy of living. Suddenly she realized, that works. At this moment someone called her. She spoke, hello, Captain. I have it. What is the request? Then information was reported to Li Xiaofeng. Italian mafia, suspected to be a Jin. Receiving the information, she only replied with one sentence, good. Suddenly the other end asked, but do you have the answer I need yet? At this moment the other side spoke. Kim Hajin. Will he join the Geronimo mercenary group? The other end emitted a sound. Did Kim Hajin really say he would join the Geronimo mercenary group? Xiaofeng leaned back against the wall replying, that's right. He answered very decisively. The voice on the other side rang out. Really? What did he say? Xiaofeng recounted with a gloomy face. I'll call back later when I have time. He answered like that when we gave him the business card. The gray-haired guy with a freckled face looked up pretending to think and said, so, you mean there hasn't been any call for 2 weeks? Xiaofeng confirmed. Yeah, so he will call us back soon. She lowered her voice to order. Then please fix that mission for me. The gray-haired guy cried out. Wait, but not letting him finish, Xiaofeng said goodbye. I'm hanging up. So the call ended. The gray-haired guy sitting at the computer desk was a bit speechless. Seriously? He scratched his messy hair. Is it because she has never socialized? Or just because she lacks subtlety? His hand moved the mouse on the desk. Forget it. Whatever she asks, I'll just do it. Having said that, he moved the mouse and clicked the allow button on the screen. Jean was walking in the dormitory courtyard. Glancing around, seeing only females. He thought confusedly, is this really the first time I've come near the female dormitory? Looking ahead, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. That is. He called. Rachel. She turned her head back immediately, looking at him with a haggard face. Hajin. He walked over to strike up a conversation with her. You're probably going to the library to research, right? Rachel replied. That's right, since it's not long until the midterm exam. She was a bit puzzled seeing him here. And what are you doing here? Hajin said vaguely. I have some business here. He opened his eyes wide, realizing the opponent's condition wasn't good. She seems to look worse than usual. There's still plenty of time until the exam. Why is she studying so hard? Then Hajin thought the reason might lie with himself. Could it be because of me? Because if comparing the achievements of both in theory, Hajin would be slightly better than Rachel. He was rank 1 and she was rank 2. This thought made him feel guilty, causing his whole body to break out in a cold sweat. Then Hajin changed the subject. By the way, I haven't seen Rachel asking me about classwork lately. Rachel thought to herself. Asking him even though I know he likes me makes me feel like I'm using him. But outwardly, she just said, trying to solve my own problems is also very important. And you should study too, Hajin. He replied, don't worry about me. Then he said to Rachel again, if you need anything, just ask. Don't be shy. She blushed in embarrassment and whispered, "Yeah, thank you." After that, Rachel said goodbye. "I'll be going then." Then she dashed off as fast as lightning. Hajin also bid her farewell. "Yeah. See you again." But before he could finish the last word, Rachel's figure was already far away. He was stunned.
So fast.
Hajin touched his neck, wondering, is she in such a hurry to go to class? A while later, Hajin went to the prearranged area. He saw a figure standing in the distance. He called out, "You Yona." She looked over. "You're here?" "So." She stepped closer to Hajin. "What did you find me for?" He replied, "Well, it's nothing too important." Hearing this, Yona suddenly froze. She bit her lips slightly. Yona didn't dare to look straight at him. She stammered, "Well, since I didn't exactly hide it, it's not strange that you know. Everyone who knows me knows. It's only been about a month or two. But so what?" While she was talking, Hajin was rummaging for something in his bag. Then he immediately threw that thing towards Yona. "Take it." She hurriedly caught the item. Her eyes suddenly widened. "This is..." Hajin then said the item was a 5-year-old wild ginseng. He recalled when he was digging in the dirt. "I've spent a lot of time lately thinking about it. How I should use the wild ginseng I found on the mountain." He tapped his finger lightly on his lips, humming while calculating. "Now that I have enough money, I don't need to sell it. If I'm going to use it for something, it's best to use it as an elixir." Hajin rolled up his sleeve to reveal a tattoo. "I should do it right away, but..." He lowered his head. "I tried twice but still gained nothing. I couldn't even activate it." Thinking of this, Hajin couldn't help but feel dejected and gloomy. He raised his head. His eyes were determined. "Then I have no other choice. I have to give it to someone close to me who has enough connections and equipment to craft an elixir." Yona was still holding the ginseng in her hand, in disbelief. "You're giving me this?" Hajin pointed at the ginseng. "I'm investing in you. Use it for research now, and later, pay back this favor with a high-quality elixir." Hearing such sentimental words, Yona still had a bit of doubt. Nowadays, it's very hard to find wild ginseng. Even in the Violet Banquet, it's very difficult. "Where did..." The Hajin smiled at her and asked, "Is that okay?" She fell silent for a moment, then replied, "Of course it is." Then Yona's face became radiant as she said, "It will take some time, but I will pay you back with interest." Hajin watched Yona carefully admiring the ginseng in her hand. He smiled, thinking to himself, how could she refuse? The reason he knew this was because according to the novel, Yona's pharmaceutical company would definitely be very successful. But that was a story of 10 years later. Right now, having just established the company, she faced many difficulties in finding a wild ginseng gatherer for herself. The smart device on Yona's wrist suddenly rang. She glanced at Hajin and said, "Let me take this call." He agreed. "Yeah." In his heart, he wondered, who is calling that makes her face so serious? Seeing Yunha's worried expression, he told himself, should I listen in a little? No sooner thought than done. Hajin immediately turned on the eavesdropping mode. Heard the sound from the other end of the line. "Yes, I am currently at Daehun Hospital. Recently, the nurses have been whispering a strange rumor. They say a finger of Chai Jin-yoon moved." The other side continued. "We need to confirm the details, but..." Yona temporarily didn't want to hear more. She spoke into the device. "All right, I'll call back later." Hajin then spoke up. "Is something wrong?" She raised her head and made up a vague story. "Ah, just a glitch with the network manager." Hajin's tone was deep. "Is that really it?" Yona confirmed. "That's right. But..." Looking at Hajin's face, which looked like a grim reaper, Yunha wondered, "Why does your face look so serious?" Hearing that, Hajin turned his head. "It's nothing. I'm going." Then he left that place. She stood behind him, not forgetting the favor, and shouted, "Thank you for giving me the wild ginseng. I will repay you with more than just a quality elixir if I don't fail." After speaking, she was stunned. Looking at Hajin's figure gradually fading away, she felt a bit confused. Why is he acting like that? A hand opened and a voice spoke up. "Book of Truth." Immediately, a book appeared in his hand. Hajin stared at the book and asked, "When will the devil seed in Chai Jin-yoon's body sprout?" He looked at each word on the page. "My magic power probably isn't enough to ask for such deep details." In that case, he changed the question. "To what extent has the devil's seed residing in Chai Jin-yoon's body sprouted?" From the book, a stream of light suddenly appeared, floating in the air. He widened his eyes watching that light. When the light faded, the screen displayed the number 89%. Hajin looked blankly at that number. It hasn't sprouted yet. Then maybe his finger really was just twitching. But He placed his hand on his chin. I made the time to suppress the demonization as slow as possible, which is 5 years. And it's been over 4 years since Chai Jinyun fell into a coma. Then there's only... The sound of the device suddenly rang out, interrupting his train of thought. Hajin looked at the flashing device. His eyes reflected the light of the screen. About half a year more. The device on Hajin's hand projected a screen displaying a message from Li Xiaofeng sent to him. When will you contact me again? He reached up to touch his hair. Hajin held his head with both hands wearily. After winter ends and before spring begins, I will have to kill Chai Jinyun. Heart rate monitor displayed the electrocardiogram waves going up and down steadily. Chai Jinyun closed his eyes tight. His face clearly showed a gaunt look. Those skinny, bony fingers lay there. The heart rate line vibrated. The person lying on the bed remained silent. The heart rate line vibrated again. This time it seemed stronger. That motionless finger suddenly twitched. A hand slammed onto the board. Yungon excitedly looked at the crowd and spoke loudly. Everyone knows there's an interclass tournament taking place this week, right? Everyone must participate in at least one event. A girl raised her hand. Yungon, I'll take it. Others were discussing. What should I participate in? While everyone was noisily responding to Yonghan's call, Hajin was resting his chin on his hand, thinking, I completely forgot. Allow me to explain a bit. What is the competition between classes? Like the name says, this is a competition between classes. The fields they compete in start from those related to actual combat abilities, and, gradually, branch out to almost everything in entertainment and sports. Hajin silently calculated in detail. If this were a regular class, I would have only participated in the combat part. But since this event is for all cadets, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. It can be considered a sports day for Cube Academy. He turned to glance at the person sitting next to him. Rachel, what exam do you plan to participate in? She answered unsurely. Quiz bowl, I think. Yungon from the podium seemed to hear and shouted over. Hey, we already have enough people for the quiz contest. We also have enough people for basketball and soccer. Jean was a bit confused. Okay. Then he asked, then what events are left? Yonghan replied, the remaining things are singing and... Oh, Yungon said the last subject. Archery. Then he excitedly called out. Hajin, wanna try archery? Hearing that, Hajin glared at Chai Nayun behind him. Being looked at, she immediately spoke up to refuse. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm not joining archery. Receiving a definite answer, Hajin turned again towards the podium. Well, I guess I'll do archery. Yonghan happily agreed. I'm signing you up. Chai Nayun pouted in disbelief. Seriously? A voice rang out. Is this how we conduct the competition? At the same time, Hajin stole a glance at the figure of someone sitting up ahead not far from him. The system emitted a sound. Agency of Truth. Jane's request has been approved. Jane sat boringly tapping the table. They're giving me an answer now? I thought it was meaningless since there was no response. I wonder if the Agency of Truth is reliable. Here Jane's fist clenched. No matter what they are or what time they are in, it doesn't matter, as long as I can find that bastard. Hajin on this side was still staring at that person attentively. Last night, Hosup contacted me. The message on the screen displayed. Hajin, I decided to quit. I sent a job application to the information guild you mentioned. Hajin sat in front of the computer typing. Good. I think you made the right decision. The message from the other side came again. Thanks for introducing them to me. And I finally found out who Augustus Benjamin is. After reading that message, Hajin was startled and froze. Information about Tomer's father that I told him to look into before. And he quickly typed to send another message. Can you find out where he is and what he's doing now? The other side responded immediately. He has passed away. At the class competition, the soccer match taking place was shown live on the screen. Amidst the enthusiastic cheering of everyone, the words in the message yesterday came rushing back. He spent time in a nursing home in Korea and passed away 4 years ago. I will send you the address of the nursing home in case you need it. Remembering that, Hajin fell into thought. Meaning Tomer's father is dead. It explains why the Book of Truth couldn't find him. He crossed his arms and looked ahead solemnly. Soon, the main storyline will begin again. I will have to confront Tomer before it happens. He shifted slightly. And then Hajin decisively stood up and left the competition venue. Yona saw him leave abruptly like that and was confused but just watched him go. At the chapel, Hajin gazed blankly in one direction. Following his gaze was a red cross hanging on the wall. He looked at that cross for a long time then whispered, I thought I would get a bit of a reverent feeling, but I don't really feel it. and Hajin touched the device on his wrist. The screen showed a message thread between him and Li Xiaofeng. He started sending a message. Does the job there pay well? The other side immediately responded with several sentences. They definitely pay very high. They protect identities too, for trainee mercenaries of Geronimo, until they become official. And after they do, they can keep their identity secret if they want. Looking at the name in the third sentence, Hajin paused to read a bit longer. Geronimo Mercenaries. Mentioning the name Geronimo Mercenaries, he couldn't help but remember the plot. The Chameleon Troop is a villainous organization, even though they have an unwritten rule not to take unnecessary lives. But they are still no different from evil organizations that have killed many people. Hajin wavered a bit at this moment. But if I join the Chameleon Troop, I won't have to worry about straying from the main storyline. Since the pay is also quite high, I'll be able to face any unexpected situations that appear. And most importantly, I'll be able to kill Chai Jin-yoon. Although Hajin thought so in his heart, outwardly he was conflicted. From the beginning, I knew I couldn't do it alone. But what worries me is that I have to commit a crime to do it. He asked himself, will I be able to kill another person? I don't know. To me, this world no longer feels like it's in a novel anymore. A figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. Kim Suho smiled and took the initiative to start a conversation. Hajin, are you Catholic? Hajin was slightly surprised to see him walk in. What are you doing here, Suho? Ah, just sitting here for a bit. How about you? Suho approached his seat and said, I also plan to. Then he looked up and said to Hajin, I was just reminded of the past. Hearing that, Hajin spoke his thoughts. I guess you used to go to church in the past. Suho replied vaguely, something like that. Hajin was curious. So what is it? Catholic Church?
Suorita Ortiz. No.
Hajin continued. Buddhism? Mormonism? Suho laughed hearing him guess wildly without hitting any, then continued to deny.
No.
Hajin, determined not to give up, asked, then what is it? He speculated. A religion from another world? This sentence made Suho freeze. Then he denied it as before. Come on, that's too ridiculous. Suho suddenly called his name, Hajin, and asked, things like Lord of the Rings. Hajin looked down at his feet and thought for a while. Then he said, the incident was talked about 50 years ago. If we consider the world BC, there were no monsters or magic. So instead of monsters suddenly appearing on this continent, wouldn't it be more logical to explain that they came from another world and invaded this world? Suho just stayed silent hearing that. His hands placed on his thighs slowly clenched. Hajin spoke again. In that case, it is part of the outworld theory that Professor Gers lectured about. Suho was slightly surprised by this information. He confusedly said, oh, then asked, so it's one of the theories that used to explain the reason for the monster and magic phenomenon? Hajin immediately replied, yes, although many people say it's nonsense. But I think it's possible. Actually, from the start, theories are just for knowing. The moment we try to explain it logically, we will make many mistakes. Suho exhaled upon hearing that. I guess that hypothesis is correct. Think about it. If you were in a situation similar to mine, he couldn't help but think of himself as a child. But you came to this world when you were small, and got a new family. At least you wouldn't be alone. Fish speaking. Suho seemed to fall into old memories, his expression somewhat darkening. Hajin silently looked at him. Then he stood up to leave. I'm going. Suho said, I'll stay a bit longer. After walking a few steps, remembering something, Hajin turned back to look at the other person. Oh right, you still don't have a manager, right? I'll introduce someone to you. Suho heard him mention a manager and said, a manager? I plan to slowly look for a suitable person. Hajin said again, I have someone I want to introduce to you. Suho was surprised. Really? Then thank you. Stepping to the door, Hajin couldn't help but think and looked back once more. He looked at that person's figure, muttering to himself, Kim Suho must be stronger, much stronger than the destiny arranged for him. Then he walked out the door. He is the only way I can think of right now, to confront any unexpected challenges about to happen in the future. Just as he left, Suho was looking up at the cross. Deep in his glistening eyes, filled with many feelings as if there were things he couldn't say yet. His hand clenched tight. Tremor rang out. The blue-haired girl was exhausted, panting. I almost really used all my strength with my strategy this time. Hajin was speechless. Just a few more months and I don't think I'll be able to beat you anymore. She said, really? Then Hajin waited for her to regain her breath and stabilize before continuing. Why didn't you sleep today? Didn't you say there was an event at school? The blue-haired girl immediately said, even so, it's just playing around. And I don't feel sleepy yet. Jean asked, "Are you worried about something?" She immediately replied, "Well, yes." Seeing that, Hajin thought for a moment and then said something that hit the nail on the head. "Is it about romance?" This sentence directly made her explode. Her face turned redder than a ripe tomato. Then Nayun stammered, trying to hide it.
No.
"It's nothing." Jean heard that and coaxed her. "What is it?" "I'm very good at listening to others talk about that." She was embarrassed, cleared her throat a few times. After clearing her throat a few times, the blue-haired girl recounted. "Well, it's like something I can't have. But I don't want others to have it either." Hajin understood. "Ah, you mean possessiveness?" Blue-haired girl admitted. "Oh, right, that's it." Hajin was speechless, thinking to himself. To think that she could consider that person so important is strange. She spoke again. "I guess you could say I've been a bit selfish." He asked, "There must be a reason, right?" She hesitated. "I'm not sure either. There isn't any clear reason." Jean finally understood. "Is that so?" Then he advised the person in front of him. "If you're thinking about that, why not just go for it?" The other person was wavering. But that's a bit." Hajin immediately interrupted. "Hey," he sincerely said, "if you keep being like this, then that person will be stolen away, right?" This sentence was like a hammer blow, causing the other party to be caught off guard, momentarily stunned by these honest words. The blue-haired girl didn't believe it. "Come on, really? Whether it gets stolen or not doesn't matter to me right now." Hajin just regretted not being able to strike while the iron was hot. He continued to advise. "You think right now it's not important, right? But you will definitely regret it later, right?" Blue-haired girl said, "That's not something you can lose. I've seen his strength. I like that personality." Hajin asked, "You say you always think about him?" The competition area. A voice rang out. The Archer class competition for the Acceptance class and Cultivation class has ended. The current first place is Justice Kim, who hit the target at a distance of 320 meters. Nayun witnessed the match from beginning to end and couldn't help but let out a breath. Yona next to her asked with concern, "Why are you sighing so much, Nayun?" She replied, "It's nothing." Nayun raised her head. "But why are there so many mages today? Didn't they say there would be 8-star mages today? I guess they gathered to see each other at least once." Yona said, "There are only 308-star mages in the whole world." Nayun understood. "So that's the reason." Then she looked into the field and saw 2 familiar figures entering. "Oh, now it's our class's turn." The referee's voice rang out. "Next will be Truth class representative Kim Hajin and Virtue class representative Baru Morin." The 2 stepped onto their podiums after the referee finished the introduction. The rules of the class advancement tournament are very simple. Both representatives will shoot 1 arrow in their lane at their target. And the person who hits the target at the farthest distance will win. Like the bet between Hajin and Chai Nayun, you only have 1 chance to shoot each target. But there is a difference. Referee's voice shouted again. Starting at a distance of 50 meters. "Kim Hajin, please shoot the arrow." Hajin prepared to knock the arrow on the bow. A mysterious force suddenly acted on his body, making Hajin unable to hold the bow and arrow normally. He cried out in pain. That mysterious force was due to the mages who would cause various effects to hinder the archers. Hajin struggled to draw the bow, thinking, in this world, just hitting the target isn't interesting for either the audience or the archers. But aren't these effects too strong? Inside the observation room, a hand just touched the crystal ball and a voice spoke. "Is that your nephew?" Duchess Ahayan. The red-haired girl sitting on the chair holding the crystal ball was none other than the 8-star mage Ahayan. Ahayan said, "Not officially. Yes." She looked into the crystal ball in her hand and asked, "He has grown up quite strangely, right?" The person next to her leaned forward slightly and replied, "Yes, that is true." Then he flattered, "He looks even better when placed next to that ordinary kid." The words made her smile teasingly. Ahayan rested her chin on her hand looking down at the stands. "His posture with the bow isn't bad." Ahayan asked the person next to her. "I can take over from 350 meters onwards, right? Though no one can reach 350 m anyway." Hearing this, he was confused. "Sorry." Then he recalled when he was at the administration office. His superior had said, "She may not look like it, but she is quite old. Agree to whatever she wants. Maybe she will agree to teach a class one day." He immediately hummed in response. "About that." And finally he agreed. "Yes, after all, it's not a test but just an event. The cadets will be very honored just with your attendance here." Ahayan didn't believe it much. "Is that so?" she said. "Fine." The referee's voice rang out as Kim Hajin's arrow slammed straight into the center, shattering the target. Kim Hajin has hit the target at 300 meters. Baru Morin stood not far away looking at him and praised. You're quite good. I guess your talent isn't a lie. Hajin heard that and wondered. You look quite relaxed, huh? Baru didn't forget to take this opportunity to mock. Oh wait, I guess that's just the skill gap between us. Is something like this tiring? Hajin saw his opponent being smug before even competing and got angry, veins popping. Then he mocked back meaningfully. Didn't you count on your aunt possibly hindering me? Baru was hit on the mark, so he stammered. What are you talking about? You're just talking nonsense because you don't think you'll hit the target. Hajin's face was gloomy. Nonsense? The nonsense in his mouth is that when I shot 100 meters I staggered. At 200 meters rocks from nowhere kept falling on my head. When shooting 300 meters, a sudden gust of wind blew, distorting my facial muscles and blowing my lips and teeth away. I passed through such difficulty and he calls it nonsense. The referee's voice announced. Both people have broken the record for first place. Starting from a distance of 350 meters, the speed of the target will be increased and the sequence will be changed. Baru Morin's turn. Baru now confidently held his bow and aimed straight at the target. Jean stood nearby watching. Morin, I didn't think favoritism could be taken this far. Around Baru, tree trunks suddenly sprouted. Those trees quickly grew up, making him panic and scream in loss of composure. Hajin, standing outside seeing the scene, was also surprised. Oh trees, can 8-star mages do things like that too? He thought. Look how quiet those trees are. Is it comforting him? But, is he afraid of them now? The hand holding the arrow suddenly lost balance and released. The arrow directly deviated from the target and flew far away. Jean stood aside pouting and reminded. The first basic rule of an archer is to keep calm. The referee's voice announced. Unfortunately, Morin has failed. Ahayan, sitting inside the observation room, helplessly scratched her head and sighed heavily because of her beloved nephew's incompetence. Then she regained her composure and said, Whatever, this will be the last one anyway. Ahayan rubbed the crystal ball in her hand and cast a spell. If that stupid kid fails now, it will also end in a tie. A foot stepped up. Next, Kim Hajin's turn. The trees immediately grew up around him. The tree trunks seemed to have eyes looking at him with malice. Hajin was a bit scared. Damn, they look so scary. Are they threatening me? Then he quickly regained his calm and drew his bow. I just need to shoot through them. But this is starting to annoy me because we were just playing. I didn't intend to go this far. Quick as a flash, the targets became blurry. The rings of trees stretched far out. Then those tree trunks twisted as if intentionally hindering Hajin. He thought, the direct visible path to the target has been blocked. He gritted his teeth. So cowardly. I can't even see the target before shooting. Remembering something, he paused. Right, I forgot about it. Identify. The random enhancement system panel appeared. You can identify up to 5 pieces of equipment. The stats of identified equipment will be enhanced from 1 to 44%. The enhancement percentage lasts for 24 hours and after 24 hours. It is set randomly. Hajin considered. I choose the bow and arrow. The elasticity of the bowstring and the flexibility of the arrow will encompass the elasticity. I will enhance it. He released the arrow. The arrow, as if its flight path had been determined, immediately flew through the gaps of the tree trunks straight to the target. Ahayan, sitting in the observation room, suddenly dropped her jaw. Baru was not much different. What? Why did the arrow fly in a curve? The arrow at this moment plugged directly into the target and shattered it once again. The referee's voice shouted loudly. Kim Hajin from Truth Class. He has succeeded at a distance of 350 meters. Baru did not accept it. Did he use magic? Hajin was bored. You don't think your aunt would notice if I used magic, do you? Baru gritted his teeth in anger but could do nothing. Hajin threw the object in his hand away. The bow was thrown and lay rolling on the ground. And he raised his head to look at the opponent. This is what is called a skill gap. The referee's voice directly announced the result. Because Kim Hajin succeeded at a distance of 350 meters, he is now recorded as first place. Walked away strongly amidst everyone's cheering. His eyes looked straight ahead determinately, showing that nothing could make things difficult for him. Yona breathed a sigh of relief after the match ended. Hajin. He always has to have the last word. Nayun was dazed. Now I notice him. Before I only saw his strength. But why is there something strange in my soul now? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush. I'm going crazy. The final match was held on Sunday, and the class competition ended. A series of articles were posted. The group ranking first happily took photos with medals. Image of Kim Hajin speaking on stage. Image of everyone celebrating victory. And even the image of the handsome singer loved by all. After the competition ended, Kim Hajin spent time resting with Evandel. And I can finally spend some time relaxing with Evandel. He happily looked at the little girl happily holding a chicken drumstick. Suddenly, a message notification from the computer attracted him. The screen displayed, "You have new mail. Sender, Geronimo Mercenary Group." Kim Hajin was confused. What is this? After opening the message, the mission information appeared. Apprentice Mercenary Mission, Difficulty D. Reward, 300 million won and a good item. Target, eliminate Siemens, the closest assistant to the Torino branch leader of the Corleone Mafia. Siemens has committed murder, rape, blackmail, human trafficking, and all sorts of other crimes. His notoriety has spread throughout Torino, and there are rumors he is a djinn. Reading this, he realized. A mission to assassinate a mafia member. Huh? Kim Hajin also had some knowledge of the target. He took advantage of the government's weakness during the call to arms to quickly profit for himself. They have a tight-knit system and are very united. So they started becoming like an independent nation. He rubbed his chin in thought. Corleone is a team directly involved in the mid-part of the main story. The branch leader's assistant must be lower rank. Maybe grade 1. Heidi. He was suspicious. I took the Chameleon Troop's test to write my own story. But isn't this mission too hard for an apprentice mercenary? Is this really D-rank difficulty? Kim Hajin looked back at the information on the computer screen. He repeated, "A djinn," he exclaimed. "Wow, I guess I'll feel less guilty if I have to kill a djinn." He reached out and typed on the keyboard. A moment passed. The space became quiet. No one said anything. Suddenly Evandel shouted, "Hajin." He turned around in surprise. "What is it?" The little girl looked at him with big, sparkling, glittering eyes and asked, "Can I eat one more?" Kim Hajin laughed helplessly and said, "Of course. Eat as much as you want." The little girl happily opened a new box and shouted in delight, "Hey." Evandel innocently hummed while eating. "Seasoned fried chicken deep in the mountains. Does anyone want to eat?" Kim Hajin turned back to the computer, thinking, "I don't intend to start the mission right away. Need to prepare first." The screen lit up. Physique? None. This world. Physique is something innate, just like talent. Special recovery ability. Good mana control. Special digestion ability. It can be considered a talent of the body. Kim Hajin reread what he wrote himself. The physique I wrote is, a body unable to use mana. Reading carefully. Unable to use mana, a body unable to manifest mana. Mana can only lie dormant in the body. Vitality substitution. Mana accumulated inside the body will not disappear, but it will become vitality and accumulate inside the body. Accumulated vitality can be used to increase physical stats by 2 times and will consume vitality instead of stamina. The limitation of not being able to use mana inside the body is the inability to use mana, but it brings the positive effect of substituting vitality. Kim Hajin smiled happily, eyes crinkling, thinking, a normal person would say this physique is the worst, but I can't use mana to begin with, so I don't lose anything. This is because the stigma's mana is different from mana born from the body. Evandel sat next to him, holding 2 drumsticks, looking into the box bewildered, wondering, why are there 2 heads? Kim Hajin didn't mind the little girl, just immersed in his own thoughts. Substituting with vitality won't have long-term practicality, becoming harder to use later, but it can avoid mana deficiency and also offer a chance to use more skills. He looked at the information on the screen.
Kim Hajin.
Variable stats. Strength 2.570. Stamina 2.580. Speed 3.265. Perception 4.220. Magic 1.930. Recovery 2.670. He thought this is best for an intermediate hero like him to survive the main story. Screen continued to display. Body unable to use mana costs 500 SP. Do you want to use it? He realized. The cost isn't much. Maybe due to the huge limitation. Kim Hajin didn't hesitate, immediately pressed agree. Yes. Without any hesitation. A mechanical system suddenly appeared before his eyes. A line of text appeared. Special stat accumulation of luck has been activated. Golden letters flooded in forming a sentence. Golden line of text appeared. When disaster turns into blessing, there is a chance a very small amount of accumulated vitality can permanently increase your stats. The probability of stat increase is affected by the invariant stat, luck. In his eyes, he only noticed 5 words. Permanently increase stats. His eyes widened, lighting up. Even if it says it only increases a small amount. But it's still free, right? Even if it increases 0.001 every day, I'd still be happy. Kim Hajin shouted in joy. Wonderful. Evandel next to him angrily corrected. Hajin, be quiet when eating. He laughed and said, sorry. Sorry. The next day, he went to retrieve his bracelet. I went to get back the obsidian bracelet I gave to the Soul Magic Tower. He looked at the bracelet on his hand, unable to help praising. Oh, it's really great. Looking at that shiny pitch-black bracelet, he sighed in admiration. Really worth the money. Obsidian bracelet of Athens citizens. Magic relic. A bracelet with a magic edge. Ancient Athens nobles used to use it. Magic edge, 2 out of 4. Absorbs damage and automatically absorbs when the user is injured. Damage is converted into magic power and stored in the bracelet. When the bracelet is exposed to air, it will slowly charge magic power to its capacity limit. Intermediate magic reinforcement consumes magic power to deploy reinforced damage to the location the user desires. Reinforced damage and damage absorption capacity will depend on the amount of magic power stored in the bracelet. He remembered when Chai Nayun gave him the bracelet. She said, "Magic reinforcement can only be used when necessary. Please use it when absolutely necessary."
Kim Hajin speculated.
If she said that, I guess the person who appraised the bracelet didn't know about its automatic charging function. He laughed thinking of Chai Nayun. She is quite honest. Although my first impression of her wasn't like that. His first impression of Chai Nayun was someone who was warm to the rich but the opposite to the poor. He stood in a corner rubbing his chin in thought. Maybe I'll introduce her to you, Yona, when she sets up the magic tower later. Suddenly someone called from behind. Hajin. He turned his head and recognized the person smiling happily. He called out loudly, "Brother Suwook." Suwook said, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. Let's go to the office." The two walked into the office. Kim Hajin exclaimed in surprise. "Wow." Suwook smiled and asked, "This place looks better, right?" He walked in while saying, "We already have 11 employees. I also have 5 exclusive hunter contracts." The office was sponsored by Miss Yu. Kim Hajin walked along praising, "It looks really great." In the room, a shiny black motorcycle was parked in the corner. Suwook introduced, "Right, this is the thing you told me about last time." Kim Hajin shouted in surprise. He touched the bike praising, "It's so luxurious." Suwook smiled brightly, "Not bad, right?" The system displayed the information panel. Augusta Guardian. Reward. Body made of reinforced magic. Weight reduced while strength is maintained. Body weight has been reduced to increase speed and reinforced to compensate for the resulting fragility. Instant acceleration. You can increase speed instantly by burning magic power. He read the information the system provided and judged. It must be very expensive. He turned to say to Suwook, "Thank you for giving this to me." He replied warmly, "No need. Just tell me if you need anything." He continued, "Anyway, I can't do everything you want." Suddenly he put down the bag he was wearing. The man was puzzled. "What is it?" A golden puppy with a cute red bow on its head rushed out. He exclaimed in surprise. "Ah!" Suwook looked at the cute puppy and said excitedly, "Wow, so cute. Why do you have a dog?" He replied, "I just picked it up by chance." He exclaimed, "Really? You're so lucky." "Hajin, I have a call." "Wait a moment." After taking the phone, he said, "I think I have to go. I have something to settle." He hugged the puppy in his arms and replied, "Is that so? All right, I'm done here too." Kim Hajin touched the bike and said, "Thank you. I will visit again." Suwook waved and said, "All right, see you again, puppy." "I will see you again too." The puppy also barked excitedly in response. Kim Hajin looked at the bike and said, "All right, let's go somewhere with no prying eyes." He and the little puppy rode the bike to a deserted place. He looked around to confirm. Definitely no CCTV here. Kim Hajin put the puppy aside, opened the system and said, "I also added a new setting for the bike. Let's see." He extended his hand forward. Blue rays of light emitted surrounding his arm. Activate portability. The bike glowed and immediately turned into a suitcase. Kim Hajin picked it up and said, "Still a bit heavy. This thing is about 20 kilos. System notification. Activate portability. Allows you to use the stigma's mana to condense an object into a suitcase." He turned to look at the puppy consoling. "You must have felt suffocated. Thank you for staying in there." Turns out, this cute little puppy is Evandel. She pestered Hajin to tag along because she wanted to visit Seoul. Kim Hajin said, "Let's go." Little girl asked in confusion, "Go where?" He smiled and said, "To eat delicious food." Seoul was crowded and bustling with people passing by. Yona was walking on the street when suddenly someone called her. "Yona." The woman smiled and said, "Look." She proudly said, "This whole place will be yours in the future." The wealthy woman is Jin Yeoyoung, Yona's mother, a real estate tycoon. Yona confidently said, "Don't worry, Mom. I've already thought about what to do with it." Mrs. Jin Yeoyoung was proud. "Truly my daughter." She crossed her arms and said annoyedly, "You are so reliable. I don't understand why your father is so childish. He knows nothing about investment." The bodyguards behind silently judged. Surely the crazy Eugene Wong is just a normal husband at home. Yona reassured her mother. Dad has been better these days. Suddenly she was attracted by the crowd's chatter. So cute. Looks like a doll. She turned to look and immediately saw the figures of Kim Hajin and Evandel. She instantly recognized. That person is Kim Hajin. He's wearing glasses but definitely can't be mistaken. He stared blankly at the little girl walking beside him. Puzzled. Walking beside him. The crowd kept whispering. So adorable. Evandel, wearing a hat covering her head, laughed happily beside Kim Hajin. Yona's eyes widened in confusion. Who is that child? She determined. I must find out. She shouted. Hey. Suddenly, Jin Yo-young grabbed her wrist to hold her back. She asked, where are you going? We have to visit the tenant now. She called out with difficulty. Mom. She hurriedly turned back to look at the two people and said, I have urgent business to do. Her mother insisted on not letting her go. You must stay here. You will inherit everything later. Yona watched the figures of the two walking further away helplessly. Ah, he's getting further away. Jin Yo-young immediately dragged her away. We're late. Let's go quickly. She called out with difficulty. Mom. Yona determined. I really must find out. Evandel put a piece of food in her mouth, chewing deliciously. The little girl's cheeks puffed up. Two cheeks blushing pink. Her eyes revealed extreme excitement before a table full of attractive dishes. Kim Hajin looked at the little girl eating deliciously and smiled, asking, very tasty, right? Want me to cut anything? The little girl ate voraciously. Her eyes radiated an indescribable happiness. It was heavenly delicious. Kim Hajin looked at the girl and called, Yona. He asked, do you feel you can get through this weekend on your own? Yona froze while putting a piece of meat into her mouth. Little girl looked at him silently. Seeing her eyes visibly droop, he panicked. Oh my. She stopped eating. She's probably about to cry. He quickly said, but I will buy you toys. Okay? Just tell me whatever you want. Yona. She replied, yes. He looked at the girl's appearance and thought, what should I do? She looks so depressed. Suddenly, a staff member approached. Excuse me. The person placed a delicious, eye-catching plate of meat down and introduced. This is the tomahawk steak you requested. Yona. Yona immediately regained her spirits and asked excitedly, oh, what dish is this? The girl urged him. Hajin. Cut it quickly. Kim Hajin told himself inwardly. I am sorry. He asked, what toy do you want? The girl skipped along beside him and replied, puzzles. Suddenly the girl stopped. Her eyes went wide, looking in a certain direction. Seeing the girl suddenly stop, Kim Hajin asked in surprise, what is the matter? Stray cat with heterochromatic eyes and a dirty body looked at her and cried out, meow. Girl looked at it without blinking. The two approached to examine it.
Kim Hajin yandered.
There's a cat in a place like this? Del, eyes glistening, pulled on his sleeve and called, Hajin, Hajin, I want to play with Whitey. He laughed and said, Whitey, did you name it? The girl smiled, eyes crinkling, and replied, yes. He reached out his hand to play with the cat and thought, it is actually quite cute. With the dormitory room I am currently staying in, I still raise another cat. I have wanted to raise one for a long time too, he said. But Evandel, if we keep this cat, what about your spirit friends? It might fight with them. Evandel replied firmly. She held out her pinky finger and said, is that so? Then promise me. The girl did not hesitate to hook her pinky with his to confirm. Promise. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, something happened. Evandel hugged the torn teddy bear in her arms and shouted angrily, Whitey, why did you bite this, huh? Do you want to be scolded? Kim Hajin, carrying a suitcase in hand preparing to go out, instructed. Evandel, I will be back soon. You must get along with Whitey, okay? But it seemed the girl did not care much about his words. She seriously reminded Whitey, I am scolding you. Stop yawning. He looked at the scene before him and thought helplessly. She treats me like I am not even here anymore. That's a bit sad. The passport was handed over. The customs officer said, welcome to Turin. Kim Hajin looked at the passport in his hand and thought, I was a bit worried since this is just a fake passport. But it still went through smoothly. The syndicate is pretty good. Huh? He looked up and glanced around. He exclaimed, this place is truly amazing. The surrounding streets were bustling with people passing by. In the novel, Italy is quite a unique nation. One of the main reasons is that there are mafia here. In the story of this world, they are not a reckless illegal organization. On the surface, They seem to have conflicts with the government, but both sides cooperate with each other when monsters appear. They created a group that can operate businesses both in the dark and in the light. Now they live independently within the legal framework. There are also bastards who frequently abuse their power. Hajin sighed and thought, the Corleone Mafia family I am targeting is the strongest among the mafia groups. He felt depressed, and I have to kill a member within it. He suddenly realized, actually, this mission might have been ordered by someone within the Corleone family itself. Suddenly someone called out loudly, attracting his attention. Apprentice, over here. He turned to look in surprise. It turned out to be Hajin. She stood to one side, waving with a cold face. He looked at her in surprise. Captain. Kim Hajin uncovered the motorcycle. Hajin rubbed her chin in surprise and thought, oh, the key turned into a motorcycle? He turned and asked her, you are here to help me. She denied it. No, I will not help you, he said in confusion. Then why are you here? Hajin did not hesitate to jump up and sit behind the motorcycle. He asked, what are you doing? She coldly ordered, drive. I want to go for a ride. She continued, there is still plenty of time. Go for a lap around Turin. Kim Hajin looked at her helplessly. On another side, Chai Nayun, exhausted after sparring, rolled onto the ground and complained, so tired. Kim Suho stood beside her, smiling, and said, it is understandable. We have been sparring since class ended. She turned and said to Yona, but Yona, why didn't you practice? Yona did not reply, standing silently in a corner thinking. Chai Nayun, receiving no answer, complained angrily, ignoring me, huh? Yona was still immersed in her own thoughts. Who was that child with Hajin last night? How could he have a child of that age? Must be a niece. No, he is an orphan. I could not investigate any of his relatives. Chai Nayun, still receiving no response, screamed beside her. Hey, what are you thinking about so intently? Were you dumped by Jonghak or something? Yona was poked in a sore spot. Rejected by Jonghak when she suggested studying together. Her pupils contracted in anger. She shouted, Nayun, Hajin said he hates you. Chai Nayun, hit by the truth, hesitated and retorted. What are you suddenly saying? Kim Suho asked doubtfully. Is that true? Yona said confidently. Yeah. That rumor has already spread throughout the academy. She smiled with crinkled eyes and teased. Wow, if I were him, I would also like Rachel more than Nayun. Chai Nayun asked angrily. Huh? You want to keep talking? Yona replied calmly. Why do you care? Didn't you say you hate him? Chai Nayun's face went black and she fell silent. The two women faced each other, staring tensely. Kim Suho stood in the middle, not knowing what to do. Asked confusedly, why are you guys suddenly arguing? Chai Nayun turned her back and walked away. Kim Suho called out helplessly, hey guys, where are you going? He held his head in confusion. Everyone was getting along until a minute ago. For here, Kim Hajin drove the motorcycle carrying Hajin, speeding down the road. He still did not understand her decision. Did she really just want to go for a ride? Suddenly she spoke up. There is a social gathering at 9 p.m. Kim Hajin glanced at her in surprise. A hint for the apprentice mercenary's mission. He opened the system and typed a search. Location is Liorang Villa in Turin. The target is in charge of organizing that social gathering. There is an abandoned cathedral in the forest near that villa. The system announced. Starting rerouting to destination. The two stopped the vehicle in front of a cathedral. The spire of that cathedral was quite high, so it was the most perfect place to snipe from a distance. Kim Hajin placed a hand on the wall to sense it and asked, how long has this cathedral been forgotten? Suddenly he leaped up to the highest floor of the cathedral lightly. From the height, he could see a large mansion right in front. He exclaimed, is it that mansion? This is indeed a favorable location for observation, as she said. Hajin called out from below, apprentice, can I watch you execute the mission? He glanced back and replied, I do not feel comfortable. He requested, please leave this place. She was silent and said nothing. Emphasized again, right now. Hajin had to comply. All right, I am going. Saying that, she turned and walked away. Hajin began the mission. An observation system appeared in his eyes. He calculated. This place is about 1 kilometer from the mansion. Most heroes can recognize this distance in 30 seconds. Considering the time for them to discover my position, I only have 1 minute to escape. He used the system to observe the mansion carefully. Although faint, there was a mana barrier surrounding it. Kim Hajin raised his hand to look at his watch to time it. Luckily the barrier is weak because the event has not started yet. Must act quickly. A blue light appeared and immediately a long gun materialized before his eyes. System activates ammo. Confirm. The completion percentage increased bit by bit. He felt helpless. Not very lucky today, huh? But it is okay. Hajin started aiming the gun. I will use Stigma's mana to enhance the improved bullets with anti-demon properties. To remove evidence. I also made it so it will oxidize after hitting the target. On the other side of the mansion, a man was scolding a server. He grumpily pointed at his watch. Hajin opened his eyes wide and aimed straight. In other words, no need to worry about mission failure. His hand shook slightly as he prepared to pull the trigger. He resolved. I will kill him. In one shot. Hajin placed his finger on the trigger. The sound of loading the chamber rang out. Rumors say he is a jinn. He aimed the gun barrel straight at the mansion but still hesitated in his heart. It is just a rumor, right? If he isn't. The man over there was still unaware he was being assassinated. Casually standing there grumpy and scolding. Thinking of this, he froze. Will I become a murderer? Hajin thought about the characters in this novel. Even though I know I am in the novel I wrote before. And they are just characters in it. But now I feel like they are truly alive. Finally he thought about his parents in the real world. He remembered the main purpose he had to fulfill. That's right. Hajin thought about the moment he would meet his parents again. Hugging them. I am doing all of this so I can return home. He resolved to pull the trigger to achieve his goal. 10 years from now, I will still be in this world. Perhaps I will stay here even longer than that. So I must push aside emotions in situations like this. Even if I feel like they are truly alive. He tried to reassure himself. But this place is not real. It only exists in a novel. He repeated the sentence. It is just a novel. The gunshot rang out, shaking the sky. Birds flew in panic. The bullet flew precisely into the man's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone around was astounded. They screamed loudly. He has been shot. Everyone in the room was stunned. Blood sprayed everywhere. Jin stood in a corner observing everything. She said, Jin. Not bleeding. What bad luck. The man's blood flowed ceaselessly. He lay in a pool of blood. After completing the mission, Hajin quietly sat alone at a roadside cafe. He sat in deep thought, contrasting with the busy street full of human voices. Suddenly Jin walked up from somewhere, distracting him. Apprentice. He looked at her in surprise.
Li Xiaopeng.
Hajin asked, How did you know I was here? She calmly sat down on the chair opposite him and replied, Just now. I tracked you. He asked in astonishment. You can do that? Jin did not answer. She praised him. The mission today. You did very well. Hajin calmly lifted the coffee cup and replied. Hearing you say that, I am very happy. Although he said that, the hand holding the cup was trembling. She crossed her arms, looking at his feigned appearance, and thought. It seems that mission gave him quite a psychological trauma. Hajin, seeing her staring at him like that, pretended to change the subject. Ah, it is so hot. Jin thought. Perhaps that was also his first time killing someone. Hajin avoided her gaze, not daring to look straight. So hot. Jin spoke up to ask. How did you find the job today? He replied. Since this was my first time, I had a little difficulty. She said frankly. That is right. Making money is not easy. However, money is the only thing people can trust. Her next sentence made his eyes go wide. Especially for people like us. He repeated in confusion. Like us. She replied. Yeah. Jin continued. Because we live our whole lives without a single relative by our side. Seemed to hear a truth. His eyes opened wide. His mouth moved as if intending to say something. Laughed in agreement. Well, I guess you are right. She smiled slightly looking at him. That shock is good. The more I look, the more I feel like I like him. Hajin regained his spirit and picked up the menu to order. Are there no cold drinks? Jin sensed it. The thing that destroyed the mana shield just now was definitely anti-magic. She was certain. My eyes did not mistake it. Jin affirmed. Hajin in the future will definitely become the trump card to kill him. Back to the past. Someone asked Jin. Why did you insist on choosing him? Rune put both hands behind his head and said. There are plenty of people out there who are strong and have anti-magic abilities. Is it necessary to choose a green cadet? Khalifa retorted. It has been so long, why are you objecting now? Drune laughed and countered. I am not objecting. I am just curious about the reason. Jin, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up to answer. It is his eyes. Drune was confused. Eyes? He laughed teasingly. Eyes? You are more romantic than I thought. Khalifa stopped him. Drune, stop it. Jin thought inwardly.
Kim Hajin?
Jean. She thought about his appearance. His eyes were filled with loneliness. Those eyes said that other than himself, everyone, no one could be trusted. Just as if she remembered her own self on that fateful day. It was just like that day. Returning to the present, she quietly looked at him and wondered, is that the reason why? Why do I keep worrying about him? I hope that he won't follow in my footsteps. Suddenly, he spoke up. Ah, right? Kim Hajin asked. Can you pay me with goods instead? Specific items. So Yejin replied. If you want that, it's no problem. She asked. Which item do you want? He smiled brightly and answered. You can give me whatever you think suits me. He calculated inwardly. The captain has a lot of expensive goods and items. But since she doesn't know their current market price, I will profit because she'll likely give me an item worth more than the fee. Seo Yejin guessed his intention. She stood up and said, all right, to celebrate us officially being in the same boat. Hearing this, he hurriedly interrupted. I haven't decided on that yet. She didn't expect this. Surprised. Huh. He calmly scratched his face and asked, I have the right to choose where I join, right? He smiled and said, I feel it is still a bit too early to decide on that. Seo Yejin was speechless with him. Seriously, she scolded him in her heart. I can never understand what is going on inside his head. The sky gradually turned to night. Kim Hajin's house. The atmosphere became quiet. The fair little girl sleeping soundly inside heard a small noise and woke up. The little girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and called out, Hajin. Kim Hajin entered the house and was surprised to see the little girl still awake.
Kim Hajin Yalket?
In surprised she was awake. Why haven't you slept yet? She raised her hands to hug him and said, I was just waiting for you to come back. The little girl reached up to hug his neck and comforted him. Welcome home. You worked hard today. Kim Hajin was surprised by the little girl's sweet action. He slowly reached out and pulled the little girl into a hug. The two of them, one big and one small, just hugged each other like that for a long while. Kim Hajin felt a wave of happiness. So warm, he thought to himself. Deep down, he had known for a long time that these people were not just characters. They were truly alive and breathing. He remembered the man he had killed with his own hands and suddenly felt fear return. He hugged Evangeline tightly. His body trembled uncontrollably, surprising and worrying the little girl. Hajin. Kim Hajin realized something. To achieve his final goal, he would have to go through many missions similar to today's. He asked himself, to be able to return home, will I have to repeat these actions in the future? How many more times must I repeat these things? And then the midterm exams finally began to arrive. However, things were not as cheerful as the first midterms. Due to the large number of incidents in the previous term, outsiders were strictly forbidden from entering. Hajin was walking on the school campus, scratching his head, seemingly deep in thought, contrary to his principles. But whatever. I only wrote the bare bones of this part, so I didn't think much about it, and consequently I don't remember much. The school hallway. Everyone seemed worried and miserable because of the exams. The test today was too hard. A boy was crying, wanting to find the professor. It was so hard. We have to file a complaint with the professor, right? Well, for the person ranked first in theory like me, it's just another day passing by. Jean looked at the watch on his wrist, intending to visit the nursing home, so he stopped by there for a bit. Suddenly, someone called him. Hey, Hajin. Nayun walked up to him with a worried look. What? She stood opposite Hajin, wondering. Are you going to the classroom?
No.
I'm going out. Nayun seemed panicked when she heard he wasn't going to the classroom. You're not planning to study?
No.
What do you need? She stammered, asking him. So, did you take any summary notes? Hey, Hajin. Out that. Suddenly she paused as if thinking of something, her face brightening up as she exclaimed. Ah, how about this? I'll treat you to a meal. But when Nayun looked up, Hajin had already disappeared, her eyes widening in disbelief. Where did he go? Nayun shouted his name.
Kim Hajin?
Hajin had arrived in front of the nursing home. This nursing home is named Heavenly Sunlight, he thought to himself. This is the nursing home where Fernando Jesus used to stay. He raised his hand to knock on the door, and a voice rang out from inside. Coming. A woman wearing glasses opened the door and asked him, Is something the matter? Hajin reached up to scratch the back of his neck, embarrassed. I. The woman now recognized Hajin and exclaimed in joy. Oh my, look who it is. It's Hajin. He was also stunned because he didn't think she would know him. The two stood there for a long while. He was also surprised by this. Strange. Huh. Hajin seemed to have realized something. He called the past. Right. Before I was Kim Chundong. Kim Chundong was a very warm person. He must have had personal relationships that I didn't know about. Asterisk. The female caregiver invited him inside. It's been a year since you last visited. Hasn't it?
Komein.
He slowly walked in, politely greeting her back. Ah yes, long time no see. How have you been? Hajin walked inside the nursing home, looking around while the female caregiver walked ahead explaining. This place is still the same. An old man sitting in a wheelchair smiled brightly and waved at him. The old man gave a gentle smile and waved a greeting. Long time no see, Hajin. An old man wearing a hat seemed unable to see. Hearing the greeting, he turned to ask the old man next to him. Who is it? It's Hajin. He looked at everyone here with a contemplative expression. The caregiver turned back to look at him, wondering. Why did you come here today? Ah, nothing really. Huh. But then he stammered out his intention. I am looking for Mr. Agus. She smiled brightly and replied. Ah, he came from South America, right? She also mentioned that the man only wanted to talk to Hajin. He talked a lot, didn't he? When he talked, it was always only with you. Hearing this, he was surprised to know. Asterisk Chundong knew Fernando? It must be a co-author element added to the plot. Not bad. Asterisk. Hajin also asked her if he had left anything for him. Yes, I just don't know if he left anything behind. She raised her hand to her chin, appearing to think. Left behind? I don't think so. But if there is, it must be. A letter. A letter. The two of them answered in unison with the same answer. The caregiver also seemed surprised that Hajin knew what he had left behind. On this side, Hajin also felt relieved to have guessed correctly. Asterisk, what a relief. Still that same thing. Asterisk. The caregiver didn't understand why he knew about the letter. How did you know? Hajin didn't answer her question, only intent on knowing where the letter was currently. Where is the letter? Hajin silently speculated in his heart. Asterisk, I'm not sure what Kim Chuindong's personality was like before, but based on the reactions of the people here. Asterisk, Hajin desperately wanted to know the contents of the letter, so he explained to her. I had a promise with him, huh? The caregiver just bowed her head silently, saying nothing. Hajin also considered in his heart. It seems he had a good relationship with everyone. The caregiver reached up to push her glasses lightly without answering him. She took off her glasses to wipe them and calmly replied. Let's see. It's not strange if he left something for you. She recalled that Hajin used to visit Mr. Agus frequently, especially since he was someone who didn't discriminate against anyone and took the initiative to start conversations. She put her glasses back on, smiled gently, and pointed out the location of the letter. Go to Seocho Memorial Park. Hajin, upon hearing this, placed his hand on his chest, feeling the beat inside. She had pointed out the place to keep the letter. The letter is with his belongings. Hajin arrived at Seocho Memorial Park. He stood in front of the glass cabinets, silently thinking, now I'm doing so many things that I never did in real life. He walked softly down the corridor, his mind filled with calculations. Asterisk, here it is. Zone 17. First row. Number 4. Asterisk. An old letter was placed neatly inside the glass cabinet. Hajin discovered the letter and cheered in his heart. Asterisk, here it is. Luckily, I came here. Asterisk. He slowly placed his hand on the handle of the glass cabinet. Then Hajin suddenly realized. Asterisk, wait. I already know the contents of the letter. Asterisk. A look of confusion flashed across his face. Asterisk, there's no need to open it, is there? At least, the first reader should be. Asterisk. The image of a girl appeared in his mind. But then he changed his mind, his hand twisting the handle of the glass cabinet lightly, his heart filled with suspicion. Asterisco no. Maybe the co-author added something here. If the content of the letter changed. Asterisk. It'd be very complicated. And finally, Hajin opened the cabinet and took out the letter to read. But what exactly did the content of the letter contain that made him shudder in fear? Yuyona, wearing a mysterious mask, sat with her chin resting on her hands on the table. Volunteer work. She was connected to a girl with braided hair. She reported back to Yuyona. Yes, before he entered Cube at the age of 11. There are records showing he did volunteer work at several orphanages and nursing homes. Hajin did that? Is that the reason he's been going out a lot lately? Yuyona, with sad eyes, thought about Hajin. Asterisk, there are too many bad rumors behind his back. It's hard to believe this is the truth. Although I didn't believe those rumors much either. Asterisk. Asterisk, an orphan growing up alone, then joining the military academy as soon as he awakened. If it were me, I would have thrown that past into the trash. Asterisk. Asterisk, but he chose to cherish that past. No asterisco. He even seeks out people who can recall that past. Asterisk, he doesn't use his power as a tool to attract attention. but simply to help others in silence. Asterisk, simply to help others in silence. That sentence echoed in Yona's mind. She thought to herself with a serious face. Asterisk, although I don't really agree, but I truly can't help but respect it. Asterisk. Yona had investigated all information about Hajin. Seeing that information about him, she couldn't help but be astonished. Truly respectable. She still wanted to know more information about him. Are there no more important details? Place of birth, for example. No, miss. We are still searching but currently haven't found anything. Apologies. Yona ordered the girl on the screen.
Day deeper.
Report back. The girl bowed in obedience. Yes, master. The girl on the screen continued to report. Next, we have received a commission from the Korean mafia to track an assassin. A director was killed, and there is news that the assassin comes from South Korea. Yona manipulated something on the screen with her hand, thinking, asterisk Korean mafia. I was planning to approach them for artifact smuggling. Asterisk. She rested her chin on her hands, appearing to think, maybe I can add conditions beneficial to our side. Then she asked for a few more details. Okay, so can we track down that assassin? Person on the other side of the screen reported back. There is a new recruit named Kim Hosup who joined recently. He is quite useful. Let me send a file of information. All information of the person named Hosup appeared on the screen.
Kim Hosup.
17 years old.
1,68, 78 Kilogramm.
Student at the Talented Military Academy. High-speed network attribute. Possesses outstanding ability to find and track information by connecting a computer to his brain. The faster the machine and network, the higher the search speed. Back to Hajin's side. He was still intently reading the content of the letter. He used his smartwatch to translate the language into Korean. Language setting, Korean. Nothing has changed. Hajin folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. He muttered softly, what a relief. Given the current situation, this is the only answer the Truth Investigation Agency can offer. The watch on Tomer's wrist suddenly glowed. She glanced down at the watch on her hand. She immediately startled, staring at the watch. From the watch, a sound rang out, Truth Investigation Agency. We have found Fernando Jesus. She heard that information. Her face became grotesque and creepy. If you want to hear our response, please transfer a certain amount of money. Hajin placed the letter back into the glass cabinet and left. A voice rang out from the classroom. Now then, the teacher held the test papers of the whole class and made an announcement. With this test, the written exam has ended. Well done. Everyone, you may leave now. Yes. After the class ended, Hajin stood in front of a vending machine. He seemed to want to buy water. A voice called out his name. Hearing someone call his name, Hajin immediately turned his head. Hey, Hajin. It was Nayun. She came to ask him. The exam is over. What do you plan to do? Hajin held the soda can in his hand and replied calmly. I'll prepare for the practical exam. Hearing him say that, her jaw dropped in surprise. It's next week. And you're planning to prepare already? What an honor student. She rummaged through her bag as if she had something to give Hajin. All right, returning this to you. Nayun returned the notebook to him, not forgetting to thank him. Thanks for lending it to me. Nayun happily thanked him one more time. Thank you. I thought you would leave without lending it to me. I was a bit rushed back then. She didn't forget to praise Hajin. It's okay since you lent it to me. Your notebook is really useful. Hajin also exclaimed in his heart. Well, actually it's because I got it from hacking the personal data of Yona. Nayun excitedly added. Since you helped me, I'll buy you something. Exams are done. Why don't we go to that place? Hajin opened the soda can in his hand, wondering. Go where? She said the location she wanted to go to. How about Horyongak? Hajin was a bit startled when he heard that. What? It's a famous restaurant. The famous shop on Ganghwa Island. That Horyongak? Hearing about that shop, Hajin started drooling from craving. Then he turned his face away and refused. Don't want to. Nayun seemed surprised, not understanding why he refused. Huh? Why? Hajin had calculated in his heart beforehand. I need to prepare for that event and the practical exam. He drank the cola and made an excuse to refuse. It's just that I'm busy. Hajin suggested Nayun go with someone else. If you want to go with Kim Suho. Huh? Nayun suddenly felt embarrassed and wondered. Could it be you are jealous? Hearing her say that, Hajin immediately spurted out the water he was drinking. He turned back with a gloomy face to question her. Jealous? What are you talking about? Never mind. To reduce the awkwardness, she switched to another topic. I just wanted to treat you since you bought things at the French store for me. Hajin turned his back and walked away, refusing her. You don't need to do that. Nayun continued to lure him with meals. Are you sure? Even if it's going to be a grand feast. Hajin didn't turn his head but continued walking. She called after him. Hey! She helplessly exclaimed. Goodness.
Nayun klotset tilbage, her face blushing.
It can't be just the two of us. Jean walked on the school campus, remembering Evangeline at home. He wanted to buy something. Maybe I should buy some snacks for Evangeline on the way back. From afar, there were whispering voices. Hearing them, he wondered. Huh? That voice is... Hajin walked over and looked into the alley. A woman was discussing a problem. So if you pay a bit more... The voice of the other person immediately replied to Tomer. Pay more? How long have you dragged out something that should have been finished in 2 weeks? She bowed her head when she heard the other person questioning her. About that, the other person added. I heard you also lost the item the leader gave you. Correct.
I'm sorry.
Hajin stood outside eavesdropping on their call. He smiled slyly, recognizing the item they mentioned.
Asteriska.
That thing. Asterisk Tomer begged the other person. But I really need money. Please, just this once. The voice on the other side seemed angry and scolded. You are out of your mind. Just finish the unfinished work. After hanging up the call, Tomer turned her head in anger and complained. Nothing is going smoothly. Just then, she ran into Hajin. The two stared at each other. She couldn't help but feel confused inside. Huh? How long has he been here? Did he hear everything? But then she reassured herself. Well, it's fine since I didn't say anything related to Jin. She pushed him aside and left. Get out of the way. Hajin offered to lend her money. Need me to lend you money? Hearing that, Tomer turned her head very surprised. Really? She glanced at him, silently evaluating. Then she turned her head and walked away, not wanting to borrow his money. So you heard. Forget it. I don't think you have enough money. But aren't you a magician? Hajin suggested cooperating with Tomer. She turned back to look at him and sighed. I think earning money isn't a problem for a magician. If you write an IOU, I'll lend you money. It's an amount you can't possibly have. He put his hand in his pocket and rummaged for something. Well, Hajin held a credit card in his hand, feeling smug. Even though I look like this, I have quite a lot of money. Battlefield 2, the first practical team battle exam, where the rules are similar to the individual battle in the first term. But the difference is that it is a team battle. The first match of the day. Rachel's team is on the attacking side, and Yuhei's team is on the defending side. Hajin held a gun in his hand, scouting everything around. Seems like the terrain has many obstacles. Loaded his magic gun, feeling self-satisfied. Asterisk wow. All the more advantageous for me. Asterisk. Rachel volunteered to be the one to go first. Jin Hozung and I will be at the front. Following behind Rachel and Hozung was Hajin. The rest will support from behind. Rachel spoke up to tell everyone. Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, Hajin immediately launched himself upwards. He quickly jumped up to a high tree branch, to Rachel's astonishment. He was also curious. Huh? Hajin. He smiled and explained. You guys go ahead. I'll support from above. She smiled, realizing what he intended to do. Ah, turns out he's taking the high ground. All right, now then. Let's go. As soon as she finished, Hajin took momentum and swooped past another tree branch. He jumped from one branch to another agilely. Hajin jumped onto a high branch. He pushed aside the foliage to observe the surroundings. But then he suddenly looked down as if he had discovered something. Someone's gun was raised and immediately pulled the trigger. Bullet flew towards Hajin, but with his quick reflexes, he quickly dodged and aimed his gun at that person. Hajin jumped to another branch to escape that person, silently speculating. Asterisk a marksman here means their team is nearby. Among them, the person on the front line will be... Asterisk. Suddenly, he turned his head to look behind him with a puzzled expression. Huh! Someone was holding a small twig in their mouth. Turned out to be Suwa. He was leisurely lying under a tree resting. Seeing that, Hajin was stunned, 1,000 question marks appearing in his head. Seeing him so leisurely and unconcerned with his surroundings, Hajin was full of questions. What's wrong with this guy? Asterisk, even if they have a marksman nearby, isn't that too confident? Besides, the person Suwa is about to face. Asterisk. Suddenly Rachel rushed in from afar like a gust of wind. On this side, Suwa still didn't know his doom was approaching. He still sat leisurely singing. Hey boy! I am free and carefree like the wind. Rachel had run up in front of him from out of nowhere. She jumped up high, preparing to swing her sword down at him. Suwa also quickly grabbed his sword. Rachel's attack was quickly neutralized by him. Yuhei immediately stood up and rushed to fight Rachel, while Hajin stood watching from above, unable to help but admire. He blocked Rachel's attack. From behind, unknown when, Hozung had appeared. He held his axe and rushed in, mouth still calling her name. Rachel! Hozung's powerful attack struck directly towards Yuhei's. Strike was so strong it could explode a whole patch of sky. Hajin was also affected by that blow. He felt a bit regretful. Almost got him. At this moment, both of them joined forces to attack Suwa. After observing for a while, Hajin concluded. Even though the two of them are attacking together, he isn't being pushed back much. Hajin opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Suwa, was he always this strong? Suwa looked up at him on the tree and smiled mysteriously. Seeing Suwa so strong that he could fight both of them, Hozung couldn't help but exclaim. Whoa, that guy can actually hold off both me and Rachel. We are in the top 3, you know. He is using buff magic. Sitting on the tree observing the situation all this time, Hajin finally realized. Aha, so I've grasped the situation quite well. He knew the strategy of Suwa's team. Asterisk Yuhei is responsible for blocking the enemy, holding us at the front, asterisk. While that archer shoots arrows to support from behind. That magician must be using all mana to funnel buffs to Yuhei. As for that support and warrior, they are tanking to protect the support. This is a funnel strategy so Yuhei can carry. Huh? Hajin silently praised their team strategy. Wow, this strategy is quite effective for a team leaning towards defense. He smiled a very sinister smile. Hajin immediately left. He jumped across tree branches moving forward. But of course, that's only as long as that magician hasn't ascended to heaven yet. Suddenly a hand grabbed a tree branch. Hajin quickly looked over to the other side. He observed from afar and seemed to have spotted 3 people from the opposing group. Found you. While the other 2 were focusing on the front, the blonde man realized something. He saw Hajin on the tree and immediately shouted. Over there, there's a marksman on the tree. Knowing he had been discovered, Hajin immediately escaped from that branch, complaining in his heart. How was I discovered? Do I not have talent for infiltration? The blonde young man, holding an axe, spoke with a voice full of disdain. A marksman running over here alone. What the hell are you doing? Hajin held onto a branch with one hand, the other holding the gun shooting at the 3 of them. The 3 immediately hid behind a shield to avoid the bullets. Hajin had now jumped down to the ground. He ran past the 3 people, pointing his gun at them. The girl holding the shield asked about the condition of the other person. How are the buffs? All stable. Buffs are still good. Hiding there was actually quite skillful. Hajin was now standing on large boulders, pointing his gun at the 3. But I think I can easily shoot him down from here. The blonde guy signaled his teammates with his eyes about where Hajin was standing, silently affirming. I'll do it. He quickly rushed towards Hajin, who thought to himself. Does this guy intend to handle me alone? Hajin held onto the rock with one hand, the gun in his mouth, while his legs kicked hard at the blonde guy. There's no way he can catch me with terrain full of obstacles like this. Hajin quickly jumped upwards to the anger of the blonde guy. He had climbed up, incessantly sticking out his tongue to tease him. The blonde guy was fuming with anger, so the shield-wielding girl behind spoke up. What on earth? You can't even catch him? What kind of person is that clumsy? As soon as she finished speaking, she put her hands to her mouth to chant magic. Many shields appeared around them. Her move was to combine those shields, slowly pulling them together. Those shields had now formed a giant iron ball protecting the 2 of them. Hajin glanced down at the huge ball, unable to help but exclaim. Asterisk, is this guy a pangolin or what? Pangolin related to anteaters. Also known as Lin Duong in Vietnam. It has a shell and often curls up to protect itself when in danger. Asterisk. Blonde young man was accumulating power to prepare to attack Hajin. He struck hard at the tree trunk, wanting to make Hajin fall, but he had quickly jumped towards the large iron ball. Anyway, no matter how much you block, these are just lifeless shields stacked on each other. He raised his gun preparing to aim. I can see it very clearly. Then a bullet from the gun flew out true to its name. That bullet created a massive source of energy, rushing straight towards those shields. Thanks for watching the video. Magician girl from before had been defeated by Hajin and was lying on the ground. Someone saw that and screamed. What? No way. Hey, you aren't down yet, right? Hey! An announcement sound rang out. Yuhei's team magician, Suga, eliminated. Hearing the announcement that a team member was eliminated, Suga's jaw dropped in surprise. What? Seeing their team's magician collapsed on the ground, the 2 teammates' faces immediately turned ashen. Hajin thought to himself. Asterisk, if she had cast a shield on herself, she wouldn't have collapsed with just one hit. Her mistake was trying to conserve mana. Asterisk. Someone scolded Hajin. You coward. Hajin forced a smile and retorted. Come on. Who are you calling a coward? Rachel and Hozung took advantage of the opportunity to rush in and attack Suwa. This was all in the plan. I'm burning mana too fast. Suwa's whole body was now trembling. The hand holding the sword also couldn't stand it and shook, fearing in his heart. It's over, I'm gradually losing strength. Tomer was Hajin's team's magician. She launched fireballs at the opposing team, making them afraid. On this side, the blonde guy and the shield girl continued to scream and provoke Hajin to jump down. If you have the guts, come down here. Result of the midterm combined combat exam. Team Rachel won overwhelmingly. At the school staircase, Hajin was sitting with his chin on his hand when Tomer walked up looking at him. Rachel clasped her hands together, smiling brightly to thank everyone. Everyone did very well. Oh Rachel, you did well too. Hajin turned to look at Rachel, thinking to himself. Asterisk, she seems to be in a very good mood. Her voice tone and hand gestures are different from usual. Asterisk. Turned to look at Hajin and praised him. Especially you, Hajin. We won thanks to you taking down that magician. Hearing her praise him, Hajin scratched his head shyly. I just did that by instinct. Hozung ran over from somewhere, threw his arm around his shoulder, laughing delightedly. Yeah, if you failed back then, the team would have eaten a few reports. But since you succeeded, now you are the hero of the whole team. Right? How did you do that so well? Hajin just leisurely replied. Thanks to talent. Nayun, hearing the answer from him, looked blank. An answer like no answer. She put her hands behind her head, speaking with a weary voice. I want to fight so bad, but my turn is not until this afternoon. Oh, really? Hajin opened his eyes wide as if seeing someone. It turned out to be Jonghak and Yuyona. The two of them were also present there. Jonghak, seeing Hajin with Nayun, immediately turned red with jealousy, his face ashen, full of questions. Asterisk, why is that extra talking to Nayun? Look at those red eyes. Is he filming a movie or something? Asterisk. Nayun, seeing Jonghak's expression, immediately called his name. Jonghak, why are you glaring at us like that? He now regained his cheerful face from before, smiling at Nayun. Jonghak walked towards Nayun. Imaginary tails behind him wagged continuously, seemingly very delighted. Nayun, I wasn't glaring at anyone. Hajin approached Yuyona and asked her, Are you on your way to your match? Yeah, my team fights next. Hajin walked past Yuyona and suddenly mentioned bullets. 5.56mm bullets, about 600 rounds. Yuyona turned back to look at him, wondering, why talk about rifle bullets all of a sudden? I just naturally felt that information would be useful to you. The two stood with their backs to each other. You know that high-rank magic bullets are at least 200,000 won each, right? 120 million won is like a drop in the ocean. You aren't saying that's impossible for me, are you? Yona smiled, flattering Hajin. No way, don't insult me like that. Do you need anything else? No. That much is good. I just need bullets. At this moment, suddenly Yona mentioned Ginseng Mountain. Ah, about Ginseng Mountain. I think the acquisition will be completed in the next 2 weeks. Oh really? Yeah, but... Yuyona stroked her chin, looking thoughtful. Don't you want to know if I acquired more? I think I will scout the market a bit. Hajin also put his hand on his mouth, calculating. I don't guarantee I will take more, but if I do take more, I will. I will exchange them for stocks in your pharmaceutical company. Is that okay? Hearing Hajin want to invest in Yona's company, she was immediately excited. Great, that works too. She smiled radiantly. Then I'll count you in. Shin Jonghak was standing over here talking to Nayun. He looked visibly jealous. Nayun, why are you so friendly with him? Nayun heard him and felt guilty, immediately denying it. What are you saying? Did you forget? You were the one who said you didn't like winning. I just misunderstood back then. Over here, Hajin and the others heard their conversation. Forget it. Shin Jonghak doesn't know you well. Hajin didn't care. He turned to leave, waving goodbye to her. I don't care about him. Don't worry. I said all I needed to say. I'm leaving. Honestly, I don't feel too good about this, but this is how the story should proceed. Shin Jonghak and Nayun were still arguing over there. Nayun was very annoyed. Hold it in. Back then you clearly said, being by the king's side for a long time. He is also the grandson of Shin Myungshul, the great hero who saved Korea during the famine after the war. It is natural for him to feel a latent power in his own bloodline. Hajin opened the door and called out loud. I'm home, Evandel. Anyway, Shin Myungshul. Hearing Hajin's voice, Evandel immediately ran over, calling his name loudly. Hajin! Hajin! Is everything okay? She ran and threw herself into Hajin's arms. He bent down to catch her and asked, "Nothing happened, right? Are you hungry?" His face showed a hint of surprise when he saw her. Evandel was crying as she ran to him. Her tears stained Hajin's shirt. He asked her worriedly, "What's wrong, Evandel?" Evandel sobbed uncontrollably. Hajin asked her with concern, "What's wrong, Evandel?" She sobbed, "Heong. Hoo-hoo, Heong." She held out her small hand, showing a tiny scratch to Hajin. She sobbed, "Heong scratched me." Hajin frowned, trying to suppress his emotions. He thought, the absolute rule when raising children is to never let them think they are bothering you. Hajin hugged her and comforted her. "Why did that happen?" Evandel whined. "I don't know. I hate Heong now. Heong is so bad." She looked aggrieved. "I didn't do anything." Hajin found it strange. Heong scratched her, even though she didn't touch it? Suddenly remembered being surprised when he learned about Hyang's talent. Heong reached grade 4 in magic talent. Animals with high magic talent recover faster, live longer, and are smarter than normal species. That makes Heong an intelligent animal. Such a creature wouldn't attack its owner without a reason. Looking at Heong obediently lying on the sofa, he immediately got suspicious. Cat food. I reminded Evandel to only feed the cat once a day. Immediately, Hajin questioned her. "Evandel, why are there so many empty cat food packets here?" Evandel didn't answer. Hajin immediately realized. "Don't tell me you?" Turned to ask in panic. "Did you eat them all?" Evandel stammered, unable to deny it. She could only find an excuse to justify herself. "I just wanted to know what it tasted like since Heong likes it so much. So I just tried a little bit." Hajin facepalmed, finally understanding. "So that's why Heong was so cranky. Don't do that again, okay?" Suddenly, the bracelet on his hand notified him of a message from Rachel. Hajin opened it and was very surprised by the message. "Rachel, Kim Hajin, happy birthday." Rachel thoughtfully sent a gift set of cake with a message. "This is a gift for you. Thank you for doing your best in today's exam. Let's go to karaoke together when this exam period is over." Hajin only noticed now when the system notified him of the birthday message.
Kim Hajin.
September 8th. Today is your birthday. He was surprised. "Oh, today is my birthday." This moment, Chai Nayun was lying down, leisurely browsing social media. A post caught her attention. She said in surprise. "She suddenly became active on social media just because we finished an exam." Yona posted a photo with 4,593 likes, taken with her group, accompanied by a status line. "The exam was quite tough, but luckily we all got good results. A big thank you to all the team members." Chai Nayun couldn't hide her jealousy. She wished that Yona was close to her team members. "I want to celebrate with my group like that too. Actually, never mind. The presentation was already a mess. What's there to celebrate? I'm still annoyed with them." Seeing Yona's photo made her feel a bit guilty. Come to think of it, I haven't talked to Yona since then. Actually, I was the one at fault first. I really want to make up with her. Chai Nayun rolled around. She felt frustrated and awkward inside. Oh my god. What should I say to her? Looking at the smart device in her hand, she had an idea. After hesitating for a while, she decided to like Yona's post. I'll just like her post first. As for Shin Jonghak's post, posing super cool with a humble brag caption. 3 wins. Not bad. Chai Nayun commented on him. Look at the way he poses. Is he a gangster or what? I don't know when he'll stop being childish. Next was a post of Kim Suho and Kim Hajin taking a picture together. With sniper Kim Hajin, Cube's only marksman. Chai Nayun thought to herself, did Suho do that on purpose? I have to compare the two of them. She also discovered that Yoon Sung-ah commented on the post. It's great to see your bright smile. I watched the class match on video. Hajin and Suho, you guys did a great job. Chai Nayun was surprised. What is Sung-ah Uni doing here? She's so obvious. After scrolling through social media for a while, Chai Nayun felt bored. I'm starting to get bored. She just intended to check the notifications one last time so she wouldn't miss anything. Are there any unread messages? Suddenly a notification caught her eye. Oh, today is Hajin's birthday. Chai Nayun browsed the search bar in the shopping cart. She wanted to give him a gift. Maybe I should buy him an electronic gift. Is a cake okay? But before pressing order, she suddenly froze. She changed her mind. No, if I want to give him something, I should give it in person, right? Immediately, Chai Nayun sat up straight. Just thinking about it made her feel embarrassed. Her face turned red. Give it to him in person? Am I crazy? We aren't that close. Because she was too shy, Chai Nayun just decided to do it perfunctorily with a greeting. No need for gifts, a birthday message is enough. Hajin, haha. Today is your birthday, isn't it? Haha. But fate played a trick. Her message was sent, 1 minute passed. Then 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed and still no reply. She had to repeat the message twice. Hajin haha. Today is your birthday, right? Haha. Hajin haha. Today is your birthday, right? Haha. But the result was the same, making her quite disappointed. Why isn't he replying? Just when Nayun was about to feel humiliated, Hajin replied with a short sentence. Thank you. Nayun was a bit disappointed. That's it? She angrily threw her smart device down. She sighed. TSK. Lying down on the bed, her emotions were complicated and uncomfortable. Keep acting arrogant like that. That hateful brat. Scene changed to a modern high-rise building. Jean was inside and seemed very proud. Thursday marks the end of all remaining exams. I didn't do well in the individual exam but got a pretty high score in the team exam, so I can safely stay within the top 200 as planned. Hajin hesitated a bit. Maybe in the second year I should move to a bigger room. Anyway, that's not what I should be concerned about right now. He had prepared personal items and food, but he was still a bit worried. I wonder if this is enough. Probably afraid of missing something. Hajin decided to go all out and put everything he saw into the duffel bag. But the bag was like a magic bag, holding the whole world. It was a high-grade magic bag with a capacity of up to 200 kilograms. Suddenly, the smart device notified of an incoming message. The message read, Cube will be on break next week. When you use your cadet card abroad, you can get a 70% discount on usage fees. The field trip is next Thursday. Organized by the Jinsung Foundation. It will be limited to first-year students only. First come, first served. He thought to himself. Luckily, there are no classes next week. It's all to serve the outdoor investigation. Reasoned strictly. Even detectives can't find anything. However, the demon that infiltrated Cube must be hiding somewhere during this time. The important thing was the latter part of this message. With Hajin's intelligence, he quickly realized the key information. When you use your cadet card abroad, get a 70% discount. Field trip next Thursday. Organized by Jinsung Foundation. Limited to first years. First come first served. The field trip is organized by the Jinsung Foundation. That is the main plot. As Hajin grasped the situation, he decided to make a concrete plan. In this field trip, the main characters will be captured by ghosts from the past. This is an important item that will bring about tremendous growth for everyone. I have to make a comprehensive plan. Suddenly, Evandel cried loudly, calling him. Hajin. Haeong ate my chicken. Hajin answered her calmly. It's okay. Haeong will be fine. It's a special cat. Evandel whined. That's not what I meant. She cried louder in grievance. That was my last piece of fried chicken. Jean finally understood. Ah, so that's it? Scene change. Yona generously handed something to Hajin. Here, the ammo you need. The magazine can hold up to 45 rounds. So I put 900 rounds in here for you. Hajin took the ammo case. He looked surprised. Oh, thank you. Faster than I thought. Yona took an item out of her sleeve and gave it to him. She said, and this too. Hajin was quite surprised to receive this gift. A wrist guard? Yona explained. I heard the wrist is the most vulnerable place when holding a handgun. She came up with a reasonable excuse. Your birthday was last Monday, right? I intended to give it to you on your actual birthday. But I was too busy with exams. Jean was polite. Thanks a lot. After giving the gift, Yona said goodbye to Hajin. See you later. He replied. Okay. Thank you. See you later. Hajin's eyes followed her. He was a bit shaken. Truly surprising. Yona's figure gracefully walked away. I didn't think I'd receive a gift from you, Yona. Hajin looked at his watch. He panicked. Shoot, it's late. I'm going to be late for the appointment. Hozung looked happy when Hajin arrived. Oh, Hajin is here? He joked with him. Did you arrive late on purpose because you're the leader here? Hajin hurriedly explained. Sorry, I had some business to take care of. Rachel looked excited. Now that Hajin is here too, let's go in. We went into the karaoke bar together. Rachel was curious. She peeked into each room to see people singing. Hozung took the task of booking a room for them. There are 5 of us. The receptionist replied. All right, please go to room 17. The others were debating on choosing drinks. How many bottles of water? Don't buy too many. Rachel rolled her eyes looking around. She was looking for the room. Room 17. Room 17. Finally, she found room 17 and said loudly. Oh, it's over there. Let's go inside. Everyone happily went in together. Hajin lingered behind them. Chai Nayun stepped out of room 16. She was on the task of buying water. She said, I'll go buy water. 2 bottles, right? Okay. Hajin saw her and was extremely shocked. Hajin suddenly fell silent and stared at Nayun. This made her immediately feel very confused and she called his name. Hajin. Ayun couldn't expect this coincidence. Hajin. Seeing him standing still like a statue, she was a bit confused and thought, what is he doing here? I thought today was just a casual hangout, so I didn't dress up at all. Jean spoke up first. You came to sing too? Nayun hurriedly replied. Yes. She looked at her friends singing happily and explained. The theory exam just ended, so my friends invited me here to relax. Nayun curiously looked inside. She asked, who are you with? Nayun was completely stunned when she saw Rachel was also there. Rachel. She quickly adjusted her mood, thinking, must be with teammates. Jean curiously asked Nayun. You're going on the extracurricular activity organized by the Jinsung Foundation, right? She replied. Yeah. You? Yeah. Since I don't have any schedule, I signed up too. Then Yuyona stepped out of the room and called Nayun. Nayun, it's your turn. Hajin took the hint and left immediately. Talk to you later. Nayun replied. Okay, bye. Nayun still tried to follow his back with her eyes. Hajin walked into the karaoke room. He didn't seem very interested. TSK. It's been a long time since I came to a karaoke bar. Even back in the real world, I didn't visit these places often. Suddenly Hozung rushed out and grabbed Hajin's hand, startling him. Hozung's face was pale with visible fear. He warned him. Hajin, run. Hajin asked in surprise. What's going on? He saw the others couldn't take it and fell on the floor. They tried to signal Hajin. He was very puzzled. What are you talking about all of a sudden? Hajin looked at Rachel. He suddenly realized. All right. Rachel was looking very delighted. She called him. Hajin, you're here? Hajin understood. Rachel loves singing. Hajin was scared pale, and she sings terribly. Listening to Rachel's singing performance made him regret. What was I thinking back then to design her like that, gosh? At this time, at home, Hajin was busy sitting at his desk. After finishing the plan, he seemed very happy. Plan to put butterfly dust into this bracelet to give to her is perfect. But then another problem arose, making Hajin rack his brain. But how do I give it to Rachel? Normal bracelet. A normal bracelet bought online. Enchantment effect. Butterfly dust. Immediately he had to think of a way. Originally I intended to find out the effect of this thing with the future Suho. But if I want to avoid widening the gap between this plot and the original plot, I should give it to her soon. Jean had to brainstorm a lot in this situation. He thought, but no matter how I give it to her, wearing this bracelet alone won't cause any effect. The smart device notified. You have received a message from Rachel. Hajin was very curious. Why is she texting me? Turned out she wanted to ask him a favor. Rachel texted. Hajin, can you teach me how to control magic power better? Hajin found it very confusing. What? Why does Rachel have to learn from me? Besides, I have a body that doesn't use magic. But Hajin suddenly realized this was a good opportunity. But this situation is quite useful. Isn't it? Hajin changed to the evening outside the high-rise building. Hajin had been sitting for a long time with the bracelet. He was happy to see Rachel arrive. She called. Hajin. He replied. Rachel. He seemed quite surprised that he arrived earlier than expected. You're already here? There's still some time before our appointment. He expressed her gratitude that he cared enough to come. Thank you for agreeing to come out here, even though it was a bit sudden. Jean replied calmly. It's okay. But in his heart, he was secretly happy. I'm the one who should thank her. Hajin scratched his head and hand, asking awkwardly, what can I teach you? Rachel comforted. Don't say that. Rachel sincerely expressed her intention. I watched the match again and realized there are many areas I need to improve. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have achieved such good results. She clapped her hands together. She spoke with difficulty. So I wanted to ask for your help. Rachel tried to say it. She closed her eyes and shouted louder. Please teach me. How can I be as strong as you? Jean quickly guessed her thoughts. He said, it seems you want to experience my training schedule, right? Hajin immediately became serious. It will be very harsh. Will you be able to endure it? Rachel was also very determined. Yes, I can do it. Jean immediately started with the first exercise. He tested her. Okay, can you sit like me? But Rachel was wearing a skirt, making her shy and unable to do it. Hajin had to correct himself. If it's too difficult, you can sit in any comfortable way. But Rachel was determined. It's okay, I can do it. But in the end, she chose to sit differently. Hajin thought to himself. She failed. Rachel asked, is this okay? Yeah, it's fine. Next, Hajin requested. Can you extend your hand to me? She followed. Like this? But his next action made Rachel silent. Hajin successfully put the bracelet on Rachel's wrist. He continued. This is just a gift. Nothing special. It will help you. Rachel looked confused. Did you plan the training for me beforehand? Is it okay for me to receive a gift like this? Hajin smiled and said, it's just a normal bracelet, so don't worry. Thanks. Hajin began to instruct her. Alright, I want you to sit up straight. Maintain that posture. You have to imagine as if someone is pulling your head up. Keep breathing evenly. Rachel followed the instructions, and Hajin continued to instruct dedicatedly. In that state, I want you to focus on the direction of magic movement. It must flow evenly from every finger to every toe. She felt it. Doing this seems harder than usual. Hajin praised her. Is that so? That means you're doing well. But in his heart, he thought differently. Actually, this is just a meditation method I saw on YouTube at the last minute. If she can feel the effect, then that's all that matters, right? I guess I've cast enough bait. Hajin continued to instruct Rachel. Now start from your left hand first. Do you think you can circulate the magic? She replied. From this bracelet? Rachel touched her bracelet. She stated the feeling. Yeah, I feel like a source of energy from the bracelet is pouring into my body. She slowly closed her eyes and felt it more clearly, circulating through the whole body. Rachel slowly opened her eyes. She muttered, this is a very familiar feeling, but much stronger. Like, Rachel saw the plants around her glowing. She felt everything around her more clearly. Nature is communicating with me. She suddenly realized and cried out. Spirits. She could see spheres emitting sparkling light. Hajin happily announced. Congratulations, Rachel. You have become a spirit summoner. Rachel was also extremely amazed. She exclaimed, unbelievable. Hajin wondered and asked her, have you ever checked if you could connect with spirits? Rachel replied, when I was young I did and got very good results. But I gave up because I couldn't find an effective training method to control spirits. Hajin watched her playing with the spirits. He thought in his heart, Rachel's personality and talent are perfect for controlling spirits. But because the method to develop spirits is not currently advanced enough, so it's quite difficult for her to master this ability on her own. Hajin witnessing this was also very happy for her. The butterfly spirit dust seeping into Rachel's body became the bridge connecting Rachel and the spirits. She called him, Hajin. Rachel was extremely satisfied and grateful to him. Thank you so much for helping me. Hajin smiled politely. I didn't do much. In his heart he was so happy. Good. From now on Rachel must become stronger day by day without encountering too many obstacles. Suddenly he looked up. Rachel suddenly drew her sword. Hajin seeing that was extremely panicked. From the forest, a ray of light flashed into the sky, illuminating the whole forest. Hajin stepped back in fear. Rachel. Rachel stood up and warned him. Careful, Hajin. Someone over there is aiming at us. Hajin appeared very suspicious. What? That's not right. How can there be so many people tracking me? He recognized his looming figure. His target is not me. Lancaster was discovered. He gave a smile. Haha. Lancaster stepped out and spoke to Rachel. Although you launched such an attack. But seeing that you didn't recognize who I am, I guess the spirits must have told you about my appearance. Rachel seemed to recognize the person by his voice. Rachel. As usual. He took off his hat and mocked Rachel. You still can't do anything on your own. Lancaster. And warned Hajin too. And you. Lancaster said. You'd better be careful. His words were like accusing Rachel, making her awkward and scared. The feelings you have for her will one day turn into a blade that comes back to stab you yourself. While Rachel was worried, Hajin walked in front of her, using his hand to shield her. Hajin scolded Lancaster. None of your business. Seeing his attitude, Rachel was also a bit moved. Hajin dared to challenge him. If all you want is to ambush us, then just attack straight away while we are defenseless. Why do you have to be here humiliating Rachel like that? Lancaster looked at Hajin coldly, but he continued to curse. Who the hell are you? Rachel stood behind Hajin. She explained to him. Hajin. He has a grudge against me. Lancaster chuckled. Next he said a sentence that made Rachel immediately embarrassed. Princess, do you really think I do this just because I have a grudge against you? She looked up and looked surprised. What? Lancaster replied calmly. You are too arrogant. To be honest, you are not worthy of being my target for revenge. He spoke straight without hesitation. My targets for revenge are those who abandoned, humiliated, falsely accused, and even exiled people, who dedicated their whole lives to them. Lancaster emphasized clearly. None other than the royal family. You are merely a tool to help me achieve my goal. Rachel gripped the sword in her hand tightly. Lancaster continued. But you are the one who has the pride of a warrior greater than anyone else. Rachel immediately questioned him. Do you really have to go this far? Lancaster asked coldly. You don't know either? Events of the past made Lancaster remember. Rachel probably sensed it too. What I did for a person and how it ended for me. Rachel closed her eyes, but she couldn't help but see a past that was too cruel to him. Lancaster was simply getting a bit too sentimental. He didn't intend to harm them. I just came here today to say a few words. No need to worry. Lancaster threw a corpse down from midair. He said, "This is a farewell gift I have for you." It was a bloody, mangled corpse. The body became deformed, twisted. Both Rachel and Hajin were extremely shocked. He exclaimed, "What the hell? His arm is twisted to the side, looking so pitiful." Lancaster explained, "That person is one of the assistants who used to protect you like a ghost." He gave a creepy smile and gradually disappeared before their eyes. "I will always be watching you, princess. Never forget that." Hajin carefully looked around. Is he gone? With perspective of an author, Hajin grasped the plot. I knew Lancaster would approach Rachel soon, but he only sent a few assassins and retreated when they were defeated by Rachel's awakening. I didn't expect him to assassinate others in that way. Hajin immediately became very hesitant. He thought, I will report this to Cube. But the management above Cube has long been rotten to the core and is cooperating with the Jinns. They will surely secretly bury this matter. Looking at Rachel, she was probably in great pain. When turning home, Rachel contacted the manager. Hearing her story, he understood. I see. So Lancaster did that. Rachel replied, Yes, but I can't believe he actually left like that. Clearly something is wrong. Before that, he even sent assassins to assassinate me. Hearing that, he suggested to Rachel, Can you tell me the details of the situation at that time? Rachel recalled that moment. She said, At that time I was training with a friend in the park. Rachel looked at the bracelet and recounted. He gave me this bracelet before training. The manager was surprised. Bracelet? She held the bracelet up high for him to see and said, Yes, he said this thing could help me with training. Realizing something unusual, he quickly thought. After speculating for a while, he told Rachel, I guess that Lancaster seems to have misunderstood the relationship between you two. Lancaster lost his important person in the London incident back then, so perhaps he also wants you to face the same pain he had to go through. Rachel was stunned to hear that. She screamed in horror. Why? Rachel lowered her head dejectedly. Why? How could he misunderstand in such a ridiculous way? If what he said was true, then Lancaster really misunderstood too far. Rachel touched the bracelet. She felt a bit regretful because she wasn't allowed to have feelings for anyone right now. She recalled the terrifying warning. The feelings you have for her will one day turn into a blade that comes back to stab you yourself. Tried to visualize when Hajin turned his face away at that time. Thinking back, I didn't see any expression from Hajin then. Rachel worriedly clutched the bracelet tighter. What kind of expression did he have? Does he hate me? Seeing Rachel silent, the manager asked, Princess, are you okay? She replied softly, Yes, I'm fine. Perhaps because of Hajin, she accepted letting go of her obsession. Yeah, that's good too. If Hajin is disappointed in me, he will automatically stay away from me. That is the best choice for everyone. The manager gave a slight smile. He continued, Let's put that aside for now. You seem to have changed quite a bit. Rachel didn't understand his meaning. She asked back, Changed how? He seemed nostalgic and reminded her. You always liked running around. Rachel was shy, because I was still young. The manager explained. Back then you were just a child who liked to run and play after finishing homework. He told Rachel about his upcoming intentions. Anyway, I will organize a meeting to decide whether to send more bodyguards to your side, or hire some professional mercenaries to protect you. I will notify you after we finish discussing. Rachel didn't care about this. She only cared about one thing. All right, but did the assistant who lost his life in this mission have any family? The manager replied. No, he didn't. Rachel looked slightly sad. I understand, but she still instructed him carefully. Even so, please give him a proper burial. I will attend. Rachel lay tossing and turning on the bed. She blamed herself a bit. Another person died because of me. Remembering the family, she felt tangled inside. How many more times must this repeat? Rachel promised herself. I must quickly become stronger. She noticed the bracelet. Looking at the bracelet, Hajin's image appeared along with his words. Just a normal bracelet, so don't worry. Making her unconsciously smile happily. Her eyes were glittering and deep. She peacefully closed her eyes. The bright moonlight from the window shone inside as if comforting her. Rachel considered the bracelet a lucky charm. She touched it even while sleeping as if she would keep it for her whole life. The king was also watching the moon outside. He was thinking about his daughter, the princess. The journey of witnessing his daughter grow up every day made him want to tell her. Affection is not something you can avoid just because you don't want to give it to anyone. After a period of time, preparing for the extracurricular activity. The sunlight seemed to signal good news. Finally, we have approached the main storyline. Suho was happy when Hajin appeared. Oh Hajin. Shin Jonghak was the opposite. He angrily scolded him. How dare you arrive late? You're starting to become a bit arrogant. Trash. Hajin still bowed and apologized politely. I'm sorry. I was only 2 minutes late. Hajin stepped inside the vehicle. He gradually visualized the plot. Besides me, the others participating in the extracurricular activity are just like in the plot. Our destination is MT Pungsan, located in the outskirts of Seoul and 800 meters above sea level. When getting on the bus, Suho politely invited him. Hajin, want some jelly? Hajin refused. No, thanks. Chai Nayun beside him clamored. Me, I'll eat. Hajin imagined the mountains surrounded by thick fog. Murmured. This is the summary of the main plot this time. Everyone including Kim Suho will be caught by a ghost from the past on MT Pungsan. And that ghost will take everyone back to the 1970s when that event happened. He thought attentively. Theoretically, it is a magical dimension aiming to recreate a part of history. Chai Nayun beside him was eager. Hey, what are we going to do there? Shin Jonghak recounted with interest and knowledge. There's plenty to do. My family owns MT Pungsan. 50 years ago, a magical explosion occurred. So the magic density there is very high. He bragged to them. We will sit in meditation on the peak and practice sparring. Chai Nayun was interested. Oh, sounds interesting. Yona noticed Hajin. She smiled slightly. Don't know if it's interesting, but surely many things will happen. Meanwhile, everyone didn't know anything. They were happily talking and laughing. Even Chai Nayun was like that. Hajin thought, although everyone in the novel experienced a rough time. Hajin grabbed his collar proudly. But this time they will probably be fine. Because I am here. He posed in his most handsome way. And proudly, you guys should be sensible and thank me for saving your lives. Yona saw this delusional look of Hajin and immediately froze in speechlessness. When reaching the foot of the mountain, Hajin didn't remember. At that time, I forgot a few things. One of them realized something unusual and said fearfully, hey, something is strange, we climbed the mountain already. But everyone stopped. They realized, since when did this place become flat ground? His mind urged, no one can be sure. So turned back in surprise. He asked, everyone. All were frighteningly silent. Realized the absence of a member. Has anyone seen Hajin? What will happen? The sound of a car slowly stopping. Yona got off the car looking around the mountain forest, admiring softly. In front of her was a gate that looked very ancient. So this is MT Pungsan. Chai Nayun hummed a song on her lips. Smiled happily, eyes closing. Feels really good. Just like we are going camping together. Don't you guys think so? Kim Hajin beside was also fresh. Yeah, looks like it. Hearing him reply indifferently, Chai Nayun bristled. What's with that reaction? Did Shin Jonghak do something to you again?
Kim Hajin startled.
Huh? No, I didn't. He panicked, making her laugh. The person mentioned just stared blankly with question marks. The person waiting for them smiled and introduced. A house has been prepared on the peak for us. The master invited by Jinsung will appear a bit late in the evening. Chai Nayun's eyes lit up. Master? She curiously turned to Shin Jonghak and asked, who is it? He crossed his arms and snorted proudly. You will surely be shocked when you see him. Group got off the car and walked straight into the gate. We must go up by 3 p.m. at the latest, so let's climb quickly. Chai Nayun was the most energetic. She led the way. Okay, let's go. They climbed the mountain together. Chai Nayun's eyes kept lighting up when seeing rare reptiles like beetles. Yona and Shin Jonghak were constantly chatting and discussing things happily. Suddenly one of them stopped. His panting sound made everyone notice. The group stopped to ask, how long have we been walking? Chai Nayun also stammered. Yum. Shin Jonghak, does climbing here take this long? He looked around assessing the forest and scratched his head. I think maybe we are lost. Suddenly Yona noticed something else. Hey, something is strange. She sweated cold sweat. We climbed the mountain already, but... The team looked around following her words. Since when did this place become flat ground? Suddenly Kim Suho asked anxiously. Everyone, has anyone seen Hajin anywhere? Chai Nayun and Yona also turned back. Hajin. He was always following behind. The word we just dropped. She also discovered Kim Hajin was nowhere to be seen. Chai Nayun screamed. Hey, stop joking. Come out quickly. Yona turned pale. He was just behind us just now. Chai Nayun panicked, turning her head like a pinwheel searching bushes. Hey, is he really gone? Shin Jonghak had to seriously comfort her. Calm down. Normally he is also clueless, so maybe he just hasn't caught up. Maybe he was attracted by precious herbs around MT Pungsan. Thinking so, he suggested, let's find him first. Maybe he is lost. Just as he finished the sentence, the ground beneath vibrated. The group panicked because they couldn't stand firm. Chai Nayun shrieked, Earthquake? At this time Yona had fallen to the ground and looked up at the sky in bewilderment. What happened? She trembled. The sun. Suddenly large trees around also fell following the tremors. Someone shouted, Careful under your feet. Wind blew the grass up. In a blink, grass grew as high as Chai Nayun. A while later grass reached their chests. The tremors subsided. Shin Jonghak observed for a long time then guessed. It's probably over. Yona looked around worriedly. Is it due to natural magic? Weeds have grown as high as us. She suddenly felt a shiver. While Punkson has high magic density like this, suddenly Shin Jonghak and Kim Suho turned sharply to one direction alertly. Wait. They followed the only light in the dark sky. Someone is coming. Rustling sounds rang out. Then a flashlight appeared behind the reeds along with a strange man's voice. Huh? He shone the light at all of them and asked. I thought there were wild beasts. Turns out it's a bunch of kids? His face looked at them strangely. What are you kids doing here? Suddenly he turned to call them to follow. Lost? This is a dangerous area. A mana explosion can happen anytime. Yonghan suspiciously scratched his head.
A mana explosion?
Yona also realized. Is he talking about the mana explosion we read in books? A mana explosion is a phenomenon that occurs when unstable energy accumulates and detonates. In the 3 years since the incident, mana on Earth has become increasingly unbalanced. She grew even more curious. I heard this phenomenon has become rarer recently though. Kim Suho let out a sigh. There are still many things we don't know. He looked after the retreating figure of the strange man. But for now, I think we should follow that uncle to get out of here first. We still have to regroup with Hajin at the rendezvous point. A while later, the place they arrived at looked exactly like a ruined city. The fences and traffic lights were all completely destroyed. Kim Suho covered his mouth and coughed lightly. Where is this? Strange man smiled gently. This is the safest place in this area. Don't you kids know what happened at Gangmyeong City Hall? Chai Nayun repeated his words in disbelief. Gangmyeong City Hall, the place we just drove past? That place has turned into ruins. Kim Suho seemed to realize something. He asked urgently, may I ask what the date is today? Man looked annoyed. I don't know, we don't have the energy to keep track of dates like that. Seeing him get a bit grumpy, Kim Suho changed his approach. Then a general estimate is fine. The strange man rubbed his chin in thought. Let me see. The next sentence he spoke struck the group like lightning. Perhaps it is around the year 1972? Kim Suho broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, right, everything is clear now. Suddenly, the ground became leveled. The strange man appeared and announced, this is a danger zone. A mana explosion could happen at any moment. That was a bizarre situation that occurred in our time. The desolate ruins before you are the proof. We have returned to Gangmyeong City in 1972. Kim Suho fell into deep thought. But why did this happen? Suddenly, Chai Nayun's scream rang out. A strange young man gripped a knife in his hand. He grabbed her wrist, smiling pervertedly. It's very dangerous out on the streets at this hour, little girl. Chai Nayun struggled loudly. What are you doing? Let me go. Before the guy could say anything else, his collar was yanked backward. Shin Jonghak glared at him, cursing. You bastard. Let her go right now. Strange man suddenly spoke up to intervene. Hey, don't be so violent. He snapped his fingers with a sharp sound. A crowd of people suddenly appeared. He smiled eerily. We aren't bad people, you know? Kim Suho hurriedly grabbed a tree branch, using it as a sword. A thought echoed in his mind. Not good. Is it a trap? Suddenly, he made a horrifying discovery.
Kim Suo se braus faru tait.
I can't gather my mana. From Yonghan's side, a shout went up. What's going on? I can't use mana anymore. The remaining person also spoke up. Me neither. Other thugs slithered behind Yona. Not a single person in that group had a good expression on their face. Group of 5 was surrounded by men holding sharp weapons without a single gap. Kim Suho looked straight at the strange man and asked, Why are you doing this? He laughed loudly, waving the knife in his hand. Who knows? Maybe because you people could become a threat to us. Suddenly, the booming sound of gunshots rang out from somewhere. The group of bad guys was hit and fell to their knees. One screamed a warning. It's an ambush. Could it be? Seeing a motorcycle parked nearby with someone using it as a gun rest, the thugs screamed. He's appeared again. The man-eating monster. Double-barreled shotgun in his hand shone brightly, aimed straight at all of them. The strange man clutched his wounded shoulder and roared. Damn it! Don't just stand there. Charge. Over here he had already loaded his gun, lying in wait. The man immediately changed his tune. We must report this to Asura immediately. But the words had barely left his mouth. With each gunshot that rang out, each one of them collapsed like sandbags. Ghastly liquid splattered onto the surrounding objects. In just a moment, the bad guys surrounding Kim Suho's group were completely taken down. Looked towards the arrival. That person. Because that person was wearing a full-face helmet, he wondered. Who is that? Hearing the question, the rider didn't intend to take off his helmet to reveal his face. Shin Jonghak furrowed his brows, grabbing his spear and rushing forward. If you don't plan to reveal your identity, then let me unmask you. Kim Suho only had time to shout. Yonghak. Rival reached out a hand to stop him, saying something inaudible or unclear. Lightning speed. Shin Jonghak's spear knocked the helmet off his head. The helmet flew in a circle through the air. Then it fell on a spot quite far from him. He rubbed his stinging chin and groaned softly. He looked up at Shin Jonghak. Can I say one word before you deal with me? Kim Hajin suddenly appeared with long hair, smiling at him. Long time no see. Recalling the time climbing the mountain, Kim Hajin thought to himself. I was mistaken. Just because we were in the same time and space, I thought I would be returned to the same moment as them. Just because of a moment of surprise when Kim Hajin turned to look at a frog at his feet. When he turned back, he was dumbfounded by the strange ruined scenery, and no one was in front of him. When he looked around, he didn't see the group anywhere. In that brief moment of distraction, the place he set foot in was the past. Those ruins were Gangmyeong, but from long before Kim Suho and the others arrived. A warning rang in Kim Hajin's mind. This is the timeline from 5 weeks ago. He recounted. At first, I was completely desperate, but the situation gradually became better than I thought. He sat for a long time in the rain, reflecting. I reviewed the fact that only exactly 5 people were sent back to the past in the original novel. The current situation is the correct version. Kim Hajin's eyes flashed with sadness. The jinns ruling this place have unexpectedly become much stronger. I still have a lot to do before Kim Suho and everyone else arrives. He pulled everything out of his bag. I set up a base at a distance sufficient to observe the enemy, and I actively attacked to prevent them from getting stronger day by day. The booming sounds of gunfire never ceased. I ate alone, killed enemies alone, became stronger alone, and hit alone. Finally, I was able to meet everyone again. Yonghan walked deep into the bushes for a while before asking curiously, Hajin, is this place? He immediately answered their question. Yeah, this is Gangmyeong in 1972. The expressions of Shin Jonghak and Yuyona became even more horrified. A living hell where signals transmitted to the outside were already history from a year and 3 months ago. They stammered. How long have you been here? Kim Hajin rubbed his chin in thought. I'm not sure either. About. He hesitated for a moment then gave a shocking answer. A year, maybe? The atmosphere fell into silence. Everyone's mouths dropped open in horror. Kim Hajin scratched his head, laughing. Just kidding. About 5 weeks, I think. Seeing everyone's faces turn pale, except for Shin Jonghak who kept glaring, Kim Hajin had to clarify further. I'm telling the truth. I lived a pretty fulfilling life, you know. My hair grew this long because of the dense mana here. After listening to the story for a while, Shin Jonghak only cared about one issue. Have you found the cause of this phenomenon yet? Kim Hajin quickly replied. Roughly, yes. Then he led them in a different direction through the ruins. Let's go to my base first, then we'll talk. Shin Jonghak kicked the debris under his feet in disgust. This is a base? Even my horse wouldn't deign to live here. Kim Suho looked at Kim Hajin with teary eyes. Hajin, did you really live here for a whole year? He corrected him, annoyed. I told you it was 5 weeks. Why won't you believe me? Yuyona looked up and down, checking with a pale face. But there's really nothing here. Chai Nayun also chimed in. That's right. Suddenly, she saw something and cried out. There's something over there. After seeing the cockroaches, she screamed, Cockroaches! Twice, followed by terrified shrieks. Chai Nayun looked as if she had lost 10 kilograms just by arriving here. She gave a thumbs up to Kim Hajin. Hajin, I really respect you. Yuyona beside her had fainted at some point.
Kim Hajin, helpless, sick head.
Wait a moment. Quietly placed his hand on his bag. If I transfer the mana from the stigma into this magic tent. Booming sound rang out. A huge tent appeared right in front of them. Dust rose to blind the sky. Yuyona stared in amazement at the 2 neat and clean tents, exclaiming, Oh my god, it's a tent. Kim Hajin calmly asked. You guys are all hungry. Let's eat. Kim Suho's group looked at him with joyful expectation. And there's food too. Suddenly, Kim Hajin added a sentence at the end. But there is a problem. They repeated the key point of the story in confusion. A problem? We need to butcher the animal to have something to eat. The atmosphere went dead silent. The group screamed, "Butcher! I can't do it. I won't do it." But Kim Hajin remained unfazed. "I already ate all the emergency food I brought. So that's the only way." He felt a bit guilty, adding in his head, "Actually, I tried to butcher animals too, but I couldn't force myself to do it." Hearing that, Kim Suho quickly volunteered. "I'll do it. I'm good at this." Kim Hajin nodded and instructed.
Iyongan, assist suo.
He readily agreed. "Sure.
Shin Yong-hak was smugly making Kim Suho.
Butchering meat, huh?"
Suo, suits you perfectly.
Then he saw Kim Hajin hang 2 small buckets on his hands. "You take these." Kim Hajin pointed straight in a direction. "There's a stream nearby. Go get some water." Shin Jong-hak's blood boiled to his brain. "What did you just say?" Seeing this, Kim Hajin turned his head and called. "Nayun, go with Jong-hak. We're going to get water? Okay. Wait a sec." Seeing Chai Nayun, all his curses were swallowed back. Pouting shyly, he glanced at her and cleared his throat nonchalantly. "Ahem. If Nayun is going too, then I'll reluctantly go this once." Suddenly, a voice spoke up, catching Kim Hajin's attention. "TSK, why does it always have to be Nayun?" The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the sulking Yuyona, thinking to himself, "Disappointed because I didn't let her go with Jong-hak. Huh?" Remembering something, Kim Hajin added, "Ah, right. After they bring the water back, I'll consider cooking ramen." Yona suddenly froze upon hearing that. She walked closer to him and asked, panting, "Ramen? Did you say ramen?" Kim Hajin looked at her with amusement. "What's wrong? Ramen doesn't fit your noble taste standards." Yuyona pretended to be reluctant. "Good heavens. I guess it's just a last resort. It's better than starving to death." Kim Hajin thought with amusement. She really loves instant food. I can hear the joy in her voice. A while later, under the ruined wall, the 2 tents had been cleaned until they shone by Yuyona. She looked at the set tables and chairs and breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks better now." Then Yuyona turned to Kim Hajin and wondered. "Come to think of it, we can't use mana here. If we could use mana, these tasks would have been done in 3 minutes. But we can't." Kim Hajin stoked the fire in the stove while explaining. "During this period, we can't use the mana received from the future. If you wait a little longer, it will start accumulating again." As wisps of blue smoke rose from the charcoal fire grilling the meat, Kim Hajin continued explaining. "The mana density here is much higher and more abundant because signals from the outside are currently happening. But it's rougher and much harder to control. It will take about a week of hard work for you to get used to it." So, seeing Shin Jong-hak and Chai Nayun's faces turn pale, Kim Hajin added, "You young masters and misses, don't be picky. Eat up." Kim Suho and Lee Yonghan on the side were devouring the food like they were starving. "We have to eat productively to recover mana quickly. The monsters here contain a lot of mana." Shin Jong-hak closed his eyes and picked up a piece of meat, intending to put it in his mouth. Chai Nayun was startled. "Is he really eating it?" She also tried to pick up a piece, worried inside. "I feel like my stomach will hurt if I eat this." Then Chai Nayun put it in her mouth. "There's nothing else to do anyway." Her jaw moved slowly, chewing and swallowing. Suddenly, a heavenly sensation overflowed on the tip of her tongue. Chai Nayun's eyes opened wide, sparkling to the max. She covered her mouth and shouted, "Ah! Why is it so delicious?" Kim Hajin continued to pass a plate of grilled meat over. "Of course, it's tasty. The mana density in the past is higher than the mana density on Baekdu Mountain in the present. This stuff is even better than most high-quality meats. Livestock with high mana density tastes much better than normal meat and is considered premium food." Chai Nayun now picked up 2 to 3 pieces at a time. Her lips curled up in a grin. "Aha! So that's it." Seeing her chopsticks become heavy with food, Yuyona hurriedly increased her eating speed. "I won't have enough meat if I don't eat fast. Must speed up." After a long while, the fire in the stove remained only as a few glowing embers. They sighed. "So good." Then, Kim Hajin clapped his hands to get attention. "All right, enough resting." He bent down and placed his hand on the map. "Now I will explain the current situation. Listen carefully." Outside, bright stars had risen in the sky.
Kim Hajin quietly explained.
"We were sent back to the past by a ghost." Shin Jong-hak immediately interrupted him in disbelief. "That's absurd. Isn't traveling to the past an ultimate miracle? How can a mere ghost send humans to the past?" Kim Hajin nodded in agreement. "Yeah, normally, a A ghost wouldn't be able to perform such a miracle. Jonghak, there is a time tower on Pungsan, right? Shin Jonghak's face turned serious. That's right. My grandfather conquered it in the 2000s. A mana tower filled with chaotic energy. At the time the tower was conquered, an unimaginable amount of mana condensed and was left behind in the current world. This is Clancy Islet. It resembles a place they already know, similar to the floating crystals of Clancy Islet, in the form of magic crystals. Kim Hajin pulled out a glowing purple crystal. Correct. So, the thing that Ghost used is the remnants of the tower. Purple mana drifted along with the small fragments of stone. The mana that the magic tower couldn't condense and leaked out gradually became these crystals. Kim Hajin held out the stone. That ghost used that power and brought us to a designated world. Kim Suho broke out in a cold sweat. A designated world? He recalled the ruins outside and continued. To put it simply, it means we have returned to the past. He described a figure wearing a skull mask. We are in a magical space that recreates the past of this area. He also mentioned the leader of the monsters. And in this place, there is a djinn who was taken by the ghost just like us. She calls herself Asura, and she has utilized the mana from the crystals to become stronger. Yuyona raised her hand to object. I have a question. The method of using mana from crystals was only developed in the 2000s. How can she use it to become stronger in the past? Kim Hajin said bluntly. She ate them. Yuyona exclaimed in surprise. What? She started to worry. But wouldn't that be life-threatening? Kim Hajin wasn't surprised to hear her say that. Usually that is true, but it seems she has the ability to digest them without suffering any side effects. He voiced his deduction. She probably made a deal with the ghost to acquire some special power. Yonghan rested his chin on his hand and asked, So, is she dangerous? After showing them the stone, Kim Hajin silently assured them. Actually, there's nothing to worry about regarding Asura. Although she has indeed become stronger compared to the original novel content, I'm certain we have the advantage with our abilities. Suddenly, he felt annoyed when thinking about the Jin Asura, whom he had originally named Chunhwa. But Chunhwa, that little brat, I gave her such a beautiful name, yet she dares to give herself another nickname? What's wrong with the name I gave her? Kim Hajin took the stone back from Kim Suho. Now I will tell you how we can return. Placed it on a spot on the map. This is the crystal. The remnant of the tower is the medium used to maintain this space. Jinns have been dispatched everywhere, including the city hall, to place these crystals there. Without these things, they won't be able to recreate the past anymore. Shin Jonghak pointed out the main point. So we just need to go and get them, right?
Kim Hajin nodded.
Correct. Chai Nayun watched hesitantly. If that's the case then. Kim Suho also continued. What we need to do is clear. Kim Hajin smiled slightly. That's right. He continued pointing to positions around the marked point. There are a total of 6 locations, including the city hall. Along with these crystals, Asura and her cohorts are guarding these places. The group looked at Kim Hajin with serious eyes. We will go defeat them and seize the remnants of the tower. The next day, the sky outside began to brighten. Kim Hajin walked out yawning and met Chai Nayun. She was sitting on his motorcycle and asked in surprise, You're up so early? Kim Hajin just made up a random excuse. Yeah, I wanted to see if you were guarding seriously or not. Chai Nayun was annoyed. Huh? Who do you think I am? Kim Hajin scratched his head helplessly. Just kidding. Actually, I've gotten used to sleeping less after 5 weeks here. She was slightly startled to hear that. Really? Is it because you were always in a state of alert? Instead of answering further, Kim Hajin just glared at her and shooed her off the bike. Chai Nayun clicked her tongue and jumped down. Chai Nayun looked him over and evaluated. Your hair has grown too long. Does it get in the way? It's almost as long as mine. Kim Hajin went along with her words. It does get in the way, but I intentionally didn't cut it to ensure the cursed shaman couldn't get my hair. Chai Nayun was horrified. There's even a cursed shaman? In front of the fire, Kim Hajin recounted seriously. Yeah, I once saw him carrying a doll. Chai Nayun whined. Damn it. No wonder we have to be so vigilant. An early breeze suddenly blew past, causing her hair to flutter. Suddenly, Chai Nayun asked an unrelated question. Hey, is Seoul St. Mary's Hospital far from here? Kim Hajin was slightly surprised and repeated her words. Seoul St. Mary's Hospital? He pointed towards a distant place with lights. Seoul is in that direction, so it probably takes less than 30 minutes by bike to get there. After giving directions, Kim Hajin asked, Why do you ask all of a sudden? Chai Nayun stammered, shrinking back. It's just. He suddenly remembered a gentle person. My mother was born in that hospital in 1972. Naeun rubbed her index finger. So I was just curious if she's there right now. Kim Hajin remained silent for a while as if understanding. The created area is limited to the vicinity only, so we can't go to Central Zone. Naeun heard that and sat hugging her knees, pensive. I see. She stared blankly into the fire. What a letdown. The sound of weapons clashing against each other rang out incessantly. Yona and Yonghan stood on the side keeping score for Naeun and
Kim suo sparring.
Naeun's sword stance was much stronger, making it difficult for him to block. Naeun's eyes sparkled with admiration as she thought. That move was really cool. She recalled when Kim Hajin was about to leave, he instructed them to spar to get used to living in the past. After following Hajin's instructions on movement direction and mana usage, maybe I've gradually gotten used to living in the past. If I keep this up, I'll soon return to my original state. Suddenly, in a moment of distraction, Kim Soo-ho regained his sword stance. He smiled at her. Naeun let out a bewildered, huh. In that instant, Naeun was knocked to the ground by him. Naeun dusted herself off in annoyance. Lost again. Suddenly, something black flew over, making her jump. Seeing Shin Jong-hak throw a jacket to her, Naeun was confused. Why did you throw this to me? He acted like it was nothing. Just take it. You're a girl. Be careful. Yona seemed to hear something strange. She whipped her head around. What? Oh! Seeing Kim Hajin drive back, her eyes, along with Naeun's and Yonghan's, lit up. Food is here.
Kim Soo-ho thanh két him politili.
Hajin, thanks for bringing the food. Naeun ran over and asked. Hey, delivery guy, what did you buy today? Kim Hajin leisurely kicked the kickstand. In the cooler box. Check it yourself. Yona thought to herself. Oh my god. Just hearing the sound of the bike made me drool. Simple dishes were once again laid out on the table. The group exclaimed in surprise, then invited each other. Let's eat, everyone. Feast officially began. Thanks for the meal. Naeun held a soda can, giggling. I probably won't be able to enjoy food in the present world anymore. Kim Hajin glanced at her. Eat a lot and exercise a lot too. That's how you digest the high mana accumulation. As soon as it was mentioned, she furrowed her brows and placed her hand on her chest, asking, right, why do I feel pain when using mana? My heart really hurts.
Kim Hajin applied softly.
It's because too much mana has accumulated there. You have to use all your mana to circulate it everywhere. Suddenly she shouted. But why do only we have to spar? Why don't you need to? Kim Hajin picked up another piece of food. Because I fought a lot before you guys came here. Kim Hajin quietly smiled and added. Besides, I also have the ability to enhance my physique. In the body characteristics panel, mana accumulated in the body cannot be used. Permanently absorbed. Strength increased by 0.002. Kim Hajin thought proudly. And thanks to the high mana density here, I was able to increase my experience points by 0.25 times in 50 days. That means I received all of them without having to do anything. Every dish on the table was quickly cleared. Although we aren't in a hurry regarding time because 1 year here is only 1 hour in the present, but from the 4th week onwards, the invasion occurring in the past will begin. So we can't stay here forever. That's why the characters in the novel only stayed here for 4 weeks. Naeun sighed and praised. So delicious. Kim Hajin continued to pull out the map. Alright, we'll prepare to go seize the crystals as planned. He repeatedly pointed at the map. Here's the plan. First here. Introduced each name one by one. Kim Mingyu at the northwest water tower. Ju Parang at the southern tower. Kim Hajin looked up to observe them. First, we will attack these 2 areas. Places with the weakest combat forces. We will move in 3 days. He looked at Shin Jong-hak and Kim Soo-ho. 2 teams will be led by Soo-ho and Jong-hak. You will follow this route at night and ambush them. Hearing that, the 2 nodded in agreement. 3 days later, a scream rang out. Are you all out of your minds? Shin Jong-hak pointed furiously at Kim Hajin. Why am I the only one who has to be in a team with him? Naeun put her hands on her hips and scolded him. Don't be so childish. Just follow the arrangements. Seeing the other 4 in one team, Yonghan could only comfort him. Hajin surely has a plan. That's why he made such a decision. Shin Jong-hak turned and called out. Hey! Kim Hajin let out a bewildered, huh. Flames were raging around Shin Jong-hak. An annoyance was evident on his face. Why on earth do I have to go with you? Kim Hajin stammered slightly. Take that. He thought to himself, Kim Mingyu is at the level of a low intermediate hero, so one person won't be able to take him down. But Suho and the others won't kill people even though this is just a recreated past. He could only make up a silly excuse. Because I'm the weakest here, so isn't it obvious to balance it out by teaming up with you? The strongest person here. In Shin Jonghak's mind, only a few words were dancing around. I am the strongest. Absolutely strong. The ultimate one. Strongest in the world. Strongest in the universe. Shin Jonghak the extraordinary. Handsome. He was indeed too easy to coax. Being praised a bit, he rubbed his nose and softened up. Fine. This time I'll sacrifice myself for my teammates. Yu Yona and Chai Nayun looked at him, practically fuming, with eyes full of judgment. Once agreed, Kim Hajin spoke up. Then let's depart. Later, the sound of the engine stopped. Kim Hajin pointed ahead. That is the water tower. Kim Mingyu is probably resting inside. He opened a box on the side of the bike. Then he led the way towards the tower, turning back to instruct Shin Jonghak, who was looking uncomfortable with the bike. I told the others we would complete the mission within 2 hours, so we have to hurry. His expression looked like he had just been saved from nausea. I can't believe I sat on the back of Kim Hajin's bike like that. Kim Hajin was astonished. What? You're acting like that just because of that? He sighed in confusion. I even installed a handle in the back so you could hold on. Shin Jonghak felt better but pointed angrily. Riding the same bike as you is exactly what makes me so angry. While arguing passionately, they were suddenly shined on by a young man who appeared out of nowhere. Who are you guys? He was huge. This is Asura's territory. Outsiders aren't allowed in here. Go back immediately. Shin Jonghak glared at Kim Hajin. We got caught because of you. He couldn't help but be surprised. What? For real? The young man, being ignored, became even more furious. Do you hear what I'm saying? He immediately pulled out the nunchucks at his waist, cursing. You bastards have clearly never tasted the bitterness of this world. His hands spun the 2 nunchucks as if he had been proficient for a long time. He looked at them smugly. Then let me show you. Watching the nunchucks spin dizzyingly, Shin Jonghak ground his teeth. This bastard. Within seconds, the young man was knocked out cold by just a stone thrown at his head. Kim Hajin crouched down, putting his bag down to discuss. I think there are about 20 guards around this water tower. I'll handle the ones outside. You wait here. Shin Yonghak retorted angrily. What? Who are you to order me around like that? Kim Hajin quickly pulled out rounds of ammunition. I have to eliminate the small fry. He raised his submachine gun, smiling at him. So that the strong can fight in peace, right? Correct. Nearby, 2 other young men were sitting, clutching their guns, dozing off by a tree stump. One was yawning widely when his teammate opposite him was shot right in the head. Seeing his teammate fall motionless with his gun, he panicked and screamed. What? What is it? Before the sentence, where from, could leave his mouth, he too was sent into oblivion by a bullet. A trail of white smoke rose from the muzzle. Kim Hajin, hiding in a tree fork high up nearby, counted to himself. That's the 5th one. Looking at the spreading red liquid, Kim Hajin couldn't help but reassure himself. I know they aren't real living people, but it still puts unbearable pressure on my mind. Sniper rifle barrel in his hand felt scorching hot. Kim Hajin's eyes were filled with sadness. I can't get used to this. He sighed softly, looking toward the southern tower. I don't know. A silhouette with purple hair appeared in his mind. Are the others doing well? Everyone had become confused and anxious. What should we do next? Suho turned to look at Yona. Do you have any ideas? She sighed. Yona observed the giant tower in front of her, thinking. The utility pole is imbued with magic. My whip will have a hard time bringing it down. He had heard that there were about 40 enemies, probably around the level of Cadet Cooper. Yonghan was worried. We only have 4 people. Is it really feasible? There is a difference in rank between heroes. That means one high-ranked person can take on 10 people a rank below them. Yona thought for a moment, then looked at Suho. She thought to herself. But I don't think the gap between us is that big. Except for one person.
Kim Suho.
Then she spoke to him. Suho, draw as much attention as possible. A few will stay to maintain security, but most will chase you. Yona sketched out a diagram and plan for everyone to visualize. While Suho buys time, we will take down the remaining ones. Then we'll regroup to handle the rest. Chai Nayun felt a bit uneasy. But Suho will be in danger that way. Suho smiled and replied to her. It's okay. I think Yona's plan is the best. As soon as he finished speaking, he acted immediately. Then I'll start. In a flash, Suho rushed forward like a missile, flashing into the combat terrain. Suho's pursuit stirred up the atmosphere of the place. Everyone was in a panic. Enemy! Being ambushed. The enemy is over there. Over here, Yona observed Suho's actions, thinking, "It's working," Nayun exclaimed. "Great." Yonghan was also ready, shouting courageously, "Let's go." After a struggle, they returned a peaceful atmosphere to the place. Nayun smiled brightly. "We're done here." Yonghan over here was excited as he restrained a man, shouting, "Over here too." Meanwhile, Yona was observing the man beneath her feet. Then Nayun said, "Yonghan, handle the utility pole. Yona and I will go help Suho." She received approval from Yonghan. "Okay." Nayun was ready to depart. She turned back and called out to Yona. "Yona, let's go." Yona was staring intently at the man, stunned. "Okay." Then Yona ran off with Nayun, while the man behind her slowly got up. But thanks to her special ability, Yona realized the man's plot. Fortunately, he had cut a few strands of Yona's hair. He turned back to look at him with a very annoyed face, screaming at him, "You crazy lunatic! Do you know how long it takes for my hair to grow this long?" She thought, "Should I crush his head? He's not a real person anyway, just an illusion of the past." Yona thought about wrapping her whip tightly around his head. But then, after a moment of reflection, she released the whip from his head, causing him to fall to the ground. Yona looked at him and said, "I'm only sparing you because I don't want to feel bad later." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. It was Yonghan's desperate cry for help from atop the giant tower. "Guys, I think I need help more than Suho. I'm up here. Help." 2 hours later, the three clinked glasses and said in unison, "Cheers to our victory." The whole team was partying after the feat. Yonghan exclaimed, "Smooth as silk." Hajin was resting in a corner when Yonghan bothered him. "Hajin, don't you want to eat more?" Hajin signaled and replied, "I'm full." Yonghan looked at the banquet table and saw Suho and Nayun eating deliciously, exclaiming, "They really eat a lot." Hajin saw this and assumed, "It's like they've been starved for more than 3 days. Then Hajin spoke up, attracting everyone's attention. "Everyone did well. Let's keep going and protect each crystal one by one." Suddenly, Yona choked and coughed. Nayun asked her anxiously, "Yona, what's wrong?" Yona held her chest with her hand. Her complexion didn't look good. Yona said, "My chest feels so tight. Did I eat too fast?" Hajin looked at Yona's appearance and couldn't avoid suspicion. He thought, "She feels short of breath eating mana-rich food? I have a bad feeling about this. She doesn't seem injured." Hajin was carefully observing Yona's condition when he exclaimed in surprise upon looking at her hair, "Yona, your hair. What happened?" Yona's answer was, "This? It got cut while I was fighting." Making Hajin extremely surprised, he exclaimed, "Huh? Damn it." Hajin held his head, realizing, "I made a mistake. I already knew no one in the team could bring themselves to kill a human. Why didn't I warn them?" The enemy probably took Yona's hair when the main team returned. It must have fallen into the hands of the cursed shaman. A curse cast by a shaman at this time. It's no different from a weakening curse. Yona looked at Hajin's face and spoke up. "What's wrong? I'm not so weak that you need to make that face." Hajin exclaimed, "Their side has a cursed shaman," shocking everyone. Hajin told Yona, "If they got your hair and the symptoms you're experiencing are from a curse, then your life might be in danger." Nayun suddenly realized, looking extremely worried. "That's right. You mentioned it before, but I didn't think it was important, so I forgot." Hajin said to Nayun, "I only told you briefly. It's my fault for not telling everyone." Nayun clutched her head, feeling extremely guilty. "Damn it." The atmosphere of the party suddenly became heavy, and Yona spoke up to clear the air. "Why does everyone look so serious? We're not even sure if it's a curse yet, right?" She smiled, holding her chest, and reassured everyone. "My magic resistance is very high, you know? I can easily escape this curse." Suddenly, a hand touched Yona's head. It was Shin Jonghak. He looked at Yona with affectionate eyes. "If it hurts, tell us." The action made Yona blush completely red, stunned. "Huh." Yona replied shyly, "Okay, but I don't feel any pain." Jonghak clicked his tongue. "Impossible." Meanwhile, Hajin gaped at the two of them, thinking, "You rest here." Yona was still regretful, but Hajin turned and said to Yona, "If only we go, things will be quick." And Jonghak possesses a trait where the angrier he gets, the more his physical strength increases. It's time for that ability of his to shine. Fire, electricity, water columns, and the armory. Scene change over here. The Jin Asura. Cheonhua was quite surprised. All 3 crystals were stolen in the night? A demon in front of Cheonhua stammered, I'm sorry, boss." He sighed and replied, Forget it. I already know who the culprit is. Manhwa thought to himself and smiled smugly. There's Kim Suho and Shin Jonghak. Having two promising cube cadets here is truly an unexpectedly large harvest. If I sacrifice their two heads, the day I become the leader of the demons of destruction won't be far off. He ordered the other one. Go gather the remaining crystals and bring them to the city hall. The subordinate was a bit confused. Huh? Roger, sir. He thought about the plot to use Yona. If we retrieve the crystals, the people of the past will be weakened. But since our side has a curse shaman, this is the best solution we have. No way those brats will let their friend die. He clearly revealed his scheming look, wanting to dominate everything. He exclaimed, poor little brats. Emotions are exactly what will get in the way of your plans. Saying that, he walked out. First day after the weakening curse activated. As expected, Yona's body began to weaken. When we started collecting the remaining crystals, Asura had already taken all the crystals and returned to the city hall. The second day, life drained from Yona's eyes. The third day, Hajin asked Suho, do you see any activity at the city hall? Suho nodded. Yeah, it seems they are locking themselves in the city hall. She can't even stand anymore. And after a week, Nayun was shocked to see Yona's current appearance. She exclaimed worriedly, Yona, you can't even eat porridge? No. Just like this. Seeing Yona's haggard appearance made Nayun extremely worried. Everyone cared and visited Yona. Suho panicked and exclaimed, her life might really be in danger. We didn't succeed today either. Nayun pondered. No one left the city hall. I didn't expect Asura to use a different tactic from the original plot. Because we know she's dying. So he's waiting for us to find him if we don't want her to die. Jonghak gritted his teeth, speaking up in pain. We have no choice. We have to do what they want. Yonghan felt confused. Wait, so we're going to attack the city hall? Just the four of us against that whole crowd. Hajin spoke up to suggest. We don't necessarily have to worry about that. If all the crystals gather in one place, the past will become unstable. The people here will also weaken because they are just byproducts of the past. So, there are only about 100 to 200 people who can fight. And among them, only about 10 people, including Asura, are the ones we need to watch out for. Hajin was confident. If you guys and I combine forces, there's really nothing we can't fight against. Yonghan hesitated for a moment. Ash. If that's the case then. Nayun gritted her teeth and exclaimed, 200? We can take them all. Her determination seemed pushed to the maximum. I feel like I can kill them all. Suho was a bit concerned. But the real problem is. Jean looked at Suho. Right? We can't leave Yona alone here. There's a possibility she'll be attacked. We can't bring her along either. What should we do? Hajin seemed to have found something. He exclaimed, wait! The mana crystals we mixed. If we use them, then Hajin asserted, I will protect both the crystals and Yona. But Yonghan felt there was a catch. Huh? Who knows how many will attack you? Hajin answered Yonghan's concern. It's okay. I have a bike. If anything goes wrong, I'll run away with Yona on the bike. Hearing this, Jonghak was stunned. Suho spoke calmly. I think this is the best plan we have. What do you guys think? Yeah, I think this is the only plan for us. Yonghan took a deep breath then headed outside. Phew. Alright. I get it, we're going, right? Jonghak instructed everyone. Everyone rest well and prepare. Jonghak picked up his spear with an extremely determined face. Asura, I will tear you into 100 pieces. Scene changed to the city hall. 4 members of the team were present here. Nayun observed the surrounding life and realized. All the plants have withered. Turns out this is what he meant by the past weakening. Suho also noticed. We are right in front of the city hall, but there's still no one. Suho felt very puzzled. They should have detected our presence by now. Yonghan remarked that this looked exactly like a trap. Suddenly, a pair of giant legs appeared and a voice exclaimed from above. Hey! A group of people stood on the building looking down at the group. A man spoke up. There's no place for kids here. He looked at the group with a disdainful face. What are you brats doing here? Seeing his appearance, everyone suddenly realized. So that's Asura's right-hand man that Hajin mentioned. Io Yongshik. Jonghak pointed at his face. Get lost, bastard. Where is Asura? He was surprised. Hey, what's with that attitude? Looking at Yu Jongsuk in front of him made Jonghak's blood boil. Holding his spear in a combat-ready stance. I won't ask nicely again. His henshin bumped into the mana aura emitting from Jonghak, making him appear extremely surprised. Huh? Your mana color? Jonghak challenged. Bring it on. Asura. Jonghak had just lightly unleashed a few moves that made him gape. Whoa! Yu Jong-suk went down below to talk to Jong-hak. Scary indeed. However, the boss really isn't here. Jong-hak felt extremely annoyed. Don't lie. If he's not here, where is he? Suddenly he realized something. With a panicked face, he exclaimed, "Don't tell me." Yu Jong-suk smiled smugly looking at him. You guys left the crystals behind, right? You even left behind an injured member. On what basis were you confident that this would succeed? Everyone in the group only then panicked. Everyone was anxious. We assumed they would attack the hideout. But we didn't expect Asura to go personally. Yonghan said to everyone in shock. We have to be quick. Just as Yonghan finished speaking and intended to leave, he was blocked by a blade. Everyone was bitter about falling into their trap. Damn it. Surrounded. Jong-hak observed the surroundings, then gritted his teeth. Bastards. Nayun couldn't help but worry, thinking, what should we do? If we don't go back soon, Yona and Kim Hajin will. Suddenly Suho spoke up, bursting into laughter, clearing the suffocating atmosphere there. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Nayun saw Suho's reaction and was worried, thinking to herself, what? Are you crazy, Kim Suho? Yu Jong-suk was also surprised witnessing this scene. Are you out of your mind? Laughing all of a sudden. Suho was silent for a moment and smiled. So, you say your boss went there personally? Scene change over here. Hajin was sitting waiting for the enemy. I set a trap and waited for Asura, the one targeting the mana crystals. Sure enough, he came. Asura appeared with a smug smile. Hee hee. Yona was now exhausted, with little strength left. Clutching Hajin's shirt, she gasped. Hajin, leave me behind. Go. But Hajin replied to Yona's words with a bright smile. Don't worry. Over here, Suho also smiled affectionately. Everyone, don't worry. Hajin is stronger than me. Over here, Asura appeared before Hajin's ready weight. Asura immediately observed the opponent in front of him. Noticing everything in his sight, he thought, just as the ghost said, that guy has the crystals. He also has to protect a sick person. Then he smiled smugly, thinking, this battle will be as easy as turning a hand.
Pitiful humans.
Finally, after some calculation, Asura spoke up. This is the reason I gave up my human identity. I don't want to be bound by useless people like you. Hajin looked straight into his eyes and spoke. Calmly. So you came here alone? Asura was speechless for a moment, then uncomfortably exclaimed. I am not alone. I have an army with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Hajin cut him off, speaking in a sarcastic tone. I don't see anyone. Asura continued explaining. Really? My army has up to 2,000 soldiers. Hajin mocked him. Ah, anyone can say that. If you put it that way, I also have 100 golden dragons at home. Lying is too easy these days, huh? It seemed these words pierced Asura's black heart, making him grimace in anger. Finally, Hajin's words reached the limit of his endurance. He roared explosively.
Arrogant brat.
How dare you? Then he unleashed a move to challenge. I will let you taste hell. Large red rings of aura appeared, along with the appearance of demonic beasts. Hajin smiled observing this move. He thought, here it is, Asura's ability. Ability to summon creatures from the demon realm by consuming his mana. After the shout, frenzied ocean of demons, Asura summoned giant beasts from everywhere, from snakes to elephants. All bore ferocious expressions. Over here, Yona saw the situation was very disadvantageous, so she called Hajin, and weakly requested, just leave me behind, and run away. But Yona received warmth from Hajin. He said, don't worry, everything will be over soon. I'm fine, so just rest there. Yona weakly exclaimed,
I'm sorry.
I'll leave it to you. Perhaps Yona had gradually run out of strength. Before she could finish her sentence, she collapsed and fell asleep from exhaustion. Over here, Hajin held his familiar gun and activated it on his arm, smiling. Well then. Now Hajin was holding a long gun designed massively modern. By amplifying the destructive power of ether, the power of the Desert Eagle has been enhanced. Moreover, it doesn't consume stamina or mana. All I need to do is pull the trigger and have enough ammo. And, Hajin exclaimed, scan. 44%. Hit. And add a little mana into the crystal. After completing the assembly, Hajin tested a bullet on the ground, causing rocks and mountain ranges to shake. At this moment, Hajin had to face countless beasts and Asura alone. Asura spoke up. Seems you know how to use the crystals of the past. But what use do you think changing the terrain has? Hajin smiled and aimed the gun at him. Of course it has a use. On the other side, memories appeared in Yona. Hunting dog. That's the derogatory name they used to call my clan. Laugh all you want. Eventually, everyone will have to bow their heads before me. I will definitely succeed and raise the clan's reputation high. That is the secret I must complete myself. And is it because of Hajin that those memories are resurfacing? He looks like he's shouldering everything alone, just like me. Hajin touched the trigger and prepared to fire. Illusory monsters rushed in like a tidal wave, exploding like bubbles. He didn't let any monster hit or approach him. This is a nearly perfect shooting technique. Yona wondered in her head. I wonder why. I feel strangely comfortable. Yona observed Hajin's majesty and spirit from behind and realized. So this is the feeling of being protected by someone. Scene changed to Suho's group. He unleashed a field that knocked the crowd over. And Yu Jongsuk was the one facing him directly. Two rushed at each other like moths. Suddenly Yu Jongsuk spoke up. Hey, is that true? Making Suho surprised. Huh. He wondered. Is the person staying over there much stronger than you? Suho smiled and replied. I don't like lying. While fighting, both still communicated as if this were just an exchange between two friends.
Oh, Yongsik marveled.
Oh, seems like you've fought him many times, huh? Suho replied. Only once, making him surprised and exclaim. What? Suddenly something strange appeared, attracting the attention of both. Shin Jonghak shouted. Everyone move. Yu Jongsuk looked at Suho and wondered. Is he as strong as you? Suho laughed loudly. Haha. He thought. If this brat is already this strong, what is the one over there like? But he said to Suho. Your strategy has completely collapsed. Suho continued. It's not too late. We don't need to fight. Everyone is being used by an evil ghost. That doesn't matter. In this era, power is justice. Suho swung the drop of water on his hand and thought. So this can't be resolved with words? In that case. Yu Jongsuk looked at Suho with admiration. Oh, you hid something quite interesting. Then Yu Jongsuk spoke. All right then. And started using his true power. And revealed his true form along with words. Then I will match your spirit. Suho also had to be surprised at this transformation. Hajin raised his gun, smugly aiming at the enemy target. Up until now, I still don't feel anything big from him. Every bullet hit where it was aimed. He's just like an overgrown child, struggling with all his might when cornered. Even the monsters were easily taken down by him. I used to think so, but a question arises. Then why? The monster is still aggressive, unaffected. Hajin started the gun barrel, moving to the monster's weak point. Fired continuously. Bang bang.
Asura, impossible. Impossible.
The monstrous creatures advanced with terrible power. Why, even after summoning such a large army of beasts, Hajin advanced strongly. And he still doesn't have a single injury? He still doesn't have a scratch? What kind of power and reaction speed is this? Hajin used the gun to blast everything away. Unbelievable. Even when reloading. He still doesn't reveal a single opening. Asura now began to feel worried. If this continues, I'm afraid there won't be any beasts left. Too many. Hajin held the gun in a defensive stance with one hand, raising many questions in his head. Is it because he possesses a ghost? What does he want after all? Revenge? Or aiming for fame and fortune? He raised the gun. The most important thing right now is, the answer can be anything. Asura unleashed hundreds of first-rate monsters. He pulled the trigger to prepare. Doesn't affect anything. Hajin nonchalantly aimed at the target and fired. Froze for a moment. A bullet didn't fly out of the gun. He clumsily checked again. Hajin removed the magazine. He muttered. Even so, I don't hate you. Asura behind those monsters. I understand. You must have had no other choice to make yourself stronger. The reason Asura, no Chionhua, became a djinn is very simple. He smiled cunningly. Bastard. I was wondering why you were talking so much. Asura thought he could counterattack. Meanwhile, Hajin was inserting another magazine. So you ran out of ammo. Because that's how I created him. He knew the person named Asura very well. No past at all. He is just a tool used to promote the protagonist's growth. Hajin spoke slowly. Still have a few rounds here. Hajin raised his voice like a farewell. Asura, no matter what life you lived before, now is the time to end your story. He laughed like a madman. You really dare to do anything just to buy time, huh? Hajin still gently loaded the magazine into the gun. What can you do with a magazine that doesn't fit the gun? Asura ordered the monsters. I aggressively want to win. Someone wondered if he could be called a villain. But before his eyes were only bloody scenes.
No.
It's over. Hajin aimed straight at the target and fired. He's just a supporting character. That's how this story operates. Maybe I felt pity for him for a moment. Chai Nayun screamed in panic. Hajin, are you still alive? Before she finished screaming, Hajin waved and walked over. Yona is still safe, right? His teammates arrived to reinforce. Asura couldn't help but turn back in surprise. Asura wondered, what are they doing here? Yu Jongsuk witnessed with wide eyes. What the hell? Asura lost, really? They questioned. The great Asura. He was so angry he trembled. Damn it, they dare to betray me? Asura lost to the point of not having a piece of armor left. He asked himself, how much time and mana did I waste, just to deal with this brat? Asura wanted to take a risk. No more chance to win. Suddenly something pierced through him. Wait! Asura screamed when shot by Hajin. No! I can still! Monstrous power escaped from his body. It was like a skull shape escaping, scaring them. Someone stared and asked, Is that the ghost? Jean shouted. Don't worry, the ghost can't do anything by itself. Suho. Meanwhile, Suho happily held a mistiltine branch that could become stronger by gathering souls. He wiggled it into the red aura. In just a moment, that branch blessed good things, neutralizing all disasters. That soul will now stay with Kim Suho and be inside mistiltine forever. Hajin suddenly sat down. He was too exhausted. I don't know how Suho convinced those people of the past. But the end of the story is somewhat similar to the main story. Just when he was most tired, Hajin opened his watch. My mind is drained of strength. The system rushed to send reward notifications. You have successfully massacred a large number of enemies. Master Sharpshooter has received superior proficiency. You have successfully hit the vital points of a large number of enemies. The proficiency of Master Sharpshooter has increased to level 5. Luck has been activated. Since you killed thousands of monsters with the darkness attribute. A new understanding of the darkness attribute has been added to the subspace. Thing you like has arrived. You received 330 SP. Hajin was overjoyed to receive the points. This is it. Nodded in praise. Master Sharpshooter reaching level 5 is truly great. Next is the following reward notification. Luck has been activated. Since you killed thousands of monsters with the darkness attribute. A new understanding of the darkness attribute has been added to the subspace. Hajin analyzed. But the understanding attribute just added will probably also affect the Desert Eagle. At this point, he could be a little satisfied. Its own power might not be as strong as when invested.
Injectin szkoły podstawowej.
But still, Hajin opened his eyes. He was surprised because Nayun kept staring at him. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? She exclaimed. He saw. She told Hajin to look around a bit. The surroundings were full of muddy gore. Is there anything normal about this situation? Hajin appeared quite normal. These things? They will disappear soon, because their magical energy source has dissipated. Nayun jumped up. That's not what I meant. She sighed and shyly turned her face away. Suddenly worrying unnecessarily about you makes me feel a bit embarrassed. Hajin also didn't know what to say to this girl. Hajin held his head and said, I told you this is just an ability relying on the handheld weapon. Hajin raised the supreme gun. It's all thanks to it. Nayun felt surprised. What is that? Introduced it to everyone a bit. Everyone looked with sparkling eyes. This time, I was truly an asymmetrical opponent for Asura, compared to swinging a sword 2,000 times. Of course, killing a large number of weak enemies by shooting a gun 2,000 times is completely easier and more effective. Everyone was interested in the weapon in Hajin's hand. Conveniently asked Suho, right? Suho, did you bring the crystals back? He reached into his pocket intending to give them. Yes. The glistening crystals dropped into his hand. Here. Sunghan asked happily. So can we go back now? Hajin answered gently. Not yet. He still had to do one thing. We have to return these crystals to their proper places first. He was startled. What? Suho couldn't help but wonder. Why do we have to do that? Hajin wanted to save a bit. Because if not, it would be very wasteful. He added about this green basin. Did you forget that this place is actually a gift from nature because it is unaffected by time in reality? We can also train very effectively here. At this moment, Nayun's eyes shone like stars. Let's stay here for 2 more days. Hajin turned his head back, his face bright. And now, there are still many people we can spar with, right? The mercenaries laughed wryly and scratched their heads. They stood in front of an abandoned building. A person pushed a very large red bag towards Hajin. Here, take it. Nayun's eyes sparkled with interest. It's rice and meat. The man in the village represented the gift givers to express gratitude. This is a little something from us to you for driving Asura away. Suho was surprised and didn't know what to do. We received this much? He answered enthusiastically. The people nearby agreed. Of course. Thanks to you, we were able to escape Asura's control. The man recounted the things the people had to go through, which were extremely miserable. He even talked about the mana crystals and forced us to endure that. Anyway, thank you. To not disappoint everyone, Suho said. Then we would like to accept it. A while later, a lady in the village invited them to have a meal. The food is all ready. You children come and eat with us. Those two were very touched. Really? We thank you. Pork belly sizzled on the hot fire. Yonghan carried the plates of meat that had just been grilled. Told him, Hajin, you just go eat with the others. Hajin flipped the meat and said, I'm eating while grilling. He had just put a piece of meat in his mouth when he heard laughter. Of course I know. Hajin's friends were sitting and chatting happily with the villagers. We've heard a lot about Seoul. They say Gangnam is being divided by Shin Myungchul and Chai Juchul. Ayun listened with great interest. Is that so? Jonghak curiously asked about this person's background. What kind of person is Shin Myungchul? The villagers answered happily. Of course he is a good person. They admired that person very much. Jonghak proudly crossed his arms. He is the one who brought peace to Gwanak district. The villager added. He is still. Next sentence made his face freeze. Working out there to save people. Everyone was still happy. But Jonghak's face had turned dark. Nowadays there aren't many good people like that left in this world. Right? Yes. You're right. He felt as if he was lost in the crowd. I saw him fight once. It was amazing. Conversely, Nayun was very interested in the story. Jonghak stood up and walked away. So what about Chai Juchul? The villager then said. That person is not trustworthy. The man immediately showed attitude. I know because I lived in Seoul for a while. But there is something very strange about him. Feels like a snake. Nayun only knew to laugh wryly to let the story pass. What? Hajin was grilling meat. Suddenly noticed the situation was not right. He wondered when witnessing Jonghak run into the forest. Why did he react like that when they talked about Shin Myungchul? In the story, the character Shin Jonghak should respect Shin Myungchul very much, right? Hajin was extremely worried. Is there a problem with the plot flow? Hajin left his unfinished work and chased after him. Please grill this for me. Okay. Jonghak went deep into the forest alone. He was sinking in numbing sadness. Jonghak was annoyed. Realized Hajin was hiding behind a tree. Why are you following me? He scratched his head not knowing how to handle it properly. What should I do? I can't say that I'm trying to protect the main storyline. Jonghak suddenly became irritable. I am asking you. So Hajin came up with a random reason. I wanted to tell you that the meat is cooked. He didn't care. Answered casually. Okay. He breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't expect to get past it. Hajin was like a tail behind. Confused emotions. I just followed him like this without preparing anything. What should I ask first? But Jonghak was the one to open his mouth first. You. He turned around. Probing. What do you think about Shin Myungchul? Opportunity has come to Hajin. I can use this question to confirm Shin Jonghak's reaction. He answered naturally. He is a hero who saved the world. Hajin's words just slipped out, but only received a scoff from Jonghak. I think he is someone who deserves everyone's respect. He lifted his face up, showing displeasure. I knew lowly people like you would think like that. Hajin became worried at this attitude. Another negative reaction. According to what I know, Shin Myungchul hates class discrimination in this world. Force of power suddenly struck out. Jonghak furiously dealt him a punch. The system helped Hajin determine it through his eyes. He was able to dodge this dangerous attack. Hajin took momentum and retreated backward. It was so strong that it created a hole in the ground. If that punch hit me, my bones would certainly not avoid being broken. Hajin slowly stood up. That is the special ability of Shin Jonghak. The angrier he gets, the greater his physical strength becomes. Jonghak became more and more furious. He was like a wild beast. Berserker. Hajin had to dodge his attacks quite a lot. This speed means he has reached the limit of his anger. Jonghak threw another blow. Why react like that when mentioning Shin Myungchul? Is there a reason I don't know? Hajin frantically dodged the attack. Wait, calm down. He roared. People like you are the trouble. Jonghak's eyes were full of hatred. If you guys weren't so weak then. He missed his grandfather very much. My grandfather didn't have to sacrifice himself. Jonghak loved his grandfather very much. If he hadn't done that, he could have come with us. He swung another punch. This time, Hajin used both hands to defend. This blow made him roll onto the ground. The two people panted heavily. Although the two sides were tens of meters apart. Hajin slowly stood up. Even so, I don't think Shin Myungshul regrets his decision. Jonghak was so angry he grabbed his shirt. You still dare to talk about that? What the hell do you know? Hajin still answered calmly. Did he protect his family? Words just uttered made him think. Isn't that the reason you respect him? Jonghak wanted to say something, then swatted Hajin's hand away. You really don't know when to stop causing trouble. He sighed in relief. Thought I was going to die. Jonghak called out. Hey. He warned him. Don't expect to get away easily if you dare to reveal what happened. Jin felt afraid after hearing that. Is there anything to reveal? Jonghak walked on with a better mood. I know, but I still want to warn you in case you dare to say something. Perhaps he has untied the knot in his heart. Hajin thought. Probably no more problems, right? The thing that surprised him was, didn't expect him to miss his grandfather that much. Anyway, initially he wasn't a villain or anything. Hajin still showed a hint of sadness. Even though I was the one who built his character. There are still many things I don't understand clearly. Suddenly the watch vibrated. What is it? The system cautioned. You do not have the right to view the plot changes of the character Shin Myungshul. Hajin read it and was endlessly astonished. What? He felt skeptical. There is a plot change with Shin Myungshul? He is a key character of this world. He asked the question. What the hell? Extremely serious. What the hell is going on? Yonghan handed him a bowl of porridge. Hajin, take it. Hajin took it but didn't quite understand the intention. What is this? He even gave a spoon. Give it to Yona. She probably hasn't fully recovered her energy yet. Hajin wondered. Then why did you give it to me? He glanced at the group gossiping. Those guys are still busy with that matter. Don't you see? At this time, Yona was mumbling when she saw Jonghak. Me. Hajin. Shoved the bowl of porridge in her face. Your food is here. Hajin raised his voice half-jokingly. You are just faking illness, right? Yona was annoyed, rubbing her chest with her hand. Who said, I don't even have enough strength to lift the spoon. Hajin shoved a spoonful of hot porridge straight into her mouth. Yona was so angry she slurred her speech. What are you doing? Hajin calmly replied. I'm feeding you. You don't have the strength to lift the spoon. Yona turned her face back to reproach sulkily. He must have come up with this idea to lure Jonghak here, then acted it out. So lame. Is there nothing else but porridge? Hajin told her. There's another pack of ramen. Finish this and I'll give it to you. Criticized it but Yona ate it all clean. The bowl was shiny. You can eat it all like that, it seems you have fully recovered. Wanna go out there and talk to everyone? Having eaten her fill, Yona curled up and lay down again. I don't have the strength. Jean was also helpless with her. Fine, fine. You just stay like that. Hajin was about to leave. Yona called back. Hey, she spoke up shyly. Thank you. Yona was quite grateful to Hajin. I am always saved by you, right? He laughed and sighed. So when do you plan to repay me? She was confident she had a lot of money. Said, good heavens. I am you, Yona. You know that. I will always pay back more. Yona's eyes became drowsy. That's right. You are someone who never lacks such things. I think we can become good friends. Hajin heard that and looked up thinking. Friends? Wow. Considering the bright future Yona has, becoming her good friend will certainly be a shortcut to a more comfortable life. But when Yona mentioned Rachel, I can also help you be with Rachel. Jean felt a chill in his heart. No need for you to do those things. Yona started and sat up. Don't tell me. You actually like Rachel. What nonsense are you saying? Hajin's face darkened immediately. I don't like anyone. Covered her mouth and giggled, assuming it was true. Where is the time for such things? Come on. Don't lie anymore. Admit it right away. Hajin needed to leave this girl immediately, making an excuse. You're out of ramen. Yona shouted. Wait, wait. Yona screamed inside the tent. You can't do that. Hajin didn't care much. Handed Yonghan the bowl of porridge just finished. Yonghan, cook some ramen for Yona. He didn't quite understand. I thought she didn't like eating instant food. So Yonghan turned around and asked. Yona, Hajin said you wanted to eat ramen. Is that right? Yona answered confusedly. I mean if you cook it, I will eat it. Then, Suho caught him dragging the bike away. Hajin, where are you going? Hajin didn't hide anything. I have to get some stuff. He gripped the handlebars of the bicycle tightly, thinking, there are a few items I wrote into the setting of this story, but didn't use when publishing it. Hajin believed, they would be very useful if I could get them. Locks of hair fell down. Hajin was gorgeous in his new look. Siak wiped the sweat from his forehead. How do you find my skills? Hajin held the mirror. Couldn't believe his eyes. This is this me? Inayun was stunned. What magic did you use on him? Suho gave a compliment on the new hair. Hajin, you look pretty decent. Just then, The system notified. Aesthetic sense.
Non variable stat.
Perseverance. Temporarily increased by 0.5. Duration 4 weeks. Hajin wanted to ask for the barber's name. Sir, may I know what your name is? He laughed heartily. You like it that much? My name is Kim Wusiak. Everyone around who saw it also had to praise. Let me see. Mr. Kim's hair cutting technique is amazing. Hajin asked further.
Kim Wusosok.
Do you have any children? Wusiak answered honestly. I have a son who is 8 years old, named Kim Hajin. He came up with a not bad idea. I will find him at all costs, because of the harmonizing movement talent. People young and old, male and female, all praised him. Hajin, you look much more handsome after trimming your hair. He is the one who completely defeated that cruel bastard. Someone's voice was a bit sad. What a pity. Heard that you will leave today, right? And he also felt the same way. This will be a goodbye. While staying in 1972, contacting people in the past. Training and fighting is not all we did. This place gave them beautiful memories. We wiped out the villains who were raging, taking advantage of Asura's reputation and bringing peace to this land. Whenever even the smallest magical explosion or a monster invasion occurred, we and the people here stopped it all. When going through everything together like that, becoming more connected with them is inevitable. Yona chatted a lot with the ladies. Yona took advantage of those new relationships to search for people who might be ancestors of famous characters in the current era. For those two were very popular with the children. Yonghan and Rachel played with the kids every day. Who wants to play hide and seek with me? Me. And there's Jonghak too. He was very cool and had many followers. Jonghak established another faction for himself. Suho was also very diligent in helping everyone. And Suho helped the people repair all kinds of machines. You can use it now, sir. Jean sat aside watching. As expected of him, Hajin pondered everything that had happened and was happening. However, that still cannot change the fact that I killed a few people in the past. In his heart, there was still a little worry. Not sure if the people at the town hall knew or not, or if they were just pretending. The people didn't care much about that. They always welcomed me and treated me very well. They placed a basket of food next to Hajin. Simple and sincere people. Or Suho diligently wiping the sweat of labor. The bright sunlight shone down on us, along with the cool breeze blowing through, and Yona tucking her hair fluttering in the wind. Nayun loved children too. We used to create good memories. He really cherished it. But it was time to leave. Hajin bowed in thanks. Everyone, thank you for everything. The people were still cheerful until they left. Come on, we are the ones who should say thank you. Will we meet you guys again? Hajin felt very warm when hearing them praise. They are the ones who will achieve countless great things. We can read about them in the future, right? We are looking forward to witnessing what you guys will achieve. After that, Hajin's team went one way. He went another direction. Sometimes not knowing is better. Hajin, see you later. This place belongs to the past. All of you are just memories saved from ancient times. He admired the sunset scenery from above. So beautiful. Suddenly Jonghak threw something at him. Hajin, take it. Hajin quickly caught it. Just now he had to say goodbye to his juniors. Jonghak, do you really have to go? They cried, clearly very sentimentally. I won't forget everyone. They hugged each other and cried uncontrollably. Boss. After that, Yungon called from above. Hajin. He shouted loudly. I'm going to throw this. You better catch it? Hajin quickly caught it. Said, thanks. Footstep naturally approached. Yunha also gave him that. Here is the crystal. Hajin accepted it. Still wondering. Thanks. Why are you wearing high heels? She confidently revealed. That is a gift I was given. Anyway, there are many people who like me. Just then, Naeun approached from below. Suho also threw the crystal to him. Hajin, here is the crystal. Yunha confidently turned away and called out, let's go. She didn't understand much. Suho, what is it? Hajin still had a question mark in his head. What is this? Naeun also held a crystal in her hand. Seems I am the last one, right? Her appearance looked very relaxed. Are we returning to reality now? Can I stay here and watch? Hajin answered happily. If you like, just do it. After that, Hajin performed the final step. I just need to transfer the sealing magic into these crystals. The crystals gathered together creating a jewel. It shone brightly in Hajin's hand then. Shattered immediately, like a crack in a mirror in the middle of the sky. Hey. Naeun asked a strange question. Do you think we will forget everything? Hajin also found it hard to understand. What are you suddenly thinking about again? She expressed. I just wonder if memories will gradually fade with the flow of time. Naeun looked into the distance at the beautiful sunset. No matter how hard it is, I will try to recall everything. I have forgotten my mother's voice, Naeun hid a fragile worry, even though happy memories with her have started to fade. I wonder if we have faded away yet, just like wondering what this world will become. Hajin comforted her from the side. Don't worry about that. There is a saying that flowers that don't wither don't have fragrance. One can think that memories can disappear and wear down to some extent, so they can become precious memories for someone. Hajin felt this didn't need so much thought. TSK. What the heck? But Naeun still felt afraid. Not comforting at all. But I also understand how scary forgetting is. Hajin gave her a box. I want you to do this for me, she asked curiously. What is it? Naeun slightly extended her hand. A ticket. And Hajin smiled gently to encourage. A ticket that can take you to gaze at the flowers for a bit. Chai Naeun held a strange box in her hand. She had a bit of suspicious speculation. Time box. Then unsure of her answer, she immediately turned to ask Kim Hajin. What is this? Hearing that, he also patiently explained to her. See the number on it? Just change the number and you will be able to return to the past. Next he reached back to touch his nape and continued. I think perhaps its essence is to awaken memories buried deep in the subconscious, to be more precise. Just as he finished speaking, she quickly denied that. No, I didn't mean that. Suddenly Chai Naeun asked. Didn't you find this to use for yourself? He immediately stopped all his actions. But then Hajin lowered his voice and revealed. It has no effect on me anymore. After all, I don't know what they look like. In his subconscious, he agreed with her words. Chai Naeun is right. I have always clung to this matter even though memories of them have gradually faded. Hajin twisted the handlebar while pondering. I wrote many items in the world-setting book on this past timeline, but they have no effect in my novel. Continued with his thoughts. However, since my current body is Kim Chuandong's, I'm not sure if it will be effective if I use it, so it's better to let Naeun use it than to waste my mana. Next Naeun spoke softly. If that's the case then, she glanced at the time box in her hand and frankly revealed. I won't use it either. This made Hajin astonished, unable to believe what she uttered. What? Why? Responding to him was her sharp deduction. If one of us doesn't use it, the other shouldn't either. That is a very loyal act. Hajin with a pale look clearly showed confusion. Suddenly talking about loyalty. Next Hajin held the time box towards her and spoke. Just use it. Don't regret it later. Even so, Naeun still tried to speak back. But she hadn't finished her sentence when she received his firm answer. It won't break. Next Hajin slowly spoke. Because it will always be buried carefully deep in your heart. After that was his encouragement. So don't worry. Use it. Seeing her remain silent, Hajin had to speak up and ask tentatively. What time period do you want to travel to? Naeun lowered her face slightly, stammering. She blushed a little when sharing. Want to return to 2012. March 13th. Saying that, she reached out to adjust the time on the time box. Scene changed to that time. Gift boxes were piled up along with balloons. And a birthday cake with the words Happy Birthday Naeun. Currently Chai Naeun is in the form of a child. She couldn't help but be amazed at this miracle. I have really turned back time. Looking at the beautifully decorated birthday cake reserved for her made her extremely delighted. My birthday cake. Naeun tasted the cake and commented. Even the taste is exactly the same. Suddenly a person appeared, questioning in a deep voice. Naeun, are you eating cake? Why didn't you wait for everyone before eating together? Hearing that voice, Naeun immediately turned around. He smiled slightly at her, and spoke gently expressing. Happy birthday, little sister. Hearing these words, her mind immediately clicked. Brother. Naeun clutched her dress telling herself. I must not cry. She quickly regained her joyful emotion and smiled very brightly. Big brother, you're here. Her inner self was now whispering to herself. I won't cry on such a happy day. From afar, two men were coming. Because today, he brought a large gift box and put it in front of Naeun. She quickly accepted this gift and smiled brightly. Is the day my whole family gathers for this birthday. Another footstep approached softly. Oh, has it started already? In her hand she held a large gift box along with a slightly apologetic voice. Sorry for arriving late. Mom was busy wrapping gifts. Naeun's eyes welled up when seeing her. She spoke gently. Naeun, happy birthday to you. Soon as she finished speaking, she immediately approached. Then Naeun rushed to hug her mother. She couldn't suppress her emotions and burst into tears like a child. Mom, she asked calmly and slowly. Naeun, are you okay? What's wrong? The two men also spoke in turn. Were you worried Mom wouldn't come? I think it's understandable, she's still small. Not waiting for an answer from Naeun, she hugged her and comforted gently. Mom must have scared little Naeun, right? It's okay. Everything is fine. The tears remaining in the corners of Naeun's eyes flowed down. Mom will always be by your side. She wiped away the tears that began to blend into this happy atmosphere. Next a voice was raised. All right. She held Nayun in her arms. Beside were the family members. She spoke slowly. Let's get to the candle-blowing part, shall we? She continued. If you close your eyes and make a wish before blowing out the candles, your wish will come true. Nayun was now deep in thought. My wish. That candle flame had not been extinguished yet before her thoughts. My wish has already come true, because I have met Mom again. If I may be a little more greedy. She took a breath to blow out the candle. Please let me engrave this moment forever. The flame on the candle began to go out. Then she cast a fleetingly sad look towards her brother, and he smiled gently along with Nayun's small wish. Please let me meet my brother again. Scene changed to Hajin's place at this moment. He asked himself, have I returned yet? He thought inwardly. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing at Pungsan. Suddenly, Chai Nayun's silhouette appeared from the bushes. She was waving her hand to call him.
Hey, Kim Hajin.
Hearing her voice, he immediately turned around. It seemed everyone had returned safely. Chai Nayun held out the time capsule. The time capsule didn't disappear even though Chai Nayun used it. But for some reason, a request to recharge mana appeared. When I checked with my smartwatch, I needed about 1,500 mana. But since I used too much mana at once, I decided to give it to Chai Nayun. He thought inwardly. Flashy on the outside, hollow on the inside. Next, Chai Nayun looked around with some confusion. I wonder where the others are? Suddenly, the smartwatch on Hajin's wrist chimed a notification. She placed her hands on her hips and asserted, they must be somewhere nearby. Chai Nayun was confused seeing him walk in the opposite direction. Where are you going? The exit is that way. You know that, right? Hajin nonchalantly replied. I know. I'm going home now. His words surprised her. Going home? What about training? Hajin's face turned pale as he spoke in a low voice. I'm too tired. Seeing that, her voice trembled slightly. Ah, that's true. Then he gently instructed. Please tell the others for me. She quickly agreed. All right. Before Hajin left, Chai Nayun called out to him again. Ah, right.
Kim Hajin.
Her eyes sparkled as she softly expressed, thank you for today. I'll treat you to something delicious another time. Jean smiled slightly in response to her gratitude. It's a deal. Seeing that expression on Chai Nayun, he thought to himself. She looks really happy. He wondered. I wonder what her happiness was in the past. Hajin walked deeper inside. He raised his hand and looked around to check one more time before speaking with peace of mind. All right. He spoke up. It's time to end this. Just then, a system window appeared. Tomer, this is my bank account. Please send me the money as promised. I will pay you back as soon as possible. Before coming to Pungsan, I forced Tomer to sign a loan contract and a mana oath. At that time, Tomer was very confused by his request. You're telling me to sign this crazy thing? Hajin calmly crossed his arms and asked her back. Did you think I would easily lend you that much money without getting anything in return? He started dialing a number, muttering. If I transfer the money to him as promised, then... His eyes shone brightly in admiration. Oh! The system appeared quickly, making him marvel. Pretty fast. Violet Banquet. Information fee has been transferred successfully. Zenda, Tolma. When the information is verified, it will be converted into points. Next, he started planning. I will change the name Fernandez to a fake name. August Benjamin. Suddenly, the sound of rustling footsteps appeared behind him. Reflexively, Kim Hajin immediately turned around to look. The image of Nayun rushing past his line of sight. Looking closely, her face was currently turning pale. Chai Nayun. Seeing that, he couldn't help but wonder. Where is she rushing off to? If it's something that can make Chai Nayun make that serious expression, then... Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Could it be? The image of him lying on the hospital bed and the scene, Nayun running fast made him guess. Is it related to Chai Jin-yoon? Jean chased after Nayun while analyzing her attitude earlier. She looked like she was in a real hurry. This definitely has something to do with Chai Jin-yoon. She stood in front of the gate. She's here. Nayun panicked and looked around continuously. She must be thinking about how to get to her destination. Hajin summoned an item forward. Then he sat on the motorcycle and called out to her loudly. Nayun. Hearing his voice, she turned back slightly and replied with a trembling tone. Hajin. Without beating around the bush, Hajin asked directly. Where do you need to go? Next, Nayun and Hajin arrived at the destination. The manager ran out from inside in a panic. We've been waiting for you, Miss Nayun. She ran quickly towards him, followed by Hajin. Manager, how is brother Jinyun's condition? He spoke hurriedly. Please come with me to the hospital room first. Suddenly, hands blocked Hajin from entering inside. One of them spoke slowly. I apologize, but only family members are allowed in the patient's room. This made Nayun stunned. He stopped and looked at him, thinking, but he brought me all the way here. Suddenly, Hajin spoke up to remind her. Don't just stand there, Nayun. He urged calmly. Go inside, hurry. Although she hesitated a bit, she quickly ran inside, not forgetting to turn back to express, thank you. Nayun entered the hospital room with the others. Currently, Hajin's face darkened. He clenched his fists. Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Hajin. The person calling him was Yona. She was slowly walking towards him. Hajin's hands gradually relaxed. He spoke slowly. You arrived earlier than I thought. Hearing that, she also said, because the Yu clan must always be present at important events of the Chai clan, I booked a helicopter here as soon as I heard the news after coming down the mountain. Then Yona continued. The others will probably arrive late because I was a bit hasty coming here. By the way, suddenly she asked a question Hajin couldn't answer. Why are you making that face? A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The information I received from the Book of Truth stated that the exposed seed would germinate in about a month. The system content is currently at 89%. It's only October, so there's still some time. But there's one thing I inadvertently overlooked. Immediately after, Hajin guessed. The possibility of him regaining consciousness before the seed germinates. His hands were now clenched so tight they trembled. If he wakes up, then I have to... He didn't respond to her, and his body was covered in cold sweat, confusing Yona. Oh my god, look at all that cold sweat. Are you that worried? Saying that, she held up a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Next, Yona revealed softly. He hasn't been able to regain consciousness. It seems some small but significant changes have occurred. Currently, there are many bodyguards on watch. Actually, the situation doesn't look very optimistic. But it's not to the extent of making such a fuss. Hearing that, Hajin prayed inwardly. I see. I hope he doesn't wake up right now. Suddenly Yona's voice rang out again. But perhaps Nayun thinks differently. It will be hard for her to stay calm even if her brother shows only very slight signs. Then she spoke gently. You brought her here, right? Thank you for helping. After that, Yona placed the tissue from earlier into Hajin's hand. Keep this handkerchief. He quickly reached out to accept it. Okay, thank you. Taking the tissue, Hajin immediately left, leaving her stunned. I'm going first. At his decisive action, she stared blankly, turned towards him, and asked softly. You're leaving already? You're not going to wait for Nayun to come out and say goodbye? Her answer was Hajin's silence. Not wanting to let the atmosphere stay suffocating for too long. He had to speak in a deep voice. I just think I shouldn't be here. Yona looked confused at his words. Hajin just kept walking, leaving her wondering. What do you mean? Nayun had now stepped out of the hospital room. Suddenly a voice called her name. Nayun. Nayun's tired expression immediately vanished, turning into a beaming face when she saw her there. Without a word, she rushed over to hug her. Yona. Both sat on a bench to talk. Yona slowly asked, how is the situation? Nayun shared, feeling a bit tense and stammering. I don't know either. I saw the chart had a lot of fluctuations. Her cheeks flushed slightly red as she said shyly. He looks a bit different from usual. She kept her eyes glued to Nayun and asked slowly. Anyway, that's a good sign, right? She looked at her white hands and confirmed. Yeah, they said something similar happened in another case before, and most of those patients woke up within 3 months. Nayun slowly revealed. He currently needs rest, so they kicked me out. Hearing that, Yona encouraged her. Is that so? Let's patiently wait for him together. Nayun quickly agreed. Okay. Her whole body suddenly trembled, and she placed her hand over her heart. But, my heart is beating so fast. I think I can't hold on much longer. Suddenly, her hands caught strange drops of water. Those drops were Nayun's tears falling down. So embarrassing. Why am I crying? Then she raised her hand to cover one side of her face, as if refusing concern from Yona. I'm so weird, right? I'm very happy. I should be laughing when hearing good news. At this point, Nayun couldn't control her emotions and burst into tears like a child. But my tears just won't stop falling. Next, she lowered her head and cried loudly, while Yona next to her didn't know what to do other than stay by her side right now. She thought inwardly. I understand how you feel. It would be arrogant if I said that. After all, I have never lost a loved one due to such a tragedy. Asterisk the image of Chai Jin-yoon falling into a coma on the hospital bed. She has waited for 5 years for her brother, person with no hope left. Asterisk. Asterisk. To be able to wake up. Time gradually passed. Her anger turned into sadness. Sadness turned into frustration. Asterisk then, the scene of Nayoon standing by the bed with a sad face. Asterisk frustration turned into despair. And finally, asterisk. Despair became resignation to fate. Mustering her courage, Yuna placed her hand on her back. Just as she gave up, hope suddenly flashed, her eyes wavered slightly as she asked herself, how can I understand that feeling? From afar, a group of 3 people, Yoon Sung-ah, Kim Soo-ho, and Shin Jong-hak, appeared. They called out in unison with worry. Nayoon, are you okay? The 2 immediately looked at them. Yuna spoke softly. Guys, followed by Nayoon's voice. Even Sung-ah Uni is here. Suddenly, she was startled as she realized something. Nayoon panicked and looked around. Wait, where is Hajin? He brought me here. Seeing this action of Nayoon, she could only sigh helplessly. He went back. Yuna's words made her stunned. Huh? Why? Faced with this extremely clueless question, she just sighed. I have no idea either. Then Yuna looked away, thinking, if he was really worried about Nayoon, he should have waited a bit longer until she came out. Then she recalled his expression earlier and couldn't help but wonder. He looked so worried though. Scene changed to the image of motorcycle wheels stopping. Hajin stepped down and pushed the motorcycle. Asterisk he didn't run here, yet he is panting and looks dizzy like that. Is it because of excessive stress? Asterisk. The smartwatch on his wrist suddenly rang. And it showed a notification. Cleanup complete. Accessing the Violet Banquet might take some time. I created a new ID for you. Try logging in. Hajin's face clearly showed fatigue at this moment. He thought inwardly. Boss. System continued to appear. Items worth 300 million won, the reward for the previous mission, will be sent back to your Violet Banquet account. Login code is Qkenpa. Sweat kept pouring down his forehead. This time might be luck. But next time he might actually wake up. Jean pondered deeply. Between a person lying in a coma on a bed and a person who can walk around consciously, who is easier to kill is already very clear. That really makes me think. This time the system appeared asking him, when can you accept the next mission? On the other hand, the scene of a dilapidated warehouse with sunlight shining through small windows. A person sitting on a crate. This path. The watch placed on the green crate immediately lit up. Announced.
Kim Hajin.
I can accept the mission right now. Perhaps it's the only rope I can cling to. The piety of a believer. Guild office. And gently placed down to adjust the nameplate. Congratulations on reaching rank 250 on the global leaderboard. That voice continued.
Vice leader Yoon Sung-ah.
She smiled softly and expressed, thank you. I didn't expect it to be October already. Time flies so fast. Sung-ah continued, asking softly, has anything new happened lately? He pondered a bit at her question. Now that you mention it. Then he continued, people are rumor that a new mercenary has joined the Geronimo group. Hearing that, Sung-ah was delighted. Oh really? Next, she covered her mouth with her hand and started muttering. The Monster Hunter Association missions need great support from mercenaries. So that's good news for us too. What skills does that person have? He answered quickly. He specializes in assassination and sniping. Hearing that, she started analyzing. If he got into Geronimo, he must be very professional. Hasn't he revealed his identity yet? He also replied very quickly. Not yet. Even intelligence agents only know him through rumors. We have very little information about him. Sung-ah crossed her arms and marveled softly. Interesting. He placed his hand on his chin, slowly speculating. We can't extract much from his codename. It seems to be. Scene change with the system image appearing. Fenrir. Items worth 300 million won, the reward for your previous mission, will be sent to the Violet Banquet account. Password is QKPongUD394820 ##3. Your ID will be Fenrir. Hajin wiped his hair while muttering. This name sounds really arrogant. The image of Fenrir standing on a snowy mountain looking up at the sky and howling in his imagination. Fenrir, probably referring to Fenrir, the mysterious wolf monster often appearing in Norse mythology. Its scientific name is demon wolf. Next were 2 lines of comments. A name like that sounds a bit too much for someone like me. Huh? I think it fits. Your eyes look narrow like one too. When I asked why she gave me that nickname, she just gave a silly answer like that. I think my eyes are quite round. Suddenly, a voice appeared outside calling his name repeatedly. Hajin. Hajin. He hurriedly threw on some clothes and stepped out. What's wrong? Evandel. The little girl urged him gently. Come here. Evandel excitedly placed the familiar spirit she just made in front of him. Hajin rested his hands on the table, amused by this spirit. Wow, what is this? It looks so exquisite. Hearing that, the girl held it out towards him. Here, it's a gift for you. Hajin paused slightly at her action. For me? Evandel quickly confirmed. Yes. Her hand stroked its blue fur. Look. Just a light touch and it can stretch. It moves like a normal human. Hajin was quite interested in this. Oh, is it alive? Exhaled cold breath. Then it ran forward quickly. He was confused as it aggressively rushed towards him. Hajin cried out in fear as it jumped onto his body. By inertia, he immediately fell to the ground with a thud. But then he couldn't see it anywhere in front of him. Evandel was covering her mouth, trying not to laugh. Seeing that, Hajin realized everything and approached to tickle the girl. Did you just prank me? Evandel. The girl laughed until she teared up. Stop it.
I'm ticklish.
I'm not playing. Followed by the girl's charming smile. Evandel lay on the floor and spoke slowly. I didn't prank you. Suddenly, the symbol of the spirit from earlier appeared on his left chest, making him astonished. What? Hajin's voice trembled as he asked. What is this? Buff. The wolf soul is residing in your body. The wolf has considered you its master. Wolf's power, strength, stamina, speed, status all increased by 0.1. Wolf's sixth sense. When detecting mortal danger, a giant wolf will appear and protect its master. Wolf's movement reduces footstep noise. Suddenly Hajin exclaimed, Oh my! He recalled the scene of Evandel holding the spirit out to him. This is a gift for you. She did that to show me her new power? Oh my! Thinking that, he immediately hugged the girl. So adorable.
I'm sorry.
Suddenly he realized something. Evandel had fallen asleep some time ago. Did she fall asleep because she was too tired? Hajin's lips curled up slightly. He gently hugged her and expressed, Thank you, Evandel. He placed her on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Outside the door, a cat appeared and meowed softly.
Cat.
Hearing that, he immediately turned towards it and asked softly, What's up? You want to sleep next to Evandel? Stretched and meowed a few times to reply to him. Hajin pondered with some hesitation. I don't know if I should bring it in since those two often argue, but it seems it still wants to be by Evandal's side. Maybe those two are actually best friends. And right after I returned from Punxsutawn, maybe because of my new hairstyle, Evandel didn't want to play with me anymore. At that time, she struggled and pushed my face away when I picked her up. I don't like it. You look so strange. Go away. Hajin was rejected by her and became speechless, daring not to say a word. I haven't seen you in nearly 90 days. Can't you be nice for a bit? I'm hurt too, you know? Laptop suddenly lit up. An item had just been sent. Hajin wondered. A message from the Violet Banquet? He thought inwardly. Maybe this is the mission reward the boss mentioned. The system displayed a question accompanied by two answers. Do you want to receive it? Without hesitation, he clicked yes. I wonder what it is? The circle started glowing. From the laptop screen, it brought out an item. This is high-grade armor. High-grade, a part of an ether artifact full of mana. 5000/5000. System continued to show its functions. Physical support, strength, stamina, speed, status all increased by 0.3. Artifact transformation. Absorb mana under the armor layer to perform the following effects. Posture correction. When used, your posture will be adjusted. Breathing mask. You can breathe underwater and use super speed to reinforce and upgrade defense. Wow, this is amazing. Hajin immediately verified its use by placing the item right in the center of his chest. Let's see. I'll transfer mana in and use it. His whole body emitted a blue and white aura. He was using crystal mana. Then he observed his hands. A defensive item that can use mana to cover my entire body. This isn't worth just 300 million won. Suddenly a thought appeared in Hajin's mind. This should be 3 billion. I knew I should trust your judgment, boss. The other end messaged back. I received a notification that you got the item. He quickly typed a reply. Yeah, I just got it. Thanks. Suddenly the other end sent another message. Ah, by the way. A laptop screen now appeared the line. Your next mission is ready. Hajin's hand immediately froze. Scene change. She was sitting in a quiet room when suddenly a noise outside the door signaled someone's arrival. A woman ran over hurriedly. Hey, I'm here to find a patient. Hearing that, she immediately stood up. Who are you looking for? Homer stammered a revelation. August Benjamin. He is a Latino like me, but he looks quite wealthy. She was a bit surprised by her description. Latino? Seeing that, she showed a portrait of August. This is him. Seeing the photo, she quickly remembered. Oh, looking at the picture I remember now. It's true I knew this person. He was quite quiet, so I don't remember clearly. Then she held up the photo, looking a bit awkward. But, she slowly revealed. He passed away already. Tomer seemed frozen at her words. I think it was 2 years ago. She fell into a breakdown.
Impossible.
Truth Agency. Fernandez changed his name to August Benjamin and illegally immigrated to Korea in 2022. For unknown reasons, he was admitted to a nursing home and passed away at the age of 53 in 2024. His funeral was conducted with simple procedures, and his relics were cremated and placed at the memorial house. The name and address of the nursing home where he stayed is... Her face darkened as she asked herself. Don't tell me that stupid message is true. He dared to run away after destroying my entire life, then lived comfortably, and died in peace. Tomer gritted her teeth in resentment. Did he leave any last words or relics? She spoke softly. I need to know what the relationship between you and Mr. Benjamin is first. She quickly replied. His real name is Fernandez. August Benjamin is his fake name. Then she placed her hand on her chest and introduced herself. And I am Jamer Jesus. Next she gritted her teeth and emphasized. He is my biological father. Next Tomer showed her more evidence. I can prove my identity with my magician ID. Looking at the paper in her hand, she also confirmed Tomer's words were true. I understand. Then she slowly explained. Actually, I don't know much about him either. Before, he only talked to a male student who came here to volunteer. Now that I mention it, recently that male student also came here to play. Maybe he heard something from Mr. Benjamin. This made Tomer astonished and she hurriedly asked, Can you tell me his name? Hearing that, she also spoke softly. Wait a bit, let me check the notes. She gritted her teeth in anger as her mood was already bad, but the system kept appearing constantly. Tomer, the deadline for the mission has arrived. Return immediately. The disciplinary committee will review the delay of this mission. Congratulations on your upcoming demotion. Tomer, serve you right. That's for your arrogance, ha ha ha. She took off the watch. Screw those guys. I have nothing to do with that bunch anymore. I have achieved my goal. She operated for a while then announced. Oh, I found it. Let's see. His name is...
Kim Hajin.
The watch just removed immediately fell to the ground. Tomer was stunned by her words. He is a cadet. She now thought to herself.
Kim Hajin.
His image immediately appeared along with the question. Is it the Kim Hajin I know? In the distance, a romantic couple was being affectionate with each other. On this side, another couple was also very sweet. The atmosphere of love seemed to have filled this place.
Kim Hajin yalket listesli.
Muttering, autumn leaves are so beautiful. He also thought inwardly. People must have spent a lot of effort to maintain the scenery here, and mana too. But ironically, this place where dating is forbidden has become the most famous dating spot of the school. It's only autumn and it's like this. I wonder how it will be when flowers bloom in spring. At this moment, suddenly a hand touched Kim Hajin's shoulder and called out, Hey you, are you concentrating on thinking about something else, so you didn't hear me speak? The voice just ended. Kim Hajin slowly turned back, made an O sound. He involuntarily spoke out loud. You Yona. Yona handed Kim Hajin a white packet of medicine, speaking radiantly. Here, take this. Kim Hajin took the packet and slowly opened it. He asked curiously, What is it? Yona immediately replied. You forgot? It's the natural ginseng you gave me last time. I refined half of that ginseng into medicine. Hearing that, Kim Hajin said, Oh. Suddenly he realized something. Shocked and panicked, he shouted. Wait, half. Yona continued. I intend to use the other half for further research. In return, we will share a portion to compensate you. If it goes well, we will give you an extra portion of medicine. So don't worry. Contrary to Yona's cheerfulness, Kim Hajin just thought ruefully. She uses it as she pleases but remains so calm. Yona was still cheerfully explaining. We need to improve this industry. If we want the process to go smoothly, that's the best way. Kim Hajin stared at Yona and continued his thoughts. Whatever. It's not that important. Yona isn't the type to stab me in the back. If anything, the one being backstabbed should be her. Right now, Yona seems too trusting of those she considers close. It's understandable, because she's only 17. But the internal struggles she has to face are truly dirty battlefields. Now that I think about it, that incident happened during winter break, right? The world's second largest guild. The core of essence of the Strait. related to a serious abuse of power case. The person holding the real power. Yuyona's crackdown on abuse of power also erupted from that incident. At this moment, Yuyona suddenly spoke. Anyway, you should only take 1 pill a day. Kim Hajin was a bit startled hearing her voice. Ah. Yuyona continued. 1 pill costs a whole billion won. Kim Hajin also repeated. Ah. 1 billion a pill. It seemed he only now realized the problem. He shouted in astonishment. 1 billion a pill? Yuyona replied very calmly. Yeah. It's created from concentrated mana crystals and ginseng. Kim Hajin's face went blank. Asking Yuyona again. Is it really that expensive? Yuyona immediately replied happily. No. But calculating the cost is inherently like that. The amount of ingredients to make 20 pills is enough for you to make 300 to 400 pills of another type. So if we don't sell it at a high price, we'll actually lose money. At this moment, Kim Hajin thought inwardly. 20 doses is 20 billion. Suddenly the system appeared. Natural ginseng. High intermediate rank. Absorbable. Created from a neutralized mana crystal solution and ginseng. The dedication and skill of the creator are evident. When absorbed, strength, stamina and mana will permanently increase by 0.01 to 0.02 after 24 hours. If your luck is high, the effect will decrease. Probability of encountering side effects. Strength force is 0.5%. The probability increases exponentially if too much is consumed within 24 hours. After reading the information,
Kim Hajin realized.
The stats are higher than I thought. If I just adjust the recovery ability, this is quite useful. In that case, I should also return the favor for his gift. Thinking that, Kim Hajin took out another package and handed it to Yuyona. Take this. Yuyona reached out to take it in curiosity. What is it? When opening that package, Yuyona was utterly astonished. Natural ginseng. Yuyona looked very excited. She exclaimed in surprise. Oh my goodness, you still have more? Where did you get it from? Kim Hajin slightly avoided her question. Well, he scratched his head in embarrassment. From Punkson, something like that. Yuyona heard that and immediately admired. Wow, she made a loud sound. Kim Hajin continued speaking. So by principle, I should also return it to the owner of Punkson, Shin Jonghak, right? Yuyona immediately said. Wait, now that you mention it. Jonghak once forgot my birthday. Kim Hajin just laughed haha, then said. Just do as you please. It was time to say goodbye.
Yo Yeonha promised Kim Hajin.
I will contact you if there is progress. Kim Hajin also quickly replied. Okay, thanks. Ah, that's right. Kim Hajin seemed to suddenly realize something. He opened his watch, tapped on the contact screen. Message thread between Kim Hajin and Tomer remained there. Hello, it's Tomer here. Your account name has changed. Did you change your location?
Kim Hajin spoke indifferently.
She hasn't replied yet. Based on the current situation, it seems she has arrived at the nursing home. She must be thinking about a lot of things right now. Perhaps I should wait until she has thought it through. The system panel appeared. Mercenary trainee mission.
Difficulty déroir.
For 100 million won or an item of equivalent value. Mission summary. Ambush the Jin Association's human trafficking truck. Grim Reaper. Kim Hajin, after reading that mission, was slightly surprised and muttered. Hostage rescue. The location is in China. Class ends tomorrow. I will use the portal to teleport to Beijing. On this map, there is a lawless zone located on the Mongolian border. Ah, this place is a route specifically used by Jins for human trafficking and illegal transactions. It is their hideout, a chaotic area where the law of the jungle prevails, a place where cruel crimes often occur. Even this lawless zone has its own social form and laws of the Jins. Jins call this place Pandemonium, or known by the name Devil's Envoy. Right on this dry ground, looming are a footprint and a tire track imprinted on the dirt crumbs. North of Beijing, connecting bridge area. Kim Hajin had arrived here with his cool motorcycle. Kim Hajin pulled down his mask, looked at this place.
Intermédiate danger zone, ou.
Feels really creepy. Target today is the Jins. Those who have thrown away their humanity and become dogs in the guise of devils. Kim Hajin recalled when the captain messaged him. Before carrying out the mission, I have something to tell you. There might be many monsters in the mission, but not all Jins are the same. Jins are created from the exaggerated emotions of contracts. The weaker they are, the easier they fall into despair. Then commit brutal crimes without thinking of the consequences. They express evil by exaggerating feelings of failure and self-esteem onto those around them. Which means I won't feel too guilty killing them. Should I be happy? While asking himself that, a cloud of white smoke appeared right in the middle of the road before Kim Hajin's eyes. 2 large trucks and many other cars were rushing aggressively towards him. Here, Kim Hajin said and immediately took out his gun, maintaining his calm to fight. The bullets were fully loaded. His eyes were placed on this bright scope. The first truck, Kim Hajin aimed at the man driving with one hand, drinking alcohol with the other. Very quickly, he pulled the trigger, firing the first bullet straight at the position he aimed for. The bullet pierced straight through from the front of the vehicle to the back, causing that truck to veer off to another side and stop rolling right there. A guy driving a car saw it and asked, "What is it? What the hell is wrong with that guy?" At the same time, Kim Hajin placed the scope in position again, aimed the gun straight, another one. Immediately that bullet flew straight through the glass window, into the head of this driver, blood splattering everywhere. On the blood-stained hand, he held the steering wheel in hopelessness, lost balance and crashed straight into a tree. The bodyguards in the cars were all astonished and got out. "What the hell, those two drivers are dead. Damn it, watch that pile of goods." This bodyguard spoke up, "Is there a sniper?" The guy behind immediately asked, "Where?" Another bullet was fired again, immediately, taking down the guy behind this one. Right now, everyone discovered Kim Hajin's position, that direction, the other side of the bridge. There is a sniper there. There's only one person. Catch him. Saying that, everyone rushed up together, not hesitating a bit. This moment, Kim Hajin suddenly put a pill in his mouth, muttered. His whole body seemed to be overflowing with strength, internal energy radiating out. Immediately the system sound rang out. Energy inside your body is increasing. In the next 5 minutes, all variable stats will increase by 1.5 times, excluding vitality, armor acceleration effects, stamina increase. Kim Hajin's gun also received a formidable power accordingly. He spoke up. And finally, it's time to fight. Kim Hajin aimed the gun straight forward. Activate. Many bullets were released with a single trigger pull easily, taking down these weak bodyguards. After taking down everyone, Kim Hajin went to the truck container and struggled to open the lock. The lock was successfully broken. The chain was also immediately removed. Kim Hajin said to himself, "All right, now if I don't get distracted." Suddenly something unexpectedly rushed towards Kim Hajin. It was another bodyguard, hand gripping a knife, rushing in about to take his life. Being ambushed, Kim Hajin was panicked and couldn't react in time. "I let my guard down." The knife very quickly touched his chest. Just as it seemed Kim Hajin's life would end right here, then, unexpectedly, a blue light appeared. Following that, a set of sharp teeth protruded. A large mouth opened wide to bite the head of this bodyguard. It was a large wolf covered in that blue light. It easily took down the opponent. Kim Hajin slowly sat up. Although saved from a tough spot, he still observed the development in astonishment. He realized this and asked himself, is it a wolf spirit? That wolf was still busy tearing at the bodyguard. Blood everywhere, quite a savage scene. Suddenly it raised its head and looked towards Kim Hajin. It seemed to be dissolving into those black smokes. Kim Hajin asked himself again, did that thing just come out of my body? At this moment, the system appeared, Wolf's Sixth Sense. When detecting mortal danger, a giant wolf will appear and protect its master. After reading, Kim Hajin sighed in relief. Oh, so that's it. I didn't expect to let my guard down in a place like this. I still need to improve more. That wolf of Kim Hajin had completely disappeared. Now he stood up strongly, decisively throwing open the door of that truck container. Light crept inside. The people trapped inside were all startled and panicked seeing that. All of them were trembling in fear. There were also sounds of sniffing and crying. Suddenly Kim Hajin threw a bracelet in there. Then he spoke up in front of many astonished eyes. I have destroyed the demon wolf, so the rescue mission is complete, right? Now it's time to take everyone back. Kim Hajin gently reached out his hand. He seemed to have brought them a new ray of hope for life. Kim Hajin's message popped up. Mission accomplished. Responding to him was another message. I received the information. Let me clean up. That was a message from Li Xiaofeng. She was leaning against the cliff nearby. The screen on Li Xiaofeng's watch was replaying Kim Hajin's battle scene just now. She asked. Everyone saw it clearly, right? Jean, Kaylin, Jing, Run, and another person were all silently observing. At the moment, Kaylin spoke up. But is it really okay for the 5 of us to be here when the rookie evaluation is much more important? I thought there would be more people since we are all gathering at the new hideout. Jean immediately replied to him. No choice. The rest are busy with personal matters. Kaylin continued. He killed 20 people in just 21 seconds. How can a gun have such great destructive power? Truly an interesting ability. These words were all heard by Jing. As for Jane, she didn't stop there. I think his ability is mana weapon enhancement and transformation. Then she suddenly turned to Jing and asked, so what do you think of him? Jing also immediately answered happily. At least high intermediate rank. Hearing that, Jane was shocked and shouted. What? Rate him that high? You probably don't even know what high intermediate rank is, right? You even killed 10 people. Responding to these slightly angry words of Jane, Jing just smiled and waved his hand. No, at least 100 people. At this moment, Kaylin asked, Jane, what do you think about this? Jane began to ponder. She slowly answered, I think he is at intermediate rank, on par with Kim Suho. I don't know how he fights one-on-one, but he will definitely be very useful when we have to fight many people. But Junigang is also very good at evaluating others' abilities. He is still in the demon realm, right? At the same time, Rune, who was resting his chin on his hand listening, also spoke up. Yeah, that wild boar entered that place but seems to have no intention of coming out. Is he not tired of that place yet? Jane suddenly interrupted. He will probably come back when he has enjoyed it enough. Now, in the minds of both of them, they imagined the scene in the demon realm. Suddenly Jane remembered something. Oh right, Rune, have you found out the identity of that wolf spirit just now?
Rune leisurely replied.
Ah, that matter. Isn't that just Kim Hajin's pet? Jane heard that and was a bit speechless. Who would hide a pet in their chest? At this moment, Li Xiaofang volunteered. Let me go ask him directly. Jane was a bit worried. But will he agree to tell you? Suddenly Li Xiaofang's face darkened. With a confident look, she said, Don't worry. He trusts me a lot. He will answer all my questions. All guaranteed like that. But Jane still didn't trust completely. Is that so? A clear evening. Beside was Kim Hajin looking full of love. He gently touched the little girl's head. Evangel, do you know? Thanks to you today I survived. The kin is a clone of the witch extracted from her soul. After looking up on the device, Kim Hajin learned. Wolf spirit. Kin. Intermediate. The first kin created by the witch. Strength 5.350. Bite force 6.150. Durability 2.535. Speed 7.550. Perception 7.605. Vitality 2.750. Magic 3.850. Special skills. High rank intuition. Ability to detect danger. Low rank absorption. Strengthen the host through absorption. Low rank tattoo. Merge as one with the host in the form of a tattoo. Recharge mana and increase some of the host's stats. First kin, the ability to develop and inherit from the host is far superior to other kins. Soul link, the higher the witch's energy, the more the wolf's power will increase. After reading the information, Kim Hajin had to admire. The stats are truly top-notch. This wolf should be the one using the armor, not me. Who can predict? Maybe it will truly become a demon wolf. At this moment, suddenly Evangel turned over and rubbed her eyes. It seemed the little girl was about to wake up. In a daze, Evangel reached out her hand and spoke. Hajin, is that you? Kim Hajin gently held the little girl in his arms. Evangel continued speaking. Did you bring anything delicious back? Kim Hajin immediately replied. Yes. Sleep a bit more. We'll eat later. Just like that, Evangel fell deep into sleep, lying snugly in Kim Hajin's warm embrace. As for Kim Hajin, he thought to himself, I don't know since when, but this child is gradually becoming my motivation. I only stepped into this world for a year. When Route 9 ends and I return to reality, can I really go back to my original life? Can I really forget everything and everyone I've met? Right at the classroom at this moment, Kim Hajin looked very dazed. Heavy dark circles under his eyes. I only slept for 1 hour, so now I feel so tired. Tomer hasn't contacted me again after that message. After I went to the memorial park, I prepared props to keep Tomer in the ally position. Right now, Fernand's grave will be filled with bouquets given by me. Didn't she see my letter? While thinking like that, suddenly the instructor up front pointed loudly at the person next to Kim Hajin. That female student over there. Hurry up and find a seat. Kim Hajin reflexively turned his head to look. He was extremely surprised because the person next to him now was Tomer. The instructor started the lesson, continuing the last lesson. Now we will learn about the effects of high-level mana. At this moment, Tomer didn't pay any attention to the lesson. She was just diligently writing something on paper. I handed it to Kim Hajin to read. On that paper it was written, Hey, have you ever volunteered? Reading these lines, Kim Hajin was a bit surprised. But he chose to respond by writing on that paper. Yes. Why do you ask? Tomer continued. Have you ever met someone named August Benjamin at the nursing home? Yes. I was also quite close to him. This answer of Kim Hajin made Tomer pause for a few seconds. Then she continued writing despite some hesitation. Him. What kind of person was he? Lectures of that instructor still rang out. The clearest example of controlling something with mana in the body without using tricks is. Now, Kim Hajin didn't care about the lecture either. He just focused on talking to Tomer. What kind of person was he? He looked quite lonely. Tomer was extremely curious. Why did you two become close? I heard he never opened up to the nurses there.
Kim Hajin replied.
I think because we are quite similar. I don't have a family anymore either. While chatting with Tomer, Kim Hajin guessed in his heart. Perhaps she already knew that when investigating my background. Just now Kim Hajin. He even asked more. But why do you ask? Tomer was a bit hesitant. Her face darkened. She continued writing on paper. He is my biological father. This sentence startled Kim Hajin. Tomer knew already? Her lines of text continued. Surprised, right? I'm surprised too. I never thought I would find someone who truly knew about him. Tomer's words were somewhat more resentful. That son of a bitch killed my mother and ran away. I am very curious about the reason he had to kill his wife and abandon his own child. But he's dead. No one else knows. So you are the only one I can ask. Did he leave any relics? Seeing these words, Kim Hajin thought. Talking like that means she hasn't seen the letter yet. Is there a problem with the nursing home? Kim Hajin knew, because Fernan never abandoned Tomer. Right now, emotions in Tomer surged. She was still questioning Kim Hajin. He left a letter, right? Where did he leave the letter? Kim Hajin quickly used a pen to write the answer on paper for Tomer. SLHO. Memorial Park. Down below, the instructor finished the lesson. That is the whole lesson. Don't forget to prepare for the semester exam. Also don't play too much. Right now, Tomer stood up immediately with an angry mood. Hey, I will leave this place today. I will pay you back the interest later. So don't misunderstand. Kim Hajin just sighed in relief. I don't feel worried at all. Looking at the silhouette of Tomer leaving, Kim Hajin asked himself. From now on, she can handle it herself, right? Fortunately, everything ended well. It's time to rest this weekend. While thinking like that, suddenly Chai Nayun appeared and slapped Kim Hajin's back. Hey Hajin. A very painful smack, making him scream loudly in pain. Kim Hajin seemed to collapse right there, making Chai Nayun also freeze.
Kim Hajin slowly spoke.
What is it now? Chai Nayun replied very cheerfully. You haven't forgotten about tomorrow, right? Don't be late. Kim Hajin's whole face became listless and full of astonishment. Kim Hajin was soothing his body, the place where Chai Nayun hit. Tomorrow? Chai Nayun heard that and immediately blamed him. Huh? You forgot? Kim Suho is also here. We agreed to go eat together, remember? Because I am very grateful to you guys. I will treat you next time. When the training ends, we will go out to eat. Okay. Kim Hajin started to recall. That matter. Wasn't it just the two of you intending to go eat then? Chai Nayun immediately replied. At that time I said the whole group would go together. Suddenly a voice rang out. I was present at that time too. We agreed to go as predecessor members of the traveling club, remember? That was a voice from a person with a slender figure and long purple hair, although reminded of that event. But Kim Hajin was still dazed. I really don't remember. Since when were you counted as a member? Somewhere someone also suggested. Let's go. We'll go to karaoke too. Okay. Hearing that, Kim Hajin felt even more tired. So, I don't have time that day. Kim Hajin's weak voice and listless appearance made Chai Nayun think he was sick. She had to reach out and touch Kim Hajin's forehead to check. Suddenly Chai Nayun laughed out loud. Kim Hajin saw that and was a bit scared. What is it? She smiled radiantly and said, You have to go that day. Otherwise I will add you to the group chat. Faced with these invitations, Kim Hajin could no longer avoid it. A gloomy afternoon with his sigh made the scene so melancholic. Sounds of hurried footsteps rushing away. It was Tomer. She was struggling alone all over this place, seeming to be searching for something. Damn it. Where is it? Zone 7. Column 1. Row 4. Muttering while glancing around. Finally Tomer found what she wanted. Suddenly Tomer went silent for a moment, her whole body motionless, not moving. She saw a tombstone with many flowers surrounding it. Tomer's mouth suddenly uttered a sound. August Benjamin. Her eyes clearly showed curiosity. She asked herself, but why are there so many flowers here? Picking up a flower petal. There was also a note from the sender on it. Tomer must have been very surprised.
Kim Hajin.
Over the years, he still visited here after he died. He even transferred mana into these flowers so they wouldn't rot. Died in a quite cozy place. Yet, he is still cherished like this, even though he killed my mother and ran away. Those thoughts of Tomer made her extremely furious. Tomer gritted her teeth, straight up throwing all the flowers on that tombstone to the ground. A very spacious and beautiful place now became messy by Tomer's anger. She clenched her fists, lowered her face and screamed in despair. Painful. In Tomer's heart, she choked. Until now, me. Ultimately, what have I been trying for all this time? At this moment, Tomer collapsed kneeling before that tombstone, looking very miserable. Now, she remembered one thing. Tomer looked up. Ah, that's right. There's the letter too. Right before her eyes. The words on a piece of paper appeared very clearly. To my daughter. I write this letter. My heart is struggling fiercely with indescribable emotions. On one hand, I hope you will never read this letter. But on the other hand, I hope you will read it and want to know about your current emotions. Not a single word can heal the wounds in your heart. But as your father, I don't want you to live the rest of your life without knowing anything about the truth. Right at this part, Tomer's hand started to grip the letter tighter. Each word in the letter continued. My wife, your mother, sold her own soul to a jinn. This moment, memories of the past suddenly rushed back. The call rang out loudly. Tomer, hearing the call, the young Tomer also quickly turned around, face radiant. Oh, that. It was August with a hurried appearance. Breathing heavily and sweating profusely. Tomer saw August, immediately excited. That, Mom wants to take me to this amusement park. Hearing that, August seemed surprised. Amusement park? Really? Did Mom say that? Thought August would easily go along with Tomer. But no, Tomer, let's go home first. Hearing August say that, Tomer was quite annoyed. Why? August immediately replied with difficulty. Mom and Dad have something to talk about. At this moment, Tomer's mother looked very calm. It's a very loud and panicked scream from August. Are you crazy? You want to sell our child's soul to a jinn? Faced with this questioning, Tomer's mother was not panicked at all. What's wrong with that? This answer seemed to make August stunned. What? Tomer's mother continued. If by doing so I can become stronger, then I can do even worse things. Then that child will understand me too. Each word uttered made August even more shocked. You're crazy. Then Tomer's mother pushed August aside. Finish talking then move. Don't block a busy person like me. She shouted loudly. Tomer, let's go. August still stood there. No, you can't take our child. Never. Thinking that, August immediately pulled Tomer's mother in surprise, causing her to stagger and trip, then fell down, hit her head on the wall nearby. Finally, Tomer's mother lay motionless on the floor in August's astonishment. Everything happened in a flash. Luckily at this moment Tomer appeared. Mom, she asked with curiosity. Dad, where is Mom? Facing his daughter, August thought to himself, if the story of my wife becoming a jinn is exposed, then this crime will be implicated. Tomer will be in danger. Finished thinking, August immediately hugged his daughter's shoulders tightly and spoke with worry. Tomer, listen to Dad. Hurry outside and ask everyone for help. Tomer wondered. Why? August gritted his teeth to endure, trying to force out each word. It's Dad. Dad. Hit Mom. Back to reality. Tomer gradually understood the problem. Her eyes welled up with tears. Each tear rolled down her cheeks. The letter continued. I want you to live stably in Korea. So I gave all assets to a friend and asked him to take care of you. But many years later, when I returned to Korea, you were gone. I tried my best to find you, but couldn't find both you and that friend. Reading up to here, Tomer's hands began to tremble and grip the paper tighter. Lies. She was full of resentment. After everything I've been through, you want me to believe this ridiculous story? Then Tomer angrily crumpled the letter. Suddenly there was a cracking sound. That made her pause. Tomer seemed to remember something. Memories rushed back. That. It was the cute little Tomer calling August. Then she held out a wristwatch. Happy birthday. August happily received that gift. Really? Thank you. It's the same color as the hairpin Dad gave you on your birthday. That watch went through many years. Now its glass face was shattered, looking a bit old. That watch was kept in the letter. Tomer accidentally took it out and realized it was her gift that year. The full moon lay between the clouds in the dark night. Starlight crept everywhere. Hajin looked very warm. Good night, Evangel. Evangel also happily waved goodbye to him. Hajin slammed the door shut when suddenly there was a notification sound from his watch. It was a message sent. Thank you.
Hajin similed.
Seems like she arrived there safely. After that message, Tomer completely disappeared. Tomer said she would pay back all that money at any cost. Because that mana contract still exists. The connection between us hasn't been completely cut off. Although so, but I still feel that Tomer will become a good ally in the future. Scene shifted to a restaurant, along with dishes displayed on the table.
Hajin similed satisfied.
Even more delicious than imagined. Suddenly there was a call from the side. Hey. Chai Nayun sat in front watching his happy face. The food here is very delicious. Just wait. Hajin zoned out for a moment then replied. Okay. He was skeptical about her current liveliness. What is it? Her attitude is somewhat different. Chai Nayun sitting opposite rejoiced. Us gathering like this makes me remember when we were still at Cube. She recalled past events and described. Back then, thanks to training, I became much stronger. After returning here, I feel like I'm invincible. Yonghan, who was enjoying, also stopped to listen. He looked towards Chai Nayun and teased. But you lost to Rachel, right? She clenched her fist in anger. We tied. Okay. Shin Jonghak, sitting next to Chai Nayun all this time, also spoke up. Hey Suho. Crossed his arms and asked. Is your preparation for the final exam okay? Kim Suho was calm. Yeah. Everything is in order. How about you? Shin Jonghak heard that and answered confidently. Have you ever seen me prepare for exams? I am different from you. His face was full of smug self-praise. This is the meaning of being born with a high-ranking bloodline. How could those who only make up for intelligence with hard work understand? Suho just smiled to let the matter pass. Kim Hajin, sitting opposite and chewing food, was also curious. What is this? Those two seem friendlier with each other than I thought. He slowly enjoyed the food while recalling the previous content. According to the original plot, shouldn't those two be very tense right now? Kim Hajin gently put food into his mouth, secretly worried. It feels like everything is gradually drifting away from the original plot. Along with the food entering his mouth, a scent from the ingredients shot straight up his nose, making him praise it repeatedly. So delicious. Because it was so tasty, Kim Hajin successively put pieces of beef into his mouth. The meat seemed to melt right in his mouth the moment he bit into it. Suddenly, a brand new plate of beef was placed right before his eyes, surprising him. Chai Nayun placed the food in front of him, flirting. The cute girl right here bestowed this dish upon you. Kim Hajin clearly showed a disgusted face. What now? Looked at the girl in front of him, secretly imagining. Her behavior is different from before too. Something definitely changed. Is it because I gave her the time machine back then? Chai Nayun ignored him and turned to chat. This place is really fun, right? Kim Hajin looked at the beef plate before his eyes and gradually concluded. Or is it? He turned up to look at her chatting. Could it be? Her feelings for me have changed. Chai. Nayun realized something and turned around. She looked at him dazed and asked, what's wrong? Do you want to order more? Kim Hajin refused bluntly. Huh?
No.
Chai Nayun didn't care about the answer and turned to call out. Too late. Owner.
Kim Hajin helplessly repeated. No.
I really don't need it. He ignored his words and ordered more. 2 more portions of grilled ribs, please. Kim Hajin sighed internally and let it go. Humph. Surely not. It must be that she's grateful to me because of the time machine affair. After the meal, the group moved to a karaoke bar to sing. Chai Nayun held the mic and confidently sang along to the lyrics, making the audience extremely excited. Nayun is so cute. Sings well too. Next was Kim Suho, who didn't lose out either. Shin Jonghak was overly confident but still received enthusiastic support from everyone. Jonghak sings very well too. Haha, don't exaggerate. It was just okay. Haha. The last person picked up the mic and prepared to perform his song. Kim Hajin sang while receiving a rain of praise from the audience. So good. Do heroes have the right to sing this well? He eats without leaving crumbs. Doesn't leave a single crumb. He sings even better than the singers out there. Chai Nayun, sitting next to him, was also listening to his songs. Yona sat beside her, watching her satisfied face. Is she still immersed in the emotions from Hajin's song? She also secretly praised him. He really does sing well. Suddenly, a ding sound from Yona's smartwatch rang out. A message was sent. Come out here for a bit. I have something to say. She looked at the message with slight confusion. Huh. The scene shifted outside the karaoke bar. The humming of everyone could still be heard even outside. Kim Hajin stepped out of the bar and greeted. Hey bro. Yona remained silent for a long while, then looked at him with confused eyes. Why are you suddenly speaking English? Kim Hajin quickly explained. You don't know. Bro is what friends call each other. She crossed her arms. Her tone was a bit harsh. You think I don't know? Stop joking. Get straight to the main point. Kim Hajin laughed it off. All right. He took an envelope out of his pocket. I need to make a few bullets. Yona took the envelope and asked. What is this? An envelope? Kim Hajin stated his request. Build the things in that envelope and put them inside a bullet for me. Can you do it? She used her hand to open the envelope, speaking with a confident tone. Huh? Are you asking for real? Along with the slip of the tongue, she saw the thing inside the envelope and was amazed. We have advanced mana compression technology capable of transferring mana into bullets smaller than a finger. There is nothing we can't do. Along with the item inside, Yona could not help but ask in surprise. A leaf. Her face clearly showed helplessness as she pointed at the envelope. If I ask what it is, you probably won't answer, right? Kim Hajin gave a perfunctory laugh. You understand well. Yuna carefully stuffed the envelope into her pocket. I understand anyway. I will do it. She also took the opportunity. Thanks. Kim Hajin turned around and raised his hand to say goodbye. Also, please tell everyone that I'm leaving first. Yuna saw him rushing and asked, Leaving already? Kim Hajin frowned, remembering the scene earlier. Since I finished singing, the look in Jonghak's eyes became very scary. The image of him looking grumpily at Hajin appeared in both their minds. Yuna also gradually understood. He wants to compete again. Under the sunset scenery, Kim Hajin said goodbye. Then see you again. Yuna also responded. All right, take care. After the farewell, suddenly her smartwatch dinged, attracting her attention. She looked at the information on the screen and broke into a cold sweat. Master, I have an urgent matter to report. While investigating Kim Hajin, we discovered a suspicious incident. What? In the year Kim Hajin was born, an incident named the Kwangho incident occurred. For some reason, documents related to that event have all been hidden. Yuna read every detail of the information in astonishment. The Kwangho incident? An event that happened the year Kim Hajin was born. All documents have been hidden, and during the investigation, one of our 4 members was attacked. She looked at the lines of messages in shock. What? Yuna asked worriedly. Is everyone okay? The other side didn't make her wait. Yes. Fortunately they recovered without major issues. Yuna sighed in relief. Phew, that's a relief. She continuously typed on the screen to notify everyone. First, send me all the information everyone has collected. Then, immediately suspend the investigation. The safety of members is much more important than information. Understood. Master. Yuna was immersed in the previous information. Kwang. Why does it sound so familiar? Suddenly she realized something. Now that it's mentioned. Yuna shifted her mind to the past. When she was small, staring intently at a book on the table. I once saw something similar in my father's diary many years ago. She recalled a few lines in the diary. The words only appeared dimly. Was in, and in the part. Back then I couldn't read Hanja, so I couldn't understand the content. And I clearly remember father scolded me for reading his diary that day. Yuna clenched her fist. If Hajin is really related to that incident. She smiled slightly, determining her resolve. Then this time I can really repay him as a true friend. Yuna turned to walk away, calculating silently. Luckily father is on a business trip. I will check the diary at home. Suddenly she bumped into Chai Nayun who was walking out the door. Yuna stood in front and spoke first. Why did you come out here, Nayun? She replied timidly. Because you two hadn't come back, so? Chai Nayun carefully looked around. Suddenly a voice cut off her action. He left. Chai Nayun was surprised. Really? String of questions came from her, making Yuna dazed. Why? What on earth did you two talk about? Where did he go? Did he go home? Suddenly Yuna burst into laughter. She stepped forward to tease. Oh my god, Chai Nayun. She panicked and dodged. What is it? What's wrong with you? Yuna flashed a bright smile and praised. You look really cute when you're not honest. Chai Nayun was a bit embarrassed, her hands protecting her body. What nonsense are you spouting? The scene shifted to a mansion. Paul made the butler turn his head. Hello. Oh, Miss Yona. She wore her daily uniform and walked over to greet him. Butler? Are you doing well? Butler stepped to her side and spoke with relief. You're finally back. But unfortunately, the master and madam are not home right now. Yuna responded with a bright smile. It's fine. Just ignore me. She opened her eyes, speaking of her true intention. Today I need to check. The shape of a jet black diary appeared. A book about my father's research. Yuna entered the room her father frequented. It's been a long time since I stepped into Dad's study. She focused on the corner of the desk, where a translucent white cloth was covering something. It seems it was under the desk. Yuna stepped forward and pulled the white cloth away. Revealed inside was a locked safe. What is this? It has a password safe now. She was a bit bewildered. What to do? This safe wasn't here 10 years ago. If Dad said it, perhaps the password is. Yuna bent down and fumbled. My birthday? April 29th. After a moment the safe showed, incorrect, so she started searching. Not it? Then Mom's birthday, August 16th. Not it either. Seeing the result was not as expected, Yuna calculated. then the answer can only be. As expected, the final result successfully opened the safe. 04.29.816. She rejoiced and laughed gloatingly. Oh my, Dad. Who uses their daughter's birthday combined with their wife's birthday as a password? Yona took a black book out of the safe. Here it is. This is it. Dad's diary. Suddenly a message was sent. She looked at the notification board on her smartwatch. Master, this is the compiled information on Kim Hajin from the investigation. We also discovered that after that Kwangho incident, Kim Hajin was put into an orphanage near the Kwangho shelter. Yona smiled slightly. Good. We are about to touch the truth. After finishing the notification, she opened the diary and read. I definitely saw it before. Kwang. Oh, Kwang. Oh. After a moment of searching, the information Yona wanted struck her eyes. As for Kwang? Oh, gee. Found it. She intently read every line on the diary. The image of Yona's father gritting his teeth to write the diary appeared in her mind. September 9, 2008. Today, I created a file on Kwangho. I think I will never be able to forget it. He intently wrote every word in the diary. He seriously wrote all the information he knew in the diary. The things that happened. Yona sat reading, stunned to immobility. At Kwangho on that day, throughout the rest of my life, the scene shifted to a TV showing a children's cartoon. Carrot Monster. Take this. Evandel and Xiaobai eagerly watched. Kim Hajin stood behind smiling awkwardly. These two are really focused. Looked at Xiaobai intently watching the movie. Not counting Evandel. Xiaobai watches the movie like it understands everything. This kid's intelligence seems okay. Kim Hajin remembered something and took an item out of his pocket. Wait, now that I recall. This ring. Information about the ring gradually appeared. Ring of the Pigeon. Artifact. Identified. Increases intelligence. The wearer's intelligence will increase by 0.00 once every 24 hours. Can increase up to 0.365. High-level magic enhancement. Nowhere does it say only humans can wear it. Kim Hajin sat on the sofa and started searching on his laptop. Let's check. However, it can only be used for a specific target. If non-human species wear it, intelligence will increase by 0.01 every 12 hours. Maximum 0.365. He looked at the information just received and calculated silently. Price 40 SP. Takes about 18 days to reach maximum value. Cost 40 SP. Seems more profitable than I thought. Kim Hajin switched to another target. Then what about humans? The information he wanted appeared. For humans wearing it the first time, intelligence level will be doubled. Kim Hajin looked at the price and clicked his tongue. Price 250 SP. Perhaps. Impossible to compare humans with animals. Evandel smiled and called out. Haha, look, Xiaobai. He looked at the little girl playing with Xiaobai and smiled with relief. Kim Hajin quietly looked at the girl and Xiaobai. Perhaps it won't be useful for me, but it will help Evandel a lot. Right? The ring was equipped on Xiaobai's tail. Let's see how smart this kid can get. The scene shifted to a dark area. Inside the room, a trembling voice. This is. Yona's face was extremely grave as she turned each page of the diary. What is this? Words appeared on the page. And after hiring assassins, he entrusted the massacre plan to me. She panicked. What on earth is this? The dark image of her father writing the diary appeared. Jin Younghwan. He was an upright man, respected by many, and a straight person who always fought against injustice. President Kim Suko, who viewed Jin Younghwan as a thorn in his side, slandered him as the origin of Jin's. Perhaps he was just afraid his corruption would be exposed. The real problem was that Chai Juchul also wanted Jin Younghwan dead. He also agreed with the slander that he was a Jin, and to avoid suspicion for the assassination, he requested to uproot those following Jin Younghwan's faction. At that time, he hired many assassins and entrusted the assassination plan to me. On September 8th, an urgent message from Jin Younghwan arrived. Screams on the other side of the phone. A monster, Kwangho requesting backup. But because I was the one who staged that attack, I requested immediate rescue mobilization and to kill all monsters. Jin Younghwan and his group tried to protect the people at the Kwangho shelter. But around 8 p.m., an assassin infiltrated. Everyone there was massacred. Yona's whole body seemed submerged in darkness. She stammered. What on earth am I? Yona's hands trembled ceaselessly looking at the diary she held. Reading what kind of thing is this? Her heart filled with anxiety. Dad participated in that assassination. Words appeared on the page. I tried to bury this matter in my heart. Yuna looked at the next line and became even more terrified. But the next day, I received information that a female subordinate of Jin Younghwan was in her last month of pregnancy. A woman, last month of pregnancy? Yuna tremblingly turned to the next page. No, it can't be. She turned the page with a mood full of fear. These people, who knows if they are Hajin's parents or not? Along with the page being turned, a shocking page of information made the air in the dark room even more suffocating. That report included unexpected information, signs that the woman had given birth. Yuna read the line and her whole body froze. But no infant body was found. She nervously rearranged the information. Right after the Kwangho incident, that child was sent to an orphanage near Kwangho. When I asked the assassin Chai Juchul hired, he said he didn't kill that child but left it alone. Yuna read the continuing lines on the page in horror. But that child's fate was to die on that day, so I searched for that child. To kill it with my own hands. She looked like she wanted to vomit right there and covered her mouth with her hand. Back to Kim Hajin, a message sent to him caught his attention. Information on the message. Travel Club, Healing Rain. Next Saturday, we will go to the Busan Festival for domestic travel. Please reply via message. He looked at the lines on the message and felt relieved. Message from the travel club? Kim Hajin looked at the message lines and criticized. Honestly, I'm not very interested. Wherever the travel club goes, trouble follows. After a moment of hesitation, he decided. Even so, the original novel clearly stated it, so I should probably take a break. I will join. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait, if it's from next Saturday. Kim Hajin called out, making the little girl look back. Evandel, wanna go play next Friday? Girl joyfully ran into Kim Hajin's arms. Go play? Where to? He happily received the girl's jump. Busan Festival. That day I might be free. It's very fun. The two happily hugged each other in happiness. Continuing the story from before, the scene shifted to an area full of roses. But at that moment, I suddenly remembered a little girl born in April. He held a small creature in his arms standing in front of the flower garden. A mysterious creature. Can't do anything by itself other than make me happy with her existence. My daughter Yona. I thought carefully and ignored the details about that child. And so, what was recorded is that I abandoned that child to death and killed its parents. I lived my whole life cowering in cowardice. This bit of filth is nothing. Yet the reason I wrote this diary, is it perhaps my last strand of conscience? Or to justify my own cowardice? Or perhaps it is a part of the evidence of the crimes Chai Juchul committed. I am not sure either. Returning to Yona, she was sitting motionless in front of her father's diary. After finishing that section of content, her hands went limp and she let the book fall from her hands. Yona remembered the words she had heard before. Aren't we friends? She recalled the image of Kim Hajin standing up for her. He had risked his life for her. Then recalled the scene where both chatted in front of the karaoke bar. Don't you think so? The meaning of friends. Yona remembered those things and her heart filled with guilt. He called me his friend. Unconsciously she couldn't bear it and trembled. Ah! Yona seemed to collapse. Her whole body felt limp as she gradually fell to the floor. Unable to endure, she slumped down and screamed aloud. Ah! The scene shifted to a high-rise building, a top hotel in Busan, the banquet lobby. Kim Hajin was sipping wine and looking inside. Wow! Evandel admired the photos placed on the table. This one has Xiao Bai and me too. A few days passed. Friday arrived unconsciously. One of the photos, Evandel standing near the railing pointing at fireworks. The second one was the girl building a sandcastle. After my class finished, I came to Busan to visit the festival. Finally, an image where Evandel was puffing her cheeks because she stuffed too much food in her mouth. Note, this is the most beautiful shot I took. Kim Hajin looked at the room description. Usually it's quite hard to book this suite even if one has money. Really lucky because someone cancelled the booking at the last minute. He turned to the back. Beautiful fireworks appeared in front of Kim Hajin. Being a lucky person is convenient too. The night view is beautiful. Suddenly he looked down and noticed something. Kim Hajin looked at a black-haired man along with a blue-haired girl walking below. He used the skill from his eyes towards the man. That person looks a bit strange. Suddenly he turned his head back to look at Kim Hajin, making him, standing on the balcony, also feel scared. He looked at the high-rise building without saying anything. Then he flashed a smile full of cunning. Standing above, Kim Hajin worried. Does he see me? From that distance. He broke into a cold sweat and smiled back. What is this? I have a bad feeling. Kim Hajin gripped the railing, thinking. Could it be? The instinct of the original author is screaming in my heart. Alien creature like Kim Suho, a villain formed from losing his own family, but faced countless betrayals, to become a person completely opposite to Kim Suho. Kim Hajin focused completely on the dark aura emitting from him and calculated. Typical past of a final boss. The black-haired man waved at him with an incredibly gentle smile. Isn't that right? Why is that smile so generous? That's not his original image. He turned to talk to his companion. The blue-haired girl heard him point and turned her head back. Kim Hajin, standing above, still criticized silently. It's completely different. Unless the co-author did everything and released it again. The blue-haired girl turned her face up to look, revealing deep red eyes along with a cold face. Suddenly her pupils contracted, her whole body radiating killing intent towards him. Kim Hajin sweated and used the skill from his eyes to check the two again. Why suddenly like this? Why are they staring at me like they want to eat me alive? Sayuk. Hearing the voice.
Kim Hajin similet akartli.
What? That co-author bastard. This is a bit too much. He associated with Kim Suho. That's right. He has a personality, ideals, and beliefs similar to a final boss. His things should have been completely contrasting with Kim Suho. And looked back at the girl down below. Yet you dared to change that person's gender? Are you crazy? Kim Hajin's face darkened and he smiled reluctantly. Jin Sayuk. He used the skill from his eyes and listened to the conversation. The person we saw just now. Who do you think it is? Kim Hajin looked at her and predicted. 1 is a person of the same level as Kim Suho. 2 is a person with potential even greater than him and developing very quickly. Destined to become the greatest threat in the final part. Jin Sayuk heard his question and answered. Probably a nameless nobody. Kim Hajin slowly brought the water cup to his mouth. If I had a bullet containing a mistibutane leaf right now, then I would burn all the products to corner her. The image of angry Jin Sayuk appeared in his mind. I never imagined she would appear with that appearance while I was alone. Jin Sayuk is hot-tempered. What on earth? He looked at the black-haired man worriedly. But if that girl is Jin Sayuk, then who is that guy? He bowed and requested. Sayuk, please strengthen your observation skill. He gave an explanation for the statement. If he is someone capable of seeing us from that height and didn't hesitate when looking into our eyes, then his guts are big enough to fight you. That also proves he isn't an ordinary person. Turn to criticize. And you too, don't glare at people like that. Do you want to fight that badly? Jin Sayuk was furious. He started it. The black-haired man teased. Hey, what if he likes you? How about trying to wink at him? She sneered. Wink before dying? I will take him down with a mana strike. Witnessing the conversation, Kim Hajin broke into a cold sweat. They're crazy. The black-haired man urged. Oh, not answering anymore. Let's leave quickly. Jin Sayuk frowned. Don't push me. Suddenly he turned up to look, making him startled. The two people walked away and gradually disappeared into the crowd. Kim Hajin saw they had left, so he sat down and sighed. I definitely lost 10 years of life. He thought back on everything and calculated. Luckily I identified Jin Sayuk. But who is that man? And why is he on the same side as her? Or another type of relationship? In the original, Jin Sayuk only had subordinates. Suddenly Evandel ran over, surprising him. Hajin, can I go swim with Xiao Bai? Replied gently. Of course. But do you know how to swim? Evandel smiled brightly. Yes, Xiao Bai knows too. Xiao Bai leisurely immersed himself in the bathtub behind the two. The girl changed into a cute swimsuit, seeing Evandel change so quickly.
Kim Hajin secretly prays.
With magic, everything seems much easier. He walked closer to where the girl was playing with the of his. Xiao Bai, want to race? Kim Hajin looked back, wondering. But if the plot has changed this much, what use is the original? Anyway, I will meet Jin Sayuk again soon. I will find the truth myself bit by bit. The scene shifted to the front of a house. Kim Hajin was standing leaning against the wall waiting for someone. Oh Hyun walking on the street recognized him. He stepped forward to actively greet. Hajin, going to school so early? He scratched his head shyly. Sometimes I have to go early too. We returned to Seoul on Saturday morning, and instead of the dorm, I went to the apartment in Seocho. Honestly, I couldn't bear to leave Evandel alone in a strange place like this. But with Xiao Bai, she will be fine. Before leaving, Kim Hajin explained. Ovillo. Shortly speaking, it's a second home. Evandel was excited. Wow. The girl happily said goodbye. Come back early. The child looks very happy. That's why I feel yesterday was worth it. Turning to the present, Kim Suho stepped up from behind. Hello. Oh Hyun looked back. Oh Suho. You came too. He stepped in front of Kim Hajin. Hajin, why did you come so early? He shyly turned his face away. Oh, I was just too excited. Everyone keeps asking. Oh Han Hyun checked messages. Everyone hasn't arrived yet. Naeun walked up to notify him. Hey, Yona isn't feeling well today, so she will be late. Kim Hajin looked over in surprise. He asked worriedly. Yona is sick? Kim Suho stood by and explained. Had to be hospitalized even. A man in the group also worried. Is it gastritis due to stress? She is a bit sensitive to stress. Chai Naeun pouted. I stayed up all night to take care of her. She described Yona's current condition. She looked unwell all week, but every time I asked, she wouldn't answer. The other man was surprised. Really? Kim Hajin recalled the times Yona passed by him. Now that it's mentioned, I haven't bumped into Yona all week. I didn't expect it was because she was sick. Naeun looked at him to reassure. She's much better now. She also said she would join us.
Kim Hajin replied casually.
If so, then good. Slowly walked through the door and put that matter aside. Wow. Anyway, she is a gourmand. Maybe she ate something wrong and got a stomach ache. The scene shifted to a tourist area with a blue beach. Everyone excitedly looked around. Anyway, today we will go eat street food. Busan has many shops. Clothes, food, weapons, and artifacts too. Chai Naeun spoke energetically. This is also my hometown, so everyone just trust me to lead the way. Kim Hajin looked around the shops, calculating silently. Should I go check out the antique shop? With my luck, finding a rare item should be easy. Suddenly, a hand placed a hat on his head, making him lean back. Hey, try this on. Kim Hajin straightened up and shouted. Why did you do that out of nowhere? Chai Naeun ignored him and praised. Oh, it looks good. Let me buy it for you. Kim Hajin took the hat off and refused. No need. She saw that and pouted. Hey, don't take it off. I already paid for it. He looked at the price tag and was shocked. 350,000 won. Why is this thing so expensive? He resigned himself to walking on. In the end, I'm still wearing the hat. Chai Naeun held out a hot dog, inviting him. Hajin, try this. You should taste this. Kim Hajin just started to complain when he was forcibly fed. Stop with that tone. It doesn't suit you at all. He chewed and asked, why don't you eat it? Chai Naeun grumbled. If I eat street food, I'll get a stomachache. She smiled brightly. So I'll give it all to you to eat. Kim Hajin looked at Chai Naeun suspiciously. Is this expression because Chai Naeun's condition has improved? Suddenly she stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Or maybe. Chai Naeun dragged him along and pointed at the stalls happily. Kim Hajin could only watch her face as he followed. I'm so worried. Is it really okay for me to be this close to her? The image of a smiling Chai Naeun appears in my eyes. No matter how close we get, in the end, Chai Naeun will only feel betrayed and hurt more. That's why I wanted to keep a certain distance. So why did things turn out like this? Kim Hajin was panting now. He spoke weakly. Wait a minute. Naeun. I should create distance again now. Suddenly Chai Naeun stepped up and wrapped a scarf around Kim Hajin's neck. Hey, try wearing this. His eyes glistened, not knowing how to act properly. I should do that, but... She smiled with care. It's going to get cold soon. Darkness and cowardice were gradually taking over him. He held the scarf tightly, appreciating Kim Hajin's appearance. You look good in any color, as long as I'm not discovered. Chai Naeun smiled even more brightly. Oh, or is it because my taste is good? How can I hold back? Haha. Her smiling figure made Kim Hajin feel like he saw light in his eyes. Maybe being a little close is okay, right? That is what I wonder. Kim Hajin stared at the girl before him, falling into deep thought. As long as no one finds out. No, is being close okay too? Chai Naeun laughed playfully. Don't I have pretty good taste? Hee. But his lips were pressed tight. Kim Hajin threw the scarf back to her, blaming. Why did you bring so much stuff? No, I'm fine. I don't need it. She took it back, disappointed. Oh, come on. Chai Naeun said worriedly. It's about to get cold. But before she could finish, he turned and walked away, making her call out.
Hey, Kim Hajin.
He kept his head down and left, ignoring her shouting hoarsely behind him. Where are you going? The sky had darkened. The whole amusement park lit up brightly. Kim Hajin fell into a mess of thoughts. The final destination today, the entertainment center. This place, looking like it's full of hope and dreams. Currently, a fairly large smuggling operation is inside. Head? Kim Suho and Chai Naeun were still playing happily. Naeun, are you okay with scary rides? Of course. The smugglers will cause chaos when the transaction ends. And when Kim Suho deals with that chaos, Jin Sayuk will act. Chai Nayun suddenly received a notification. She looked around searching for someone. Oh, they said Yona is coming. Very quickly, she found her. Ah, there's her car. Yona slowly stepped out of the car. Chai Nayun rushed over to ask, Yona, are you feeling better? The other replied softly, After buying tickets, the staff member announced cheerfully, Everyone, we will distribute wristbands. So please line up. The group was excited. Only Yona remained silent. Kim Hajin immediately noticed her strange expression. He asked worriedly, You came? Are you really sick? She replied coldly, I'm fine.
Kim Hajin silently retorted.
You don't look fine. Twisted his wristband nervously. Is her food poisoning that severe? The staff member confirmed. Has everyone received their wristbands? In the park. We will move in pairs. As soon as the staff finished speaking, Yona grabbed Kim Hajin's wrist and pulled him away, declaring coldly, You come with me. Chai Nayun was bewildered behind them. What? Yona? What's wrong with you? He was also confused. Why is she suddenly acting like this? Observing for a while, he pondered. Her expression is very tense too. Do they have something to say to each other? Just the two of them? The amusement park shone brilliantly against the sky, shimmering like a dream. The Ferris wheel slowly rotated. Kim Hajin and Yona sat opposite each other silently inside. He was still confused. That's what I thought. But she hasn't said anything the whole time here. Just continuously. Looking at me and sighing. Her hands gripped her skirt tighter and tighter. Memories flooded back. And suddenly she wants to ride the Ferris wheel? With me. He wondered to himself after she made the request. Thinking back, he was sure. Surely she didn't drag me here just to date. Finally, he spoke up. So what is the reason?
Kim Hajin guessed randomly.
Oh. Is there a problem with the bullet crafting I requested? Yona stammered. No. It will be done next month. It's that. He smiled. It's not just a normal leaf, right? He continued. If there's some left after crafting, you can keep it for research. She was bewildered. For research? Kim Hajin said firmly. That's right, we must make the pharmaceutical industry successful. We're partners, right? Hearing this, Yona paused, startled. She trembled and repeated, Partners. Seeing that, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking, or am I just an investor in your pharmaceuticals? Yona interrupted immediately. Hey! A long while later, she gathered all her courage, stammering it out. I have something to tell you. Her eyes were strangely desperate. Kim Hajin couldn't help but be confused. What is it? Just say it. Suddenly the Ferris wheel cabin shook violently. The system short-circuited somewhere. Sparks flew. Kim Hajin observed and panicked. The Ferris wheel has stopped. Suddenly he realized the scene below, becoming more unsettled. It's starting. Jin Sayuk stood with hands on hips, looking arrogantly at Kim Suho, exclaiming, You're quite famous here, aren't you? She glared. That made me recognize you immediately. Kim Suho was panicked to the point of stuttering. You, why are you here? She laughed coldly. Oh, you recognize me too? I mean, it's just the two of us. So it would be foolish if you didn't. You ask why I am here? She enunciated every word. Do you think you are the only one special in that situation? King. Suho pressed his lips tight. She kept rambling. Don't think too highly of yourself. His face darkened. His tone was not gentle as usual. Tell me the reason you came here. Chai Nayun behind was also panicked. What is it? I've never seen Kim Suho this angry. She was extremely confused. Who is that person? Jin Sayuk shrugged nonchalantly. You don't need to know. Have you forgotten how to show proper respect? She continued arrogantly. Even if the world changes, you shouldn't forget our old relationship, right? Kim Suho said angrily, word by word. Now, after all that time, I don't think you have the right to say that. Jin Sayuk laughed coldly. I always have the right. You have become a piece of scum. I will fix that attitude of yours. Chai Nayun couldn't take it anymore. Spoke up. Hey, I can't just stand and listen anymore. She stood in front of Kim Suho and said forcefully. I don't know what your problem is with him, but if someone like Kim Suho, one of the gentlest guys I know, reacts like this, then about 90% chance you are the trash here. Not knowing which sore spot this touched, Jin Sayuk's face suddenly darkened. Chai Nayun continued. So stop provoking and leave. Before the words fell, powerful force blew her away right in front of Kim Suho. Eyes widened, turning back in disbelief. only to see Chai Na-yoon lying unconscious on the ground. Kim Soo-ho panicked and stammered. Na-yoon. Jin Sayuk's face darkened even more. Kim Soo-ho kept calling Na-yoon to wake up. Na-yoon, are you okay? She enunciated. You dare turn your back on me? He immediately felt a terrifying killing intent behind him. He coldly summoned countless weapons. Kim Soo-ho turned back in panic. Jin Sayuk stood amidst a forest of spears, threatening coldly. Seems like you don't care about your life anymore. Above, Kim Hajin witnessed everything and couldn't help but exclaim internally. Wow, I don't care how strong Jin Sayuk is, but taking down Chai Na-yoon in one hit? This is too dangerous. He quickly decided. Turned to instruct Yona. Hey, sorry, but I think we have to talk another time. He kicked the door hard, finally breaking the lock. Kim Hajin stood there, estimating the height. He said quickly, I'll go down first. Suddenly his wrist was grabbed tight by Yona. She spoke with difficulty. After this, I don't think I can do it anymore. Her arm trembled. Her eyes were red, stammering repeatedly. After this, I don't think I can say it anymore. Kim Hajin couldn't help but wonder. What happened to make Yona act like this? Suddenly his eyes widened. Chaos in his head. Don't tell me the scandal exceeding Yona's authority has started? No wonder. If so, the tension, the gastritis medicine. It's completely understandable. He thought with heartache. She must have suffered a lot. But Kim Hajin smiled and pushed Yona back inside. Said gently, then you don't need to talk about it. Kim Hajin gently comforted the crying Yona. It will be okay. Even if you don't say anything. I will still help you. Kim Hajin dropped himself down, despite Yona still trying to reach out to catch him. Seeing her obediently staying in the Ferris wheel, he reassured her softly. So the thing you are worried about, everything will be handled just fine. After leaving Yona alone in the cabin and jumping into the conflict below, he ran quickly to Chai Na-yoon. Seeing Chai Na-yoon lying unconscious ahead, he called out urgently, Chai Na-yoon, run close to her. Kim Hajin could hear Chai Na-yoon groaning in pain. He observed briefly and thought, seems she isn't heavily injured, but likely has internal injuries. I must move her behind those trees. After that, Kim Hajin shook Chai Na-yoon to wake her. Hey, wake up! Her pretty face was now scratched. Chai Na-yoon opened her eyes slightly.
Kim Hajin.
Seeing her react, he felt a bit more relieved. Kim Hajin took a bottle of medicine from his pocket, intending to give it to Chai Na-yoon. But apparently Kim Hajin had never fed medicine to anyone. He shoved the whole bottle into Chai Na-yoon's mouth. She nearly choked. Ouch!
Cough.
After she drank it, Kim Hajin reminded her. The medicine is healing your internal injuries, so it might hurt a bit. Once done, you'll be healthy immediately. Regarding the conflict between Kim Soo-ho and Jin Sayuk, Kim Soo-ho was distracted because Jin Sayuk flung Chai Na-yoon away. He called out worriedly. Na-yoon. Jin Sayuk called out coldly. I told you to ignore them. Hearing her, Kim Soo-ho frowned in anger. Why have you changed so much? Jin Sayuk didn't care. She replied indifferently. I told you already. Suddenly, the mana around Jin Sayuk increased abruptly, transforming into many different weapons. Her face darkened as she warned. Don't raise your voice at me. At this moment, Jin Sayuk's anger was no longer simple anger. It exploded like the final drop overflowing the cup. The situation wasn't looking good. Kim Soo-ho had to find something to use as a weapon. He chose a nearby iron bar. In a split second, a series of sharp weapons were launched by Jin Sayuk at Kim Soo-ho. He swung the iron bar in his hand while dodging the weapon's trajectory. After clearing that pile of swords, Kim Soo-ho asked angrily, do you really have to do this? Fighting has no meaning. Ignoring his complaints, she channeled more mana. That is not something you can decide casually. Furthermore, suddenly, the mana amount increased even higher than before. Jin Sayuk smirked. Did you think that was all? Suddenly, a new weapon appeared above Kim Soo-ho's head. It rushed so fast that when he detected it, it was hard to dodge. Kim Soo-ho had to immediately swing the iron bar to alter the path of the blade above. Just as he finished clearing the weapons Jin Sayuk threw, she launched a spear straight at him. Luckily Kim Soo-ho dodged in time. Jin Sayuk's power source now made Kim Hajin a bit worried. Seeing her crazy expression, he couldn't help but be suspicious. Observing Jin Sayuk from head to toe, she was strangely strong. That inherent power of blue mana, born to be the third opposing condition to Kim Soo-ho, meaning she didn't need weapons to attack. Because when compressed, mana became her weapon. According to the upcoming events, Kim Soo-ho's current ability couldn't beat her. He was still struggling against the rain of swords. Iron bar in Kim Soo-ho's hand couldn't take it anymore. Pierced by a mana sword tip, it shattered in two. Kim Hajin thought, damn it, Kim Suho still doesn't possess Mistletoe. At this moment, the mana sword tip pierced through the iron bar and aimed straight for Kim Suho's chest. He had no chance to dodge or move. Seeing the scene, Jin Sahayak seemed amused and laughed loudly. She channeled mana even more powerfully. That mana sword stabbed straight toward Kim Suho. However, not just one, but Jin Sahayak summoned many other mana swords to stab through him. And finally a fatal blow crashing down from above. Suho was beaten up, face bruised and scratched, slumped on the ground. Sensing the situation was bad, Kim Hajin had to step in to save Kim Suho's life. No, if I leave him like that, something much worse will happen. At the same time, Jin Sahayak was gradually approaching Kim Suho. She intended to channel more mana for the final blow, directly sending Kim Suho to heaven. Suddenly a figure appeared.
Kim Hajin stood shielding Kim Suho.
Don't you think that's enough? Having her easy battle interrupted made Jin Sayuk very unhappy. She growled in annoyance. What now? Ha! Seeing his face, Jin Sayuk immediately remembered their meeting. You're that guy from yesterday. This made him freeze. She remembers my face. Jin Sayuk tilted her head arrogantly. Are you the teacher of these brats or something? He stammered. Teacher? Not at all. Without any respect or hesitation, a mana sword tip flew towards Kim Hajin. He dodged just by a centimeter, feeling absolutely stunned. 2 or 3 more swords rushed in. Kim Hajin dodged every wave. Jin Sayuk was extremely displeased. As for Kim Hajin, cold sweat soaked his shirt and body. Using the bullet time system, that's why I could dodge that spear just now. Pierced straight through the wall behind him, making Kim Hajin turn pale. Not a drop of blood left in his face. Jin Sayuk was a bit interested. Oh, smooth dodge. Kim Hajin could only clutch his chest. It keeps pounding, thanks to that bullet time. A moment later, pretending to be calm, Kim Hajin spoke up. Let's call a truce. We are both unarmed. He continued. Isn't that enough? Jin Sayuk interrupted him directly. Wait, are you really not their teacher? Her words made him freeze, stiff as a board. He put on an emotionless face. No, I am their friend. Why do you think I'm a teacher? Jin Sayuk cursed. Damn you. What? Then if you're smart, get lost. Humph. As the author of this novel, the character I built I understand best. Looking at it, she won't retreat here. No other way. Plus observing her actions just now. Jin Sayuk is always arrogant and reckless, so provoking her will work. Thinking this, Kim Hajin confidently took out a glowing item from his pocket. His attitude made Jin Sayuk furious. She cursed. Haha, didn't you say you were unarmed? Why bring that out? Truly ridiculous. Bring it on, bastard. Ignoring her words, Kim Hajin still tried to smile slightly, holding the coin in hand.
Gathering stigma mana.
Activating item effect. A ginseng pill appeared, gathering the released mana and strengthening mana power. After taking it, Kim Hajin used full force to throw the coin at her. And finally, random improvement system. He didn't hesitate, face full of determination. Thanks for watching the video. Paused. Space and time seemed to slow down. Coin fell, rolling into the magic circle. Jin Sayuk used her hand to block. She staggered. The calm before the storm. Suddenly Jin Sayuk's eyes changed. Anger consumed her. Damn it. Kim Hajin was also pale but stood firm, reassuring himself. Just as I thought. Even using all my strength, I can't take her down immediately. But it's okay. He also guessed Jin Sayuk's next move. She is channeling excessive mana uncontrollably. Having gone this far, she will... That bastard. Suddenly an arm reached out and grabbed Jin Sayuk's wrist tightly. He reminded gently. That's enough. Let's go. It made her curse even more. Where the hell did you pop out from? Let me go. I'm fine. I can still. But the man just said calmly. You are losing your mind. You can't even control your mana anymore. Immediately after, he struck the back of her neck. Jin Sayuk immediately collapsed. She was supported by the man's arm. Then, the man looked at Kim Hajin and smiled brightly. Haha, she's always troublesome like that. He asked further. Hey, we've met before, right?
Kim Hajin laughed acutely.
Oh, yeah. Before leaving, he looked at him with sharp eyes. Thanks. Thanks to you, I won't let my guard down next time. Saying that, the man left.
Kim Hajin stammered.
He's gone. After that, he sat down in fear, trying to force a few laughs. Haha,